Chapter 1, Into the Dark. Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata sat, scarcely breathing, behind a rather large row of bushes. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, watching the two ninjas guarding a small building nearly 200 feet away. Sasuke was angry. He had just gotten his life back and now that damned snake had stolen the person he thought of as his brother. How? He thought. How the hell did he get him without a fight? His hands balled into anxious fists, waiting for the signal to move. He rubbed the back of his neck where the curse seal used to be. Not long after Naruto had brought Sasuke home, and thanks to the help of a seal expert from the hidden sand, Tsunade had managed to remove the seal from the young Uchiha. After a day of healing, both Naruto and Sasuke were moved to a room in the outpatient ward of the hospital. 2 days after that, Tsunade had decided Sasuke's actions had been mainly the fault of the seal and declared him safe from all persecution. Sasuke thought back to the 3rd day after Naruto had brought him home. Flashback. Hey, Naruto. Sasuke mumbled as he sat up in the hospital bed he'd been laying on. He winced as Tsunade attended the numerous wounds that Naruto had had to inflict to beat some sense into him. However, it would take more than a skilled medical nin to heal the wounds of his heart. Naruto looked up from his seat next to the bed. What? What was that thing? Sasuke asked, causing his best friend to freeze in place. Naruto knew exactly what Sasuke was talking about. He looked at Tsunade, as if asking for her permission to tell his story. She nodded and stood to leave the room. Naruto took a quick, but deep breath. Thanks, Tsunade-sama, he said as though using the word, sama, in reference to Tsunade was difficult. Tsunade froze in place for a moment, an eyebrow cocked in surprise. Did that brat just show me respect? She thought in mild amusement. She then smiled, nodded and left the room, quietly shutting the door behind her. Naruto sat in silence for a few moments. He gulped and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was getting impatient, but he knew pushing for a break from the silence might make Naruto lose his nerve. Haven't you guessed yet? Naruto asked, although it was more of a statement, since he knew the answer. Of course I haven't, Dobi, Sasuke replied in frustration. Naruto ran a hand through his thick blonde hair and sighed. How much do you know about the Kyuubi? Sasuke's eyes went wide as dinner plates as suddenly, horribly, it seemed to all make sense. He could only hope that his instincts were wrong for once. You're, the Nine Tails. He stammered, fighting the urge to back away. No, but it is sealed inside me. Naruto answered, fully expecting his best friend to tell him to get out. Or call him a monster and then. That explains it. Naruto looked up, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Everything. It all makes perfect sense now, Sasuke finished. He noticed the look of disbelief on Naruto's face. Did you think I'd call you a monster? Now Naruto's eyes went wide. Sasuke saw this, and suddenly felt sick to his stomach. You did, didn't you? Naruto slowly nodded. Silence ensued for a long while as Sasuke considered his response. Finally he spoke again. I'm sorry, Sasuke said, regret deep in his voice. For what? Naruto asked as he wiped his eyes with his arm. For making you doubt me like that. For making you think I'd so easily call you a monster. Especially when the real monster is me. Sasuke looked down as he finished his sentence, missing Naruto's expression, which was a mixture of confusion and surprise. I nearly betrayed Konoha. Nearly, killed you, he continued as he stared at his right hand. The very same hand that had held the deadly Chidori just a few days earlier. This hand, it was. As Naruto watched in amazement, he saw something that he never had thought possible. There were tears in the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, he thought in question. It was through your body. I could feel your blood, your organs, and it didn't bother me. Sasuke said in a choked voice. Naruto reached a hand out toward his friend. Sasuke, he began. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand away. No, don't you get it? He screamed in rage and sadness. Sasuke, it was the seal. Naruto began. I almost killed you. Sasuke screamed as tears began to flow. I was so absorbed in avenging my family that I didn't even see the one I had. He cried. Naruto couldn't believe his ears. Family. You consider me, family. He said as the tears returned to his eyes. You, Sakura, even Kakashi. You're all I have, and I nearly destroyed that. I nearly lost everything, again. Sasuke said as his tears soaked into his shirt. Naruto suddenly looked very determined. Sasuke. I'll help you. Sasuke looked at Naruto. What? I said I'll help you. I'll help you kill Itachi, Naruto said with conviction, but expecting to be yelled at for suggesting that Sasuke should need help. When no such yelling came, he continued. You don't have to carry that burden by yourself. Sakura and I are here for you. You're not alone anymore. Although he hadn't said anything, Sasuke was gritting his teeth to keep from telling Naruto that it wasn't his fight. But he decided that, at the current time, it wasn't worth it. He hurriedly wiped his eyes. Arigato. He suddenly straightened himself and looked like he had decided something. Naruto. Yeah. Take off your jacket and hold out your arm, he instructed, earning a very strange look from the blonde-haired genin. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Huh. Just do it, Sasuke answered. Naruto sighed and did as was requested of him. Sasuke turned to face him and made a series of seals. After the last seal, his right index finger had a small glowing symbol hovering just in front of the tip. Naruto looked closer at it. His eyes widened when he saw the symbol was actually the kanji for Uchiha. Just then Sasuke spoke. Sasuke was staring at the kanji. I never thought I would use this jutsu. Normally only the head of the family is allowed to. He reached forward with the kanji and touched Naruto's right bicep. A small hissing sound was heard as Naruto flinched. Hot hot hot, he yelled indignantly. After the burning stopped, he looked at his arm. The symbol of the house of Uchiha was quickly healing into a scar. He looked up at Sasuke. Sasuke smiled. As much as Sasuke ever did smile anyway. Now you are my brother, officially. In my family's records you will be listed as Uchiha, Naruto. An impossibly huge grin spread over Naruto's face. Ha ha. He laughed in joy as he launched himself at his newly appointed brother, knocking him over in a huge bear hug. Sasuke was immediately annoyed. Get off of me, Dobi, he yelled. End flashback. Sasuke was brought out of his reverie when the trio heard an explosion to the east. The sound ninjas that were guarding the building left instantly. That's the signal. Let's go, he said with authority. They reached the door. Sasuke, who had been designated team leader in Kakashi's absence, ordered Hinata to activate her Byakugan one more time to make sure they hadn't been seen. Sakura, open the lock, he commanded. Sakura made a short series of seals. A small stream of chakra leaked out from her fingers and entered the lock. In less than 2 seconds a click was heard that indicated the lock was open. She made a slight smile of satisfaction. Ready, she said. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Go slowly. We don't know if there are any traps. Both girls nodded in agreement and walked inside. Sasuke turned to Hinata. Hinata, your Byakugan, he half asked, half commanded. The black-haired heir to the Hyuga clan shook her head. The walls are too thick and they are solid cement. Sasuke frowned. All right then, split up and search. If you find him, contact me, he said, pointing to his headpiece microphone. Both girls nodded in agreement and disappeared. Only small puffs of smoke echoed their existence. Sasuke immediately set off on his own path. He ran quietly, yet swiftly, and soon found himself in front of a heavy iron door. He took a calming breath and pushed it open. He nearly vomited. The stench of death and decay found the young ninja's nostrils. As he surveyed the scene in front of him, he took out a small, circular tin, opened it and put some of the menthol-scented paste that was inside on the skin under his nose to block out the smell. There were bodies everywhere. Most hung from the walls. The ones on the floor lay in piles of their own entrails, which had spilled out from wounds obviously made by some sharp implement. A large number of them still had their eyes wide open as they had been in their moment of death. Sasuke glared at the sight before him in disgust. That sick, son of a. He was cut off as he heard Sakura's blood-curdling scream. He bolted away from the ghastly scene in the room he had found and ran toward the sound with dread. He ran as hard as he could. Something in Sakura's scream had made him afraid of what it meant. His shoes made very little sound as he ran from door to door, looking for her. He was nearly impaled by a pointed wooden pole when he opened one door. Another door led to a second chamber of horrors like he had found earlier. He quickly shut that one and pushed on. Damn it, he thought in anger and exhaustion. Where the hell is she? He went down a flight of stone stairs and made a sharp right when he thought he heard the sounds of someone retching. His lungs felt like they were on fire by the time he found Sakura. Hinata was there too. And apparently she had been the one throwing up, as she was on her hands and knees, a pool of vomit on the floor in front of her. Sakura, what is it? Sasuke asked as he took the last few steps needed to reach her position. Sakura was shaking badly. Her eyes were impossibly wide with shock as she stared through an open door in front of her. Sakura, he said as he touched her shoulder. The pink-haired Kenichi didn't respond. Saku, raw, he barely got out as he saw what had caused his friend to scream. The room the door led to was pitch black, except for a hanging lamp in the center that illuminated a small table. What was on that table nearly caused Sasuke to scream as well. Naruto. At the mention of Naruto's name, Sakura fell to her knees and began crying loudly. Hinata sat back up from her mess and started to hyperventilate, bits of sobs being heard in between her desperate gasps for air. It was nearly 30 seconds before Sasuke could will his legs to move. He walked slowly, as if in a trance, toward the table. This can't be right, he thought. It's got to be a nightmare. He stopped about a foot from his destination. His breath caught in his throat as he stood there, staring at the mess in front of him. The usually spiked, blonde hair was matted to his head with sweat and speckled with blood. The blue eyes were closed. The orange jacket and black t-shirt lay on the floor. The blood was absolutely everywhere. From his collarbone to his waistline, he had been cut open. His muscles in that area were all visible, owing to the fact that his skin on both sides of the cut had been peeled back like an open magazine. Finally, Sasuke's vision came to rest on his brother's right arm, and the mark of the Uchiha clan, smeared with blood. This was all it took for Sasuke to lose it. He dropped to the floor, threw back his head and screamed. And screamed. And screamed. Chapter 2. Kyuubi laid on the floor of his cell in misery, watching the boy in front of him grow more and more weak. He gritted his teeth in anger. His container was dying and there was nothing he could do this time because Naruto had been laid open. He could heal holes easily, but this. He sighed for the 100th time and waited for the inevitable cold to claim him. Hey, stupid fox, Naruto said weakly. Kyuubi cracked open one eye and stared at the boy in irritation. What? I'm glad I have company at the end. Even if it's you, Naruto replied with a weak, yet wry smile. HMPF. Same to you, brat, Kyuubi said as he closed his eye again. I just wish it wasn't like this, Naruto said sullenly as he managed to pull himself to a sitting position, resting his arms and head on his knees. Kyuubi groaned at his silence being interrupted again. What? If I had to die, I would have liked to have at least died in battle. Not lying on some, he began as the room around him started to brighten. Kyuubi growled. He knew what was coming. Don't you dare, not again. In a flash the room was gone and replaced with the room with the table. Naruto struggled weakly against the two ninjas holding him. If I wasn't drugged you losers would be toast, he said as his legs went out from under him. Remove his jacket and shirt, said a familiar voice. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Orochimaru come out of the shadows. Kabuto wheeled in a tray of medical instruments. A snap of adrenaline ran through Naruto. No, no, he screamed as he temporarily broke free from the grasps of his captors. They recaptured him and pulled off the clothing as their leader had instructed, then forced him down on the table. A pity my unsealing jutsus didn't work. This method produces results so rarely, Orochimaru said with a sick smile on his face. Naruto struggled as much as he could in his condition. Orochimaru gave Kabuto a look. Kabuto nodded and prepared a syringe. No, Naruto screamed again as the needle was put into his right arm, just above the Uchiha symbol. Kabuto pushed the plunger and the liquid inside the syringe eased its way into Naruto's arm. A small trickle of blood crossed the Uchiha symbol. Naruto quickly began to feel his body going limp and numb. Tears leaked out from his eyes as Orochimaru picked up a scalpel. Samon, he pleaded, at least knock me out, he said, fear evident in his voice. Kyuubi was growing more and more irritated as he watched the scene as it played out in front of him. He despised being sucked into Naruto's waking nightmares. Wake up you dumb brat. Coo. If I knock you out it won't be any fun, Orochimaru said coldly as he moved toward the young leaf ninja. Naruto's eyes seemed to go wider than humanly possible. Orochimaru brought down the scalpel and Naruto screamed. Flash. The room disappeared and was replaced by the cell in the alcove in front of it. Naruto was on the floor, breathing hard. Damn it, he growled. It's not bad enough I'm dying, but do I have to keep going through that again? He said angrily. It's because you keep dwelling on it. Kyuubi answered in frustration. Another scream echoed throughout the dungeon-like room. This was the last straw for the giant fox. I said to stop, he began. That wasn't me, Naruto snapped. He looked up at the ceiling. It sounded like Sakura. His eyes widened. Oh god, that means she's seen me. He gritted his teeth. He hated to hear Sakura in pain, especially if he was the cause of it. Silence followed for another 15 minutes, so when the next scream came, Kyuubi got so irritated that he dug gouges into the floor of his cell. The second scream was masculine. Now who is it? Naruto's eyes widened again. Sasuke. He's screaming like that, over me. Then he remembered Sasuke making him his brother and the emotion of surprise left his thoughts. I'm so sorry Sakura. Sasuke. He began to cry. I want to come back for you. But I can't, he said as he burst into tears. That Sasuke brat's chakra, it's right next to us, said Kyuubi with a hope in his voice that Naruto didn't understand. What? Naruto asked as his sobbing subsided. Tell me that friend of yours is as smart as you've said he is, Kyuubi asked with urgency. Yeah, Naruto replied, even though he didn't understand what was going on. Alright then, Kyuubi said. He began to focus his energy on the gaping wound in his container's chest. A strange feeling suddenly overcame the grief-stricken Sasuke. For some reason he felt compelled to look at Naruto again. He stood, his eyes closed. When he finally got the courage to open his eyes he gasped. This is. He stumbled over the words in wild hope. Red chakra was leaking from the edges of the flaps of skin that made up Naruto's midsection. Is the Nine Tails trying too? He said as he reached a hand towards the glow. He desperately hoped he was right as he gingerly began to push the flaps back into place, resisting the urge to throw up. As soon as the second piece was in place all the cut lines became blindingly bright for a moment and then began to sizzle. It's working. I think you might make it, kid, Kyuubi said as he began to breathe heavily. Naruto looked at the fox in confusion. What? How? I let him know I was still here. He's pushed your wounds together. Naruto's eyes lit up with hope. Sakura didn't know how long she'd been crying. But when she looked up she saw Sasuke doing something that, for some reason, made her blood boil. Sasuke! She roared, sounding very much unlike herself. She stood up and ran over to the table. What do you think you're doing? Sasuke's eyes went wide. Sakura, he said, stunned. He'd never heard Sakura so furious with him before. Sakura reached over and tried to pull Sasuke away from Naruto. Sakura, stop it. Sakura's eyes became desperately sad. Leave him alone. You can't do anything. He's already dead. She screamed, her voice cracking from the emotion. Sakura, Sasuke said. Sakura began to wail loudly. Sasuke grabbed her shoulders. Sakura. This stunned her into silence for a moment. Before she could start up again he jabbed his finger in Naruto's direction. Look. Sakura turned her head to the side and looked down. No. Sasuke forcefully turned her around to face Naruto. Look. Sakura took a deep, sob-filled breath and opened her eyes. She gasped. Is he? She asked in disbelief. Sasuke nodded. Kyuubi's trying anyway. Now all we can do is wait. That was all it took for Sakura to run back towards the door. Hinata. Sasuke watched as Sakura excitedly told Hinata the news. What? Hinata yelled, which was very strange to hear from such a normally quiet girl. Both girls ran back to Naruto and Sasuke. As soon as Hinata saw the healing wounds, tears of joy rolled down her face. She bravely touched his chest, ignoring the burning sensation this brought. Do your best, Naruto-kun. Don't you dare die on me, idiot, Sasuke said with tension in his voice. Naruto, please, come back to us, Sakura pleaded. Inside his mind Uzumaki Naruto was overcome with joy at hearing everyone's voices. Please, let this work, he thought to no one in particular. I want to live. Suddenly, Naruto fell to his hands and knees. Ahhhhggggggg. He screamed, clutching his midriff. Now that he was coming back from the brink of death he could feel the pain of his wound being sealed. Hang on brat, Kyuubi said, not out of concern for Naruto, but for his own existence. Finally, all was quiet. Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata watched Naruto and held their breaths, waiting for a miracle. Chapter 3. No matter what he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. Why? He thought. Why can't I wake up? He turned to Kyuubi. You said I was gonna make it. He said in anguish. Then he stopped, and stared at the giant kitsune. Is he becoming transparent? Hey, stupid fox, you okay? Kyuubi was indeed less opaque than he'd been a moment ago and he knew it. Damn you, brat, he said through gritted teeth. What did I do? Naruto said to counter the insult that had been tossed his way. Kyuubi's breath became ragged. You let yourself become a science experiment, that's what. Naruto was angry now. I didn't let myself become anything. They drugged me, and why the hell does it matter to you anyway? Kyuubi growled. It sounded strained. Because I'm almost dead, he snapped. Naruto's eyes went wide. What? He said in disbelief. There was too much damage. I didn't realize it. My soul is too weak to stay now. Damn you, Kyuubi said with a small cough, which was a strange sound coming from such a large animal. Naruto became oddly quiet. Why do I feel like part of me is dying? He thought. Maybe cause he's always been with me. Thanks, was the only thing he could think of to say. Maybe part of me can stay. He rolled one large eye toward Naruto. Hey, brat. What? Naruto said in irritation. I'm gonna give you a going-away present. Present? Naruto said suspiciously as he stood up and walked over to the Nine Tails. Come closer. Naruto instantly stopped. How stupid do you think I am? I'm not gonna let you take me with you. Why would I want to listen to your nonsense for all eternity? Kyuubi answered in mild amusement. Now come here. I don't have much time left. Naruto took a deep breath and moved closer to the seal cage. The instant he got next to the bars, Kyuubi whipped out one of his claws and stuck it right through him. Ah! Naruto screamed, the pain so intense he nearly blacked out. Sakura was the first to notice it. He's breathing, she said excitedly. Sasuke actually smiled a little more than his usual smirk. Nice work, Dobi. Hinata lowered her head. Thank God, she said as she shed tears of relief. A moment later the pain subsided. Naruto collapsed to the floor. I'd rather get cut 100 more times than go through that again, he thought. He looked at the cell. What the hell did you do? His words reached nothing but dead air. Kyuubi had vanished. Why isn't he waking up? Hinata asked with concern clouding her delicate features. He went through a lot, Sakura replied. It might be a few days, she said as she wiped some of the blood and sweat off of Naruto's forehead with a small towel from her side pouch. Sasuke was about to suggest they get out of there when a clear ripple of energy blasted outwards from Naruto's body, knocking them all away from the table with great force. Sasuke skidded to a stop roughly 6 feet away from where he had started. He looked back at the table. Everything seemed quiet again. Sakura came walking back to the table. She was holding her head. What do you think that was, Sasuke-kun? She asked. Damn it, what the hell was that? Inner Sakura raged. Sasuke squinted in confusion. I don't know, he said quietly. Let's get him out of here. He pushed Naruto up to a sitting position. Sakura, you get the other side, he said as he put one of Naruto's arms around his shoulders. Yeah, Sakura replied as she moved into position. As they came out of the front entrance, a very loud signal flare shot into the sky. It looked like it was only 200 meters away. Shit, that's the warning signal, Sasuke remarked. Hinata, you move ahead. We need your eyes. Hinata replied as she shot forward in the direction of Konoha. Sasuke and Sakura hurried as quickly as they could considering the circumstances. I hope Kakashi-sensei is alright, Sakura said. On, was Sasuke's only reply. Hokage-sama, said a Leaf Junin. Tsunade picked up her head from where she'd had it lying on the desk. What? She asked sleepily. The Junin's eye twitched. I can't believe she was sleeping, he thought. They're coming back. Tsunade was instantly more alert. Bring me to them, she said, leaping over the desk and scattering papers everywhere. Tsunade's heart was thundering in her chest as she leapt from rooftop to rooftop, following her subordinate. Please be alive, she thought, tension tight in her stomach. Suddenly the Junin pointed to their left. There, Hokage-sama. Tsunade squinted. She could barely see them. They were just outside the gates, moving fast. Sasuke and Sakura were in front with Hinata bringing up the rear, making sure they hadn't been followed. She set her face in determination as she picked up speed, leaving her subordinate in the proverbial dust. Sakura smiled. There are the gates, Sasuke-kun, she said, just before someone landed right in front of them, causing them to literally have to dig their heels into the ground in order to stop in time. Tsunade-sama, she exclaimed in surprise. Tsunade was breathing hard. Is he all right? She said with worry. Sasuke spoke up. We think so, he replied as Hinata came to a gentle stop behind Sakura. Tsunade nodded. Give him to me. I'll take him to the hospital. You three, follow. I'll want your reports. Sasuke and Sakura nodded and handed over the unconscious Naruto. Tsunade took off in the direction of the hospital. As they went on, Sakura began to get a knot in her stomach. How are we going to explain what we saw? I don't even want to think about it, much less say it out loud. When they reached the hospital, a doctor was already waiting outside the entrance. Follow me, Godime-sama, he said as he made a small bow out of respect. Tsunade nodded and together they disappeared through the glass doors. As the doctor who had led them inside emerged from the double doors of the intensive care unit, Sasuke, Hinata and Sakura all stood. How is he? Hinata said softly. He's resting comfortably. Tsunade-sama is working on reducing the amount of scarring he'll have. It may take a while for him to wake up, but I think he'll be just fine, the doctor replied, smiling warmly. Can we see him? Sakura asked. Of course. Follow me, please, the doctor said as he began to walk. Sakura had seriously started to hate hospitals. Every time she was there it was because someone she cared about was hurt and she was tired of it. Why does it always seem cold in here? She thought. The doctor stopped in front of a door. He's in here, he said. The door opened and Tsunade appeared. Thank you, Akito, Tsunade replied with a smile. You're welcome, Tsunade-sama. And with that he turned around and walked away. Sakura looked up at the fifth Hokage quizzically. You know him, Hokage-sama? Yes. He's a cousin of someone who was very dear to me, she said as she walked through the door. The kids wisely took that as a sign that they shouldn't ask about it anymore and simply followed the fifth. As they sat down in the chairs that were at Naruto's bedside, Tsunade spoke. Now, please tell me what happened. The three genin looked at each other. Both Hinata and Sakura looked down. Sasuke sighed. I guess I have to do it. We went inside the building and split up. While I was searching, I heard Sakura scream. I found her. Then I saw Naruto lying on a table, he began. Tsunade visibly stiffened, her breath caught fast in her throat. Continue. He was cut open. All the skin on the front of his torso had been peeled back, Sasuke said quietly. Instantly, a fire entered Tsunade's eyes as she balled her hands into fists. That bastard, she yelled as she shattered a nearby chair with one punch. I'll gut him. This stunned even Sasuke into silence. I didn't know she cared so much about Naruto. Just then a nurse poked her nervous face through the doorway. I'm very sorry, Tsunade-sama. But I must ask you not to be so loud. Tsunade sighed with frustration. Of course, she said stiffly. The nurse flashed a quick, nervous smile before pulling her head out of the room and closing the door. Tsunade turned her attention to Sasuke once again. Continue, she said firmly. Sasuke cleared his throat. We thought he was dead. But I noticed Kyuubi's chakra trying to heal him. I pushed the skin back into place, he winced, and the wound closed. Then, he trailed off, looking as though he were trying to decide how best to phrase what came next. What? The Godime asked even though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Sasuke looked at Sakura and Hinata. Sakura found her voice. Some kind of energy came from his body and we were all thrown back from the force of it. Tsunade frowned in thought. Chakra. No. At least, I don't think so. Chakra has color, this didn't, Sakura finished. Was Tsunade's only reply. Suddenly her attention was drawn to the Uchiha mark on Naruto's arm. Her eyes widened in recognition. Sasuke saw where Tsunade was looking and suddenly wished he could be somewhere else. I haven't seen an Uchiha bonding seal in over 30 years, Tsunade said as she continued to stare at the mark in wonder. Sakura looked at the mark in confusion. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade smiled. I think that's something Sasuke should tell you, she said warmly. Sakura turned to Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke sighed. It marks him as my brother, he replied with an unreadable expression on his face. Sakura's eyes went wide as she stared at Sasuke, dumbfounded. A slight smile crossed Sasuke's eyes. HMPF. He looked at Naruto. Sunlight, coming through the window, fell on the blonde's face and wind ruffled his hair. The true brother. It was the third day since they had come home. Hinata sat on a small, soft armchair next to Naruto's bed. She stared at the boy's sleeping face. Please, Naruto-kun, wake up. Tsunade, who had been about to come into the room, instead smiled at the concerned look on the young Hyuga's face and quietly shut the door again. Hinata heard a small groan and looked up to see Naruto's face contorting as though he were starting to regain consciousness. She stood up quickly, banging her knee on the bedside table. Ow, she said weakly as she bent over to rub her injury. Hinata-chan. Hinata looked up. Naruto's eyes were open and he was staring at her, his face showing concern. Naruto-kun, she said in surprise. She then bolted out of the room leaving behind a very confused blonde ninja. What the? He began as a doctor came into the room, followed by Hinata. I'm so glad to see you awake, Naruto-kun, he said with a smile. Naruto allowed himself a slight smile. That makes two of us. The doctor walked over to Naruto's bed and sat down in the chair Hinata had occupied earlier, while Hinata herself stood near the wall. I'm Dr. Tokiha. You may call me Akido since you are so close to Tsunade-sama, he said with a smile. He looked at his chart and cocked an eyebrow. You sure do heal fast. Naruto was instantly more alert. He sat up so quickly his head felt like it was spinning. What? But Kyuubi's gone. Why? Don't worry, Akido said with a warm smile. The Kyuubi doesn't bother me. Naruto's eyes went wide and he looked at Hinata in panic. Akido saw this and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Naruto-kun. She knows, he said with a reassuring tone. If possible, Naruto's eyes went even wider. How? She had to be told why Orochimaru wanted you, Akido said matter-of-factly. Naruto looked at Hinata with a small amount of fear. Suddenly he lurched. That means Sakura-chan knows too. Akido nodded. Naruto felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. He really hadn't wanted her to know. They had to know that they might have been facing Kyuubi if Orochimaru's seal transfer technique had backfired. Seal transfer. Naruto repeated in confusion. Yes, according to our intelligence network, he wanted to transfer Kyuubi to himself. Naruto gulped. Now please, hold still so I can examine you, Akito said as he put a blood pressure cuff around Naruto's arm. After a few more small tests Akito stood up. I think you can leave tomorrow morning. Just make sure you rest today and you're all set. Thanks, Naruto replied. Akito left the room and Hinata retook her previous seat. Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he looked over at her. Why? Yes. Thank you. For not being afraid, he said in a slightly choked voice. Hinata's expression softened. Naruto-kun, I could never be afraid of you. Naruto looked up at Hinata. Tears had formed at the corners of his eyes, but he was smiling. He wiped his eyes. He hemmed. So, have you been watching me at the hospital all this time? No. Sakura-san and Sasuke-kun have taken turns also. NK. Kakashi-sensei came to visit too, she said all this very fast with a slight blush on her cheeks. Kakashi-sensei. He's alright, Naruto questioned, smiling. Why? Yes, Hinata replied. Naruto grinned. Awesome, he proclaimed. Hey, Hinata-chan. Yes, Hinata replied, her nerves calming a bit. She had found it a lot easier to talk to her longtime crush since the Chunin exam. Thanks, for coming to get me. Hinata looked up in surprise. Howdy, did you know? I know it sounds crazy, but I could hear all of you while I was asleep. Oh, you're welcome. When I heard you had been taken, I just had to go. Naruto smiled. He was quiet a moment, then spoke. So, how have you been? I haven't seen you since the Chunin exam. Much better. Thank you. An Anbu healed me, Hinata replied. I'm glad. I was worried about you, Naruto said warmly. A slight wave of pink crossed Hinata's cheeks. Anyway, the doctor is going to tell Tsunade-sama that you're awake. Naruto sighed in frustration. I'm gonna take a walk around the halls, he said as he started to get up. You wanna come with me? No, Naruto-kun. Hinata sputtered. She'd put her hand on Naruto's. Naruto stopped and looked down. Hinata, as though she suddenly realized their hands were touching, yanked her hand back and tented her fingers. Please, don't get up. The doctor told you to rest, she said, staring at her slightly moving fingers. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes slightly. Okay, he said with a pout as he sat back down. Hinata let out a short breath of a giggle. Naruto stopped pouting and stared at her for a moment. Hinata saw his stare and blushed. Hey, Hinata-chan. Why? Yes, Naruto-kun. You should smile more often, he replied with a small smile of his own. Hinata looked at Naruto in surprise, the thundering of her heart blocking out all other sounds. She gulped. Thank you. Naruto smiled, then yawned. You know what? I think I will go back to sleep for a bit. He laid down and rolled onto his side. Night, Hinata-chan. Sleep well, Hinata replied. She watched him until his breathing slowed to indicate a deep sleep, then closed her own eyes. Tsunade looked up as the door to her office opened. Kakashi strolled in and took a seat in front of the fifth's desk. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. So, am I finally going to get my report? Kakashi had taken nearly a full 3 days to regain consciousness, visiting Naruto before he left the hospital. Kakashi hemmed. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The Junin straightened himself. As ordered, myself and the other 5 Junin created a distraction to get Orochimaru and his underlings away from where we believed Naruto to be. After almost an hour, Orochimaru suddenly ran back toward the genin group. I shot up the signal flare as we ran to head him off. The kids barely made it out before we got there. As you know by now, Yuki-kun didn't make it back, he said with regret. Yes, I know, Tsunade said gently. I'm sorry, Hitaki. I know he was your friend. Yes. He sighed. At least it wasn't for nothing, Kakashi said. How is Naruto? Tsunade asked, trying not to sound too eager. He's still unconscious. Kakashi paused. Is it true? Was he really cut open? Tsunade closed her eyes in a pained look. Kakashi's eyes narrowed dangerously and, although Tsunade couldn't see it, he also gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly a Chunin with long, black-green hair burst through the door of the office. Tsunade-sama, she said loudly, he's awake. She said with a big grin. Tsunade smiled. Thank you, Nabiki. Nabiki smiled. Of course Tsunade-sama. She was about to leave when she said, and, Tsunade-sama. Yes, Tsunade answered quizzically. Girls have been bringing him flowers, she said with a wry smile. She knew telling Tsunade this would make her happy, because she knew Tsunade cared for the boy a great deal. Tsunade smiled. Thank you again, Nabiki. Yes, Nabiki said with a quick bow, then vanished. Well, Hitaki, Tsunade said as she rose from her chair. Let's go see that student of yours. Chapter 4. Naruto yawned and opened his blue eyes, which opened even wider at the sight that met them. There were no less than 7 flower arrangements sitting in various spots on and around his nightstand. He pushed back the covers and looked at the cards. 1 from Hinata, 1 from Sakura and 5 from girls in his academy class he'd never talked to. Girls that had ignored him. What the, he thought. He looked up as the door to his room opened. Hinata was carting in yet another bouquet. Hinata peeked around the flowers she was carrying. Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Naruto looked at Hinata in confusion. What's going on here? He said, glancing at the flowers behind him. A flicker of irritation crossed Hinata's face. Why does he have to be popular all of a sudden? I don't know. She held the flowers she had out to him. Here's another one. Naruto took the flowers and looked at the card. It was from Tsunade. He smiled and put them on the windowsill. He turned around and looked at the other flower bunches again. Why are girls sending me flowers? Maybe if you read the cards. Hinata offered. Naruto frowned thoughtfully and pulled the card out of the nearest vase. As he read it his eyes went wide and small smile crept up to his lips. In happy disbelief he handed the card to Hinata and eagerly grabbed the next one. Hinata opened the card and silently read the words to herself. Dear Naruto-kun. I just wanted to say I'm glad you're alright and that I've kinda, liked you since I saw you fight in the main Chunin exam. I was thinking, maybe we could go on a date after you're better. That's all I wanted to say. Bye. Get well soon, Hayama, Momiji. Hinata's heart sank. If all those cards were like this one then her chance to be with the boy she loved was now slim to none. She couldn't help it. Tears began to prick at her eyes. Naruto was about to happily hand the next card to Hinata when the look on her downcast face stopped him cold. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Hinata shook her head slowly. What's wrong? Naruto asked, now quite concerned. Hinata swallowed. It's nothing. She sucked in a hurt-sounding breath. I have to go home, she said as she turned to leave. Please tell me what's wrong. Did I do something? Naruto asked quietly. Hinata stopped and turned around. Tears were now streaming down her face. No, it's nothing you did. What then? Naruto asked, putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. At Naruto's touch Hinata squeezed her eyes shut as if in pain. Please, it's Paige, Rivate. Feeling torn between wanting to help his friend and respecting her wishes, Naruto relented. Okay, but if you wanna talk. Hinata nodded and left the room. Naruto sat down on his bed. He had lost interest in his cards. His thoughts were interrupted as he heard a knock on his door. He looked up to see Kakashi and Tsunade come in. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi said offhandedly. Naruto smiled a little. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Hey, Granny Tsunade, he greeted them. Tsunade twitched a bit when she heard Naruto's nickname for her. How are you feeling, brat? She said jokingly as she placed an affectionate kiss on his forehead. Naruto blushed a bit. Fine. Tsunade made a low whistle. You have quite the fan club going here, she said with a wink. Naruto ducked his head a bit in embarrassment. Yeah, well 2 of them are from friends, he said as he scratched the back of his head with a grin. Tsunade's face became a bit more serious. As much as I'd like it to be, this isn't only a social call, she said suddenly. The smile disappeared from Naruto's face. You want me to tell you what happened, huh? Yeah, Kakashi answered. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we have to know, he said, even though he wasn't looking forward to hearing it. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto said as he turned away. Don't want to talk about what? Came Sakura's voice from the other side of the room. Sasuke and Sakura were walking towards Naruto. Orochimaru, Naruto answered miserably. Sakura's bright smile evaporated. Oh, do you mind if we stay? Naruto shrugged. Suit yourself. Sakura and Sasuke sat on the edge of Naruto's bed. Tsunade sat in the armchair and Kakashi leaned against the wall nearest to the group. After what seemed like an eternity Naruto spoke. His voice sounded hollow. He drugged me. What? Sakura asked. That's how he got me. I was out walking around near the gates. I found a scroll on the ground. When I opened it gas came out. It worked so fast, I didn't even get the chance to yell for the guards. You idiot, how could you fall for something so obvious? Sasuke yelled suddenly. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said angrily. We almost lost him because he was stupid. Sasuke snapped back. That's enough, Tsunade commanded. Both genin were instantly quiet. It's okay, Sakura-chan. He's right, I didn't think, Naruto said. Everyone simply stared at Naruto, wide-eyed. This must really be hard for him, Sakura thought, if he's being this serious. Orochimaru's bodyguards took me back to the building you found me in. He tried tons of weird jutsus on me, for hours. He wouldn't let me eat or sleep. Said the seal would be weaker, if I was tired. The day you found me. He paused. His heart pounded in his chest like a hammer. He took me into that room. He thought the seal might weaken if he cut it, he said as he tightly gripped the bed sheets. He put me on the table and tears began to make soft sounds as they landed on the bed. He didn't even knock me out, he said as his voice cracked, sobs racking his shaking body. Everyone's eyes went wide with shock. Kakashi punched the wall, making a fairly large hole. Sasuke just sat where he was, his eyes filled with disbelief. No. He was awake. Sakura thought in horror. Her right hand went to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Oh God, oh Naruto, she said as she pulled him into a hug. Naruto simply sank into her arms, his crying getting ever louder as he began to rock back and forth. Sasuke wanted to comfort his brother, but he was at a loss as to how. He wasn't the hugging type. And since Sakura seemed to be handling it well, he stayed where he was, wishing he knew what to say. Tsunade moved next to Naruto and Sakura and sat down. She moved her hand in small circular motions on Naruto's back. Tears rolled down her face as she spoke. Shish, shish, shish. It's all right. You're safe now. Her voice hardened. I swear, Orochimaru will pay for this. Later that day, Tsunade checked Naruto out of the hospital and escorted him home. She stayed with him the entire day. When he announced he wanted to go to bed, she told him she would keep watch for the night. Once he was asleep, she quietly shut the door to his bedroom. She and Kakashi moved to Naruto's couch and sat down. She nodded to herself. I've decided, Hatake. Decided what, Hokage-sama? I'm going to ask Naruto to move in with Shizune and myself. I'm going to adopt him, she said with determination. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow in surprise. What brought this on? I want him where I can make sure he's safe. And also, she said as she glanced around Naruto's apartment, I can't stand to see him living alone. He deserves better, she said with a frown. Kakashi smiled with his eyes. I'm sure you'll make a wonderful mother for him. I had actually considered doing the same thing at one point. But I just know I'd make a terrible father, he said as he chuckled. Tsunade laughed just as a wave of energy blasted through the room, knocking them both over. As soon as she could move, she made a beeline for Naruto's room. Come on, Hatake. This must be what Sakura was talking about. Kakashi ran after her and another energy wave hit them. He was knocked to the floor, but Tsunade managed to push against it. Shielding her eyes from the force of the energy with her arms, she moved forward. All of Konoha was in chaos. People who had run outside to see what was going on were now trying to get back inside to get away from the energy waves. Sakura! Sasuke yelled as he fell into step next to her. They were running at top speed toward Naruto's apartment. Sakura's face was hard with determination. Hurry, Sasuke-kun. It's Naruto. I know, Sasuke replied, just as he noticed another wave headed for them. Sakura, hold on, he said as locked wrists with her. From top speed they were reduced to barely jogging as they fought to stay on their feet. It's getting stronger as we get closer, Sakura thought as the wave passed and they picked up speed again. She looked behind her and noticed several Junins and a few Anbu following them. Sasuke noticed Sakura looking backward and did the same. They probably know where we're headed, he said as they continued toward their destination. Tsunade opened Naruto's door and her face was instantly etched in amazement. Shockwave after shockwave of energy made it so she had to grip the door frame so tightly that she was making indents in the wood. Naruto's body was surrounded by a yellow light. Is that chakra? She thought. Suddenly Naruto's eyes snapped open as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Naruto! She yelled as she watched his body writhe in agony. Ah! Naruto screamed again. This pain. It's just like when Kyuubi put his claw through me. Suddenly, everything stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Naruto went limp. He was covered with sweat and breathing hard. Tsunade cautiously approached the bed. Naruto, she said as she sat down next to him. She reached down and grabbed his hand. Gee, Granny Tsunade. Naruto began as he squeezed her hand. Shish, sleep now, Tsunade said as she ran her hand over his forehead and damp hair. Something must be wrong with Kyuubi. I'll talk to the village elders after I leave here. It's not Kyuubi, Naruto said weakly. What? How do you know? Tsunade asked, confused. He's dead. What? He used up too much energy when he healed me. He's gone. Then, what in the seven hells? Tsunade remarked. He said he gave me a going-away present, Naruto answered in between breaths. Going-away present? Tsunade's eyes went wide. Could that damn fox have? She looked backwards at the door as an extremely disheveled Kakashi wandered in. Hitaki, go get Hyuga, Hinata. I need her eyes, she said as a crashing sound came from the front door. Tsunade and Kakashi bolted towards the door to find Sasuke, Sakura and several of the higher-ranked ninjas standing there, looking ready for battle. Tsunade stepped forward. It's all right now. You may go back to your posts. What was that, Tsunade-sama? Asked Nabiki as Kakashi disappeared to get Hinata. It was Naruto. I will explain everything in the morning. For now, please just go tell everyone that things are under control, Tsunade said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Everyone except Sasuke and Sakura made an affirmative noise, bowed and disappeared. Tsunade waved the genin through. Come on you two. He's resting, she said as she led the way. Sakura and Sasuke stood in front of Naruto's bed. He had fallen asleep. What happened, Tsunade-sama? Sasuke asked. Truthfully, I have a theory, but I need Hinata before I can confirm it. The one thing I do know for sure, is that Kyuubi is dead. Dead, Sakura repeated in surprise. Naruto told me himself. Kyuubi used too much power trying to heal him, Tsunade explained. Kakashi and Hinata came through the door just then. We're here, Kakashi said. That was fast, Tsunade remarked. She was already on her way here, Kakashi answered. Good, Hinata-chan, I want you to use your Byakugan to look inside Naruto, Tsunade said. Hinata's eyes went wide and she blushed. Circa, couldn't you ask Neji-ni-san? No, Tsunade answered steadily. Neji and his team are on a mission right now. But, Hinata began. I need this taken care of now, Hinata, Tsunade said gently. Hinata nodded and gulped. I won't be seeing anything. I won't be seeing anything. It's just his chakra, she thought to calm herself. Byakugan. Veins became more defined around her eyes as she began her examination. After a moment she pulled back, confusion spread across her face. Well, Tsunade prodded. I don't understand Hokage-sama. His chakra, it's yellow, Hinata replied. I thought so, Tsunade said as she stood up. She quickly recapped to Kakashi about Kyuubi's fate. After that she said, Naruto said Kyuubi gave him a gift. I had my suspicions, but I needed the eyes of a Hyuga. The only thing, other than having a demon sealed inside him, that could have changed his chakra color like this is an infusion of chakra from another person, a dying person. Kakashi's face instantly showed an expression of shock and understanding. So you're saying? Tsunade nodded. Yes, Kyuubi gave Naruto his chakra. Chapter 5. Naruto opened his eyes the next morning to find Tsunade sleeping, sitting up, next to his bed. He smiled. He stood up and tapped the fifth Hokage on the shoulder. Hey, Granny Tsunade. Tsunade opened her eyes. Morning, kiddo. How are you feeling? She asked as she stretched her arms above her head. Better. He paused for a moment. Hey, Granny. Tsunade twitched. Naruto, would you please stop calling me that? She said in exasperation. Naruto simply laughed and scratched the back of his head in an impish manner. Tsunade sighed in defeat. What did you want to ask me? She said as she got up and worked the kinks out of her joints. Naruto's face became more serious. What's happening to me? Tsunade looked thoughtful. Come sit down, she said as she walked toward the couch. Naruto followed and took a seat across from Tsunade on his slightly beat-up, puffy armchair. What you told me about Kyuubi last night got me thinking. So, after you fell asleep I had Hinata take a look at your chakra. For reasons he was unsure of, this made Naruto uncomfortable. He didn't want anyone looking at his insides, much less a girl. Your chakra has changed, Naruto, Tsunade said as leaned forward. She interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. Changed. It's now yellow. And the reason for that is that the gift Kyuubi gave you was his chakra. And what happened last night was the result of the two chakras merging. Naruto's eyes went wide. Will it happen again? He asked with a bit of fear in his voice. I don't think so. I think last night was the completion of the process, Tsunade answered reassuringly. Naruto visibly relaxed. Thank God, he thought. Suddenly, understanding dawned on the blonde's face. Does that mean, a smile began to work its way across his face, that I'll have that power all the time now? Tsunade nodded with a smile. Yes. Naruto jumped up from the armchair and punched the air. Yes. Tsunade blinked, startled for a moment, then laughed. Yes, yaha, he whooped loudly, jumping over and over again. Tsunade took a break from her laughter and stood up. Naruto, she said as she placed a firm hand on his shoulder, Naruto, calm down. There's still more we have to discuss, she said with a warm smile. Naruto resumed his former seating arrangement, still grinning like a Cheshire cat. Tsunade hemmed. Now, this also means that you need to do some heavy training for a few weeks, Naruto happily nodded, under my supervision. At Naruto's sudden, killjoy frown she added, so that we know what to expect with your new chakra. I've controlled it just fine before, Naruto grumbled, his arms folded across his chest. Using someone else's chakra while they are still alive to help you control it and having their chakra merged with your own are two entirely different things, Naruto, Tsunade said firmly. Alright, Naruto said reluctantly. And during this training period you will be staying at my estate, Tsunade added. What? Naruto yelled incredulously. I thought you might react that way. But it's an order as your superior, so go and pack your things, Tsunade replied in an authoritative tone. Naruto made a low, irritated growl as he stood to go to his room. After a few very noisy minutes, mostly due to the fact that the room was an absolute disaster area after the events of the previous evening, he reappeared with an insanely full backpack. Ready, he grumbled under his breath. Look at it this way, Tsunade said as they headed for the door, you get a chance to see how a Hokage lives, she said with a wink. Naruto brightened a bit and the two walked out the door into the warm, morning sunshine. Naruto just stood there, his mouth hanging open. He could have easily been mistaken for a statue as he gaped at the massive building that was Tsunade's home. Tsunade watched Naruto with a bemused smile. If he likes this, wait till he sees the indoor hot spring, she thought to herself. Truthfully, she could have just gone with him to the training grounds every day. He didn't have to live with her. She was hoping that being at her home for a few weeks might make him more susceptible to the idea of staying there permanently. Naruto, Tsunade called. Naruto. Naruto shook his head rapidly and looked at the fifth. Let's go, she said as she headed for the front entrance. Naruto hiked up his backpack and followed her. They walked through the gardens that covered a large portion of the front yard. A few higher-level ninjas, who were walking around carrying various reports, stopped for a moment to greet Tsunade. She said hello and took a look at some papers they wanted her to sign. Naruto just stood there, not saying anything. He was naturally a bit cautious of the Konoha adults at first. Always suspicious of their inner thoughts. Hello, Naruto, said a female chunin brightly, while awaiting her turn to talk to Tsunade. Naruto looked at the girl speaking to him. He decided she seemed genuinely nice. Hi, he said with a smile. I'm Nabiki. Nice to finally meet you. What do you mean? Tsunade-sama's told me so much about you, that I feel like I know you already, Nabiki said with a grin. Naruto smiled. He loved the fact that Tsunade seemed to care about him like family. He used to be able to count the number of people who cared about him on one finger, namely Iruka-sensei, but now they just seem to keep on coming. Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Hinata, Shizune, Jiraiya, Lee, so many people. They cared for him, accepted him. He had never imagined before a year and a half ago that it was possible. I practically live here so you'll be seeing me a lot, Nabiki said as the Junin who had been speaking to Tsunade left. Oh, my turn. I'll talk to you later, she said with a smile. Just then Shizune came walking down the stone path. Ah, Shizune, Tsunade greeted. It'll be a few minutes before I'm done here. Would you mind showing Naruto to his room? Shizune bowed warmly. Of course, Tsunade-sama. She turned to Naruto. Follow me please, she requested with a smile. As Naruto walked through the large front entrance of the house he couldn't help but think, I can't wait till this is mine. Shizune led Naruto through the main foyer, down a long hallway lined with doors and up a flight of stairs, finally ending up at a door that had the kanji for Naruto on it. The foxy ninja was confused. Hey, Shizune-san. Yes, Naruto. Shizune replied as she put her hand on the doorknob. Why's my name on the door? I'm only staying for 2 weeks, Naruto questioned. Shizune froze for a second. I have to come up with an excuse, fast. She thought. She smiled brightly. Tsunade-sama just wanted you to feel at home. Naruto smiled and followed Shinzune as she walked inside the room. For the second time that day, he lost his ability to do anything but stare. The room was at least 20 by 25 feet in diameter with a 9-foot ceiling. There was a bed twice the size of his at the end of the room to his left. The sheets and pillowcases were a burnt orange color, just a little darker than his jacket. The bedspread was dark blue with a yellow Konoha symbol in the center. An area rug that matched the bedspread lay in the center of the room. A small stereo was on the far right wall, next to the doors for an enormous walk-in closet. There was also a TV with a video game system near the stereo. A phone and an alarm clock sat on a cedar nightstand next to the bed. A large dresser was nestled in the space between the two windows and plain, square mirror hung above that. Naruto blinked away his trance-like state, walked further into the room and set his bag down on the bed. Wow, he said softly. Shizune smiled. I'm glad you like it. Naruto snapped to life. Like it. He ran over to the stereo and pointed at it. I have a stereo. And a Playtendo. He finished as he jabbed a finger in the direction of the game system. He then turned around, ran in the other direction, executed an aerial flip and landed perfectly in the middle of the bed. And the best freaking bed ever. Shizune laughed. I'll leave you to get settled, she said, still giggling in amusement. She walked to the door and opened it. She turned her head back to Naruto, who was now sprawled on the bed, looking, for all the world, like roadkill. If you need anything, just pick up the phone, dial 564 and I'll be right up. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Shizune-san. Shizune smiled. My pleasure, she replied. I'll see you later, she said as she walked out the door. Bye, Naruto replied. As soon as the door was shut, he closed his eyes in comfort. I could get used to this, he thought with a smile. Sakura began to run toward Naruto in slow motion. Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan. He yelled back with his arms stretched out for the impending romantic hug. When Sakura got to him though, instead of hugging him, she began poking him in the arm. Naruto. Naruto, wake up, Sakura said. The scene blurred, then Shizune's face focused into view. Naruto. We're going to be late. UHNNNN. Shizune-san. Naruto said as he sat up and rubbed his eyes. He frowned. You ruined a great dream, he grumbled. If it involved that Sakura girl, I don't want to know, Shizune said with a wave of her hand. Naruto did a double take. How do you know? Shizune giggled a bit. You talk in your sleep. Naruto turned tomato red, suddenly wishing the earth would open up and swallow him. Anyway, you need to get up. Tsunade wants us in the practice field in 15 minutes, Shinzune remarked, attempting to get back to her reason for waking up the blonde ninja. Naruto groaned and looked at the clock. 6:15 in the morning. Damn, she's as bad as Kakashi-sensei, he thought groggily. He rolled out of bed and shuffled over to his closet. Shizune, seemingly satisfied that she wouldn't have to wake him up again, walked back to the door. I'll be waiting for you by the front gate, she announced. Naruto simply nodded and pulled out his usual outfit. Good morning, Naruto, Tsunade said as she saw he and Shizune coming onto the field. Morning, Granny, Naruto said with a yawn. Twitch, hem. She waved a hand around in a circular motion. Welcome to my personal training ground. Once Naruto's eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight that had assaulted them after leaving the protective shade of the trees, he grinned at his surroundings. Now this is kick ass. The field had to have been at least a good 3 acres. A nasty-looking obstacle course took up nearly a third of it. In the middle was a small lake for practicing water-related jutsus, which also had jump poles in a small section of one end. There were various throwing targets and dummies scattered around the third of the field closest to him. A tiny wooded area to his right had a sign up that read, Trap Evasion Course. Enter at own risk. Okay, first thing we are going to do. Tsunade began. The obstacle course. Naruto interrupted, practically drooling at the sight of it. Tsunade, hem, loudly. First thing we are going to do is have you mold some chakra. Naruto looked absolutely crestfallen. Why? He complained. Tsunade simply cocked an eyebrow at him. Naruto sighed and was about to do as asked, when he got an idea. She wants me to mold chakra, I'll show her some chakra, he thought with a mischievous grin. He put his hands into his favorite seal. Tsunade's eyes went wide. Naruto. Wait. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Instantly the entire first acre of the field was filled with Narutos, all pushing and scrambling to get out from under one another. This included the trap evasion course, which set off every single trap, all at once. Get down, Tsunade shouted as a hail of poison-tipped spikes shot out of the woods, barely missing everyone and taking out most of the replications in the process. After the danger was past, she stood and glared at her temporary student. Naruto desperately wanted to be somewhere else. He began. That is why, Tsunade growled as she stood to her full height. She took a deep breath to regain her composure. Now, just mold some chakra, she said in a mildly dangerous tone. Naruto gulped. Why, yeah, making a basic molding seal, he pushed out just enough chakra to give himself a yellow glow. Tsunade nodded in approval. Alright, now a little more. Keep going until you feel yourself losing control, then stop, the 5th Hokage instructed. She then turned to Shizune. Shizune, you may want to step back a bit. The memory of what had happened with the Kage Bunshin still fresh in her mind, Shizune didn't hesitate to move back by a good 50 feet. Naruto's glow had taken on the likeness of a bonfire as it continued to grow in size. Keep control, he chanted in his mind. Tsunade watched with a thoughtful gaze as the chakra aura towered over its owner by nearly 6 feet. I think 2 weeks may not be enough, she thought warily. Suddenly, the chakra flattened down to the ground, shooting sideways as a ring of energy, pushing rocks and dirt toward Tsunade and Shizune with frightening speed. Tsunade managed to jump to a branch in the tree next to her, but Shizune was pummeled to the ground just before a fist-sized rock hit her in the head. Shizune! Tsunade screamed. Tsunade immediately jumped down to her friend's side, her eyes wild with fear. Shit! Naruto yelled as he ran over to the two women, regret and fear flooding his features. Shizune-san! He yelled as he skidded to a halt next to them. He watched Tsunade treat her friend, a lump rising in his throat. Is she gonna be alright? He asked in a choked voice as tears filled his eyes. No answer. Granny Tsunade! He yelled. Tsunade sighed with relief. Yes. Amazingly, it's just a concussion and some mild lacerations. Tsunade-sama. Naruto began. Tsunade held up a hand. We'll talk later. Right now I want to get her to my infirmary, she said as she cradled Shizune in her arms and stood to leave. Naruto nodded and followed the Hokage back through the trees. A doctor stood at the end of Shizune's bed with a clipboard. I have all the information I need. I'll take care of her. She looked in the direction of an open door. You go take care of him, she said, referring to the boy slumped on the bench in the hallway. Tsunade made a slight half smile, half frown, then went to see Naruto. She'll be alright, she said as she sat down next to him. Yeah, Naruto replied with a monotone voice. Naruto, look at me, she said as she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up, but his expression was empty. It hurt to see his usual, carefree grin replaced by such a ghastly hollowness, but she smiled reassuringly anyway. It was an accident. I know exactly what you're thinking and you're wrong. I'm not going to stop caring about you over this. And I know Shizune will tell you the same when she wakes up. A small amount of life came back to the young boy's eyes. Really? A warm smile found its way to the Hokage's face. Yes. She put 2 fingers under Naruto's necklace, lifting the stone up a little. I have considered you family ever since I gave you this necklace and I never abandoned family because of an honest mistake. Naruto wiped away the tears that had started to form and smiled. Thank you, old lady Tsunade, he said as he gave her a big hug. The doctor came out of Shizune's room. She's awake. She turned to Naruto. She wants to talk to you, she said with a smile. Looking a little nervous, Naruto stood and followed the doctor inside the room. Shish, Shizune-san. Naruto. I'm okay, Shizune said with a weak smile. I'm sorry. Naruto began. Naruto, it's alright. You didn't mean it. Shizune winced as her headache spiked a bit. She put her hand to her forehead. Although, I hope you don't mind if I don't go to your next training session, she said with a small laugh. Naruto allowed himself a slight chuckle as he wiped away some fresh tears. He sniffed. No problem. Shizune yawned. I think I'm going to take a nap. Tsunade smiled and ruffled her friend's hair. Glad you're okay. Sleep tight. Shizune looked slightly annoyed. Tsunade-sama, she scolded. I am too old for that kind of treatment. Tsunade simply chuckled and waved goodbye as she walked away. Bye, Shinzune-san, Naruto said as he fell in step behind the 5th. Shizune just smiled. Good luck, she thought. Chapter 6. An hour after leaving Shizune's room, Naruto and Tsunade stood in the training field once again. Whenever you're ready, Tsunade said as she climbed into the tree next to her so she could watch from a safer vantage point. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the chakra glowed around him again. It reached the same height as before, only this time it stayed stable for a little longer before Naruto stopped. A very small pulse escaped his body, but nothing Tsunade needed to worry about. Tsunade smiled. Much better. Again. Sakura sat on the front steps of her home. She was lost in thought. Sasuke had warmed up to her considerably since Naruto brought him back to the leaf, but he still wouldn't respond to her advances. What if he never accepts me? She thought in despair. She put her head in her arms in sadness. Sakura-san, said a familiar male voice. Sakura looked up to see Rock Lee looking down at her with a concerned face. Hi, Lee-kun. Are you okay? Nothing you can help with, Sakura said as she wiped away the tears she hadn't realized were there. Lee frowned. He knew exactly what bothering her. Damn you, Sasuke. Why must you make my goddess cry? He suddenly felt the need to do at least something. He put a firm, yet loving, hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura-san, wait here, I'll be right back, he said as he disappeared. Sakura stared at the spot he had previously occupied in confusion. What the? Lee jumped from rooftop to rooftop, looking for his quarry. Even if this hurts me, I must help her, he thought with determination. Sasuke kicked the tree for the 50th time. Each time his inspiration for the kick alternated between Orochimaru and Itachi's faces. The tree was beginning to groan under the strain as the base became thinner and thinner with each kick. Suddenly, there was a green blur and his kick was stopped in midair. Uchiha Sasuke. I must speak with you, Lee said with a glare as he dropped Sasuke's foot. Sasuke glared back, not because Lee was glaring, but because his training was interrupted. What is it, Rock? I don't have time for this. It's about Sakura-san. Sasuke sighed and lowered his head. Fine, talk. Do you know she loves you? Lee asked. Of course I do. And she told me as much before I left, Sasuke said as he sat down with his back against the tree. Why do you push her away then? Do you understand how lucky you are to have such a wonderful girl want you? Lee lowered his eyes. I only wish I was that lucky, he said sadly. Sasuke sighed in frustration. You want the truth. I don't want anyone right now. Until I kill Itachi, a relationship just wouldn't be worth it, because I don't care if I die fighting him. And besides that, I could never see her that way. She's just a good friend. But if I tell her that, it will kill her. She needs to know the truth, Lee said firmly. Sasuke shook his head. I think right now it's best if she thinks she still has a chance with me, until she finds someone else. It's less painful that way. So, you don't mind if I pursue her then? Lee asked carefully. Sasuke smirked ruefully. Do as you like. A bush behind the two boys rustled. Just as they looked behind them, a splash of pink disappeared through the trees. They looked at each other. Sakura, they said in unison before running off after her. Sakura, Sasuke called. Sakura-san, stop, Lee yelled. Damn it, she's already got 4-second head start. Which way did she go? He thought as he turned his head in different directions, looking for her. Sakura ignored the stinging of the whip-like branches as they made red marks across her face. She couldn't think. She just had to get away. Sakura-san, please, Lee yelled with desperation while fumbled with his leg warmers as he ran, trying to get them off so he could remove his weights. Sakura could hear nothing but the pounding of the blood in her veins. Stupid, I'm so stupid, she screamed inside her mind. Lee got sick of wasting time. He took out his kunai and sliced off both his leg warmers and his weights, cutting his bodysuit and scratching his skin in the process. Sasuke had to shield his eyes from the dirt and debris that Lee kicked up as he ran at top speed. Good luck, Lee, Sasuke thought as he halted his pursuit. Sakura's head start had only delayed the inevitable. Lee saw her to his right. There, he thought. He caught up to her and grabbed her wrist. Let me go, Sakura screamed at the black-haired ninja. Sakura, please, calm down, Lee begged as he grabbed the other wrist to keep her from flailing her arms. Leave me alone, the pink-haired kunoichi raged. Please, Lee said as he lowered his gaze. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Sakura stopped struggling immediately. Lee-kun, I would never hurt myself, Sakura said firmly. Lee sighed in relief and released Sakura's wrists. Thank goodness. I'm glad you care about me so much, but I just want to be alone right now, Sakura said in a choked voice. Lee blew out a frustrated puff of air from his nose. All right, but, if you need someone to talk to. Sakura nodded and Lee left. Thank you, Lee-kun. The last bit of chakra dissipated, this time leaving no shockwave. Tsunade jumped down from her perch in the tree. Excellent, Naruto, she said, clapping her hands in approval. Naruto's face broke out into a foxy grin. Thanks, Granny Tsunade. Tsunade ignored the jibe at her age. She had gotten used to it in the week Naruto had been there. And, she had noticed, that he said it less often now that it didn't bother her as much. I think you're finally ready to start on the obstacle course, she said with an approving smile. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. He looked positively insane with glee. Really? Really, Tsunade replied. Naruto clenched both his fists in front of his face in excitement. Yes, he said with a grin. Tsunade's face became serious. Don't get carried away. This course was not designed for genin. If you don't take it seriously, you will wind up back in the hospital. Naruto grimaced, but his foxy grin returned quickly. Don't worry about me, Granny. I can handle it, he said with confidence. Tsunade folded her arms and smiled. We'll see. She walked over to the course. Naruto followed, barely able to stop himself from running ahead. She stopped in front of a wooden platform raised 10 feet off the ground. This is the starting point. She barely got out before Naruto jumped up onto the platform. She hemmed. Please pay attention, Naruto. Naruto nodded fervently as his eyes darted all about, taking in the different aspects of the course. Just tell me when I can start. Tsunade rolled her eyes and shook her head. All right, first we have your basic zipline, she said, waving a hand toward the long, inclined rope in front of her student. Naruto looked dejected. A zipline? I used those in the academy. Tsunade smiled. Yes, But did the ziplines in the academy do this? She said as she pulled a lever in front of her. Suddenly, the ground under the zipline came alive with extremely wide logs moving in a piston-like fashion, threatening to pound the life out of whoever tried to pass them. Naruto grinned. Now that's more like it, he said as he cracked his knuckles. Now, I'm not going to show you everything on the course in advance, so you will need to be suspicious of everything. Don't let your guard down. Even if you think the course is over, Tsunade said warningly. I got it, Naruto said with a nod. Tsunade raised her arm. Ready, begin, she said as she brought her arm down in a cutting motion. Naruto took a running leap and grabbed onto the zipline's handle. Tsunade pulled the lever and the logs began to jut upwards. As he was moving, he realized, to his horror, that the logs didn't stop at a low enough height to allow him to pull his body over them. A log came up under him and the force of it shot him into the air like an undignified sack of potatoes. Tsunade rushed under the falling boy and caught him. She set him down. Are you alright? She asked. Alright, Naruto yelled indignantly. What the hell is that? He said as he pointed toward the zipline. Tsunade cocked an amused eyebrow. A zipline? Naruto was extremely irritated. There's no way in hell to get past those things. He raged. You have to find a way. Be creative, Tsunade said, ignoring Naruto's rant. Naruto made an indignant growl. She grinned. Are you going to give up? Hell no, Naruto said confidently. Tsunade smiled. Alright then. She pointed to a picnic table 23 feet away that had a book laying on it. I'll be over here if you need me, she said as she walked to the table. As soon as Tsunade's back was turned, Naruto's grin disappeared and he glared at his newfound foe. Alright, he said as he jumped up on the platform. He stared at the zipline for a moment. Damn it, she's just as sadistic as Ero Sennin, he thought in irritation. He jumped up and started down the zipline, only to come to the same end as before. Damn it, he yelled in frustration and pain. As Tsunade read her book, a maid brought her a glass of juice. She heard Naruto cursing the zipline and laughed. She then noticed the glass that had been set down in front of her and frowned. Yamiko, she said to the maid. I asked for sake. Yamiko bowed. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Shizune-san told me bring you juice instead. Tsunade tensed in annoyance. She curled her right hand into a fist. That interfering little. Yamiko knew where this was going. Excuse me, Tsunade-sama. I have other duties to attend to, she said as she bowed and hurried away. Naruto tried dodging to the side, but the logs were so big around that it was useless. Finally, he sat on the platform, gasping for breath. Damn it, how the hell do I? Suddenly, Naruto stood up. He stared at the zipline for a second more, then nodded in affirmation. He brought his hands together into a chakra molding seal. His hands began to glow. He looked at them and smiled. All right. Naruto jumped onto the zipline. As the dizzying speed brought him close to the first log, he used the chakra to stop the handle's movement. Once the log went down, he began moving again. He continued this all the way down the line until he jumped triumphantly onto the end platform. He began jumping up and down, punching the air. Woo! Yaha! Tsunade heard Naruto's yelling and looked up. As soon as she saw him jumping around on the platform, she grinned. She knew exactly how he had beat it. She stood and walked over to the hyperactive genin. I knew you could do it, brat, she said with a grin as she reached him. Naruto flipped off the platform and landed perfectly in front of the fifth. What's next? He said excitedly. Tsunade grimaced. Home, she said with a yawn. Naruto looked completely deflated. But, Naruto, you passed a pretty tough chakra control test. I think that's enough for today. Besides, she looked to the sky, it's getting too dark to see what you're doing. She put a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Naruto smiled widely. Thanks, Granny. When are you going to stop calling me that? Tsunade asked with a frown. Naruto simply grinned evilly at Tsunade. She sighed and began to walk toward the house. Naruto followed. As they walked, Naruto looked back at the training field. I can't wait till tomorrow. Chapter 7. When Naruto opened his eyes, for the third time, the first thing he noticed was that it was still dark outside. He grumbled to himself. Damn it, I can't get back to sleep, he thought in frustration. Tsunade had made him go to bed early so they could train before she went to work. Why the hell isn't she up yet? He thought irritably. Naruto got up, threw on his usual outfit and trudged out the door to find Tsunade's room. He figured she would be on the top floor. As far as security went, it made the most sense. 3 flights of stairs later, he found himself at the end of a hallway that had 3 doors. 2 were along the sides. The third was at the end. That's gotta be it, he thought. As Naruto began to walk down the hall, he started to get the feeling he was being watched. A few spots on the walls became the focus of his attention. Guards hidden in the walls, huh? I just hope they know I'm a guest and not an enemy. Almost as if they heard his thoughts, camouflage sheets made to match the walls of the hallway dropped from the bodies of 3 Junin, including a certain spiky-haired sensei. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes. Naruto smiled. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi walked over to his former student. Naruto, if you're thinking of waking up the 5th, then you need to go back downstairs. She'll kill you, he said nonchalantly. Naruto turned to Kakashi with a defiant gleam in his eye. She told me to be up this early and she's still in bed. He said loudly. And besides, he continued just as loudly, she doesn't scare me. The guards all simultaneously sucked in a breath as their eyes widened. As they took a step back, Naruto slowly turned around to see Tsunade standing behind him, hair bedraggled, cracking her knuckles. Naruto, Tsunade said in a low voice. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto sucked in a breath through his teeth and backed up a few steps. Tsunade put on a dangerously fake sweet smile. You know it's 4 in the morning, right? A vein popped on Naruto's forehead. You made me go to bed at 9 o'clock. Because you wanted me to train early before you went to work. Tsunade's expression quickly changed to one of confusion. She put a finger sideways to her mouth as though she were trying to recall her words. I did, she said with a yawn. Naruto's expression instantly became incredulous. You don't remember. Tsunade was not fazed in the slightest. She scratched her right arm absent-mindedly. No, she said as she yawned again. Just go back to bed, she said as she turned to go back to her room. Go back to bed? How the hell do you expect me to sleep? Count sheep, Tsunade replied as she walked into her room and shut the door. Naruto stood there, seething for a moment before turning around and trudging down the stairs. When he got to the bottom, he looked in the direction of the front door. Fine then, I'll train by myself, he thought. He left the house and was swallowed up by the darkness of the moonless night. Naruto stood on the platform for the zipline. He took a deep breath and stared at it for a moment. If the first obstacle had been so hard, what was the rest of it like? He knew it was dangerous to be at the course by himself, but he was so angry that he didn't care. He took a running jump and leapt for the zipline handle. Tsunade groaned and sat up. Damn brat, she thought in irritation. Now I can't sleep, she thought as she kicked off the covers. She got up and staggered out of the room. Kakashi. A camouflage blanket dropped from the wall. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Go wake up that brat. If he wants to work out, I'll give him the workout of a lifetime, she said with an evil smile. Hi, Kakashi said as he bowed and vanished. Naruto hopped off the end of the zipline and looked around to see where he needed to go next. The sun was starting to come up, so he didn't have to squint like he did when he had first come onto the field. He spotted a tiny red arrow. There. He jumped from the platform in the direction the arrow indicated. After a few seconds, Naruto wondered if he was supposed to have flipped another lever because nothing was happening. Suddenly, 2 giant logs came from both sides, threatening to flatten him in the middle. He jumped out of the way just in time to see some blunted kunai shooting toward him. He took out his own kunai and deflected as many as he could, but 4 out of the 10 hit him. 2 on his right shoulder, 1 on his ribcage and the other hit his left hip. Naruto winced in pain from the kunai hitting him. Even though they were blunt, they still hurt like hell. Naruto shot forward, turning in the direction the next arrow pointed. Tsunade came out of her room, pulling on her green haori. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared in front of her, without Naruto. Where is he? She asked. Kakashi bowed as he made his report. He wasn't in his room. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. Oh. Kakashi's expression was somewhat grave. He's nowhere in the house. Godime-sama, I know Naruto, and I think it's very possible that he went down to the training grounds by himself. Tsunade's eyes widened. What? In an instant, she was gone in a puff of smoke. Kakashi sighed. Naruto. You idiot. Naruto followed the next arrow into the trees. He dodged a spiked drop net. As he came to the next tree, the branch he landed on exploded. Naruto dropped about 20 feet before he felt arms under his body. What? He thought. As soon as he realized it was Tsunade, he was angry. Tsunade landed and put down a furious Naruto. Just what the hell do you think you're doing, brat? Naruto fumed, but remained silent. Do you have any idea how stupid that was? I can take care of myself. Naruto shot back. Kakashi almost got killed running this course. Naruto's eyes went wide, then he gritted his teeth and looked up at Tsunade. That doesn't mean it'll kill me. Tsunade's expression softened a bit. She turned away from the blonde-haired genin. Come back to the house, she said in a commanding voice as she began walking. I can do this, Naruto yelled. Tsunade stopped mid-step. I know you can, Naruto, she said in a soft tone of voice. Naruto had been expecting her to snap back at him again. Tsunade sniffed and hurriedly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. She turned back to Naruto. But not without me here in case something goes wrong. She sighed heavily. I don't want you to get killed. Naruto, noticing that her eyelashes were wet, looked at the Hokage in confusion. Was she crying? Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment in thought. When she opened them again she nodded her head in decision. All right, Naruto. But let's get something to eat first, she said with a small smile. Naruto's face brightened considerably. Okay. Both ninjas turned and jumped into the trees toward the house. Tsunade was glad, as they leapt from branch to branch, that Naruto could not see the relieved tears that were carried away on the wind. Seconds, Naruto said as he held up his bowl. The maid who was serving breakfast glared at Naruto as she took the bowl from his hand. Tsunade noticed, but didn't say anything. As Naruto started downing his fourth bowl of breakfast ramen, Tsunade stood up. Excuse me, Naruto. I need to speak with Izumi for a moment, she said with a hard stare at the now nervous maid. Tsunade motioned for Izumi to follow her as she left the room. Tsunade led Izumi into a room a few doors down the hallway. She didn't want Naruto to hear the conversation that was about to take place. She shut the door and turned sharply toward Izumi, who was now looking like a cornered mouse. If I ever see you look at Naruto that way again, you will no longer be employed at this house. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Izumi answered. She was silent for a moment before speaking again in a voice that was strong, yet respectful. But, I don't understand. Why? It's just Kyuubi, she said, sounding genuinely confused. The instant she finished, she knew she shouldn't have said it. Even before the loud slap that came across her face. He is a human boy and I don't ever want to hear you suggest otherwise. Tsunade snapped. He killed my sister, Izumi cried as she cradled her sore cheek. Naruto is not Kyuubi. Kyuubi was sealed inside him. Naruto was keeping you and everyone you care about safe. I didn't know, Izumi answered. Wait a minute, what do you mean he was keeping us safe? Tsunade flinched. She'd forgotten that she hadn't told everyone about that yet. Kyuubi is dead. It is, Izumi said in shock. Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that Naruto has never been a danger to you, Tsunade said in a low voice. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I apologize, Izumi said as she made a low bow. Tsunade, seemingly satisfied with this, nodded. Return to your duties. Izumi bowed again. Yes, she replied before walking out the door. Naruto stood the beginning of the course, eagerly awaiting Tsunade's signal. Suddenly, she appeared next to the platform. Everything is reset. Are you ready? Tsunade reported. Yeah. Tsunade pulled the lever. Go. Naruto was off like a shot. He reached the end of the zipline, dodged the two swinging logs, deflected most of the blunt kunai, dodged the drop net and then made sure to use ninja wire to carry himself over the exploding branch. Seeing another arrow down and to his right he dove in that direction. Tsunade followed the flash of orange that was Naruto by running along the ground through designated, safe zones. He's gotten faster, she thought as Naruto sped through a fearsome-looking gauntlet of fire traps. Shit, that was close. Old lady Tsunade wasn't kidding. This is one hell of a course. Naruto thought as he dodged the last of the walls of fire only to find himself heading right for a large net. Crap, he pulled out a kunai and sliced through it. About a second later he landed on a branch only to have it break out from under him, dropping him 10 feet to the ground. He got up and looked for the next arrow. He spotted it about 5 feet in front of him. He didn't take more than 2 steps before he noticed a tripwire on the ground. He was about to go over it when he remembered the triple wire trap that he had tripped when he and the others had gone after Sasuke. He decided to jump over it. A small landmine exploded under his feet, knocking him down. He got up and started running again. More mines exploded as he pushed forward. He dodged them easily now that he knew to look for them. Naruto saw an arrow pointing to the trees and headed up. The branch he landed on was connected to another tree about 50 feet away by a thin log. He shrugged and began to run across the log only to discover very quickly that it was not as stable as it appeared. It rolled to the side, nearly dropping him 62 feet to the forest floor. He managed to use chakra to hang on, but when he tried to climb back to the top the log simply rolled him back to square one. Naruto dipped his head backwards and looked at the other side. Okay, he thought, nodding his head in decision. He carefully got to his feet. Once he was sure he had a solid grip he began to run along the underside of the log using chakra. When he reached the end he flipped down to a branch a few feet away. He looked around for the next arrow. He found it quickly and began moving again. Naruto followed an arrow down to ground level. In front of him was a large pond with several, small platforms on posts about a foot out of the water. She's kidding, right? I can just run across this, he thought with a smirk. Naruto collected chakra to his feet and ran onto the pond. No more than 4 steps into his run he noticed something moving in the water. He barely managed to miss being pulled under by a very large alligator. He immediately jumped up onto one of the platforms. Is she insane? I can't believe she had that thing in there, he thought as he jumped his way to the other side of the pond. Tsunade smiled. Very good, she thought happily. She looked ahead of his current position and frowned. I wonder how he'll do on that one. The next arrow led back into the trees again. Naruto was getting tired. He never thought the course would be so long. He made a jump to the next branch. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a large, metal ball on a chain swinging towards him. Shit, he yelled as he jumped up to the top of the ball and leapt for the branch ahead of him. Another ball came from the other side of him, but as he jumped to avoid that one, a third ball came from a higher position. Naruto couldn't dodge the new ball in time. Ag! He cried out in pain as it smashed into his body. He was sent flying toward a huge wall of spikes. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto tucked himself into a protective ball, even though he knew it wouldn't do him any good, and prepared for the oncoming pain. Chapter 8. No sooner had Naruto curled into a ball than he thought of a plan, uncurled and put his hands into his favorite seal, and this all happened in the space of about 3 seconds. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A perfect copy of Naruto formed in front of him. He pushed off the clone, made a backwards flip and landed safely on a large branch. Tsunade just stared in shock. She had been so sure that she was going to have to rescue the boy. Kakashi would be so pissed if he found out Naruto passed that one, she thought with a smirk. Naruto jumped up to the next branch to continue when he heard a shrill whistle from below. He turned to see Tsunade moving her hand in a "come here" gesture. That's enough for now, Naruto. Tsunade yelled. But I'm not tired. I know that, but I need to get to work. Naruto half sighed, half growled in defeat before jumping down from his perch in the tree. Tsunade smiled. You did well, brat. I'm proud of you, she remarked, ruffling the boy's hair. Naruto shook his head to remove the offending hand. Tsunade laughed. Let's go, Naruto. Naruto smiled and followed the fifth back to the house. Just remember to stay away from the course while I'm gone, Tsunade said as she grabbed a few books from her desk at the house. I know, Naruto said with a bit of irritation. He didn't like being babied. Tsunade was about to go out the door when she turned her head back to look at Naruto. Oh, and I have something I want to talk to you about when I get home, she said with a smile. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Okay. Tsunade turned back to the door and made a half wave. Later. Naruto decided to explore the house a bit. He hadn't had much time to look around since he was almost always at the training field. After walking through a couple of rooms he found a long, glass hallway filled with plants. There was a cobblestone path leading down the center of it. He stepped into the hall. This feels great. He noted the steam around him. It's so warm in here. At the end of the hall was a door with a sign on it that read, Hot Spring. Naruto's eyes widened in delight. When he saw the, in use, sign his expression changed to one of disappointment. It could be a guy in there though, he thought. He pushed the door open just a crack. Is anyone in here? He asked. No answer. Hello, he shouted. He looked at the sign again. Maybe someone left the sign on the wrong side. Naruto pushed the door open the rest of the way and walked in. He had difficulty seeing the hot spring due to the steam and stepped right off the edge into the hot water. Ah! He yelled at the temperature of the water. He heard another scream that was not his own and decidedly female. He squinted in the steam to see Nabiki backed up against the side of the spring, holding a towel up around her important features. Ah! Nabiki-chan. Forgive me, he said as he waved his hands frantically in the air in front of his face. This isn't what it looks like, I swear. He sputtered. He covered his eyes and waited to be slapped. Nabiki calmly removed the headphones that had kept her from hearing Naruto earlier. Naruto-kun, didn't you see the sign on the door? She asked with a frown. Naruto cautiously straightened himself. Why, yeah, but no one said anything when I asked if anyone was in here. Nabiki winced. It's my fault then, I was listening to some music. Guess I had it up too loud, huh? She said with a half laugh. Naruto blinked. You're not gonna hit me. Nabiki looked at him strangely. Why would I? It was an honest mistake. Naruto raised his eyebrows. If it had been Sakura she would have decked me for sure. Naruto-kun. Yeah. You can go now, Nabiki said with a, you've worn out your welcome, look. Naruto stood and got out of the water immediately. Why? Yeah, hey, bye, he said quickly just before bolting out of the room. Nabiki laughed. Too bad he's 4 years younger than me, she lamented, he's pretty cute. With that she sunk back into the relaxing water. Tsunade spread out the previous day's reports in front of her on the desk. She sighed. Might as well get started, she thought just before she heard a knock at the door. Yes. Genma poked his head in. Tsunade-sama, the head elder wishes to speak with you. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow in interest. Oh, she straightened herself and hemmed. Show her in then. The head elder walked in and Genma left the two women alone. So, what do I owe the honor of this visit? The elder I'm pretty sure they've never mentioned her name. Pulled a small envelope from the obi of her kimono. The third left instructions to give this to the new Hokage once they had settled into their duties. I believe the time has come, she finished as she handed the envelope to Tsunade. Tsunade turned over the rather plain-looking envelope a few times. What's it about? I do not know. I was told the contents were for your eyes only, the elder replied. I see. Thank you, elder, Tsunade said with a respectful nod. The elder nodded in kind and left the room. Tsunade sighed. Might as well open it, she said as she loosened the metal fastener on the envelope. She unfolded the one-page letter and began to read. After a short moment her eyes went wide. This is, my god. How could he have kept something like this from him? Naruto aimlessly wandered around the streets of Konoha, looking for something to do. He suddenly noticed Hinata wandering around in circles, staring intently at the ground. Hinata, he said, walking over to her. Hinata jumped a little at hearing her name called by her favorite voice in the world. She looked up. Naruto-kun. What's up? Hinata's cheeks took on a slight pink tinge. I was going to buy some groceries. But I dropped my money. Think it's around here somewhere, she said, looking around a bit. Naruto smiled. Want me to help you find it? Hinata waved her hands in the air. No, I couldn't ask why, you to go to the trouble, she said quickly, looking down as she finished. Bah, it's no trouble at all, Naruto said with a grin. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't help? Thank you, Naruto-kun. The two teens began looking around for Hinata's money. Not long into their search Naruto spotted what looked like a small billfold underneath the outside display of Ino's family shop. Hinata, is that it? He asked pointing to what he had found. Hinata smiled. Yes, it is. She picked up the billfold and quickly checked for missing bills. Satisfied that the money was all there she turned to Naruto. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. No problem. Hinata suddenly felt bold. Naruto-kun, I would like to treat you to ramen as a reward. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. For real? Why? Yes, Hinata replied with an embarrassed smile. Yaha, let's go Hinata. He grabbed Hinata's hand, not realizing the gesture would turn the poor girl into pudding. Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly. Seeing that Naruto hadn't heard her, she decided to just enjoy the feeling of holding his hand, even if he didn't mean anything romantic by it. Naruto finished off his bowl of ramen. Thanks a lot, Hinata, he said with that foxy grin of his. Hinata blushed a little. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Would you like another bowl? Really? You're the best Hinata, Naruto said just before he ordered his second bowl. Naruto grabbed his chopsticks and started eating. He gulped down his current bite and looked at the young Hyuga. Hey, Hinata, I just noticed today, you're stuttering less lately, he said with a smile. This turned Hinata bright red. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and went back to eating. Hinata just watched him eat. Why can't I say anything to him? Why won't my voice work? Naruto finished his bowl and noticed Hinata staring at him. For no reason he could think of, this made him blush a bit. Hinata. Hinata shook her head to banish her current train of thought. Yes. You okay? Yeah. Naruto frowned at the short answer. You want me to walk you home? Hinata's eyes went wide. Sure, she said, managing a smile. Naruto smiled and hopped off his stool. Let's go. Hinata nodded and followed him. As they walked, Hinata kept trying to think of something to say. You're alone with him. Say something, she mentally chided herself. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a girl appeared in front of Naruto. She was Naruto's age. She was wearing a basic pair of denim shorts and a t-shirt with a whale on the front. Her brown hair was worn in two puffy pigtails. Hi, Naruto-kun, said the blushing girl. Naruto looked a bit startled that this girl was talking to him, much less using kun with his name. Then he remembered her letter from his hospital stay. Momiji. Momiji began to shuffle her right foot. Did you like the flowers? Yeah, they were nice, Naruto replied with a small smile. Don't panic, they're just talking, Hinata chanted in her mind. Can I ask you a question, Momiji? Naruto said suddenly. Momiji looked up. Yes, she said with a smile. You hated the fact that I was even alive when we were at the academy. What changed? Naruto said with a mix of sadness and confusion. Momiji's eyes went wide and she quickly looked down. She felt sick to her stomach. That's right. Momiji yelling at Naruto. I always made fun of him. Momiji shoving Naruto aside to get to Sasuke. I'm sorry. I didn't know you then. You still don't, Naruto said plainly. Momiji swallowed. You just like me cause I beat Neji in the Chunin exam, Naruto continued. Momiji's eyes began to water. I'm sorry, Momiji, Naruto said, a touch of sympathy entering his voice. I won't be your new Sasuke. At this Momiji burst into tears and ran. Naruto was in shock. He'd never seen a girl act like this toward him. On the one hand he was flattered, on the other he hated the fact that her attentions were only for his fighting skill. He watched the shattered girl run and suddenly realized he'd been a little mean. He hadn't meant to. It just happened. Damn it, he swore under his breath. Naruto sat Hinata down on a nearby bench. I'm sorry, Hinata, but can you wait here? I'll be right back. Hinata frowned, but nodded her head in agreement. Momiji was surprised when Naruto appeared in front of her. Naruto-kun, she said in a choked voice. Naruto looked down for a second before raising his head and speaking. I'm sorry, I went too far, he said regretfully. Then he smiled. Wanna start over? Momiji smiled. Yes. I can't date you though, Naruto said quickly, before the girl got her hopes up too high. Momiji's face fell. You like someone else? Naruto smiled apologetically. Yeah. Oh, Momiji said as her eyes misted over once again. I have to get back to Hinata. I'll see you later, Naruto said gently. Momiji sighed and nodded her head in defeat. So, he likes Hinata. She thought as the object of her affections ran off. Hinata looked up when she sensed Naruto coming. Did everything go alright? Yeah, I let her down a little more gently this time, Naruto said with a slight grimace. Ready to go. Hinata nodded happily and stood. The two resumed their walk to the Hyuga estate. As they came within sight of the house, Hinata began to feel a little sad that their walk was drawing to a close. She stopped mid-step, causing Naruto to bump into her. Hinata? Naruto questioned. Hinata turned around, realized their faces were uncomfortably close and took a step back. She tented her fingers and blushed a bit. Naruto-kun, do you have anyone that you like? A bit of pink touched Naruto's cheeks and he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Why? Yeah, I kinda like Sakura-chan. Hinata's face fell. Oh. A look of confusion came to the blonde's face, which quickly turned to one of wide-eyed realization. Hinata, do you like me? Hinata's eyes widened in fear of being found out. There's my house. I have to go, she said as she ran to the house. Hinata, Naruto called after her. He wanted to follow her, but he was still in shock, and as such, his legs refused to move. Hinata likes me, he thought in confusion. All the times he had talked to her came rushing back to his thoughts. The way her stuttering got worse whenever she spoke to him. The way she always seemed nervous and blushed when she was around him. It suddenly all hit him like a ton of bricks. Hinata likes me. Naruto stood in stunned silence for a few moments, then turned around and started walking towards home. Uzumaki Naruto had a lot to think about. Chapter 9. 3 hours after she had received it, Tsunade read the letter in front of her for the 15th time. And every time she did, it made her feel sick inside. She sat down on the couch and let out a sigh. I wish I knew what the hell to do, she thought. She was suddenly brought out of her reverie by a loud voice. Granny Tsunade. Naruto yelled cheerfully as he bounded into Tsunade's living room. Tsunade's eyes widened as she quickly put the letter under the stack of books on the coffee table in front of her. It's 5 o'clock. Tsunade glanced at the clock on the far wall. So it is. She stood and walked over to the Chunin guard standing next to the doorway. Shikamaru. I'm taking Naruto down to the training field. Let me know if I'm needed. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Naruto waved to the boy as he walked out the door. Later, Shikamaru. Yeah, Shikamaru answered with a small smile. Naruto leapt to the top of the first metal ball and then to the top of each one after that. After landing on the platform on the other side, he shot downward, grinning as he saw a large, cement circle on the ground with the symbol of the leaf painted on it in red. He pushed off the branch he was on, made a flip in the air and landed on the leaf symbol in triumph, just before the entire circle fell inward, dropping him into a very deep pit with sharp spikes at the bottom. Ah! He yelled. He twisted his body so he was facing downward, bit his finger and made the seals for frog summoning. Kuchio's no jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, followed by an ear-shattering explosion of dirt and cement. When the smoke cleared, Gamabunta sat in the middle of a huge crater, looking very irritated. Tsunade's eyes were wide in shock. She remembered the tiny frog he had summoned when they battled Orochimaru. Of course, she had had no idea that Naruto had summoned Gamabunta before. How in the seven hells did he summon him? Gamabunta rolled an annoyed eye up towards the 13-year-old boy on his head. Hey, brat, I don't like being summoned in the middle of a fall. A vein popped on Naruto's head. I'm your subordinate, aren't I? He yelled indignantly. Tsunade's eyes re-widened. Naruto is his subordinate. When did this happen? She suddenly decided she didn't like not being part of the conversation. Oi, Gamabunta. The giant frog turned his head toward the voice that had just called to him. He gave her a wry smile when he saw Tsunade. Tsunade, you're loud as usual. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, but she smiled. When did Naruto become your subordinate? Gamabunta cocked an eye ridge. About 8 months ago. A confused look crossed the face of the 5th Hokage. Then why couldn't Naruto summon him back then? She thought, thinking of the battle with Orochimaru. She looked up at Naruto. You overdid it, brat. Naruto flashed a foxy grin and made several jumps before landing on the ground in front of Tsunade. I did it though, he said happily, obviously proud of himself. Tsunade smiled warmly. Yes, you did. Good job, brat, she said as she ruffled Naruto's hair. Gamabunta hemmed. Since you don't seem to need me anymore, I'll be going now, he said as he stretched and cracked what little neck he had to one side. Later, he said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade turned to Naruto. Well then, let's go back to the house, she said. Yeah, Naruto replied as he looked at the sky. Tsunade cocked her head to one side. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto blinked back his thoughts. Yeah, just thinking. About. Naruto turned his gaze back to the sky. It's kind of embarrassing. What, did a girl ask you out? Tsunade quipped. Naruto made an odd sound and flinched. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. I see. Well, not exactly asked me out. But she said something that made me realize she likes me, Naruto replied as he rubbed the back of his head. Who is it? Tsunade asked, genuinely interested. Naruto was suddenly defensive. HMPF. Like I'd tell you. You'd just make fun of me, he said as he stuck out his tongue. It's Hinata, isn't it? Tsunade said with a self-satisfied smirk. Naruto nearly bit the tongue that was still sticking out. How did you? Tsunade started laughing. Brat, I swear you are the only one who didn't know she likes you. Naruto simply looked down and grunted in irritation at having been laughed at for not having common knowledge. Tsunade cocked her head to one side thoughtfully. So, what? Naruto asked as he looked at Tsunade in question. So what are you going to do about this? Naruto looked away again. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to tell her I like Sakura-chan. Tsunade frowned. Naruto, does Sakura like you that way? Even a little bit. Naruto looked crestfallen. No. So why not give someone who does like you a chance? Naruto crossed his arms and twisted his face in thought. I'm not saying ask her out, but you could spend more time with her and see what happens, Tsunade said with a warm smile as she placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Was Naruto's only reply. You don't have to decide now, brat. Anyway, come over here and sit with me. I need to talk to you about something, Tsunade said, gesturing to the picnic table. Naruto shrugged and sat down. They sat there in silence for a full minute before Tsunade spoke. Naruto, I've been thinking about your situation a lot lately. Situation? Simply put, the fact that you live alone at your age bothers me, Tsunade said with a somber look on her face. I can take care of myself just fine. Naruto rebutted. That's not what I was referring to. I meant that you have no one to be there for you when you're home. I worry that you're lonely. Naruto shrugged. Maybe a little, but it's not like it's a new thing, ya know. The casual way Naruto spoke about loneliness made Tsunade feel like she'd been punched in the stomach. I was wondering if you would like to change that, she said carefully. Naruto looked at her strangely. Huh. Tsunade let out a long breath. Would you consider staying at my home permanently? What? Naruto said in confusion. I'd like to adopt you, Tsunade said with hope in her voice. Naruto, for his part, froze in place. These were words that he had never expected to hear in his lifetime. I'd like to adopt you. I'd like to adopt you. They echoed in his mind for what seemed like an eternity before he spoke. I don't need to be pitied, he said sadly. It's not pity, Tsunade replied, raising her voice a bit as she used her hands to raise herself up by pushing on the top of the table. She let out a sigh and sat down heavily. It's not pity. You're like a younger brother to me. I care about you like family. That's why I want to adopt you. You don't have to decide now, but I want you to know that even though I'd legally be your mother, I wouldn't treat you like a baby. You'd have pretty much the same life you did before, just more people to share it with," she finished with a smile. Naruto considered this for a moment. "I'll think about it," he said, a barely noticeable smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. Tsunade smiled warmly. "Good. Let's head back to the house." Naruto nodded and followed the fifth Hokage through the dense trees. When Izumi reached the dining room, Naruto was just finishing his ramen and was about to ask for seconds. Naruto noticed she looked distracted. "Hey." Izumi turned toward Naruto. "Yes. Are you okay?" Naruto asked. Izumi made a half-hearted smile. "Yes, I'm fine." "Okay," Naruto replied as he went back to eating. Izumi watched the boy sitting at the table. She'd had a lot of time in the past few days to think about how she had acted toward him. She had always considered herself to be a kind person, and knowing that she had willingly made an innocent boy feel so badly make her sick inside. It was time to set things right, even if it wasn't easy for her. "Naruto," Izumi said. Naruto looked up at the woman, his cheeks stuffed full of ramen. "Emra," meaning, "yeah." Izumi grimaced at having seen some of Naruto's ramen as he spoke with his mouth full. She cleared her throat. "I wanted to apologize." Naruto swallowed. "Huh." Izumi looked as though she were trying to find the right words. I was mean to you. I thought you were the Kyuubi. I'm sorry," she said as though the words were hard to get out. Naruto simply stared at Izumi, confused. None of the adults had ever apologized to him before. Thank you," Naruto said, his eyes becoming misty. "Maybe we could start over." Naruto wiped his eyes and smiled. "Yeah." Izumi made a small smile, turned around and went into the kitchen. Tsunade smiled warmly as she looked at Naruto. "Someday, brat. Someday all of them will apologize." The moonlight that cascaded through his window suddenly made him think of nothing but visiting Hinata, simply for the fact that the source of that light reminded him of her eyes. What should I do? Naruto let his head fall to the side so he could see the moon better. He could have sworn he saw her face appear on its luminescent surface. "Okay," he said decisively. "I'll go talk to her." With that, he jumped up from his bed and left for Hinata's house. Hinata lay on her bed, thinking, "How can I face him now that he knows?" A knock sounded on her door. She pushed herself to a sitting position. Yes. The door opened and Neji's head poked through. "Hinata-sama, Naruto is here to see you." Hinata made a high-pitched, short squeak as her eyes went wide as dinner plates. "Page, please tell him I'm not available." Neji sighed and walked into the room. "Hinata-sama, hiding from the man who is the object of your affections is not becoming for a future leader of our clan." He stood in front of her, arms crossed. "It displays cowardice. The clan will not follow someone who cannot face their fears." Hinata made her usual tented fingers gesture. But. Neji's expression became one of irritation as he pulled Hinata's fingers apart. "And stop doing that. It makes you look indecisive and weak." Hinata gulped and nodded. "Hi, Neji-ni-san." Neji pointed at the door. "Go," he commanded. Hinata started to bring her fingers together, stopped herself and stood up. "Okay," she said as her face took on a determined look. She walked out the door, leaving behind a very self-satisfied Neji. "Good luck, Hinata-sama," Neji thought with a smile. Naruto kicked the pebble he'd been beating up for the last 8 minutes, for the 100th time. He heard a noise behind him and turned around to see Hinata standing just beyond the light of her open front door. He was struck by how she looked. He was so used to seeing her in that bulky jacket of hers that the sight of her in denim shorts and a t-shirt made quite an impression. "Hinata-chan is so cute," he thought before he could stop himself. "Whoa, where'd that come from?" he thought as she walked up to him. Naruto-kun," Hinata repeated. Naruto shook his head and blinked back his thoughts. "Yeah, sorry, Hinata-chan, I just kinda spaced out there for a minute." Hinata smiled. That's okay. What did you want to talk to me about?" Naruto hemmed. "You wanna go get some ramen?" "I'd like that," Hinata said, surprised by the fact that she had just completed a sentence without stuttering while talking to Naruto. "Great," Naruto said as he started walking. A few minutes into their walk, Naruto spoke. "Hinata-chan, do you remember what you said this morning?" Suddenly the black-haired Hyuga wanted to run back to her room and dive under her bed. "Why? Yes," she replied nervously. She nearly made her finger-tenting gesture when a vision of Neji entered her mind. "It makes you look indecisive and weak." She quickly put her hands back down at her sides. "Well, I came to tell you that I don't feel the same way," Naruto said, his voice filled with apology. "Oh, Hinata said, as her eyes misted over. But, Naruto continued. Hinata looked up at Naruto with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. There's a, but. We can hang out more. And maybe after a while I'll change my mind, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata smiled widely. Really? Yup, no promises though. Do you mind just being my friend for now? Naruto asked. Hinata's smile was bordering on a grin. No. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto flashed her a foxy grin. Now let's go get that ramen, he said as he grabbed her hand and ran with her toward his favorite ramen stand. Naruto slurped up the last of his ramen and paid his bill. He turned to Hinata. I don't feel like going back to Granny Tsunade's house yet. You wanna hang out for a while? Sure, Hinata answered with a smile. They stepped out of the ramen stand and began walking down the quiet street. Hinata looked up at a large clock hanging from a building. It read 9 o'clock. I hope father won't be angry with me for staying out this late, she thought. Naruto and Hinata wound up near a pond not far from the base of the Hokage monument. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said suddenly as they neared the water's edge. You know how to skip rocks. Hinata replied, shaking her head. Naruto began scanning the ground for an appropriate rock. He found 2 of what he was looking for and handed one of them to Hinata. Just curl your wrist and then flick it like this, he said as he made the rock jump over the surface of the water 8 times. See, not much harder than throwing shuriken. That was great, Naruto-kun, Hinata said in admiration. Naruto grinned. Try it. Hinata squinted her eyes in determination. She threw the rock. It skipped twice. I did it, she said excitedly. Naruto was taken by surprise at this sudden outburst from the normally quiet girl. Nice, Hinata. When she turned to smile at him this time he was surprised when his heart skipped a beat. Naruto-kun, Hinata questioned, noticing the stunned look on the boy's face. Nothing, he desperately tried to think of something to change the subject. So, are things with Neji any better? He asked as he sat down on the ground. Hinata joined Naruto. Yeah, he's been much nicer to me since the Chunin exam. How about you? Heard you have been staying at Tsunade-sama's house. Yeah, you wanna hear something crazy? Naruto asked. Okay, Hinata replied, sounding unsure of Naruto's question. She wants to adopt me, Naruto said in a slightly more serious voice. Naruto-kun, that's wonderful. She saw Naruto's serious face and her enthusiasm melted. It's not wonderful, she asked in confusion. Naruto let out a long sigh. I don't know. I mean, I like my apartment. It's nice to know she cares about me, but. Naruto-kun, think you should tell her yes. I would be so happy to know that you aren't living alone anymore. Hate seeing you go home and not have anyone to welcome you, Hinata said with some sadness. Naruto looked at the ground. I guess that'd be nice. After a moment of silence he spoke again. Thanks, Hinata-chan, he said as he turned his face up to look at her. The combination of Naruto's warm smile, the moonlight making his face glow and the beauty of the setting around them made Hinata nearly dizzy as her heart pounded in her chest. No page problem, Hinata answered, blushing a furious bright red. She suddenly made a small gasp. Naruto-kun, what time is it? Naruto pulled back his sleeve to reveal a watch. Don't worry, it's only 10:30. What? Hinata yelped. I'm sorry, I have to go. Father will be angry. Okay, Naruto said as they both got up. See you tomorrow. Hinata said just before she turned and ran in the direction of her house. Naruto watched her go, hair bouncing as she ran. He realized he'd been staring and turned his gaze back towards the water. Now he was more confused about his feelings than ever. Chapter 10. He picked up his forehead protector and tied it on. Once he was happy with the reflection he saw in the mirror he headed downstairs for breakfast. About 2 rooms away from Naruto's destination his pace slowed a bit. She's gonna be waiting for an answer, he thought with dread. He sat down on a bench in the hallway and sighed heavily. Not sure of what you're going to tell Tsunade-sama yet, huh? Naruto looked up at Shizune. No, he said dejectedly. Shizune smiled and sat down next to Naruto. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, whatever you decide, she'll respect that. I know, Naruto replied, scratching the poison ivy rash on the back of his left hand. I just don't wanna hurt her feelings. Do you know how much you look like her brother, how much you act like him? Naruto shook his head. You even have the same dream. He wanted to be Hokage too before. Tears began to prick at the corners of her eyes and she took a moment to compose herself. For her, having you here is almost like having her brother back. So I'm his replacement, Naruto said with a frown. No, She cares about you, Naruto. But, it's because you remind her so much of Naoki that she's terrified of you dying like he did. Naruto's face showed his shock. She's afraid of me dying. Very much, Naruto-kun, Shizune answered with somewhat worried expression. Naruto looked down. Thank you, Shizune-san. I know what to do now. Shizune looked surprised. You do? Uhn, Naruto replied. Okay then, I'll see you in the dining room, Shizune said as she rose and walked away. Tsunade looked up as Naruto entered the room. Izumi was already serving Shizune a plate of pork rice balls. Morning, brat, Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto sat down at the table, an oddly serious look on his face. I've decided to go back to my apartment, he said as Izumi set a bowl of miso ramen on the table in front of him. Shizune dropped her chopsticks and looked at Tsunade, who had a downtrodden expression. I see. Well, if that is your decision. It's not that I don't like it here. And it's not that I don't like you and Shizune-san. I just don't want to be protected, Naruto said with an odd tone to his voice. Tsunade threw on a fake, brave face. Well, then, we'll have your things moved back after breakfast. Tsunade-sama, Shizune questioned. Tsunade noted the concerned look on her friend's face. I'm okay, Shizune, she said with a nonchalant wave of her hand and a smile. She took the last bite of her food and stood. I have some work to finish. Naruto, come say goodbye before you leave, okay? Okay, Naruto said with a gentle expression. He watched Tsunade go with a sick feeling in his stomach. He knew he had hurt her. Naruto. The blonde-haired 13-year-old turned to look at Shizune. Why? Naruto let out a sigh. If she's always trying to keep me safe, it'll get in the way of her job. Trust me, I'm doing everyone a favor. Naruto. It may not seem like it sometimes, but she takes her job as Hokage very seriously. Her duties wouldn't be in danger of lapse if you stayed. I've made up my mind, Naruto said with conviction. I see. She rose from her seat. I'll get the staff to start packing your things. Naruto stood. It's okay. I can do it, said with a small smile. With that, he left the room. Shizune watched him go, then turned her gaze to the door of Tsunade's home office. She walked through the short hallway and knocked on the door. Tsunade-sama, may I come in? Yeah, came the muffled reply from behind the closed door. Shizune walked into the room to see Tsunade sitting at her desk, head and folded arms resting on it. She wasn't surprised that there were tears in the eyes of the fifth, but she was surprised that she had been allowed to see them. Tsunade-sama, she began. Tsunade sniffled and wiped her eyes. I'm alright, I guess, I just really thought he would choose to stay. You never know. He could change his mind, Shizune offered. Tsunade sighed and stood up. No, I'm not going to push this, she said heavily. A knock sounded on the door. Yes. It's me, Tsunade-sama, came Naruto's muffled voice from behind the door. Come in, Naruto, Tsunade answered. I'm ready, Naruto answered with a somewhat downcast look. He had his backpack, which was once again packed to the gills, slung over his right shoulder. Tsunade stood and walked over to Naruto. Let's go then. With that, she turned and walked out of the room. Naruto finished stuffing the last of his shirts into the dresser in his room. He looked at the digital clock on the tiny nightstand next to his bed. It read 10:15. It would be nearly 2 hours until he had to go to the meeting hall to get his mission assignments for the week. He decided to check out his newest manga. He pulled a storage box from under his bed and lifted off the cover. He took one of the manga from the top, flopped onto his bed and began to read. It wasn't long into the manga that an odd, empty feeling began to creep up on him. Suddenly, the place he had called home for most of his life felt cold and uninviting, as if someone had sucked all the life out of the world and replaced it with an eerie silence. He sighed, changed positions, sighed again and finally sat up. Music. I just need some music. He turned on his very run-down looking radio and tuned it to his favorite station. Rock music flooded the room and he tried to go back to his manga. Sakura was sitting on the roof of one of the Konoha buildings, trying to think of a way to change Sasuke's mind. A flash of Lee's concerned face invaded her thoughts. She shook it away. Why the hell do I keep thinking of Lee-kun? She thought in irritation. I love Sasuke-kun. I will always love Sasuke-kun. Even if he never loves me back. I still. She pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her head on them. I'm so confused, she thought as a tear ran down her face. She wiped her eyes and stood. I won't give up, she said with a determined look on her face. Suddenly, there was someone beside her. She did the first thing she could think of against the intruder, she belted him one. Sakura watched in horror as Naruto fell off the 3-story roof. Naruto. she yelled as she quickly dove off the roof, landing just before Naruto hit the ground and caught the unconscious boy. Both teens rolled backwards over the grassy yard behind the building, skidding to a halt just in time to avoid slamming into a tree. Sakura sighed in relief. Looking him over, she decided he would be fine. Naruto, no response, nah. She began when she noticed that his shirt and jacket had been pulled almost completely off when he had slid off the roof. But that wasn't what had broken her sentence. She had seen a fairly large, oddly shaped scar on the upper right portion of Naruto's chest. When did he get that? She wondered. As she bent down to more carefully examine the scar, her eyes widened. Flashback. Sakura stared in horror at the scene before her eyes. The masked boy had jumped in front of the deadly Rokiri to save Zabuza. Kakashi's fist was now through that boy's chest, sticking out of his back on the other side. End flashback. Sakura closed her fist and slowly put it up to the scar. She gasped when she saw that it matched the size of the scar almost perfectly. She jerked her hand away and quickly rolled her friend over. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw an exit scar on his back. When the hell did he have a fist through his chest? She said in a low, horrified voice. Naruto groaned and put his hand to his head. What the hell hit me? A very guilty-looking Sakura walked into Naruto's field of somewhat blurry vision. I did, she said with a grimace. Her expression changed to a frown. But you shouldn't sneak up on me like that, she said, pointing an accusing finger at the blonde on the couch. Naruto simply made an annoyed sound and folded his arms. This action made him realize that he had nothing on his top half. What the? He said with wide eyes. Your stuff is in the washer. It had grass stains all over it, Sakura explained. Oh, Naruto replied. Sakura sat down next to her teammate. Hey, Naruto, do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Naruto shook his head. Sakura let out a short puff of air. How did you get that scar on your chest? Naruto's eyes went as wide as possible. I can't tell you. I'm your friend. You should tell me when you're seriously hurt, she admonished. Naruto remained silent. This upset Sakura. For some reason she just had to know. Someone punched through you, didn't they? Naruto gritted his teeth. Trust me, Sakura, you don't want to know. Tell me, Sakura said, raising her voice. No, Naruto yelled. Why won't you tell me? Sakura asked with a panicked expression. She knew. Somehow she just knew who it was, but she was desperate for Naruto to tell her she was wrong. Tell me it wasn't Sasuke-kun. She screamed in anguish. Naruto's eyes widened, then he squeezed them shut and looked down. Sakura's hands flew to her face as a tear-filled gasp left her mouth. It's a lie. It's a lie, she yelled as she stood and backed away. Naruto bit his lower lip. Sakura, he began, reaching out a hand toward his friend. No, Sakura screamed as she turned and ran out of Naruto's apartment. Shit, Naruto cursed as he stood and ran after Sakura. Sakura-chan, he called out. No answer came. He looked in every direction, but she was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, he swore and ran off to look for her. By the time Sakura had stopped running, her lungs felt like they were on fire. It just can't be true. He had been aiming for a non-vital spot. He wouldn't try to kill Naruto. She dropped to the forest floor and began to sob. Sasuke-kun, she wailed. Sasuke looked up from the jutsu scroll he'd been studying. Was that Sakura? He stood and walked toward the voice he'd just heard. He found her in a small clearing, not far from where he had been. She was crying loudly. Sasuke was confused. Sakura, he said in careful voice. Sakura sucked in a breath, but remained in the fetal ball she'd been in for the last 5 minutes. After a moment of silence she spoke in a very small voice. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke took a step forward. Yes. Please, tell me it's a lie. Tell you what is a lie. Please, I'm begging you, tell me you didn't try to kill Naruto, Sakura pleaded. Sasuke's face showed his shock. Sakura. Sakura got up and launched herself at Sasuke, clinging desperately to his shirt. You weren't trying to kill him, right? He just moved to the wrong spot when you threw your. Her words faltered. After a moment her eyes became wide and her face wore a horrified expression. She backed away from Sasuke, staring at him in utter disbelief. The scene of Kakashi and Haku once again had flashed into her mind. Chidori. Her words were barely audible. You used Chidori. Sakura. Sasuke began. He didn't like the look in his friend's eyes. He could tell she was going to lose it. How could you? Sakura asked, visibly shaking. How could you do that? She screamed, feeling like the events that were unfolding must have been some insane nightmare. Just then Naruto ran into the clearing. Sakura-chan, stop, please stop. Suddenly, Sakura was angry. How could you two keep this from me? We didn't want you to be hurt. Naruto said in a guilty tone. Didn't want me to get hurt. What the hell do you think is happening now? Sakura screamed in response, gesturing wildly with her arms. Sakura, Naruto said as he grabbed her shoulder. Sakura pushed his hand away. No, I won't hear any more. Sakura, you need to understand. Sasuke began, desperate to erase the look of hurt and anger in her eyes. Understand? Understand what? That you, she said pointing a finger at Sasuke, nearly became a murderer. It wasn't his fault, Naruto yelled, stunning both of his friends into silence. Naruto, Sasuke said. It wasn't his fault. The seal made him crazy. It amplified all of his hate and he did things he never would have without it. He turned to Sasuke. Tell her, about the Mangekyo. Sakura suddenly squeezed her eyes shut and she put her hand to her forehead. She made one small grunt of pain before slumping to the ground. Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled out of concern. Sasuke bent down and checked Sakura's pulse. It's all right, Naruto. I think she just overdid it, Sasuke said reassuringly. Should we take her home? Naruto asked. Sasuke thought for a moment. No, it would be awkward talking to her about this where people will hear her yelling. Naruto nodded with understanding. After about 17 minutes Sakura groaned and slowly sat up. Naruto walked over to her. Are you okay? Sakura didn't say anything, but numbly nodded. I'm sorry. I guess we thought we could pretend it never happened, Naruto said. Sakura got shakily to her feet. I need some time to think. Would you two mind leaving me alone for a while? She said quietly. But, Naruto began to protest. Sasuke rolled his eyes and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Let's go, Dobi. Hey, Naruto said loudly as he tried to pull his collar from the other boy's grasp. After a minute he gave up and began walking on his own. As she watched them go something stirred in her soul. I need to become stronger. So that next time, I can stop something like this from happening. Genma was standing calmly at guard when Sakura came walking up to him. Yes, Sakura had a very determined look on her face as she spoke. I need to speak with Tsunade-sama. Chapter 11. He sat down on his bed, thinking. Nothing had been the same since he got home. It's too damn quiet, he grumbled in his mind. He stood and began wandering around the apartment. It seemed so empty, lifeless. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Grah, this is stupid. Living alone never bothered me before. He growled as he paced around the living room. If I'd stayed she would have treated me like a baby. He yelled to no one. But the more he walked around, the more he felt like he was gonna crawl right out of his skin if he stayed in his old place. Eventually Naruto wound up in front of his wall calendar. His birthday was circled in red. He gingerly touched it as he remembered his 13th birthday. He had been in the middle of training with Jiraiya to learn frog summoning and so hadn't been able to have a party. He had been looking forward to it too, since he'd never celebrated with anyone. It would be nice, he said softly. He stood there a bit, turning in a slow circle as he surveyed the apartment. A sad realization came to him and he hung his head in defeat. This isn't home anymore, he said before walking back to his room. He rummaged around under his bed for a moment before finding what he was looking for. He pulled out his backpack and once again filled it with his belongings. No more. I don't want any more birthdays alone. Naruto knew where Tsunade would be, her office. He was surprised, however, to find Sakura at the same place. Sakura-chan. Hey, Naruto, Sakura greeted. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. I've just decided to take her on as my apprentice, Tsunade said with a smile. Really? Yup, Sakura said happily. Tsunade noticed the overloaded bag on Naruto's back. Naruto, are you? Naruto smiled. Yeah, I changed my mind. Guess I got too used to having a family, he said before his expression changed to be somewhat serious. But you have to promise that I'll still have the same freedom I had at my apartment. No bedtimes, no keeping me from dangerous missions, any of that stuff. Tsunade smiled. Of course not. I know you're too independent for that. Sakura, for her part, was confused. What just happened here? Tsunade laughed. I'm sorry, Sakura. Of course you didn't know. I'm adopting this brat over here, she said as she ruffled Naruto's hair. Sakura smiled widely in delight. Really? Naruto, this is wonderful. Congratulations, she exclaimed as she gave the boy a hug. Thanks, Sakura-chan, Naruto replied, blushing a bit. He suddenly remembered a piece of his conversation with Hinata from the other night. What do you want to do when you're older, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. I think I'd like to be a medical ninja, Hinata replied shyly. Granny Tsunade. Tsunade sighed. Yes. Do you think you'd have time to train two girls at once? Naruto asked hopefully. 2. Who else are you thinking of? Hinata-chan. She told me she wanted to be a medical nin someday. Tsunade sighed thoughtfully. I suppose. Yata. But, Tsunade said, holding up a finger to tell Naruto to be quiet, if she can't keep up with Sakura then she'll have to call it quits. I don't have the time to help her catch up. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Alright, now, why don't the two of you go home? I need to get back to work. Sakura, we'll start your training on Saturday. I should be done with these damn papers by then, she said, gesturing to the many large stacks of paper on her desk. Sakura nodded. I'll see you later, Naruto, she said as she walked out the door. Bye, Naruto replied. He hiked up his backpack and turned to Tsunade. Later, Granny. Think I'll ever get a mom out of you? Tsunade said with a wry smile. I wouldn't count on it, Naruto laughed. With that, he walked out the door. Tsunade sighed and shook her head, then sat down to resume her daily grind. Naruto finished putting his belongings back in his new room and went downstairs to make some ramen. Once he got to the kitchen he started going through the pantry, trying to find the delectable noodles. Izumi walked in and made a face when she saw someone was in her domain. Naruto-sama. Naruto turned around. Sama, I'm not a Sama. Izumi hemmed. Yes you are, you're the son of a Hokage. Naruto was confused. How do you know about that? Izumi smiled. Tsunade-sama called ahead to tell the staff that you were coming back and what the situation was. She also said to tell you too, she hemmed again, and I quote, keep your big mouth shut about it until she makes an official announcement. Naruto frowned and growled under his breath. And by the way, Naruto-sama, I am the cook. If you want ramen, ask me and I'll make you some. If you make your own food I won't have a job, she said with a small laugh. So what am I supposed to do? Naruto asked as he scratched the end of his nose. Read. Tsunade-sama said there's some jutsu books in the living room that she wants you to study, Izumi answered. Naruto's expression was one of irritation and defeat. He sighed and left the room. Naruto stood in the center of the living room, scanning the area in search of the books he needed. The first ones his eyes came to rest on were a small pile sitting on the coffee table. Those must be it, he said as he sat down on the couch and picked up the top book. Tsunade had just finished signing a document when she felt the need to see Sandame's letter again. She pulled open the drawer she kept it in and saw it wasn't in there. Where? Suddenly her eyes widened and her heart sank into her stomach. No, she said in a horrified whisper, remembering how she had hastily hid the letter under the books on the table. Quickly, she dialed the number for her home. Please don't let me be too late, she thought. Nabiki was walking past the phone in the hall when she heard it ring. She picked up the receiver. Hello. Yes, this is Nabiki. Oh hi Tsunade-sama. Pause. Naruto. No, I don't know where he is. Okay, I'll check. I'll see you when you get here. Bye. She hung up the phone and ran toward the living room. She sounded so urgent. I wonder why she doesn't want him reading them, she thought in reference to the books Tsunade had told her to stop him from reading. When she reached her destination she saw Naruto sitting on the couch. Naruto-kun, she called. No answer. She walked around to the front of the couch. Naruto was holding a piece of paper and seemed frozen in place. His face wore an expression of extreme disbelief. Naruto-kun. Tsunade ran as fast as her legs would allow her. How could I be so stupid? She thought, berating herself. Her home came into view. Thank God the house is so close to my office. Please let me be in time, she said as she put on an adrenaline-induced burst of speed. Tsunade burst through the living room door. Naruto, she yelled in desperation. She realized immediately upon seeing him that she was too late. She slowly walked up to him. Naruto. Naruto, say something, please, she said as her eyes misted over. She reached out a hand and put it on Naruto's shoulder. It was immediately slapped away. Naruto. How long? Naruto choked out, his voice shaking with rage. How long, what? Tsunade questioned, softly. How long have you known? Naruto spat out, squeezing the life out of the paper in his right hand. Tsunade closed her eyes in emotional pain. Less than a week. Sandame said that I could tell you when I felt you were ready to know. I just wasn't sure how to determine you that you were in. Naruto turned his eyes up to look at his adoptive mother and exploded. What right did he have to not tell me who my goddamn father was? He was afraid. Tsunade snapped back. Naruto's face twisted into snarl and his teeth were gritted. Afraid? Afraid of what? Tsunade regained a bit of her composure, but her voice was still raised. Do you have any idea how many enemies your father had? Naruto continued stewing, sucking in breaths through his teeth as he tried to hold back his tears. If everyone knew you were the son of Yondaime, there would have been people trying to kill you in your crib. Nabiki gasped and her hand flew to her mouth. He's the son of the fourth. The tension in Naruto's face subsided a bit. Why? He asked as his tears began to flow. Why couldn't he at least tell me? He cried. He felt he had been betrayed by at least two people who were dear to him, and it hurt. His anger ebbed away as it was replaced a weary sadness. He was afraid you might tell someone. Either during a fight or when people made fun of you, Tsunade answered gently as she sat down on the couch next to her son. And, since it's your dream to become Hokage yourself, Sandaime believed it was that much more important not to tell you. Please understand, Naruto. He didn't want you to be killed. Naruto sighed, pulled his legs up to his chest and quietly rested his arms and head on them. It was then that the truth of his heritage sunk in. I'm the son of a Hokage, he said softly. After a moment, excitement began to fill every fiber of his being. I'm the son of a Hokage, he said with a short laugh of joy. Tsunade smiled in relief. This wasn't turning out to be the tragedy she was afraid of. Twice over even, she remarked in reference to her adopting him. Naruto was grinning from ear to ear. In the space of a few minutes he went from being some random orphan to being the son of the most revered Hokage in the history of the village. He turned to Tsunade. He suddenly had a million questions. Do you have any pictures of him? What about my mom? What's my real last name? He blurted out in one breath. Tsunade held up a hand to indicate that Naruto should calm down. Hang on a minute. Before I tell you anything, you have to promise me that not a word of what you found out today leaves this room. And that goes for you too, Nabiki. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Nabiki answered. Naruto's face fell a bit. I can't even tell Sakura-chan and Sasuke. Tsunade shook her head. I suppose. Just make sure they know that it's extremely important that no one else is told. She turned to Nabiki. Naruto and I are going to be my office for a while. Make sure no one disturbs us unless it's urgent. She smiled at Naruto. We have some memories to discuss. Naruto smiled broadly. Tsunade shut the door. Sit down, she said, waving a hand toward the small couch on the east wall. Naruto did as instructed. Tsunade walked over to her desk and unlocked the left drawer. From the drawer she pulled a scroll and a small photo album. She sat next to Naruto on the couch and handed him the scroll. What's this? Naruto asked as he turned the scroll over in his hands. A letter from your father, Tsunade said gently. A letter from my father. Naruto froze. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Naruto, Tsunade said, trying to break the boy out of his trance. Naruto blinked back his thoughts. Why, yeah, he said as he gingerly began to open the scroll. He unrolled the parchment and began to read. Naruto. If you're reading this, then the third must believe you are finally ready. I commend you on gaining the strength of will needed to keep your lineage a secret. I don't have much time left. I must perform a jutsu tonight that will mean my death. I regret that you won't have a mother either. At this point in the letter Yondaime's writing had become a bit slurred. She died in battle tonight, fighting the Kyuubi. Naruto closed his eyes as some tears leaked out. He knew his father was dead. Sandaime had told him that much. But he had always secretly hoped his mother was alive somewhere. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I tried to keep her safe for you. But she was an Anbu captain and she felt she was needed. You look so much like me. Your hands are so small. I wish I could hold them as you grow. Just to know I won't see you graduate from the academy or be there on your wedding day. I'd rather die 1,000 times than feel this pain. I'm sealing the Kyuubi within you. Hopefully, its power will protect you in my place. Sandaime has convinced me that it's best if you don't know who you really are until you are able to keep it a secret. There are many people who would try to kill you if they knew you were my son. I hope you won't hate me for the pain you'll no doubt endure from the people of Konoha. Don't judge them too harshly, little one. They've been through hell today. So many deaths. Please know that I love you and, even though she barely got to meet you, your mother also loved you very much. Her name was Kushina. She was a very beautiful lady and she had such a kind heart. I wish you could have known her. There were some dark spots on the paper where the ink had run a bit. Naruto could only assume they were tears. I'm not sure what else to write. There's so much I want to tell you. I know I'm the Hokage and that I must make sacrifices for Konoha, but you shouldn't have to. Please forgive me for what I must do. Sandaime just told me that the sealing circle is complete. You look like a small angel with all the candles around you. Be a good boy. Try not to cause too much trouble. If you're anything like me, then I know whoever takes care of you is going to be driven insane. Treat the ladies with respect. Not that I'm the one to talk though. At least, not until your mother straightened me out. I have to go. I love you so very much. Be safe. Namikaze Minato. P. If you ever run into a man named Jiraiya, don't listen to a damn thing he says. He'll turn you into a pervert. Naruto laughed a little as he wiped away his tears. Tsunade looked at him strangely. What is it? She asked. Naruto chuckled a little. He told me not to listen to Uro-sennin. Tsunade found this so amusing that she laughed till she could barely breathe. Once she managed to stop herself, she opened the photo album that had come dangerously close to falling off her lap. I've had these for a long time. I never thought they'd be so important. Naruto just stared at the first picture. Minato was sitting in a tree looking down at whoever was taking the picture. Naruto touched the image of his father. I wish you were here. He turned the page and saw Minato standing next to a woman with short red hair. Something about her just screamed, tomboy. That would be your mother, Tsunade answered a little sadly. Wait, if you knew my parents, then why didn't you know who I was? Naruto asked suspiciously. Tsunade swallowed. The third told us that you died when your mother was killed. And that Minato gave you the name Uzumaki to honor Kushina, Tsunade sighed heavily. Minato and Kushina were very close friends of mine. If I had known you were their child, I would never have left Konoha, she said as she slowly clenched her fist. She suddenly sat bolt upright, eyes wide. Wait a minute, Naruto, you have a cousin, she exclaimed excitedly. What? Naruto yelled, dropping the photo album to the floor. Well, first cousin once removed, actually, Tsunade corrected herself. Who? Naruto asked urgently. Dr. Tokiha is Kushina's cousin, so he's also your cousin, Tsunade finished with a smile. Naruto smiled softly. So much family, all in one day. Tsunade put her arms around Naruto and squeezed him gently. Always, brat, from now on you'll always have family. Chapter 12. Tsunade sat straight up in bed, eyes burning with anger. Jiraiya, she hissed in a whisper. She jumped out of bed, threw on her robe, and opened her bedroom door. Hitaki. Kakashi dropped his illusion technique. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Send an Anbu team to find Jiraiya, Tsunade commanded. Hi. Kakashi bowed and vanished. As soon as she was sure Kakashi was gone, Tsunade's mask of calm fell like a dead tree. When he gets here, I'll kill him, she growled in her mind. She then walked back into her room and shut the door. 2 days later, October 1st Street. Naruto and Sakura arrived at the Hyuga estate at 9 a.m. They were picking up Hinata for her and Sakura's first day of training. After waiting about 15 minutes, Naruto became impatient. I'm gonna knock, he announced. Just as he raised his fist to do so, the door opened and a sleepy-looking Hinata appeared. Sorry, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a faint blush on her cheeks. Naruto smiled. No problem. Ready to go. Hinata smiled and made an affirmative nod. She turned to Sakura. Good morning, Sakura-san, she said politely. Sakura shook her head. Hinata, we're going to be working together. You can just call me Sakura, she said with a smile. Okay, Hinata replied as the trio started walking. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at Hinata over his shoulder. Yeah. Thank you, for asking Tsunade-sama to train me, Hinata said quietly. Naruto grinned. You're welcome. They were silent for a moment, then he spoke again. Hey, are you too busy on the 10th? He asked. I have to train with Neji-ni-san, Hinata said with regret. I'm going to a movie, why? Sakura asked. Naruto threw on a grin. Nothing important, he said before he turned his gaze back to the road. Hinata and Sakura could have sworn they saw Naruto's eyes cloud over in sadness just before they disappeared from view. Sakura moved closer to Hinata. Did you see that? She whispered. Hinata nodded. We should find out what's wrong, Sakura decided. Hinata bit her lower lip as she watched Naruto's blonde spikes of hair bounce with his footfalls. Maybe after we get off the main road. Okay, Sakura confirmed. After a few minutes they turned a corner onto the tree-lined road that led to Tsunade's estate. Sakura and Hinata quickened their pace till they were in step with Naruto. Sakura grabbed his wrist and turned him around. Alright, she said firmly, what's going on? What? Naruto questioned. What's so important about the 10th? Sakura pushed. Naruto made a slightly nervous smile. Just a 2-for-1 sale at Ichiraku Ramen, he insisted as he tried to pull his wrist out of Sakura's grasp. Sakura frowned and bopped Naruto on the head. You're a lousy liar. Suddenly, Hinata was in front of Naruto. Please, Naruto-kun, I don't like to see your eyes that sad, Hinata pleaded. Naruto's resolve crumpled under the concerned stare of Hinata's eyes. He suddenly found himself unable to do anything except stare at those eyes. It wasn't until Sakura waved her hand in front of his face that he came back to reality. Naruto, Sakura said loudly. Naruto shook his head. Just what the hell is the matter with me? He thought as he stole one more quick glance at Hinata before answering the frustrated, pink-haired kunoichi to his right. He sighed in defeat. It's my birthday. Sakura visibly brightened. Why didn't you just say that? Naruto thought for a moment. Well, I've never celebrated it with anyone before, so I felt awkward telling you. Both girls stiffened and let their mouths fall open. Disbelief was evident on their faces. Never, Hinata began, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. Celebrated, Sakura finished as her face fell into a sad frown. Naruto, she said as hugged the boy in front of her. I'm sorry. Hinata wasn't sure she knew him well enough to have the right to do so, but she joined in the hug, trying desperately not to pass out from all the blood that was rushing to her cheeks. I'll reschedule my training, she said with a smile as she pulled back from the hug. And I can see that movie any time, Sakura added. Naruto smiled happily. Thank you. Ah, I've only got 2 weeks to plan your party. Sakura yelled suddenly. We need cake, streamers, music. She said as she ticked off the items on her fingers. Your first birthday party has to be perfect. Sakura said with her fists balled and flames of determination in her eyes. Naruto just stared at her. Sakura-chan, you're kinda scary right now. Jiraiya turned around from the peephole he was looking through. It's been a while, Kakashi. He grinned evilly. Care to join me? Kakashi hemmed as he stepped out from behind a tree. Perhaps another time. Tsunade-sama requests your presence. Oh, Jiraiya said as he cocked an eyebrow. Welcome girls, Tsunade said with a smile. Sakura and Hinata bowed. Thank you for agreeing to train us, sensei, Hinata said respectfully. You're welcome, Hinata. Now, follow me. Naruto, we'll see you later, Tsunade said as she began to head into the house. I can't go, Naruto asked. Tsunade made a wry smile and leaned in close to his ear. I think you would be a distraction to Hinata, she whispered. A slight pink tinge found its way to Naruto's cheeks. Tsunade laughed in amusement. Naruto frowned. What's so funny? Tsunade clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You'll figure it out someday, she said with a grin. Huh, Naruto said as scratched the side of his nose. Tsunade just snickered and walked away. What's she talking about? Naruto thought with a frown. At least he'd better figure it out. I don't want to have to be the one to get it through that thick head of his, Tsunade thought as she entered the house. Orochimaru sat in a chair in front of his fireplace watching the flames as they licked the logs inside. Kabuto, he called. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as he moved to his master's side. Have you found the third source yet? Orochimaru said with a thoughtfully curled finger supporting his chin. Kabuto nervously cleared his throat. No, Orochimaru-sama. Finding someone who can summon the frogs besides Jiraiya and Naruto is proving difficult. Then you will simply have to pull out one of the frogs by force. Kabuto's eyes widened slightly. Is that even possible? Orochimaru smiled and simply chuckled cruelly. Kabuto moved the chalk fluidly along the stone floor. He finished his work and stood up. Ready, he announced. Orochimaru knelt down in front of the summoning circle on the floor and made a long series of seals. Rachi, Kuchio's no jutsu. An abduction summoning technique, he yelled as he slammed his hands down on the circle. When the smoke cleared, Gamakichi lay on the floor in the center of the circle, bound with ropes of glowing chakra. What the? Gamakichi yelled in surprise. He looked up to see his captor. Orochimaru. How the hell did you call me without the contract? Orochimaru smiled. Wouldn't you like to know? Kabuto, the scroll, he said, holding out his open hand. Kabuto handed Orochimaru a green-colored scroll that was nearly the length of his forearm. Orochimaru opened the scroll and placed his right index finger in the center of the scroll's kanji. Aola Kukio Fuin no Jutsu. An near-death sealing technique, a green light shot from the scroll into Gamakichi. Ah! Gamakichi screamed and then was silent. His body fell limp and his eyes remained open. Orochimaru calmly rolled up the scroll and handed it to Kabuto. Place this in my chamber and put him in one of the cages. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Which color is next? Purple, Orochimaru said with a warning tone. That's going to be extremely dangerous. Manda will try to kill you for taking one of his kin, Kabuto said with concern. Orochimaru gave Kabuto a dangerous look. Are you implying that I haven't thought to take precautions? Not at all, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied nervously. The cloud of smoke cleared, leaving an irritated-looking Manda. Seeing there was no battle to be fought, he immediately began to complain. Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? I am not in the mood for your games. Unflinching, Orochimaru walked up to Manda. I was wondering if you would let me have one of your less useful kin to play with, he said with a sick smile. Manda bent down to glare at Orochimaru. Just what the fuck are you up to now? He spat. Just an experiment, Orochimaru replied casually. And why the hell should I do you any favors? Manda growled. Oh come now, Manda. I know you hate having weaklings among your ranks. Why should you care? Manda sighed and twitched his tail in irritation. Fine, but if you ever call me for something other than battle again I will kill you, he said in a threatening tone before leaving the clearing in a puff of smoke. In his place was a rather skinny and confused-looking summon snake. Kabuto placed the purple scroll into its designated holder. 3 more to go, he thought with a smile. He left the room and walked off to get their next victim. The next day, Tsunade was sitting at her desk working on some reports when a knock sounded on the door. She looked up. Yes. Shikamaru poked his head in. Jiraiya-sama has arrived, he said in a bored tone. Thank you, Shikamaru, Tsunade said with a smile. Have him meet me at my training grounds in 15 minutes. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Shikamaru said as he bowed and shut the door. Jiraiya leaned up against a tree near the obstacle course. He watched the forest that led to Tsunade's house with unease. He knew that if she had requested that he meet with her at the training grounds that she wanted a place where she could hit him and not cause a scene. Things were not looking good. He suddenly noticed a small, dark shape becoming visible through the foliage. Tsunade burst through the trees, landed on the field and kept running at full speed. She had a murderous look in her eyes. Tsunade. He barely managed to get out before he went sailing through the air from a punch to his head. Tsunade, what the hell? He yelled as he quickly got to his feet. You shut up. Tsunade yelled as she landed a kick to his right shoulder. Jiraiya shot backwards, gouging a trail in the ground. He got up just in time to block the next kick and the 7 that followed. During each kick he found out more of the reason why he was being used as a practice dummy. How dare you not tell me? Tsunade accused as she threw another punch. Not tell you what? Jiraiya shot back as he dodged her attack. You were there. Another punch. You knew. A roundhouse kick. Why did you leave him alone? She screeched as she slugged Jiraiya in the gut. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he doubled over and fell to the ground. Jiraiya stood up. Who! He bellowed. Naruto! Tsunade screamed as she sent Jiraiya into a tree via a side kick. Jiraiya looked up at his friend in horror. Shit, she knows, how does she know? Tsunade stood in front of Jiraiya, sweat dripping down her forehead and breathing heavily through gritted teeth. Why? She said, her voice shaking with rage. Why did you leave him here? And why the hell didn't you tell Emi who he was? She yelled. Tears were leaking from the corners of the fifth's eyes. Did you think I was stupid? Did you really think once I got the letter from Sandaime that I wouldn't have figured it out? Jiraiya began. You were the one who delivered him. There's no way in hell you didn't know. Tsunade yelled, gesturing angrily with her hands. Damn it, Tsunade. The third ordered me not to tell anyone. Tsunade walked over to Jiraiya and slapped him, whipping his head to the side. That didn't mean you had to abandon him. She spat. Tears now freely spilled over her cheeks. You could have spared him so much pain. Jiraiya swallowed and looked at Tsunade with weary, regretful eyes. I couldn't take him with me. I don't know anything about raising a baby. Then you should have told me so I could have taken him. Orders are no orders. Minato was our friend, your student. You had a duty to his son. You think I don't know that? Jiraiya yelled. He sighed. I was grieving, Tsunade. I loved Minato like my own son. Do you think it was easy for me to lose him? He ran a hand backwards through his spiky hair. I wanted to tell you Naruto was alive. I planned to, but on the day I went to your house to tell you, you were already gone. Someone told me Dan had died in battle. I knew you weren't coming back, so I left too, he finished with a look of sorrow. Tsunade dropped to her knees. Her hands covered her eyes as she sobbed heavily. Jiraiya crawled over to his friend. Tsunade, he said as he closed his arms around her. We can't do anything about the past. All we can do is try to make things right again. Tsunade, suddenly feeling uncomfortable in Jiraiya's arms, pulled back. He deserves to know that you knew who he was from the beginning. You have to tell him, she said sternly. Jiraiya nodded. I will, but after I am done with my reconnaissance. Orochimaru is still after Naruto. I need to find out why. Tsunade seemed satisfied with Jiraiya's answer. Alright, she said as they stood. But if you don't, you can expect me to do more than just punch you, she said with conviction. Jiraiya nodded and walked away. As she watched him go, Tsunade felt her strength leave her. She left the field and plodded back to the house. The door to Naruto's room opened slowly. As the shaft of light from the hallway fell across the sleeping boy's face, a gentle hand reached out and caressed his cheek. I will never leave you alone again, Tsunade promised as she kissed him on the forehead. She turned around and quietly left the room. Chapter 13. Jiraiya sat on the ground with his back against a large tree. In front of him was an orange frog with blue markings who was about 3 feet tall. That's all we know. Gamma Bunta is worried sick. Please find him, said the frog in a concerned tone. I'll do my best, Gamma Ikinon, Jiraiya replied as he clapped a reassuring hand on the frog's shoulder. Thank you, replied Gamma Ikinon just before he disappeared. Jiraiya's face took on a look of grave concentration. Why the hell would Orochimaru kidnap Gamma Kichi? The morning of October 10th. Sasuke rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he got up to open the door. Whoever it was knocked again. I'm coming, damn it, he mumbled in irritation. He opened the door to see Sakura standing there. It's 5 a.m. This better be good, he said as he glared at her. I need your help with Naruto's party, Sakura said with a smile. Sasuke simply shut the door. Sakura vein popped, opened the door and walked into the house. You promised you'd help me. Sasuke turned around. You never said anything about doing this so damned early, he replied. Sasuke, Sakura said in annoyance. Sasuke merely turned around and waved her off. I'll be there when the party starts, he said as he went into his room and shut the door. Sakura growled through her teeth and marched back out of the house. As she shut the door, a male voice spoke. No luck. Sakura sighed angrily. No, and I don't dare try to get Hinata. Her dad would kill me for visiting this early. She sighed again and smiled. I guess it's just us, Lee-kun. Don't worry, Sakura-san. I've got enough stuff to decorate your whole house, Lee said as he patted the large cardboard box he was holding. The thing is, we're not decorating my house. Lee's face twisted into a frown of confusion. Huh. Tsunade-sama said we could have the party at her house. And her living room is huge. Lee put a thoughtful finger to his lips for a moment. If we're decorating Tsunade-sama's house then we are definitely gonna need help. But who else is up this early? Sakura questioned. Lee snapped his fingers in triumph. 10-10. 10-10. Yeah, she gets up at 4:30 every morning to train, Lee replied with a grin. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. 4:30, she squeaked. Lee's smile faltered a bit. Yeah, she's been doing it ever since the Chunin exam. She's afraid her aim is no longer perfect. But it was Temari's fan that made her weapons miss, Sakura said in confusion. And aren't you the one who was training even though you were still in the hospital? She accused with her hands on her hips. Lee shook his head. Training when you have no confidence in yourself is pointless. If you don't believe in yourself then you second guess every action in battle and that can be dangerous. Sakura's eyes opened wide. Flashback. What if I can't do it? Sakura asked with a grimace. Tsunade frowned. Training without confidence in yourself is pointless. If you are second guessing yourself in battle you will do nothing but put your teammates in danger. End flashback. Sakura shook away her thoughts and smiled with determination. Well then we'll just have to get her confidence back. Lee grinned. God, I love her, he thought. As the Sakura and Lee neared Tenten's house they heard the sound of weapons piercing wood. They rounded the corner of the building and entered the backyard. Tenten was moving with unmatched preciseness as she threw her many weapons at the targets in front of her. Her usually neat buns were beginning to fall out of their elastics. Sweat matted her clothes to her body and her face was screwed up in determination. She skidded to a stop when she sensed someone nearby. Yo, Tenten, Lee called. Lee-kun, Sakura-san, why are you two here this early? Tenten said in between her gasps for air. Sakura smiled. We were wondering if you'd like to help us decorate for Naruto's birthday party. Tenten bit her lower lip. I dunno, I really need to train. Please, Tsunade-sama's house is too big for just me and Lee-kun to decorate. It's at Tsunade-sama's house. Tenten said excitedly. She walked over to a stump that was a few feet away, picked up the towel that was sitting on it and began to wipe the back of her neck. I'll be right back, she said, still taking her breaths in quick puffs. Just let me take a quick shower and change. She ran off into her house, leaving Lee and Sakura to wait in the yard. Not that I'm complaining, but I wonder why she changed her mind so easily, Sakura mused. Lee smiled. She's been waiting for a chance to ask Tsunade-sama to train her. I wonder if she'd take on a third student. Sakura looked at the watch she had recently started wearing. I hope she doesn't take long. We only have 3 hours. Tenten was back in the yard, wearing her usual outfit in just over 10 minutes. Let's go, she said to a stunned Sakura and Lee. Lee-kun, what are you doing? Sakura demanded as she rushed over where Lee was trying to hang some streamers on the other side of the living room. He replied, doing a perfect impression of a deer caught in someone's headlights. You can't just hang them straight across the wall like that. Sakura complained as she took the streamers down and proceeded to instruct Lee on the proper way to hang streamers. See, you need to twist them first and then make sure you make little loops when you tape them to the wall. Lee, who had long since gotten over the shock of Sakura's sudden outburst, was taking the opportunity to just stare at her. She's so beautiful, he sighed internally. I wish there was some way I could turn her heart away from Sasuke, he thought in mild despair. She began to turn around and so he looked away. Got it, Sakura said with a pleased smile as she turned around. Her smile faltered when she saw that he was looking in the opposite direction. Lee-kun, she complained. Hi, Sakura-san, I saw what you did. I was just, Sakura saw the time on the digital clock behind Lee and gasped. Oh no, we only have an hour left until Naruto comes back. She shoved the rest of the streamers at Lee. Hurry, get these up while I frost the cake, she said as she rushed off to the kitchen. Ten pushed the string for hanging the centerpiece through the hole in the center of her shuriken and deftly tossed it toward the ceiling. It landed perfectly centered. Ten folded her arms and smiled, obviously pleased with herself. Sakura, however, was not pleased. Geez, Ten-san. If you put holes in Tsunade-sama's roof, I'm the one who's going to get yelled at, she said as she came back from the kitchen. Ten simply waved her off. It's fine, Sakura-san. I made sure it only went in far enough to secure it to the ceiling. It's no worse than attack, she said with a smile. Sakura threw up her hands in defeat and walked off to start on the snack table. Ten laughed and took the opportunity to steal a glance at her crush. She sighed as Lee went about hanging the streamers. If only he wasn't stuck on Sakura-san, she mused in her mind. Lee knew Ten was watching him, but he pretended not to notice. He decided it was best to avoid the subject since he knew he would only ever love Sakura. I wonder when it went from crush to love. Maybe during the Chunin exam. He sighed inwardly. I may have just liked her in the beginning, but now. He gulped hard and stood. I have to tell her. Even if she doesn't feel the same. I just won't feel any peace until she knows, he decided. Guy-sensei, I'm going to do it, he said with conviction. His cheeks reddened when he realized he had said it out loud. Both Sakura and Ten were staring at him. He immediately sat back down. Maybe, after the party, he thought with a sigh. Hinata reached over and smacked the alarm clock. Oh no, it's 8 o'clock already, she exclaimed with wide eyes. She was startled when she heard a knock on the front door. It's Sakura-chan, I have to get dressed, she squeaked, whipping open her clothing drawer. Someone knocked on Hinata's door. Hinata-sama, aren't you ready yet? Sakura-san is already here, said Neji's voice. Hi, I'll be right there. Sakura looked at her watch again just as Hinata and Neji came into the sitting room. They both bowed. Our apologies, Sakura-san, Neji said formally. I overslept, Hinata added. Sakura looked incredulous. She pointed at Hinata. You're not going to wear that, are you? Hinata looked down at herself. She was wearing her usual outfit. Is there something wrong with it? Don't you know anything about boys? Sakura said in frustration. She grabbed Hinata by the wrist and dragged her back towards her room. You go on ahead, Neji. We'll be there soon. As the two girls disappeared down the hall, Neji sighed and rolled his eyes. Frivolous nonsense. He left the house and headed for Tsunade's home. The 5th and 6th colors have been secured, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said respectfully. That just leaves the ferret summons, Orochimaru answered. Once you are through with that, begin stage 2. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, how do you plan to take him this time? I doubt he'll fall for the same trick twice, Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses with one finger. There's no way around it now. We will have to take the more direct approach. Assemble a team. We will attack when he leaves for his next mission, Orochimaru commanded. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied, then vanished. Finally, after 14 years of planning, I will have the ultimate vessel. Ku. Orochimaru chuckled with glee. Chapter 14. Jiraiya walked up to the gates of Konoha, his conversation with Gama Ikino nagging at him. Why'd I always receive this kind of information at the worst possible times? He pondered with a sigh. The tower guard opened the gate and he walked on through, heading for Tsunade's estate. Are you sure this is all right? Hinata asked nervously as she looked at her reflection in the full-length mirror on her bedroom wall. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts that stopped about mid-thigh and a sapphire blue tank top that she had insisted was only for sleeping in when Sakura had pulled it out of her dresser. It was cotton and had lace that ran the length of the neckline. It had also been tied up so that a good 3 inches of her midriff were showing. Trust me, Naruto won't be able to take his eyes off you, Sakura answered with a sly grin. It had taken some convincing, but she had also gotten Hinata to wear some lipstick. Nothing too brash, just a warm peach, but it brought out her eyes magnificently. Hinata turned tomato red at her friend's comment. She gulped hard and turned to Sakura. Can we go now? She asked, praying Sakura didn't have anything else in store for her. Sakura grinned and nodded. I think you'll make him sweat thoroughly enough, she said with a wink. Hinata made a small, strangled squeak and Sakura chuckled. As Jiraiya neared the road that led to Tsunade's estate, he noticed something that made him smile in amusement. An insistent pink-haired girl was half dragging a very reluctant white-eyed girl by the wrist towards the estate. He made a loud cough as he neared the girls so as not to startle them. Ah, Sakura, Hinata, he called in greeting, having recognized them from Naruto's descriptions. Sakura turned in the direction of the voice that had called to her. Who are? She recognized the scroll on the large man's back from her schoolbooks. Her eyes widened. That scroll. That's the frog summon contract scroll. Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? The Jiraiya, Hinata thought in disbelief. A smug look came over Jiraiya's face at the reaction his presence had garnered. Naruto's birthday party, he answered aristocratically. Sakura's eyes showed her shock. How do you know Naruto? Jiraiya buffed his nails on his outfit. Who do you think taught him to summon the great frogs? He said with pride. Wait a minute, Naruto can summon, Sakura replied with confusion and surprise. At this Jiraiya fell over in disbelief, then quickly got up and began ranting. How could he not show his friends the technique that the magnificent Jiraiya taught him? He said with indignation. Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Is this really Jiraiya-sama? Hinata said meekly. We're going to be late. Jiraiya's expression changed completely. Well then, let's go. He exuberantly commanded before walking off down the road. Hinata and Sakura just stood there, frozen in shock of the abrupt change that had come over the man who now walked ahead of them as if he owned the world. Sakura twitched again. This guy. Nay, Shizune-chan, Naruto asked as he and Shizune walked back home. Yes, Naruto-kun, Shizune answered over her shoulder. You still haven't said anything about today. Naruto said carefully. Shizune chuckled warmly. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I haven't forgotten your birthday. I have a present for you at the house. Naruto's eyes widened and misted over. A present, really? Shizune made a comforting smile. Of course, and Tsunade-sama has one for you too. She stopped short when she realized Naruto was no longer following her. She turned around, concern clouding her features. Naruto-kun. A lump formed in her throat when she saw that tears were falling from the eyes of the young man in front of her. Naruto-kun, she said sympathetically as she wrapped a comforting arm around his shoulders. Sakura, Hinata, Haruka and Sasuke were crouched down behind the couch. Kiba, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Tsunade crouched along the wall to the right of the front door. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Lee, Neji, Nabiki and Konohamaru were behind various objects throughout the room. Neji was in the middle of muttering about how hiding like they were was childish when Sakura noticed a light flicker outside the large picture window. Quiet, she hissed. They're here. Naruto squinted as he and Shizune neared the house. Something wasn't right. Shizune-chan, the house is dark, he whispered in alarm. Better play along, Shizune thought. Go quietly, she instructed with a stern face. Naruto nodded his confirmation. The two shinobi moved carefully and quickly towards the house, all the while Shizune was using every ounce of her willpower to keep from falling to the ground in fits of laughter. They took position on either side of the front door. Before Shizune could stop him, Naruto flung a large group of shuriken into the house. Shit, she thought in panic. Neji's body was twisted sideways in a very uncomfortable position from having to dodge a shuriken that had come towards his head. Still think this was a great idea? He growled as he glared at Sakura. Naruto squinted, trying to see whoever might be lurking in the dark living room. Why haven't they fought back? He thought in confusion. He inched closer to the doorway. Suddenly light flooded his vision, temporarily blinding him as loud popping sounds assaulted his hearing. Surprise! Yelled what sounded like a large group of people. What the hell is going on? Naruto asked loudly. When Naruto's vision cleared, the sight that met his eyes was one that would be engraved into his memory forever. The living room was decorated beautifully in orange and blue streamers. There was a large cake with 14 candles, a giant pile of presents sat on the floor on the right side of the room, a banner strung across the back bore the words, "Happy Birthday Naruto." And the best part, everyone he cared about was standing in the center of it all, holding the party poppers they had just used. His eyes misted over as he laughed in tentative joy and disbelief. Please don't let this be a dream, he begged in his mind. Sakura walked over to the stunned boy and gave him a hug. Happy birthday, Naruto. She frowned and released him when he didn't return the hug. Naruto. Naruto sucked in a tearful breath and looked up. Sakura, just tell me one thing, he said with desperately hopeful eyes. What? Sakura asked, concerned. This is real, right? Naruto asked as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Sakura smiled wide and warm. It's real. And it's all for you. Naruto laughed lightly in joy. Tears freely rolled down his face. Everyone, thank you. Thank you so much. This is. He was at a loss for words. Tsunade came forward and hugged her adopted son. Our pleasure, brat. Naruto sniffed, took a deep breath and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. With a grin to end all grins, he thrust a fist into the air and shouted, "All right everyone. Let's get this party started." Everyone in the room chuckled. Lee pressed play on the cassette deck. Lee, that's too loud, Shizune said with her hands over her ears. Lee couldn't hear Shizune, but realized what her hands being over her ears meant and immediately turned down the volume. Friends and family took turns wishing Naruto a happy birthday. The blonde ninja couldn't understand how it could get any happier. He had never felt more loved in all his life. This is the best day ever, he thought with a smile. Naruto-kun, said a voice from behind him. He turned around to see someone he barely recognized as being Hinata. He suddenly found he had lost the ability to speak. Hinata's clothes were so different from her usual fare, not to mention that the shirt she was wearing was tight and showing off a few physical assets that her baggier clothes generally hid. He kept opening his mouth to say something, but the sound just wouldn't come out. Finally Hinata, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Naruto's stunned gaze, spoke up. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Was Naruto's reply. What's wrong with me? He thought in frustration. Hinata-chan, he managed to force out at last. Yes, Hinata replied as she shifted her weight nervously. Naruto's nose chose this moment to utterly betray him. The second the tiny trickle of warm blood escaped his nostril, his hand flew to his face. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a sec, he said quickly as he bolted for the bathroom. Did I do something wrong? Hinata wondered. Sakura watched Naruto run off with his hand covering his nose. She cocked an eyebrow. Maybe I overdid it, she wondered. Then she shook her head. Nah, she thought with an amused grin. What the hell is going on? Naruto grumbled. I like Sakura-chan. He put a hand to his forehead as though he had a headache. Don't I? He tried very hard to bring an image of Sakura into his mind, but the only person that would appear was Hinata. Flashback. Well, I came to tell you that I don't feel the same way, Naruto said, his voice filled with apology. Oh, Hinata said, as her eyes misted over. But, Naruto continued. Hinata looked up at Naruto with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. There's a, but. We can hang out more. And maybe after a while I'll change my mind, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata smiled widely. Really? End flashback. Maybe that's what's happening, Naruto sighed as he stared at the mirror. This is so confusing. After a few minutes of cooling off in the bathroom, Naruto felt brave enough to venture back out into the party. He saw Hinata talking to Sakura and felt himself blush. He simply sighed and wandered over to the cake. Naruto looked left, then right, then left again. Satisfied that no one was watching, he quickly scooped up some of the frosting with his right index finger. What do you think you're doing? Said a stern voice. Naruto turned around to see Sakura standing there, arms folded. I didn't spend an hour making that cake so you could put finger tracks in it, she scolded. Naruto grinned sheepishly, then noticed that Hinata was right behind Sakura. The knot returned to his stomach, but he fought it down. Yo, Hinata, he said with a smile. I'll leave you two alone, Sakura teased. Sakura, Naruto protested. Wait. Naruto-kun, did I do something wrong earlier? Hinata asked as she absent-mindedly chewed her lower lip. No, I just really had to go to the bathroom, Naruto replied with a smile, hoping she'd buy the excuse. Oh good, Hinata said, relief evident in her voice. An upbeat song started playing. Naruto saw this as a chance to escape. I'm gonna go dance, he announced as he began to walk off. He felt a tug on his sleeve. May I join you? Hinata asked hopefully. Naruto paused, trying not to think of how adorable she looked when she was unsure of herself. His resolve deflated. Sure, he said with a grin. They took up positions across from each other and began to move to the music. Naruto glanced over to his right and noticed Sakura dancing with Lee. He was very surprised when he realized that it didn't bother him. He mentally shrugged and turned back to his dance partner. As he watched her dance, he smiled. Yeah, let's see what happens. About 20 minutes later, a shrill whistle blasted throughout the room. Everyone looked up at Tsunade. Lee ran over to the stereo and turned it off. Time for cake everyone, she announced with a grin. Yes, Naruto exclaimed as her punched the air. Hinata giggled affectionately at Naruto's antics. Tsunade put a chair in front of the cake and instructed Naruto to sit down. She lit the candles and everyone gathered around as Shizune killed the lights. The flames on the candles danced merrily as, for the 50th time that night, Naruto resisted asking someone to pinch him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naruto. Tears fell from Naruto's eyes at hearing that line. Happy birthday to you. Naruto took a deep breath and blew out the candles. Everyone cheered and Tsunade ruffled her son's hair. She handed him a cake knife. Go ahead. Naruto made a quick, nervous glance at Sakura. Deciding she wasn't going to kill him if he cut up her handiwork, he proceeded to give himself a piece so large that it hung over the edge of the plate he put it on by a good inch. Remembering it was her friend's birthday, Sakura resisted the urge to tell Naruto off for being a complete pig. She felt someone tap her shoulder. She turned around to see Lee looking nearly as green as his outfit. Lee-kun, are you okay? She asked as she put a hand on his forehead to check his temperature. Lee tried to ignore the fact that his heart was now racing from Sakura's touch. Hi, Sakura-san, can you come with me for a moment? He said in a slightly strangled voice. Sakura was concerned, so she immediately agreed. Sure. Lee managed a nod and began walking out to the gardens in front of the house. Once they were out of sight and earshot of the rest of the party-goers, Lee found a stone bench and sat down. Please, sit, he instructed respectfully. Sakura sat down and waited. After roughly 3 minutes she couldn't stand it anymore. What's wrong? She prodded. Lee breathed deeply. I have to tell you something. But before I continue, I just want to say that I'm not trying to guilt-trip you into anything. Sakura frowned in thought. Okay, she said, smacking a mosquito that had landed on her arm. Sakura-san, when I first met you I instantly began to like you. And I've liked you all this time. And up until a few months ago I still liked you. Lee swallowed. It was hard for him to say these things when he knew she didn't return his feelings. Sakura's frown increased in depth. You mean, you don't like me that way anymore? For some reason she couldn't put her finger on. The prospect of Lee not liking her in a romantic fashion put a knot in her stomach. Lee shook his head. No, you see, I've realized that now I'm in love with you, he confessed and lowered his head so she couldn't see his eyes. The sound of the blood pounding in Sakura's ears blocked out all sounds of the party. She couldn't think of what to say. No boy had ever said those words to her. Not even Naruto, whom she knew had had a crush on her since before they became a team. Lee-kun, Lee shook his head. You don't have to say anything. I know you don't feel the same way. I just had to tell you at least once, he said before getting up and running back to the house. Sakura was actually a little glad that Lee had left as she reflected on what he'd said. It gave her time to think. She sat on the bench, her head resting in her right hand. Lee-kun. Tsunade handed Naruto his first present. He took it from her hands as though it might shatter if he squeezed it too hard. He took off the wrapping and opened the box. His eyes lit up instantly. Tsunade grinned. That one's from me, she exclaimed as Naruto pulled a beautifully decorated ramen bowl from the box. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Granny Tsunade, he said as he gave her a quick hug. He didn't notice Hinata, who used that moment to sneak over to the present pile and remove her gift to him. Sakura came in from the garden just as Naruto grabbed the next package. She noticed Lee and made sure to stand on the other side of the crowd from him. She didn't want any of the discomfort she was feeling at the moment to ruin Naruto's party. Please don't take this the wrong way, Lee-kun, she begged mentally. Naruto opened his second gift with a little less grace. Excitement had overtaken his previous tentative feelings. Thanks, Ten, he exclaimed as he pulled out a shining new set of kunai and set it aside. The pile of boxes and wrapping paper grew until Naruto was down to his last 3 gifts. He picked up an envelope. It read, to Naruto, love Sakura. He smiled as he tore it open. Aha, Sakura-chan, thank you so much, he yelled as he threw his arms around his pink-haired friend. What did you get him? Sasuke asked as Naruto released Sakura from the hug. Sakura grinned. A 1-year free meal pass to Ichiraku. Sasuke smirked and folded his arms. Naruto frowned in confusion at the last gift. It was book-shaped and a bit heavy. To Naruto, from Sasuke. He shrugged and opened the wrapping. It was a black leather binder with the Uchiha house symbol on the cover. What's this? He asked his brother. Sasuke looked uncomfortable. He shrugged. It's all I could think of. I'm not good at this sort of thing. Naruto opened the binder and began thumbing through the pages. It seemed to be a record book. Each entry contained the name of someone from the Uchiha clan. It included their date of birth and blood type. It ran in alphabetical order. When he got to the ends his finger stopped moving. He felt a lump form in his throat. Uchiha, Naruto. Dob. 10 out of 10. Blood type, B. S. Sasuke, this is, Naruto said, barely above a whisper. I got the updated book from the records office yesterday. I figured you'd like it, Sasuke replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Naruto's eyes misted over. Thank you, he said in a choked voice as he put the book on the arm of the chair he was sitting in. Hinata smiled. Naruto-kun is so happy, she thought. She suddenly noticed Naruto looking over the pile of gifts with a slight frown. Naruto-kun, is something wrong? He looked up at her. After a short pause he answered, I didn't get something from you. There was a bit of hurt in his voice. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm not sure what to get you, Hinata answered unconvincingly. Naruto was busy struggling with trying to understand why Hinata would lie to him about her gift when Kiba called out from the other side of the room. Oi, Hinata, you forgot your present for Naruto in the hall. Hinata's eyes widened as Kiba walked towards Naruto, obviously intending to hand him the carefully wrapped package. Just as Naruto reached out for the parcel, Hinata snatched it out of her teammate's hands. No. Hinata-chan, Naruto questioned. I want to get you something better. This present's not good enough, Hinata said with nervous regret. Hinata-chan, I'll like it, I promise, Naruto said with a reassuring grin. Hinata hesitated before handing over the gift. Naruto took it from her with a warm smile and began to open it. She began to feel sick. I should have thought of something better, she thought, nearly in tears. The wrapping now completely gone, Naruto proceeded to open the box and pull away the tissue paper. Inside the box was a decorative ramen bowl. Only this one was different from the one Tsunade had given him. He could tell it had been hand-painted. His name was in kanji on one side and on the other was a chibified Naruto slurping up a big bite of ramen. She made this, he thought in awe. Suddenly he remembered what his first gift had been and felt a rush of sympathy for his friend. She tried to hide it because I already got a ramen bowl. Naruto looked up at the crestfallen girl in front of him. He stood up and held up the bowl. It's awesome, Hinata-chan. I love it, he said with a grin. Hinata blinked in surprise. Really? She sniffed. You're a great artist. This is the coolest ramen bowl ever. Thank you, Naruto proclaimed as he gave the startled girl a crushing hug. Hinata managed to smile as her fears melted away. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Naruto broke the hug and set the bowl down on the chair. Come on, let's go dance. With that he grabbed Hinata's hand and led her into the center of the room. As they danced, Naruto realized he wasn't nervous about being around Hinata in her new clothes anymore. Yeah, I think my feelings are changing. Chapter 15. Sakura woke up from her latest nightmare drenched in sweat. Her nightclothes stuck to her body as she drew her knees up to her chest and put her head in her hands. Damn it, she thought amidst her quick breaths. God damn it, why do I have to keep dreaming about that? I've put it behind me, haven't I? Sakura walked into the bathroom, grabbed a dry hand towel and wiped off her face. How can I stop thinking about their fight? She turned off the bathroom light and walked back into her room. If I only knew exactly how it happened. Maybe then my mind would stop trying to fill in the blanks. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide. Ino. She put on her dress and walked out of the house. Ino rubbed the sleep from her eyes and went to see who the hell was throwing rocks at her window. As she opened one side of it, she cocked an eyebrow in surprise at seeing Sakura staring up at her from the backyard lawn. Sakura. Ino, can I come in? Sakura whispered loudly. Do you know what time it is? Ino grumbled. Yes, I need your help, please, Sakura said with mild irritation. Ino threw up her hands in defeat. All right, but be quiet. Ino handed the cup of hot tea to her friend. So what's this all about? She asked as she sat on the bed across from the chair Sakura was seated in. Sakura took a deep breath, blowing away the steam rising from her cup when she exhaled it. I want you to teach me Isshindanshin no Jutsu, she answered quietly. Ino choked a bit on her sip of tea. Are you serious? She asked as she wiped the spilled tea off her pajamas. Sakura nodded in affirmation. Hi, I need to know exactly what happened during Sasuke-kun and Naruto's fight. I won't be able to stop thinking about it unless I do. So I need your technique so I can see for myself. How do you even know about that? I've never shown it to you, Ino questioned. Tsunade-sama told me. Will you teach me it or not? Ino's face took on a very serious look. Sakura, it takes a lot of precise chakra control to do that. Not to mention if what you see is too much of a shock for your mind, you might not be able to get back to your own body. I'll take you with me as a backup. And besides, Tsunade-sama has been teaching me a lot of things that require precise chakra control. I'll just go into Sasuke-kun's mind, see what I need to, and get out. You'll never get through Sasuke-kun's mind alive. Knowing him, he's probably learned how to set up traps for anyone who might try to get in. Ino suddenly perked up. Wait, Naruto. Naruto. Yeah, go into Naruto's mind, Ino proclaimed, looking rather proud of herself. Sakura frowned. I guess I could try that. Ino yawned. Well, now that that's settled, I need to get some sleep. Come over in the morning. Sakura nodded. Okay, she said as she went to the window. Just as she was about to jump down, she turned her head back. Ino, thanks. Ino smiled and Sakura disappeared from sight. The next day. No, Shikamaru said plainly as he folded his arms. Please, she needs someone to practice on and it can't be me because I have to guide her, Ino begged, trying to look both coy and cutesy at the same time. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He could see he wasn't going to win this one. How troublesome, he thought. Fine, but let's make it quick. I have a mission in 3 hours, he relented. He then winced, knowing exactly what was coming. Thank you, Ino yelled as she glomped the boy so tight he was struggling for air. Shikamaru sat on Ino's bed, his mind blank as he could make it. Ino had told him to try not to think about anything, in order to make it easier for Sakura on her first attempt. Of course, now he was having a hard time not thinking of anything simply because Ino had told him not to. Sakura came into the room. She had been practicing the seals by herself while Ino had gone to con Shikamaru into agreeing to be their guinea pig. Are you ready? Ino asked. Sakura nodded. All right then, go, Ino instructed. Sakura raised her hands and began the seals. Boar, monkey, bird. Ishindanshin no jutsu. A sudden pain spiked in her left temple, causing her to put a hand to her forehead. Ino shook her head. You pushed too hard. You're not trying to hurt the enemy, just enter his mind. Sakura nodded and repeated the jutsu. This time, she gave Shikamaru a headache. AHG. Watch it, he complained. Sakura sighed in frustration and repeated the jutsu again. She felt an odd whooshing sensation and suddenly found herself in a room completely devoid of light. But then she realized she could also see Shikamaru from the outside. Huh, did I mess up again? Ino nodded in approval at Sakura's execution of the jutsu. Okay, now just take a minute to get used to your surroundings. Right, she heard in stereo. Her breath caught in her throat. She slowly turned her head to see Sakura standing, with her eyes open. Ino's head was frozen in place as she forced her eyes to look back at Shikamaru. His eyes were blank, as they should have been when under the influence of the jutsu. Sakura. Yeah, came the answer from Sakura and Shikamaru said at the same time. Ino's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open. Holy shit. What's wrong? Ino held up her hand. Be quiet for a sec. Sakura and Shikamaru's faces frowned. Sakura, move your right arm, Ino instructed as she took a few steps backward for a better vantage point. What the hell is she doing? Sakura thought in frustration as she did what she was told. Sakura and Shikamaru's right arms moved in unison. Ino sat down hard into the chair directly behind her. This shouldn't be possible, she said with confused awe. Damn it, Ino, what shouldn't be possible? Sakura and Shikamaru roared in frustration as they both stood up. You're in both bodies at once, that's what. Ino said loudly and with mild panic. What if she split her soul somehow? What if I can't fix it? What? Sakura didn't like that idea at all. She put her hands in the release seal. Kai. The whooshing feeling repeated itself and she felt herself whole once more. Ino, having watched this, jumped up and went over to Sakura. Are you back? Are you alright? She begged. Sakura rubbed her eyes with her palms. Yeah, I think so. Shikamaru was watching this in confusion. Did something go wrong? Ino put her hand to her chin and thought. I don't know what happened. She turned back to Sakura. But we shouldn't do this again till we talk to my mom. Sakura nodded. Shikamaru stood to leave just as Ino's mother's voice came from downstairs. Ino, I'm home. Ino hurried to the top of the stairs. Ka-san, she bellowed. Can you come up here for a minute? Just a second, Ino's mother yelled. Moments later footsteps sounded on the stairs. She poked her head in the door. What's up? She asked with a smile. Something weird happened when I was teaching Sakura Ishindanshin, Ino explained. Curious now, Ino's mother stepped into the room and sat down in the armchair. Oh. She did the seals right, but. Ino looked at Sakura and bit her lip, she stayed in control of both bodies. Ino's mother's face took on a look of utter shock. What? Is there an advanced level of Ishindanshin that I don't know about? Ino asked. Ino's mother breathed tensely. No, I've never heard of this before. You'd better ask Godime-sama. The teenagers all nodded and began to file out of the room. Just as Ino was about to exit her mother hemmed. And Ino. Yeah, Ino answered nervously. Don't teach your friends mind entering jutsus without me or your father in the room, Ino's mother said in a warning tone and narrowed her eyes. Hey. Hi, Ka-san, Ino's sweat dropped. She then quickly left the room. Interesting, Tsunade said from her behind her desk in the Hokage tower. The teenagers' mouths all dropped in shock. Interesting, that's all you can say, Ino said indignantly. This isn't entirely unexpected, Tsunade explained. It's not, Sakura said in disbelief. Tsunade's face took on a slightly serious look. She put her elbows on the desk, interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. Simply put, it's a bloodline limit. Sakura's eyes widened. What? But my family doesn't have a bloodline limit, Sakura countered. Yes it does, on your mother's side. It just happens to be very rare, Tsunade explained. Your mother doesn't have it and neither did your grandmother. Your great-aunt did though. But why didn't mom tell me? I suspect she doesn't know about it either, Tsunade answered with a frown. The knowledge is passed down from parent to child on the day that child enters the academy, but as you know, your grandmother died in an accident a year before that day. And everyone else that could have told her died in the Great Shinobi War. Why didn't you tell her? Sakura asked, suddenly a little annoyed. I just found all this out not long ago myself. I found the information in the town records when I was looking for documentation on a missing nin this weekend. Sakura's expression relaxed. Oh. The most basic explanation of your bloodline limit, Sakura, is that you have two minds, Tsunade explained. Two minds, Sakura repeated. Ino suddenly snapped her fingers. The Chunin exam. Huh, was Sakura's answer. When you kicked me out of your mind. That's how you did it, Ino proclaimed. You're most likely right, Ino, Tsunade commented. This is also the reason Sakura's precise chakra control comes so easily to her. She has twice the concentration. So wait a minute, you're telling me I'm two people in one body? Sakura asked with a little apprehension. No, you have two minds. They're both you. They're just capable of independent thought. Like having a second set of eyes. Your main mind is the one you use the most. The other one, your inner Sakura, if you will, is mostly dormant unless your emotions are heightened or you consciously make use of it. It probably kicked in at Ino's house because you were nervous. How do I consciously make use of it? Now that you know about it, you should be able to call on it at any time. Close your eyes. Try to find it, Tsunade instructed. Sakura closed her eyes and concentrated. Almost instantly she felt another presence there with her. As she looked deeper she saw what looked like a sort of chalk outline of herself against the blackness of her mind. It just floated there, almost looking like it was sleeping. I see it, she informed Tsunade, eyes still closed. Tsunade nodded approvingly. Good, now call to it. Sakura screwed up her face in concentration. Call to it. Right, she answered. Wake up, she requested, feeling rather stupid. She tensed a bit as the figure opened its eyes. It did nothing else though. I woke it up, but it's not doing anything. Ino snorted. Maybe you should tickle it, she said with amusement. Shut up, Ino pig. You'll make me lose my focus, Sakura said out of the side of her mouth. Think of it as a sort of puppet. It won't do anything unless you move the strings. Try to push part of your consciousness into it, Tsunade directed as she stood and walked over to her student. Sakura took a deep breath. Right, she pushed a small amount of her mental energy at the inner Sakura. Suddenly she was looking at herself and inner Sakura at the same time. Whoa. Tsunade smiled in satisfaction. Having control of your secondary mind allows you to think faster, concentrate better and gives you a decided advantage in both mind transfer jutsus and being able to see through even the strongest genjutsu. With a bit of practice, of course, she added quickly. The Sakuras smiled and walked toward each other. I'm gonna like this, they said in unison. Why don't you release it for now? I have ninja coming in for their assignments at 12. Sakura nodded and pulled her mind back from inner Sakura. She blinked a few times, then smiled. That was incredible, she exclaimed. Tsunade grinned. When you come over for training on Saturday we'll work on practical uses for it. And we can work more on that technique in the morning, Ino said with a grin. Sakura looked at Tsunade. The fifth gave a short nod. That's fine, but make sure your mother is there to supervise this time. The group of teens nodded and left the building. As they reached the entrance Shikamaru stopped walking. You guys go on ahead. I'm gonna get something to eat, he directed at Sakura. The girls shrugged and headed towards home. Chapter 16. Sakura and Ino walked together on their way home since Sakura's house was on the way. Nay, Ino. Ino turned her eyes up to her friend. Yeah. Sakura frowned in thought. What do you think of, Lee-kun? She asked with her eyes facing skyward. Ino's expression became sharp. then her eyes widened when she realized what Sakura's question indicated. "You're giving up on Sasuke-kun," she said with disbelief. Sakura coughed. "No, never. It's just that. Ino, can you keep a secret?" On occasion, Ino answered truthfully. Sakura decided that would have to be good enough. "Lee-kun, at Naruto's birthday party, he told me she gulped. This was a hard thing to say, in love with me." If Ino's eyes opened any wider they would have rolled out of their sockets. "Are you kidding?" she asked when she managed to remember to breath. Sakura shook her head. "Wow," Ino replied in an, "I can't believe it," tone of voice. Sakura sat down with her back against the tree. "What should I do?" Ino let out a puff of air. "Well, do you like him that way, at all?" "See, that's what driving me nuts. I don't know. He just keeps popping into my head when I don't want him to." Ino cocked an eyebrow. "That's usually a sign of a crush," she said with as much tact as she could muster. Sakura bit her lower lip. "No," she insisted. "I love Sasuke-kun." Ino sighed. "You know Sakura, I realized something lately." Sakura turned her head sideways in a curious glance. "I think it was after everyone got back from going after Sasuke-kun. I went to visit them in the hospital. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru. They, especially Choji, were hurt so bad. Choji and Neji almost died. All, for Sasuke." Sakura looked a bit stung. "It wasn't Sasuke-kun's fault. Naruto told me the seal made him crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to grow up, but—" Sakura, a bit of pain entered her voice, "He's a dead man walking." Sakura's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "I heard it all from Shikamaru. You've been Sasuke-kun's teammate for 3 years, you have to know about his clan." "Of course I do," Sakura replied. "There's no place for us in Sasuke's heart, Sakura. There never will be." Sakura felt like she'd been punched in the stomach. She'd known it for a long time, of course, but she wouldn't admit it. "But—" Ino placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder. "His heart is ice. If there's a girl out there that can melt it, it's not us." Sakura angrily shoved Ino's hand off her shoulder. "I'm not going to give up on him." "I did," Ino said. "What?" "A few months ago. I just realized that even if we got together I'd wind up getting hurt," she said softly. A small smile lit up her face. "Besides, it's kind of fun checking out the other boys," she admitted as her smile widened into a wolfish grin. Sakura's eyes widened a bit. "Not Shikamaru," she said with an, "Oh please, not him," tone of voice. Ino laughed. "He's kinda cute, but I have a feeling he's got a thing for that girl from the sand." "Tamari. Really?" "Yeah, seriously though, I'd give Lee a chance. At least he's interested," Ino said with a reassuring smile. Sakura sighed. "I don't know." She paused for a moment before speaking. "I need to change the subject, so who are you interested in?" Ino thought for a bit. "Naruto's kinda cute," she said with an unbelievably straight face. Sakura made a very funny sound. Really? Yeah, not that I could stand dating him though. He's way too damn loud for me." Sakura's eye twitched. "You're just as loud as he is. I wish Neji-kun wasn't such a stick in the mud. He's gorgeous," Ino continued with a small sigh. "There really is a shortage of nice, mature boys in our village, isn't there?" Sakura mused. "Yeah," Ino stood up. "Well, we should get to your training." "Yeah, let's go," Sakura replied as she began walking toward Ino's house. Ino followed behind. An image of Lee entered Sakura's mind. She shook it away in frustration. "What am I gonna do?" she thought with a sigh. Naruto sighed in irritation for the 5th time in 2 minutes. He wandered over to his window and leaned on it with his right arm cushioning his forehead. "Damn it, if I get a nosebleed from that," he began, referring to Hinata's outfit, "does that mean sexy no jutsu is gonna make me?" His stomach got sick at the thought. A knock sounded on his bedroom door. "Naruto-kun," came Nabiki's cheerful voice, "supper's ready." "I'll be right there," Naruto replied. However, he was now more horrified than ever, for the last word of his sentence had sounded terribly high. "Oh no, it can't be," he said with mild fear. Tsunade couldn't stop chuckling. Naruto was getting irritated. "It's not funny, Granny." Tsunade managed to catch her breath long enough to blurt out, "Yes it is." Naruto glared at her, keeping silent so as not to embarrass himself further. Finally Tsunade sniffed and wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. "I'm surprised your voice didn't start cracking sooner. You were 14 after all," she said with a slight, chuckle. Naruto sighed. "So how long will this last?" he asked, gritting his teeth at cracking again. Tsunade began, trying to think of a way to break the news to him. "Anywhere from a month or 2, to a year," she said with a wince. "A year," Naruto squeaked in total terror. Yeah, Tsunade answered. Suddenly she squinted and rubbed her fingertips on Naruto's chin. And you might want to start shaving soon too. Naruto's hand went to his chin. Shish, shaving, he said with the voice of someone who'd just been handed a death sentence. Tsunade smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure Sasuke will be going through the same thing soon. Naruto snorted in contempt. Hey, his voice probably cracked when he was 6, he grumbled. Izumi poked her head into the room. Naruto-sama, Hinata-chan is here to see you. Naruto made a choking sound. Not now, he thought in dismay. Tell her I'm not here, he croaked. Izumi cocked an eyebrow at Naruto's voice change. Hi, Naruto-sama, she said as she turned to leave. Izumi. Izumi turned back to Tsunade. Hi. Show Miss Hyuga into the living room, Tsunade requested. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Izumi answered. Granny Tsunade. Naruto yelled with an incredulous expression on his face. You can't just hide here until your voice stops cracking, kid, Tsunade answered. Oh yes I can. Naruto, go see your friend, Tsunade commanded as she sharply pointed a finger at the doorway. Naruto sighed in anger and stalked off towards the living room. Hinata looked up when she heard footsteps in the room. She stood up to greet Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Naruto waved and smiled cheerfully. If I don't say anything, I'll be fine. Would you like to get some ramen with me? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. Hinata raised her eyebrows. What kind would you like? She asked. Naruto remained quiet, desperately trying to figure out a way to answer with body language. Hinata's face creased in concern. Naruto-kun, hey, are you alright? Naruto smiled and nodded, glad to have avoided the ramen flavor question. Then why won't you talk? Hinata prodded. Naruto was quiet again. Damn it, can't she just ask, yes, or, no, questions? Is it me? Did I do something wrong? Hinata asked, then bit her lower lip. No, Naruto answered without meaning to. At seeing Hinata's confused and surprised expression his stomach sank. He clapped his right hand over his forehead and eyes. Oh no, he groaned. Naruto-kun, why, your voice. Naruto took his hand from his eyes and sank onto the couch. His teeth were gritted in anger at his stupidity. Are you sick? Naruto sighed. It would be a great alibi. Until it went on for a few months and she decided he was dying, that is. No. Then what? Hinata began as she sat on the couch next to him. My voice is cracking, Naruto answered in disgust. Hinata straightened out of surprise. Oh. After some uncomfortable silence Hinata spoke. It's not that bad. Naruto sighed. I'm glad you think so, he grumbled. Hinata frowned. I still like you. And, no matter what your voice sounds like, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks. Naruto made a small smile. Thanks, he answered and he turned his head toward hers. His heart skipped a beat. Hinata was wearing denim shorts and a versus neck t-shirt. He gulped and suddenly found himself staring at her lips. His eyes widened and he turned his head away, taking in a sharp breath. Hinata was confused at Naruto's strange behavior, but shrugged it off. So, do you still want to go to the ramen stand? Naruto forced himself to look back at the pretty girl next to him. Yeah, he said with a smile. Hinata smiled. She took his hand and the two teens walked out into the golden light of the setting sun. Sakura frowned as she walked around, using inner Sakura, in Shikamaru's mind. Okay, Shikamaru's mind is very dull. Both bodies complained in unison. At least you can finally open the doors, Ino said in a tired voice. They had been up since 4 in the morning practicing. Ino had a mission slated to start not long after sunrise, so if they wanted to work on Sakura's training, it would have to be early. Can I go back to bed now? Ino's mother asked with a yawn. Hi, Ka-san, Ino confirmed with a sleepy smile. Ino's mother stood and stretched. Good night girls, she said with a wave and another yawn. Ino turned to Sakura. Well, you're as ready as you can be. When are you gonna do it? Kai, Sakura said, releasing the jutsu. Shikamaru stood up and worked the kinks out of his neck. Right now, we don't have any missions, so he's probably still in bed, Sakura explained. Ino nodded. Good luck, then. Sakura nodded. I'm going to take a shower before our mission. Have fun, Sakura, Shikamaru said with very little emotion. Once Shikamaru was out the door, Ino turned to Sakura. I'm gonna get a few more minutes sleep. Sakura nodded. Night, Ino, she said with a wave. As she walked out of Ino's house she noticed the sky had begun to brighten. Better hurry. I don't have much time. With that thought in mind she broke into a run, headed for the Hokage estate. Chapter 17. Sakura stared through the early morning darkness at Tsunade's estate. In all her planning to visit Naruto's mind, she'd forgotten about getting past the guards. Maybe if I just tell them I'm here for training. It is Saturday, after all. She took a deep breath and walked towards the front entrance, trying as hard as she could to look casual. A guard dropped his rock henge once Sakura was halfway up the walkway. "Good morning, Sakura-san. What are you doing here before 9? He asked with a guarded smile, knowing full well she could be an enemy in disguise. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd just come over early." "Is that okay?" Sakura answered with a winning smile. "Genma," called the guard. The Junin appeared in a cloud of smoke. "What's up, Shinji?" Genma asked nonchalantly. "Can you watch her while I speak with Tsunade-sama?" Shinji asked. Genma replied. Shinji disappeared, reappearing about 10 minutes later looking a bit stressed out. "Tsunade-sama said to ask you what Naruto's favorite ramen is," he said as he turned to Sakura. Sakura half rolled her eyes. "Everything." Shinji nodded in approval. "You may wait in the living room." Sakura smiled. "Thanks," she said, heading toward the front door. Damn, that was close. Sakura entered the house and sat on the couch. After a short while she stood up and headed in the direction of the bathroom. Once she was sure she was out of sight, she made a beeline for Naruto's room. She moved silently, realizing that Naruto's room may have been guarded as well. As she came within sight of Naruto's room, she saw Kakashi there, leaning against the wall reading that book of his. "I can use this," she thought. "Sakura," Kakashi called out without looking up from his book, "do you need something?" Sakura flinched in irritation. Damn it, how does he do that? She hemmed. "Hi, Kakashi-sensei," she answered, walking out from behind the corner. "I need to talk to Naruto. It's kind of important." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, well then, don't let me stop you. He needs to get out of bed anyway," he answered as he turned a page in his book. Sakura smiled and went into the room, mentally breathing a sigh of relief as she went. She had to stop herself from giggling when she saw Naruto. The blonde, loud-mouthed ninja was sleeping with his head hanging off the foot of the bed. She smiled, then remembering what she was there for, bit her lip. "Naruto, I hope you can forgive me," she thought in regret. She stared at her sleeping friend for a moment more. "Okay, Sakura, calm down. Get in, get the information, get out," she thought as a lump formed in her throat. She made the seals. "Ishindenshin no jutsu," she whispered. She felt the now familiar whooshing sensation as her second mind moved from her brain to Naruto's. Sakura stared into the darkness. "All right," Ino said to visualize doors. Suddenly a long hallway appeared before her. She nearly took a step forward when she heard a drop of water from behind. Whirling around, she saw a wet cement floor in what looked like a giant cage. Sakura walked slowly toward it. "This must be where Kyuubi was sealed," she said, in a shaky voice. She was cold and nearly terrified just being where the demon had once resided. Feeling like she would no longer be able to breathe if she stayed, she spun on her right heel and hurried off down the hallway. As she walked among the doors, the knot in Sakura's stomach grew tighter and tighter. "This won't hurt him. This won't hurt him," she chanted in an effort to calm her nerves. Sakura tried each door she came to. They all opened easily. She was getting frustrated since she knew the memories she was looking for would be behind a locked door. She turned around from trying the latest door and saw something that made her blood run cold. Naruto. There, in front of Sakura, was indeed Naruto, but he looked very different. His clothes were black and red, his hair longer and wild-looking, and his expression was very similar to Sasuke's. "Just what the fuck are you doing in here?" the Naruto said in a steely voice. Sakura shivered uncontrollably. "Naruto, I just needed to see what really happened," she stuttered, near tears. "And what the fuck makes you think you have a right to know, you stupid bitch?" Now the tears flowed freely down the pink-haired girl's cheeks. "Naruto, what's going on? You're not like this. This can't be you," she choked. "Of course it's me," the Naruto snapped. "Who the fuck do you think it is?" But your hair, and your clothes." Sakura's eyes snapped wide. "I get it, this is just a piece of his personality. He doesn't actually know I'm here," she thought with an exhale of relief. "Oi, you gone deaf?" Anger Naruto yelled impatiently. Sakura took a deep breath. "I don't have time for you," she said as she held back her tears and walked away. Anger Naruto's face creased in anger. He charged Sakura, slammed her against a wall and raised a kunai to her throat. "Just who do you think you are?" he hissed. "You sure as hell had enough time to come in here and screw with my head." Sakura was in trouble and she knew it. "No, if Naruto kills me in here, my mind will go into shock," she thought in panic. Remembering her training with Tsunade, she gathered a massive amount of chakra into her fist. She hauled back, slugged him as hard as she could, opened one of the doors, shoved him inside and slammed it shut. She just managed to slap a seal tag on the door before feeling a huge force hit it from the other side. Again and again the door shuddered from the force of anger Naruto's hits. "Just wait till I get out of here, you bitch. You are fucking dead," he raged. Trying desperately to block out the voice of anger Naruto, Sakura continued down the hall. If the knot in her stomach had been bad before, now it was positively squeezing the breath out of her. She tried another door, it wouldn't open. Finally, she breathed. She used her chakra lockpick and opened the door to the memory. When she opened it, she saw something she didn't expect. What appeared to be a 4-year-old Naruto was running up to a young male chunin with a drawing of a rabbit and some flowers. He stood in front of the chunin and proudly held up his masterpiece. "Look what I made for you, Moroku-ne-san." Sakura watched with a sick feeling in her stomach as Moroku slapped the drawing out of Naruto's small hands. "Get away from me, you piece of shit. I'm only watching you because Sandame-sama ordered me to," he yelled angrily as he stalked over to the window so he could ignore the stunned boy. Sakura covered her mouth and began to cry as Naruto's expression crumpled. Tears began to flow down his cheeks. After a brief moment the small boy fell to the floor, wailing with as much pain as a human voice could muster. Sakura rushed through the door and ran to Naruto, but as she tried to hug him her arms passed right through. So all she could do was watch him. Soon she couldn't take it anymore and ran from the room. After shutting the door she slumped to the floor of the hall and sobbed. "Naruto." Kakashi glanced up at the clock on the wall. She's been in there quite a while. And it's awful quiet." His eyes widened. "They wouldn't." He shook his head and mentally slapped himself. "You've been reading that book too much, Kakashi." After a short pause he looked at the door again. "Still, I should check on them." He hemmed. "Sakura, Naruto. Is everything alright?" "Yes," Naruto and Sakura said in unison. Kakashi frowned a little, but shrugged and went back to his reading. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God. I thought he was gonna come in here," she said as she tried another door. She unlocked it and saw a memory of herself making fun of Naruto before they became a team. Wincing, she quickly left the room. She pulled on the next door, no luck. Only 2 more doors down, she found another lock to pick. There seem to be more locked doors the further I go." Sakura paused a moment before opening the next locked door. She was beginning to dread what was behind these memory barriers. She sighed and pushed the door open. "Sakura." Tentatively Sakura turned around at the weak-sounding voice, and the bottom dropped out of her stomach. In front of her was what appeared to be another aspect of Naruto's personality. This Naruto's hair was the normal length, but had patches cut out of it in several spots. His clothes were ripped and dirty and he had numerous cuts and bruises on the exposed parts of his body. "It's not Naruto, it's not Naruto," she chanted. "You must be his despair," she said as she began to walk away, determined not to get into another conversation with someone who wasn't really Naruto. Despair. Naruto grabbed Sakura's wrist. "Sakura, why are you here? It doesn't make sense. Don't you hate me?" he asked. Sakura closed her eyes in emotional pain. "Of course not," she answered, turning around. "You're my best friend," she said, giving him a hug. Despair. Naruto looked confused. "But, I don't have any friends," he said with a hollow tone. "Yes you do. Me, Sasuke, Lee, Hinata." "No," Despair. Naruto said, cutting her off, "that's not right. I'm alone." He smiled in a way that frightened Sakura. "Look what I found," he said, pulling a small silver object from his pocket. Sakura's eyes widened. A box cutter. "Wah, what are you gonna do with that?" Despair. Naruto smiled grimly. With one quick motion, he slashed his left wrist. Sakura's body trembled and her mouth opened, but her scream wouldn't come out. She could only stare at the blood pouring from the open wound. Her eyes filled with tears as he slashed the other wrist. Despair. Naruto raised his wrists to eye level, staring at the blood. "There's so much, isn't there?" he said sadly. Sakura's scream found its voice as Despair. Naruto raised the box cutter to his throat and ripped it across his jugular. She turned and ran from the scene as fast as her legs would carry her. As Sakura became smaller and smaller in his vision, Despair. Naruto sighed, watching his wrists close back up. "It didn't work, it never works," he said with disappointment. By now, Sakura was extremely jumpy. She almost didn't want to open the next locked door she found, but she used her chakra pick anyway. The sounds of fighting filled her ears as Naruto and Sasuke came into focus. Apparently, Sasuke had just spread the curse seal over himself. She watched the battle in horror, fighting back the urge to make them stop. Suddenly Sasuke's fist was through Naruto's chest. Sakura screamed. Blood rained down on the water like red tears. She noticed Sasuke had a cruel smile on his face and was going on about how he had actually been aiming for Naruto's heart. "No," she said as she stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "No." Kakashi jumped at the sound of Naruto and Sakura screaming. He threw the door open. Sakura, Naruto. As soon as he saw them he knew what had happened. But how are they both screaming? He wondered. Throwing that thought aside he grabbed Sakura from behind and put her hands together in the release seal. Kai. Sakura's body relaxed and Kakashi caught her as she fell unconscious. From the bed, Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Sakura. He noticed Sakura's head leaning to the side as though she'd been knocked out. Sakura-chan. He shouted as he rushed to his friend's side. He looked up at Kakashi. "What happened to her?" he said with fear. More guards came rushing into the room, followed by a tense-looking Tsunade. "Naruto." She turned to Kakashi. "Hitaki, what the hell is going on in here?" Apparently, Sakura went into Naruto's mind, Kakashi reported grimly as he laid the girl on Naruto's bed. "What?" Tsunade said loudly. She sighed through her teeth and turned around. "Idiot," she said as she looked at Sakura, shaking her head. "Why would she want to go into my MI?" Naruto trailed off as he realized the answer to his own question. "The fight between Sasuke and me, she wanted to see it for herself." Tsunade was confused. Why in the seven hells would she want to see that? Naruto sighed and used his pajama sleeve to wipe away some of the sweat that had formed on Sakura's forehead. "I didn't tell you everything about the fight." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Naruto swallowed, the barest hint of his newly forming Adam's apple bobbing as he did so. "Sasuke used the Chidori and put a hole through my chest." Tsunade sucked in a shocked and horrified breath. He was aiming for my heart." He ignored the look of wide-eyed rage on Tsunade's face and continued. "I managed to block it just before it hit and it went through my lung instead. Sakura found out that he put a hole through my chest. I told her it was an accident." He glanced at Sakura. "But I guess she didn't buy it. And she decided to go into your mind because she knew you would never tell her the whole truth," Tsunade finished for him. She sighed heavily and slid her palm over her forehead. "I'll take her to the hospital." "Naruto, come with me," she commanded as she scooped up the unconscious Sakura. As they jumped over the rooftops in the early morning light, Naruto's stomach churned as he thought of the many different memories he prayed Sakura hadn't seen. "I wish I'd paid more attention when Iruka-sensei told us about memory-blocking jutsus," he thought. "Tsunade no ba-chan. Yes. Will she be alright?" Tsunade sighed. "She should be. As long as she screamed because of the memory you told me about and not something worse." "What do you mean, worse?" "Something in your mind may have made her mind think she died," Tsunade said grimly. Naruto gasped in horror as the two ninja landed in front of the main doors of the hospital. Naruto was sleeping in a chair, which was balanced on two legs with the back against the wall and dangerously close to falling. On the bed next to him Sakura slept soundly. There was a knock on the door to the room. Gravity won as Naruto was startled from his light sleep and he unceremoniously fell to the floor in a heap. "Ow!" The door opened and Hinata walked through. She made a small, distressed gasp at seeing her crush on the floor. "Naruto-kun," she exclaimed as she ran over to the boy and offered him her hand. Naruto froze for a second before taking Hinata's small hand in his own. Suddenly the temperature of the room seemed to climb a few degrees. Even though she was in her jacket outfit today, the memory of her in her new clothes was still there. "Hinata-chan, thanks," he said nervously. "How is she?" Hinata asked as she removed her jacket and placed it on the nightstand. Naruto's heart beat a bit faster now that Hinata was in just her shirt and capris. "I don't know," he answered dejectedly. "Ba-chan says if something really bad happened to her in there, that she might not wake up." A gasp escaped Hinata's lips as her hand flew to her mouth. After a moment of stunned silence she put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It's not your fault." Naruto's expression clouded over. "Isn't it?" He put his head in his hands. "If I'd cared about learning how to lock my bad memories she wouldn't have found anything that could do this to her." "Naruto-kun," Hinata answered softly. Before she knew what she was doing she wrapped her arms around him. Naruto was surprised at the sudden close contact, but made no move to break it. He simply relaxed his body and stayed there, letting the world around them melt away, if only for a little while. Chapter 18. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Sakura had fallen unconscious and Naruto had been there nearly all day, every day. Sasuke stopped in for an hour or so daily, as did Hinata. Lee had wanted to be on constant vigil, but his current mission had kept him away. Tsunade came in at the end of visitors' hours to make Naruto go home. Naruto snored loudly as Tsunade carried him home on her back. She glared backwards at the latest bellow of noise to assault her ears. "This kid could give Jiraiya a run for his money," she said to no one. Naruto blinked his eyes rapidly as he awoke and wasn't all that surprised to find himself being carried home. "Hey, Ba-chan," he greeted with a yawn. "Hey, brat," Tsunade replied, and then was quiet for a few moments. "I've been doing some thinking. After Sakura wakes up, I want to announce your adoption." Naruto was instantly more alert. "Do you think that's a good idea? I also plan to tell them about the death of Kyuubi. Why the hell Sarutobi let the villagers think you were anything more than human is beyond me. I intend to set the record straight. I know I won't be able to change the minds of everyone, but if I can at least get them to think a little about the way they've treated you, then that will be enough for now," Tsunade announced, stopping and letting Naruto down from her back as she finished. "But," Naruto began as his feet touched the ground. Tsunade turned around and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You are my son. I will have you treated with respect," she said with a warm smile. Naruto smiled back and nodded. "Thanks." The two began walking again. "Ba-chan." "Hi." "I'm sorry," Naruto said as he stepped over a branch that had fallen on the path. "For what?" "I lied to you, about why I didn't want you to adopt me at first." Tsunade stopped walking. "What do you mean? I wasn't afraid of you messing up being Hokage to keep me safe." "What was it then? I thought you'd treat me like a kid. I didn't want a bunch of new rules." Tsunade sighed. "Naruto, and I'm sure you know this by now, I will never try to change the way you live your life," she replied, smiling as she finished. "I think you've done a pretty good job of raising yourself. You're kind, happy, thoughtful and, when it's important at least," she said with a laugh, "very responsible. I doubt I could have done a better job with you." Naruto beamed with pride. "Thanks." Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. "You're welcome. Now, let's go home." Naruto nodded in affirmation and mother and son walked onto their home together. Sakura's head hurt. She moaned and forced her tired eyes open. Where? Her vision went in and out of focus. She saw a life monitor. The hospital. With some effort, she turned her head to face the opposite direction. She saw a few fuzzy figures standing around, talking to each other. One of them was obviously Lee. No one else wore that much green who was their age. She saw one of the figures turn to face her direction. "Nani?" Naruto's eyes widened. "Ba-chan, she's awake," he squeaked, pointing at Sakura excitedly. Sasuke did a double take at hearing his brother's voice go up a few octaves. When the hell did his voice start cracking? He wondered. He pushed it aside for the moment, due to the situation. "Naruto," Sakura thought with a small amount of fear. Naruto and Lee rushed over to Sakura's side. "Sakura, can you hear me?" Naruto asked in desperation. Sakura swallowed. Her throat was extremely dry. Water," she croaked. Naruto's eyes filled with tears of joy. "You got it," he said happily. He grabbed a cup from the water cooler and began to fill it. Lee helped Sakura to a sitting position. She took the water Naruto held out for her and drank it in one gulp. "Arigato," she said to Naruto, her voice sounding a little better. Sasuke moved into where he could see Sakura's face. "Sakura, how are you feeling?" Sakura's eyes went as white as dinner plates. "Gee, get away from me," she screeched, using all her available strength to scuttle backwards to the wall at the head of the bed. Sasuke's face took on an expression of confusion. He looked at Naruto and was surprised to see a look of understanding in his eyes. "Sakura, what?" "No," Sakura screeched again, covering her face with her arms. "No, no, ooh," she begged, breaking down into sobs. Naruto sat down on the bed and wrapped his arms around Sakura in an attempt to calm her down. "Sakura-chan, he's not gonna hurt you." Sakura rocked a bit as she cried. Naruto. I'm so sorry. I wanted to know what really." "Shish, I know. I don't care about that now. I'm just glad you're back," Naruto said in a soothing voice. How could he? You're his best friend. How could he aim for your heart?" Sakura cried. Sasuke's throat tightened painfully. "Tsunade-sama told me something scared her, but she never said." Lee, meanwhile, was staring at Sasuke in disbelief. He tried to kill Naruto-kun. Why? He wondered. He wanted to hold Sakura, but felt it wasn't his place at the moment. Instead, he turned to Sasuke. "What is this, Sasuke?" he asked angrily. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly and sighed. "It's none of your business," he said through his teeth. Lee glared at Sasuke. "Anything that hurts Sakura-san this badly is my business." "Sasuke, tell him," came Naruto's voice from the bed. Sasuke looked at his brother, incredulous. "What?" he questioned in a low voice. "Tell him, I'm tired of secrets. If I'd told Sakura-chan about it a long time ago, this wouldn't have happened," Naruto said with regret. Sasuke sighed in angry defeat. There is another level to the Sharingan, an ultimate level. Ultimate level? Hinata asked from behind Tsunade. Sasuke sat down on a chair near the wall opposite the bed. It's called Mangekyo. It allows a person to use genjutsu so powerful, they can kill someone inside their own mind. Everyone's eyes widened. Sakura was even interested enough to slow her crying and listen a little. The only way to awaken the Mangekyo is to kill your closest friend. Sasuke said in a pained voice. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath, eyes wide with disbelief. Lee spoke with disgust. You tried to kill the person you care most about, for power. According to Itachi, what causes the Mangekyo to form is the pain of extreme loss. Loss caused, by your own hands. Sasuke looked at Naruto. I'm sorry, even if what happened back then was mostly because of the seal, it's no excuse, he said sadly. Naruto looked down. Seal or no seal, I knew you didn't want to kill me. You thought you had to. Sasuke looked at Naruto with surprise. Naruto continued. And that's part of the reason I fought so hard to get you back. I didn't want you to go through more pain. Sasuke's face fell, his mouth hanging open in an O shape. Naruto, he said once he found his voice. Naruto sighed, and then his expression looked as though he had decided something. Excuse me, Sakura-chan, he said as he released the girl that he'd been holding. He looked up at Tsunade. Ba-chan, I need you to get Neji, Shikamaru, Kiba and Kakashi-sensei. Why? Tsunade asked. I want to tell my friends everything, Naruto replied, his voice filled with trepidation. Tsunade's eyebrows knitted together. Are you sure? Hi, Naruto answered with more confidence. Tsunade nodded. All right. Shikamaru yawned as he sat down in the plush armchair near the window. Kakashi leaned against a wall and Neji stood in the middle of the room with his arms folded. Thanks for coming, guys, Naruto greeted solemnly. He took a deep breath. I have some things I need to tell all of you. He closed his eyes and took a calming breath before continuing. You all know about when Kyuubi attacked the village. Everyone nodded, except of course those who knew what was coming. You were lied to. Kyuubi wasn't killed. He was sealed, Naruto gulped, inside me. Neji's eyes widened. What? You're honestly telling me you didn't know? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. Everyone turned to stare at the lazy shinobi. How did you? Neji inquired. It wasn't that hard to figure out. You can't kill a Yoma, not directly anyway. You have to seal it inside a living being. One with a chakra system advanced enough to hold it. A human is the only logical choice. The older a chakra system is, the more likely it will reject such a large and inhuman chakra, so the person creating the seal would need a newborn baby for the container. Naruto was the only person our age that all the adults in the village seemed to hate. He shrugged. Simple, really. Everyone stared slack-jawed at Shikamaru. After a moment, Tsunade hemmed. Go ahead, Naruto. Naruto nodded, somewhat amazed that not a single person had turned on him, even for an instant. 2 months ago, when Orochimaru took me, I was cut open. He peeled my skin back so Kyuubi couldn't heal me. Neji gritted his teeth and Hinata looked a little nauseous from the memory. Sasuke pushed my wound together and Kyuubi was able to seal it, but it used too much of his chakra. He died, Naruto said as though he were sorry the Nine-Tails was dead. Even Shikamaru showed surprise. But that shouldn't have been enough to kill a Yoma that powerful. Tsunade folded her arms. Not by itself, no. I've been researching the jutsus Orochimaru used on Naruto. They are designed to remove seals, but they also have the side effect of corrupting the flow of chakra in the being residing within the seal. Essentially, Kyuubi's own chakra poisoned him. The combination of that and using an enormous amount of power to heal Naruto apparently proved fatal. Shikamaru frowned in thought. Makes sense. Kyuubi left me a going away present, Naruto said as he began to mold some chakra. Everyone watched in amazement at Naruto's new chakra color. However, Tsunade, Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata were confused. The chakra wasn't yellow. It was a swirling mix of red and blue. What the hell? Tsunade questioned. Naruto opened his eyes when Tsunade spoke. He noticed the new colors and stared at them. What happened? Neji turned to Tsunade. What is it? It was yellow just yesterday. Not to mention it shouldn't be possible for it to be two colors at once, Tsunade replied with a frown. What does it mean, Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked. Tsunade frowned in thought. I don't know. I'll research it when I get home. She let out a puff of air. Naruto, I believe you have a few more things to say. Naruto nodded. Naruto scratched the side of his face in embarrassment. Tsunade no ba-chan, adopted me, he said with a smile. Congratulations, Naruto, Neji said after the momentary shock wore off. HMPF. You were better off before, Shikamaru said with a wry smile. Tsunade stalked over to Shikamaru, holding up a fist. What did you say? She said dangerously. Shikamaru cringed. It was nothing, he replied, waving his hands protectively in front of his face. Geez, how troublesome, he thought as Tsunade walked back to her previous position. Anyway, I also found who my parents were a few weeks ago, Naruto said quietly. Except for Tsunade's, all eyes were suddenly fixed on Naruto. Naruto-kun, that's wonderful. Hinata cried cheerfully. Who are they? Have you met them yet? Sakura asked eagerly. Naruto's face fell. They died when I was born, he answered, his voice sad. Hinata made a tiny gasp. Oh, Naruto-kun, she said as she bit her lower lip. It's okay, Naruto said, giving Hinata a small smile. What were their names? Sakura asked, gently. My dad's name was Minato. Naruto began before being cut off by a strange choking sound that came from Kakashi. Kakashi looked as though he'd seen a ghost. What is it, sensei? Sasuke asked with concern. Kakashi's beloved book simply fell from his hands as he stood and walked slowly toward his blonde-haired student. When he got to the bed he reached out a shaking hand and touched the side of Naruto's face. I always thought you looked like him, he said in a choked voice. Sakura was confused. Sensei. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up and away from his Sharingan eye. But how? Sandame told us you were dead. Naruto was shocked to see Kakashi's eyes filled with tears. It was a lie. He did it to protect me, Naruto informed him. So you really are Yondaime's son? Kakashi said as though he wasn't still sure he believed it. Immediately following Kakashi's question everyone in the room stared, positively bug-eyed, at Naruto. You're the son of the fourth? Lee asked in shock and awe. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Kakashi gripped Naruto's shoulder affectionately. It's like a part of him is back from the dead, he said, hurriedly wiping his tears away with his other hand. Suddenly his expression turned dangerous. Jiraiya. I already took care of it, Hitaki, Tsunade said with a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Naruto looked at Tsunade in confusion. What did Ero Sennin do? Kakashi stared at Tsunade in disbelief. He doesn't know. Tsunade shook her head. I want Jiraiya to tell him himself. Tell me what? Naruto questioned, growing impatient. Ask Jiraiya. I want him to be the one who sees your reaction to it, Tsunade said icily. Naruto growled a sigh. Dr. Tokiha came into the room. He saw Sakura sitting up and smiled broadly. She's awake, he said cheerfully. Sakura smiled and nodded. Well then, how about you all clear out of here so I can check her over? Dr. Tokiha requested. Bye everyone, Sakura said with a wave. Sakura's visitors returned her goodbye and walked out the door, except for Naruto and Lee. Naruto smiled at Sakura. Glad you're okay, he said with a grin. Sakura smiled. Thanks. Later, Naruto said with a mock salute. Once Naruto was out the door, Lee turned to the girl he loved. I don't know what I would have done, if I could never see that smile again, he said as he lovingly touched her cheek. Sakura paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. Lee-kun. It's all right, Lee said softly, I know you don't feel the same, he said with a small smile. I'll see you later. As he turned around to leave he felt Sakura's hand grab his. Lee-kun. I can't make any promises, Sakura said gently, but don't give up on me yet. Sakura-san, Lee questioned, trying desperately to quell the bit of hope that was entering his heart. Just, give me some time to think, Sakura explained. Oh, okay, Lee said in mild confusion. He looked at the door. Well then, I have to get back to my training. Yeah, he said nervously. Yeah, Lee-kun. Lee smiled and left the room. Sakura stared out the window, watching some kids playing ninja tag. It was so simple back then, she thought. An image of Sasuke entered her mind, but his adorable smirk was quickly replaced by the murderous grin he had worn in Naruto's memories, making Sakura wince. Sasuke-kun, I can't love you anymore. But I'm not sure I know how to move on. Alright, Miss Haruno. Let's see if you're ready to go home, said Dr. Tokiha. Sakura nodded. Alright. As Dr. Tokiha began the usual stages of a routine physical, Sakura's mind wandered to the memory of Naruto telling everyone about Kyuubi. I'm so glad everyone took it so well. He's already been through so much. Of course, she knew exactly what had gone through Neji and Lee's minds. She had had the same thoughts when she had been told the truth. Tsunade moved to sit behind her desk. There is something you must know before you go on this mission. What I'm about to tell you is not to leave this room. Understood? Hi, Hokage-sama, Sasuke replied. The Kyuubi that attacked Konoha 14 years ago was not destroyed as you were told. It was sealed, inside Naruto, Tsunade explained. What? Sakura and Hinata squeaked in unison. Sakura's breathing became slow and quiet as she absorbed what she'd just been told. After a moment she noticed Sasuke didn't seem at all surprised. Sasuke-kun, you knew? She asked in wide-eyed disbelief. Hi. Naruto told me, after he stopped me from going to Orochimaru, Sasuke said, his eyes looking at the floor. Why didn't he tell me? Sakura asked, her voice rising a bit in pitch. I saw him use the nine tails when we fought. I asked him what it was and he told me. I think, he didn't tell you because he was afraid of how you'd react, Sasuke said, raising his eyes to Sakura's. Sakura bit her lower lip. Tsunade hemmed and the teens turned their attention back to her. We have received intelligence reports that Orochimaru plans to extract Kyuubi from Naruto and transfer it to himself. This would not only increase Orochimaru's power, but also kill Naruto in the process, she said gravely. No, Hinata said loudly. You three will be accompanied by Kakashi and a team of Anbu. They will act as a distraction while you get Naruto out, said Tsunade. But, we're not enough to take on Orochimaru. Sakura exclaimed. We're hoping that the distraction will be enough that you won't have to, Tsunade explained. Now, as for the reason you were told about Kyuubi. Should Orochimaru make even the slightest miscalculation when attempting the needed seal transfer jutsus, you may wind up facing the Kyuubi itself. Sakura shuddered at the memory as Dr. Tokiha removed the blood pressure cuff. Well, Sakura, I think you can go home tomorrow morning. For now, why don't you try to get some sleep? Hi. Thank you, Sakura replied. Dr. Tokiha smiled and left the room. Sakura laid down, her skin relishing in the smoothness of the cool pillow. As she closed her tired eyes, one thought came to her mind. And for some reason, she found it comforting. I really do like Lee-kun. With that thought she drifted off into a restless sleep. Chapter 19. Naruto paced up and down the floor in Tsunade's office. His stomach was positively bursting with butterflies as he sighed for the millionth time. Naruto, you're getting on my nerves, Tsunade grumbled. Naruto had been pacing for the better part of a half hour. Just then Shikamaru poked his head into the room. Excuse me, Tsunade-sama. We're ready, he informed her. Naruto stopped pacing and turned a few shades of green. Tsunade saw this and gave him a hug. It'll be okay, she said warmly. She released him and stood up. Now remember, wait here until I send for you. Naruto took a deep breath and nodded, silently reminding himself that it was not possible for his heart to burst through his chest. Tsunade walked out the door and headed for the roof of the Hokage Tower. As she went to open the door at the top of the stairs, she herself took a deep breath, then turned the knob and stepped out into the bright afternoon sunshine. The murmuring in the crowd ceased almost immediately when Tsunade appeared at the edge of the roof. The fabric on the sides of her Hokage headgear fluttered in the gentle breeze as she watched the crowd for a moment, hoping to discern the general mood. Well, it's now or never, she thought. Thank you, everyone, for coming out here on such short notice. I have some announcements to make and I'm sure at least one of them will make you all very happy. She paused for a short moment before continuing. To the children gathered here today. It is time for you to know that the Kyuubi was not killed in the battle 14 years ago. It was sealed inside a human container by the 4th Hokage. And that container was Naruto. A flurry of whispers broke out among the children who hadn't already known. Tsunade waited for them to die down a bit, then held up her hand to silence them completely. I have more to tell you. The Kyuubi has recently died, Tsunade informed the crowd. The reaction was not what she expected. All at once there was loud cheering from about half the crowd. Both from those who believed Naruto was the Kyuubi, and from others who didn't. But there were also a good number of people crying. Some people were stunned into a horrified silence and still others seemed angry for some reason. Please calm down everyone, Tsunade said loudly. It took a moment, but the crowd became quiet. On a happy, personal note for me, I recently adopted one of the village orphans, she said with a wide smile. This will be interesting, she thought. She turned around and nodded her head at a Junin who was near the door. Unseen by the crowd, Naruto came out the door and stood just out of everyone's line of vision. I would like to introduce you to my son. She turned her head and waved someone forward. Naruto walked up and stood next to Tsunade. The reaction from the people of Konoha was explosive. Some people were ecstatically happy, although confused, and about half the crowd looked like they had just been shown the most horrible monster they could think of. From at least a quarter of the people came angry shouts of protest. Tsunade heard, "What the hell is this, liar? And, you said he was dead," above the roar of the crowd. Tsunade surveyed the angry ones with a venomous stare. She glanced at Naruto, who looked like he was about to hyperventilate. Silence, she roared. A few last retorts were thrown, but eventually everyone stopped talking for fear of provoking Tsunade. Now all of you will listen to me, she yelled angrily. She took a moment to calmly stare at the crowd, as if daring them to say something. This boy, no matter what you may think, is not now, nor has he ever been the Kyuubi. He has also never been a danger to any of you. When I first came back to this village, I learned a lot about Naruto's past, enough to make me disgusted and appalled at a good majority of the people here. The eyes of some of the angry audience members softened a bit. He has done nothing to any of you, except keep your loved ones safe for the past 14 years, she informed the people, glaring. And what I told you is true. The Kyuubi is dead. Orochimaru took Naruto a month and a half ago, wanting to transfer the Kyuubi to himself, but wound up accidentally killing Kyuubi in the process. Smiles returned to some of the previous complainers. Now, I know it will take time for you to see Naruto differently. Some of you may never let go of your hate. But I hope that someday, the people of this village will once again become the people I remember. A people who are kind, who help strangers on the street and who have love in their hearts for the people who need it the most, she said, glancing at Naruto. That's all I have to say, dismissed. She put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and together they walked away from the stunned crowd. Tenten stood stock still, her mind still reeling from what she'd just been told. She looked at others that were still at the base of the tower. Many people looked deep in thought, some looked disgusted, but she was surprised to see that nearly half of the people around her looked sad. They probably realized they've been acting like serious assholes, she thought in contempt. She looked up at a clock on one of the surrounding buildings. Better go train. With a final glance at the Hokage tower, she disappeared in a puff of smoke, earning complaints from the people closest to where she had been. Tenten walked onto her favorite training field and was disappointed to find someone already using it. It was even worse that that person happened to be someone she thought of as extremely gorgeous. She didn't have a crush on him, but she couldn't help blushing when she was in his presence. She watched as he blew a tree to shreds with Chidori and felt her heart skip a beat. God, I love strong men, she thought with a playfully predatory smile as she walked towards him. Hi, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke blinked back his exhaustion and turned to face the one who had interrupted him. Sorry, but I'm busy at the moment, Tenten, he said respectfully. Truthfully, she was the only kunoichi he respected. She didn't swoon whenever she saw him like the others, and she was strong. He may have changed a bit since the waterfall battle, but he still had little patience with weak people. Tenten looked around the training field. Several trees had been mutilated. Wow, she thought. Oh, mind if I wait here? Sasuke frowned as he thought for a moment. Do as you like, he answered. Tenten nodded and sat down on a log a safe distance away. Sasuke pulled out a few kunai and flung them at a tree he had previously prepped with tiny targets. As she twirled a kunai on her right index finger, Tenten watched his technique with a frown. Only 94% accuracy, she thought. Sasuke threw another kunai and Tenten winced. Gah, he was off by half an inch, she thought as she fidgeted by twirling her kunai faster. With each throw Sasuke made that wasn't completely dead center, she found it harder and harder to stay sitting. Finally, she flung her hands forward in frustration, accidentally throwing the kunai in the process. It whizzed by Sasuke's right ear and landed perfectly in the middle of the target he had been aiming for. What the hell, thought Sasuke, who had been blocking her view of the target at that moment. She did that without being able to see the target. How? He turned to see Tenten standing stick straight with a nervous grimace on her face. Sorry. It was a reflex, she explained, scratching an itch on her finger that had been the product of friction from spinning the kunai for so long. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow and looked back at the tree. One hell of a reflex, he said with mild interest in his voice. Tenten smiled. She thought for a moment. Want some tips? Sasuke frowned. You can't teach better aim. Only practice can do that. Tenten scratched the back of her neck. Actually, your technique is wrong. Excuse me, Sasuke replied indignantly. You need more snap to your wrist when you throw. You arc it too much, Tenten replied carefully. Sasuke's frown deepened. I don't need help, he said firmly. An 8-year-old Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. He had missed his target by a whole 2 inches. He heard a cough behind him and groaned inwardly. Itachi stood about 6 feet away. He had his arms folded and was shaking his head. You need to relax more, Sasuke. If you would help me practice, I'd be better by now, Sasuke retorted. Itachi remarked as he shook his head and walked away. Damn him, why won't he teach me? He thought angrily as he watched his brother walk away. Sasuke made a short, irritated hiss through his teeth at the memory. Tenten saw Sasuke's expression, but decided not to comment on it. She closed her eyes in defeat and sighed. Have it your way then. I'm gonna go find somewhere to train. Watching you is gonna drive me nuts, she replied with a small laugh. Sasuke watched her go. Once he was sure she was a good distance away, he turned to the target and threw a kunai, snapping his wrist just a little more than usual. The kunai hit dead center. He folded his arms. He remarked with an intrigued expression. 3 weeks later, Naruto sat on the ground in the middle of the Hokage training field, waiting for Jiraiya. When he gets there, tell him I said to tell you the truth, Tsunade said firmly. Naruto frowned and sighed. What did she mean by the truth? He wondered. It was at that moment that the person he'd been waiting for appeared on the back of a medium-sized summoned frog. He looked around for a moment before turning to Naruto. Where's Tsunade? She said she wanted to see me. Actually. She said she wanted me to talk to you, Naruto said with a bit of confusion. She told me she wants you to tell me the truth. Jiraiya stiffened, realizing he'd been tricked. Damn you, Tsunade, he growled in his mind. He sighed loudly and sat down next to the boy, cupping his chin in his right hand as he thought of what to say. What I'm about to tell you may make you hate me for the rest of your life, he said sadly. Hate you? Naruto echoed in confusion. Jiraiya put up a hand in order to ask Naruto to be quiet. As you know, Minato was my student. He was like a younger brother to me. On the day he became Hokage, I couldn't have been prouder. By that time he'd already married your mother. She was one of the most amazing kunoichi I've ever seen, younger than me, but already the captain of my ambush squad. He paused, taking a moment to calm his emotions a bit. On the night Kyuubi attacked, she was 8 months pregnant with you. As she was getting ready to join the fight, I arrived at the Hokage residence with a message from Minato. He wanted her to stay out of it, but she wouldn't hear of it. She loved Konoha so much. When I tried to block her from leaving, she threw me into a wall. I ran out the door as soon as I could think straight. By the time I got to the field, she had already. He wiped away some unshed tears. She was mortally wounded. There was nothing anyone could do. Her injuries caused her to go into labor. I was the one who delivered you. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Why? You delivered me? Naruto stammered. He suddenly felt like he'd been handed yet another family member. He smiled widely. Jiraiya saw Naruto's happy smile and became sick to his stomach. Naruto. The seriousness in his voice made Naruto's smile falter a bit. That's not all of it. You see, there were only 3 people who knew you hadn't died at birth. Minato, Sandaime, and me, he finished with as much regret as human eyes could hold. This news shattered Naruto's feelings of family toward the aging Sannin like the most delicate of crystal. You knew. Naruto yelled, his fists balled so tightly that his nails drew blood. He stood, moved in front of Jiraiya and punched him in the face, knocking him over. Why? He screamed, years of loneliness and pain all coming to the surface in an instant. Why didn't you take me with you? I couldn't. I had no idea how to raise a baby, Jiraiya said with nothing but sadness in his voice as the tears welled up again. Naruto's whisker marks became a bit more defined as his breath came in angry puffs through his teeth. That's just a bullshit excuse. He raged, punching Jiraiya again, this time knocking him back a few meters. Tears began to fall from his cerulean blue eyes. You could have gotten books, he screamed, backhanding Jiraiya. You didn't want me. The tears flowed down Naruto's face in force now, and by this point his voice was cracking frequently. If you had, you would have found a way. Jiraiya's hatred of himself grew with each angry syllable. He knew Naruto was no match for him, but he didn't care. He knew each punch Naruto threw was well deserved, and so he simply let the boy punish him. It wasn't until Naruto created 20 or so bunchins of himself that Jiraiya began to wonder if he shouldn't try to stop him. Naruto. Shut up. I hate you. With that last word, Naruto's voice dropped in pitch. In his new, deeper voice, he screamed out his attack. 8 of the bunchins slid in and kicked Jiraiya into air. Zoo. A second group was thrown into the air by the first group. Jiraiya was propelled even higher by the second barrage of kicks. 10 more clones used the tops of the surrounding trees as launching points and shot themselves at him. They kicked the surprised man to a deadly height. Naruto screamed as he led the final group of clones in for the finishing move. Naruto Renden. With tears streaming down his face, Jiraiya watched as 6 Naruto feet came down from the sky above him and drilled into his torso. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body shot toward the ground. Jiraiya's head was spinning and he was barely able to think as he summoned Gamabunta. The great frog appeared and Jiraiya landed with a thud on his head. Gamabunta rotated his eyes upward just before Naruto landed in a crouching position near Jiraiya. What the hell is going on here, brat? He asked as Jiraiya stumbled to his feet. Naruto didn't hear Gamabunta. His eyes turned red as he ran over to Jiraiya with a kunai in hand. Jiraiya barely managed to shield his face with his arms as Naruto brought down the weapon. Gamabunta frowned and used his tongue to pluck Naruto off of his head, then transferred him to one of his large, webbed hands. "Oh, brat," Gamabunta said with irritation as he maneuvered Naruto so he could see his face. "I asked you a question," he demanded firmly. Naruto thrashed around violently in an effort to escape as he yelled curses at the giant frog. "Let me the fuck go. I'm gonna kill that piece of shit." Gamabunta decided he wasn't going to get any answers out of Naruto in his current mental state. "Jiraiya, explain this." Jiraiya took a moment to tie off the cut on his arm with some medical wrap before answering. "It's personal. Let's just say I deserved what I got," he said sadly as he closed his eyes in emotional pain. Naruto kept struggling and making animalistic screams at the top of his lungs. "Grah." Jiraiya watched him with the heaviest of hearts. He sighed heavily, reached into his hip pouch and pulled out a small jar of green powder. He poured a small amount into his hand and blew it at his former student and friend. Naruto's eyes rolled back into his head and he hung limp in Gamabunta's grasp. Jiraiya replaced the top of the jar and returned it to its hiding place. He should wake up in about an hour. He turned his back to Naruto's sleeping form. "I won't be back. Could you tell him when he wakes up that I'm sorry," he said in a chocked voice. Gamabunta frowned in thought. "Hi," he agreed. Jiraiya nodded numbly and jumped away into the forest. He hadn't known this much pain since the death of his prized student and friend. He felt like he'd lost him all over again. After a few minutes of running he stopped on a very wide tree branch. His hand covered his eyes as he slid down the trunk into a sitting position. His sobs of despair were heard only by the creatures of the forest, and the wind. Chapter 20. Gamabunta stared at the boy that was lying on the ground impatiently. "Damn it, brat, wake up already," he grumbled. Suddenly he had an idea. He took a long drag on his pipe and blew it into Naruto's face. After a second Naruto began coughing. His eyes opened and he sat up, gasping for air. He looked up at Gamabunta. "What the hell was that for?" he asked bitterly as he folded his legs Indian style. Gamabunta cocked an eye ridge. "You were sleeping too long," he said bluntly. Naruto rested his face in his right hand and sighed heavily through the splayed fingers. "Where's Aro Sennin?" "He left, kid. He said to tell you he won't be coming back, and that he's sorry," Gamabunta replied gently. Naruto's lips shook slightly as his eyes filled with tears. Now that the object of his anger wasn't within punching distance, his pain took over. He lowered his head and dropped his hands to the ground. He then alternated between sobbing loudly and punching the ground in angered frustration. Naruto's pitiful crying made Gamabunta suddenly unsure of what to do. He wasn't good at comforting people. He had always left the comforting of his children to his mate. Just as he was about to attempt putting a webbed finger on the boy's shoulder, he saw Tsunade running towards them from the other side of the field. He looked up at the sky. "Thank you," he thought. "I saw you from my office window," Tsunade said through sucking in lungfuls of air. She looked at Naruto. "What happened?" "Jiraiya," Gamabunta answered, hoping she'd know what that meant, since he sure as hell didn't. Tsunade's expression fell. "Oh," she remarked softly. She swallowed and knelt down next to her son. "Grah," Naruto cried in anguish as his fist slammed into the ground again. Tsunade bit her lower lip to keep herself from crying. "Naruto." She put her hand on his shoulder. He flinched and slapped it away. She gritted her teeth. "Damn it, why did I think he could handle this without me? If you won't be needing me, I think I will return home," Gamabunta informed Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and Gamabunta disappeared. She turned her attention to Naruto, who had gone back to crying, and watched him for a brief moment before surrounding the distraught boy with her arms. Naruto's body tensed when he realized Tsunade was hugging him. He put all his strength into trying to escape, but she refused to let go. "Leave me alone, damn it," he choked out in frustration. Her eyes opened when she felt Naruto go slack in her arms. He looked so small, Tsunade thought as she began to stroke his hair in a motherly fashion. "Shish, shish, 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 shish. I'm here." Tsunade's maternal words stirred something in Naruto. It was the second time she had said something like that. He suddenly wished with all his heart that he'd had this comfort when he was younger. He barely thought it before he said it. "Kasan," he cried. Nothing could have described the feeling of her adopted son saying that word to her. She held him ever closer. "Naruto," she said warmly, "I'm here. I'm here." It was then that she realized just how much she loved being a mother. "I'm here, for as long as you need me." As Tsunade, Hinata, Sasuke and Sakura rounded the corner and the Hokage estate came into view, they saw the person they were looking for. Sakura stared at Naruto, who was lying on the roof. How long has he been up there? Tsunade sighed. About 6 hours now. And nothing I say makes a difference. She paused for a moment. He won't even come down for ramen, she said with a frown. Nani? Sakura said sharply. That is serious, Sasuke remarked. I was hoping maybe you kids could snap him out of it, Tsunade explained with a, please do this expression. Hinata nodded. We'll do our best. Tsunade smiled. Thanks, she replied. She's really gotten more confident since Naruto began to notice her. The teens nodded and headed off to the roof. Naruto lay on his back, staring up at the sky. He just didn't want to do anything. He had been betrayed and could think of nothing else. He heard them when they landed on the roof, but he didn't acknowledge their presence. Naruto-kun, Hinata said once they reached him. No answer came. Naruto, we were gonna go to a movie, wanna come? Sakura asked, making sure she stayed at least 5 feet away from Sasuke. Again, no answer. Both girls looked at Sasuke as if to say, your turn. He sighed in defeat. Come on, Dobi. We'll treat you to some ramen, he offered. Still nothing. Finally, Naruto sighed. He still didn't turn his head, but he did speak. Look, I know you guys are trying to help, but I really wanna be alone right now. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked tentatively. His voice changed. He sounds amazing, she thought as heat rose to her cheeks. Yeah, Naruto said with a sigh. Sakura chewed her lower lip. It was strange to see her usually happy, hyperactive friend like that. It's not natural. Like we've been sucked into an alternate dimension or something, she thought. Well, if you want to talk, she offered. Naruto replied solemnly. Sasuke turned and began to walk away. Sakura waited a few seconds to be sure they wouldn't wind up walking together on the way back to the main road, then also started walking. Hinata stayed where she was. Are you coming? Sakura asked. You two go ahead. I'm going to stay here, Hinata answered softly. Sakura smiled slightly. Okay. She put a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Good luck, she whispered. Hinata nodded appreciatively and the other two left. Naruto-kun. I thought I said I wanted to be alone, Naruto replied, still not looking anywhere but the sky. Hinata swallowed, wondering what on earth had possessed her to be so bold. I know. I won't say anything, but do you mind if I just sit with you? Naruto sighed, realizing he probably wasn't going to win this one. Whatever. Thank you, Hinata said before sitting down. She turned her head to look at her crush. I wish I knew what to say to make you stop hurting, she thought sadly. Naruto tried not to think of the girl sitting next to him, but was failing miserably. Damn it. If I run off she'll probably follow me. Why the heck did I tell her she could stay? After lying there in silence for nearly 15 minutes, Naruto turned his head toward Hinata. Her hair caressed her face as a gentle wind swept the rooftop and her eyes looked to the sky as though she were searching for advice from the heavens. Naruto felt a strange peace come over him as he watched her. Somehow, and he couldn't figure out why for the life of him, her just being there was making him feel better. Nay, Hinata-chan, Naruto said quietly. Hinata made a surprised sound and turned to Naruto. Yes, Naruto-kun, she said gently, worried that if she said something wrong that Naruto might go back to not talking. How much did Haha tell you about what happened? Naruto asked in a somewhat flat tone. Not much. She only said that something Jiraiya-sama said upset you. Naruto sighed. On one hand he liked that Tsunade had respected his privacy, but on the other he really wasn't in the kind of mood where he wanted to have to explain about something painful. Well, long story short, I found out that he knew who I was all this time. You mean, he knew you were Yondaimi's son? Hinata asked in wide-eyed disbelief. The two teens were quiet for another minute or so. He left me here, Hinata, Naruto broke the silence bitterly. Left me to rot in a village full of people who wouldn't be sad to see me cut into 1,000 pieces. His face creased in anger and his fist clenched at his side. Naruto-kun, Hinata said with tears in her eyes. Naruto sat up and pulled his knees to his chest. When I was little, I never thought that there was someone out there who knew who I was. In fact, until I read Chichiwe's letter, I thought I'd be an unknown orphan forever. Hinata wanted so badly to hug him, but she decided it wasn't the right time. Instead she sat and quietly listened to Naruto speak. Ero Sennin said Chichiwe was like a brother to him. How can he say that and not take me with him? Naruto growled. Ero Sennin, Hinata stuttered, blushing. Naruto realized she'd never heard his nickname for Jiraiya. Sorry. It's an insult I call Jiraiya. He's a massive pervert, he said with disgust. Hinata suddenly found the tiles on the roof very interesting. Oh, she said in a tiny voice. Naruto's face flushed a bit at Hinata's embarrassment. It went away quickly though. Maybe he was scared. Hinata offered, playing with one of the sections of hair framing her face. Huh, Naruto questioned. He didn't get what she was talking about right away due to getting off track a moment before. Jiraiya-sama, maybe he didn't think he could raise you right. He could have gotten books. It isn't that hard, Naruto replied bitterly. It was all I could think of, sorry. Hinata said sadly. It's not your fault. I know, it's just, I hate that I can't think of anything to make you feel better, Hinata said with a sniff. Naruto closed his eyes, sighed and reopened them. Hinata-chan, he said as he gave her a hug. Thank you. Hinata gulped nervously, but returned the hug. Anytime, Naruto-kun. She released Naruto. Would you like to get some ramen? My treat, she said with a sweet smile and her fingers tented. Naruto noticed her tenting her fingers, but it seemed different somehow. Almost coy. She's so cute. He blushed a little and blinked back his thoughts as he considered her offer for a moment. Sure, he answered. Hinata smiled widely at his answer and he suddenly felt a little lightheaded. Hinata stood up. Let's go then, she said, offering Naruto her hand. I can do this. It's just his hand, she thought in an effort to calm herself. Naruto gingerly took the hand that was offered and his heart skipped a beat. What is wrong with me? Grabbing her hand never bothered me before. He stood up, using her hand as leverage and was about let go, but his hand wouldn't obey him. Hinata noticed that Naruto hadn't let go of her hand yet and began to feel her face heat up. Naruto-kun. Hinata's words seemed to snap his brain back to logical thought and he quickly let go of her hand, a slight pinkish tinge on his cheeks. He cleared his throat. Sorry. I was, thinking about something, he replied. Yeah, like how cute she is in that tank top, his subconscious teased. Shut up, Naruto said out loud without realizing it. Huh? Hinata asked, with confusion on her petite face. Nothing. Let's go. I'm starved, Naruto said with a smile that he hoped looked normal. Hinata was still confused, but nodded anyway. Okay. Naruto and Hinata walked into Ichiraku to find Sakura much too interested in how many directions she could push the pearl onion floating at the top of her bowl of miso soup. Sakura-chan, Naruto called out as he scanned the surrounding area. Where's Sasuke? Sakura put down her spoon and leaned her cheek against her fist. Not a clue, she replied with a shrug. Not that I really wanna be around him anyway. Huh, but you were up on the roof with him trying to cheer me up, Naruto pointed out. Tsunade-sama was asking me and Hinata if we could go with her to your house, then she saw Sasuke walking by and asked him too. I was trapped, Sakura sighed. Besides, making sure you were okay was more important. Naruto gave Sakura a small smile. Thanks. Sakura turned to him. Naruto. Yeah. I'm so sorry for. Sakura began. Naruto clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hey, I forgave you already. You screwed up. It happens, he said with a shrug. I wasn't exactly thrilled that you did it, but I can understand why you did. It's okay. He gave Sakura a small smile to show he meant what he said. A tear rolled down Sakura's face. You're a good friend, Naruto-kun, she said as she smiled and wiped away the tear. Naruto's eyes widened at the addition of kun on the end of his name. Not a problem, he said with a broad grin. He rubbed his palms together. Now, he said, looking at Hinata, how about that ramen? Hinata giggled. Right. The next day Tsunade stood next to Sakura as she attempted to revive a fish from the brink of death. She frowned at the girl's lack of success. Focus, Sakura. You've done this already. This one's only 30 more seconds past heart failure. The green healing light surrounding Sakura's hands faded and disappeared. She let out a large puff of air. I just can't today, Tsunade-sama. I'm too distracted. Do you think your enemies are going to care about your personal problems? Tsunade scolded. Sakura hung her head. No. Alright then. Now, focus. Sakura nodded and went back to curing the fish. In just a few seconds it was flapping all over the table. She smiled at her success and moved out of the way for Hinata. Tsunade picked up the first fish and handed it off to Nabiki, who had been standing in wait. Take that down to the pond in the north garden. Nabiki bowed. Hi, Tsunade-sama. As Nabiki walked off, Tsunade grabbed another, near-death fish, off a towel on the floor next to her and put it on the table. Alright, Hinata, your turn. Hinata nodded. Just then Naruto walked into the room with a huge glass of milk in the crook of one arm, a bag of cookies in the other and one cookie sticking out of his mouth. Everyone stared at him and he just grinned, his mouth still plugged up with the cookie. Hinata couldn't help herself. She started laughing. Tsunade sighed through her nose. Naruto, you made her lose her concentration, she tried her best to say without laughing. She failed. Alright, I guess we can have a cookie break, she announced with a grin. Naruto set down the milk in the bag, and then ate the rest of the cookie that was in his mouth. After he washed it down with some of the milk he grinned again. I knew you'd see it my way. Tsunade picked up the fish and walked off into the kitchen with it, returning a moment later. That one will be dinner, she said, gesturing behind her. She picked up a cookie and dunked it, then sat down on the couch with Naruto. You're doing extremely well, Sakura. You may be more talented than Shizune, she said with a smile. Sakura smiled. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Which reminds me, you may have a chance to test out your new skills tomorrow, Tsunade informed her. Huh? Sakura questioned. I received a mission for your team today. I'll tell you the details tomorrow though, when I have all three of you here. Sakura winced at the obvious reference to Sasuke. Tsunade noticed Sakura's reaction and frowned. It still bothers you that much? Sakura sighed. Well, it's not like I hate him or anything. In fact, I still care about him, a lot. It's just that, every time he's near me I feel like I wanna run. I can't help it, I just keep seeing that look in his eyes from when he... She trailed off, knowing she didn't need to finish the sentence. Well, you're going to have to put all that aside for your mission, Tsunade informed her. I know, I can do that, Sakura promised. Good girl, Tsunade replied. She turned to Hinata. I want you on this mission too. Huh, but what about Shino and Kiba-kun? Hinata asked with confusion. Don't worry, you're not switching teams, but I want you to get more combat experience and Shino is on a mission with his father at the moment. I also put Kiba on a mission with Guy's team, Tsunade explained. Oh, okay, Hinata finished with a smile. She looked over at Naruto. I'll be on a mission with Naruto-kun, she thought as she blushed nervously. Naruto noticed Hinata staring at him and felt his body heat up a bit. He swallowed and looked away, then suddenly stood up. Tsunade no Kasen, I need to talk to you alone for a minute. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. Sure. She stood up and turned to Nabiki, who had just walked in the door. Nabiki, can you bring Hinata a new fish? Nabiki slumped a bit. Mon, I just came back from the pond, she mock-whined with a small smile. Tsunade suppressed a laugh. Move. Nabiki sighed overdramatically and trudged back out the door. Tsunade smiled and turned to Naruto. Alright, let's go. Naruto nodded and headed into the dining room. When Naruto and Tsunade entered the room they found Izumi setting the dinner table. Izumi, shoo, Tsunade commanded with an up and down waving motion of her hand. Izumi looked confused, but complied anyway. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Once Izumi was out of earshot, Tsunade and Naruto sat down at one end of the table. So, what's up? Tsunade asked as she rested her chin on her interlaced fingers. Naruto sighed. I need to talk to you, about Hinata-chan. Tsunade's face broke into a wide smile. Ah, I see. What do you want to know? What have I done? Naruto thought in mild fear. Every time I'm around her I keep thinking how cute she is, he said with a slight grimace. And the problem is, I'm still not sure how I feel about her. We've been hanging out a lot lately and I like her a lot, but... Gah, I'm so confused. Tsunade laughed lightly. You're 14, kiddo. It's normal. What should I do? You know what I find interesting? Tsunade asked suddenly. Naruto looked confused. What? You claimed to love Sakura for so long and I've never seen you this flustered over her, Tsunade answered with an amused smile. At this Naruto turned red as a tomato. No, why? Naruto shook his head. Tsunade's expression lost its amusement and became more gentle. Because Sakura was just a crush. I think Hinata is more than that to you, she explained. More? Naruto asked. But I'll let you figure that out on your own. It's not something that should be told to you by another person, Tsunade said as she gave him a gentle hug. Naruto sighed heavily. I have another question. Oh. Would it be alright if I changed my last name? Tsunade looked surprised for a moment but regained her composure quickly. I don't think that's such a good idea. Naruto frowned. Well, Namikaze is my real last name, isn't it? Tsunade nodded. Yes, but Minato gave you your mother's maiden name to protect you. I want that protection to continue. Naruto sighed in defeat. Alright. Why don't we go back now? See how Hinata is doing with her fish. Okay, Naruto agreed. Hinata barely noticed when Naruto and Tsunade re-entered the room, she was too busy concentrating. Please, she thought. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead as she pushed the healing chakra into the fish. After a few minutes of watching the girl struggle, Tsunade interrupted. "Stop, Hinata," she said. Hinata looked ashamed as she stopped the flow of chakra. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama," she said, bowing her head in shame. Tsunade walked over to Hinata. "Hey, you did your best." She sighed in thought. "In fact, I think we may need to change the jutsu a bit to suit the way you use your chakra." After a moment of thought she said, Instead of blanketing the chakra, try pushing it through the tenketsu." "Okay," Hinata replied, activated her Byakugan and proceeded to work on the same dead fish she had before. "I can't fail. Not in front of Naruto-kun." "Hinata, you can't do anything more with that fish. I'll get you a new one," Tsunade said. Hinata was so intent on helping the fish that she didn't hear her sensei. The damage was all repaired, but the fish was still dead. "Why isn't it working?" she thought in frustration. Suddenly her eyes widened, she had an idea. "Hinata," Tsunade repeated, intent on tapping the girl on the shoulder to snap her out of it. As she reached out, a white pulse of energy shot out from the fish, it started flapping. Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and smiled with pride. How? That shouldn't be possible," Tsunade asked, wide-eyed. Well, I just thought of how the hospital uses those paddles to revive people, so I put some of my body's electrical current into the chakra," Hinata explained with an embarrassed blush. "This girl," Tsunade thought. "Hinata, I want you to promise me that you'll never do that again," she said sternly. The smile fell from Hinata's face. She said in confusion. Hadn't she done a good job? Why? The body has a lot less electrical current than chakra. Reviving a fish is one thing. If you use that technique on a human being, you'll die, Tsunade said gravely. Hinata made a small gasp. "I am declaring that jutsu is forbidden. You can't use it and you will not teach it to anyone. Is that understood?" Hinata's face showed her disappointment. "Hi, Tsunade-sama. Even if you can't use it again, that was incredible, Hinata-chan," Naruto said suddenly, breaking through the gloomy atmosphere. Hinata looked up at her crush and smiled. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Tsunade smiled. "All right then. Aside from that, you should be able to use the normal healing jutsu just fine now." Hinata's smile widened. "Well, it's 10 o'clock. I say we call it a night. I'll see you all here at 2 p.m. tomorrow." The teens nodded and left the house. As they walked along the small forest road, Naruto fell in step beside Hinata. "Nay, Hinata-chan." He paused, realizing Sakura would hear what he was about to say. "Anyo, Sakura-chan, could you walk on ahead? I need to talk to Hinata-chan." Sakura smiled as though she had an idea of what he was going to say. "No problem." She put on a burst of speed. "See you guys tomorrow," she called out over her shoulder. After Sakura was out of earshot, Naruto turned to Hinata and grabbed her hand. "Can we sit for a sec?" he said with a small blush. Hinata looked surprised. Sure." Naruto led her over to a fallen tree a few feet off the side of the road. As they sat down, he fought an urge to surpass Rock Lee in running speed. He was silent for a moment before looking up at the girl next to him. She was wearing an azure blue tank top and denim shorts that ended above the knee. The combination made his face feel hot. He swallowed and spoke. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, but I need to tell you something," he finished in a small voice. Hinata suddenly felt nervous. Hi, she said as began chewing her bottom lip. Naruto saw her chewing her lip and was horrified when he realized he wanted to cover that lip, no, both lips, with his own. He quickly looked down to avoid staring at her mouth. He gulped. I think you're cute," he said. "I can't believe I actually said it," he thought, desperately trying to ignore the butterflies that were now head-butting the inside of his stomach. Hinata couldn't believe her ears. Did he just say what I thought he? She thought in shock. She was amazed that she was able to get out the next word. What? The bottom dropped out of Naruto's stomach. Oh god, she wants me to repeat it. He thought in horror. "I think you're cute," he said with quite a bit more ease than the first time. Hinata's mouth dropped open. He did say it. Am I dreaming? She thought, scarcely believing her own ears. Tears of joy filled her eyes. Naruto's face took on a look of concern. Did I do something wrong? Hinata shook her head rapidly. No, I'm just happy, she replied, smiling. A smile slowly spread over Naruto's face. Without even thinking about it, he moved closer to her and wrapped his arms around her in a warm embrace. Hinata felt herself stop breathing for a moment. He's hugging me, in that way, she thought, barely managing to fight the urge to pass out. Well, it's true, Naruto said as he released the hug. Looking into her eyes, he suddenly felt a lot more bold. I do think you're cute. I also think you're fun, and smart, and I know. I like you. Hinata could barely breathe. Ano. Naruto swallowed again. Would you like to be my girlfriend? He said with flaming red cheeks and a tightness in his throat. With eyes as white as dinner plates, Hinata promptly passed out. Naruto caught the flushed girl as she fell backwards and rested her head in the crook of his right arm. Hinata-chan. Oi, he said as he shook her gently in an attempt to wake her up. I can't believe she just fainted like that, Naruto said as he sat there with her head resting in his arms, waiting for her to wake up. He felt very protective of her right then. As he reached down and began stroking her forehead, her closed eyelids crinkled. Oh no, I don't want to wake up yet, Hinata thought in despair as her eyes fluttered open. Those same eyes widened when she realized she was looking up into the gentle face of the boy she loved. Naruto-kun. Hey there, Naruto said softly. Hinata sat up faster than she ever had in her life. So it wasn't a dream. After a moment of silence she managed to look at Naruto. I'm sorry I fainted. Naruto let out a small puff of air. I'm just glad you're okay, he replied. Anyo, so what do you think? Hinata stiffened, feeling woozy again, but willed herself not to faint a second time. I would love to be your girlfriend, she replied, fighting the urge to pinch herself. Naruto smiled, most of his nervousness gone. I guess that makes me your boyfriend then, huh? He said as he moved over so he was sitting right next to her. Hinata smiled in pure joy. Why, yes. So what do we do now? Naruto's breathing became strained again as he stared into the young Hyuga's two pearl-like eyes. His heart hammered in his chest and heat circulated throughout his entire body as he leaned forward and kissed her. Hinata's eyes widened for a second in surprise before she closed them and simply enjoyed the feeling of Naruto's lips pressing against her own. She felt a heat in her chest she had never known before. Nothing in the world existed except Naruto. Surprising even herself, she wrapped her arms around him. He took that as a cue and did the same. After what seemed like an eternity, Naruto broke the kiss and moved his face back a bit, wanting to judge her reaction. He saw that her eyes were closed and she had a dreamy look on her face. Hinata-chan. Hinata reluctantly opened her eyes. That was amazing, Naruto-kun, Hinata breathed. Naruto smiled. Yeah, it was. Naruto and Hinata stared at each other for a moment more before Naruto spoke. It's getting late, we should get going. Why? Yeah, Hinata agreed reluctantly. They stood and Naruto held out a hand for his new girlfriend. She happily took it. As they walked along they kept stealing glances at each other and smiling. Hinata had never felt more at peace in her life. She gave Naruto's hand a squeeze and leaned her head on his shoulder. The two walked like that the rest of the way home, ignoring the surprised and sometimes disgusted stares from onlookers. Only one thought was in Hinata's head as they neared her home. If this is a dream, I never want to wake up. Chapter 21. Naruto yawned, sat up and scratched the back of his neck. Damn, what time is it? He thought as he turned his head toward the clock. 8 o'clock already. He put on his indoor slippers and shuffled off to the bathroom. As he gazed into the mirror he studied his looks. I wonder what I'd look like with a ponytail. He thought as he pulled back the hair that was hanging down at the nape of his neck. A knock sounded on Naruto's bedroom door. Naruto-kun. Breakfast, yelled Nabiki's voice. Hi. Naruto yelled back through the closed bathroom door. After he'd finished his morning routine he got dressed and headed downstairs. As Izumi handed Naruto his bowl of breakfast-themed ramen he looked up at Tsunade. Nay, Ba-chan. Tsunade flinched at the use of Naruto's nickname for her, but realized that it would probably take a while for him to stop using it completely. Do you think I'd look good with a ponytail? Tsunade choked a bit on her bite of sausage. What brought that on? She asked. Naruto shrugged. I dunno. Maybe a new look to go with the new voice. You know what? I say go for it. I think it'll look nice, Tsunade answered with a wide smile. Naruto smiled and slurped up some of his ramen. I better just go ahead and tell her. If Hinata and me just show up holding hands it'll be 10 times worse, he thought. After a few mouthfuls he put his chopsticks on the table. Boss ch. Kasen, if I tell you something, do you promise not to make fun of me? I'll try my best, Tsunade said honestly. Naruto took a deep breath. I asked Hinata to be my. For some reason he felt too embarrassed to say the word girlfriend, so he simply put up his pinky finger instead. Tsunade's mouth hung open for a few seconds. Oh my god, she said with a grin as she folded her arms. It's about damn time. I was starting to think you'd stay dense about her forever, she said with a laugh. Naruto looked a bit irked at her comment. Damn it, I knew she couldn't resist. Of course she accepted, Tsunade predicted. Naruto was still annoyed that she had laughed, but at least his mother hadn't teased him as badly as he thought she would. Yeah, he said with a small smile. Tsunade smiled broadly. So, she said with an eyebrow wiggled, have you kissed her yet? Naruto's cheeks reddened. Ba-chan, he yelled indignantly. Tsunade chuckled. Seriously though, since you have a girlfriend now, I need to ask you a few, things, she said with some discomfort. Naruto gulped. He didn't like the sound of that. Tsunade let out a long puff of air. I suppose there's really no easy way to do this. How much do you know about sex? Naruto's eyes increased in size tenfold. He also stiffened and turned bright red. Do we have to talk about that? He said, barely getting the words out. I need to have an idea of what I'm dealing with. Tsunade sighed. Would it be easier if I just asked you, yes or no, questions? Naruto nodded his head rapidly. Okay. Well, you obviously know the anatomical differences between the sexes, so we can skip that part. Do you know the basic way sex works? Naruto swallowed and nodded his head. Tsunade visibly relaxed and sighed. Thank God. Are there any questions you want to ask me? At the realization that the talk was much shorter than he had feared, Naruto relaxed a little. After his skin had regained a bit of its normal color, he spoke. He managed in a small voice. Tsunade scratched her temple. Alright then, I just have one favor to ask you. Wait until you're at least 16 for this, and please only do it with a girl you love more than life itself. Sex with someone you don't love is empty and meaningless. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment. Okay, he said with a small smile. Tsunade chuckled, partially from relief, and gave the boy a hug. Thank you. She sat back up. Anyway, let's finish breakfast. I have some paperwork I have to get to. Shizune will never leave me alone about it, she finished with a grumble. Naruto nodded and the two resumed eating. Tsunade yawned and glanced up at the clock. 10 of. She looked down at the papers on her desk. Good thing I'm almost done with this. As if on cue, ninjas began to come through the doors at that very moment. Naruto and company filed in after about 5 minutes and got in the assignment line. Just as their turn came around, Hiyashi barged into the office. Tsunade stiffened. Although she respected his abilities, she had never cared for the man. Hiyashi looked over at Naruto and Hinata, who were holding hands, and glared. He turned his attention back to the fifth. I need to speak with you on an urgent matter, he said as he walked up to the assignment table. In private, he said in a low voice. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow and frowned. Alright, but make it quick. I have assignments to hand out, she informed him as she stood and gestured for him to follow her. The two walked into a small office that branched off the assignment room. Once she shut the door, she sat down behind the desk at the back and waved a hand at the empty chair in front. So, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, Hiyashi-kun? She said in an insulting tone as Hiyashi occupied the previously empty chair. Hiyashi gritted his teeth at the insult, but bit his tongue. He hemmed. I came here to ask you about a rumor I heard this morning, but just coming here confirmed it, he said with a set jaw. Tsunade looked at the ceiling in irritation. Get to the point, kid. I don't have all day. Hiyashi's frown deepened, but he controlled his temper. I want you to forbid your son from seeing Hinata. Oh, you do you? Tsunade replied as she folded her arms. This has nothing to do with him having been the Kyuubi's container. That boy is a bad influence. Tsunade was growing more irritated by the second. How so? She asked in a warning tone. He's rude, loud and uncivilized. I don't want Hinata associating with him. Even more than that, I don't want him wandering around town, in public, holding her hand, Hiyashi said as though the idea sickened him. Tsunade had had enough. She glared at him menacingly. Naruto is kind, brave and a better person than you will ever be. And he may not be the most socially practiced person in the world, but at least he's not a pompous ass. Hiyashi stood from his chair. How dare you? He said with balled fists. As far as I'm concerned, Naruto can date whomever he likes. Tsunade's hand shot forward and grabbed the front of Hiyashi's outfit. She pulled him toward her so that she was inches from his face. Count yourself lucky that there are people beyond that door, she whispered with a dangerously sweet smile. Hiyashi let out an angry breath as Tsunade released him. You have no right to command what rules I lay down for my child. He said angrily. I have every right, and be glad I don't involve myself further with your family's rules. Quite frankly, many of your traditions disgust me. Now get out of my sight, Tsunade commanded as she pointed at the door. Hiyashi gritted his teeth and left the room. As he walked past Naruto and Hinata, he gave one final glare of anger before leaving. Damn her. Tsunade came from the small office and resumed her position at the assignment table. What did my father say? Hinata asked nervously. Tsunade smiled. Don't you worry about it. I straightened him out, she said with a wink. Hinata looked unsure, but nodded anyway. Now, what I have for you four is B rank. Tsunade handed Naruto a manila envelope. Give that to Kakashi. Unfortunately, thanks to Hinata's father, I don't have the time to explain the mission personally, she finished with a frown. Got it, Naruto replied as the 4 teens turned and walked away. Just as they were about to go out the door, they heard Tsunade's voice. Naruto, I almost forgot. Come back here for a sec, she said. The others looked at Naruto in question. He shrugged and walked back to his mother. Tsunade gestured for Naruto to come in close. I want you and Hinata in separate sleeping bags, she whispered. Naruto grimaced. What kind of pervert do you think I am? He hissed back to her. Tsunade smiled. I think you're a 14-year-old boy, that's what. Now get out of here, she said as she pointed toward the door with her head. Naruto swallowed and returned to his friends. What did Tsunade-sama want? Sakura asked. Naruto's face suddenly resembled a tomato. Nothing, he said quickly. Let's go. Kakashi raised his eyebrows at the contents of the mission assignment envelope, which he had just finished reading. Well, it looks like we are off to Gansho City. Sakura was instantly excited. The capital. Yup, Kakashi said as his eyes crinkled with his smile. Sakura jumped up and jabbed a fist into the air. Yata. Sakura-chan, Hinata questioned, confused at her current teammate's reaction. It's a city, Hinata. Do you understand what that means? Sakura answered excitedly. Hinata shook her head. Dance clubs, 16-screen movie theaters, all the best clothing shops and karaoke bars. Sakura said with a happy twirl as she finished. Kakashi's eyes became more serious. Sakura, we are going there to work, not play. Naruto, who wasn't really interested in any of the things Sakura had mentioned, folded his arms and nodded his head with an affirmative, no-nonsense grunt. Sakura turned to her blonde comrade. They have gourmet ramen shops, she said, hoping she could tempt him. Naruto's eyes widened. Ramen, he said, suddenly giving Kakashi the same pitiful look Sakura had a moment before. Hinata giggled and Sasuke made a derisive grunt as he rolled his eyes. Kakashi sighed. Maybe we can stay a little after the mission. Yata. Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison. Sasuke groaned and hung his head. What's our mission? We are to evict a gang that has moved in recently. Apparently they're too much for the city police to handle, Kakashi explained. Ninjas? Hinata asked. Well, they know a few techniques, but they're not a clan, Kakashi said with a shrug. Sasuke smirked. Hey, Godime gave something that simple A, B, rank. Kakashi frowned. Never assume your enemy is weaker than you. That kind of thinking will get you killed. Sasuke glared at his sensei. Kakashi cracked his knuckles, earning a disgusted grimace from Sakura. Now, go get your gear. I'll meet you by the city gates in 20 minutes. Hi, the teens shouted as they shot off in multiple directions. Naruto was a bit irritated that he was the last one to arrive. It couldn't be helped though. Tsunade's house was further from the gate than his apartment had been. Yo, he called in greeting. Hinata turned around at her boyfriend's voice. Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Hey Hinata-chan, Naruto replied as he slipped his hand into hers. Eyebrows raised all around. Does this mean what I think it does? Sakura asked hopefully. Naruto nodded and blushed. Yeah, he said as he scratched the back of his neck nervously. Yata. Sakura cheered. She gave Hinata a huge hug. It's about time. Congratulations. Hinata smiled shyly. Thank you. Sasuke gave a nod of approval. Nice work, Dobi. Naruto twitched. Can't you ever say something nice to me without adding an insult? HMPH, Sasuke remarked with a smirk. Naruto was about to make a retort when Kakashi interrupted. We really do need to get going. It's a 4-day walk. The sun was beginning to fall lazily behind the horizon as Kakashi's team went about setting up their tents. Naruto, hand me that steak over there, Kakashi instructed. Naruto looked to where his sensei was pointing, grabbed the steak and handed it to him. He saw Hinata taking out her sleeping bag and suddenly Tsunade's words came back to him. I want you and Hinata in separate sleeping bags. Naruto's face took on a distinct crimson color as he shook his head in an attempt to rid himself of the heat building in his chest. Alright, Kakashi said as he stood up from finishing the second tent. Sakura, Hinata and Naruto. You take this tent. Sasuke and I will take the first one. The teens nodded and put their gear into their assigned tents. Naruto was having a hard time sleeping. He hadn't been on a mission in almost 3 months, thanks to various factors, and it was driving him crazy that he wouldn't see any action for at least 5 more days. He turned his head to his right. Hinata slept soundly, her chest rising and falling with each gentle breath. Naruto propped up his head on his right hand and just watched her sleep. It wasn't long before he found his breathing falling into her rhythm. His eyelids began to feel heavy and he fell into a peaceful slumber, Hinata having been the last thing he saw before he closed his eyes. Naruto-kun, wake up, Hinata said, gently shaking her boyfriend. Naruto opened his eyes to see Hinata staring down at him. The morning sunlight was pouring through the open tent flap behind her, giving her an ethereal glow. He found himself unable to move or speak, for fear of losing that moment. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata asked with concern. Naruto blinked back his reverie and smiled. I'm fine, he yawned. Morning, Hinata-chan. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Kakashi-sensei is making breakfast, Hinata said, holding out her hand. Naruto happily took Hinata's hand. Great, I'm starved. Hinata and Naruto left the tent and found their seats around the campfire. Kakashi handed out bowls and everyone dug in. Sasuke was deep in thought as he ate his food. He'd been trying to think of something to say to Sakura, but nothing came to mind. I hate this. Is she ever going to be comfortable around me again? He sighed heavily, took his last bite of rice and left the group. Naruto was about to grab seconds when he saw his brother walking off into the woods. I wonder what's up, he thought. He turned to Hinata, who he'd been sitting next to. I'll be right back, he said, blushing as he gave her a kiss on the top of her head. He ignored Sakura's impish smile and headed in Sasuke's general direction. He's on his way to Gansho City. There are 4 others with him, including Kakashi and Sasuke. Orochimaru snorted. I have no more interest in that brat as a vessel. Naruto is my only concern now. He picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Did your mission go well? He asked Kabuto as a bead of sweat on the glass rolled downward and fell onto the table. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. He has agreed to retrieve Naruto for us. However, he also told me that he will only do it if we stay out of Akatsuki business, Kabuto replied. Orochimaru cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh really? He put his glass back on the table. Well, I suppose we can comply, for a short period of time, he said with a contemptuous smile. Kabuto remarked with a smirk as he pushed his glasses higher on his nose. I'll inform him of your decision, he said with a half bow. Orochimaru nodded. Go, he commanded. Hi, Kabuto said just before walking away. Orochimaru rose from his chair and left the room as well. He walked down the hall a bit and opened a heavy steel door. He went inside and smiled cruelly at the 6 summoned creatures who lay still as death in their respective sealed cages. Everything is finally falling into place. Orochimaru-sama has agreed to your terms, Kabuto said with a tiny, barely respectful bow. Then I will leave in the morning. That is all, replied the man who stood in the shadows. Kabuto gritted his teeth a bit at the man's insolence, but bowed again anyway. Hi, Itachi-san. Chapter 22. The air around the team had begun to get warmer. So much so that Naruto and Hinata now had their jackets tied around their waists. Why the hell is it so hot? Naruto complained. Kakashi, who had just finished putting his Junin vest in his backpack, turned toward his subordinate. You kids are about to find out why this is called the Fire Country, he answered with a knowing smirk. Just when Naruto was at the point of wanting to remove his shirt, they came around a corner and his mouth simply fell open. The road they had been walking was now elevated above the ground by at least 400 feet, and underneath this bridge of rock was a field of fire. There were thin ribbons of magma visible segmenting the ground like organic veins. In between these veins were large vents which expelled hot steam, some of which nearly reaching half the height of the bridge. This vision of hell stretched on for a half-mile or so. From the team's right, a lone geyser shot its contents into the air, making the teens take an instinctive step backward. Sakura's eyes bugged out as she stared at the scene before her. That's an active volcano. She yelled with an incredulous expression as she jabbed a finger in the direction of the lava. Yup, Kakashi answered nonchalantly. Let's go, he said, and began walking. When he noticed his team was not following him, he turned around. Aren't you coming? That's an active volcano. Sakura yelled again as though Kakashi didn't have that knowledge. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. And you're insane, Naruto replied, pointing at the Junin. This volcano hasn't erupted in over 300 years. There's no danger, Kakashi answered plainly. The group looked at each other with uncertainty. I'm telling you it's perfectly safe, he said with impatience. Sasuke took a calming breath and took a few steps forward, the others followed suit. Before long they were all walking along the bridge. However, they were very tense the entire way across. Kakashi saw their trepidation and decided to distract them with a little history. When the first people to settle this land were looking for a place to build their home, they crossed this bridge on the way. They named it the Fire Country and then named the capital city to match the theme. He sighed wistfully. I haven't been to Gansho in 10 years. You kids will love it. Thoughts of the city, for the moment at least, pushed away their fears as they neared the end of the bridge. Kakashi pointed ahead to where the land became level again. There's the exit. He barely got out before 4 teenage blurs shot past him. He blinked and chuckled to himself. Well, at least they made up for lost time. Sakura could not have more resembled a deer caught in someone's headlights if she tried. She stared, bug-eyed and guppy-mouthed, at the city that had just become visible as they cleared the crest of the hill they had been climbing for the past half hour. The rest of the teens had similar, yet far less extreme expressions of amazement on their faces. Kakashi noted his team's collective reaction and his eyes crinkled into a smile. Well, now, I do believe I promised you a break once we got to the top. Sakura looked at her sensei as if he'd grown a second head. Are you crazy? Now that we're so close. Kakashi looked at the others. Anyone else suddenly have energy again? Naruto and Hinata sagged their shoulders and gave Kakashi a look that clearly said, please, no more. Sasuke just shrugged as though he didn't care either way. Alright then, we'll take a 15-minute break, Kakashi announced. Sakura instantly looked absolutely crestfallen. She shuffled over to where her teammates were now sitting and plopped down heavily on the nearest large rock. Naruto reached into his backpack and pulled out a small package. He tapped Hinata on the shoulder. Nay, Hinata-chan, want one? He offered, holding out a chocolate-covered butter cookie. Hinata smiled warmly. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she said as she took the cookie from his hand. Naruto grabbed a cookie for himself and scooted over so he could lean against his girlfriend a bit as he ate. Hinata blushed heavily, but didn't feel the urge to pass out. She had begun to get used to Naruto's affections and was loving every single second of it. How did this happen? She asked herself in her mind. How did my dream come true? She glanced sideways at Naruto. Will I someday be able to tell him I love him as well? Sasuke looked over at Sakura. She was staring at the city with a longing expression, checking her watch every minute or so. Sakura, he called. Sakura tensed a little at her friend's voice, but forced herself to look his way. Why? Yes. Damn it, she's still scared of me, Sasuke thought in frustration. Naruto looked at his brother and frowned. He knew why Sasuke was upset. He remembered his conversation with him in the woods a few days earlier. Sasuke, Naruto called out just before seeing his target sitting in front of a small pond. Sasuke sighed at not being left alone. Hey, he said without looking up. Naruto sat down next to Sasuke. What's up? Sasuke sighed and threw a pebble into the pond. Nothing. Naruto frowned. Is it Sakura-chan? After a short pause Sasuke gave in. Yeah, he said as he picked up another pebble. I don't have a lot of people I care about, Naruto. You, Sakura and Kakashi are just about it. I just can't stand the fact that one of the few people I fully trust no longer trusts me, he finished as the last of the ripples from his pebble dissipated. Naruto sighed in thought. Just give her time, Ni-san. She'll come around, he said with small smile. For some reason, hearing Naruto use a family honoritive in place of his name relaxed him a bit. Thanks, Sasuke said. No problem, Naruto replied. I hope I'm right, Sasuke, Naruto thought. Sakura, are you ever going to stop jumping whenever I talk? Sasuke asked sadly. Sakura winced a bit. I hope so. I just want you to know though, that I don't hate you. I just need a little more time to deal with everything. This perked up the raven-haired Uchiha a bit. It's a start at least. Thank you. After a moment of thought Sakura moved just a little closer to the boy her heart had grown to fear, and felt a little of that fear melt away. The streets were made up of cobblestones, there were lights and advertisements everywhere and police roamed around instead of Junin. The buildings looked like the ones in their hometown, only much bigger, some of them topping out at 18 stories. Naruto and the other teens simply stared at the scene before them. Hey, amazing, Naruto commented in awe. Kakashi smiled. Now, before we find a place to stay we need to speak with the mayor, he said as he unfolded a map. Naruto looked at Kakashi. What's a mayor? Similar to a Hokage, although they usually aren't ninjas and they don't have absolute power, Kakashi answered as he traced a street on the map with his index finger. He looked up at the street signs. This way, he announced and began walking. How can a leader not have absolute power? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. They run under a system where the leader shares his power with a group of advisors. If a majority of the advisors don't agree on an issue they rule against it. If they do agree then it is passed along to the mayor and he has the final say over whether or not the decision of the advisors will go into effect, Kakashi said as he walked, occasionally pulling Sakura away from store windows. After Sakura had resumed walking she frowned. It sounds inefficient. To a degree, but it gives the citizens a voice, Kakashi said as he looked up at the number of the building they had just come to. Ah, here we are. We need to go to the 10th floor, he said as he walked toward the front entrance. Naruto and the others looked at each other. Wouldn't it be faster if we jumped up? Hinata asked. Kakashi shook his head. We have to keep a low profile for now, he said, opening the front doors. Naruto stared at the panel of buttons that contained the one Kakashi had just pushed. What's this? He asked, gesturing at the handle-less doors in front of them. An elevator. Elevator, Sasuke repeated. Yes, Kakashi answered, sighing at their technological ignorance just as the doors opened by themselves. Get in, he instructed. The teens looked unsure, but obeyed. The doors hissed shut and Kakashi pushed the button for the 10th floor. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Hinata were a little startled when the elevator began to move. It's basically a steel box raised up by heavy cables. Don't worry. It's perfectly safe, Kakashi assured them. The doors opened onto a floor with a lush, red runner carpet and doors peppering the long hallway. It's at the end of the hall, Kakashi informed. The mayor looked up when his secretary walked in. Yes, Ray. A Mr. Hitaki Kakashi is here to see you, sir, the woman replied. The mayor smiled. Ah, very good. Show them in, Ray. The woman nodded with a smile. Yes, sir. She disappeared and came back a moment later with Kakashi and his team in tow. The mayor's face lit up. Ah, Kakashi, he said with an enigmatic grin. How long has it been? He asked as the men gave each other a polite bow. Kakashi smiled. 10 years, sir. The mayor moved back to his desk. Much too long. He pushed a button on his desk. Yes, came his secretary's voice over a small speaker. Please bring in 2 extra chairs. Right away, sir. Just a moment later the secretary entered the room, dragging 2 cushy-looking office chairs behind her. She pushed them into place, gave the mayor's company a polite bow and left. She's wonderful. I don't know how I'd manage around here without her. He noticed his company was not sitting. Sit, please, he said with a smile. So what's the situation? Naruto asked with a firm expression as he sat down. The mayor cocked an eyebrow. Impatient, isn't he? He directed at Kakashi. The curse of youth, Kakashi said with an amused smile. The mayor chuckled warmly. I see you still have issues with your looks, he said, indicating the mask on Kakashi's face. Kakashi flinched as his team stared at him. There's a reason for this mask, he retorted. The mayor rolled his eyes and smiled. Yes, I remember, he said with a few dismissive waves of his hand. It doesn't make that reason any less ridiculous though. Kakashi, suddenly sensing his student's eyes boring into his body, decided to do away with any more potentially reputation-damaging small talk. Mayor Kurata, we really should get started, he said tersely. All right then, Kurata answered with mild disappointment. A few weeks ago some people who know a few jutsus moved into the city and took over one of the larger gangs. Unfortunately my regular police forces have proven less than adequate. You will be heading to the north side of the city. The gang calls themselves the Yukai. We have very little information about them except that they are headed by a woman named Minako. Hopefully you will be able to find them before things escalate further. Kakashi nodded. Understood. We will do our best, he stood and bowed to Kurata. Kurata stood also. I have rooms for you at the hotel across the road. Please make sure they know you are my guests, he said as he bowed to the group. Hi. Thank you, sir, Kakashi said. The team stood and left the office. Naruto jogged a bit and got in step with Kakashi. So why do you wear the mask anyway? Kakashi twitched. Never you mind. The sliding shoji paper wall moved to the right and Sakura and Hinata stepped in. It's a nice room, Sakura commented with a smile. Hinata nodded in agreement, but glanced at the wall separating their room from the boys. I'm separated from Naruto-kun, she thought in disappointment. Are you sure? Said a male voice. Hi, Takeshi-san. They are definitely ninja, said a girl in a maid's outfit who was bowed in front of the man who'd spoken. The black-haired man curled his thumb and index finger around his chin in thought. All right then, keep an eye on them. I will inform Akuiko-sama. Hi, Takeshi-san, the girl said before getting up and leaving the room. Naruto laid down on his sleeping mat and stared at the soft glow of a lantern that outlined Hinata's form in the next room. From what he could tell, she was reading. He said as Hinata stood up and removed her jacket. His eyes widened to their ultimate capacity when he saw her also remove her shirt. He tried desperately to turn his eyes away. I'm not a pervert, he chanted in his mind. He swallowed hard as she completed undressing and was slightly relieved when she slid on some pajamas. If she ever finds out I saw her naked shadow she'll kill me, he thought nervously as he wiped away the small trickle of blood that had escaped his nose. Naruto rolled over onto his other side, trying as hard as he could to shut out the image of her body. Damn, I hate growing up. Hinata walked out of the door to her room and saw Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi already waiting. "Good morning, everyone," she greeted as Naruto was busy stretching his arms over his head and yawning. Naruto jumped a bit at Hinata's voice and blushed furiously. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Hinata asked as she walked over and put a hand on the boy's forehead to check his temperature. Naruto suddenly felt a new warmth moving its way down the inside of his nose. "Oh please, not again," he mentally begged. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow at seeing a small line of red come out of Naruto's nose just before the boy hurriedly wiped it away. He chuckled. "Maybe I should loan him my book." He shook his head to rid himself of the idea. "Nah, Tsunade-sama would rip me in half." He decided he'd better defuse the situation. He walked in between the two and spoke loudly. We should get something to eat. We have a long day ahead of us." The team nodded and followed their sensei to the hotel exit. Sakura drummed her fingers on the tabletop as she watched her blonde-haired friend polish off his fourth bowl of ramen and order another. "Naruto, we'd like to start the mission soon," she said with an irritated expression. The waitress set Naruto's order down in front of him. "Sakura, this is the best ramen I've ever tasted. How can I leave before I'm stuffed solid?" he answered, happily patting his stomach. Kakashi leaned over to Naruto. "Make that your last bowl or one. Tell Hinata about that nosebleed earlier," he whispered in the boy's ear. Hinata wondered what Kakashi was telling Naruto. Her curiosity became even stronger when she saw her boyfriend turn a rather bright shade of scarlet. "Naruto-kun." Naruto hurriedly finished his ramen and paid for the meal. "Ready," he announced with a sheepish grin. As the team left the restaurant and headed toward the north side of town, they didn't notice the girl on the rooftops that followed their every move. Itachi stood on a radio tower on the outskirts of Gansho City. As the wind rustled his ebony black hair, he wished he had Kisame with him. It would have made the search go much quicker. He scanned the streets closest to his perch. Seeing no one resembling his quarry, he shot off over the rooftops. "Where are you?" Kakashi stopped walking for a moment, looked around a bit and nodded. "Okay. This looks like a good spot to start our search. Sakura and Sasuke, you two will question the locals. Get as much information as you can." He noticed a tentative look on Sakura's face. "Problem, Sakura." Sakura replied, biting her lower lip. Finally she sighed. "No, sensei." Kakashi nodded in approval. "Good. Naruto, Hinata, you two will look for any buildings that the yokai might consider using as a base of operations." Naruto and Hinata gave a sharp nod of obedience. "I'll search on my own. We'll meet back here in 1 hour. If you find anything, don't engage the enemy. Tsunade-sama's assignment letter said that the gang has nearly 70 members, so we will be attacking as a group." "Got it." His team nodded in understanding. "All right then, dismissed." The two teams shot off in different directions. Kakashi sighed heavily and thought, "I hope this mission doesn't turn out to be more than we're being paid for." It was difficult for Sakura to put aside the unease that working with Sasuke was giving her, but since she had no choice, she ignored her churning stomach as best she could. "Let's start here," she said, pointing at a small convenience store. Relieved that Sakura didn't require any prodding to get her to work with him, Sasuke answered her. "Okay." Sakura and Sasuke walked up to the counter. "Excuse me." "Yes," replied the male store clerk with a smile. "Do you know anything about the yokai gang?" Sakura asked quietly. Instantly the clerk's expression darkened. "No, I don't. And if you know what's good for you, you won't ask about them again. Now, please leave before you get me in trouble," he said firmly. "I hope everyone's not like that," Sakura said as they left the store. Sasuke sighed. "All we can do is keep trying. Let's go." Sakura managed a small smile. "Hi. How about that store?" Sasuke offered, pointing at a ramen shop. "Okay," Sakura agreed. "Thank God Naruto's not with us. We'd never get out of there," she thought with a grimace. Naruto landed neatly on a fire escape and Hinata jumped up behind him. He scanned the alley below and, not finding anything, leapt to the roof across the way. As Hinata followed Naruto, she got the distinct feeling someone was watching them. She shot ahead so that she was jumping in sync with him. "Naruto-kun, there's someone behind us." "Are you sure?" Naruto asked as his feet landed on a roof access housing just before his next jump. "Byakugan," Hinata whispered. Using her now nearly 360-degree vision, she looked behind them. "Hi, one girl. I think she's been there for a while now." The girl behind the two Konoha ninjas frowned when she saw the short-haired girl move into sync with her partner. "Have I been spotted?" she wondered. The girl saw the pair drop out of sight into an alley for a moment, then come right back out again and continue along the roofs. "What the hell?" she thought in confusion. She landed on the edge of the building and was about to follow her targets onto the next one when the boy came flying at her from below and delivered a kick to her midriff. Oof. Naruto jumped after the girl when she flew backwards onto the roof from the force of his kick. The cage bunshin that had been running with Hinata poofed out of existence and she quickly doubled back. The girl stood up, breathing heavily and ran at Naruto and Hinata, pulling out a wakizashi as she did so. Naruto put his hands together in his favorite seal. Cage bunshin no jutsu. Instantly, 5 more Narutos appeared around the girl in a circle. The girl's eyes went wide when her number of enemies suddenly tripled. What the hell jutsu is that? She thought as the copies of the boy rushed her. She held her sword above her head and put her left hand and forearm in a taijutsu pose. Danshinguke's no jutsu, she called out. A swirl of chakra-embedded wind pushed her about 2 feet into the air. Her feet pointed and the chakra began to spin her at a dizzying rate. With the grace of figure skater she neatly sliced through all the bunshins in the span of a second. Unfortunately for her, as she was spinning she failed to notice the real Naruto above her. He dropped out of the sky and executed a half-roundhouse kick, connecting his foot with her face. She went flying backwards, and then skidded along the ground for a good 8 feet before stopping. Naruto landed as Hinata ran towards the girl, meaning to attack when she saw something that made her stomach turn to cement. Naruto ran to where his opponent lay. Hinata-chan, why'd you stop? Biting her lower lip, Hinata simply pointed at her reason. Naruto swallowed hard at the sight that met his eyes. The girl's mouth was oozing blood, her arm was bent in a very unnatural way and sticking out of her ribcage was what appeared to be a long metal pole, probably leftover from an old roof sign. Blood coated the entire length of it and even more of the red liquid came from the hole in her chest. He sat down hard on the rooftop, nearly losing his balance as he did so. Can you do anything for her? He asked in a hollow voice. Squeezing her eyes shut in regret, Hinata shook her head. Suddenly the girl coughed loudly, choking up blood. She opened her eyes and looked over at the boy who was staring at her dying body in disbelief. How did you? She asked dumbly before closing her eyes again for the last time. Hinata looked over at Naruto. He was pale and his mouth formed an O of shock. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in concern. After a moment of silence Naruto spoke. I didn't mean to. I just wanted her down, so we could question her. Hinata, not knowing what to say, simply curled her fingers around Naruto's hand. I've never killed anyone before, Naruto said as tears filled his eyes. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as her own eyes misted over. She pulled the stunned boy into a comforting hug. A few tears fell down his face as Naruto sank into Hinata's arms. He opened his eyes and stared at the face of the girl he had killed. She couldn't have been more than 12 years old. I'm sorry, he thought. Hinata took a moment to glance at her watch. We're late. We should go, she said gently. Naruto sighed and reluctantly pulled away from the sanctuary that was his girlfriend's embrace. He nodded and wiped his eyes. Hinata stood and Naruto picked up the girl's broken body. The friction of the pole against her insides made a sickening sound as her pulled her off of it. We'll take her to the police station first. Hinata nodded. Okay. They took a few steps. Naruto-kun, maybe I should take her, she offered. Naruto shook his head. No, I'll do it, he replied quietly. As Naruto walked past Hinata she could have sworn he looked older, tired. She sighed and followed him as he headed toward the police station. Chapter 23. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura watched the sinking sun with a mixture of irritation and worry. Where the hell are they? Sasuke asked in his mind as a strong wind kicked up a few papers scattered along the street. Sakura turned her head to her sensei. Should we go look for them? She asked, biting her lower lip. Kakashi sighed. We'll give them another 15 minutes. If they're not back by that time, I'll go, he replied calmly as he turned another page in his book. Sakura nodded, but somehow she felt that it would not be so simple. Please, Tsunade-sama, Tenten begged. As I told you at Naruto's party, I simply don't have the time to take on another student, Tsunade answered with a sigh. Just while they're gone then. That's not enough time to teach you much of anything, Tsunade said with a frown. I'm already an expert in 27 weapons. A katana shouldn't be that difficult, Tenten rebutted in a last-ditch effort to get the fifth to agree. Tsunade sighed in defeat. All right. Ignoring the utterly gleeful expression in Tenten's eyes, she added, but you still won't learn much from me. I didn't get very far in my katana training. Why? Tsunade smirked. I never did have much use for any weapon besides my fists. The brunette-haired chief of police looked up from instructing the rookie in front of her when she heard the front doors open. 2 teenagers entered the building, 2 teenagers and a corpse. She ran to the strange group at once. What happened? She asked, looking at the girl in alarm. Naruto looked down and stayed silent. We're ninjas from Konoha, Hinata spoke up. Can someone take her from him? She said with a nod in Naruto's direction. The chief frowned in thought, not sure if she could trust them. Finally she nodded in agreement. All right. She turned her head to the rookie she had been instructing a moment ago. Higurashi, take this poor kid to the morgue, she commanded grimly. The blonde rookie cringed. Hi, Amiko-san. He got up from his desk and gingerly took the girl from Naruto's arms. All right, you two, follow me, Amiko instructed as Higurashi carried the girl away. Hinata nodded and, putting her hand in Naruto's, followed Amiko into her office. Amiko closed the door behind them and sat down heavily into her chair. Now, what happened? She asked sternly as she waved a hand at the chairs in front of her desk. Hinata and Naruto took the cue and sat down. Seeing her boyfriend wasn't in the mood for talking, Hinata took the initiative. We were hired by Mayor Kurata to eliminate the Yukai gang. I remember Tate saying something about that. Please continue. We were conducting a search of the area they were suspected to be in when I noticed we were being followed, she said with a quick glance at Naruto. Naruto-kun ambushed her and she fought back. He kicked her and when she landed she fell on a metal sign pole, she finished with a grimace and a swallow as she noticed Naruto grit his teeth. Amiko blew out a long puff of air. I see. Naruto-kun didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident. He didn't know the pole was there, Hinata added, becoming louder and a little squeaky near the end of her sentence, her eyes begging Amiko to believe her. Suddenly, Naruto's fist slammed down on the desk, making both girls jump. He hung his head so that his hair covered his eyes. I'm sorry. She wasn't even, he said as two fresh tears moistened his cheeks. Hinata frowned sadly. Naruto-kun. She wasn't even our age. We don't even know if she was really an enemy, Naruto continued, wiping the wetness from his face. It was an accident, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, offering the only comfort she could think of at the moment. Naruto frowned. Her family won't care about that, he said sadly. Hinata, not knowing what else to say, put her arms around the boy she loved. A knock sounded on the door. Yes, Amiko asked. The door opened and Higurashi poked his head in. We have a positive ID on that girl. All right. Amiko stood and looked at Naruto and Hinata. I'll be back in a moment, she said as she placed a comforting hand on Hinata's shoulder. Amiko walked outside the office, closing the door behind her. Hinata relaxed a bit, realizing that Amiko's actions indicated that she believed them. She watched the two shadows in the frosted glass window of the door with a nervous tension that threatened to make her sick to her stomach. Amiko came back after roughly 2 minutes and retook her seat. She had a short stack of papers in her hands. Her name was Katsura. And you can relax, Naruto. She had been arrested several times for crimes relating to the Yukai gang. Naruto sighed with partial relief. Thank you, he said, brightening a bit. It was obvious, however, that he still hadn't completely recovered from the whole experience. Hinata gripped Naruto's hand. Anyo, sensei is expecting us. May we go now? She asked. Amiko put a curled, thoughtful index finger to her chin. I suppose I've gotten all I need from you. Go ahead, she said in a serious tone of voice. Thank you, Hinata said with a polite bow. She turned to Naruto. Circa. Come on, she said with a warm smile. Naruto nodded and rose from his seat. Yeah. Naruto and Hinata left the police station in silence. As they leapt up to the rooftops, Hinata prayed that Naruto was truly as stable as he seemed. Kakashi landed on the platform encircling the water tower in front of him. As he peered out over the streets he saw 2 dots out of the corner of his eye, moving fast. Turning his head so he could see the dots more clearly he realized it was Naruto and Hinata racing along the tops of the buildings. He jumped off in their direction. Where have you two been? He said with concern once he reached their position. Hinata and Naruto stopped moving. After a moment of catching their breath Naruto spoke up. I'm sorry. We ran into an enemy, he explained. Kakashi frowned when Naruto didn't continue. And, realizing he wasn't going to get out of a full explanation, Naruto sighed. We were being followed by a girl. I tried to catch her for information, but I screwed up. She fell on a sign pole, and died. We just got back from giving the body to the police station, he finished quietly. Kakashi looked like he understood more than he should have. She was your first kill, wasn't she? Naruto's face snapped upwards, his expression showing his shock. How did you know? Just the way you said it, Kakashi answered as he clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder. It shakes everyone up a little the first time, even if they don't show it. Unfortunately, death is a fact of life in our line of work. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but I didn't know she was an enemy till about 10 minutes ago. For all I knew, she was just curious and defended herself when I attacked, he said solemnly. Kakashi sighed. That is an even more unfortunate result of being a ninja. We aren't infallible. We do make mistakes, and sometimes an innocent dies from those mistakes, Kakashi said, closing his eyes and thinking of Obito as he finished. Naruto felt a small amount of sadness when he realized his sensei was speaking from experience. Are we gonna look around some more? He asked, hoping to change the subject. Kakashi shook his head. Not right now, we could all use something in our stomachs. And I suspect you need some time to adjust to what happened. Naruto nodded, grateful that Kakashi was so perceptive. Did Sasuke and Sakura-chan find out anything? He asked as they began to head back to the hotel. Kakashi's eye crinkled into a frown. No, it seems the residents are too afraid to talk. We'll just have to find the gang on our own. Be gentle with it. It's older than me, Tsunade warned as she handed Tenten a rather worn-looking shinai. Tenten frowned. I have to practice with a pinchy stick. Why? She asked, sounding insulted. Tsunade laughed a bit at the girl's arrogance as it reminded her so much of her own at that age. Because it saves me from having to waste chakra healing you. Tenten was about to make a retort when Jiraiya burst into the room. Tsunade's eyes widened. Jiraiya. She noticed the panicked look on his face. What's wrong? She demanded, knowing Jiraiya didn't show panic very often. I just got word from my network, the aging Sanin said in between gasps for air. Orochimaru has sent Itachi to capture Naruto. What? Tsunade screeched, grabbing Jiraiya's shoulders hard enough to make him wince. You have to send an ambush squad immediately. Now Tsunade was beginning to panic. I can't. They're all away on missions. The Junins too. She suddenly looked like she had an idea. You have to go, she said loudly. I don't have a team. Jiraiya replied just as loudly. Tsunade's gaze immediately turned to Tenten. Tenten, go get Lee and Neji. I want you all back here yesterday. The young weapons expert looked startled for less than a second. Hi, she confirmed just before she disappeared from sight. Tsunade's stomach tied itself into an unheard of number of knots as she waited for Tenten to return. Naruto made sure to keep himself turned the opposite direction from Hinata and Sakura's room as he lay in his bed. Even though his conscience was managing to win, his hormones were screaming at him to peep. Finally he couldn't take it anymore. He stood from his bed and marched himself to the bathroom, which had a full-length mirror on the inside of the door. I'm gonna get this out of my system if I have to die of blood loss to do it. He thought with determination. Naruto closed the door and stood in front of the mirror. He let out a calming breath and put his hands into the seal for henge. Henge, he said just before turning into the buxom blonde that was the trademark of his sexy no jutsu. In less than 2 seconds he had a nosebleed that knocked him over onto the edge of the tub. Damn it, he got back up and wiped his nose. Henge, he yelled again, gaining him the same blood bitch slap. He gritted his teeth. I will beat this. He put his hands into the seal again. Henge. Kakashi knocked on the bathroom door for the second time. Naruto, other people need to use the bathroom, he said flatly. Naruto barely heard the voice that was calling out to him through the haze in his mind. I must have dozed off. He lifted his head up from the floor, which turned out to be a bad idea as a crushing headache came over him. After closing his eyes for a moment he suddenly remembered what he'd been doing and that there was a good amount of blood all over the front of his nightshirt. Shit, he cursed under his breath. If Kakashi-sensei sees this I'll have to explain everything. He hissed as he forced himself to deal with the headache and shakily got to his feet. The instant he was standing straight up a wave of dizziness swept over him and he fell to the floor, unconscious. Hearing a loud crash, both Kakashi and Sasuke became worried. Naruto. No answer. Naruto. Sasuke yelled. He took out a kunai, jammed it into the crack between the frame and the door and snapped it sideways. The wood around the bolt shattered as Hinata and Sakura came running into the room, obviously wondering what was wrong. Sasuke-kun, what? Sakura questioned as Sasuke swung the bathroom door open. When Hinata saw Naruto lying on the floor with blood all over him, not to mention a small amount on the floor and walls, her eyes filled with tears. Naruto-kun, she yelled as she shoved her way past a stunned Kakashi. She fell down next to Naruto and activated her Byakugan. After a moment she let her eyes return to normal and looked up at the others with confusion. I don't understand. All he has is a bump on the head. There's no wounds and no internal bleeding, she reported. Kakashi mused in concern. Will he be alright? I think so, Hinata replied with uncertainty. Alright then, Sasuke, you bring Naruto to his bed, as an afterthought he added, and put a clean shirt on him. He turned to Sakura. Can you handle cleaning the mess in here? He asked, pointing to the bathroom. Sakura grimaced, but agreed. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata, you help Sasuke. I'll go explain all the noise to the front desk, Kakashi informed the shy girl. As Kakashi walked off, Hinata looked in Naruto's bag for a new shirt. What could have happened? She wondered in her mind. Hinata and Kakashi sat near Naruto as he slept, each reading their respective books, although Hinata's was much less racy. She glanced over at the boy for what felt like the 100th time. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up from his book. Yes. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Shouldn't the red chakra have healed him by now? Hinata asked with worry. Kakashi frowned in thought. Yes, it should have. I don't understand it either. Hinata bit her lower lip. Should we take him to the hospital after all? Kakashi shook his head. No, his color has gotten much better. I think he'll be fine. Although I have to say that I'm very curious as to how he lost enough blood to make him pass out with no obvious injuries. NHM, Hinata replied softly. She heard a soft groan to her left. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed as she rushed to her boyfriend's side. His head turned slightly in her direction and his eyes slowly opened. Hinata-chan, Naruto said weakly. He put his hand to his head. I feel like I got stepped on by Gamabunta. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide. I can explain, he said frantically. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. Please do, he answered calmly. He stammered, looking back and forth between Hinata and Kakashi. Hinata-chan, I'm sorry, but can you leave the room for a minute? It's kind of embarrassing, he said with a small grimace. Hinata cocked her head to the side in confusion, but nodded. Okay, I'll be right outside if you need me, she said as she gave him a chaste kiss on his forehead. After Hinata closed the door, Kakashi turned to his student and gave him an expectant look. I'm waiting. Naruto cleared his throat. It's kinda about that nosebleed you saw, he said with a slight redness to his cheeks. Kakashi's eyebrows raised. You don't mean to tell me that all that blood was from? He said with his mouth agape. Naruto gulped. Yeah. Kakashi's face was incredulous. How the hell? Though maybe if I saw a naked woman enough then, I wouldn't get them anymore, Naruto answered while staring at the floor. Kakashi pointed at Naruto. Why? You had a naked woman in here, he said with loudly whispered shock. No, Naruto answered. At seeing the uncertainty on Kakashi's face, he stood up, took a deep breath and put his hands into the familiar seal. Henge. Kakashi's mouth dropped open at the model-worthy naked woman who now stood before him. After a moment he regained his senses. Naruto, please, drop that henge, he said as he covered his eyes. What's the matter? Female Naruto asked, confused at her sensei's reaction. Just do it, Kakashi commanded. Naruto frowned and released the jutsu. Okay, clear. Kakashi sighed and put his hand down. Naruto, you shouldn't do that henge. Why? Naruto asked in confusion. He had been expecting the same reaction he had gotten from other adult males in the past. Especially since he knew Kakashi was a closet pervert. Because you're only 14, that's why. You may not really be female and you may not actually be naked, but it still invokes lust in adult men and that is wrong, Kakashi said seriously. Naruto frowned. He'd never thought of it that way. Naruto, tell me you haven't done that in front of Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi asked with a sick feeling in his stomach. Naruto winced in response. Yeah, I had to show him to get him to train me. Kakashi sighed as he slouched and put his head in his hands. Promise me you won't show that jutsu to any more adults. Naruto frowned. What about when I turn 16? Kakashi grinned. Then you can make as many nosebleeds as you want, he said with a chuckle. Naruto grinned. I don't understand how you made your own nose bleed though. The mirror, Naruto answered quietly. A look of understanding came over Kakashi's face. Oh. After a moment he burst out laughing. Naruto gritted his teeth. It's not funny. Kakashi only laughed harder. After he managed to stop, his face once again became calm. Naruto, you do realize the whole nosebleed thing is normal, right? Yeah, Naruto answered reluctantly. Well, you can't just desensitize yourself to the female figure. At seeing Naruto's crestfallen expression he added, it does happen less as you get older though, Kakashi said with a reassuring smile. Really? Kakashi cocked an eyebrow and held up his beloved book. Hey, if I was lying, do you honestly think I could read this in public? Naruto laughed. Where's Sasuke and Sakura-chan? They're out patrolling, Kakashi replied as he worked some of the kinks out of his neck. Naruto opened the door. Hinata-chan, you can come in now. Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled. Okay. As the two walked back into the room, Kakashi stood up. Well then, why don't we do some searching of our own? Naruto nodded. NM. The cool morning air made Naruto feel a little better. I hope we find something soon. I'm getting hungry. Kakashi smiled at the way Naruto and Hinata jumped in unison. It reminded him of the way he and Rin had. No, that was an old dream, now long gone. He sighed sadly and pushed on forward. He suddenly noticed two figures bounding over the rooftops a few hundred yards in front of them. Ah, there they are, he informed his current company. Naruto squinted against the bright Tenem sunshine to see what his sensei was talking about. At realizing the two dots were Sakura and Sasuke, he smiled. When they were within earshot, Naruto called out to them. Sasuke. Sakura-chan. Sakura turned her head to look behind her when she heard the voice that had yelled her name. Sasuke-kun, it's Naruto, she informed him, stopping on the next roof. Sasuke stopped a few feet after Sakura and the two headed back to the rest of their team. Naruto, you okay? Sasuke asked. What happened to him? He asked Kakashi. Naruto grimaced and looked pleadingly at the Junin. Kakashi waved his hand in a reassuring manner. Naruto already made his report to me on this. And since it's a private matter, I'll let him decide whether or not to tell you. Naruto sighed in relief, although it was short-lived as his brother immediately turned to him. Well, Sasuke said expectantly with a scowl on his face. Come on, Sasuke, it's private, Naruto replied. Sasuke's scowl deepened and he sighed heavily. Are you in danger? Naruto shook his head. Is there a chance of it happening again? Naruto gave the same answer as before. Alright then, let's get back to the mission. Naruto dropped his head in relief. Thank God. If I had to explain that to him, he'd blackmail me with it for life. The clock on the building they had just passed struck 11 and Naruto yawned. Nay, Hinata-chan. Hinata turned her head to look at him. What time were we supposed to meet up with the others again? Naruto asked, stifling another yawn. 11:30. We'd better head back, Hinata answered. Naruto nodded gratefully. They really hadn't rested since they started their search. Not far from their rendezvous point, Naruto noticed a small group of figures entering a boarded-up apartment building. Hinata-chan, look, he said as he stopped on a roof and pointed downward. Hinata looked at the building just in time to see the last of the group Naruto had spotted climb through a wide gap in the boards. Byakugan. Her now enhanced vision let her know that the pair had found what they were looking for. There's at least 30 people inside. I think we've found them, she said with a satisfied smile. Naruto nodded. We'd better tell Kakashi-sensei. Hinata responded. The two teens headed back to the hotel. Itachi landed on the roof of the building across from where Team Kakashi's was staying. He smirked in satisfaction as he watched Naruto and Hinata enter the large hotel. Found you, he thought. Now I just need the right opportunity to strike. He moved back from the edge and folded his arms across his chest. Soon, Naruto, we shall see if Orochimaru has truly succeeded in correcting the mistake he made 14 years ago, he whispered in cruel curiosity. Kakashi nodded in approval as Naruto and Hinata finished their report. Alright then, we'll attack tomorrow night. For now, I want all of you to get some sleep. The team nodded, then Sakura and Hinata left the room. Kakashi went to use the bathroom and Naruto and Sasuke sat down on their beds. Naruto watched Hinata's shadow in the soft glow of her lantern, making sure to remember to turn away if she stood up. His gaze drifted for a moment to the tatami mats covering the floor and he suddenly had an idea. He stood up and grabbed the edge of one of the mats on the far side of the room. What are you doing, Dobi? Sasuke asked in confusion as he watched his brother lift up the edge of the mat. Putting up a privacy wall, Naruto replied without stopping his work. Confusion spread over Sasuke's face, which was quickly replaced by amused understanding. Don't want to risk seeing Hinata again, huh? Naruto stopped moving, made a strange sound and blushed. Yeah, he said quickly without looking at Sasuke, then continued on with his task. Sasuke snickered, earning him a murderous glare from Naruto. And how are you going to explain the mat if she wakes up before us and sees it? Naruto gritted his teeth. He hadn't thought about that. I'll set the alarm for 10 minutes early, he grumbled as he finished settling the mat into place. Hey, Sasuke said with a smirk before laying down. Naruto frowned and sat down on the edge of his bed. He reached over to his nightstand and picked up the small alarm clock, setting it to 6:50 am. It was at that moment that Kakashi came waltzing back from the bathroom. He stopped short at seeing the tatami mat on the divider wall to the two rooms. It didn't take him long to figure out its purpose, however. He cocked an eyebrow, shrugged and got into his bed. Naruto sighed in relief at not having been asked any more uncomfortable questions. He let his blonde head hit the pillow and fell into an uneasy sleep. Chapter 24. Tenten and Neji breathed heavily as they tried their best to keep up with the blurs of speed that were Lee and Jiraiya. Twice now, they had felt the shame of being babied when Jiraiya and Lee had to slow down to make sure they weren't left behind, and they were determined not to hold back the mission any further. Jiraiya looked behind him at his slower subordinates. He lessened his pace just a little and Lee followed suit. Luckily, the two behind them seemed to not notice the drop in speed. They're probably too tired to care, Jiraiya thought just as they came to the volcano bridge. Neji's immediate reaction to seeing the lake of lava under their intended path was to skid to a halt. Jiraiya stopped when he realized he was missing a team member and turned around. "Oi, Neji, what are you just standing there for?" he bellowed. When he didn't get an answer, he frowned in irritation and ran back to the bridge entrance. "Neji, did you hear me?" he said, finishing softly as he got a good look at the boy's face. Neji's eyes, if possible, looked even more ghostly than normal, and his entire face was frozen in terror. "Neji," Jiraiya said loudly as he waved a hand in front of Neji's face. "Neji-kun," Tenten yelled as soon as she reached his position. "Do you know what's going on here?" Jiraiya asked quickly. Tenten nodded. "I think so. We need to get him out of sight of the lava," she instructed as she put Neji's arm over her shoulder. Lee got the idea and took the other side. Once they were roughly 100 feet from the bridge, they set Neji down. Tenten took out her canteen, poured out some water onto her cupped hand and splashed Neji in the face. She was relieved to see him immediately come out of his daze. "Are you okay, Neji-kun?" Neji closed his eyes for a moment. When he reopened them, he sighed angrily. "Yes. Would you two mind telling me what just happened?" Jiraiya said with his arms folded across his chest. Neji and Tenten looked at each other, and then Neji turned his gaze toward his captain. "I'm afraid of fire," he said, his voice dripping with self-loathing. Both Lee and Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. "But, I've seen you fight enemies who use fire jutsu," Lee said. "I've worked very hard to control it. I spend at least 20 minutes a day sitting in front of a lit fireplace," Neji replied in an even tone. "I thought I had gotten to a point where I could completely control my fear," he said angrily. Jiraiya sighed. "I see. Unfortunately, we don't have time to wait for you to overcome this fear. I'm afraid you'll have to return to the village." Neji nodded. "Understood." He rose to his feet. "Neji-kun, are you sure you're okay with this?" Her brow was furrowed in concern. Tenten knew the idea of having to quit a mission would be highly detrimental to her friend's pride. "If you are forced to help me across the bridge, the mission will be compromised." "It's the only logical thing to do," Neji replied solemnly. "All right then, we'll see you when we get back," Lee said with a hearty clap to Neji's shoulder. Neji simply nodded and ran off in the direction they had come from. Tenten bit her lower lip as the remaining team members once again set off for Gansho. "I'm sorry, Neji-kun." As the night sky began to lighten, Itachi watched with mild interest as his quarry surrounded an old building. He shifted his weight onto his left foot and pushed away the strand of hair that had been waving in his face for the last minute. The coming battle should separate Naruto from Kakashi at some point. The time has come. 39 now, Hinata reported in reference to the number of people inside the building. Kakashi nodded in approval. "It seems we picked a good time for this." He looked around the area again for a moment. "All right, Naruto, Hinata and I will go in from the roof level. Sasuke and Sakura, I want you stationed on the east and west sides of the building. You're to keep anyone from escaping the area." He noticed Sakura tense up and grit her teeth. "Is there a problem, Sakura?" The girl in question quickly shook her head, embarrassed that she had been caught looking uncomfortable. "All right then, let's move out," he commanded as he handed out their radio headsets. Naruto, Hinata and Kakashi jumped over to the roof of the gang's hideout. As Kakashi turned the knob to open the door, Sasuke's voice crackled over his headset. "Sasuke, in position." After a second, Sakura chimed in. "Sakura, in position." Kakashi nodded. "Roger," and nearly pulled open the door before thinking better of it. "Hinata, your Byakugan." Hinata nodded and aimed her enhanced vision at the door. "It's wired to explode." Kakashi frowned. "What kind of device is it?" "Contact point," Hinata answered. Can you cut the wires with Jukin?" Kakashi asked. Hinata chewed her lower lip and released her Byakugan. I don't know. Neji-ni-san is better at Jukin than me." Naruto put a gentle hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. "I believe in you, Hinata-chan," he said with a winning smile. Her cheeks flushed pink, but she smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She gave him a quick peck on the lips. Naruto blushed a little as Hinata turned around to face the door and reactivated her Byakugan. She swallowed and raised her hand, causing it to glow just before bringing it down in a cutting motion near the door's latch. She saw the wires separate and she nodded in satisfaction. After making 2 more cuts at points around the edge of the doorframe, she turned around and smiled at her companions. "It's safe now." Naruto grinned. Good job, he said, giving her a gentle squeeze. Follow me. Hinata, you take point, Kakashi said quietly as he opened the door and went inside. As Naruto and the others descended the staircase he felt uneasy. Calm down, Naruto. They're all bad guys. You can't make a mistake here. Hinata noticed Naruto's expression and frowned. I wonder if he's thinking about that girl. They came close to the end of the stairs. She suddenly held out her arm and put her finger to her lips. There are 2 guards pacing the room, she whispered. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Take the one on the right. I'll take the other. Naruto nodded and the 2 shot forward from the stairwell opening. Kakashi knife chopped his target in back of the neck, while Naruto simply punched his opponent dead in the face. Kakashi sighed as Naruto gently laid the woman he had just knocked out on the floor. Couldn't you practice at least a little finesse? Naruto simply grinned. Not my style, he replied, causing his sensei to sigh again and shake his head. Hinata looked through the floor below them. 6 on the floor below us, she informed the rest of the team. Kakashi pulled out a kunai. Alright, from here on in, we fight. Lee sped over the rooftops at a breakneck speed. Sakura-san, please be alright. Jiraiya sighed as he watched Lee pull further from him in 10-10. Oh Lee. Lee stopped in his tracks, which required a rather long skid, and turned back. Hi. Try to stay with the team, alright. Jiraiya said with a cocked eyebrow. Lee's face took on a downcast look. Gomen, it's just that. Sakura-san. Jiraiya gave the green-clad ninja a lopsided grin. We'll make it in time. Lee nodded, and the group continued their search. Naruto, Hinata and Kakashi burst into the room, causing the guards to pull out various weapons. A teenage male pulled out a 2-way radio. We're under Atta, was all he managed to get out before Hinata used a ground-level spin kick to sweep his legs out from underneath him. The other 5 guards responded to Hinata's attack on their comrade by surrounding the girl, but they didn't get a chance to attack as 3 Narutos came at them. One clone delivered a punch to a male guard's windpipe, sending him choking and gagging to the floor. The real Naruto swung his fist backwards, punching a boy in his mid-teens in the ribcage. The boy's bones broke with a sickening snap. A girl sporting a nasty-looking set of jagged-edged, bladed gloves swung at Naruto's 3rd clone. The clone bent its body backward to avoid it, but was hit from behind by an arrow from a crossbow. Kakashi punched the assailant in the bridge of the nose, and then threw him against the wall, knocking him out. Hinata used her Juken on the girl with the claws and had her unconscious in seconds. Naruto smiled at Hinata. She's gotten more confident. He turned to the final guard, a woman in her mid-30s with waist-length, blonde hair. As he began to throw a roundhouse kick towards her head, he heard her utter a name that made him wish he had been able to stop in time. With her mouth and eyes wide open at the young, blonde ninja attacking her, she spoke one word. Mina too. She barely managed to say before his foot connected with her head. Naruto was so shocked at hearing his father's name spoken by this total stranger that he nearly didn't land his kick correctly and stumbled as he regained his balance. He ran over to the woman and picked up her head in his arms. What did you say? The woman used all her remaining strength to reach up a hand and gently touched Naruto's cheek. How? You, she said before losing her battle with unconsciousness. Naruto shook the woman. Hey, how do you know Chichouei? Oi, he yelled in vain at the sleeping woman. Naruto-kun. Hinata yelled to get his attention. Naruto turned around to see more gang members flooding from the doorway. Realizing he didn't have time for solving mysteries, he simply grinned. Hey, time for a workout. Sakura used a chakra-filled punch on the gang member in front of her. He hit the wall with a crunch, spider web cracks extending out from the point of impact. Sakura smiled in satisfaction. I'm really starting to get the hang of that. She suddenly noticed someone climbing out of a window midway up the side of the building. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke finished knocking out his current opponent and looked down. I'm on it, he replied, making the 2-story jump to the fire escape where his target was standing. The red-headed girl ducked Sasuke's kick and pulled out a pair of sei. Out of my way or I'm gonna kick your ass. Sasuke smirked. Hey, you better have the skill to back up your mouth, he said as he settled into a classic back stance. Sakura saw the girl bring out her sei. Sasuke-kun, be careful. Sasuke blocked his opponent's sai thrust with his kunai. I know that. Watch your post, he yelled back in irritation. Sakura blushed in embarrassment and hurried back to her side of the building. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A second Naruto appeared and began spinning the chakra onto Naruto's hand. Rasengan. He charged forward at the attackers who were still in the stairwell, sending unconscious bodies flying left and right. Kakashi sighed, shook his head and turned to Hinata. Let's hurry and take these 2 out so we can follow him. Hinata nodded and made an affirmative sound. A man with broad shoulders and messy brown hair smirked. Let's hurry and take these two out, huh? You honestly think it'll be that easy? Kakashi chuckled. I can tell just from looking at your stance that you're not a threat. A black-haired man next to the one who had spoken gritted his teeth. You'll regret that. Kakashi yawned. Yes, let's just get this over with, he said as he lazily slid into his basic stance. The brown-haired man ran at Kakashi, who simply sidestepped and thrust his arm out and forward, giving the man a solid punch to the kidneys. The thug coughed up blood, doubled over and fell to the floor in an undignified heap. The black-haired man looked from Kakashi to his friend on the floor and dropped into a floor-kissing bow. I surrender. Kakashi smiled. Good choice, he said, bringing out a rope. Hinata, can you handle tying them up while I check on Naruto? Hinata nodded. Hi. Kakashi handed her the rope and disappeared through the doorway. Sakura had just finished delivering a high side kick to a woman's head when she noticed a green blur in the distance, heading toward them at lightning speed. She squinted against the sunlight. Lee-kun. As the blur got closer she could tell for sure. Sasuke-kun. Lee-kun is coming, she yelled excitedly at the raven-haired boy. Nani? Sasuke turned around just in time to see Lee only about 600 feet away, with Tenten and Jiraiya trailing not far behind. He waved a hand in the air to get their attention. Lee, this way, he yelled. Lee turned his head in the direction of a voice he barely caught over the howling of the wind in his ears and turned toward it. He smiled when he saw who it was. Jiraiya-sama, they're over there. Lee yelled behind him as he sped off toward Sasuke and Sakura. Hinata took extra care tying up the woman who had said the fourth's name. Who are you? She thought. She looked around the room at her work. Once she was satisfied that they weren't going anywhere, she ran towards the sounds of fighting emanating from the hallway. Lee landed on the rooftop and ran to Sakura. Are you alright? He puffed. Hi, I'm fine. Go inside and help the others. Sakura replied. Jiraiya shook his head. Tenten and I will take over out here. You and Lee go. Lee and Sakura gave Jiraiya a puzzled look but hurried inside. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If those two were separated I'd never have heard the end of Lee's whining. Itachi watched Jiraiya's team with irritation as they landed on the roof of the building across the way. He hadn't expected the presence of a Sannin and knew that Jiraiya and Kakashi together would prove to be more hassle than it was worth. I'll have to wait until Jiraiya leaves before making my move, he thought as he narrowed his eyes. The walls of the first floor of the building had a few speckles of blood on them by the time Hinata had gotten to the bottom of the stairs. It looked like Naruto and Kakashi had already cleared at least 5 more of the gang members. That leaves 25, still a lot for the 3 of us though, she thought as she chewed her lower lip. Hinata, don't just stand there, Kakashi scolded. Hinata, ashamed at having been caught doing anything but her job, rushed into the fray. Jiraiya watched Itachi out of the corner of his eye, easily seeing through the genjutsu that was making the Uchiha look like an old rooftop generator. So, he's here already. I'd better warn Kakashi as soon as I have the chance. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura yelled over the din. Kakashi whipped his head around. Sakura, why are you away from your post? He took down a woman with a roundhouse kick then noticed that Rock Lee was right behind Sakura. Odd. I wonder why Tsunade would send reinforcements. Kakashi-sensei, the Godime sent us to inform you that Uchiha Itachi is on his way here to capture Naruto-kun, Lee said. What? Kakashi exclaimed as he blocked a punch from a male assailant. Naruto was surrounded by a group of 6 thugs. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A perfect clone of Naruto poofed into existence and swirled the chakra on Naruto's palm. He jumped into the air. The clone grabbed him by the ankles and swung him in a circle. Rasengan Jiten. Kakashi ducked as one of Naruto's attackers sailed by his head. Naruto, watch what you're doing. Sorry. Naruto called back as he bounced off the floor with his hands and used the momentum to kick another thug. Lee, who else is with you? Kakashi asked. Tenten and Jiraiya-sama, Lee reported. At that precise moment Naruto lost his balance and took a punch to the face. Naruto-kun. Hinata called out in alarm. She flat-palmed Naruto's attacker in the windpipe and offered Naruto her hand. Are you okay? Why? Yeah, Naruto said as he used Hinata's counterweight to pull himself to a standing position. Eros Sannin, why are you here? Lee made an aerial cartwheel, bringing down his feet at the end onto an enemy's shoulders, slamming her to the floor. Only 5 left. Kakashi crinkled his eyes in concern. This isn't right, it's too easy. He blocked a thug's dagger with his kunai. Everyone, be careful, we haven't encountered the ninja members yet. Jiraiya saw 10 flashes of color shoot into the building through the main entrance. Sasuke, did you see that? Sasuke nodded. Hi. I think it's time you headed inside. I'll stand guard. Sasuke nodded again, dropped down to the fire escape and disappeared through a window. He glanced in the direction he'd last seen Itachi, but he was gone. Must have decided Kakashi and I together were a problem. Jiraiya suddenly got a sickening smile on his face and rubbed his hands together. If he's no longer a problem I can check out the women here, he thought. A small trickle of drool leaked from the corner of his mouth. Sakura concentrated her chakra to her right hand and sliced into the arm of the boy in front of her. He howled with pain, but maneuvered behind her, meaning to put her in a chokehold. Sakura simply flipped him forward over her head. He landed on the floor, coughed up some blood, and then lay silent. Sakura was surprised when she heard clapping and looked behind her to see who it was. There were now several new figures concealed by the shadows of the entryway. "Very nice, Kakashi," said a woman's voice. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow at hearing this new person use his name. "Oh, don't look so surprised, there's hardly a ninja in the entire fire country who doesn't know who you are," said the woman as she walked out of the shadows. She had shoulder-length, blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a simple pair of black training pants and a skin-tight black leotard. Kakashi squinted. "You look familiar." The woman cocked an eyebrow. "I ought to, you're the one who introduced my brother to that detestable woman," she nearly spat. Kakashi's eyes went wide. "Nariko-chan." "Very good, Kakashi," Akuiko said with a venomous glare. "Kakashi-sensei, who is she?" Naruto asked, looking at the woman intently. As Nariko's subordinate stepped out from the shadows, Kakashi expelled a long puff of air. "Naruto, this is Nariko. Namikaze Nariko." Chapter 25. Naruto froze. "Namikaze Nariko. K's." He choked out. Nariko's eyes widened when they came to rest on Naruto's face. "Oh my god, it's true." After a moment of staring at Naruto in awe, she whipped her head back toward Kakashi. "You son of a bitch. You lied to us." "Nariko-chan, it's not that simple," Kakashi began, just as Sasuke came into the room. "Don't you dare use chan when speaking to me. And it is that simple. He's standing right there," she yelled as she jabbed a finger in Naruto's direction. Sasuke looked confused. "Sakura, what?" he asked softly. Sakura put a finger to her lips. "Shish." Sasuke frowned, but stayed silent. "Even I didn't know who he truly was until recently," Kakashi replied evenly. "Naruto." Nariko nearly whispered, her expression softening. I'm your aunt. Minato was my brother," she said as her eyes misted over. Naruto's eyes went as white as dinner plates. "My aunt." Nariko knelt down and held out her arms. "Naruto, come here," she said with a tearful smile. Kakashi rushed in between the two. "Don't, Naruto," he said as he glanced backward at him. "I can only imagine how you feel, but she is not the kind person she wants you to think she is." "Fuck you, Kakashi. He is my blood. Blood or not, he doesn't need someone who hurts the innocent. I was protecting my family line. Even the Hyugas wouldn't dishonor themselves by trying to murder someone just for being in love with a member of their clan. Would someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Naruto yelled. Kakashi sighed heavily. Before the attack on Kyuubi there were 3 highly prominent clans in Konoha. The Hyuga, the Uchiha, and the Namikaze. There was a whole clan? Naruto asked. "Not just a clan, Naruto, one of the greatest clans in history," Nariko said. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Because most of the Namikaze were Anbu, they were put on the front lines of the battle against Kyuubi, he sighed sadly, they were nearly wiped out. Only 3 remain, you, Nariko and your cousin. The latter of which I assume is the blonde woman upstairs. Understanding dawned on Naruto's face. So that's how she knew Chichouei. Nariko heard about your birth and sent your cousin to retrieve you after the battle. Since I thought you were dead, that's the information I gave her, Kakashi explained, shooting a pointed glare at Nariko. Naruto, come here, Nariko nearly commanded. No, Kakashi countered urgently, she hurt your mother. At hearing these words Naruto stopped in his tracks. What? He asked in disbelief. Kakashi rubbed his tired, visible eye with his fingers. Your mother was my instructor at the academy. When I was put on Minato's team after I graduated, he asked me to introduce him to her. They connected right away, and in less than 6 months your father was showing my team and I the engagement ring he planned to give her. No one expected the relationship to get that far. He looked at Naruto, a hard look entering his eyes. There's something you have to know about the Namikaze. They basically made the Hyugas look like a loving clan. Naruto's eyes became wider for a split second as he sucked in a breath. What do you mean? Members of the clan were only allowed to marry within it. When the head of the clan learned of Minato's plans to propose to Kushina, they sent Nariko to kill her, Kakashi finished with venom in his voice. Naruto's face filled with horror as he backed away from the woman who had her arms held out to him just minutes before. You tried to kill my mom." Nariko's expression showed the panic that was entering her heart. "Naruto, you have to understand. She sputtered as she reached out a trembling hand toward him. Naruto slapped Nariko's hand away. "No." Nariko's eyes filled with tears. The purity of the clan had to be protected. There was no other way. Naruto lowered his face so that his hair covered his features. "I don't give a damn about clan purity. You tried to kill my mother. I would never have been born." Naruto screeched as he raised his head with a violent snap. Nariko suddenly pulled her hand back and simply stared at Naruto. What's the matter with your eyes?" Kakashi pushed Nariko out of the way so he could get a look at what had stunned the woman. "What the hell?" Naruto's eyes had changed from their normal cerulean blue, not to the eyes of the Kyuubi, but to something Kakashi had never seen before. Both of them were raven black with a vivid purple ring on the outer edge. The purple streaked into the black, making it look like the purple was a fire that was reaching for a small, white dot in the center. Sasuke and Sakura moved to Kakashi's position. Sakura gasped. Sasuke simply stared. "Naruto, you. What is it?" Naruto asked. Sakura reached into her weapons pouch, pulled out a small mirror, and held it up so Naruto could see. His knee-jerk reaction to his reflection was to jump backwards a few steps. "What's going on, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked. "I don't know, Sakura. But this isn't the issue we need to worry about right now." "You're right, Kakashi, it isn't," Nariko replied with a dangerous tone. Her hands flashed through a series of seals. Doden Kane Genkin no Jutsu. An Earth-style steel wardog technique. The floor began to shake and crack. As small sections of it broke away, what looked like chunks of raw metal ore flew up through the holes and began forming into vicious-looking steel dogs about the size of wolves. All the Konoha ninja now stood back to back, with kunai at the ready. "Kane no Jutsu," Kakashi exclaimed. "I thought no one had found a way to do it," he thought as the sound of metal scraping against metal grated on his ears. "You see, Kakashi, I will not allow you to take my brother's only child back to that pathetic hole you call a hidden village," Nariko spat. The now completed metal dogs lunged at their targets, carefully avoiding damage to Naruto. Everyone slashed at the attackers with their kunai, but the most they could manage to do was push them back. Nariko smirked as she watched Kakashi's team. "The great Kakashi," she said with a mocking chuckle. "I would have expected a more intelligent plan from you than that." Naruto barely jumped out of the way in time to avoid one of the dogs as it tried to body check him in an attempt to knock him out. "These things are fast," he thought. Ten hopped backward to avoid being disemboweled, then screamed as another dog bit down on the end of her foot. Blood speckled the floor under the spot where she fell. Lee was instantly at Tenten's side. He picked her up and brought her over to the stairwell. As he began to take her shoe off to inspect the damage, Tenten scolded him. "Lee, forget my foot," she said as tears of pain leaked out of her eyes. "Help the others." Lee immediately went into a saluting pose. "Hi." After Lee had left, Tenten took some medical wrap out of her equipment pouch and bandaged her foot. She gritted her teeth and stood up, inhaling sharply from the pain as she did so, and ran back to the fight. Lee saw Tenten fighting and smiled in approval. "That's it, Tenten. The fire of youth shall not be put out." Tenten rolled her eyes and dodged a steel paw. Beads of sweat began to appear on Sasuke's forehead. "This isn't good, these things are fast, and we can't seem to damage them." His eyes suddenly widened with a spark of inspiration. He made his favorite series of seals. Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu. A ball of flame shot from his mouth at one of the dogs, but instead of melting it like he had intended, it only served to make the dog scalding hot to the touch. "Shit," he cursed as he moved out of the dog's way. Naruto slowly began to notice that he was the only one the dogs were not trying to maim. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Nariko smirked as her nephew increased in number by 5. As expected from a Namikaze. "Everyone, form a small group," Naruto yelled to his comrades. Kakashi looked up at Naruto's sudden command. What is he up to? He thought as he and the others huddled together. Naruto quickly had his clones surround his friends. "What the hell?" Nariko said. Naruto folded his arms in defiance. "Now what are you gonna do?" "Naruto, move out of the way," Nariko commanded. "I thought so. You don't wanna hurt me," said all of Naruto's clones at once. He smiled in satisfaction as his aunt gritted her teeth and made a short sound of irritation. "Now, call off your dogs." "No, you are coming home." "What home?" Naruto shot back. "You live in an abandoned apartment building. Not to mention you're a criminal." Nariko frowned in shame for a short moment before becoming angry. "Shut up, you don't know anything." From inside the Naruto wall, Hinata kept her Byakugan trained on Nariko. Suddenly, she noticed Nariko's chakra flow waver for a second. "Naruto-kun," she whispered. Naruto didn't turn around but shifted his eyes toward Hinata in interest. She has to concentrate to maintain her jutsu. When you upset her just now, her concentration dropped. I think if you make her mad enough she may drop the jutsu. Gotcha, Hinata-chan, Naruto thought. I know you almost killed my mother. I know she was a better person than you. Naruto. Nariko raged, barely remembering to keep her hands folded in the serpent seal. I know you've hurt people I care about. Naruto. I hate you. No, Nariko yelled, forgetting her seal and balling her hands into fists in front of her. Naruto dispelled his clones and everyone he had been protecting resumed their battle stances. Damn it, Nariko thought as her dogs reverted back to the raw ore they had once been. I don't have enough chakra left to recreate them. She let out an angry puff of air through her nose. Takeshi, she said tersely to the large man on her right. Kill the rest, but damage Naruto as little as possible. Hi, Nariko-sama, Takeshi replied. He and the other 5 ninja that had arrived with Nariko hurried from the shadows and made a wide circle around the group of Konoha ninja. Sugu Fujin Heki. Ten pulled out 2 scrolls from her equipment pouch and flung her hands forward, causing the scrolls to unroll onto the floor. From the open scrolls, various weapons appeared in puffs of smoke, jutting upwards and taking out one of the 2 women in Nariko's team. Chisa, yelled Takeshi. He stared in open-mouthed horror at the woman on the floor, who was impaled in various places, all of them fatal. He rounded on Ten. Damn you to hell, he yelled before charging at her. Ten tried to move out of the way, but when she moved her damaged foot she was greeted by a sharp twinge of pain that caused her drop to the floor. Hinata focused her chakra through the tenketsu, stabbing Takeshi with small, needle-width pulls of it. The burgundy-haired man winced as each of the needles cut through his body and exited the other side. Ah! As Hinata attacked Takeshi, Naruto suddenly felt a throbbing pain behind his eyes and his vision blurred for a moment. When he could see clearly again, the air was filled with thousands of tiny, glowing purple dots. He reached out a hand toward the dots, but all he managed to do was make them swirl around. After a few seconds of aimlessly swatting at the dots an idea struck him. I can use chakra to stick to walls. I wonder if it'd work on these things. Naruto put his hands together in the tiger seal, focusing his chakra to his hands. They glowed in a swirling mass of red and blue. He reached out toward the dots again, and grabbed one. He stared at it for a second. I wonder what would happen if I grabbed a bunch of these. He held out his left hand and began pushing dots into it with his right. It was very easy since the air was thick with them, and it wasn't long before he had a several hundred in his hand. Sasuke had just ducked under a woman's roundhouse kick when he noticed Naruto batting at the air with his right hand. What the hell is that doby up to now? Naruto stared at the mass of dots he was holding. He decided to see if he could squish them together and squeeze them as hard as he could. When he opened his hand he held a snow-white sphere just a little smaller than a golf ball. What is that? He mused. Sasuke was getting irritated that Naruto seemed to be doing nothing but staring at his hand. Oi, doby, you gonna fight or what? He yelled as he dodged a punch aimed at his midriff. Naruto blinked his eyes as he was snapped out of his thoughts by Sasuke's voice. Shit. He tossed the ball behind him, intending to join the fight, but when the sphere hit the wall it exploded, sending him sailing through the air and into the woman who had been fighting Sasuke. Sasuke looked at direction of the explosion, then back at Naruto. What the hell did you do? He asked in wide-eyed confusion as Naruto began to get to his feet. Naruto looked at the wall behind where he had been standing moments before. There was a gaping hole in the wall. His jaw dropped. That little thing did that. What little thing? Sasuke asked. Naruto rapidly shook his head. I'll explain later, he replied as he dove back into the fight. Sasuke sighed in defeat and joined his brother. Ten was getting irritated. Most of her attacks relied on open space and the crowded battle conditions made them too risky to use. She pulled out a scroll from her equipment pouch, unrolled it and performed a series of seals. Suga Meshi. An equipment summoned, she touched the fairly short length of paper and a pair of nunchucks appeared in a puff of smoke. She swung at a male ninja. He ducked out of the way, but couldn't avoid the second nunchuck that hit him in the ribs, cracking a few of them. The man gritted his teeth and hit Ten with an uppercut to the jaw. She countered with a nunchuck to his kidneys. Sanza, stop playing around. Nariko yelled in irritation. Sanza glared at his leader for a split second, then went back to his fight. Rat, tiger, hare. Arihata number jutsu. An rough skin technique. His skin was suddenly covered in sharp bumps. He lashed out at Ten and raked his right forearm across her left bicep. Ten cried out in pain as thin peels of her skin fell to the floor. She grabbed her bicep, blood leaking through her fingers. Ten-chan! Sakura yelled as she hurried toward Ten. Her path was quickly blocked by Nariko's last remaining female comrade, who jumped over her, grabbed her dress at the shoulders, and used the momentum to throw her over the woman's shoulder and into a nearby support beam. Sakura coughed a small amount of blood before wiping her mouth and standing back up again. Breathing heavily, she looked to where Ten was and saw her get hit with Sansa's arm again, this time right across the stomach. Damn it, I can't get to her. If only there were two of me. Her eyes flashed wide open as she had an idea. Ox, serpent, hare, dragon. Tamashi Gujin no Jutsu. An spirit puppet technique. Sakura felt a bit lightheaded, but as she looked to her right she knew her jutsu had worked. Next to her was a second Sakura. It resembled her, but it looked like it had been taken out of a black and white photo. Sakura appeared satisfied at having pulled off the jutsu. The woman Sakura had been fighting looked surprised for a moment, but quickly recovered and brought down her kunai in a wide sweeping motion. The black and white Sakura raised its own dark kunai and blocked the attack. Sakura ran to help Ten. She gathered chakra to her hand and punched Sansa in his side, sending him flying. Ten collapsed to her knees. Arigato. Sakura laced her arm under Ten's. Here, lean on me. Ten nodded and the two girls walked in tandem to the far side of the room. As Sakura began healing Ten's stomach, Ten watched the black and white Sakura fight. Nay, Sakura, why does your bunshin look so weird? Sakura smiled. Because that's not a bunshin. It's part of my bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Since when do you have a bloodline limit? I just found out myself, a month or so ago. My spirit puppet is better than a bunshin. It doesn't disappear unless I get knocked out. I can only make one though, and it takes a lot of chakra, Sakura replied as she switched to healing Ten's arm. Very cool, Ten said with a grin. Sakura moved to start on Ten's foot when she felt a hand on hers. The foot's not that bad. We need to get back to the fight, Ten said as she pushed Sakura's hand away. Sakura nodded and stood up. Let's go then. Nariko hopped backwards to dodge Hinata's jukin. Damn, she's fast for such a little thing. Time to get serious. Horse, bird, tiger. Kaden, Jiryusen Gukaku no Jutsu. An flame type. Streamlined powerful fireball, a stream of fire, much thinner than a normal Gukaku no Jutsu, shot out at Hinata. Hinata's eyes widened and she threw her arms in front of her face in preparation for the pain. But the pain never came. Instead she heard a boy screaming and opened her eyes to find Naruto covering her with his body, protecting her from the blast. Naruto-kun, she shrieked, tears filling her eyes. Nariko's eyes were as wide as they could get. She dropped her hands to her sides. No. The back of Naruto's clothes was gone, completely burned away from the waist up. His back, shoulders, and arms were all a horrible shade red and covered with bleeding blisters. With tears streaming down her face, Hinata quickly, yet gently, lowered him to the floor. Working very hard to control her emotions, she began healing him. Stop fighting, Nariko yelled. Nearly out of the oddness of the command, everyone froze in their tracks. Stop fighting. I don't want to risk her losing her concentration, Nariko explained as she stared at Hinata and Naruto. Upon seeing what had caused Nariko to stop the fight, the Konoha team ran to Naruto's side amid a chorus of his name yelled in various ways. I don't understand. Why did I get burned? Naruto gasped out hoarsely. What do you mean, why did I get burned? It's because you jumped in front of fire, Dobi. Sasuke yelled with irritation and worry. You don't understand Sasuke, Kakashi said, Naruto has never been burned before. What? The Kyuubi protected him from heat. Why do you think you couldn't kill him with your fire jutsus? Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked down at the memory. Not only that, but he doesn't know how to heal himself. The Kyuubi always did it for him, Kakashi added. Hinata-chan, it won't stop burning, Naruto croaked out as tears of pain filled his eyes. He had never hurt so badly for so long in his entire life. This isn't good. The burns just keep progressing, Hinata thought in near panic. Nariko had both hands over her mouth, sobbing loudly. Please don't let him die, she begged Hinata. Hinata's head snapped upwards. She glared at Nariko with eyes that told her that if she didn't shut up, she would be the one who would not survive. Nariko took an instinctive step backwards. She loves him. He's getting weaker. What am I missing? She thought. Byakugan. Through her enhanced vision she saw that Naruto's heart was fibrillating. Oh no. She increased the amount of healing chakra to the burns, but it didn't help, his heart stopped. No. Sakura-san. Help me. He's dying. Angry at herself for not thinking of helping sooner, Sakura dropped to her knees and pushed all the chakra she could into Naruto's body. Please don't die. Please don't die. The combined healing powers of both girls began to weave back together the damaged skin and muscles, but it was to no avail. Naruto drew in a large, shaky breath, and then lay silent. Hinata shook her head in disbelief. No. No. Naruto Kuyuyuyuyun. Chapter 26. No. No please. Hinata begged Naruto's lifeless form. Noriko's mouth fell open in disbelief. After a few seconds she brought both of her palms up in front of her eyes. Again, I failed to protect the clan, again. Her gaze shifted down to the hilt of a short sword strapped around her waist. After a moment she removed it from its sheath and spoke softly. Takeshi. Hi. I want you to be my kaishaku an person who helps with the ritual suicide of a friend. Takeshi's eyes widened in shock and horror. Please, Noriko-sama. That's not necessary. I killed my brother's only child, Takeshi. Please, help me die respectably, Noriko answered as she stared at the blade. You're the only one skilled enough with a sword, please. Takeshi's hands balled into shaking fists. He squeezed his eyes shut. I will do as you ask. He pulled out his sword and held it level with the back of Noriko's neck. I love you. I know. Noriko grabbed her short sword with both hands and aimed it at her stomach. Forgive me, Minato. She squeezed her eyes shut and drove the blade into the left side of her stomach up to the hilt. She then pulled the sword to the right and back to the middle. As she pulled the blade upwards, spilling her intestines onto her lap, it was at this moment that Tenten vomited. Takeshi cleanly cut through her neck so that it was connected only by a small strip of skin at the front. Hands shaking, Takeshi dropped the sword. As it clattered to the floor he turned to face Kakashi. Will you allow us to leave with her body? Kakashi nodded in agreement. Takeshi removed his knee-length coat and wrapped Noriko's body in it before taking her into his arms. Kakashi, you should know, she only thought she was doing what was best for her clan. He turned to the other two remaining members of his group. Let's go. Kakashi watched as Takashi and the others walked away. It's been a long time since I have seen someone commit seppuku. Perhaps she will have honor in her next life. He looked over at Naruto. Minato-sensei, it's like you've died a second time, he said as his visible eye misted over. Sakura and Hinata were both crying loudly. Nearby, Tenten sank to the floor. It's like a bad dream, she said softly as she stared at Naruto's face. She was sad, but for some reason, she just didn't cry. Naruto-kun, I will never let anyone forget your courage, Lee said as tears soaked his cheeks. Sasuke broke everyone out of their grieving trance with an angry, animalistic scream. He quickly closed the short distance between Naruto and himself and dropped to the floor next to Naruto's head. Wake up, damn you. You've never given up on anything in your life. Fight, he screamed and punched the floor. That's right, Naruto-kun would never give up. Hinata raised her head and sniffed back her tears. I won't give up either. She put both her hands over the area of Naruto's heart. Tsunade-sama, forgive me. I must break my promise. Sakura saw what Hinata was doing and recognized it immediately. She grabbed Hinata's hands. No, Hinata-chan. I'm going to save him. Did Tsunade-sama have time to teach you the proper way to do it? Hinata frowned. No. Then you'll die. It's worth it. Wait, I know the basic way it works. Maybe we can figure it out on our own, Sakura pleaded. Hinata looked skeptical but she agreed. Alright, what do we do? Sakura scooted over next to Hinata. We have to change our chakra into electricity and shock the entire nervous system. Okay. Hinata and Sakura put their hands over Naruto's heart. As their hands began to glow green all movement in the room stopped. Sasuke's tears slowed as he held his breath in hope. Come on, Ototo-an younger brother. Hinata suddenly felt a change in her chakra. That's it, she thought. She pushed as much chakra into the jutsu as possible. She knew that if they didn't hurry, not only were their chances of reviving him going down, but the chance of brain damage was going up. Both girls were beginning to sweat profusely and could barely keep going. Come on, come on, come on, she chanted in her mind. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in the sealed chamber. He stared at the now empty cage and let out a long sigh. For the first time in my life, I wish you were here. I don't know how to heal myself. As he sat down in the shallow water and folded his arms over his knees, a loud thump resonated through the chamber. What the hell was that? His eyes widened. Am I? Hinata felt as though she could easily fly. His heart is beating, she squealed in pure joy. I know, Sakura said, fighting to keep down her own excitement. Keep working. Hinata immediately went back to concentrating, angry at herself for letting her emotions distract her from her work. Very slowly, the last remnants of the burns vanished, save for some slight scarring. Dizzy from both exhaustion and happiness, she collapsed onto Naruto's back. Hinata-chan, you're heavy, Naruto's voice croaked out. Hinata squeaked and quickly sat up. Gee, Gomen. When she didn't get a response, she felt her earlier panic returning. Naruto-kun. She checked his pulse and closed her eyes in relief. He's just sleeping, she informed the others as she wiped away the tears of joy that had begun to remoisten her already saturated cheeks. Lee and Tenten jumped into the air and let out a whoop of joy, while Kakashi shook his head and smiled. He's got more lives than a cat. Sasuke slid his right hand upwards over his face and let out a relieved sigh. You're gonna make me old before my time, Dobi, he said affectionately to his brother's sleeping form. Kakashi coughed. Well, now that he's alright. He changed the channel on his headset and put it on. Mayor Kurata. After a moment, Kurata's voice crackled over the receiver. Yes. The Yukai gang is no longer a problem. Please send officers to pick up their members. We are at the condemned apartment building on Ayu Street. Arigato, Kakashi. I will be in debt to you for a long time to come. Kakashi smiled. You are very welcome. We'll stay here until the police arrive. Kakashi, out. He turned back to his teenage companions. Wait here for a few minutes, he ordered before disappearing up the stairs. He returned a few moments later with Naruto's cousin in his arms. Tenten and Sasuke will wait here for the police. The rest of us will return to the hotel. Hinata, Lee, you two will carry Naruto. I'll take care of her, he said, looking down at the woman in his arms so that they would know who he was talking about. Understood. Hi, replied the group. Jiraiya watched as all but Sasuke and Tenten left the building. He sighed, his earlier thoughts of checking out the local female population forgotten, when he realized that even if Itachi was nowhere in sight, he was probably not out of the equation yet, and therefore he could not leave Tenten and Sasuke without a guard. He sulkily rested his cheek on his fist and waited for the police to arrive. Kakashi hadn't seen anything, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. It's probably Itachi, he thought with a sigh. I can't track him, I'll have to wait till he makes a move. He knew this was the truth, but it was a truth he did not like at all. Itachi knew there was no way Kakashi hadn't sensed him. Due to his superior genjutsu skills, however, he was not worried. It only meant that Kakashi would be on guard. Hinata pulled the covers up to Naruto's chin and sat down next to him. After stroking his forehead a bit, she turned her gaze toward the blonde woman lying a few feet away. Are we handing her over to the Anbu? Kakashi shook his head. No, we're taking her to Tsunade-sama. I knew this woman very well, and I have a feeling she was only in the gang to act as Nariko's conscience. I want to give her a chance to explain herself. Kakashi-kun, came the woman's weak voice. Kakashi moved next to her. Hi, how are you feeling, Tomoyo-chan? Tomoyo squeezed her eyes shut. My head hurts. After 30 seconds or so of silence, her eyes snapped open. Minato-kun, I saw Minato-kun. Kakashi smiled sadly. I know. Tomoyo didn't hide her surprise. You know. It may have looked like Minato-sensei, but the boy you saw was his son. Naruto. Kakashi nodded. But you told us he was dead. I was misinformed. Sandaime-sama and Minato-sensei agreed to keep his identity a secret to protect him. Minato-sensei had many enemies. Tomoyo looked upset but sighed heavily in understanding. I see. Where is he? She began to ask before noticing Naruto was in the same room. She put her fingers over her lips as she let out a small gasp. Except for those odd birthmarks on his cheeks, he looks exactly like Minato-kun did when we were kids. Tears filled her eyes as she smiled. Has Nariko-chan seen him? She asked with a happy sniff. Kakashi winced and looked down. Kakashi-kun. Naruto jumped in front of one of her fire jutsus to protect this girl, Kakashi said, gesturing at Hinata. He nearly died from the burns, and Nariko thought he was dead. She believed she had killed her brother's son. She committed seppuku, he finished quietly. Both of Tomoyo's hands flew to her face, and she began to cry loudly. Nariko-chan, she said in between cries of anguish, her voice muffled by her hands. After a few seconds she fell to her side on the bed, her hands still to her face. Kakashi sat down on the bed. I'm so sorry, Tomoyo-chan. He looked up at Hinata, Sakura, and Lee. I'm sorry, but could everyone leave us alone for a moment? Sure, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied. And with that, the three teens got up and left the room. As soon as the door slid shut, Kakashi laid down behind Tomoyo and wrapped his arms around her. She tensed for a moment in shock, but was quickly grateful for the gesture and squeezed his arms tightly. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying his best to ignore how warm she felt. Now is not the time for old feelings. And so her simply held her and let her cry. They'll probably be a while, Sakura said. Why don't we go to the rec room? Lee and Hinata nodded. They were about to leave, when they heard footsteps approaching them. Sasuke, Lee called out as he waved. That was fast, Sakura commented as Sasuke and Tenten came to a stop near them. They're a well-organized force, Sasuke replied with a shrug as he made a motion to open the door to their room. He stopped when he felt Sakura's hand on his wrist. Kakashi-sensei is talking to Naruto's cousin. He told us to stay out for now, she explained. We were going to the rec room. You two want to join us? Lee asked. Sure, Tenten said. Sasuke gave only an indifferent shrug. Hinata's small finger flicked the light switch to the on position. The room had a tatami mat floor and contained a tennis table, pool table, a TV, multiple armchairs and couches, and a shelf with several board games and many rows of books. She smiled. It's nice. Lee, wanna play table tennis? Tenten asked. Hi, Lee replied. Hinata walked over to the shelves and picked out a book. She snuggled into one of the huge armchairs and began to read. Sakura sighed and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, she said after a moment. Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute, alone? Sasuke frowned in curiosity. Okay. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on a sliding glass door. There, we can go to the terrace. Sakura nodded and the two headed in that direction. Lee noticed Sasuke and Sakura disappear through the terrace door and sighed. I should have known better than to get my hopes up. He was broken from his thoughts when the ping-pong ball hit him in the head. Oi, Lee-kun, pay attention, Tenten said with her arms folded. Lee blinked. Hi, Gomen. Sasuke was getting impatient. For the last 5 minutes all Sakura had done was stare outwards toward the city. If you're not going to say anything, then I'm going inside. Gomen, I was just trying to think of how I want to say this. She boosted herself up onto the wide, wooden railing that surrounded the terrace. You know I've loved you for a long time. Sasuke sighed. Not this again. He ran his fingers backward through his hair. Yeah, I know. Well, I know you don't care, but I just wanted to tell you that I don't love you anymore. Sakura said as her eyes misted over. Sasuke blinked his eyes rapidly in shock. Seriously? Sakura nodded. I realized it after I woke up from that coma. I'm glad. I didn't want you chasing me your whole life. You would have wound up alone, Sasuke replied seriously. I know that now. After wiping her eyes she smiled. I also wanted to tell you that I forgive you, for what happened at the Valley of End. Sasuke smiled in relief. Thank you. I didn't want to lose one of the few friends I have. I'm happy you said that. Sometimes I wasn't sure you even thought that much of me. I didn't want you to think we had anything more than friendship. I'm sorry. I understand, Sakura replied with a nod. Well, I'm going back inside. You coming? Sakura sniffed. No, I think I'm gonna stay out here for a while. Okay, Sasuke said with a small smile. Sakura stared after him as Sasuke left, feeling a little sad that her first love no longer had her affections, even if he didn't. As Kakashi held Tomoyo, he suddenly realized that she had stopped crying and her breathing had slowed. She was asleep. He smiled and stroked her forehead. Sleep well, Tomoyo-chan. He got up from the bed and pulled the covers over her. I suppose it's time to retrieve the troops, he said as he began to head for the door. Suddenly, the room was dark and so was the hall beyond it. What the hell? He grabbed a kunai and a lantern and opened the door. In the hallway, the sound of light sobbing reached his ears. He looked to his right and saw a small girl huddled on the floor. He approached her cautiously. Are you okay? In an instant, the small girl's hand had an iron grip on his wrist. She turned her head and looked at Kakashi. He was not surprised to see the Mangekyo Sharingan staring back at him. Itachi. Very good, Kakashi, the little girl said with a horrible sneer. Now, play dead. The Mangekyo spun and Kakashi fell to the floor, lost in his own nightmare world. Itachi dispelled the genjutsu, then walked into the room and picked up Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun, it appears you will finally fulfill your destiny. With that, he opened the window and disappeared into the night. Chapter 27. Sakura looked at her watch, raised her eyebrows, and walked back inside. Okay everyone. It's been a half hour, so I think it's safe too. She trailed off as she stared in disbelief of the scene before her. Lee and Tenten shot around the room, throwing ping-pong balls at each other. Sasuke was leaning up against the wall with an amused smirk on his face. Lee-kun, come back here and fight like a man. Tenten complained as she unleashed another barrage. Do you think I'm insane? Lee said with a laugh. Hey, Sakura called out. Lee and Tenten froze in mid-duck throw and Hinata looked up from her book. Sorry, Sakura-san, Lee said. Sakura pointed to her watch. We need to get back to the room. Lee and Tenten quickly threw the ping-pong balls back in the nylon sports bag they had found them in while Hinata put her book back on the shelf. Jiraiya had a raging headache by the time he managed to dispel the genjutsu he'd been put into. Damn him. The instant Jiraiya had landed on the roof Itachi had been occupying earlier, the building spun around him. Shit. He put his hands in the release seal. Kai. No effect. Damn it. I'm going to have to wait for the chakra to disperse. I hope Kakashi can handle the situation until I get there. He jumped off the roof and headed in the direction of the hotel. Please don't let me be too late. Sasuke did not like the dark hallway they were greeted with when the group reached their floor. Hinata, you're Byakugan. NHM. Byakugan. Hinata saw someone on the floor of the hallway outside their room. Kakashi-sensei. She scanned further. When she saw that Naruto was no longer in his bed, the bottom dropped out of her stomach. She gasped loudly and bolted down the hall. Hinata. Oi. Sasuke called after her. Please, let me be wrong. But Hinata knew she was right as soon as she saw that it was indeed Kakashi on the hallway floor. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura yelled as the rest of the group caught up to Hinata. Hinata looked up at Sakura. Can you heal him? She asked, knowing Sakura was much more advanced in medical jutsu than she was. I can try, Sakura replied. She knelt down next to Kakashi and began to work. Hinata took this as her cue and ran into the room. Naruto-kun, she called out in desperation. Tomoyo blinked the sleep out of her eyes and stared in confusion at the panicked girl in the center of the room. What's wrong? Sasuke appeared, silhouetted in the lantern light from the hallway. His hands were clenched in anger. Itachi took Naruto, he said in a voice which seemed to drop the temperature of the room a few degrees. Tomoyo leapt out of her bed, ignoring the mild headache this brought. Where's Kakashi-kun? Out here, Sasuke answered. As Hinata, Sasuke and Tomoyo entered the hallway, Sakura stood up, regret etched deeply into her face. I can't help him. The genjutsu did too much damage. Upon seeing Kakashi, Tomoyo dove to the floor. Kakashi-kun. Sasuke sighed. All right then. The five of us, he said, pointing to all the teens, will go after Naruto. Tomoyo, will you take Kakashi-sensei back to Konoha? Are you insane? I'm going anywhere while Naruto is in danger. Not to mention you're a bunch of genin. There's no way in hell you're going to beat Itachi. That's why we need you to bring reinforcements. Not to mention that you're the only one strong enough to carry Kakashi-sensei. Tomoyo frowned. Alright, but don't engage the enemy unless you absolutely have to. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Tomoyo. Don't talk to me as if you're still a Konoha ninja, he said coldly. Tomoyo glared at him, but kept silent. Sasuke-kun, Sakura admonished. Sasuke ignored her. I'll leave markers along our trail, he said to Tomoyo. Catch up when you can. And we'll need the Godime. He turned to his comrades. Let's go. Tomoyo let out a sigh of worry as she watched them run down the hallway. Please God, let them be safe. As soon as Jiraiya caught sight of the Konoha team he knew he hadn't made it in time. He changed direction and proceeded to catch up with them. Sasuke, he said as he fell in step with the team. Sasuke jumped a little at Jiraiya's sudden appearance but recovered quickly. Where the hell were you? This isn't the time for that, Jiraiya answered, barely managing to push down a feeling of guilt. What kind of head start does Itachi have? Sasuke sighed. At best about 10 minutes. At worst, nearly a half hour. Jiraiya's jaw clenched in distress at Sasuke's answer. Lee, you and I will move ahead. The rest of you catch up when you can. Lee nodded and the two sped away. Sasuke let out a breath of irritation, but he knew there was no time to argue. Keep moving, he ordered, feeling the need to remind everyone who had taken command of the mission. It had been almost an hour and Hinata couldn't hear much besides the blood pounding in her head. She had been so desperate to reach Naruto that she had actually pulled ahead of the group by 20 yards. Hinata, stay the hell with the group, Sasuke yelled. She clenched her teeth but fell back. For the first time in her life, Hinata truly felt like telling someone to shove it. The first thing Naruto noticed was the rush of cool air blowing over his body. Man, that feels good. He forced his eyes open and looked to see who was carrying him. Itachi. He immediately began struggling against the ropes that bound him, but it was no use. He had barely had the strength to move. Itachi merely glanced down in mild interest at hearing Naruto yell his name. So, you're awake, he said in a deadpan tone. Damn right I'm awake. You are so dead when I get loose. Itachi simply cocked an eyebrow. He snorted in mild amusement. I injected you with a muscle relaxant. You won't be going anywhere. Naruto gritted his teeth. Just be patient. We'll be at Orochimaru's place soon. Wait a second, why the hell are you working with Orochimaru? Don't you hate each other? A smirk found its way to Itachi's mouth, one eerily similar to Sasuke's. Orochimaru is nothing but a pawn. Once he completes his work on you, I will kill him. The smirk widened into a terrible smile. And you will become Akatsuki's ultimate weapon. Naruto's eyes widened. Nani? Sasuke broke a large branch on the nearest tree as he passed by it. Sakura winced. Do you have to do that much damage? Sasuke sighed in irritation. We don't have time for subtlety. Sasuke, mumbled Hinata. What? Sasuke replied. Hinata moved up next to him. We'll make it in time, she said gently. Sasuke looked at her in surprise. Hinata's expression showed nothing but unwavering determination. I know we will. After a second, Sasuke's expression changed from angry panic to a mirror image of Hinata's. He said with a strong nod. Keep moving everyone. He clenched his fist tightly and stared at it. We won't fail. For the rest of the journey, Sasuke broke smaller branches. Jiraiya swallowed hard. I've lost Itachi's chakra signature. Jiraiya-sama, what if we've lost the trail? Lee asked with worry. Jiraiya sighed. It doesn't matter. I know where he's going, he said as he sliced off the tip of a leaf as a trail marker. How? We've just crossed the border of the Sound Village. Lee squinted against the darkness and sure enough, the village of Sound was barely visible on the horizon. Do you know where his base is? Jiraiya nodded gravely. I know all too well. Tsunade groaned in disgust at the paperwork that lay on the desk before her. She lifted her pen, and was about to begin signing a document when she heard a commotion outside. She frowned in curiosity. The yelling died down and the door began to open, so she took up a battle stance. The face she was greeted with was one she thought she would never see again. Tomoyo-chan. Tsunade hopped over her desk. What? Tomoyo shook her head rapidly. No time for that. Itachi has Naruto. What? In a split second, Tsunade had whipped the door open and began barking orders at the startled Junin guards. Gather all the available Anbu and Junin. I want them at the gates in 20 minutes. Hi. The Junin responded and then disappeared in clouds of smoke. As the group of 10 Anbu and 6 Junin sped toward the Sound Village, Tsunade's chest was uncomfortably tight. She knew there was a very good chance that they wouldn't make it in time. Suddenly a question entered her mind. She was surprised she hadn't thought to ask it before then. Tomoyo-chan, hi. How did you return to Konoha so quickly? It's nearly a day's travel to get to Gansho. Tomoyo ducked under a small branch. Minato-kun taught me Hiraishin no Jutsu an Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade's eyebrows raised in surprise. I didn't know he'd taught it to anyone. He taught me, as a thank you. Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment. Well, you certainly deserved it, she said with a smile. Thanks, Tomoyo replied. Tsunade clapped a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Tomoyo nodded and they continued on their way. Naruto could do nothing but glare as Itachi laid him in the center of a ceiling circle and bound him with ropes of chakra. What's he gonna do to me? He asked, terrified that he would be sliced open again. The end result is the only thing I am sure of. Orochimaru has not seen fit to share what his technique will be, Itachi replied. He walked over to one of the pillars in the room, leaned against it, and waited. After a few moments, Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared. Kabuto was holding several scrolls of various colors. He immediately set about putting them on points of seal Naruto currently lay in the middle of. Once his task was complete, he left the room. Orochimaru walked over to Naruto and squatted down near his head. So glad you could join us again, he said with a mocking smile. Naruto gritted his teeth. Let me go, damn you. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Oh, don't worry. I won't be cutting you like last time. Kyuubi is dead, which means that my efforts were successful. You were trying to kill Kyuubi? Naruto asked. Of course, I deliberately performed the unsealing jutsus incorrectly. I knew that if he tried to heal you it would be his end. I was waiting for you to be nearly dead before I pushed your skin together. He frowned in irritation. Then you were rescued. I thought you wanted his power. Why would you kill him? Orochimaru laughed at this. Dear boy, I have his power. He waved a hand over Naruto to indicate him, right here. What the hell makes you think I'll fight for you? Naruto spat. Coo. My. You certainly are entertaining today. No, Naruto. You won't fight for me, Orochimaru said. Confusion spread over Naruto's features. What? Orochimaru leaned in close so that he was a mere inch from Naruto's face. You will be me. Naruto's eyes widened in fear. No. After this jutsu is complete you will be my guest for 2.5 years. And then, you will become my new body. Chapter 28. Jiraiya and Lee waited impatiently a few hundred yards from Orochimaru's hideout. Where are they? He mumbled as he scanned the direction they had come from. I'm sure they're moving as fast as they can, Jiraiya-sama, Lee replied. Jiraiya frowned. Hinata had her Byakugan pushed to the limit as she ran with Sasuke at the front of the team. Please let us be close, she thought. Sasuke noticed another clipped leaf to his right. This way, he commanded as he changed course. After a few moments Hinata's eyes widened. There they are, she said, pointing straight ahead. This time, no amount of yelling from Sasuke would hold her back from using her full speed. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow as she noticed Sasuke's trail had gotten noticeably less obvious. I wonder what calmed him down. Tsunade-sama, Tomoyo said. Hi. How would you feel, if after this is over, I came back to Konoha? That's really up to you. The Namikaze complex is still there, but it would need a lot of work to be livable. May I ask why you want to come back? Tomoyo was quiet for a moment. I was thinking of adopting Naruto. This news instantly made Tsunade feel very defensive. That would prove difficult. Tomoyo frowned. Why? Because he already has a mother, Tsunade said quietly. Tomoyo's heart sank. Who? Me. Tomoyo's eyes widened, and then flattened into the narrow slits of an upset frown. I see. The two women were quiet for a moment. I won't give him up, Tsunade commented suddenly. I see, Tomoyo repeated. She swallowed down the lump in her throat. Then, after I know Naruto is safe, I'll go back to Gansho. You know, just because you can't adopt him, doesn't mean Naruto wouldn't want you around. Family is very important to him, Tsunade offered. Tomoyo sighed heavily. I'll think about it. Good, Tsunade said with a smile. She turned to the rest of the team. We just crossed the Sound Village border. Keep an eye out for them. Hi, yelled the entire team. Naruto watched in confusion as Kabuto brought in one small cage after another. Each one seemed to have a small animal inside and was placed next to one of the 5 different colored scrolls. What are those for? Naruto asked as Kabuto walked over to Orochimaru and stood next to him. These are all summon animals, Kabuto replied with a horrible smile. Summon animals. The scrolls are linked to them by a special jutsu I created. This jutsu contains their chakra within the scrolls. I am going to give that chakra to you. Naruto's eyes widened. What'll happen to the summons? He demanded. They'll die, of course, Orochimaru answered simply. Naruto gritted his teeth. You bastard. Naruto turned his head as he looked at each of the cages. Snake, dog, ferret, slug and Gamakichi. He looked back at Orochimaru. Damn you, let him go. Orochimaru smirked. I don't think so. He cracked his neck. Kabuto, are you ready? Kabuto took a few steps toward Naruto. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Jiraiya, Hinata, Sasuke, Tenten, Lee and Sakura were huddled near the entrance to Orochimaru's base. Are you sure you can mask all our chakras? Sakura asked. Jiraiya grinned. No problem at all for the famous Jiraiya-sama. Sakura's eye twitched. Doesn't he ever get tired of talking about himself? Why are there only 2 guards? Hinata asked. Jiraiya folded his arms and smiled ruefully. Orochimaru has always thought he was invincible. He's never used a lot of guards. How should we proceed, Jiraiya-sama? Lee asked with a salute. Jiraiya put a closed fist to his chin in thought. Well, first we have to get rid of the alarm system, he said, glancing backward to indicate the guards. Lee. Hi. If you remove your weights, how fast are you? He was the first person who's ever been fast enough to hit Sabaku no Gaara. Sakura said in a way that reminded Sasuke of the way she used to talk about his exploits. Sakura, you. Sakura realized how over-exuberant she must have sounded and blushed. Jiraiya cleared his throat. All right then, Lee will take care of the guards. Hi. Lee agreed, saluting again. And Lee, nothing fancy. Knock them out and come right back, Jiraiya warned. Lee nodded and pulled off his weights. Stand back. I'll need to open the first gate. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. A 15-year-old child can open the gates. He frowned. Guy has been reckless. Initial gate. Open. For a moment, Lee's hair looked like it was being ruffled by a mysterious wind, then he shot away so fast that even Sasuke had trouble seeing him. A green blur flew past the guards, and they both fell to the ground unconscious. Lee rejoined the group. Mission successful, he said. Good, Jiraiya said with a nod. All right everyone, follow me. The group of Konoha ninja stood and walked quietly into the snake's lair. Kabuto put his hands on one side of the circle, and half of it began to glow. Orochimaru chose a spot on the circle opposite Kabuto and did the same thing. As the circle became fully lit, Naruto felt a burning sensation throughout his body. He struggled against his bonds but nothing came of it. Damn it, I can't let this happen, he thought angrily. Suddenly the summoned animals all screamed and lines of chakra in their color streamed from the scrolls into Naruto. Ah! He screamed as pain ripped through his body. His muscles grew tired from the effort of trying to resist the process. The chakra lines disappeared and so did the screams of the animals. He knew they were dead. Chakra swirled all around his body and then all at once seemed to dive into him. He let out one last blood-curdling scream and fell unconscious. The scream that pierced the blackness of the tunnel she was in made Hinata's blood run cold. Naruto-kun. She started to run but Jiraiya held her back. We can move faster, but we still need to use caution, he warned. Hinata nodded in understanding. Hi, Byakugan. Alright, let's go, Jiraiya commanded. Sweat soaked both Orochimaru and Kabuto as they slowly got to their feet. Itachi walked over to them. Did it work? He asked, eyeing Naruto's unconscious form. I will know if he wakes up, Orochimaru answered. Itachi sighed. I must stay here longer then. My leader wants a report on this. Orochimaru glared in suspicion. I thought your business was finished. Oh come now, Orochimaru. You know very well that my leader would want to know the fate of the power you intend to create. We must make sure it will not be a threat to the organization. Orochimaru answered, still suspicious, but accepting the explanation for the time being. Hinata was staring through the walls as Orochimaru and Itachi finished speaking. The look on her face told Jiraiya all he needed to know, but he let her say it anyway. We're too late, she said in a barely audible voice as tears welled up in her eyes. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Is he alive? Hinata wiped away some of the tears that were running down her face. I think so, but what did they do to him? Sakura finished. Jiraiya, came Orochimaru's voice into the hallway. Everyone froze. I thought you understood that it's rude to lurk in doorways. No sense hiding now, Jiraiya said with an angry sigh. He stood, and walked into the room. The others followed him. Orochimaru was sitting in an armchair just a few feet away from Naruto. Really, Jiraiya, I'm insulted you didn't want to say hi, he said with a very insincere smile. Jiraiya folded his arms and gave a fake smile in retort. Tsunade and a rescue team will be here momentarily. You won't win this one. Sasuke began to move forward, but Jiraiya put out an arm. I'll handle this. You kids take care of Kabuto. Sasuke frowned. Hi. Jiraiya produced a rasengan and ran towards Orochimaru. He managed to get about 3 meters before his attack hit an invisible barrier, which sparked and threw him backwards. What the hell? He asked as his team helped him up. You didn't honestly think that I wouldn't have been prepared for a rescue attempt? Orochimaru said. For the first time, Jiraiya noticed the two sound nins crouched next to the walls between he and Orochimaru, and cursed himself for not seeing them sooner. Naruto groaned and Orochimaru smiled. Well, it would seem he hasn't been killed at least. What did you do too? Jiraiya trailed off as his gaze fell on the circle under Naruto. His eyes widened. This is. What is it, Jiraiya-sama? Ten asked. Jiraiya ignored her. Orochimaru, you're insane. You know it's impossible. Jiraiya yelled. Only for a simpleton like you, Orochimaru answered coolly. What is he trying to do? Sakura asked. Jiraiya let out a puff of air through his nose. He's attempting to give Naruto, Niji-an rainbow chakra. What? Sakura shrieked. The other genin stared at her. What the hell is Niji chakra? Sasuke asked, irritated that Jiraiya and Sakura seemed to share a secret he was not aware of. Jiraiya considered his answer for a moment. Ever since the discovery of the summon animals, ninjas have tried to find a way to give themselves their power. Each classification of summon animals has its own chakra color: canine orange, amphibian green, invertebrate violet, reptile indigo and weasel yellow. 5 colors total. Humans blue and the great Yukai red, finish the color set. Ninjas have long theorized that transferring the other 6 colors to a human body would give them incredible power, but no one's ever figured out how. Orochimaru smiled. Until now. Coughing brought everyone's attention back to Naruto. He gingerly pushed himself to a sitting position, every movement making him wince. His eyes widened a little. Hinata-chan, everyone. Then he noticed Jiraiya and his eyes narrowed. After a moment he closed his eyes and sighed. No, this isn't the time for that. He straightened himself a bit. Why are you guys just standing there? He asked, breathing heavily. There's a barrier, Naruto, Jiraiya answered, nodding his head in the direction of one of the sound nins holding said barrier in place. Naruto was about to say something else when he doubled over in pain and a clear shockwave blasted outwards from his body. Gya. If the merging of Naruto's and Kyuubi's chakra could have been described as a strong wind, then this could easily be called a small hurricane. Everyone was forced to the ground, struggling to stay where they were. Itachi saw this as his chance. He activated his Mangekyo and locked eyes with Orochimaru, forcing the snake-like Sannin into a nightmare world where he was killed over and over again in the most horrible ways imaginable. Kabuto noticed the vacant look on his master's face. Orochimaru-sama, he screamed as he slowly crawled towards him. Once he had reached his destination he felt Orochimaru's pulse. It's erratic, but he's alive, he thought in relief. The pulses from Naruto continued for several minutes. The instant they ended, Itachi leapt toward Orochimaru, kunai in hand. Kabuto jumped up and attempted to block him, but Itachi's hand caught his arm and snapped it backwards at the elbow. Kabuto screamed and fell to the floor. Itachi tensed his eyes and the Mangekyo began to spin. Jiraiya had a feeling he knew what was coming. Everyone get back, he called out as he herded his team toward the far wall. Black fire burst into life around Orochimaru and Kabuto. The flames seemed to have a life of their own as they curled around and around their victims, crawling up their arms and legs and licking at their flesh with searing heat. Orochimaru managed to open his eyes, but it was too late. He and Kabuto screamed as their skin simply melted away. Blood oozed everywhere as both men slowly turned into charred skeletons. Sakura could not hold back her horrified scream. She had heard of Itachi's strength, but she had never imagined he could do something so frightening. No, I can't lose myself to fear. She swallowed and noticed that the two men who had been creating the barrier had lost their concentration when their master screamed. Jiraiya-sama, the barrier's gone. It was at that moment that Tsunade and her team arrived. I thought you were going to wait to engage the enemy, she asked Jiraiya as she stopped next to him. Sorry. Things got complicated, Jiraiya replied. So I see. She nodded toward the pile of ashes still feeding the now smaller black flames. What's that? Our once teammate and his subordinate. What? Tsunade clenched her teeth and looked at Itachi. I'd better be careful if he managed to kill Orochimaru. Itachi looked at the rather large group that was ready to stand against him, which included two of the Sannin. This may be a bit much for me in my current state. I will need a distraction though. He looked around before his eyes settled on Sasuke. He'll do, he thought before turning toward his younger brother. Sasuke. The instant Sasuke turned his head toward the one who had called his name he knew he had made a serious mistake. He suddenly found himself at his parents' house, walking toward that familiar doorway. Oh please, please not this again. How many times will he make me see this? He thought as he stepped inside the room. It was horribly quiet. The only thing to occasionally break the silence was the lightning as it shrieked across the blackened sky. Ni-san, Tu-san, Ka-san. There. He trailed off when he realized that the person hidden in the shadows in front of him was a bit short to be his brother. WH, who are you? You're weak, Sasuke, spoke a voice that seemed very familiar, yet terribly cold. Why? You're not Ni-san. Why? Why did you kill them? Sasuke cried. To test my abilities, said the figure as he stepped out of the shadows. Sasuke's eyes went wider than humanly possible. Naruto. Naruto was dressed in Itachi's Anbu uniform. A cruel smile played across his lips, and the Mangekyo Sharingan, which contrasted sharply with the cerulean blue, stared out from his eyes. You honestly think making a new brother is going to make things better? The only thing that will bring you strength is hate. He took a step toward Sasuke. Now, he said, the smile transforming into a sick grin. Hate me. Sasuke's hands flew up and clutched the sides of his head as he dropped to the floor. No. Sakura was on her knees next to Sasuke, attempting to heal his mind from Itachi's attack. Damn that bastard, what did he make him see? Itachi looked at Naruto and clenched his jaw in irritation. He hadn't expected so much opposition and now he would have to delay his capture of him. You've only postponed the inevitable. Dog, ox, ram, dragon. Those seals. Tsunade thought. Run, she screamed at everyone. As she dove for safety she grabbed Naruto, rolling out of the way just in time to avoid being incinerated. By the time she looked up, Itachi was gone. She sighed and got to her feet, slinging Naruto over her back as she did so. Should I follow him? Jiraiya asked Tsunade. No, Naruto is safe. That's all that matters right now, Tsunade answered with a relieved smile. Tsunade-sama, Sakura said. Tsunade walked over to her. Yes, she asked. I need help. I still can't do this one right, Sakura admitted with a frown. Tsunade smiled. It's okay. You'll get it. She knelt down and placed her hand over Sasuke's forehead. In a matter of seconds his eyelids were fluttering. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, Sakura said. Tsunade only smiled in reply and patted the girl's shoulder. Alright, let's get out of here. Wait a moment, Jiraiya said before heading for one of the summon cages. He gently lifted Gamakichi's body and cradled him in one arm, sighing sadly as he closed the small frog's eyes. We should take them with us. Give them back to their families. Everyone nodded in agreement and gathered all the cages. Now, we can go, Jiraiya said. Hi, Tsunade replied. She shifted Naruto to a more comfortable holding position and the team headed for home. Chapter 29. Gamabunta stared forlornly at the still form of the much smaller frog cradled in his enormous webbed hand. He squeezed his eyes shut and a single tear rolled down his face. Gamakichi, he said softly. I'm so sorry, Gamabunta, if I had gotten there in time. It's not your fault, Jiraiya, Gamabunta replied. He sighed heavily. I just don't know how to tell my mate. I'm going to take him home now. Of course. Gamabunta sighed again and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. As Jiraiya was returning to the city, he saw Tsunade walking up the path. Ohio, Tsunade. Ohio, Jiraiya. Silence. How did he take it? She asked with a wince. About as well as you would expect. I suspect I won't be able to summon him for quite some time. Jiraiya watched a bird as it flew over his head. How did it go with Katsuyu and Tsunade's summon? Not as bad. It wasn't her child, but she was still upset, Tsunade replied. NHM. Silence. Well, I'll be seeing you, Jiraiya said as he turned around to go. Jiraiya, wait, Tsunade said as she placed a hand on his arm. Jiraiya turned back around to face her. Naruto should be awake soon. I want you to stay and talk to him, Tsunade said. Jiraiya shook his head. It won't do any good, Tsunade. He hates me, he said sadly. I don't think he does. He was taking the shock of the moment out on you. I think if you talk to him again you might find he's calmed down. Jiraiya sighed. Alright, silence. But before I do that, I need to tell you the whole truth. Naruto had spent the past few nights in the hospital. Monitors beeped in rhythm with his heart and circular pads on his forehead connected him by wires to a machine that watched the electrical activity in his brain. He was getting very tired of listening to the incessant beeping. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, he repeated in a bored voice as he stretched out on the floor in front of Kyuubi's empty cage. He made a long, irritated sigh as he rolled over and stared at the cage. I wish he was here to teach me how to heal. Pause. Wait a minute, maybe I can teach myself. He sat up and leaned against the wall. Maybe if I just imagine myself getting better, then I will. He pictured his body in his mind. Get better, get better, get better. After a minute he realized his plan wasn't working and stopped. I guess I'll have to ask Ba-chan how to heal myself when I wake up. With that, he flopped back down to the floor and resumed echoing the heart monitors. She watered the flowers on the nightstand next to Naruto's bed, put the watering can on the floor, and sat back down on the chair she'd occupied for the last few hours. She had wanted to stay by his side every second until he woke up, but of course, her father would have none of it, and restricted her to normal visiting hours. She became more alert when she suddenly heard her name called. Hinata-chan. A wide, open-mouthed smile lit up her face. Naruto-kun, she cried happily. She hugged him and planted a kiss on his lips, then sat up quickly with a blush. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Don't worry about it, definitely not the worst way to wake up. Hinata's blush intensified at the comment. I'll be right back. I have to tell the nurse you're awake, she said before getting up and leaving the room. Naruto smiled and sighed happily. Not a bad way to wake up at all, he thought as he folded his arms under the back of his head. Sweat beaded on Lee's forehead as he pounded away at the multi-armed practice poles in front of him. 1004, 1005, 1006. Lee Kuan. Lee stopped his practicing and turned in the direction of the voice to see Sakura running toward him from the other side of the field. Sakura-san, he said with a wave. Lee-kun, Naruto's awake, Sakura said once she came to a stop. Lee grinned. Yosh, I knew he'd be fine, he said as he clenched a fist in front of him for emphasis. Sakura smiled, but then became quiet. Lee-kun. Lee saw the serious look on Sakura's face and became concerned. Hi. It's nothing bad. I just need to talk to you for a minute, Sakura said as she fidgeted with her hands. Oh, okay. Do you want to sit down? Sakura shook her head. No, standing's fine. Silence. Lee-kun, while Sasuke and I were out on the terrace at the hotel. She began. Lee forced a smile. I'm happy for you. I didn't think he'd ever change his mind, he said, trying to keep his shattered heart from showing. Sakura immediately understood what Lee was thinking. We didn't kiss, Lee-kun. Lee looked confused. Then what? Sakura put her fingers over his mouth in order to silence him. I told Sasuke-kun that I don't love him anymore. A flutter of hope entered Lee's chest. Why? You don't. He swallowed down his nerves. Sakura shook her head once again. No, I like someone else, she said as she looked at him. SSS someone else? Lee asked, trying desperately to remain calm. Sakura, having suddenly lost her ability to speak, looked down at her feet. Should I just come out and say it? How should I say it? Oh the hell with it. With that thought she jumped up, wrapped her arms around Lee's neck, and kissed him. Rock Lee could not move a single muscle, hell, he could barely breathe. And he felt stupid too. The girl he loved more than anything was kissing him and all he could do was stand there like a statue. After a moment, Sakura realized Lee was not kissing her back and stopped. As she backed down off of her tiptoes she looked at Lee in confusion. Lee-kun, no answer. Lee-kun, say something, she said with a worried frown. Suddenly, Lee blinked rapidly, as though coming out of a trance. It took him less than 2 seconds to quickly take Sakura's face in his hands and covered her lips with his own. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise, but it didn't take her long to settle into the kiss. Just a few months ago she would never have thought of kissing Lee, but now it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. After a few moments they parted. Sakura looked at Lee's eyes. Somehow, they didn't seem as strange as they used to. Where once there were these odd, round portals, there was now warmth and love. Was this really the same boy whose manner and eyes made her very skin crawl when they first met? It seemed so very long ago. She noticed he had tears slowly finding their way down his face. Lee-kun. Lee made no move to wipe away his tears. He put his hands to her face again, rested his forehead against hers and closed his eyes. I'm scared. Sakura's face crinkled in concern. Scared? I'm scared to move, or breathe. I'm afraid all of this will vanish and I'll wake up, Lee answered in a choked voice. Sakura smiled. Lee-kun. She pulled him into a warm embrace. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto sighed for the millionth time as Tsunade checked him over. I'm fine, Ba-chan. Tsunade sighed and stood straight. I suppose so. Just take it easy for the next few days. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah. Silence. Naruto. Tsunade said with unease in her voice. Naruto looked up. Someone would like to visit you. Tsunade's tone sounded odd to Naruto. So, send them in. Alright, but please do me a favor and don't make a scene. She turned and went to the door. Opening it a crack, she spoke, you can come in now. A scene? Why would I? Naruto began before he saw Jiraiya step through the door. His eyes narrowed into angry slits. He jumped up and was caught by Tsunade just before he managed to escape through the window. Let me go, he roared. Tsunade put Naruto back on his bed and held him down. You will at least listen to what he has to say. If, after he's finished, you still want nothing to do with him, that's your business. She leaned closer to him and lowered her voice. But you would really be the idiot so many people think you are, if you let the friendship between you two go without a chance, she said sternly. Naruto stopped struggling. Fine, he snapped, before folding his arms. Tsunade let Naruto go and turned to face Jiraiya. Good luck. She placed a hand on his shoulder. If you need me, I'll be in the hall, she said with a comforting smile. Jiraiya nodded in thanks and sighed as Tsunade closed the door behind her. Silence. More silence. Naruto. Spit it out, would you? I don't have all day. Naruto said irritably. I need you to know the whole truth. Jiraiya sat in a nearby chair. If you still hate me after I'm done talking, then I won't bother you anymore. Naruto's expression softened a bit. Fine. I was on your mother's squad for only a few months, when she told me that she was pregnant with you. Jiraiya allowed himself a small smile. I was very happy. Minato was like a son to me, so I felt like I would soon have a grandson. His smile faded. When she was about 5 months along I learned, through my network, that someone was planning to release the Kyuubi in order to harness his chakra. That person was Orochimaru. Naruto, now interested in the story, sat up straighter. I knew he had gone insane, but I had no idea he would try something so stupid. Jiraiya sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I told Minato, and he immediately began working on a new sealing jutsu. A few months later Orochimaru attempted his plan, but something went wrong, and Kyuubi was released from the Yukai realm into our own. After the attack, Sandaime-sama asked me if I wanted to take you in. I wanted to. I really did, but I felt I needed to avenge Minato. I didn't think it would take so long. Silence. But the weeks turned into months and the months turned into years. By the time I realized that taking care of you was more important, you were 4 years old. I knew you had grown up with Sandaime, and I thought you were happy. I felt like I had no place in your life anymore, so I stayed away. If I had known about the way everyone treated you. I never would've. Jiraiya finished as he wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. I know I don't have the right to ask, but is it possible for you to forgive me? Naruto simply stared at the man in front of him. This man was not the normally proud Jiraiya. This was a man who cared about him and was begging for forgiveness. He couldn't just leave it at that. Yeah. Jiraiya looked up in surprise. I can forgive you. It'll just take a little while, Naruto said with a somber expression. Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment. That's a lot more than I expected. Thank you. He stood to leave. As his hand touched the door handle, he spoke again, I'm glad you're alright. Naruto sighed. Thanks. Jiraiya nodded and left the room. He saw Tsunade standing there with a satisfied smile. Thank you, Tsunade. You stopped me from making another mistake. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go get something to eat, Tsunade answered with a grin. Jiraiya smiled, and the two Sannin left the hospital. Tsunade's face began to slip down the hand it was resting on. She suddenly blinked and shook away her exhaustion. She was surrounded by the stacks of books on her bed. She'd spent the last 6 hours searching for anything she could find on Niji Chakra. What she had found were merely passing references, shrugging it off as an impossible legend. She noticed the room around her getting brighter, day was coming. She frowned at her rather skimpy list of notes and sighed. I guess I'll have to finish this later. She yawned, moved the books to the floor, turned out the light, and laid down in an attempt to get the little sleep she could before work. Hinata walked along the road to the hospital with a small bouquet of daffodils in her hands. She spotted Lee and Sakura and walked over to greet them. Sakura saw Hinata approaching and smiled. Hey, Hinata. Hello, Sakura-chan, Hinata replied. Sakura noticed the flowers Hinata was carrying. Are you going to see Naruto? Hinata smiled, looked at the ground and blushed a bit. Hi. Sakura giggled softly. You're his girlfriend now, you don't have to get embarrassed anymore. Hinata looked up. You're right, she said with a smile. Would you like to come with me? That sounds great. How about you, Lee-kun? Sakura asked. You bet, Lee answered. He took Sakura's hand. Let's go. Hinata looked at Lee and Sakura's intertwined fingers and her eyes widened a bit. Anyo. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I'm glad you've finally accepted Lee-kun, she said with an approving smile. Sakura grinned from ear to ear. Me too, she said as she looked up at Lee and gave his hand a short squeeze. Naruto looked up as Sakura, Lee and Hinata entered his room. Hey, guys. Hi, Naruto, Sakura replied. You're looking a lot better, she said with a smile. I feel a lot better, Naruto said. Ohio, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Naruto flashed her a foxy grin. Hey Hinata-chan. His gaze drifted to the flowers. Are those for me? Hi, Hinata replied with a blush. She walked over to the bed and handed Naruto her gift. I picked them out because the tops are yellow like your hair. Naruto's grin widened and he blushed. Thanks. Sakura leaned up to whisper in Lee's ear. Aren't they just adorable? Lee grinned. Yeah, he whispered back then, using the opportunity their close proximity afforded him, gave her a quick kiss. Nay, Naruto, Sakura said. Hi, Naruto replied as he put his flowers in the vase on the nightstand. With everything that's happened since your party I never got around to having mine. Sakura pulled a small, pink envelope from her equipment pouch. It's on the 15th. She walked over and held out the invitation to Naruto. You're invited, she said with a smile. The instant Naruto's fingers touched the invitation, a memory awakened that made him freeze in place. The stunned look on his face must have been quite severe, because Sakura frowned in concern. Naruto, she asked as she placed the envelope on his bed. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked. Naruto blinked rapidly and shook his head. Nothing. He said softly. Just a headache, he said rather unconvincingly. Could you guys leave me alone for a bit? I'm kinda tired. Okay, Lee said, earning an unhappy look from Sakura. Lee, she began. Get some rest, Lee interrupted, silencing Sakura with a look. Once Lee and Sakura were in the hallway, Sakura turned to him. Why did you do that? Something obviously upset him. Which is why we needed to go. I don't know what it was, but something about his expression told me that we would only make him uncomfortable. Hinata is probably the only one who could get through to him right now. Sakura sighed and dropped her arms to her sides in defeat. Alright, she said. Let's go then. And the two walked off down the hallway. Back in the room, Hinata was at a loss as to what she should say, but Naruto broke the silence for her. Hinata-chan, I know you want to help, but I'd really like to be alone right now, Naruto said gently. Hinata's expression became sad and she looked down. I'll tell you later. I promise. I just want some time to myself, he added with a comforting smile. Hinata sighed. All right. She gave him a kiss. I'll see you after I get my mission assignment. With that, she turned around and left the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, Naruto gingerly picked up the invitation off the bed. He stared at it with a tightness in his stomach. I completely forgot about that. Sakura had left Lee at his place and started walking home. On her way, she went past the academy and suddenly had an idea. I wonder, she thought and jogged toward the building. Baruka was correcting some tests when he heard someone knocking. Baruka-sensei, Sakura said as she opened the door and walked in. Baruka smiled. Sakura, what's up? I wanted to ask you a question, about Naruto, Sakura answered carefully. Baruka raised his eyebrows. Sounds serious. It's not, well, actually I'm not sure what it is. Let's sit outside, Baruka said as he stood up. Sakura nodded and they left the room. So what is it? Baruka asked as Sakura seated herself on Naruto's swing. Well, a little while ago, I was visiting Naruto with Lee-kun and Hinata. I wanted to invite him to my birthday party. Wasn't your birthday in March? Hi, but I never had time to get around to a party. I see. So anyway, I handed him his invitation and, he got this strange look on his face. He asked us to leave. He wouldn't say what was wrong, Sakura finished with a frown. Baruka's face wore an expression of understanding. I think I know what it was, but you may not want to hear it. Sakura was confused. Why? It has to do with you, Baruka replied gently. Sakura was a bit startled. Me? Baruka sighed. It happened when Naruto was 9 years old. He came to me and said he had some great news. I was glad to see him so happy. He wore a fake smile so often back then. Baruka's eyes clouded over with sadness at the memory. I asked him what happened and he told me that he'd just been invited to a birthday party. A birthday party? Your birthday party? Mine. But I never. Sakura's eyes became wide as a long-forgotten memory seeped its way into her mind. Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and then at her last invitation. She'd never seen him hanging around with anyone, so she wondered if she should invite him. Finally, she decided it was okay and walked over. Naruto. Naruto, who was sitting on his swing, looked up, surprised that someone was talking to him. Hi, he replied with suspicion. Do you want to come to my birthday party? Naruto's face lit up. That'd be great. Sakura smiled and handed him the invitation. Okay. It's Saturday at 5 o'clock. Thanks, Naruto said as he stuffed the invitation in his pants pocket. Do you know the way to my house? No, Naruto replied, nervously scratching the back of his neck. You live with Sandaime-sama, right? Sort of. I have an apartment right next to the Hokage Tower. He lives by himself. Sakura thought in shock. Okay, I'll come get you then. Wait for me outside your apartment at 4:30. Okay, Naruto replied. See you later, Sakura said as she ran off. Don't forget, she called back over her shoulder. Hi, Naruto called back. Kasen, Sakura said. Yes, sweetheart, Mrs. Haruno answered. I invited one more person to my party. Is that okay? Sakura asked hopefully. Mrs. Haruno smiled. Sure, who is it? Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura replied. Mrs. Haruno stopped moving. I'm sorry, Sakura. He can't come, she said in a low voice. But why? Sakura asked with a sad frown. She paused. What should I tell her? He's dangerous. He could kill her. No. Better go with something else, she thought. He's under the care of Sandaime-sama, and you didn't ask his permission. Oh, well, we can just call him then, Sakura said. I don't know his number, Mrs. Haruno replied, praying her daughter would drop it. No such luck. We can look it up, Sakura said as she walked over to the phone book and began to turn the pages. Suddenly, the book was shut and her mother's hand firmly held the cover in place. Sakura, drop it, Mrs. Haruno said crossly. Why? Sakura asked, frustration building up inside of her. Do as I say. Sakura bowed her head. Hi, Kasen. Poor Naruto. I completely forgot about it. Sakura began to stand up. Well, at least now I can apologize to him. Wait, you don't know everything, Baruka informed her. Sakura sat back down. On the day of the party, Naruto took all of the savings from the allowance Sandaime-sama gave him and asked me to take him shopping. He wanted to buy you a present. I told him he didn't have to spend so much, but he wouldn't hear of it. Once we had the gift I took him home. He told me he didn't need me to stay with him, so I left. He stood in front of his building and waited for you. He waited. Sakura exclaimed with a heavy heart. Around 6 o'clock it began raining. At 9 o'clock I figured the party was over and went to ask him if he'd had fun. I got to the front of his building, and that's where I found him. Sakura let out a gasp and her hand flew to her mouth. Naruto was sitting on the ground, holding Sakura's present. He was soaked to the bone and shivering with cold. Haruka could hardly believe his eyes. He's been waiting out here all this time. He bent down and held his umbrella over the small child in front of him. Naruto. No answer. Naruto, we have to go inside. Shish SSSH CCCC coming. Naruto's small voice shivered in determination. Pain entered Haruka's heart. Naruto, he said before pulling him into a hug. Naruto's resolve melted away and he began to cry. Sakura's eyes overflowed with tears. I brought him inside and had him change his clothes. Then I sent him to bed and kept him company till he fell asleep. Haruka wiped his eyes as he finished speaking. Sakura felt as though her heart would break. That she had caused Naruto that much pain was too much for her to bear. She put her face in her hands and sobbed loudly. Haruka felt a stab of pity as he watched her. Sakura. Please, just go. Sakura managed to choke out. Haruka sighed. All right. He stood up. But, if it means anything to you, I know your parents probably stopped you from going to him. It wasn't your fault. When he didn't receive an answer, Haruka walked away. Sakura continued to cry. After a while she stood up and just stared at the swing. Someday, I'll make up for this, Naruto. She turned away from the swing, left the schoolyard and walked home. I promise. Chapter 30. Sasuke breathed heavily as he held his pounding head in his hand. Damn nightmare, he complained under his breath. He pushed the covers off of himself, looked out the window, and shuddered. Rain pummeled the glass and lightning arced across the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Just at that moment, a dark shape appeared at the window. His eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. Then the figure knocked. Sasuke. Oi. Sasuke visibly relaxed, turned on a lamp, and opened the window. Naruto hopped through the window and Sasuke quickly closed it. Damn it, Naruto. I was sleeping, he growled. Naruto grinned nervously. I know, Gomen. But I couldn't sleep, and I'm out of ramen, he said sheepishly. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sighed loudly at the ceiling. He pointed toward the kitchen. Far right cabinet, top shelf, behind the rice. Naruto smiled. Thanks, he said before heading for the kitchen. He returned a few minutes later with 5 cups ramen in his arms. Thanks again, Sasuke. You're a pal, he said as he started to open the window. Sasuke looked at his friend's soaking wet clothes and hair. Wait, go eat it in the kitchen. You can wait out the storm here. Naruto grinned and shut the window. Thanks. Yeah, just don't wake me up when you leave. And get a towel. You're dripping water everywhere, Sasuke instructed before getting back into bed and shutting off the lamp. Naruto sat down with his latest cup of ramen and began to eat. As he finished up the last one, he heard a yell from Sasuke's room. He jumped up and ran to his brother. He saw him tossing his head from side to side, his hair damp with sweat. A nightmare, he concluded. Sasuke, wake up, he said as he gently shook him. Suddenly Sasuke's eyes snapped open. How could you? He roared as he grabbed Naruto by the throat and threw him to the floor. He then jumped on top of him and pulled back his fist in preparation for a punch. Sasuke. Naruto yelled in an attempt to snap him out of it. Sasuke froze mid-punch, his eyes wide with shock. Naruto. Who d'ya think it was, Tem? Naruto replied as he rubbed his sore larynx. Sasuke sat down on the floor. Gee, Gomen. That must have been one hell of a nightmare, Naruto said hoarsely. What was it about? Sasuke froze for a second. There was no way in hell he was going to tell Naruto that he had replaced Itachi in his nightmare. Just, Itachi, he said, hoping Naruto would buy it. Oh, Naruto yawned. Well, I hope ya don't mind, but I don't think I'll be waking you up from your nightmares anymore, he said with a bemused smile. Sasuke faked his usual smirk. HMF. Naruto noticed it seemed quieter than it had been when he'd first arrived and looked out the window. Well, he sneezed, looks like the storm's done. Another sneeze. You really are an idiot. You caught a cold from being out in the rain, Sasuke said with a frown. Naruto wiped his nose and made a reassuring hand wave. Nah, somebody must be talking about me. I've never been sick a day in my life. Never. Naruto smiled. Nope. Okay then, see you later, Sasuke yawned as he crawled back into bed. Naruto opened the window. Yeah, he said, and disappeared into the night. Naruto sat up and then fell straight back down to the bed. His head felt like it weighed 20 pounds. What the hell is the matter with me? He groaned. He rolled out of bed, got dressed, and headed downstairs to breakfast. Tsunade heard Naruto's footsteps and looked up. Ohio. She noticed her son looked a little pale. Naruto. Ohio, Ka-san, Naruto mumbled as he slumped into his seat. Tsunade was instantly concerned. She got up and put a hand on Naruto's forehead. It was extremely hot. You're burning up. I'm not sick, Naruto replied as he sniffed. Yeah, right, Tsunade said. You're not training today. Naruto glared at her. I told you, I'm fine. He said. Just to prove his point, he stood and began performing some taijutsu moves. Look, at the end of his demonstration, he passed out and fell to the floor. Naruto. Tsunade said loudly as she dropped to the floor by her son. She put 2 fingers to his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed Nabiki walking by. Nabiki. Hi. Nabiki replied as she stopped mid-step. When she saw Naruto on the floor her eyes widened. Naruto-kun. Tsunade held up a hand to stave off Nabiki's oncoming panic attack. He's just sick. Please inform Sakura and Sasuke that he won't be practicing with them today, Tsunade instructed as she scooped up Naruto into her arms. Nabiki still looked concerned, but bowed anyway. Hi, Tsunade-sama, she said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. As his vision became clear he saw Tsunade sitting in a chair in front of him. Ohio, was the only thing he could think of to say. Tsunade smiled. You gave me a little scare there, kiddo, she said just before ruffling his hair slightly. I don't get it, Naruto said after a moment, why the hell am I sick? I never get sick. Tsunade frowned in thought. I think this is another thing you'll have to get used to now that Kyuubi is gone. Naruto growled in disgust. Damn it. Here, Tsunade said as she laid a green chakra-covered hand on Naruto's chest. After a moment she sat up straight again. Better. Naruto took a deep breath, testing his lungs. Yeah, a little, he said as he began to sit up. No you don't, Tsunade said with a smile as she pushed him back down. You still need to rest for the day. Naruto frowned. But you just healed me. He protested. I helped your immune system and cleared out the mucus, but it's not an instant cure, Tsunade replied. Naruto growled. Fine. A sudden thought struck him. Nay, will you teach me how to heal myself later? Tsunade seemed to consider this for a moment. Okay, but after we work on your chakra control. We did that already. Yes, but your chakra has changed again, therefore you need more training, Tsunade said firmly. Naruto sighed. Get some rest. We'll start tomorrow morning, Tsunade said as she kissed her son's forehead. Hi, Naruto grumbled. After Tsunade left the room he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Sakura dodged Tsunade's punch only to be sidekicked a split second later. She stumbled backwards and held her side, breathing hard. Damn it. Tsunade shook her head. You shouldn't still be falling for that trick after a month, Sakura. Sakura sat down on the grass. In my defense, you're not exactly an easy opponent. True, but you should have at least been able to attempt a block. Sakura gritted her teeth. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Hinata, you're up, Tsunade said. Hinata nodded. As she slid into her basic stance, she noticed a figure running towards them. Naruto-kun, she said with a wave. Tsunade smiled. It's good to see you with so much confidence now. Hinata returned the smile. Thank you, sensei, she said with a short bow. Naruto came to a stop next to Hinata. Ohio, everyone. Tsunade smiled. You're looking much better. Sakura turned a confused gaze toward Tsunade. Better? From what? I had a cold yesterday, Naruto replied. How do you get over a cold in one day? Sakura asked. Ba-chan, Naruto answered with a grin. Sakura frowned. Naruto, she's your mother now, show some respect, she chastised. Tsunade shook her head and put up her hand to halt Sakura's rant. You're fighting an uphill battle in a wheelchair, Sakura. Sakura gave Tsunade a look of stunned confusion. Naruto simply grinned and Hinata giggled. At any rate, since Naruto is here, your training session is over, she said to Hinata and Sakura. Can we stay and watch? Hinata asked. Tsunade shook her head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Last time he trained with new chakra Shizune wound up in my personal medical ward. Hinata's eyes widened and she looked at Naruto. He swallowed and averted his eyes to stare at the ground. We'll let you get started then, Sakura said, mild unease in her voice. Naruto noticed the concerned look on Hinata's face. It'll be okay, he said as he gave her a hug. Hinata pulled back from the hug a bit. Are you sure? Hi, Naruto replied. He gave her a quick kiss. I'll be fine. Hinata blushed and nodded. Okay. Don't forget, we're getting ramen at 6, she said before turning and walking away. Hi. After Hinata had disappeared from sight, Naruto turned back to Tsunade, who wore a sappy smile. What are you smiling at? Tsunade's smile widened. You two are just so cute. Naruto promptly folded his arms and rolled his eyes. PSHT. Let's just get started. Tsunade chuckled warmly and picked up a clipboard from the rock it had been sitting on. Alright. She walked a little further towards the middle of the field and stopped. Now, she said once Naruto caught up to her, the first thing I want to discuss is, she flipped a page, your eyes, she said seriously. My eyes. Hi. According to Kakashi, while you were fighting Namikaze Noriko. Naruto flinched. Your eyes changed to become purple with white centers. Hi, Naruto replied, suddenly feeling uneasy. Tsunade frowned. I assume you know what happened to Noriko? She asked gently. Naruto's expression became somber. Yeah. It wasn't your fault. You know that, right? Doesn't make me feel any better about it. Tsunade decided to try a slight subject change. Have you been to visit Tomoyo at the hotel yet? Naruto turned his gaze to the sky. No, he sighed. I don't know what I'd say to her. Hi, I'm your long-lost cousin. Too bad about that whole seppuku thing. Wanna go get some ramen? Silence. Tsunade grimaced a little. How about just, hi, to start? Naruto let out a long sigh and looked at his mother. Can we talk about this later? Tsunade nodded. Sure. She looked at the report again. So, tell me what happened. Naruto stared at her blankly for a moment. They changed color, he said, unsure about quite what information she wanted. Tsunade looked at the sky for help. I meant, how did it manifest? Naruto thought for a moment. I'm not really sure. I was yelling at Noriko and they just changed. Sounds like it may be like when the Kyuubi's features emerged. Heightened emotions set it off. Makes sense to me, Naruto answered with a shrug. Did your vision change in any way? Not right away, but after a few minutes I saw these purple dots floating in the air. Purple dots? Tsunade asked with a cocked eyebrow. Yeah, they were everywhere. I tried to touch them, but I couldn't, so I molded some chakra to my hands. It worked and I managed to grab a bunch of them, Naruto said with a growing smile. And I squished them into a ball, Naruto replied, curling his hand into a fist to illustrate. A ball? Yeah, and then I threw the ball and, well, it kind of exploded, Naruto said sheepishly. Tsunade's eyebrows went up. She was silent for a moment before frowning in frustration. I wish you could activate your eyes so you could show me. I could try. I mean, Sasuke can activate the Sharingan whenever he wants. Tsunade shrugged. It's worth a shot. Naruto nodded and scrunched up his face in concentration. Not surprisingly, nothing happened. Try focusing chakra to your eyes. But just a little. We don't need any shockwaves right now, Tsunade instructed. Hi. Naruto put his hands into the molding seal. After a minute he felt a bit of discomfort and his new dujutsu slid into place. He looked up at Tsunade. Did it work? The fifth Hokage didn't say anything. Instead she simply put her hand over her mouth and stared. Naruto was growing impatient. Well. Tsunade shook her head to bring herself back into focus. Sorry. Yes, it worked. Do you see the dots? Yeah. Alright, then just do what you did before, Tsunade said with a slight, after you, wave. Naruto focused chakra to his hands and began grabbing the dots. Tsunade was surprised after a moment as the mass in Naruto's hand became large enough for the naked eye to see. Once the mass filled his entire hand he formed the ball and held it up for Tsunade to study. Incredible, she exclaimed. Suddenly her eyes widened. There was only one thing in the air that could explode just from being made into a ball and then thrown, but it was only supposed to be a theory. She took a deep breath. Throw it. Naruto turned around and whipped the ball at a rock that was roughly 12 feet in front of him. The rock shattered from the explosion, sending shards flying everywhere. Both he and Tsunade put up their arms to shield their faces. When the danger was past, Tsunade stared at the shallow crater in the ground where the rock used to be. I thought so. What is it? Sugiken. Tsunade turned to look at her son. You've just thrown a bomb made of chakra residue. Chapter 31. Naruto's face was twisted in a frown of confusion. Chakra leaves a residue. Since when? Tsunade folded her arms. Until now it was just a theory I'd heard of. When I was living away from Konoha I became friends with a chakra specialist. She believed that chakra leaves a sort of byproduct, or residue, hanging in the air after it's used. She called it Sugiken an after soul. She paused. It looks like she was right. Naruto deactivated his dujutsu. So it's a bomb of chakra residue. Pretty much. Why didn't you tell me my family had a dojutsu? Because they didn't. But it's most likely due to Kyuubi's chakra merging with yours. Yoma chakra is very different from that of humans and summons. You might even develop other physical changes, Tsunade said carefully. I won't turn into a Yoma, will I? Naruto said with a fearful expression. Tsunade smiled. No, your human chakra would keep that from happening. Naruto visibly relaxed. What else will change? Tsunade grimaced slightly. I don't really know. Hopefully, anything else will manifest itself during training so we can know what we're dealing with. Naruto nodded. So, are we starting with chakra molding again? Yup, Tsunade answered with a slightly amused smile. He threw one kunai after another as he tried desperately to distract himself with target practice. The image of Naruto in his nightmare from the other day flashed through his head. Now, he said, the smile transforming into a sick grin. Hate me. Sasuke shook the image away. It was bad enough when his nightmares consisted of Itachi slaughtering his family, but now the one doing those horrible things was Naruto. And again, it was Itachi's fault. He only had these nightmares because of Itachi's illusion. Suddenly, he could swear he saw his elder brother's face over the target on the tree. I hate you, he yelled as he threw the kunai. It hit dead center. A leaf crunched behind him and Sasuke spun on his heel, ready to face his potential attacker. When he saw who it was, he sighed and lowered his weapon. Tenten grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sasuke shook his head and went back to throwing kunai. It's fine. Okay. Tenten sat on a nearby log. I'll just wait till you're done. She took out a kunai and began twirling it on her finger. After a few throws, Sasuke slowly lowered his arm. Hey, he said quietly. Tenten looked up. Hi. Do you? Sasuke tightened his grip on his weapon. Tenten cocked her head to one side in curiosity. Could you show me how you did that throw the last time you were here? Sasuke asked without looking back. What throw? When you hit the target without seeing it. Tenten's eyebrows rose slightly. Seriously, she stood and walked around in front of Sasuke. Great, Sasuke-kun is asking for help. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Forget it, he said angrily as he began to stalk away. Tenten grabbed his arm. Wait, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have teased you. I'm honored that you want my help, she said with a reassuring smile. Sasuke gave her a suspicious look, and then nodded. Okay, now, when you're looking at your target, you have to visualize a grid over the area, Tenten said as she gestured at the target. Sasuke frowned in thought. Okay. Make sure your grid is slightly bigger than your target. That way, if you can't see the target, you can just count the number of grid squares from the outer edge to the middle. You can actually do that? Sasuke asked with disbelief. Tenten made a short laugh. I've been perfecting it since I was 5. Sasuke's eyes widened as the reality of what he'd just been told sank in. Then, that means she did that on instinct. I'm sure you'll get it much faster with the Sharingan. Anyway, I just realized I'm hungry. I'll see y'all later, Tenten said with a smile and a wave. Tenten. Hi. Sasuke paused for a moment before continuing. Thanks, he answered, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A wide grin broke over Tenten's face. Anytime. Yeah. As Sasuke watched her leave the area, he smiled to himself. It's nice to know not every girl is part of my fan club. With that thought, he went back to his training. Tomoyo had just cracked an egg into the pan on the stove in front of her when she heard a knock on her front door. She opened it to see Naruto standing there. Naruto-chan, she said with a smile. Naruto stared at her for a moment. Chan, he said with an incredulous expression. Oh, sorry. It's just that I used to call Minato-chan, because he was short too. And Tomoyo trailed off at Naruto's expression going from incredulous to downright insulted. She cleared her throat. Anyway, would you like to come in? Naruto nodded and walked inside. Go ahead and sit on the couch. I just started cooking breakfast. Naruto sat down. You like ramen, right? Oh wait, that was a stupid question. You're Minato's son, of course you like ramen. Be back in a jiff. Naruto blinked rapidly as he watched Tomoyo practically skip into the kitchen nook. That was weird. Tomoyo came back into the main room with 2 bowls of breakfast-styled ramen and handed one to her cousin. I hope you don't mind, I like fried egg chunks in it. Naruto's eyebrows went up for a moment as he accepted the bowl. He took a bite and smiled. This is good. I'm glad you like it. Tomoyo said with a smile. After a moment her face became serious and she put her bowl down on the coffee table in front of them. I'm really glad you're here, she said in a voice that made Naruto look at her curiously. I was starting to think you didn't want to see me. I wouldn't blame you. Especially after what Nariko-chan did. She finished quietly as a tear slid down her face. Naruto put his bowl down. I don't hate you, if that's what you were thinking. It's just that, I don't understand some things. Tomoyo sniffed and wiped some of her tears away. Like what? Like Ba-chan. Ba-chan. Sorry, it's something I call Ka-san. Tsunade puts up with someone calling her granny. Anyway, she told me you're a good person. I don't understand how you could do what you did if you were. Tomoyo sighed heavily. It was, to make sure Nariko-chan, more tears made their way down her face, wasn't alone. She said as she rested her forehead on her close-fisted palm. Oh. Silence. I'm sorry she died, Naruto offered, feeling highly inadequate. I'll move on, Tomoyo said softly. I did when Minato-kun died. Tomoyo looked at Naruto. You look just like he did at your age. Ka-san said the same thing. Silence. What was my dad like? Naruto asked suddenly. Tomoyo's mouth curled into a small smile. He was a royal pain in the ass, she said with a laugh. Huh. Before he met Kushina, Minato spent most of his time training, pulling pranks, picking on me for being tall, and acting like he was God's gift to women, she said with an eye roll. He was also loud, she added as an afterthought. Naruto just stared at Tomoyo. Of course a lot of his attitude towards women was because of Jiraiya. Naruto let out a small snort of a laugh. Tomoyo's smile became warm, but Minato-kun was also warm and caring. He had the strangest power to make people trust him and to change their hearts. A happy tear rolled down her cheek. I've never known someone so brave. He never gave up. Even when it looked like there was no possible way he could win, he found a way. I'll always miss him. Naruto's cheeks were moist with tears. I wish I could have known him. So do I. He would have been a great father, Tomoyo replied. She suddenly wrapped up Naruto in a warm hug. I'm so glad you're alive. It's like a part of him is too, she cried. Naruto was surprised she had hugged him, but he didn't pull away. Thanks, that means a lot to me. Tomoyo sat up and wiped her eyes. Would you mind, if I stayed in Konoha? Naruto grinned. Are you kidding? I'll kick your ass if you don't stay. Tomoyo laughed. Thanks. She took a deep breath. Well, we should eat this ramen before it gets cold, nay. Hi. Naruto replied before grabbing his bowl and shoveling in ramen. Tomoyo smiled warmly. Yup, just like Minato. Sakura walked into the kitchen where her mother was snacking on some odango. Ka-san. Yeah. I need to talk to you, about Naruto, Sakura said carefully. Mrs. Haruno put down her odango. Okay, what about him? Sakura was relieved that her mother didn't seem upset about the topic and sat down in one of the chairs surrounding the table. When I was 9 and you told me he couldn't come to my birthday party. Was it because he had Kyuubi sealed inside him? Mrs. Haruno sighed and hung her head a bit. Yes. But he wasn't the Kyuubi. Sakura replied, her disapproval obvious. I know that, honey. But what you have to understand is that very few people knew exactly how the seal worked. I honestly thought he was a ticking time bomb, that the Kyuubi could have taken him over. I was afraid of him hurting you, no matter how nice he was. That's really awful, Ka-san, Sakura said with a glare. I know. In fact the day you told me he was on your team, I was terrified. I even went to Sandame-sama to ask him to put you on a different team. It took a long talk with him for me to understand that I had nothing to be afraid of. He waited, Sakura said angrily. Nani? He waited that whole day for me, outside, in the rain. Mrs. Haruno gasped as her hand flew to her mouth. I never knew. Sakura-chan, I'm so sorry. I'm not the one you need to apologize to, Sakura replied, most of her anger replaced with simple sincerity. You're right. Silence. I have an idea. Why don't you invite him to dinner tomorrow? Mrs. Haruno said with a smile. Sakura smiled widely. I'm sure he'll like that. How did you get back to Konoha so quick? Tomoyo gave Naruto an odd look. What do you mean? I mean, you shouldn't have been able to get back to Orochimaru's place so fast. It's almost a day's walk to the sound. Have you heard of Hiraishin no Jutsu? That's the jutsu Chichue used to teleport, right? Hi. Tomoyo smiled. When I heard of my uncle's plan to have your mother killed I told Minato-kun. As a thank you, he taught me Hiraishin no Jutsu. I'm not nearly as good at it as he was. It requires the use of an anchor, seal at the place you want to teleport to. Minato-kun could have teleported all the way to Konoha in one shot. I had to use the extra anchor points Minato hid throughout the Fire Country. The main one is under the family crest on the gates of the Namikaze complex. The Namikaze complex? I didn't even know we had one. Tomoyo chuckled. It's not even worth mentioning anymore. It's totally run down. Her laughing stopped when she noticed a sudden look of determination in Naruto's eyes. I'm gonna rebuild it, he said, his fist clenched in front of his face. What? Naruto-kun, you're crazy. That place is condemned, not to mention huge. I can do it. As soon as I make Junin, I'll do it, Naruto answered with an ambitious grin. Why when you make Junin? I can't afford it on a genin's salary, Naruto replied with a pout. Tomoyo laughed. Well then I'm sure you'll rebuild it soon. With the skills Kakashi-kun told me you have, you must be Chunin already. Naruto twitched and looked down. No, I'm not. Tomoyo bit her lip. Oh, sorry. It's okay. His eyes regained their light after a moment. Hey, can you teach me Hiraishin? Sure, but after you finish your chakra control training with Tsunade-san. I don't want you blowing yourself up. Tomoyo replied. She laughed at Naruto's dejected expression. Tomoyo stood and walked over to a very fat backpack in the back of the room. After rummaging around in it for a moment she pulled out a very ornate-looking kunai and sat back down next to Naruto. This was Minato-kun's. Kakashi-kun asked me to give it to you, she said as she held it out to him. Naruto took the kunai. It had prongs on the bottom of it like a sai and the handle had a white wrap on it imprinted with some kanji. This is how he used the Hiraishin in battle. Once he marked his enemies with this kunai, they were dead, Tomoyo said with pride. Naruto smiled and put the kunai in his hip pouch. Thanks. Okay, my turn to ask a question. Tomoyo stared at her cousin for a moment. Why on earth do you wear that blindingly bright outfit? Naruto blinked a few times before answering. 'Cause I like it. Naruto-kun, wearing that outfit is like shouting, I'm over here. To the enemy. Naruto pursed his lips in annoyance and folded his arms. Hey, would you allow me to treat you to some new clothes? Tomoyo asked. Naruto looked down at his current attire. I dunno. Please, if you don't like what I buy for you then you don't have to wear it, but I just wanna give it a try. After a moment Naruto relented. Okay, but it has to have orange on it. Tomoyo frowned in thought, and then smiled. I have an idea. Naruto wandered around the garden in front of his house, waiting for Tomoyo to return. He smiled when Hinata came around the corner of the road. Hey, Hina-chan. Hinata smiled and blushed at the sudden nickname. Hina-chan. You don't like it? Naruto asked with a dejected expression. Hinata waved her hands around in front of her. No, I do. I just didn't expect it. Naruto smiled. Are we going out for ramen today? Of course. Hinata saw Naruto look at the road like he was waiting for something. What is it? Tomoyo-ne-san went to buy me some new clothes, Naruto grumbled. Hinata giggled. Maybe you'll like them. She looked up at the sky, which was quickly going from white puffy clouds to dark and threatening. We should get inside, I think. At that moment the clouds opened up and both teens were drenched. It's going to rain, she finished as she pushed her wet bangs from her face. She began to walk toward the house and suddenly felt Naruto's hand holding her wrist. Let's stay out here, he said with a grin. But it's pouring. The water's kinda warm. Come on, Hina-chan, Naruto begged. Hinata could never resist him when Naruto gave her that $1,000,000 smile. Okay. Naruto grabbed a small ball of mud and flung it at Hinata's jacket. Naruto-kun, Hinata squeaked. Get me back if you're mad. Or are you chicken? Naruto said with a positively evil smile. A smirk slowly spread over Hinata's face. I am not a chicken. That is my ninja way. She flung a mud ball of her own, connecting it with her boyfriend's hip. Naruto retaliated with a blob to Hinata's midriff. She scooped up a huge amount of mud, ran up to him, and shoved it down the back of his shirt. Naruto sputtered as the substance oozed down his back. Damn you, he said with a laugh. He made a cage bunshin. Okay, now it's on. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I won't lose. She giggled. Naruto found a spot in the garden vacant of plants, formed the rasengan and spun it in mud, causing a huge amount of it to fly at Hinata. Before he knew it, she was in a stance he recognized all too well. When did she learn? Kaden, Hinata yelled. She spun just before the mud hit and managed to knock most of it right back at Naruto, effectively burying him in it. Naruto cried out in protest as he was quickly turned into something resembling the creature from the Black Lagoon. He calmly walked up to Hinata. When did you learn Kaden? Neji-ni-san has been teaching me. Hinata looked at her clothes, which were fairly well coated in mud. I still haven't perfected it though. Naruto laughed and wiped away some of the mud from Hinata's face. You're still cute, he said softly before leaning in for a kiss. As soon as their lips touched they heard footsteps behind them. Do I even want to know? Naruto and Hinata quickly shook their heads. Tomoyo, who was under an umbrella, held up the bag from the clothing store. Guess it's a good thing you have something to change into. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and burst out laughing. Chapter 32. Naruto took the bag of items Tomoyo had bought for him into his room and locked the door. He sighed, set the bag on his bed, and reached inside. As Hinata and Tomoyo waited for Naruto to come back from changing his clothes, Nabiki walked into the room. "Hi, Hinata-chan." She was silent for a moment as she took in Hinata's muddy outfit. "Whoa, what the heck happened to you?" Hinata blushed slightly. "Naruto-kun and I had a mud fight." Nabiki grinned. "Why am I not surprised that Naruto-kun was involved?" Hinata giggled. "You want something to change into till you get home?" Nabiki asked. Hinata nodded fervently. "Yes please." "Wait here a sec," Nabiki replied. With that, she disappeared into the hallway. Hinata folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently. Nabiki returned with a small bundle of clothes and handed them to Hinata. "Don't worry, I made sure to pick out something tame." Hinata bowed her head. "Arigato. I'll change into them after Naruto-kun comes back." About a minute later they heard Naruto's voice from the hall. "Okay, I'm ready." "Well, come out then," Tomoyo said as she wandered in from the kitchen with a sandwich. "Okay," Naruto replied. He walked into the room and Hinata's jaw hit the floor. He was wearing a pair of slightly loose, leaf green cargo pants, his shuriken holster and wrap on his right leg. His equipment pouch was on his left hip. He had on a medium blue t-shirt with a large orange swirl on the front and 2 inches of fishnet on the ends of the sleeves. The last accessory was a pair of fingerless gloves the same color as his shirt, with metal hand guards on the back which were swirl-shaped and orange. "What do you think?" he asked with a hopeful smile. Tomoyo smiled in approval. "I think you're gonna have to beat the girls off with a stick." Nabiki laughed. "Don't say things like that, you'll worry Hinata-chan." Naruto had gotten compliments from everyone but the one he wanted. "Hina-chan." Hinata barely managed to blink away her trance. Hi. You look wonderful," she breathed. She walked over to him and put her hand on his face. "I never thought you could look even more handsome than before." A grin spread across Naruto's face and he kissed her. "Thanks, Hina-chan." "What about you?" Tomoyo asked Naruto. "What do you think?" "I like it. I really like it a lot." "Thanks, Tomoyo-ne-san," Naruto said as he gave her a hug. "Hey, Hinata-chan, you should go change," Nabiki offered. Hi. Would it be alright if I washed up too?" "Sure. Just go down the hall, 5th door on the left. Watch it though, the water in the shower gets hot fast," Nabiki warned. Hinata nodded and hurried away. She pulled out each of the carefully placed bobby pins and clips from her hair. Once they were all sitting on the counter in a neat pile, she reached up once again and slid off the wig. As Hinata stared in the mirror, she gently fingered her now nearly shoulder-length hair. "I won't be able to hide this from father much longer," she said with a frown. She remembered the way Hiyashi had reacted when she had asked if she could grow her hair long. Flashback. "Hinata, I have told you before, until you are a great warrior you are not worthy of long hair." But what does long hair have to do with being a warrior? Few families still carry on the tradition, but only a few generations ago warriors wore their hair long as a sign of loyalty to their feudal lord. To have it cut off meant dishonor. Hinata's eyes widened and filled with tears. "You have not been dishonored, but you haven't earned honor in the first place either." "Please, father. Even why, you've said I've improved," Hinata pointed out gently. "A small amount of improvement does not make you a great warrior. Now, get back to your training." But, father." "Not another word," Hiyashi said, and then walked away. End flashback. It doesn't make sense. He didn't always think of Neji-ne-san as a great warrior, but he let him have long hair. Maybe Tsunade-sama knows something. She turned the faucet, stepped in the shower, and let the water wash away her thoughts. When Hinata walked in, Nabiki grinned. "I knew we were about the same height. It's a perfect fit." Hinata looked down at her outfit. "Are you sure?" She was wearing a pair of blue denim shorts that stopped about 3 inches above her knees with an off-white belt. Her shirt was a medium lavender with bell sleeves that came to her mid-forearm. The shirt was also low-cut but not revealing much, with a bodice-like edge and burgundy lacing tying up the chest area to the top. "You look great," Nabiki assured her. Naruto looked like a deer caught in a car's headlights. "Wow, you look, wow," was all he managed to say. Hinata blushed heavily. "Arigato, Naruto-kun. If he likes it that much, you can keep it," Nabiki said. Hinata's eyes widened. "No, I couldn't take your clothes from you." Nabiki shook her head. "Take them. I don't have much time to dress up anyway," she said with a laugh. Hinata smiled. "I guess a new outfit would be nice." Very nice, Naruto commented softly as he stared at her. Hinata quickly resembled a tomato and Naruto's eyes widened. Did I say that out loud? He asked with the look of someone who wanted to hide. Nabiki snorted. Afraid so. Hina-chan. I didn't mean. I'm not a pervert, I swear. Naruto said, waving his hands in front of him. Naruto-kun, you're a guy. It's totally normal, Nabiki commented. Naruto glared at her. I am not a pervert. I didn't say you were. I meant that it's normal to react that way. Now, if you ran over to her and grabbed her butt, then you'd be a pervert, Nabiki said. Naruto was positively bug-eyed. Grabbed. Naruto-kun, Hinata said in a small voice. Naruto looked at her. His expression showed he was horrified over what Nabiki had just said. Hinata smiled shyly. It's okay. I'm not mad. Naruto visibly relaxed and blinked rapidly in surprise. Really? In fact, I'm glad you think I'm so pretty, Hinata answered, fiddling nervously with her hands. Naruto smiled. You're the best, Hina-chan. Naruto and Hinata, holding hands, walked down the streets of Konoha. They were heading for Hinata's house when Naruto felt a tugging on his pant leg and looked down to see a small girl around 5 years old. Hi, he said brightly. The girl held up a couple of roses. Naruto-kun, Sissy asked me to give these to you. Sissy? Whose? Naruto trailed off as he noticed Hayama Momiji hiding behind a newsstand and frowned. But he wasn't about to hurt the feelings of such an adorable girl as her little sister. He smiled brightly at the child. Arigato. You're welcome, the girl replied as she ran off. Once he was sure the girl was out of sight, he scanned the area for Momiji, but she was gone. He turned back to Hinata, who was looking very worried. Hina-chan, just forget about that. You're my girlfriend, he said as he stared into her eyes. He glared at the spot he'd seen Momiji at earlier. I'm gonna find her and set her straight. Momiji's heart was pounding as she made her way home. One small step at a time. I'll make him see that I'm way better for him than Hyuga Hinata. Oi, Momiji. Momiji smiled. I knew it would work, she said to herself. She turned around, but her smile vanished when she saw Naruto's angry expression. What's wrong with you? He demanded. Wrong. You knew Hinata is my girlfriend and you gave me flowers. I thought you'd like them. No, I don't, Naruto answered coldly. Momiji winced. Naruto looked down for a moment and sighed. Look, I know what it's like to want someone you can't have, but you hurt Hina-chan's feelings. If it happens again, I won't be your friend anymore, Naruto said calmly. Momiji's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. She turned and ran away from Naruto. Naruto sighed and walked back toward town. 2 days later. Kakashi took a deep breath and knocked on Tomoyo's door. It had been so long since they had been able to just sit and talk. The door opened, and a smiling Tomoyo appeared. Kakashi-kun, come on in, she said brightly. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with his smile. Arigato. Sit anywhere, I'll get us some tea, Tomoyo said. Kakashi sat down on her couch. So, when are you planning on moving to an apartment? I have to wait for my Junin status to be reinstated so I can have enough money, Tomoyo answered as she walked in with 2 cups of tea and sat down next to Kakashi. Until then, Tsunade-sama is paying for the hotel. I see. Silence. Tomoyo-chan, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Kakashi asked in soft tone. The smile fell from Tomoyo's face. I didn't think I was coming back. She put down her tea. I had to go. When I heard Minako-chan had started a gang, she sighed. I wanted to keep her from becoming a bad person. Tears fell down her cheeks. I guess I failed, she said as she looked down. She felt a finger under her chin and raised her eyes to meet the face of its owner. Kakashi pulled his headband away from his other eye. Tomoyo-chan, you didn't fail. She chose honor in the end. Tomoyo nodded. Thank you, she said with a small, grateful smile before giving him a hug. After a moment, she pulled away from him and inclined her head in curiosity. Kakashi-kun, may I ask why you wear that mask? Kakashi sighed. Because I didn't want girls chasing me, he answered with a half smile. I don't get it. I didn't want women to be attracted to me. Telling women, no, all the time got to be too bothersome, so I started wearing the mask. Tomoyo's face was a blank slate for about 5 seconds, then she doubled over with laughter. Kakashi regarded her with a bemused smile. It's not that funny. I'm sorry, Tomoyo said in between giggles. It's the idea of you having fangirls, she said as her hysterical laughter resumed. They're a pain. I tried to convince Sasuke to go with a mask once, but he wouldn't listen. Tomoyo's giggles slowed, and she stared at Kakashi. After a moment, she reached up and grabbed the edges of his mask. He instinctively flinched and pulled away. Tomoyo frowned. Please, Kakashi-kun, I want to see your face, Tomoyo pleaded. I haven't seen it since the year I left. Kakashi looked down for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Tomoyo pulled down the mask, and sucked in a breath. She reached up and touched his face. I didn't know that any of the angels were men. Chapter 33. As soon as Naruto got to the more populated streets of Konoha, he noticed a lot of people staring at him, especially girls. A blush crept over his cheeks, and he jogged the rest of the way to Ichiraku. Naruto-kun. Naruto heard Sakura yell as he slurped up the last of his ramen. He turned around and smiled. Hey, Sakura-chan. You never said if you were coming to my party or not, Sakura said. Oh, you bet, Naruto answered with a foxy grin. Sakura smiled, but the expression quickly fell away. Can I talk to you for a minute? Naruto cocked his head to one side in curiosity. Sure. He paid for his meal, and he and Sakura left. Naruto and Sakura were sitting on the river bank next to the training ground where they had first become a team. Sakura looked at her friend, unsure of how to begin. Iruka-sensei told me about the present, she said quietly. Naruto frowned. I didn't want you to know about that. Why couldn't you leave it alone? I just wanted to understand what had hurt you, Sakura replied and chewed her lip. Even so, you knew I didn't want you to know. Why the hell can't you let me have any privacy? Naruto asked in an angry and hurt tone. Sakura's eyes misted over. Because you're my best friend. I care about you. I can't stand not being able to help. Naruto stood up. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it is? What kind of loser sits out in the rain waiting for someone he knows isn't coming? He turned his head away from Sakura. I was so stupid. You weren't stupid, Naruto-kun. I really did want to be there. It was my mom. Sakura's expression hardened in anger and she clenched her fist. She told me you couldn't come. She wouldn't even let me call to tell you. Naruto turned back to Sakura. Really? Sakura stood up and hugged her friend. Really, she said quietly. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I should have gone to tell you. I was too weak to disobey her. I don't blame you, Sakura-chan. You were only 9. Arigato, Sakura said with a sniff. After a moment, Naruto sniffed also and broke the hug. I have something for you. Huh? Naruto smiled. Follow me. Sakura looked at the pile of boxes in the center of the living room of Naruto's old apartment in amazement. You've lived at Tsunade-sama's all this time and you still haven't moved all your stuff out of here. Naruto walked over to the pile and shrugged. Haven't really had the time. He began digging through the contents of the boxes. It's gotta be here somewhere. He opened another box. Sakura was sitting on Naruto's couch and had started to nod off when. I found it. Sakura looked up to see Naruto holding a present. It was wrapped messily in blue paper and tied with a pink bow. Naruto, is this? Sakura began in disbelief. It's a little old, Naruto said as he handed her the present, but I hope you like it. He kept it all this time. She thought. Arigato. Sakura sat on the couch and began to open it. Inside was something wrapped in tissue paper with an envelope sitting on top. Open the card first, Naruto said nervously. Sakura did as instructed. On the front of the card it said happy birthday and had a picture of a brightly decorated cake on it. She opened it, and read the inside. Dear Sakura-chan. Thank you so much for inviting me to your party. You're the first kid who's ever been this nice to me. Thanks. Naruto. Tears rolled down Sakura's cheeks. I'm sorry I never got to see this, when it meant something. Naruto made a small smile. It still does. Sakura wiped her eyes, pulled away the tissue paper, and gasped. Inside the box was a tiny, crystal dolphin. She gingerly took it from where it lay. How did you know? One time, before you asked me to your party, I heard you telling Ino that you loved dolphins. Thank you. I love it, Sakura said with a smile. No prob. Anyway, I gotta get going. I'm taking Hina-chan on a walk, Naruto said as he blushed. Sakura grinned. I'm glad for you too. You seem so happy. Naruto's smile became contented. Yeah, we are. By the way, I love your new outfit, Sakura said. Naruto smiled. Thanks. Naruto and Hinata sat on top of the Hokage monument, holding hands and looking out over the city. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Yeah. I wanted to tell you something. What is it? Hinata gulped. She looked at his face, nearly losing herself in the two pools of blue that were his eyes. She stopped for a moment and began fiddling with her hands, desperately trying to keep herself from tenting her fingers. She looked up at him again. I love you. She froze in place, afraid to move. Naruto couldn't think, couldn't move, could barely breathe. In other words, he was in shock. He had no idea what to say, and he hated that because he knew she was waiting for an answer. Hinata was suddenly terrified she'd told him too soon. Naruto-kun. The first, ever so wonderfully intelligent thing that tumbled out of Naruto's mouth was, really. Hinata blinked in confusion. What? You really love me? Like, in love with me? Naruto asked, the look of shock still on his face. Shaking, Hinata nodded. Hi. Naruto swallowed. I never thought a girl would love me. I don't know what to say. A tear escaped Hinata's right eye. You don't have to say anything. It's, oh, okay, if you don't feel the same way. I don't know how I feel. I mean, I like you, a lot. I'm just not sure if it's love. Can you give me some time? Naruto asked with an apologetic tone. More tears fell down Hinata's pale face. Hi. Naruto frowned. Don't cry. I hate seeing you cry, he said as he wiped away her tears. Hinata took in a shaky breath and nodded. Naruto pulled her to him. She laid her head on his shoulder and the two stared at the early evening sky. Okay, let's start with molding for now, Tsunade said to Naruto as Tomoyo watched from a relatively safe distance. Hi, Naruto put his hands together and chakra began to surround his body. Tomoyo's mouth dropped open as she stared at Naruto's chakra. It's so beautiful. It was like someone had dropped paint in all the colors of the rainbow into a bowl of liquid light and stirred, just enough to make the colors swirl and dance in delicate ribbons. It is pretty, isn't it? Tsunade said with a warm smile. Alright, Naruto. Let's try something simple. Naruto put his hands into his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He instantly regretted using that technique. Clones filled the entire field, but they also extended off the field, into the forest, onto the streets, and finally ending near the front gates of the village. Tsunade and Tomoyo's eyes wide as could be. I think this is going to be more difficult than we anticipated, Tsunade commented. The Namikaze stamina strikes again, Tomoyo said with a wry smile. Naruto released the jutsu and stumbled a bit before sitting down while he regained his strength. The Namikaze stamina. Tomoyo nodded. Every member of the Namikaze family has always had massive stamina and huge chakra stores. I supposed you could call it a bloodline limit, although no one ever did, officially. Then why couldn't Nariko create the steel jutsu again? Naruto asked. Tomoyo frowned. For some reason, it passed over her. We never found out why. So, you have the same abilities. But nowhere near your level. At best, I could fill about a third of this field. Minato's level of stamina and chakra was unusually high, even for a member of our family, so of course, yours is too. Not to mention the Niji chakra amplifies it. Maybe you should just try Henge for now, kiddo, Tsunade suggested. Henge. Tsunade and Tomoyo began laughing. Well, we know who's on your mind, Tomoyo said. Huh. Naruto looked down to see he had transformed into Hinata. Ah, he yelled, and quickly cancelled the jutsu. Tsunade coughed a bit as she tried to regain her composure. She lost the battle when she saw Naruto's face was red as a tomato. Alright already, Naruto protested loudly. Tsunade wiped the tears of laughter from her brown eyes. Alright, it seems like Henge is no problem, but I'm tentative about having you use other, more wide-spreading jutsus, like Kage Bunshin, until you have a better handle on this. Naruto frowned, and then perked up. What about Rasengan? Tomoyo's head whipped sideways, and she stared at Naruto. You can perform Rasengan. Who taught you? Aro Sennin. Who the heck is Aro Sennin? Oh, right, I mean Jiraiya, Naruto answered with a slight snicker. Tomoyo laughed as well. I'm not the slightest bit surprised. Naruto grinned and held out his hand, palm up. As he concentrated, a rainbow-colored ball of light appeared. Good. Now hold it there for a few minutes, Tsunade instructed. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand suddenly grew in size by a small margin. What the hell? What? Tsunade asked. It got bigger, Naruto replied. Tsunade walked closer to him and eyed the Rasengan warily. Maybe you should cancel it for now. Now nervous, Naruto nodded and concentrated on the jutsu. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect, and the ball doubled in size. Tomoyo and Tsunade instinctively jumped back a few feet. Naruto, shut it down. Naruto's eyes were wide with panic. I can't. Tomoyo-chan, run, Tsunade screamed. Tomoyo didn't move, obviously concerned for her cousin's well-being. Go, I'll help him, Tsunade urged. Tomoyo gritted her teeth in frustration, but did as she was told. The ball grew again. Tsunade was afraid for her son and for the village she'd sworn to protect. Naruto, you need to calm down. The adrenaline your body's producing is making it grow faster. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to think of things that calmed him: ramen, the sounds of the river near his old apartment. Hinata. The rasengan shrank in size, eventually dissipating altogether. He opened his eyes and sighed in relief. Tsunade ran to Naruto and pulled him into a crushing hug. Ka-san, I'm okay. Tsunade sighed and released her son. I need to talk to Jiraiya about this, but for now, I'm removing you from active duty. Nani? I'm sorry, but it's just too risky to give you missions right now. Please understand, Tsunade said as she put her hand on his shoulder. Naruto gritted his teeth. Fine, he growled. I'll see you back at the house, nay. Hi, Naruto replied quietly. As he watched her go, he suddenly found himself feeling a little woozy and sat down. As he held his head in his hands, he heard a voice. Still pathetic as usual, Naruto sat up, stock straight. Who said that? You've forgotten what I sound like already. I'm hurt, brat. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he barely managed to whisper the name of the voice's owner. Kyuubi. Chapter 34. Naruto wasn't sure exactly what he was feeling, but he knew that devastated covered at least one aspect of it. He'd finally been free of his curse, and it had only lasted for just over a blissful month and a half. He angrily entered the containment area. What the hell are you doing here? He shouted, jabbing a finger in the direction of the cell. Kyuubi cocked an eyebrow. Well, if that's how you're going to greet someone who's only here to help, then maybe I should leave. Since when the hell do you willingly help me? And aren't you supposed to be dead? Kyuubi chuckled and stepped into the minimal light of the room. I am. Naruto's face twisted into confusion at the sight before his eyes. Kyuubi's body was semi-transparent, barely there, like a ghost. Ah, you're a ghost. Get the hell away from me. Kyuubi rolled his eyes and smacked his paw onto his forehead. Mortals. He phased through the bars of his former prison and sat down, hovering a few inches off the ground. Calm down, brat. I don't have time for your idiocy. I will not calm down. You. Something clicked in Naruto's mind. You came out of your cage. Silence. Silence. Ah. Kyuubi growled and slammed a massive paw down over Naruto, pinning him to the ground. Silence. I am beginning to regret coming here. Now shut up before I gut you like a fish. Naruto was instantly silent. That's better. Now, as I was trying to explain before I was so rudely interrupted, I am here to help you. Although I'm honestly starting to think I'm insane for doing this. He felt Naruto's body relax and decided it was safe to release him. Naruto slowly got to his feet. How? How? What, brat? How are you here when you're dead? Kyuubi gave Naruto a bemused smirk. HMPH. Mortals think in such limited ways. Just because I have lost my hold on my physical body in your realm, does not mean the same has happened in mine. Huh. Kyuubi heaved a great sigh in an attempt to quell his growing desire to strangle the child in front of him. Listen carefully, because I refuse to repeat myself. Yoma are very different from other forms of life. Our true form cannot exist in your world. The air is like poison to us. Therefore, we are born with, in essence, two bodies. The one humans normally see is an outer shell made to protect our true, non-corporeal form. If the outer body is destroyed, we do die in this realm, but we are perfectly fine in our own. He paused for a moment. Do you understand? I think so. But, if the air here is poisonous to you, then how can you be here? Kyuubi growled and balled his paws into semi-fists. Ah, I swear, child, you are thicker than a. He stopped himself and let out a calming breath through his teeth. Look around you, he said slowly. Where are we? The seal. And is there air from your world inside the seal? Naruto considered this for a moment. No. He paused. So, you can only come here because there's no air in the seal. Kyuubi sighed in relief. Yes. Alright, now that we've gotten that sorted out, let's get to the matter at hand. And what's that? Well, believe it or not, during the last few years of the time I spent here I began to respect you. Naruto's eyebrows went up, but he stayed quiet. In fact, it completely perplexes me how someone like you can come up with such brilliant battle strategies and yet not be able to grasp concepts that are much simpler by comparison. Naruto glared at Kyuubi then sighed. I don't know. Kyuubi was taken aback. He had expected the child to yell at him in defiance. Could he actually be maturing? It's just, when I'm in a battle everything seems clear. It's like it helps me focus. Does that make any sense? Actually, it does. It makes a lot of sense. An unusually insightful observation, coming from you, Kyuubi finished with a smirk. And it's something I think I can use to help him, he thought. Gee, thanks, Naruto grumbled. At any rate, we're getting off topic. I witnessed your problem with your new chakra today, and I decided I wished to help. Why? You don't know how rare a human you are, boy. You've kept going when even one of your revered Hokages would have given up long ago. That, alone, is enough to earn my respect. Naruto's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Thanks. Kyuubi smiled as well. Now listen closely, as we have a lot to do and not much time to do it in. Why not? Coming here through such a means takes up a lot of energy, so I can't do it for long. Oh, how long can you stay? 3 days, a week at most. Okay. First things first, let's work on your healing powers. Sasuke frowned as he trudged along behind Tenten, silently wondering why he had agreed to go with her. This better be worth my time. I need to train. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Tenten called behind her. The two arrived at Tenten's private training area in her backyard. She walked over to a storage shed with a huge sign on it that read, Tenten's stuff. Touch it and die. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as Tenten went inside and decided it would be best if he wait for her in the yard. After a few moments of clanking sounds she emerged cradling a cloth-wrapped bundle. What's that? Tenten grinned. My new shinies. She unwrapped the fabric to reveal an ornate box that looked like it had a shell made of pure onyx. She set the box onto a stump and opened it. Sasuke had never seen a more magnificent set of kunai in his life. They were all as black as the box they lay in. Silver-plated dragons carved into them wound around the handles. The blades were sharp, so sharp that Sasuke dared not touch the edge to test them. These are. Tenten smiled. I knew you'd like to see them. She picked one up and marveled at the craftsmanship. I've been saving for these for an entire year. The metal has been folded 30 times and has a heat-treated edge. She said with the tone of a mother talking about a favored child. Sasuke made a small snort and Tenten turned to him, eyes wide. Did you just laugh? Sasuke suddenly looked uncomfortable. No. Tenten's eyes were positively gleeful. Yes you did. Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously. No, I didn't. You did too. Tenten laughed lightly. Wait till I tell Neji. He'll never believe it. She suddenly found herself pinned to a tree by Sasuke's arm against her neck. What the hell is the matter with you? Tenten choked out. Listen very carefully, Sasuke said in a low voice that sent chills down Tenten's spine. Don't laugh. Tenten gritted her teeth and shoved him backwards. You got a real problem, you know that. Get the hell out of my yard. I'm already gone, Sasuke growled before stalking off. Tenten's mother came out of the house. Tenten, are you alright? I heard yelling. I'm fine, Tenten grumbled. Her face softened when she noticed her mother was in her Junin uniform. Are you going on a mission? NHM. I was just about to leave in fact. Are you sure there's nothing you want to talk about? Hi. Tenten gave her mother a hug. Good luck on your mission. Be safe. Tenten's mother smiled. I'll be fine. She kissed the top of her daughter's head. See you later. Ya, Ka-san, Tenten said with a wave. Once her mother was out of sight she plopped down to the ground with a sigh. And here I thought I finally had a friend who understood me. Sakura turned her head to look at him as Sasuke stormed past her. Sasuke-kun, leave me alone, Sakura, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. What happened? Sakura said as she grabbed his shoulder. Sasuke rounded on her. I said, leave me alone. He turned and ran towards his apartment. I better tell Naruto. Sakura saw Hinata heading toward Naruto's estate and ran to catch up with her. Hey, Hinata. Hinata turned around and smiled. Sakura-chan. Are you going to see Naruto? Hi. Mind if I tag along? Of course not. Have you seen his new chakra yet? Sakura asked as she fell into step with her friend. Hinata shook her head. No. In fact, I'm going to ask him to show me. I just ran into Sasuke-kun. He was really ticked off about something. I thought maybe Naruto could calm him down before he does something stupid. Hinata let out a soft giggle. Sakura and Hinata saw Naruto standing out in the middle of the training field, apparently just staring into space. Naruto-kun, Hinata called. She didn't get a response and frowned. Maybe he didn't hear you, Sakura said with a reassuring smile. Shanaru, that idiot better not make Hinata worry again, inner Sakura raged. Oh Naruto. Again, no response. Now she frowned and both girls ran up to him. They came to a stop. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata bit her lip when he still didn't say anything. Naruto-kun, she changed her position so she could see his face. A small gasp escaped her lips. Hinata, what is it? She gasped as well when she saw that Naruto's eyes looked like they had absolutely no life in them. Naruto-kun, she began shaking him gently. Naruto-kun, wake up. Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled. She turned to Sakura with a look of desperation and both girls gently laid him down. Hinata immediately began checking his vitals. I don't understand it. His pulse is normal, his breathing is fine, and he doesn't have a temperature. What about wounds? Hinata looked him over. No. What the hell? Naruto looked up from his meditation when he heard voices coming from the outside. Sakura-chan, Hina-chan, damn annoying females. They would interrupt when you've almost got it, Kyuubi complained with a snarl. I better let them know I'm okay. I'll be back later, Naruto replied as he stood up. Do it quickly. I'll conserve energy while you're gone, Kyuubi said as he shrunk down to the size of a small dog. Naruto started to snicker. What? Kyuubi growled. You're chibi Kyuubi, Naruto said. Shut the hell up, brat. Besides, your friends are on the verge of all-out panic. Oh right. Naruto stopped laughing and closed his eyes. Naruto-kun, Hinata said when she noticed him looking at her. Hina-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto replied as he sat up. Sakura smacked him upside the head. Looking for you, baka. Why were you guys freaking out? Sakura's eye twitched. Because you wouldn't answer us and you looked like you were in a freaking coma. Naruto blinked rapidly. Really? Hinata nodded solemnly. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. I had no idea I looked like that from the outside. Were you in the seal? Sakura asked. Yeah, I was, talking to Kyuubi, Naruto replied with a swallow. What? Hinata exclaimed. I thought he was dead. He was it's hard to explain. Sakura folded her arms. Try me. Naruto sighed. Okay. So he can only stay a week? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. Hopefully he can teach me what I need to know before then. And just what does he want to teach you? Sakura asked with suspicion. Nothing bad. Just how to heal myself and stuff. Are you sure you can trust him, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I think so. I mean, he really doesn't have any powers in this world anymore. Sakura frowned. Mind if I talk to him? I don't think that's a good idea. He's kinda grumpy, Naruto replied. Sakura frowned. Besides, you remember what happened the last time you went into my mind. But you'd be there with me, so I'd be safe, right? I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I just don't think it's a good idea, Naruto said firmly. Sakura sighed in defeat. Okay. Just be careful, alright? You got it, Naruto said with a grin. So what's up? I was wondering if I could see your new chakra, Hinata asked. Naruto blushed a little. Sorry, Ba-chan said I can't until she talks to Jiraiya. His face fell. She also told me I'm off the duty roster until then. Ouch, Sakura said out of sympathy. Nay, can you talk to Sasuke-kun? Why? Naruto asked as he flicked some dirt off his pants. He's really angry about something and you're the only one who can get him to listen. Okay, later though, I gotta train with the Baka Kitsune. Oh, before I forget, my mom wanted you to come to dinner. I was supposed to have you come over yesterday, but I kind of blanked, Sakura said with a blush. Your mom, but I thought she hated me. No, she was just afraid of you. But that was before she knew more about the seal. She wants to apologize, Sakura said with a smile. Naruto smiled as well. What time? 6 o'clock tomorrow. Don't be late. Osu, Naruto said with a salute. Hinata giggled. I'll let you get back to training, Naruto-kun. Naruto gently lifted her chin upwards and kissed her. Don't be away too long. Ah, you two are so cute. Sakura gushed. Shut up, Naruto said with a half smile, half grimace. Sakura laughed and the two girls walked away. Naruto went back inside the seal. Okay, let's get back to work. Tomoyo and Kakashi sat at opposite sides of her coffee table playing Go. She stopped in the middle of placing a piece and stared at him. Kakashi noticed her stare. What? Tomoyo blinked rapidly. Sorry. She tucked some of her hair behind her right ear and turned away a bit. Kakashi-kun, do you still have any feelings for me? Kakashi's face showed his surprise. He considered for a moment before speaking. I think so. A small smile crept over Tomoyo's face. I'm glad. Care to give it another go? Kakashi asked with a playful smile. Tomoyo grinned. I'd like that. Trust me, Ka-san. He's only trying to help me, Naruto insisted to Tsunade's scowling face. Tsunade sighed in defeat. Alright, show me what you've got. Naruto smirked and made a triumphant hemming sound. He took a kunai from his holster. Now, don't panic. What do you Tsunade began, her words stopping short when Naruto sliced across his left forearm. Tsunade made a horrified sound. Have you lost it? She yelled as she snatched the weapon away from her son. She began the seals for her healing jutsu when she felt a hand on her arm. Don't, Naruto said through gritted teeth. I can handle it. Tsunade reluctantly took a step back. You've got 30 seconds. Naruto began to concentrate and his dujutsu activated. Pour your chakra into the wound. It will react with the damaged tissue naturally. Naruto remembered the Kyuubi's words. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as the huge cut was filled with the Niji chakra. Slowly, it began to close. Tsunade's breath caught in her throat as she watched Naruto's progress. Come on, Naruto. As the last traces of the wound sealed over the glow of Naruto's chakra began to fade. Finally, there was no indication that his arm had ever been damaged. Breathing just a little heavy, he looked up from his work and grinned at his mother. Good job, kiddo. I'm impressed, Tsunade said with an approving smile. Thanks. But, next time you want to show someone your healing abilities, make a small cut. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess I overdid it. Tsunade let out a short laugh. You usually do. Tsunade-sama, Naruto-sama. Dinner is ready, came Izumi's voice from the dining room. Yosh, I'm starved. Tsunade chuckled and they walked inside the house. Chapter 35. Naruto sighed as he walked down the streets of Konoha. He'd been looking for Sasuke for almost a half hour with no luck. Damn him, where the hell did he go? He saw Kiba walking by on the other side of the street and suddenly had an idea. Yo, Kiba. Kiba looked over to see Naruto running toward him. Hey, Naruto. You got a few minutes? Kiba cocked an eyebrow. Why? Sasuke's in one of his, I hate the world moods and Sakura wants me to calm, I am down. Think you can sniff him out for me? Kiba considered this for a moment before shrugging. I guess so. I got nothing better to do. A smirk crossed his face. But you gotta pay me. What? Kiba held out his hand. 500 yen, in advance. Naruto grumbled under his breath as he fished Gama-chan out of his pouch. Dirty, stinkin', no good. He grabbed a few bills and forcefully put them in Kiba's hand. Here. Kiba put the bills in his back pocket. Nice doin' business with ya. Yeah, just get movin', Naruto said, pointing in a random direction. Kiba smirked. You got something of his. Naruto thought for a moment. I got a pen he let me borrow yesterday. That'll work. Give it to Akamaru. Naruto pulled the pen out of one of his pants pockets and put it on the ground. Akamaru sniffed it for a moment and then sniffed Naruto's leg. Why's he sniffing me? He needs to know which scent to follow, idiot, Kiba explained with impatience. Oh. Akamaru sniffed the ground for a moment, looked up at Kiba, and barked. Alright, let's go, Kiba said. He and Akamaru ran off and Naruto followed. Sasuke opened the door to his bedroom, sat on the bed, and sighed. He regretted blowing up at 10:10, but she had hit a very big nerve. Sasuke had laughed a lot with his mother and Itachi. After the clan was killed, laughing reminded Sasuke of the good times. It was so painful for him that he never laughed again. Sasuke had been more angry with himself than 10:10, but he'd be damned if he was going to admit to that fact. In his mind he hadn't been around her enough for her to have the right to an explanation from him. Damn it, he said as he laid down. He stared at the ceiling of the dark, barren room and reveled in the solitude. Naruto looked up at the building they had stopped in front of, pursed his lips in annoyance, and held out his hand toward Kiba. I want my money back. Hell no, Kiba said as his hand covered his pocket protectively. You didn't do what I paid you for. Akamaru's nose is never wrong, Kiba replied defensively. Naruto pointed to the building with an incredulous expression. This is his apartment. Of course he smells him here. He yelled in frustration. Why the hell does he have to be so loud? Kiba thought as he covered his ears. Active smell is stronger than residual smell, you idiot. HMPF. Naruto replied as he folded his arms. I don't have time for this. See ya, Kiba said as he walked off. Naruto stewed for a moment and walked into the building. Naruto knocked on the door to Sasuke's apartment. There was no answer so he knocked again. Finally the door opened and a very annoyed-looking Sasuke appeared. What? Geez, can't you let me sleep? Naruto looked surprised. Since when do you take naps? None of your damn business, Sasuke replied with irritation. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura wanted me to talk to you, said you were pissed about something. Sasuke let out a short growl. Why the hell can't she mind her own business? Naruto shrugged. No idea, but I'm not risking her getting mad at me. Sasuke smirked. I guess I don't blame you. Come in. Sasuke and Naruto walked in and sat down on opposite sides of the couch. So what pissed you off? Naruto asked. 10-10, Sasuke replied as he stared at the floor. 10-10. Yeah, I accidentally laughed in front of her, Sasuke said with self-loathing. Naruto's eyes snapped wide as he stared at his brother in shock. He pointed at him. Why you laughed? Make a big deal out of it and I'll kick your ass, Sasuke warned, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Okay. Yeesh. Anyway, she was going to tell Neji, so I got pissed at her and she kicked me out of her yard. Sasuke left out the part about him choking the poor girl. He didn't feel like getting one of Naruto's over-righteous lectures. What's so bad about laughing anyway? Naruto suddenly asked. Itachi. Sasuke spat. Naruto's face clouded over. Oh. After he killed the clan, laughing reminded me of when everything was okay. So I stopped. Naruto suddenly understood perfectly. I get it. He stood to leave. I'll make something up to tell Sakura, if you want. Sasuke allowed himself a slight smile. HMPF. Naruto gave a short nod and a smile, then left the apartment. The next day. Naruto stood on Sakura's front steps, staring at the doorknob. He hadn't told Sakura, but the idea of meeting her mother made him nervous. After a few moments he raised his fist and knocked lightly. Just a minute, came Sakura's voice from inside the house. Her face brightened when she saw the identity of her visitor. Hey, Naruto-kun, you're just in time, she said with a smile. Naruto smiled and followed Sakura into the house. As he looked around he noticed that Sakura's mother was a neat freak. Not a single sign that people actually lived in the house existed. The colors of the living room were mostly earth tones, with splashes of color here and there in the form of flowers and vases. If it weren't for the photos on the walls he would have thought it was a display house. He shuddered. This is creepy. Mom, Naruto's here, Sakura called out. A voice replied from upstairs. Be right down. Following her voice, Mrs. Haruno appeared, wearing a medium blue kimono. Her auburn hair was in a bun with hair sticks run through it. Sakura's eye twitched. Mom, what are you wearing? She whispered sharply once her mother had reached her position. Mrs. Haruno bent over and whispered to her daughter out of the side of her mouth. You don't make an important apology in casual clothes. Sakura's sweat dropped. Right, Naruto-kun, my mom, Naruto-kun. Mrs. Haruno beamed brightly at Naruto. Welcome, Naruto-sama, she said with a low bow. Sama, Naruto asked with confusion. Well, you're the son of the Hokage, Mrs. Haruno explained. Naruto's face darkened. Oh, I get it. He looked at Sakura. I'll see you at mission assignments tomorrow, he said as he began to leave. Naruto-sama, what's wrong? Mrs. Haruno asked. Naruto sighed. First of all, it's kun, and second, I don't like fakes, he said sadly. What? Mrs. Haruno said with a confused frown. You're just being nice to me because I'm the Godaime's son. Mrs. Haruno's face softened and had a touch of sadness to it. Naruto, Sakura said sharply. Mrs. Haruno looked at her daughter. No, Sakura, it's alright. I don't blame him for thinking that. She turned back to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I invited you to dinner because I truly am sorry for the past, your being the Hokage's son has nothing to do with it. I only used, Sama, because I thought it was proper. She bowed a second time. Please forgive me. Naruto didn't bother to hide his surprise and after a moment, he smiled. It's okay. I guess I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Mrs. Haruno stood straight. Well then, shall we get started? Naruto nodded. NHM. Sakura, would you please set the table for me? Sure, Sakura said with a smile. Naruto-kun, from what Sakura tells me, you are a fine young man who cares very much about the people close to you. I wish I had taken the time to face my fears and see it for myself before now. I'm ashamed and, I'm sorry. Tears brimmed Mrs. Haruno's eyes. So very sorry, she said as she hugged him warmly. Naruto hugged her back. Thank you. You really have no idea how much that means to me. Mrs. Haruno released him from the hug, wiped her yes, and smiled brightly. Now, come into the dining room. I have a surprise for you, she said with a wink. Naruto followed her and when his eyes rested on the table they widened to their full capacity. No less than 5 kinds of ramen were spread out in front of him. In other, smaller bowls, were several kinds of add-ins, including Naruto. Mrs. Haruno smiled warmly at her guest's expression. Have a seat. Naruto quickly obeyed. Itadakimasu, he shouted as he began serving himself. Sakura and her mother giggled and took their seats. Naruto placed his empty bowl in front of the serving dishes and began to fill it again. Mrs. Haruno's eyes widened in surprise. Does this child ever eat? Sakura giggled at her mother's expression. She knew exactly what she was thinking. He eats like that all the time, Mom. Mrs. Haruno shot her daughter a look of utter disbelief. How exactly is he not a blimp? Sakura looked thoughtful as she pondered her mother's question. It probably has something to do with the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto paused in the middle of his eating. It was odd to hear people talk about the Kyuubi so casually in front of him. I thought the Kyuubi was dead. Mrs. Haruno asked. He is, but he left behind some of his chakra, Sakura explained. Ah, I see. Naruto-kun, we've rented a movie, would you like to stay and watch it with us? Mrs. Haruno asked. Naruto slurped up the last of the noodles he had paused on. Thanks, but I told Hina-chan we'd take a walk later. Hina-chan, you mean Hyuga Hinata? Naruto nodded. How did you get that stuffy Hiyashi to let you date his daughter? Mrs. Haruno asked with a slight giggle. Naruto grinned. I didn't. Bah, Ka-san told him to leave us alone. Mrs. Haruno burst out laughing. It's about time someone put that snob in his place. Now Naruto laughed. Your friend's mother is certainly a healthy female, isn't she? Kyuubi suddenly said in a voice dripping with lust. Naruto promptly choked on the bite of ramen he was eating. Sakura stood and began patting his back. Naruto-kun, are you alright? When he finished coughing, Naruto held up a finger. Yeah, can you excuse me a minute? Mrs. Haruno blinked. Certainly. As soon as Naruto thought he was out of earshot, his face became angry. That is Sakura's mom, you disgusting kitsune. Kyuubi audibly smirked. When a kitsune is in heat, boy, a female is a female. As long as mating is possible, we don't care. Wait, how the hell would it be possible for you to do that with a human? It's not. But anything you do while I'm here, I feel. Naruto's eyes shot wide and he nearly threw up. How can you think like that? Like I said, brat, I'm in heat. Well, you can just deal without Baka Kitsune. I'm not doing that until I'm 16, Naruto spat. Hey, you can always resort to your usual tactics. What do you mean, my usual? Naruto suddenly felt sick to his stomach and his face paled. You mean, every time you. Kyuubi smirked. Yup. Naruto was instantly on his knees, throwing up. Sakura and her mother burst in from the dining room. Naruto-kun, Sakura yelled. I'm sorry, about the mess, Naruto said weakly. Never mind that. Are you okay? Sakura asked. It wasn't my cooking, was it? Mrs. Haruno asked with worry in her voice. Naruto shook his head. No, if you can get me some supplies, I can clean this up. Don't you even think about it, young man. You go straight home and get some rest, Mrs. Haruno replied with a stern tone. Naruto smiled and stood up. Thank you. Can I use your bathroom? Sure. It's down past the dining room on the right, Sakura replied. Thanks. As Naruto walked home, he was lucky no one was on the road to witness the very strange sight of him cursing, out loud, to no one. Do you have any fucking idea how grossed out I am right now? Kyuubi laughed. Not my problem, brat. But if you want to spend the remaining 6 days I have here bitching about it, then that's fine with me. Naruto growled. I thought you came here to help me. Why the hell are you being such an asshole? Kyuubi laughed. Because I am an asshole, brat, get used to it. I ain't gonna turn into frickin' fluffy bunny just because I respect you. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned around to find Hinata standing behind him. Hina-chan. Why? You went past my house. Weren't we supposed to take a walk? Hinata asked, tentatively. Oh, right, sorry, Hina-chan, I guess I got caught up in my thoughts. Is that why you were yelling like that? Hinata asked as she looked at the ground. Naruto turned red and waved his hands in front of him. No, I was yelling at Kyuubi. Oh, about what? Naruto's blush became a brilliant shade of crimson. Nothing you need to worry about. So, this your mate? Kyuubi asked casually. Naruto's eyes widened. Shut up, he whispered harshly through the side of his mouth. Naruto-kun. Sorry, he just won't shut up, Naruto replied with a nervous laugh. We should get going. It's getting late, Hinata pointed out. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he took her arm and the two began to walk. Hinata fell back to the grass, gasping for breath. They had been training for an hour now, but she still hadn't managed to hit him once. I just can't do it, Naruto-kun. Naruto sat down next to her. Yes you can, just concentrate. She's afraid of hurting you. What? Naruto asked. You can just think your words to me, you know, Kyuubi said in an amused tone. Oh. If you watch her moves carefully, whenever she's about to make a serious contact blow, she backs off. Are you sure? Completely. Naruto-kun. Sorry. Naruto paused. You know, you don't have to worry about hurting me. Hinata's eyes widened a bit, then softened. I'm pretty tough, you know, Naruto said, punching his own chest. I know, it's just no. No please. Hinata begged Naruto's lifeless form. I've almost seen you die so many times, in the last few months. Naruto frowned at the tears pricking at the corners of Hinata's eyes. Hey, he said as he gently lifted her chin. I'm not going anywhere. He smiled. That's a promise. I think I'm going to vomit, Kyuubi complained. Naruto ignored him. Hey, I noticed you haven't been going to the lessons with Ka-san lately. I decided to stop taking them. It was too hard for me to keep up with Sakura. I thought you were doing great, Naruto replied sadly. You don't understand. Sakura has the most amazing chakra control I've ever seen. Even Kurenai-sensei would have trouble staying at her pace, Hinata said, matter-of-factly. Really? NHM. But I still want to try something else. I just haven't picked anything yet. You'll find something. I'm sure of it. Hinata looked up at that $1,000,000 smile of his and couldn't help but reply with one of her own. Yes. Can we try again? No holding back. Naruto grinned. You got it. They stood up and slipped into their respective stances. Jiraiya sighed for what seemed like the 10th time, and it was beginning to get on Tsunade's nerves. Well, she asked curtly while tapping her foot on the floor of her home office. The only solution I have is one I really don't like. Jiraiya got up from the chair he'd been sitting in and walked over to stare out the window. It would involve taking him with me. Tsunade was a bit startled. For how long? Considering his learning curve, about 6 months, Jiraiya answered as he turned around towards Tsunade again. Tsunade folded her arms. I don't know that I like the idea of him being around your perverted mind for that long. Jiraiya chuckled. Trust me, Su-chan. Tsunade winced at his childhood nickname for her. If anything, he keeps me from doing my research at every turn. Don't call me Su-chan. How many times do I have to tell you that? Tsunade said with a threatening fist. She sighed and regained her composure. All kidding aside, I think your idea may be our best option right now. I just don't like the idea of making him leave Hinata for that long. He'll be fine, Jiraiya said with a reassuring smile. His smile took on an impish cast. So, now that that's settled, he sidled up to her and wiggled his eyebrows. Care to join me for some sake? Tsunade knew exactly what he meant by that offer, and she didn't appreciate it one bit. You disgusting pervert. With that last word, Jiraiya sailed out of the office window from one of her massive punches. He hit the ground, rolled onto his back, stared up at the sky and sighed. Whoever said love hurts wasn't kidding. After a few moments of waiting for the ability to move again, he got to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and patted the dirt from his clothing. Well, guess I better go find my brat of a trainee. Chapter 36. Hinata sat in the main parlor of her home, waiting for her father. He didn't ask to speak to her in private often, and whenever he did, it was about something upsetting. Hiyashi walked in and she sat stock straight. Ohio, Otusan, she said with a polite bow. Without a word, Hiyashi sat down on the pillow opposite Hinata. After a few moments of watching his child fidget with her hands, he sighed heavily. Hinata, I have recently received a rather disturbing report from a member of the house staff, he said sternly. Hinata felt her chest tighten with nervousness. Report. Yes. They said you've been hiding something from me. You were seen putting on a wig, Hiyashi said as his eyes narrowed. Hinata swallowed. Hinata, is this true? Hiyashi asked as he tapped one finger on his knee. Hinata looked down. Hi, Otusan. Take it off, Hiyashi commanded, now. Hinata timidly nodded and removed the pins from her wig before sliding it off. Her hair fell to her shoulders in thick, blue-black ripples. Her heart pounded painfully in her chest as she stared at the floor, waiting for the venomous chastising to begin. When it never came, she chanced a glance upward. What she saw made her jaw drop in shock. There were tears in her father's eyes. Oh, Otusan. You look just like her, Hiyashi said with a shaking voice. Her? Hinata asked quietly. Your mother, Hiyashi said as he closed his eyes. Hinata's eyes widened. I look like Okazen. Is that why you didn't want me to grow my hair? Hiyashi sucked in a deep breath. Yes. In fact, from the day you were born, I knew that you would be her twin. He was silent for a moment as he chose his next words. At first, I was happy, but after she died. Hiyashi swallowed. ... I could barely stand to look at you. Tears began to flow from Hinata's eyes. I see. So, I made you cut your hair. Although the pain has lessened in recent years, I knew if you grew your hair long, it would resurface again. However, the result is, apparently, not what I expected. Silence. What I am feeling, he shifted a bit in his seat. He wasn't used to speaking with anyone that way and it made him uncomfortable. Is not the pain I feared, it is pride, Hiyashi finished with a small smile. Hinata's eyes suddenly held hope. Really? Hiyashi nodded. Pride that my daughter is just as beautiful as her mother. Otu-san. Thank you so much. Hinata chirped as she hugged her father tightly. Hiyashi was so surprised that his quiet, reserved, and abnormally shy child would do something so bold that, for a moment, his arms stayed at his sides. When he heard the small sobs coming from her, he embraced her gently. I'm sorry, Hinata. I should have shown pride in you long ago. After a while, Hiyashi cleared his throat, and father and daughter parted. I do have something else I would like to speak to you about, though. Hinata resumed her place on the floor pillow she had occupied earlier. Something else. Naruto. Hinata was suddenly a bit nervous again. Oh. I would like to know what you see in such a boy, Hiyashi answered plainly. Even through her nerves, a blush crept over Hinata's cheeks. I've liked him for a long time. So many people don't take the time to see what's inside him. Go on, Hiyashi said as he folded his arms. He has a good heart, he's caring, sweet, and he always does his best. That's what I admire about him the most. He never gives up. No matter what anyone thinks of him or how bad things get, he keeps on trying. Hinata's voice became a bit quiet. In fact, before he graduated, he tried so hard that he pretended to smile all the time, Hinata said sadly. Pretended? You mean all of his idiotic grins were fake? Hinata shook her head. Not all of them, but mostly. I wanted so much to talk to him, but I didn't know how. Now that he has friends and family, most of his smiles are real. I want to be there to see all those smiles, Otu-san. Please, don't take me away from him, she said as she threw herself into a very low bow. Hiyashi sighed and closed his eyes in thought for a few moments. All right. Hinata looked up from her bow with disbelief and hope. I will allow you to see him, for now. But I want to speak to him sometime in the near future. I still consider him rude, loud, and uncivilized. It will take much before I will change that opinion. Hinata decided 2 hugs in one day might be pushing it, so instead she opted for another bow. Thank you, Otu-san. I promise you will not regret it. We shall see. Hiyashi rose from his seat. I have a few matters to attend to. I will see you at dinner. Hi. Hiyashi began to walk away. Otu-san. Yes. I love you, Hinata said in a small voice. Hiyashi said nothing in return, but he did smile and nod. Hinata knew that was the best, I love you too, he could manage, so it made her happy. As Hinata stepped outside the room she noticed Hanabi standing there with a contemplative look on her small face. Hanabi-chan. Hanabi cocked her head to one side, as if sizing up the older girl. So, father has accepted you. Hinata made an attempt at a smile. Yes, at least a little. A smile slowly crept its way onto Hanabi's usually stolid face. She reached up and placed a comforting hand on Hinata's shoulder. Good, then perhaps I won't have to act like the older sister anymore, she said before turning and walking away. Hinata smiled as she watched her sister go. Things were finally turning around. Suddenly, being the future clan head didn't seem so daunting. Seriously, brat, you're both healthy humans, and the same age. She would give you strong pups. Why don't you take her? Naruto sat in meditation in front of Kyuubi's cage, wondering why the hell he couldn't seem to find a teacher who wasn't vying for pervert of the year. Because we're only 14, that's why. He snapped. The great fox rolled his eyes. You humans and your society rules. We kitsune mate as soon as we are sexually mature. Naruto gritted his teeth. I'm also not married. Another one of your human idiosyncrasies. For kitsune to be promised to each other we have only to become mates. Will you drop it already? Fine, but you have no idea what you are denying yourself. Hey, I know what I'm denying you, Naruto answered with a knowing leer. Kyuubi growled and laid down in a huff. Damn it, you broke my concentration, Naruto complained after trying to resume his meditation. I don't think this technique is helping you, Kyuubi stated as he got to his feet. There is something else I want you to work on anyway. What? Your ability, or lack thereof, to think well outside of a battle situation, Kyuubi said with a bemused smile. Hey, Naruto shouted. Understand that I think of you as quite intelligent. You are simply socially unpracticed. Not to mention that you are used to blocking things out in order to keep your sanity. What do you mean? I mean the constant taunting from the adults of your pathetic village, and later, from the children. You've worked hard at perfecting your ability to ignore emotional pain. And although I've noticed you've relaxed a lot since your graduation, very often you still subconsciously ignore about half of what people are saying, hence your inability to know what they were trying to say. Naruto's face broke into a huge grin. What are you talking about? I'm fine, he said with a chuckle. For the first time since Naruto had begun speaking with the Kyuubi, the giant fox's face wore a look of genuine pity. You can't lie to me, kid. I've seen your memories. Naruto's expression made a complete 180. My memories are none of your business, he growled. We occupied the same body for 13.5 years. I'm more than entitled, Kyuubi answered simply. Naruto's glare could have turned someone to stone. I'm going. He concentrated, and began to fade. This only proves my point, kid. Out of curiosity, Naruto re-solidified. What point? He spat. One mention of your older memories and you are prepared to block me out. I'm blocking you out because you looked at my memories without my permission. Naruto yelled. You didn't get this angry with that pink-haired girl. She is my friend and was only in here because she was worried about me. You're just nosy. No, I looked because I had to know what I was dealing with, how to help you. You need to face these memories or one day you will self-destruct. They can stay as far in my brain as I can stuff them, Naruto retorted. Kyuubi sighed. I doubt you'll forgive me for this, but since I don't think I can stay much longer it doesn't matter much. He closed his eyes for a moment and the scenery around them began to ripple. What are you doing? Naruto asked with a nervous look as he instinctively took a step backwards. There was a sound that was an odd cross between a crack and a pop just before everything disappeared. Before Naruto had a chance to adjust to the black nothingness, he heard a rapid banging sound as 9 doors came from all directions, 8 landing across from each other, creating a short hallway with the 9th door capping end. Kyuubi opened his eyes. I've managed to find the doors with the worst memories. Yeah, and you can go through them yourself. Naruto said as he attempted to leave. Nothing happened. Shock and mild panic shone on his face. I've blocked you from leaving. You won't be going anywhere until you face them. You son of a bitch. Kyuubi shook his head. Insulting me will get you nowhere. Naruto sat down. I'll just sit here till you leave. I can last without eating for a day. I'm certain you can, but can you handle being buried alive? Naruto's eyes widened a bit. What do you mean? In order to keep you from returning to your conscious mind, I had to put you in a near-death state. If someone finds your body, they'll think you've died. I know I don't have to tell you what would happen next. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. He knew he wouldn't be fighting his way out of this one. After a moment his face softened and his shoulders slumped. Please, he asked softly, don't make me see these. Kyuubi truly felt pity for the boy, but he had no choice. I'm sorry, kid, but this is necessary. Naruto's face scrunched up in anger, frustration, and a little bit of fear. He turned toward the doors. There were only 9, but to him it seemed like the longest hallway in existence. Slowly, he walked over to the front door on the right. His fingers trembled a little as he held them over the knob, but he grasped it firmly, turned it, and stepped through. Good luck, brat. Naruto blinked rapidly as the light around him slowly faded. He recognized the room he was in immediately. It was the orphanage where he had spent the first 3.5 years of his life. After a moment, he noticed a small boy sitting on the bed at the far end of the room. He walked over to him and swallowed. So, you're me, huh? The child didn't respond. You can't hear me, can you? Silence was the confirmation. Footsteps sounds from the hallway and a woman in her mid-20s poked her head into the room. Naruto-chan, you'd better hurry on to lunch. The boy on the bedside and stayed where he was. You don't want Miyu-san to hit you again, do you? Naruto-chan shook his head fervently. The woman smiled and held out her hand. Come on then, I'll walk with you. Naruto-chan hopped off the bed and left with the woman. Naruto smiled at the memory, but it quickly faded when he remembered what happened next. So, this is that day. He sighed heavily and followed himself and the woman down the hall. Not far into their walk, the trio was stopped short by a tall woman with black hair, tied up in a bun. Her clothes were completely devoid of cheer. Nothing but dull, grayish tones and sharp lines. So, late again, are we? She said with a glare at Naruto-chan. Naruto-chan hid himself behind his friend's legs. Gee, Gomen, he peeped. Haruka-san, you tend to your duties, I will take Naruto-chan to lunch, the older woman said with a smile that would have made Itachi run for his life. Haruka glanced backward nervously at Naruto-chan. It's no problem, Kikyo-san. I don't mind taking him. Kikyo glared at Haruka. She knew what she was trying to do. Do as you are told, she said with a voice that meant there was no way Haruka would win this battle of wills. Yes, Kikyo-san. Naruto-chan's eyes went wide with panic. Don't leave me, Haruka-ne-san. He cried as he attached himself to Haruka's leg. Haruka bit her lower lip. I don't have a choice, Naruto-chan. Just, be silent, and maybe she won't do anything mean, she whispered. She hugged Naruto quickly and pried him off her leg, running off down the hall before he had a chance to reattach himself. Naruto-chan's eyes showed that he was fighting back tears as he took Kikyo's outstretched hand. Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. He knew what was coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. They came to the top of a long flight of stairs and started to walk down. Naruto-chan made sure to keep his mouth tightly closed. He didn't want to risk a beating. Suddenly, his lower shins hit something, and he went tumbling down the stairs. He hit the floor with a horrible cracking sound. Kikyo pulled back the leg she had used to trip him and watched the blood slowly leak out of the back of Naruto-chan's head for a moment, before putting on a mask of fear. "Somebody, help," she screamed with her best performance. At that second, Haruka came tearing down the hall. "Naruto-chan." Kikyo started down the stairs as soon as she saw Haruka. "Hurry, Haruka-san, he's hurt," she said with practiced tears. The sad eyes of her boss didn't fool Haruka for a second. She knew exactly what had happened. "Naruto-chan," she cried. The boy groaned in pain as she inspected the back of his head. There was a fairly large crack, but she couldn't tell if it went into his skull. "Go get a medical team." She gave Kikyo a look that made her thoughts very clear. "Now," she screamed. Kikyo nodded and ran off. Haruka was cradling Naruto-chan in her arms. She held a section ripped from her uniform to his wound, but the blood was quickly soaking through. "Why didn't I listen to you? I'm so sorry, Naruto-chan." At that moment, the scene before Naruto froze. His younger self had blacked out and heard no more of what was going on around him, so his mind had nothing to extrapolate from. He allowed himself a small smile. He'd forgotten how kind Haruka had been. In fact, it was her kindness that had acted as a safety net for his heart. It was also not long after that incident that she had finally gone to the third, and told him of Kikyo's cruelty. 4 days after that, he was given a room at the Hokage Tower. He didn't get to see the third much, and the genin and chunin that were told to look after him weren't very kind, but at least he hadn't had to fear for his safety any longer. "Thank you," Naruto said to the image as it faded away. "Welcome back." Naruto looked behind him to find Kyuubi. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Better get to the next one. I don't know how long you have." Naruto nodded numbly and reached for the next doorknob. 6 doors later, Naruto was getting tired. He sat on the floor of the hallway, breathing slowly. "Come on, brat. You only have 2 more to go," Kyuubi gently prodded. Naruto sighed and got to his feet. "Fine." He opened the next door and was surrounded in the now familiar white light. Naruto's heart was beating like a jackhammer. Only 1 more door till the last, and he had a feeling that last door would hold something so awful that he had managed to block it out completely. He was not looking forward to seeing it. But, for now, he dealt with the present. He saw his 8-year-old self walking home. This was a day he remembered clearly. It was the first day at his new apartment. He remembered how proud of himself he had been, that the Hokage had allowed him to live alone at that age. Granted, someone checked up on him a few times through the day, and he spent his lunches with the third, but it was still exciting. He followed himself to the apartment and gritted his teeth. This was also the day he had learned that a lot more people hated him than he'd realized. Across young Naruto's door, "Monster," had been spray-painted in a horribly accurate blood red. The door was intact, but someone had picked the lock because it hung open a crack. A horrified look came across the young boy's face as he bolted inside the apartment. Who could have done this? Were his belongings intact? The bag he'd been carrying his academy books in fell to the floor as he took in the scene in front of him. Everything was in ruins. There wasn't a thing in his home that hadn't been broken or vandalized. His dinner table was cracked in half, his clothes were scattered everywhere and ripped, all of his mangas had the pages torn out, and the only gift he'd ever gotten, a set of orange ramen bowls the Hokage had gotten him as a housewarming present, was smashed into hundreds of pieces. He suddenly noticed a somewhat clear spot on the floor and flipped the light switch to see why. His eyes went wide at the message that had been spelled out on the floor with the remnants of his kitchen chairs. "Die." The poor child dropped to his knees and cried loudly, then the scene faded away. Naruto swallowed as he gripped the handle of the final door. There were no other really bad memories he could recall, and that made him nervous. He let out a deep breath, and walked through. For the first time since he had begun this odd journey, Naruto had no idea where he was. His 9-year-old self was walking along in front of him. It was dark, lots of trees, a dirt path, a small house about 100 feet away. Oh right, Haruka-ne-chan's place. Wait, when did I come back here? I never saw her after the third came to pick me up. And yet, as Naruto watched himself walk, he felt as though something was telling him to run away as fast as he could and never look back. Suddenly, 3 shadows came out of nowhere and descended on the younger Naruto. Naruto could do nothing but watch as the boy screamed while being hit over and over. Finally, a 4th shadow appeared. It bent over and lit a match, which in turn, lit a lantern. The lantern was placed on a rock and the eerily underlit face of Kikyo was instantly recognizable. Kikyo. I've been waiting for this. Kikyo said in a dangerous tone. Waited for the right moment to strike. 4, 5, long years, she yelled as she accentuated each word with a neck-whipping close-fisted slap to his face. You little piece of trash. My life was ruined because of you. She punched him hard in the gut. He doubled over and spat out blood. I was fired, lost my license, and for what? To protect someone not worth spitting on. She kicked him in the shoulder. Her helpers held young Naruto down as Kikyo picked up a large rock and held it over his head. Your worthless existence ends here, monster. She yelled. She heaved the rock forward. Young Naruto squeezed his eyes shut in preparation for the pain. No. Haruka came running out of the woods and jumped in front of the rock, using her body to shield the boy. The rock fell to the side and her limp body fell heavily over his. Haruka-ne-san, Naruto screamed. Now he remembered this. All of it. He wished with all his heart for it to be blocked again, but it was not to be. Haruka, Kikyo shrieked. She gritted her teeth. She still wanted to do away with Naruto, but she knew being caught killing someone who was not the demon would be extremely bad. Let's get out of here. We'll take care of him later. The attackers once again became shadows and the scene vanished. Naruto didn't bother to leave right away. He fell to his knees and cried in the cold, still darkness. Naruto paused in front of the green sliding door. He adjusted his grip on the flowers he was holding and walked into a hospital room. A woman of about 35 years of age lay on the bed. Her long, red hair was spread out around her head on the pillow. Naruto swallowed. He walked forward and placed the flowers into the dry vase on her bedside table and filled it with water from the sink. He placed his hand on hers. As he watched her sleep, tears slowly rolled down his face. I'm sorry I forgot about you. I'll never do it again. I'll bring you flowers every week, until you wake up. He released her hand. Thank you, Haruka-ne-san. Naruto walked away, turning and giving her one final smile, before going out the door. Chapter 37. Naruto's body lay in a small clearing near the training fields as he said goodbye to the Kyuubi. So, I just wanted to say, thanks. I guess you're not such a bad guy after all, he said with small smile. Kyuubi gave Naruto an incredulous look. Of course I'm a bad guy. Haven't you been paying attention? Just because I've decided one of you isn't a waste of skin, doesn't mean I wouldn't kill other humans in a heartbeat. Naruto's expression turned sour. HMPF, isn't it time you left? He said as he folded his arms. Kyuubi smirked. Good luck. His body began to disappear. Naruto. He finished as he vanished completely. Naruto sighed. I guess that's that, he said as he stared at the once again empty cage. He suddenly heard Hinata's voice. Naruto-kun, can you hear me? Naruto's eyes blinked rapidly as his consciousness settled itself back into his waking mind. He looked up at his girlfriend. Yup, I heard ya. I was just saying goodbye to that stupid fox, he said as he sat up. Oh, are you going to miss him? Hinata asked politely. Hell no, that fox is so perverted, he makes Ero-sennin look like a saint. Naruto said in disgust. Hinata's eyes widened and she blushed. I see. So, what's up? Naruto asked with a smile. Hinata was quiet for a moment. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I wanted to show you something. Naruto cocked his head to one side. But first, I wanted to ask you if you like long hair, on girls. Naruto chuckled. I don't think there's a guy alive who doesn't. Okay, Hinata said quietly as she reached up to her hair. Very slowly, she took out the pins from her wig. She swallowed, and slid it off. As her hair fell downward, Naruto looked on in awe. Hinata put the wig on the ground and waited for a reaction. Naruto couldn't hear much over the sound of the blood pounding in his ears. Wow. Why? You like it. You look amazing, Naruto breathed. A wide smile blazed across Hinata's face and she threw her arms around him. Naruto, came Jiraiya's voice from the other side of the field. Hinata and Naruto broke apart. Can't you ever respect my privacy? Naruto yelled. Sorry, but I have something important to talk to you about, Jiraiya informed the couple as he sat down on the grass alongside them. Important, Naruto repeated. It's about your Niji chakra. Tsunade thinks it's too dangerous for you to practice controlling it while you're still in Konoha. She's asked me to take you somewhere else to train. What? How long? Naruto said loudly. 6 months, and there's no getting out of it either, Jiraiya warned when he saw a defiant look enter Naruto's eyes. Naruto grimaced and looked over at Hinata. He did not like the idea of being apart from her for so long. He noticed she looked like she was about to cry, so he held her. Jiraiya sighed. Just leave you two alone for a while. Naruto, meet me at the gates at 8 tomorrow morning. Naruto nodded and broke the hug. Come on, he said as he knelt and grasped her hand, let's go do something fun before I have to leave. Hinata nodded and stood, and the two young ninja walked off toward town. He had been standing outside the training grounds for about 15 minutes, watching Tenten and trying to decide if he really wanted to talk to her. He'd been avoiding her since their argument 5 days ago. Finally, Sasuke sighed and walked onto the field. Tenten tensed in irritation when she felt Sasuke's chakra in the vicinity. What the hell does he want? Tenten, Sasuke said in an effort to get her attention. Tenten ignored him. Maybe if I don't say anything he'll just get the point and go away, she thought as she tossed another kunai. Sasuke's eye twitched. Is she ignoring me? Tenten, he said a little louder. Tenten sighed angrily. What? She spat as she flung her kunai behind her, hitting the target perfectly. Sasuke arched an eyebrow at the girl's inhuman throwing skill. I came to apologize. Tenten was taken aback by the very idea of Sasuke apologizing, but she kept her composure. Why? Sasuke was confused. What? Tenten took a few steps toward the young Uchiha. I said why? Why are you apologizing? You honestly think I could be your friend after what you did? Sasuke sighed. Probably not, but I thought if there was the smallest chance, I had to give it a try. He looked at the sky. In case you haven't noticed, I can count the amount of real friends I have on 2 fingers, so when I actually make a new friend it's kind of rare. Tenten made a derisive snort. Gee, I wonder why, she said sarcastically. Sasuke frowned. I guess I deserved that. He shrugged. Well, anyway, I just thought it'd be nice to have another friend. But since it seems like that's not going to happen, I'll leave you alone. And with that, he began to walk away. Why did you get so psycho over one little laugh, anyway? Tenten asked suddenly, not wanting him to leave just yet. Sasuke turned around. The only real answer I can give you, is that it reminded me of something very bad from my past. Is it, about your clan? Sasuke's eyes darkened and he turned his head away again. Yeah. Tenten sighed. Well, I know what a private guy you are, so I won't ask for the details. Thanks, Sasuke answered as he began walking. Wait a sec, Tenten said. Sasuke turned around. Maybe I can give it a shot. Everybody deserves a second chance, right? Sasuke closed his eyes for a second and gave the tiniest hint of a smile. Right. Care for a kunai throwing match? Tenten asked with a grin. Sure, Sasuke answered. So, where should we go? Naruto asked Hinata as they strolled down the main street. How about dinner? Nah, I wanna do something special. Naruto suddenly snapped his fingers. I got it. And before she could say a word, he grabbed Hinata's wrist and pulled her toward the other side of the village. Why are we at your house? Hinata asked. Naruto smiled. Just trust me. Stay here. I'll be back in a sec, he said before dashing inside. Nabiki looked up as Naruto ran past her on the stairs. Naruto-kun. Oh good. I was hoping you'd be home. Do you have a bathing suit that would fit Hina-chan? Nabiki's face twisted in concentration for a moment. Yeah, I think I do. Why? Remember that cave you showed me last week? A grin of understanding spread across Nabiki's face. Ooh, she'll love that. I'll go get the suit. Meet me at the front door. Naruto chirped before continuing onto his room. Naruto thundered down the stairs and into the kitchen, filling a backpack with snacks before running back to the living room. Nabiki stood there, holding a violet, one-piece bathing suit. She held it out for him to take. Here ya go, and behave yourself, she said with a wink. Naruto turned scarlet and glared at Nabiki. Why does everyone think I? Oh never mind, he said, taking the suit and stuffing it into his backpack. Get outta here, Nabiki said with a chuckle and a playful slap on his back. Hinata's face gained a quizzical expression when she saw the backpack her boyfriend was carrying. What's in there? Naruto patted the side of the backpack. You'll see, it's for where we're going. Come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into the forest. After a few minutes of leaping through the trees, Naruto and Hinata landed on the forest floor and began walking. Will it take long to get there? Hinata asked. Naruto interlaced his fingers with hers. Nope, should only be another 5 minutes. A tingle went up Hinata's spine as she smiled at the wonderful warmth of Naruto's hand. The couple came up to a thicket of bushes and Naruto began to lead Hinata through the thinner spots. Can't we go over these? Hinata asked as she eyed the tree branches, hoping for an easier route. Nope, you have to go through these to get where we're going. Naruto pushed another branch out of his face. Ya know, this'll probably sound kinda dumb, but I just realized how perfectly our hands fit together, he said as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. It's nice. Hinata blushed. Think so too. Naruto smiled and they came up to a concealed cave mouth. It's in here. Watch your step, he said as he took out a flashlight. As they walked, Hinata wondered just what Naruto had planned. The cave itself didn't seem very remarkable. Naruto-kun, she began. Wait right there, Naruto interrupted as they stopped at what seemed to be the entrance to a larger cavern. Hinata watched as he vanished into the darkness, the flashlight her only indication of where he was. She could hear the sound of running water and splashes as Naruto stepped. By this point she was very tempted to use Byakugan, but she didn't want to spoil the surprise. Ready, Naruto called out excitedly. NHM, Hinata answered in the direction of the bobbing light. In a very short period of time, a second light began to emerge and she heard rocks scraping together. Suddenly, there was loud crack of rock and a blinding influx of light that temporarily blinded her. When she could finally open her eyes again she gasped. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed in awe. Where once there had been total darkness, there was now a sight that would dazzle just about anyone. It was a huge cavern. Lining the walls and ceiling were gigantic quartz crystals which had all caught the sunlight pouring in through the opening Naruto had made in the wall. The entire area was now lit as bright as day. And, as if that wasn't enough, the water Hinata had heard turned out to be the burbling of around a dozen large hot springs. Naruto didn't even have to ask if Hinata liked it. Instead, he chuckled, opened the backpack, and held out the bathing suit he'd brought for her. I thought you might want this, he said with a grin a mile wide. Hinata looked around her. Why? Yes, but where can I change? She said with a pink tinge to her cheeks. Naruto pointed to a large rock jutting out from the floor near the back of the cavern. Just go behind there. I promise I won't peek, he said with a reassuring smile. Hinata took the suit and hurried over to the rock. How did you find this place? She called out as she began changing her clothes. Nabiki-chan showed it to me a week ago, Naruto replied as he put on his swimming trunks. She said it's the source that feeds the indoor hot spring in my house. Hinata came out from behind the rock. How do I look? She asked nervously. Gee, great, Naruto replied, trying desperately to command his blood to stay inside his nose. He also suddenly felt a bit self-conscious about his own physique, of which there wasn't much to speak of. You look nice too, Hinata said. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Thanks, but I'm still pretty scrawny, he said, making a pathetic attempt at a muscle. He patted his bicep. See, nothing there. Hinata's face suddenly became very serious. She walked over and stood in front of him. That's not the part of you that I'm in love with, she said as she cupped his face in her hand. Naruto smiled, shut his eyes and pressed his cheek into her hand with a sigh. What is it then? He asked softly. He took his face away from her hand and looked at her. Why did you pick me? He shook his head slightly. I'm not very good looking, I'm a loudmouth, I'm dense, Sakura-chan is always telling me I eat like a pig. Sakura-san is an idiot, Hinata suddenly snapped angrily. Naruto blinked rapidly in surprise at Hinata's outburst. What do you? Hinata suddenly looked a little ashamed of herself. Gee, Gomen, but I really don't think she could be very smart. If she was, I would have lost my chance to be your girlfriend a long time ago. You are kind, strong, funny, sweet, handsome, she put careful emphasis on that one, fun, brave, and you never give up. Even before I loved you, I admired you for that. She grabbed his face with both hands. Paige, please, don't ever think I'm wasting my time with you. Hina-chan, Naruto whispered just before leaning down and capturing her lips with his own. As they kissed, he suddenly realized that the thought of being without this kind of moment, without being able to kiss her, hold her, or hear her say she loved him, made him feel like he'd been run though by the Chidori 1,000 times over. Hinata's eyebrows went up a bit at the suddenness with which Naruto had broken the kiss. Naruto-kun, she asked in a concerned voice. Naruto, hands on Hinata's shoulders, stared at her as though seeing her for the first time. I love you, he whispered with realization. Hinata made a small gasp and stared at him. Tears of happy disbelief created small rivers down her face. Sorry I didn't realize it before now, he said, slowly stroking her cheek. I just thought about what it would be like without you, and suddenly, I couldn't breathe. His expression became forlorn and he hugged her tight. I don't wanna go. Tears coated Hinata's cheeks. I don't want you to go either. But we can write, and I'll be here when you get back. Naruto let out a long sigh. I know. It's just not the same though. Hinata gently broke the hug. Come swim with me, I want to have as much fun as we can before you have to leave. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah. They ran to the water's edge and dove in. When he came back to the surface, Naruto jumped into the air with a whoop of joy. Aha! This feels great. Hinata squealed, then giggled as some of the water from Naruto's exuberant display splashed her in the face. Using both hands, she shoved a huge amount of water at her boyfriend. Naruto threw up his hands to deflect the water as it washed over him. Ha! Take this. He clasped his hands together and punched the water sideways. Hinata was knocked completely off her feet. She quickly got up, a determined look on her face. Kaden. Naruto's eyes widened to full capacity as an enormous deluge of water engulfed him. Ah! He yelled as he tried to get away. It was a moment before he came sputtering back up to the surface. No fair, I can't use jutsu right now, he yelled with a pouting smile on his face. Hinata giggled. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I forgot. Suddenly she was drenched by another large splash. A ninja should never be off guard, Hina-chan. Naruto said with a chuckle. Hinata splashed him again, and so they continued their water fight, filling the cavern with the sounds of laughter for the rest of the afternoon. Sakura reached forward and hugged her friend. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Trust in your youth, Naruto-kun. It will not let you down, Lee said with his nice guy pose. Naruto snickered. Sure. See you soon, Ototo, Sasuke said with an approving smirk. NHM, Naruto replied. Don't let him corrupt you, Tsunade said as she jabbed a thumb in Jiraiya's direction. She gave him a large hug. I'll miss you, brat. You too, Ka-san. Tsunade smiled at the rare show of respect. She walked over to Jiraiya and said in a low voice, you take him to even one co-ed bathhouse and I'll cut off the top of your skull and use it as a candy dish. Jiraiya's eyes were wide and the left one twitched as he quickly nodded in agreement. Hinata stepped forward and pulled Naruto into a loving embrace. I love you, she said softly while trying to keep her voice from breaking. Naruto held her tighter. I love you too, he swallowed. I'll be back soon, I promise. Tsunade looked at everyone who had gathered to see Naruto off and jerked her head in the direction of the village, indicating she wanted to give the couple some time alone. Naruto and Hinata kissed for a long while. When they parted, Naruto drew in a shaky breath. I have to go. Hinata sighed. I know. Please, be safe, Hinata requested, concern clouding her features. Hey, come on, I'm indestructible, Naruto said with a wide grin. Hinata allowed herself a small smile. See you soon. Naruto gave her one more quick kiss. You bet. Hinata watched as the boy she loved slowly disappeared from view and a single tear rolled down her face. She stared at the morning sky. Please, protect him. Naruto's heart was heavy as he took one last look at his home and the girl he loved. Soon, Hina-chan. It's the promise of a lifetime. End Book 1. Book 2. Chapter 1. Hinata sighed as she stared at the picture on her nightstand. It was of her and Naruto in front of his house. It had become a ritual of sorts for her to say, good morning, and good night, to this picture. She missed him terribly. To have waited for him for so long and have him whisked away so soon after becoming a couple had been extremely hard on her. Please come home soon, she mentally begged the smiling image. She rolled over and fell into a restless sleep. Hinata nearly jumped out of her skin when Sakura burst through her bedroom door at 8 in the morning. She stared at the out-of-breath girl with wide eyes, having paused in the middle of brushing her hair for the day. Sakura-chan, what's wrong? Sakura had a grin on her face a mile wide. He's back, she said happily. Hinata instantly knew what Sakura meant and was out the door before Sakura had had time to register that the Hyuga heiress was no longer in the room. Sakura laughed loudly once she had gotten over the shock and followed her friend out to the gates. Hinata stood on her tiptoes as she anxiously watched the horizon line. After about 5 minutes she spotted the fuzzy outlines of 2 men through the morning mist, but she frowned. Neither of them was short enough to be Naruto. She sighed. It looked like she still had some waiting to do, but then she noticed one of the men had spiky, yellow hair, and her jaw dropped. As Jiraiya and Naruto came closer and emerged from the mist, she saw that the once short Naruto had grown, by a little over 4 inches. As soon as Naruto walked through the gate, he noticed a slack-jawed Hinata staring at him from the front of the crowd. He laughed nervously as he stepped in front of her. Hey, Hina-chan, I kinda grew, he said as he scratched the back of his neck. Hinata dumbly nodded. Hina-chan. Hinata suddenly woke from her daze and threw her arms around his neck. Naruto-kun, she squealed. Naruto let out a short breath that sounded like the start of a laugh. Hey, Hina-chan, he said softly as he held her and closed his eyes in contentment. I missed you, he whispered. I missed you too, Hinata sniffled, so much. Woohoo, Kiba cat called from the small crowd of welcomers. Naruto's eye twitched. Shut up, Baka Inu. He irately yelled. He turned his attention back to Hinata. Even with a group of onlookers, he couldn't resist capturing her mouth in a sweet kiss, ignoring Kiba's increased taunting. Tsunade said in an effort to get some of her son's attention. Naruto laughed. Sorry, Ka-san. He gave her a quick hug and stepped back. I missed all you guys, he said with a wide grin. Hinata, Sakura, Tenten and Ino couldn't stop their hearts from skipping a beat when he flashed that familiar golden smile, which was now enhanced by slightly more manly facial features, not to mention the fact that his body was a lot more sculpted than it had been before he'd left. He didn't look like a bodybuilder by any means, but he was definitely no longer the scrawny boy he'd once been. Lee saw Sakura's expression and gave her a slight nudge in the ribs. When Sakura saw the slightly hurt expression on her boyfriend's face, she smiled in apology. No matter how good-looking Naruto gets, it's you I love. You got that. Lee smiled and nodded, then clasped her hand. Jiraiya put his fingers in his mouth and made a shrill whistle. All right everyone. Once he knew he had their attention, he continued. I'm sure you all want to welcome Naruto home, but we need to speak to Tsunade for a while first. A chorus of muttered agreements was thrown in Jiraiya's direction before the crowd dispersed. Only Hinata remained. Circa, can I go? Jiraiya looked at her in sympathy. I'm sorry, Hinata, but this concerns something that Tsunade should hear first. Hinata sighed. Alright, I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. Naruto kissed her forehead. You got it. After she was gone from sight, his smile fell. When her son turned to her with such a serious face, Tsunade's chest tightened. Something was very wrong. Let's go to my office. We can talk there. Naruto and Jiraiya nodded, and the three headed toward the Hokage Tower. Naruto, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat in complete silence for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Tsunade could take it no longer. So, anyone going to start? The two weary travelers looked at each other. Jiraiya sighed. It's the Niji chakra. Tsunade closed her eyes. He couldn't learn to control it. No, it's not that. He can control it just fine, but… Jiraiya looked at Naruto. It's hurting him. What do you mean, hurting him? Tsunade asked with a concerned glance at her son. He gets tired easily and his stamina is in the toilet. I think we need to find a way to remove the extra chakra colors or he'll be like this for the rest of his life. For the first time since he had arrived home, Tsunade noticed the sallow tone of Naruto's skin and the dark rings under his eyes. Jiraiya must have been disguising his condition with a genjutsu, she thought. Alright, I'll see what I can find in my books. For now though, I'd like you to go home and rest. Naruto smiled weakly. You don't have to tell me twice. And with that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade's eyebrows went up. In the entire time she'd known him, he'd never used that jutsu. She noticed a very quiet Jiraiya nervously chewing on his bottom lip. It was a very odd thing to see someone like him do. There's something else, isn't there? She asked with trepidation. Jiraiya closed his eyes and nodded. I didn't tell the whole truth about Naruto. Even he doesn't know this. I haven't had the heart to tell him, he said as the beginnings of tears formed in his eyes. Jiraiya, what is it? Tsunade asked worriedly. Jiraiya swallowed. Su-chan. Tears made their way slowly down his face. He's dying, Su-chan. Tsunade's eyes flew open to their full capacity. What? She asked in a loud, strangled whisper. The only way I can explain it. Jiraiya paused as he put his hand to his forehead to steady himself, ignoring the stunned sobs coming from Tsunade's direction. It's the Niji chakra. It's too much for his chakra circulatory system. It's slowly wearing it away. In about a month. I think, it'll completely collapse, he finished in a whisper. Liar, came Tsunade's soft, yet defiant reply. Jiraiya looked up at her. Her fists were balled at her sides and tears were streaming down her face. Tsunade. Liar, Tsunade screamed. My son is not dying. Su-chan. Jiraiya began as he reached for her. Tsunade punched him in the face. Get out of my office. Jiraiya hit the wall hard, knocking the wind out of him. He lay there for a moment before sighing sadly, ignoring the pain of his quickly swelling cheek. He closed his eyes, staggered to his feet, and left the room. Now alone, Tsunade watched the door for a moment before collapsing onto her desk in tears. It had been several hours since Naruto had laid his head on his pillow and he had barely slept. His whole body ached. I hate this. I hate feeling so damned weak. He thought angrily. He looked at the clock. 6:30. I should go see Hina-chan. I hope she doesn't mind me being so late. With that, he threw off the covers and began to get dressed. I need a favor of you, Hiyashi, Tsunade stated with great difficulty. Hiyashi cocked an eyebrow. This from the woman who called my family traditions disgusting. Tsunade sighed heavily. Although you have a point, you must understand that I am protective of my son. I'm sure you would have gotten just as upset if someone had insulted Hinata. Hiyashi knew how he would have answered that question before the Chunin exams, a resounding, no. However, things had changed drastically since then, so now he gave the only answer he could. Yes. Silence. What would you ask of me? I need you to take a look at Naruto's chakra circulatory system and tell me if anything seems unusual, Tsunade explained, trying to avoid the information of exactly what she wanted him to look for. Unusual, in Naruto. Hiyashi cleared his throat. Isn't that a blanket statement in his case? Tsunade allowed herself a small smirk. I suppose so. I want you to look at the system itself and see if it's degrading, she finished with a bit of shakiness entering her voice. Why would it be doing that? The Niji chakra. Jiraiya thinks that it may be killing Naruto. Tsunade said as she squeezed her eyes tight in attempt to stop the tears that were threatening to fall. Hiyashi put a curled index finger to his mouth in thought. He sighed. All right, when do you want it done? Tsunade wiped her eyes. In about 10 minutes. He said he was meeting Hinata at Ichiraku for dinner. Hiyashi's eyebrow twitched, but he remained calm. Understood. Hiyashi rose from his seat. I will be back when I have something to report, and with that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. After he was gone, Tsunade stared out the window. Please let Jiraiya be wrong. The clock on the post across the street changed to 7 p.m. and Hiyashi saw Naruto walking up the road. Byakugan. His enhanced eyes widened at what he saw. This is impossible. He pushed his vision further. His chakra veins are twice as wide as they should be. Not only that, but they're falling apart, he thought as he noted the tiny fissures in the veins. Through these fissures, chakra was leaking into places where it shouldn't have been. He should be bedridden with this kind of damage. There must still be some weak auto-healing properties from the Kyuubi's chakra that he isn't aware of. Deciding he'd seen enough, he stood and disappeared. Hinata walked under the flaps at the front of Ichiraku. Naruto noticed and smiled. Hey, Hina-chan. Hinata smiled and sat down. She smiled, that is, until she noticed the paleness of Naruto's complexion and the circles under his eyes. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I just haven't been getting much sleep lately, Naruto said before slurping up some more ramen. Hinata's face wore an unsure frown. Is it alright if I ask what you and Tsunade-sama talked about? Naruto looked down. The Niji chakra's hurting me. Ka-san needs to find a way to get rid of it or I'll be weak my whole life. Oh, Naruto-kun. Hinata bit her lower lip. Is there any way I can help? Naruto frowned in thought. Suddenly his face lit up with inspiration. Can you take a look at my chakra system? Hinata blushed a bit. Sure. She looked at the ramen waiting for her on the counter. Her stomach rumbled. But, after lunch. Naruto chuckled. Sure. Well, Tsunade asked, her throat tightening so badly that she felt like she couldn't breathe. Hiyashi shook his head. I'm sorry. Jiraiya-sama was right. Tsunade's jaw was tightly clenched as she spoke. I see. In fact, I think the only reason he's still alive is that he has somehow awakened the auto-healing properties of the Kyuubi chakra, Hiyashi stated quietly. Thank you, Hiyashi, Tsunade said with a forced even tone to her voice. Hiyashi nodded and left the room. As soon as he shut the door he could hear screams of rage and sadness and the sounds of things being broken. He frowned, shook his head, and walked away. This looks like a good spot, Naruto announced once they had gone into the forest a bit. He spread his arms wide and smiled. Okay, hit me. Hinata nodded and blushed a bit. Hi, Byakugan. The instant Hinata saw the shape Naruto's chakra system was in she wished he hadn't asked her to look. Her eyes went back to their normal state and she stared at him, her mouth agape and her eyes filling with tears. Naruto's heart caught in his throat at seeing his girlfriend's look of absolute horror. Hina-chan. Hinata suddenly dropped to her knees and began crying loudly. Naruto fell down next to her. Hina-chan, what is it? He cried desperately. Hinata could barely speak. Why? She sucked in a tear-filled breath. I think. She buried her face in Naruto's chest and held onto him for dear life. Why you're dying? She cried in despair. Naruto's eyes went wide as dinner plates. He grabbed Hinata's arms and pushed her backward so he could look at her face. What do you mean? He demanded in a shrill voice. Why? Your chakra system's deteriorating. Hinata barely managed to squeeze out of her already heavily taxed lungs. At this revelation Naruto slumped forward to lean onto Hinata. As he began to cry, all of his dreams seemed to be crashing down around his ears. Chapter 2. Hinata and Naruto had not moved for over 15 minutes. After they'd had finished crying, they had remained rooted to that spot, terrified of letting go. It was around this time that Tsunade and Jiraiya had found them. Oh god, Hinata found out, Jiraiya thought, and she's probably told him. Shit, this will make things more difficult. He took a small step towards the couple. Naruto, he said softly. No response. Tsunade bit her lower lip. Naruto, I need to talk to you. Neither teenager moved. Leave me alone, was Naruto's whispered reply. I want to stay here. Tsunade grimaced and tried to control her emotions as she knelt down next to him. I want to try some jutsu, see if I can fix the damage. Jiraiya, Naruto said. Jiraiya winced at hearing Naruto address him as something other than his nickname. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto asked as he slightly tipped his head sideways to look at him. Jiraiya squeezed his eyes shut. I didn't know how, he said as he placed a hand on the blonde boy's shoulder. Naruto closed his eyes. How long do I have? Right now, I don't think more than a month, Jiraiya answered softly. We need to go, Tsunade pleaded. Naruto shook his head almost imperceptibly. Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya, she whispered, take Hinata home. I'll take Naruto. Jiraiya nodded. As a unit, the two stepped forward, each swiftly grabbing their intended targets. The reaction was instantaneous. No, no, Hinata screeched, her arms reaching for Naruto as Jiraiya pulled her backwards. Let me go, damn it. Naruto yelled as he struggled to get free. I'm sorry, Naruto. This is too important, Tsunade said in a pained tone of voice. At least let Hina-chan come with us. Naruto pleaded as he tried to get to the girl in question. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a questioning look. She nodded and they let Naruto and Hinata go. Alright, Tsunade relented. Naruto and Hinata were back in each other's arm in an instant. But let me make something very clear, she gets in the way for even a second and she's going home. Is that understood? She asked sternly. Both teens quickly nodded. Tsunade, seated at a large desk, angrily scratched something out on the notepad in front of her. Damn it, why can't I figure this out? Jiraiya sighed and rose from his seat across the small room. You need a break, Tsunade. You've been at this for 6 hours. Tsunade pushed off the hand her old friend had placed on her shoulder. I'm fine, she said with determination as she continued scribbling down her notes. Tsunade, you won't do Naruto any good if you can't think straight from exhaustion, Jiraiya reasoned. Tsunade closed her eyes and sighed. Alright, but only for an hour. You wake me up any later than that and I'll beat the hell out of you. She stood up and turned off the blue-shaded desk lamp that had been illuminating her work. Jiraiya nervously cleared his throat. Right. Naruto lay in bed in the private hospital ward of his house. Hinata slept in a small cot across from his left side. The room didn't look much different than a regular bedroom. In fact, the only indicators that it was medical in nature were the construction of the bed and the various instruments scattered about. A thin shaft of light broke the darkness of the room as the door opened. Tsunade stepped softly so as not to disturb the sleeping couple. When she reached the bed she stared at her son's sleeping form. Just a short break, Naruto. I'll go right back to work after I clear my head. She reached down and gently stroked his forehead. I won't let you die. I promise, she whispered. The next morning Naruto felt as though his head was about to split open. Just as he had every time he'd felt pain in the last few months, he forced healing chakra to the place that hurt. He wasn't entirely certain of what he was doing, but he had to be doing something right if he was still alive. Ah, the pain's not totally gone. Maybe it's getting too bad for me to fix, he thought glumly. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Naruto allowed himself a small smile. Hey, Hina-chan. Hinata yawned and stretched. What time is it? About 9:30. How'd you sleep? Naruto asked, trying to keep the conversation away from his condition. Hinata smiled. Okay. My neck is a little sore though. Has Tsunade-sama found anything yet? Naruto sighed. So much for keeping the conversation normal. He took off his sleeping cap. No, I don't know what she thinks she can do though. She told me the chakras all mixed together. It is, but I think I've found a way around it, came Tsunade's tired voice from the doorway. The heads of both teens whipped toward the door. How? Naruto demanded. Tsunade sat down on the end of the bed. The different chakras did mix properly, but it's the amount that's out of balance. In 6 months you still haven't managed to use up enough of your chakra to restore that balance. So what do we do? Hinata asked urgently. No problem. Naruto chimed in. I'll just make a bunch of cage bunchins till it's back to normal, he explained, feeling rather pleased with himself. Tsunade shook her head. In your current condition, that would kill you. Naruto frowned and blew an angry puff of air out of his nose. I'm going to teach you Suzu Seisei Genesis Rebirth no Jutsu, Tsunade said with a firm tone. Naruto's eyebrows went up. But won't that hurt me too? It's a gentle technique. Once you've collected enough chakra to the diamond, you can use it to perform a mass healing on yourself. This way you get rid of the excess and repair the damage at the same time. How long will it take? Naruto asked eagerly. Well, in my case it took a few years, but then, I only used the jutsu for a short time each morning. If you work on it for at least 12 hours a day, you should be able to reach capacity within a week. You also may have to do it more than once, depending on just how much excess chakra there is. Naruto smiled widely and lowered his head as he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get too relaxed, Naruto. I'm not 100% sure this will work, Tsunade said with a pained expression. Still, thanks, Ka-san, Naruto said as he gave her a hug. For my son, I could do no less, Tsunade said with conviction. Naruto tried desperately to ignore the pins and needles sensation that was steadily growing in nearly every one of his joints. He sat on his bed, legs crossed, eyes closed and his hands in the tiger seal. He had been working on the Suzu Seisei for just over 3 hours. Although it was driving him crazy, he had actually managed to form a diamond about the size of a grain of sand, which was quite an achievement for someone who'd never used such a jutsu. Suddenly, his concentration was disrupted when he heard yelling outside his window. He frowned and jumped to his feet, which nearly ended with him falling over due to the fact that his legs were a bit numb. He opened his window to find Sakura verbally facing off with a young, female chunin. That's a lie and I am not going to listen to it anymore. Sakura yelled. The chunin glared at her. Fine, I was just telling you what I heard. You believe what you want, she said as she turned on her heel and stormed off. Sakura promptly stuck out her tongue at the retreating back of her opponent. Just then, Naruto came running out of the house. Sakura-chan, he called out with a wave. What was that all about? He asked once he had reached her. Sakura snorted. Just some jerk telling a. She paused in her statement long enough to turn toward the road where the chunin could still be seen as a slowly shrinking speck. Total lie, only to be answered by a rude hand gesture, barely discernible due to the distance. She turned back to Naruto and her voice regained its normal volume level. About you. Naruto's face twisted in confusion. About me? What was she saying? Sakura shook her head in annoyance. She was trying to tell me someone was listening outside Tsunade-sama's office and they heard her say you were dying. She repeated the story in complete disgust. Can you believe? She stopped when she saw the strange look on Naruto's face. Naruto-kun. Naruto gulped. Come on inside for a second, Sakura-chan, he said softly. Sakura's frown deepened. What's wrong? Naruto shook his head almost imperceptibly. Just come on, he repeated as he began walking. Something clicked inside Sakura's head and her breath caught in her throat. She dashed in front of him and grabbed him by the shoulders. It's not true, is it? She asked in panic. Naruto's expression was unreadable. Is it? Sakura repeated in a shrill voice. Naruto simply squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth and lowered his gaze. No. Sakura took the tiniest step backwards. I don't understand. How? She asked as tears welled up in her eyes. Naruto sighed. Come on in the house. I'll explain there. Sakura sat on the couch opposite Naruto, staring at the floor. So, there's a chance you'll be okay? She asked quietly without raising her head. Yeah. Naruto was silent for a moment before continuing. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, I won't go down without a fight, he said with determination. Sakura looked up at him and sniffled. I don't even want there to be a down. Naruto gave his friend a hug and sighed. I know. Do me a favor though. Please don't tell anyone else. Sakura broke the hug and frowned at him. What about Hinata and Sasuke-kun? Hina-chan already knows. Sasuke. He's had enough grief in his life. Naruto-kun, he's your brother. He has a right to know, Sakura said with a firm, yet gentle tone. If it gets to the point where there's no hope, I'll tell him. Sakura tilted her head slightly to one side and squinted at the tiny blue dot on Naruto's forehead. Amazing. You've already gotten it to work. Yeah, I was in the middle of it when I heard you yelling. Naruto gave Sakura a half smile. I better get back to it. Sakura nodded. Okay, I'll go apologize to Kagura. She stood to leave. I'll see you later. Naruto gave her a small smile. You bet. 2 days later, Naruto stared in the mirror at the diamond which was now roughly half the size of his pinky fingernail. He nodded in satisfaction and decided to go out for a walk to stretch his legs. He was tired of being stuck in the house. As he was strolling down the main street of Konoha, he noticed a lot of people looking at him strangely. Is that pity? He thought. Oh, please tell me everybody doesn't know. His suspicions were confirmed, however, when he stopped to pick up some chocolates for Hinata. As he started to hand over his money, the clerk gently pushed it back at him. It's on the house today, sweetie. Her voice and her eyes held the same pity he'd been seeing the entire way there. Naruto gave the kind woman a small smile. Thanks. As he left the shop, Naruto's heart raced in panic. I gotta find Sasuke, fast. He was about to start running when a strong hand came down on his shoulder. He turned around to see Kakashi staring down at him. So, here you are. You have to go home right now. Tsunade-sama is worried sick, Kakashi said in a voice that managed to be disapproving and nonchalant at the same time. Naruto desperately tried to reason with Kakashi. You don't understand. Everyone knows what's going on. I gotta make sure Sasuke doesn't find out. Kakashi's visible eye widened for a second before resuming its normal size. I think you're already too late. Naruto turned around to find his elder brother giving him a glare that could melt glacial ice. Sasuke. Kakashi sighed. I'll give you 20 minutes, after that I'll be back for you. Arigato. Kakashi leapt away. Naruto stood still for only a moment before making a run for the forest. Naruto. Sasuke yelled before giving chase. I can't talk to him about this in front of all those people. He had just broken the civilization forest border when he began to feel his legs giving out on him. He stumbled and rolled down a hillside, landing on his back at the bottom. Sasuke saw Naruto fall and ran faster. Naruto. He leapt to the bottom of the hill in one jump and rushed to Naruto's side. Are you okay? Naruto turned his head toward Sasuke. Ow. Depends on what you mean by okay, he groaned. Sasuke suddenly remembered why he'd been chasing his brother and slugged him in the cheek. When the hell were you gonna tell me? Naruto averted his gaze. Huh. Naruto stayed silent. Or was I gonna find out when they sent me the funeral notice? Still no response. Answer me, goddamn it. Naruto finally found his voice. I didn't want to say anything till I knew for sure. Till you knew for sure that you're dying. Sasuke screamed, gritting his teeth to keep back the tears. No. Till I knew for sure that the cure wouldn't work. Naruto yelled back as he sat up. Cure? Sasuke asked as his anger melted away and was replaced with hope. Naruto nodded. Ka-san taught me Suzu-seisei. He pushed up the hair that had fallen over his forehead. See? Sasuke seemed to relax a little. So, what's the chance of it working? He asked as he sat down and folded his arms on his knees. Pretty good. We'll know in 5 days, Naruto replied softly. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Okay, but if you die on me, I'll kick your sorry ass all over the afterlife. Naruto smirked. Yeah. On day 4 Naruto found he was able to sit for 5 hours without needing to stretch. At least I'll have a lot more patience when this is done, he thought in mild amusement. He heard a knock on his door. Hi. It's me, Naruto-kun. Can I come in? Hinata's voice asked. Naruto smiled. Sure. Hinata opened the door. I brought you Ichiraku for lunch, she said with a smile. Ah, Hina-chan, you're the best. Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed the takeout container. Hinata giggled. How is the jutsu go? She paused when she saw the size of the diamond on Naruto's forehead, which was now the size of an adult thumbnail. Sugoi. You're amazing, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded his thanks since his mouth was stuffed with ramen. Well, it looks like I don't have to call you down to lunch after all, said Tsunade as she stood in the doorway. Naruto swallowed his latest bite and laughed. Yeah, now I don't huh? His sentence was interrupted as his eyes suddenly closed and he fell to the floor. The ramen bowl fell beside him, leaking its contents onto the rug. Naruto, yelled Tsunade as she fell to her knees next to him. Naruto-kun, Hinata squeaked. Both she and Tsunade immediately fired up their healing jutsu, all the while chanting prayers in their heads. Chapter 3, Light. Come on, Naruto, please. Tsunade whispered strongly, her face wet with fresh tears. Hinata didn't speak. She knew if she did, she might lose control of her emotions. Suddenly Naruto took in a huge breath and his eyes wearily opened. What happened? An immensely relieved smile graced Tsunade's face. Don't scare me like that, she chided as she gave him a hug. Once he was released from the hug, Naruto turned his face toward Hinata, who fell onto his chest, sobbing with relief. Tsunade sighed heavily. Alright, we can't wait any longer. Naruto, you're going to have to release the jutsu now. But it's not finished yet, Naruto replied as he gently pushed himself and Hinata up to a semi-sitting position. It doesn't matter, I think we almost lost you a minute ago, Tsunade explained. Naruto was shocked at the look of utter fear in Tsunade's eyes. But you said I had a month. Obviously, we miscalculated, Tsunade said. Okay, Naruto replied. He put his hands in the tiger seal as Hinata moved back a bit to give him room. Suzu Seisei no Jutsu. It was certainly a sight to behold. Hinata had never in her life seen such a beautiful chakra. Naruto-kun. The colors spun in an intricate web around Naruto's body. Not long after, it began to fade and then disappeared altogether, at which point he fell forward a bit. Tsunade and Hinata caught him. He looked up at them with tired eyes. Did it work? Hinata instantly put her hand into her usual seal. Byakugan. She saw the size of the chakra veins had been greatly reduced and most of the cracks in them were gone. After a tense moment, Hinata smiled and tears of joy rolled down her face. It worked, she exclaimed before hugging Naruto tightly. Naruto smiled widely, laughing through his joyful tears. Hinata sniffled. Think he should do it one more time though. There was still some damage. Tsunade nodded. But for now I think he should rest. No kidding, I could sleep for a week, Naruto said with a slight chuckle. He tried to get up but his weakened body simply wouldn't allow it. Tsunade's face broke into a lopsided smile and she picked up her son. Ba-chan. Deal with it, Tsunade replied. She laid him in his bed and pushed some hair out of his face. Get some sleep. I'll be downstairs if you need me. She turned to Hinata. You're welcome to stay for a while if you wish. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, Hinata said with a short, polite bow. Tsunade nodded and then left. As she quietly shut the door she smiled. Thanked Kami-sama. Naruto stared in the mirror at the new diamond on his forehead and sighed. Just one more day and I can get rid of this dumb-looking thing, he complained to no one. He threw on his outfit, for which he'd gotten the cuffs extended after his growth spurt. His pants were fine though, they'd been a little too long to begin with. He checked over his hair. Glad I didn't do the ponytail thing. It's just not me. Once he was finished with his grooming, he went downstairs for breakfast. Ohio, Naruto said as he sat down at the table. Would you like ramen, Naruto-sama? Izumi asked. Naruto yawned. Hi. How long until you finish the jutsu? Tsunade asked. I'm gonna release it tomorrow. Tsunade leaned forward and looked at the diamond. I think you can do it today. Naruto perked up. Really? Yeah, I think it's big enough to take care of the rest of the damage, Tsunade said with an approving smile. Yosh, Naruto happily exclaimed. So, you're okay then? Sasuke asked of the newly, diamond-free, Naruto. Naruto smiled widely. Yeah. Sakura grabbed her blonde-haired friend in a crushing hug. Sasuke sighed in relief. I'm glad. Slightly embarrassed at showing so much emotion in front of Sakura, he added with a smirk, now I don't have to waste my time kicking your ass. Naruto shook his head with a small laugh. Thanks, Ni-san. Lee walked by the trio, then backpedaled till he was next to them again. You guys are going to be late getting your mission, he chided. Oh, thanks, Lee-kun, Sakura said with a warm smile. She put a friendly hand on Naruto's shoulder. We gotta go. See you later. Actually, Ba-chan says I'm back on duty, Naruto said with a grin. Sakura smiled. Let's go then. The three fell in step with Lee, and Sakura held his hand. Naruto's eyebrows went up in surprise when he noticed Lee had been growing his hair and that he now had a 3-inch long braid in the back. When they reached the Hokage Tower, he also noticed that Lee had grown out his bowl cut a bit and now had curtain bangs similar to Sasuke's, only a lot shorter. Huh, weird how things can change so much in 6 months. Naruto smiled when Hinata waved at him from the front of the assignment line. After a few moments, he saw Team 8 move to the far side of the room and seat themselves in some of the chairs along the wall. He found it odd, since normally they would be leaving to bring the mission to Kurenai. Once they had reached the front of the line, Tsunade handed Team 7 a mission packet. Okay, here's your assignment. Please wait for me over there, she instructed as she waved her hand at the remaining empty seats next to Hinata's team. Naruto's team wandered over and sat down. Hey, Hina-chan, do you know what's going on? Hinata shook her head. Once the final assignment had been passed out, Tsunade stood up and walked over to the two teams she had sidelined. Your Junin instructors will be here shortly. Are we in trouble, sensei? Sakura asked. Not at all. Your teams are joining together for a mission, Tsunade explained. Naruto and Hinata smiled at each other. Where are we going? Naruto asked. Just then, Kakashi and Kurenai poofed into the room. Yo, Kakashi greeted. You're going to Suna, Tsunade said. Kurenai was confused. Fellow hidden villages didn't call on help from each other often, due to the fact that they usually had enough of their own forces. Suna, is something wrong? Well, nothing is entirely certain yet, but there is a possibility of an Akatsuki attack. Eyes widened all around. Most of their teams are out on missions and that leaves Suna largely unguarded. Kakashi was the first to speak. If it's Akatsuki, why are you only sending 2 genin teams? As I said, nothing is certain yet, not to mention that if the Akatsuki really are on the move we can't afford to spare a large number of Junin and Anbu. U8 will suffice for the time being. Kakashi and Kurenai will be doing any real fighting, should there be a need. The rest of you will mainly be there as extra eyes and ears. Kakashi nodded. I'll give you guys an hour to pack. Meet me at the front gates. Team 7 nodded and left. After Kakashi vanished, Kurenai looked at her team and sighed. I suppose we'll do the same. Dismissed. Nay, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto asked as they walked. Kakashi answered from the open pages of his book. Do you know what happened to Gaara after we got Sasuke back? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Gaara, huh? He looked off into the sky. From what I've been told, he'll be taking his Junin exam soon. Nani? Junin exams? I haven't even made Chunin yet. Naruto sputtered. He gained a field commission just before you left with Jiraiya and insisted on taking the Junin exam early. It will be interesting to see how he does, Kakashi explained before sticking his nose back into his book. Kurenai wrinkled her nose in disgust. Do you have to read that horrible book in front of children? Kakashi looked genuinely insulted. I'll have you know that this is a great literary work. Seeing that there would be no winning the argument, Kurenai simply shook her head and sighed. Naruto, meanwhile, was busy grumbling to himself. Why the hell does the one who used to be Psycho get to be Chunin before me? Hinata saw Naruto's incredulous expression and giggled to herself. Nay, Naruto-kun. Naruto asked as he hopped over a large rock. When we stop for the night, do you think you could show me the rasengan? Hinata asked with a slight pink tinge to her cheeks. Naruto cocked his head to one side in confusion. You've seen it. Not with the Niji chakra, Hinata replied in a small voice. Naruto walked closer to her. Why does the Niji chakra make a difference? Hinata's blush deepened. I think it's pretty. Now it was Naruto's turn to blush. Oh. Sakura fell in step with Naruto and Hinata. So did Tsunade-sama finish studying your chakra? She directed to Naruto. Hi. A bird interrupted Naruto's thoughts for a moment as it flew overhead. Once it was gone, he turned back to Sakura. She said it's still more chakra than normal, but that it's compact, denser. She also said I probably have more chakra than any ninja alive, he answered with an unsure tone to his voice. Sakura's eyes widened before her face settled into a slight frown. That sounds a little scary. Naruto looked worried. You're not scared of me now, are you, Sakura-chan? Sakura shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I mean it must be scary for you. Why? Sakura sighed. Maybe it's just me. It's just that having that kind of power inside myself would be. I would be terrified of losing control. I was a little scared before Ero Sennin helped me, but I'm totally fine now, Naruto answered with a grin. Really? Sakura asked. Totally, Naruto reassured her. I'm glad, Sakura replied. Hinata stared at the ball of swirling colors and white light in wonder. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, she said softly. Naruto smiled. Thanks. He stopped the jutsu and fell backwards onto the soft grass of the hill they were on. I could just fall asleep right here, he said with a sigh. Hinata smiled and laid down next to him. I love the stars. I used to wish on them, a lot. Naruto rolled over to look at her. How come you don't anymore? Hinata turned her head toward him. I got my wish, she said happily. Naruto's only answer was an ear-to-ear grin. Suddenly, he closed the gap between them, put his left arm and leg over her and snuggled his face into the spot where her neck met her shoulder, sighing happily. Hinata froze. She had absolutely no idea how to address her current situation. She knew he didn't mean anything perverted by it, but it still made the blood rush to her face until she was as red as the crimson liquid itself. Naruto-kun. Anyo. At Hinata's stuttered words, a flash of Tsunade entered Naruto's mind. I want you two in separate sleeping bags. Naruto suddenly realized what he had done and jumped off the confused girl like she was a poisonous snake. Sorry, he said, waving his hands frantically in the space between them. Hinata swallowed. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have reacted like that, she answered as her fingers reverted to their old habits. No, totally not your fault. I shouldn't have done that in the first place. Both teens were quiet for a moment before Naruto broke the silence. Hina-chan. Why yes, Hinata answered softly. Do you think it's perverted, to hold you that way? Naruto asked with shaky voice. Hinata thought for a moment. And no, not as long as nothing else happens. I think, she said before swallowing down her nerves. Then can I? Naruto asked with great trepidation. Hinata considered this for a moment before nodding with a small smile. Naruto smiled back and, while taking great care to make certain his face didn't wind up anywhere indecent, resumed the position he had a moment ago. Naruto-kun. I think I would like it better if we switched places, Hinata said softly. Naruto smiled. Sounds good. After a moment of rearranging, Hinata had her head on Naruto's chest. His right arm held her tight as they stared at the blanket of stars in the night sky. From his hiding place, Kakashi's face crinkled into a smile. Looks like Tsunade-sama had nothing to worry about after all. Chapter 4. He peered out over the village from his perch atop the huge cage complex. He'd just heard the news that there were some visitors headed towards Suna and he was watching the entrance with great interest. Or at least, inwardly he had great interest, outwardly he was the usual, stoic shell that was the norm for Subaku no Gaara. So, Uzumaki Naruto, E.H. The wind swirled his hair about as the sky turned golden due to the sun beginning its daily descent. He squinted as 8 silhouetted figures appeared at the gates, one of them having an unmistakable crop of spiky hair. Perhaps I will finally have my questions answered. The place was enormous, and it annoyed the hell out of Naruto. When I become Hokage I am so making the tower bigger, he thought defiantly as he stalked inside behind Kakashi. He didn't notice the pair of icy teal eyes that watched him very closely. What is your secret? Gaara thought as he watched Naruto, who was very energetically saying something to his Junin instructor for which he was quickly punched on the head by his pink-haired teammate. The yell of, "Baka!" that followed caused Gaara to cock an eyebrow in amusement, which was currently the closest thing he had to a laugh. I know you were like me. Somehow. The room was fairly bland, apparently, the cage had little interest in decorations. He sat in the lotus position at the far end of the room. He was thin, yet healthy in build, and of average height. His short, dark brown hair had bits of silver scattered throughout and his eyes were a dark hazel. Anbu guards flanked him on both sides. Welcome, Kakashi, Kurenai, he said as he nodded to each of them. He waved a graceful hand at a row of pillows on the floor in front of him. Please, sit. The Konoha Junin nodded respectfully and complied. After studying them for a moment, he let a polite smile slide onto his angular face. As you know, we have reason to believe the Akatsuki may pay us a visit in the near future. Naturally, I find this a bit unnerving while most of my higher-ranked shinobi are absent, which is why you are here. Have you decided where we will be posted? Kurenai asked. Indeed I have. The cage unrolled a scroll, which had a map of Suna on it. Kakashi and Kurenai, your stations will be here and here, he said, pointing to the giant guard outpost that made up the front wall of the village. You children, he said with a bit of disdain, will be in these towers. Several round spots on the map indicated the location of the lookout towers. 2 Chunin entered the room. Chihoko and Yasuomi will show you to your quarters. You will relieve the Suna shinobi in 2 hours, said the cage. The Konoha teams nodded in agreement and stood to leave. As they walked out, however, Kakashi put a hand on Kurenai's shoulder. I'll catch up with you in a bit. Kurenai looked confused but nodded anyway. Okay. Once the others were gone, Kakashi turned to the cage. With all due respect, Cage-sama, do you have a problem with my students? The cage arched an eyebrow slightly. To be honest with you, Kakashi, I feel a bit slighted that the Godime sent mere genin into such a serious situation and I'm not convinced they can do the job asked of them. Kakashi frowned but it quickly evolved into a smile. Don't worry, Cage-sama. I know these kids. Even though they hold the rank of genin, 4 of them have taken on S-class missions. Now both the cage's eyebrows went up. Then why, pray tell, are they still genin? Kakashi smirked under his mask. Although they are strong enough to be chunin, they have yet to develop leadership skills. Ah, I see. Then why not simply teach them some? The cage suggested in a somewhat condescending tone. Teach them some. You are their sensei, are you not? Kakashi cocked his head to the side. True. Although with Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The cage interrupted suddenly. Kakashi was a bit perturbed. What about him? Isn't he the Kyuubi's container? The cage asked hotly. Kakashi corrected. The Kyuubi is dead, and it wouldn't have mattered either way. The seal was secure. You wouldn't have been in any danger. The cage calmed down considerably. My concern was not for myself, but my citizens. He looked thoughtful for a moment. Wait, shouldn't he be dead also if the Kyuubi is gone? Kakashi flinched a bit. there were unique circumstances. How so? Kakashi adjusted his headband. To sum it up, Naruto is now the world's only holder of the Niji chakra. The Kage's eyes showed his disbelief. That's impossible. The Niji chakra is only a legend. Kakashi found this amusing. Then Naruto is a walking legend. The Kage thought for a moment. I would like to see this chakra, he said suddenly. I'm not going to let anyone turn Naruto into a guinea pig, Kakashi warned. Nothing of the sort, Kakashi. However, when someone is told that there is a unicorn in their midst, don't you think it natural they would want to see it? I suppose so, but only if he agrees to show you. The Kage nodded. Of course. The Kage watched Naruto's chakra in awe. I never would have believed it, had I not seen it with my own eyes. Naruto stopped molding chakra and smiled nervously. The Kage put a hand on his shoulder. You have something amazing there, young man. Be responsible with it, he warned in a kindly way. Naruto put his hand up in a salute. Osu, a future Hokage's gotta be responsible, right? He said with a grin. The Kage cocked an eyebrow in amusement. Future Hokage, After staring at the boy for a moment, a warm smile graced his features. Watching you will be interesting. And with that, he walked away. Naruto sighed again, which severely irritated his tower mate. Will you stop that? Kiba complained. Naruto lolled his head backward. I can't help it. This is boring as hell. Look, I'm bored too, but hearing you sigh every 5 seconds is gonna make me kill myself. Kiba said loudly. Naruto rolled his eyes. Fine, he said sulkily. He looked over the rocky outcroppings at the edge of the village and noticed a certain red-haired ninja watching him from the top of a huge boulder. What the hell is he staring at me for? He thought as his eye twitched in irritation. He turned toward Kiba. I'll be back in a sec. What? You're not leaving me with this stupid job by myself. Naruto stepped up onto the edge of the tower wall. I'll just be a sec. I saw someone I know, he replied before leaping away. Kiba glared after his friend, but did not follow. Damn him. Gaara's face wore a bored expression as he watched Naruto coming toward him. HMPF, he said in curiosity. Gaara. Naruto yelled just before jumping onto the same rock as his target. Gaara just looked at him. Hi. Why the heck were you staring at me? Naruto demanded. Gaara's eyebrows went up in irritation at the finger that was now rudely pointed at his face. No particular reason. Naruto's eye twitched. You don't just go staring at people for no reason, he said as he sat down. Why are you sitting? Gaara asked curtly. If you have a right to stare at me for no reason, then I can sit next to you for no reason. Naruto retorted. Gaara sighed and decided to stare at a chipmunk. Of course, Naruto decided this was an invitation to ask what seemed like pointless questions to someone he barely knew. So, how've you been? Gaara looked at him as if he'd just asked him what his underwear size was. Naruto looked away. Yeah, so, I was wondering. Gaara gave him a quizzical look. Naruto cleared his throat. Right, I'll just go, he said uncomfortably as he stood up. What? Gaara said suddenly. Naruto looked down at Gaara. Huh? You were wondering, what? Gaara asked. Naruto was a bit perplexed as he sat back down. I was wondering, if things got better for you. What do you mean? Gaara asked as he looked at the boy next to him. I wanted to know if life got better for you after we fought. Gaara was silent for a moment as he pondered his answer. Why? Because we're so alike, Naruto answered quietly. Gaara stared at the boy next to him, wondering just how on earth he was like this loudmouth. What do you mean? He asked with such urgency that it made Naruto flinch. It's hard to explain. Gaara could take it no longer. Tell me how someone so happy is like me, he demanded desperately. Naruto looked down. I had a monster inside of me, too. Gaara's eyes could not have gotten any wider. His expression melted into one of regretful understanding. I'm sorry. That's okay. I don't blame you. I might have reacted the same way if images of friends and family flashed through Naruto's mind. If I hadn't found people who care about me. Which of the Biju do you carry? Gaara asked. Well, I used to carry the Kyuubi, Naruto carefully replied. Gaara's eyes widened again and then his expression changed to confusion. You don't have it anymore. How was it removed without killing you? He wasn't removed. He died. Orochimaru used a seal jutsu to poison his chakra and then he. Let's just say he hurt me bad enough that when Kyuubi tried to heal me it killed him. Gaara looked at Naruto for a moment as if studying him. What was your childhood like? He asked finally. Probably pretty close to yours. People hating me like I was the Yoma I carried, people trying to kill me and make it look like an accident, people calling me monster. Naruto answered with his head down so that his hair covered his eyes. Memories of Suna citizens calling him that exact word flooded Gaara's mind. His expression was a mixture of understanding and pain. Monster, that is a word I know all too well, he said in a harsh whisper. Naruto looked straight into Gaara's eyes. No offense, but it kinda scares me to know the other way I coulda turned out, he said sadly. Gaara closed his eyes. Understandable. That's why I wanna know what your life is like now. I need to know, if I could have been saved, Naruto said quietly. Gaara's eyes softened a bit in understanding. He allowed himself a small smile. Yes. Naruto smiled in relief. I'm glad. There's something I have wanted to say for a long time now. Gaara took a long breath and looked down. I wanted to thank you. I owe you a debt that I don't think I will ever be able to repay. Naruto smiled. Nah, just knowing that I wouldn't have been past hope is good enough for me. Gaara looked at Naruto quizzically. You are a strange person. Huh. If someone owed me a debt like the one I owe you, I would ask for much more than peace of mind, Gaara answered. Naruto grinned. Well, how about you treat me to ramen then? Gaara simply sighed and shook his head in defeat. Fine then. Find me after your shift is over. Everyone in this village knows what I look like, so you shouldn't have a problem. Okay. Yeah, Naruto answered with a quick salute before jumping off toward the tower he'd been in previously. Gaara stared after the blue and green blur for a moment. Definitely strange. Chapter 5. He walked into the case cage's office and found Gaara seated to the leader's right. The case cage looked up and smiled. Ah, Naruto. What is it that you need? I was looking for Gaara, Naruto stated. The case cage held up a finger. He'll be with you in a moment. He turned back to Gaara. Now, you do understand that this will not be an easy task to accomplish. More than half of the village still fears you. I understand. I will do what is necessary, Gaara said with a hint of a smile. The case cage put his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Good man, he said with a warm smile. Gaara nodded and slowly stood to leave. It was as if he were slightly in shock. Let's go, he said to Naruto as he walked by the blonde. Naruto remembered the instructions Kakashi had given him and gave the case cage a short bow before leaving. Sorry to interrupt you. Inwardly, he was twitching at having to be so formal, but Kakashi had promised to cut off his ramen supply if he wasn't polite. He and Gaara left the building. The buildings all had a rounded finish to them, the streets contained a fair number of people and all the shops were lit. Naruto watched Gaara as the Sand Nin walked. He seemed to be in deep thought and it left Naruto wondering. Nay, Gaara. Gaara didn't look at him. What was the case cage talking about? Don't you ever leave people to their own business? Gaara asked in irritation. Naruto sighed. You're right, sorry. They passed a street light and Gaara spoke again. I'm not going to be a Junin, he stated in a far-off voice. Naruto frowned. He had been jealous of Gaara's potential promotion. Now he felt like a jerk. I'm sorry. He asked me to succeed him as case cage. Gaara nearly whispered. What? Naruto yelled, causing Gaara to wince. Must you be so loud? Gaara grumbled. They walked past a roughly 6-year-old little girl in a flowered kimono splashing in a puddle. She had looked up when she heard Naruto's loud protest and saw Gaara. Her eyes went wide, then she dropped her odango and screamed before running away. Mommy, why? Gaara closed his eyes and sighed. But with reactions like that, I don't see how that's possible. Well, his decision is final, isn't it? Naruto offered. Not without the approval of the council, Gaara countered. He suddenly looked contemplative. I wonder if things would have been different if he had been my father. He took over after your dad was killed, right? Naruto asked carefully. Gaara said. They came upon a large restaurant with a neon sign on the front. The sign was a bowl of ramen with a chicken relaxing in it like a hot spring. Words under the sign read, the ramen farm. We're here, Gaara said and then headed inside. The inside of the ramen farm lived up to its name. The walls looked like those of a barn and there was farm paraphernalia everywhere. The tables were a light-colored wood and the chairs were bales of hay. This place is great, Naruto exclaimed. Suddenly a timid man with dark hair and glasses was in front of the pair. GGG Gaara-sama, he bowed low, please forgive me for not showing you to a table the moment you walked in. Naruto took Gaara's sigh and rolling of his eyes to mean that this sort of thing happened a lot and decided to help. Ah, you don't have to worry about him anymore, he said with a grin. The restaurant manager's eyes went wide as dinner plates as he watched Gaara carefully, trying to look for signs of an attack. He's a good guy now, he said with a thumbs up. The poor manager looked like he would pass out from fear at any second and then. Could you just show us to a table, please? Gaara said with his arms folded in a look of exasperation. The manager cleared his throat in order to calm his nerves. Oh, of course, Gaara-sama. Right this way please. Naruto and Gaara followed the manager as he led them to a table near the back. They sat down and the manager turned to them. Your waitress will be with you in a moment, he said with a smile before leaving the boys by themselves. So, you get that a lot? Naruto asked as he picked up the menu. Yeah, Gaara replied just as a waitress with her black hair tied up like dango greeted them. Hello, Gaara-sama, said the nervous girl. Without looking up from his menu, Gaara replied, Konbanwa, Kurumi-san. Kurumi's pen and order pad promptly fell from her hands to the floor. For a moment she stood there, open-mouthed. He said my name. Since when does he remember my name? She let out a calming breath. Alright Kurumi-chan, step 1 accomplished. Now I just have to get him to talk to me. Yeah, right, like that'll ever happen. She picked up her belongings and swallowed. Konbanwa tea to you too, G Gaara-sama, she said with a smile. Gaara looked up in surprise. Never before had he heard this girl say more than her name. I will have the pork ramen with sushi and get my companion whatever he wants. Kurumi looked over at Naruto. Oh my god, he's cute, she thought with a blush. Down girl, it's Gaara-sama you like. I'll have, heck with it, I'll have one of everything. Naruto said with a grin. For the first time in his life a look of wide-eyed surprise and trepidation graced Gaara's features. Kurumi looked at her crush and suppressed a giggle. Is that okay, Gaara-sama? Gaara's face returned to normal as he considered his answer. Yeah. Kurumi smiled. Okay. She almost walked away but stopped. And Gaara-sama, she leaned over to Gaara's ear. I'm glad you have a friend, she whispered happily. She walked away, leaving a very perplexed Gaara in her wake. Gaara looked over at Naruto, who now wore a look of utter amusement. What? She likes you, Naruto teased. Gaara cocked an eyebrow. I think you're seeing things. Just then Kurumi returned with some sodas. Here you are, she said cheerfully as she handed one to Naruto. She turned to Gaara, her cheeks gaining a bit of extra color. And this one's for you, Gaara-sama. Gaara took the drink. Arigato. Naruto chuckled softly. She definitely likes you. Gaara shot Naruto a look of irritation and then sighed. Even if she did like me, I wouldn't pursue her. Why? She's really cute. Think, Naruto, what would happen to her if she was seen holding hands with me? Gaara said sadly. A look of realization crossed Naruto's face and he looked down. Oh. Gaara looked up to see several waitstaff coming toward them with trays. The first plates were set down in front of them and Naruto happily cracked his chopsticks. Itadakimasu. Naruto happily patted his rounded belly as he exited the restaurant. Thanks, Gaara. That place was awesome. Kurumi's voice entered Gaara's head. I'm glad you found a friend. Nay, Naruto. What's it like, to have friends? Gaara asked. The question took Naruto by surprise, but he quickly regained his cheerfulness. Just like this, he exclaimed as he waved a hand at Gaara. Gaara was startled. Like this? You mean, you consider me a friend? Naruto smiled. Sure, why not? I tried to kill you. I tried to kill your friends. Why would you want to be friends with me? Gaara asked seriously. Naruto's face took on a slightly more serious visage. Because we're the same. Gaara shook his head. But even that shouldn't be enough for you to forgive me for the things I've done. Yeah, but I also know that you wouldn't have done them if your life had been better. If you'd had friends, Naruto explained with a compassionate smile. I see. So how about it? Naruto asked with his hand held out. Friends. Gaara looked at Naruto's hand for a moment before grabbing it. Sure, he said with a smile. Well, this will be interesting. She was getting tired. Hinata had her Byakugan activated for almost a half hour now. She was about to turn it off when she noticed two genjutsu-disguised figures kneeling behind some trees. Sasuke, I see some suspicious people. Sasuke kept his composure. How far out are they? Around 800 feet, Hinata said with a smile to hide her unease. She was also careful to make sure her mouth was not at what would be the proper position for lip reading. I'll inform the cage. You keep an eye on them, Sasuke instructed. Hi, Hinata replied. Sasuke leapt away, leaving a nervous Hinata to watch the potential attackers. Naruto-kun. Naruto and Gaara looked behind them to see Sakura moving toward them at top speed. Sakura-chan. Hinata spotted something, Sakura said as she skidded to a halt, leaving wispy trails of dust in her wake. They're sending out Kankuro as a scout. Kage-sama wants us to stay casual, but find something to do near the east side of the village, just in case. Naruto looked at Gaara. What's there to do on the east side? Gaara thought for a moment, trying desperately to come up with an idea that didn't involve food. He didn't want to empty his wallet any further than he had to. He finally sighed in defeat. There's an ice cream shop that's not far from the wall. Ice cream, Naruto repeated as though testing out the unfamiliar word. Gaara cocked an eye ridge. Just how backwards is Konoha? Naruto shot Gaara a glare. We're not backwards. Naruto, any other village is modern enough to have the new things that come from the west. It's a dessert, Gaara explained with a small smile of amusement. Naruto was fuming, but Sakura put her hand on her shoulder. Come on, Naruto-kun, let's try it. It might be good, she said with a calming smile. Fine. Naruto folded his arms and pouted a little. But we're still not backwards. Naruto stared curiously at the sign on the building in front of him. It had a picture of a blob of colorful something sitting on top of what looked like a waffle. He felt a hand tugging on his sleeve. Will you quit staring and come on? Sakura chided. Naruto blinked back his thoughts and followed the others into the shop. She tensely watched Kankuro's outline as he moved through the trees. Once in a while she would look, without turning her head, at the two people she had seen earlier. They had moved a bit closer, but had otherwise remained unchanged in their actions. Hinata had been told to keep an eye on the puppet user just in case things went sour, but she was still uncomfortable. Are you sure he'll be alright by himself? She asked Sasuke. Sasuke frowned. I don't know, but sending out only one scout keeps the risk of discovery low, so it's unavoidable. Hinata sighed and resumed her watch. Kankuro was confident in his fighting ability, but he still wasn't thrilled with the idea of possibly being forced to face Akatsuki members by himself, should he be discovered. He sent his puppet ahead, looked around with it for a moment and rejoined it when he was sure the coast was clear. He repeated this pattern until he was near the area Hinata had said the intruders occupied. He scanned the forest floor. Alright, now where are you? Someone's watching us, Sasori said with no real interest in his voice. Deidara smiled. We gonna go after him, Sasori no Dana and Master Sasori. Of course, you can do it if you like, Sasori replied as he continued observing the village. You bet, yeah, Deidara said as he made a small clay spider and sent it on its way. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw the odd-looking spider thing climbing up the tree. Sasuke-san, Kankuro is in danger, she whispered sharply. Do we have time to get to him? Sasuke asked. I don't know. You find Naruto. I'll tell the Anbu captain. Sasuke leapt away. As he sailed over the rooftops his mind drifted to a thought that made his heart pound fiercely. If it's Itachi, this might be my chance. Kankuro's face crinkled into a calculating frown as he caught sight of his quarry. Damn, it is Akatsuki. He was about to leap from his perch and head back to the village when he felt something crawling on his leg. He looked down. A spider. As the arachnid climbed higher he noticed it seemed very unnatural and suddenly realized it was some kind of attack. Shit. The spider exploded and Kankuro, covered in flames, fell to the ground. He stared at the brown lump in the bowl in front of him and then at the tiny spoon in his hand. How the heck am I supposed to get any food to stay on this thing? Naruto asked as he pointed to the western spoon. You scoop, Gaara stated plainly. Just then, Sakura took a bite of her vanilla and her eyes widened for just a moment before she began rapidly eating spoonful after spoonful. Naruto looked at her in shock. Sakura had always been so ladylike anytime they'd eaten together. Sakura-chan. Gaara cocked an eye ridge. Sakura, I strongly suggest you don't eat that so fast. Why? Naruto asked. Suddenly, Sakura dropped her spoon and her hands flew to her forehead. Ah! She cried in pain. Naruto was instantly concerned. Sakura-chan, he yelled as he grabbed her shoulder. Don't worry, Naruto. It happens when a person doesn't give their head time to adjust to the cold by eating too quickly. It will pass in a moment, Gaara explained calmly. Sakura slowly removed one of her hands and groaned. So, if I eat slower that won't happen? She asked hoarsely. Right, Gaara replied just before taking a bite of his strawberry ice cream. As Sakura resumed slowly eating her ice cream, Naruto tried to take a scoop of his chocolate. It slid off the spoon and straight down his shirt. Gia, he said as he shook out the offending lump of cold. He frowned at his bowl and took another scoop. This one made it to his mouth. His eyes widened and smiled. This stuff is awesome. He had only taken around 4 bites when Hinata burst into the shop. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out as she caught sight of him. Kankuro-san is in danger, she said through her slightly heavy breathing. Gaara's head snapped upwards. Kankuro. With an expression that was full of concern, he turned to Naruto. Naruto, let's go. Naruto nodded sharply. Hi. Hinata turned around and bolted for the meeting spot beside the tower she and Sasuke had been posted to. Naruto and Gaara followed her closely. Gaara gritted his teeth. He was angry that he allowed himself to be sidetracked. Kankuro, hang on. Kankuro dragged himself out of the bindings that had held him on the back of his puppet. His forehead was bleeding and he had a few second-degree burns. Damn it, what the hell was that thing? He growled. He heard a footstep behind him and grimaced. Shit. A smiling Deidara stepped in front of Kankuro. Wasn't it beautiful? He clenched his fist in pride. The grace of the spider and the raw power of an explosion. It's perfect art, yeah. Kankuro took his opponent's gloating as a chance to act. He flicked one of his fingers and his puppet shot forward. Deidara dodged backwards into the trees. Impressive, yeah. I thought you'd be down for the count, but you used that puppet as a shield, yeah. He smiled. It'll be nice to fight a fellow artist. It's almost a shame you have to die, yeah. Damn, he's fast. I'll need to plan a little further ahead. Deidara put some of his clay into the mouth in his hand. A moment later 5 clay birds were flying towards Kankuro. He managed to dodge them before Deidara made them explode, but the concussive force of the bomb still sent him flying sideways. He hit the ground hard. Deidara frowned. Maybe fighting you won't be so interesting. It's disappointing, yeah. Suddenly, 6 small puppets in the form of praying mantises flew out from the trees and began slicing at Deidara with the blades attached to their sickle-like arms. He began grabbing them and throwing them off, but they kept coming back, so he smashed them together instead. It was only a few moments before all the puppets were destroyed. You'll have to do better than that, yeah. Kankuro smirked. Look around you. Deidara's eyes widened in shock just before the ninja wire that had encircled him thanks to Kankuro's puppets was pulled tight, sending him hurtling toward the waiting open belly of Kankuro's main puppet. He quickly threw a bird bomb into it and the resulting explosion pushed him backwards out of harm's way. He was smiling as he pushed himself to his feet, wincing a bit as the pain of his newly broken rib hit him. You'll pay for that, yeah. Chapter 6. Several small birds suddenly flew from the mouths on Deidara's hands toward Kankuro who, having no time to react, braced himself for the oncoming pain. The birds hit and Deidara smiled. His smile dropped quickly, however, when he noticed the thin wall of sand becoming visible as the smoke dissipated. He looked to his right to see a very angry Gaara flanked by 2 Junin and several lower-ranked ninja, including a certain spiky blonde that he recognized from the Akatsuki's target photos. The Niji Chakra Kid. This could get tough, Sasori's voice sounded from behind Deidara. A Jinchuriki and the science experiment. Should be interesting, he said. Deidara looked at Sasori. What should we do? Sasori no Dana. Sasori took a step forward. We fight. The cage waited impatiently for the rest of his troops to emerge from the sprawling village. Several Chunin jumped up to the tops of the group of buildings near the cliff. He scanned them. There were only 20. What a time to be short-handed, he let out a large breath. All right, let's go. A resounding affirmative shout sounded throughout the ranks just before they all jumped onto the cliff and began to run. Deidara smirked. He took his hand out of the clay pouch he carried and released a small bird onto the rocky ground. He used a seal and the bird grew large enough that he could ride it. He jumped on and took off into the sky. Gaara looked to his elder brother. Kankuro, are you alright? Kankuro nodded. NHM. Good. Gaara set his jaw. Then I'm going bird hunting. With that, sand roared upwards. He leapt onto it as it flashed past and set off in pursuit of Deidara. Sasori saw the cage and roughly 20 more troops join Gaara's. Well now, that makes things almost even, he said with a smile in his voice. He reached into the folds of his cloak, pulled out a scroll and unrolled it with a fluid flick of his wrist. His hand formed a seal and several popping noises were heard, followed by a large cloud of smoke, which dissipated to reveal 10 humanoid puppets. His opponents drew their weapons and fell into battle stances. Now then, let's dance, shall we? Gaara floated on his carpet of sand, arms folded, glaring at Deidara as if daring him to move. What's he waiting for? He thought. Deidara kept a wary eye on Gaara as his hand mouths finished their work. Damn, I didn't bring much clay to begin with and that puppet guy made me use almost a quarter of it. He looked down as the mouths spit out their finished products. It's time. I'll have to take him down fast, He shot forward, throwing the birds he had made as he went. One after another, Gaara's sand crushed them into pulp. HMPF. Is that it? Gaara said with a small smirk. His guard sand shot forward again and again, barely missing the clay user. He raised his hands and a wall of sand came rising from the desert terrain that blasted towards Deidara in the shape of Shukaku's claws. Shit, Deidara thought as he narrowly escaped the attacks aimed at him. He pulled an aerial U-turn and shot out several larger birds as soon as he was facing the right direction again. Gaara frowned as he blocked the explosives. They're getting faster. Sasori's tail shot forward in an attempt to impale Naruto. Naruto dodged with a backflip and landed 15 feet from his previous position. The case cage didn't like the looks of the stinger on the end of the tail. "Everyone, watch yourselves, that tail is most likely poisoned," he shouted. "Use ranged attacks as much as possible." Kakashi looked at the puppets and noticed they all had similar stingers in various places. "Shit, looks like they're all poisoned. This is bad." He turned to his right. "Sakura, we may need your medical techniques more than originally planned. Are you up to it?" Sakura nodded sharply. Hinata jumped on top of a large rock in order to dodge the needle-like claws of one of the puppets. "What should I do? All of my attacks are close range and Juken won't work on puppets." She backflipped off the rock as Sasori's tail smashed the top of it to rubble. The case cage was suddenly in front of Sasori, blocking Hinata from view. "I will be your opponent." "It really doesn't make a difference. All of you are going to die," Sasori calmly stated. Asuna Chunin screamed as one of Sasori's puppets ripped a chunk out of his side with its razor-sharp, metal teeth. The case cage's eyes momentarily flickered in that direction and he nearly paid for it with his life. Sasori's stinger came within an inch of his leg as he hopped backwards out of its reach. In his side vision, Naruto noticed the case cage pull a pair of twin katana from the scabbards on his back. As the case cage slid into a taijutsu form, Naruto's eyes widened. That stance. An image of the girl he had killed in Gansho flashed in his mind. Danshinguke's no jutsu. A swirl of wind embedded with chakra pushed the case cage about 2 feet into the air. He pointed his feet and the chakra began to spin him. In his mind's eye, Naruto saw an image of the girl moving in sync with the man in front of him as though the two were one person. She was from the sand. As the swords spun, Sasori tried to use his stinger, but the swords were pulsing with chakra and made deep gouges in the tail as they knocked it away. Seems I need to change tactics. He jabbed his tail into the soft sand. It emerged underneath his opponent, aiming for his leg. The case cage had noticed Sasori's tail go down and by the time it had come back up he had used the wind as a springboard to launch himself 15 feet in the air. He landed artfully 8 feet away. That tail is a serious problem. I need to take it out of commission. Baki opened up the large, heavy door that was the entrance to an old building that sat upon the high cliff. After a short walk through a hallway he arrived at another door, which he stared at for a moment. "I hope they're still alive." A very ancient-looking old man watched with indifference as his equally ancient sister fished the small pool of water in the middle of the dome-shaped room in vain. "You'll never catch anything, you know." The sister didn't move. "True enough. But if you know of something better to do, then please enlighten me," she replied. The old man sighed. Point taken. He suddenly cocked his head to one side. "Well, I'll be damned." Too late, the sister interrupted. The old man glared at his sister. "As I was about to say, we have a guest." The sister opened her eyes more than the slits they had been previously and looked to the door. Indeed. The door creaked open and in stepped Baki. He walked toward them. "Honored siblings, I have come to seek your aid. I have no wish to leave this room. Please be on your way," the sister said as she jiggled the line of her fishing pole a bit in order to entice fish that didn't exist. Baki bowed low. "Onagai, Chiyo-sama, we are under attack." "It's Sasori," he said with emphasis. Chiyo cocked an eyebrow and looked at her brother. "Well, it looks like I may be able to see my grandson again after all." She slowly rose to her feet and turned to Baki. "Let's go then." Bug swarms exploded forward out of Shino's sleeves and surrounded the puppet facing himself and 2 sand nins. They landed on the puppet and worked themselves into the joints. After a moment, the puppet was unable to move. "Now," Shino commanded. The sand junin put their hands into a seal. "Kei's no Yaiba," they shouted in chorus. Blades of wind sliced through the puppet, thoroughly turning it into kindling. Sasuke tried to make his Chidori hit, but he hadn't worked much on his speed since the Chunin exam finals and the puppet was fast. "Damn you, hold still," he said angrily as he went in for a second shot. He grazed the puppet's side, taking off an arm, but his second shot had still been wasted. Kiba managed to roll backwards just in time to avoid losing his manhood to the end of the sharp sword that protruded from the ground where he had been moments ago. That was way too close. He looked to his fighting companion. "Let's go, Akamaru." The small white dog, whose size had nearly increased by 1/2 in the last 6 months, jumped onto his friend's back. "Jujuin Bunshin," Kiba called out. Both he and Akamaru were transformed into the more beastly version of himself. "Gatsuga." He and Akamaru spun at lightning speed, diving at the puppet again and again. Asuna Genin saw Kiba and she ran towards him to help. "Boar, rat, snake. Kuikusando no jutsu." The sand under the puppet became quicksand and it sank in just enough to give Kiba and Akamaru time to strike together. The puppet shattered from the impact. Kiba dispelled his jutsu. "Nice trick. Thanks," he said with a smile. The Chunin grinned. "No problem." Suddenly, she heard a rumbling sound behind her. One of the puppets burst out of the sand and stabbed her through the chest from behind. She looked at the blood-covered blade in horror. No, I haven't even made, Chunin. I see can't die, why? She slumped forward and all life left her body. Kiba watched in horror as the puppet removed its blade and dropped the mid-teenaged girl's corpse to the ground. You bastard, he yelled angrily, prepared to attack. Just at that moment Kakashi's raikiri split the offending puppet in two. He looked down at the dead girl and sighed. I'm sorry I was too late. She helped me take one of them down, Kiba said sadly. Kakashi clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder. Let's make sure her death wasn't in vain then. Kiba nodded. H&M. He and Kakashi took off in different directions. An explosion rocked the battlefield and Sakura looked at the carnage in confusion. How did this happen? She immediately began looking for survivors to heal. Gaara stared with gritted teeth at the spot where Deidara's bomb had hit. He'd been dodging a barrage that had been sent his way when Deidara took the opportunity to throw a bomb down on a group of 8 Sunanins who had regrouped in the same spot. As a precautionary measure, Gaara erected a sand barrier between them and the group fighting below. Deidara frowned. You took away some of my canvas. He sighed. No matter. They're not my target anyway, He dodged another barrage of sand and retaliated with a flock of 7 small birds. Gaara blocked the birds and used his gourd sand to chase Deidara again. He managed to close the sand around the other man's arm. Sabaku Q. The sand tightened its grip. Sabaku Susu. The sand crushed Deidara's arm, ripping it off as he tried to get away. Ahhhgh. Deidara screamed. After a moment he regained his composure as he used a small fire bomb to cauterize the wound. Looks like I have to use that, From the folds of his cloak he produced a much larger version of the bombs he'd been using earlier. This is my special, C3. Your village will be the ultimate canvas, He let the bomb slip from his hand. It rocketed toward the village, increasing in size on the way down. Chapter 7. The sound of the explosion when the bomb hit was deafening, but as the smoke cleared it became evident that it had failed to hit its target. Gaara had extended the sand shield that he had put over the battle earlier in order to encompass the village as well. He frowned when he noticed his opponent was still smiling. He caught the tiniest glimpse of a bird bomb in his peripheral vision and barely had time to put up a shield made of his gourd sand to guard against it. That was close. The people on the ground looked up at the massive sand ceiling in awe. Standing in front of the ramen barn, Kurumi smiled with pride. Gaara-sama. Back in the sky, Deidara smirked. Gaara, who was now encased in his protective sand shell, was breathing heavily. Concentrating on so many things at once was difficult. He heard an odd scratching sound to his right and turned his head. Several clay spiders were crawling out of his guard sand. Shit. Deidara's smile widened. He whispered under his breath as he brought his hand up in a seal. Bang. The spiders exploded, expanding the shell of sand around Gaara in several small pockets. Kankuro noticed the sand that surrounded his little brother had begun to fall away. Gaara, the puppet Kankuro had been fighting, took the opportunity to stab its stinger through the puppet master's leg. Yeah, he screamed. As the enemy puppet rounded on him again, Asuna Junin grabbed him and pulled him out of harm's way. The Junin laid Kankuro down behind a large rock, checked over the wound, and then used some of his arm wrappings as a dressing. It's bad, he said as he tied off the bandage, but I think you'll be alright. I'll look for that Konoha Mednin. Kankuro nodded. Thank you, Kes. How are you? He suddenly remembered what had distracted him. Gaara, help Gaara, he pleaded. Kes. How are you? Nodded. NHM, he confirmed before leaping away. But before that, you need help. Tamari was very frustrated. She couldn't use most of her more powerful attacks for fear of hitting someone on her side. She was restricted to creating small blasts of air to knock the puppets off balance, so her allies had an easier time attacking them. Kes. How are you? Showed up at Tamari's side. Tamari Dono. Kankuro Dono has been injured. Tamari whipped her face around to meet him. What? It's not life-threatening, yet. I need to find the Konoha medic. Do you know where she is? No, but I'll help look. Tamari answered. Both ninjas shot off in different directions in search of Sakura. Sakura looked over the last of the Sunanins that were splayed across the landscape in various undignified positions. Damn it, not one that I can help, she said angrily. She was running back to the battle when she noticed a young Chunin's body on the ground. She had been impaled through the chest. Sakura sighed. Poor thing, she was just about to continue on her way when she saw the girl's finger twitch and gasped. She's still alive. Sakura dove to the ground and gently rolled the girl over. She's lost a lot of blood, but the blade only pierced her right lung. She fired up her healing jutsu. Please, let me save at least one. Gaara's vision was going out of focus, but he stuck out his hand anyway and began, with great effort, to pull the sand back away from his barriers. He had to make sure the sand didn't fall and hurt anyone. It was like seeing a tidal wave in reverse. Deidara just stood on his bird's back and watched, curious to see if his opponent could pull off what he was apparently trying to do. Naruto looked up just in time to see the last of the sand falling away from his friend. Gaara. His face hardened and he ran towards the cliff edge while putting his hands into his favorite seal. He created a clone and, then turned himself into a Fuma shadow shuriken. The clone threw him with all its might, disappearing once its job was done. He rocketed toward his falling friend, dispelling the henge once he felt he was close enough. Deidara and his bird waited patiently under his target. Gaara began to fall and Deidara sighed in relief. Finally just before Gaara was about to land on the tail of the bird, a blue and green streak came through and snatched away Deidara's prize. What? At first he thought the Gaara had fallen to his death, but then he felt a jolt as some unseen force pulled his bird downwards a bit. He looked over the side to see what had happened and his eyes went wide with surprise. Naruto had created a large number of cage bunchins just as he had caught Gaara. One bunchin had its hands clasped tightly around the legs of the clay bird and the other bunchins had made a chain out of themselves. At the end of the chain, Naruto held onto the last bunchin and he and Gaara were using the chain to swing safely back down to the main battle zone. Deidara glared as Naruto let go of the end of the clone chain and landed. "Oh no, you don't." He thrust his hand into his clay bag, only to find it empty. TCH. He looked down at the ongoing battle. Sasori no Dana, Gomen. He turned around and began to fly out of the village. "I'm never going to hear the end of this." Sasori watched his partner fly off. That idiot must have run out of clay. I told him to bring more. He looked back at the battle around him. I may actually be forced to show myself at this rate. Finally, a challenge. The cage flashed through a series of seals. Kase no Yaiba. Wind blasted forward, slicing through the puppet from every conceivable direction. I put chakra blades into that wind. "You're done," he said with satisfaction. "You are overly confident," Sasori said from under the kindling that used to be his puppet. The cage's eyes widened and he jumped backward a bit just in case. "How?" Out of the puppet's remains rose what appeared to be a young man. "I told you, you're overconfident." Sasori unrolled a scroll and touched his hand to it. "I'll show you my finest puppet. It was quite difficult, killing this one in order to add it to my collection, but that's why he's my favorite." He touched his hand to the scroll. There was a puff of smoke and when it cleared there was a puppet standing in front of the cage that made his blood run cold. "But, that's impossible," the cage exclaimed. He heard a footstep to his left and was surprised at who it was. Chiyo-sama. "So, it was you, Sasori. You're the reason the Sandame cage disappeared," Chiyo said icily. Naruto laid Gaara down on the sand about 60 meters from the battle and his hand went to Gaara's wrist to check his pulse. "I think his pulse is steady, but I'm no med-nin. I need to find Sakura-chan." He stood up. "Wait for just a little while. I'll be back soon." Sakura wiped the sweat off her forehead. Come on. The heartbeat of the girl that Sakura had been trying to heal had become erratic. Damn, there's no time to heal the surface wounds in her lung. What can I? Sakura sucked in a breath. A seal. She pulled a piece of paper out of the side pouch on her medkit and drew a seal on it. She held her hand over the seal and it began to glow as she infused it with chakra. When she lifted her hand, the seal moved with it and she put her hand over the girl's chest. Finding her target wouldn't be a problem as it was obvious the damaged part of the lung would be right underneath the hole. Slowly, sweat beaded on her face as she placed the seal on the lung. Once it made contact, it sizzled and duplicated itself on the other side of the organ, effectively creating a patch of sorts. She breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, now for the surface. Sakura-san, Kes, how are you? Yelled as he ran toward. All he got from her was a loud, shish. Sakura had the girl on her side so that she could work on both the entry and exit wounds at the same. Naruto came running up to them, but stayed silent. He knew better than to interrupt Sakura when she was working. Finally, Sakura sighed. She's to the point where conventional medicine can help her. She looked up at Kes. How are you? Can you take her to the hospital? Kes, how are you? Nodded. Yes, but I need you to help Kankuro Dono. He has a large wound through his leg. Wait, Naruto interrupted, Gaara's hurt too, and he's unconscious. Okay, I'll take care of Gaara first. Hurry with her and show me where Kankuro is when you get back, Sakura instructed. Hi, Kes, how are you? Cradled the young Chunin carefully in his arms and ran off towards the village. Tsunade sighed as she stood at the door to Haruka's room. She felt silly doing this, but Naruto had been very insistent and she didn't want to disappoint him. She opened the door and walked toward the bed. Hi, I'm Naruto's mom. He asked me to visit you while he was away, she said as she put the flower she held into the vase by the bed. She sighed and smiled. You must have been very special, for Naruto to love you as much as he does. I hope you wake up one day, for his sake. As her hand closed around the doorknob, Tsunade suddenly felt a fluctuation in Haruka's chakra and turned right around. She pulled a small penlight from her pants pocket and checked Haruka's pupil dilation. Tsunade's breath hitched in her throat. My god, she's responsive. Sakura finished her work and sat down on the warm sand. I've healed all the damage, but I think he'll be out for a few more hours. She saw Keshaoryu running toward her and Naruto. Good timing. I just finished. She got to her feet. Lead the way. I'll be back later, Gaara. Right now I got some butt to kick, Naruto said with a feral grin and then ran back to the battle. As Hinata dodged, she began to wonder why she had come at all. She was useless unless she could get in close, and all Kaden did was knock the puppets back. I need to do something, she thought in frustration. Suddenly her eyes widened with memory. My new jutsu. But her enthusiasm quickly faded. But what if it's not ready? An image of Naruto and his golden smile flashed through her mind. Ganbat, Hinata-chan. Her resolve instantly returned. She moved into stance where she stood straight, eyes closed, with one arm down at her side and her left hand in a seal up in front of her face. Suin Tenrai Uchimono. As chakra streamed from her fingertips, her hands began to move in sharp, swift cutting motions. The puppet charged, but it didn't have a chance. Hinata's chakra blades had nearly 10-foot range before dissipating. The puppet's wooden body was in several large pieces in less than 30 seconds. Though panting for breath, Hinata looked at the result of her training with a rare smile of pride. I did it, Naruto-kun. The cage looked at Chio with wide eyes. Why? You mean that puppet is? He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence because of the horror that the end of it implied. Chio's glare deepened. Yes, he's turned Sandame-sama into a puppet. Chapter 8, Sugikan. Chio clenched her teeth as she frantically searched through her mind for any solution to the current situation that wouldn't involve her death. Just Sasori was bad enough, but if I'm right about what kind of puppet that is, then we are in deep trouble. She turned to the cage. Takaifujin, I'm going to need help. Takaifujin nodded. NHM. Keshaoryu walked up next to Takaifujin. We're with you too, Cage-sama. Takaifujin took a quick look around and noticed that all the previous puppets had been destroyed. He also noticed that 8 of his original team were still standing, and so were most of the Konohanins. He smiled. Thank you, Keshaoryu, but considering the poison he uses, I think you all should stay back. Only enter the fight if Chio-sama and I have failed. Keshaoryu didn't look happy about it but did as he was commanded to. Hi, Cage-sama. Naruto returned to the fight to find the cage and an elderly woman he'd never seen before standing in front of the enemy surrounded by their allies. Why the hell aren't they attacking? He wondered as he ran to Hinata's side. Hina-chan, what's going on? Cage-sama told everyone to act only as backup, Hinata said with a tone that clearly said she wanted to help. Naruto let out a puff of air. Well, then that's what we gotta do, he said darkly. Hinata looked at him with surprise. The boy she loved wasn't known for being so mature in this kind of situation. NHM, she said with a bit of pride. Dog, dragon, horse. Suna Goromu no Jutsu. AN Sand Golem Technique. A humanoid sand creature emerged behind Takaifujin. Sasori smirked. HMF. What are you going to do with that? You should know that's too slow to get anywhere near me. Sasori's Sandame puppet shot forward, its right arm opening up into a nasty array of bladed weapons. Just a foot or so before these blades made contact, something rushed in front of them, blocking them from their intended target. Now it was Takaifujin's turn to smirk. Hey! Sasori glared at the golem as it held back his puppet's blades. That's impossible. By itself, a golem is slow, but with a puppeteer controlling it. Takaifujin turned to look at Chio. Chakra strings, emanating from her fingertips, were attached to the golem. Like that'll make a difference. Sasori yelled. The puppet's left arm flipped open and several kunai shot out at once. The golem blocked every one of them, but just barely. Hey, you're getting slow in your old age, grandma. Don't get cocky, kiddo. I taught you everything you know. Chio countered as she used the golem to knock back the puppet. Suddenly Takaifujin began to feel woozy. What the? He said weakly as he put a hand on his forehead. So, it's finally taken effect, Sasori said with satisfaction. I'm poisoned. But, Takaifujin stumbled a bit as his golem dispersed back into the sand it came from. How? I never got cut. Did you think all my puppets were easily seen? Sasori smiled. Lift up your right sleeve. Takaifujin moved his sleeve and there, on his arm, was a tiny scorpion puppet. Shit. He fell down in a sitting position on the sand. I'm sorry, Chio-sama, but it looks like I'm out of this fight. He fell over onto his side and slipped into unconsciousness. Chiyo pulled 2 scrolls out of her sleeves and unrolled them. 2 popping noises sounded, and when the smoke cleared, 2 puppets appeared in front of the aging puppet master. One was female and the other was male. I didn't think Takai-kun would have been taken out so easily. I really didn't want to have to use these 2. Sasori cocked an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? Those were the first 2 puppets I ever made. Memories of those very same puppets holding him in comfort when he was little flooded his mind. HMPF. Mother and father. How stupid of you. I know all their tricks. Both Sasori's and Chiyo's puppets shot towards each other. After several punches, kicks and swipes with blades, they jumped back to their masters, each sporting massive damage. Sasori looked at his puppet. It was missing a chunk out of its left arm and some of its right side had been splintered. I underestimated you, Grandma. Looks like I may need to take this seriously after all. His puppet's mouth opened and something that looked a bit like black sand began to snake from it in tendrils. So, it seems it can use the Sandame's jutsu. Chiyo gritted her teeth. The most feared weapon in all of Sunagakuru, Satetsu, an iron sand. It's been a long time since you've seen this, hasn't it? This family reunion is about to be cut short. The tendrils surrounded Chiyo's puppets and separated into the tiny granules that they really were. They filled every joint of the puppets, rendering them useless. The Satetsu formed into needle-like projectiles and rocketed toward Chiyo. She raised her right arm. The sides of it opened into 4 long strips which had chakra run between them, creating a shield. So, you've turned your arm into a puppet. How fitting. And a chakra shield as well. You're just full of surprises today, Grandma. Chiyo closed her arm back up and stood still for a moment, thinking. Damn, I really don't want to use those. Just as Chiyo was about to pull out another scroll, a strange-looking humanoid figure stepped up next to her. It was like a living shadow. What is this? The shadow figure spoke. I'm a jutsu made by Haruno Sakura. I can't be destroyed unless Sakura is knocked out, and that strange sand won't affect me. Please, use me as your puppet. Chiyo stared at this thing that spoke with no mouth for a moment and then looked around till she saw a girl with roughly the same shape as the shadow humanoid. The girl with pink hair gave her a thumbs up and a grin. HMN. Thank you, child. She turned back to her grandson. Alright, kid, let's see what this shadow can do. Golem or shadow puppet, it makes little difference. Sasori goaded as he sent another rain of Satetsu needles. Chiyo used inner Sakura to pull herself out of the way of the onslaught. After they landed, inner Sakura spoke again. What is that attack? Satetsu. It's a jutsu developed by the Sandame, based on an attack by the previous host of Shukaku. It can be formed into any shape, such as weapons that are perfect for any situation. The Sandame had a Kekai Genkai, allowed him to turn the chakra he formed into magnetic forces, Chiyo explained. But why would a lifeless puppet have chakra? Inner Sakura asked. Because, that's no ordinary puppet. That's a hitokugutsu, a puppet made from the body of a living person. It's made so that the puppet retains the chakra the victim had while they were still alive. That's horrible, said Inner Sakura. Only Sasori can make them. And it also allows him to use all the victim's jutsus. Chiyo turned to Inner Sakura. It's a good thing you're not made of flesh, or I would make you get back. Enough talk. Satetsu Kaiho. Starting at the puppet's mouth, a web of spikes forward. They kept branching off of each other until a huge, spiky mass of brambles headed toward Chiyo. Inner Sakura pointed at the center of the attack. Throw me. Chiyo did as was instructed. Inner Sakura poured chakra into her fist and rocketed through the brambles, shattering them into thousands of tiny splinters. Hinata's eyes went wide. Sugoi. Sasori glared at Inner Sakura. That thing is impossible to destroy, but it can't have come from nowhere. He looked around until his eyes settled on Sakura. It didn't take more than a second for his brain to put 2 and 2 together after realizing their outlines were identical. So, that's where you are. Naruto noticed Sasori's eyes flicker in Sakura's direction for a moment, and he didn't like what it implied. Sasori's puppet headed for Sakura with frightening speed. Shit, Inner Sakura thought, I don't have time to get back to myself. Sakura's eyes widened when she saw the puppet coming for her. No, Chiyo yelled. Everyone barely saw the golf ball-sized, snow-white ball before it hit the puppet and exploded, causing everyone to cover their ears to block out the noise. When the dust cleared, the puppet lay on the ground, in several hundred pieces. Sasori had managed to catch the trajectory of the sphere and looked in that direction. He saw Naruto standing there, with eyes he'd never seen. What the hell? He didn't have a dojutsu in the reports. He glared in thought for a moment. It must be a side effect of the Niji chakra. The white flame in Naruto's eyes seemed to glow a bit as he reached out into the air and, with the speed of building a rasengan, pulled material seemingly from thin air and made another ball identical to the first. Sasori's eyes widened as much as possible when he realized what Naruto had just done. You can see Sugikan. AN after soul, aka, chakra residue. Naruto grinned. Yep, and that's not all. He held out the hand which contained the Sugikan bomb and formed a Niji rasengan around it. Everyone, run. I'm the only one of us who could live through this. He commanded to the crowd. Hinata, Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto. He saw their fear and smiled. Don't worry seriously. I've done this before. Hinata was surprised. Why? You have. Naruto laughed. What did you think I was doing with Jiraiya for 6 months, watching him peep? Sasuke smirked. HMPF, just be careful. You know me, Naruto replied. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. That's why I said be careful. The remainder of his allies departed, with Hinata casting a nervous glance behind her as Naruto turned to face his enemy. Sasori simply shook his head. How do you think you're gonna hit me with that, kid? There's no way. Sasori took off his cloak. You can match my speed. Naruto was shocked as he looked over the many wooden limbs and joints where there should have been skin. He made himself into a puppet. He smirked. Now that I know you're mainly wood, I don't feel so bad about doing this. Sasori looked disgusted. Feel bad about killing an enemy. What kind of ninja are you? Naruto's smirk widened. The good kind. He crouched down, loaded his legs with chakra and launched himself at Sasori. He's fast, Sasori thought as Naruto shot forward. He pulled a length of spear-tipped cord from the spindle he'd built into his midriff and launched it at Naruto. It was dead on target and Naruto was still heading forward. Hey, got you. Just before the blade would have hit Naruto, he moved the rasengan in front of himself like a shield and the projectile merely bounced off it. What? Sasori's hands flipped upwards, revealing kunai launchers in his wrists. Naruto saw this and only smiled. Too late. The rasengan hit dead on target. The explosion that resulted was so powerful that it shook the village with the force of a 3.0 earthquake. Citizens had to run for cover as baseball-sized chunks of rock fell from the cliff above. Hinata had been told he would be alright, but she couldn't help herself as her instincts took over. Naruto-kun, she screamed. Before her comrades could catch her, she darted away from the relative safety of the cage tower roof toward the settling dust from Naruto's attack. Pieces of Sasori's body were scattered everywhere on the hot sand. In the center of this mayhem was a softly moaning Naruto. Ah, damn it, he choked out as he felt Hinata's chakra signature get closer to him. He hadn't wanted her to see him until he'd healed the worst of his wounds. He winced at the pitch hit by her shriek of fear. Naruto-kun, she dove to her knees next to her boyfriend. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked him over. He had multiple second-degree burns and small cuts, the exception being a large gash on his left cheek. There was blood leaking from both corners of his mouth and he was bruised everywhere. Hinata took out a cloth from her side pouch and wiped away some of the blood. I told you not to come, Naruto said hoarsely. You said you would be alright, Hinata said, a touch of anger entering her voice. I will be. You just got here before I was done healing myself, Naruto replied gently. What? Hinata said in surprise. Naruto smiled slightly. Look at my cheek. Hinata looked and saw a faint glow as the tissues slowly knitted themselves back together. She swallowed. How long before we can move you? About 10 minutes. The burns are almost gone already, Naruto replied as he looked at his hand. Hinata's eyes widened a little. The second-degree burns had gone down a level to first degree. Sakura walked over and knelt beside Hinata, placing a hand on the smaller girl's shoulder. Why don't we help him along? She said with a smile. Hinata nodded. She replied stiffly. She saw the confused look on Sakura's face produced by the strange tone in her voice, but avoided clearing up the confusion because even she didn't understand why her own voice sounded so irritated. It wasn't like her. Glowing green hands were soon speeding the healing process further, but an unfamiliar feeling was boiling underneath her own skin, something that was quickly turning into anger. Thanks, Naruto said. Sakura smacked the back of his head. What was that for? He asked indignantly. For making us worry, Sakura answered without looking up from her work. Naruto frowned. Sakura turned to Sasuke. Please get a med team up here with a stretcher. Sasuke nodded and left. Once the wounds were healed enough that the girls could lessen the help they gave, Hinata uttered words that Naruto had never thought could come from her mouth. Naruto-kun, she said without looking at him. Yeah. The tone in her voice held barely contained rage. Don't you ever do that again. Naruto shrank back a bit at the quiet anger in her words. I did what I had to. Hinata's head snapped up. Tears were streaming down her face. Ever, she screeched. Hina-chan, we're ninjas. We're going to get hurt, Naruto replied, feeling a bit defensive as he eased himself into a sitting position. That's not what I was talking about. Then what? Hinata had calmed down considerably, but the tears still flowed. You lied to me to get me to leave. You said you would be alright. The way you looked when we first got here that wasn't alright, she finished softly. Naruto hated to admit it, but she was right. He wrapped his arms around her. I'm sorry, Hina-chan. Next time we fight together. I promise. Chapter 9. Chio stared down at a circular piece of wood that was cracked in half, with blood oozing out of it. There was also what looked like chunks of tissue inside. So, that's where you kept your organic parts, she said sadly. I am sorry, my grandson, it is because of my poor guidance that you came to this end. Sakura put a hand on Chio's shoulder. Come on, you're the last one, she said with a small smile. Yes. Chio gave one last look at her grandson's remains. I suppose I should be evaluated. Sakura, was it? Hi, Sakura replied with a slight nod. Thank you for the use of your shadow puppet. That's quite the kekai genkai you have there, Chio said as they began walking. Sakura brushed a stray strand of hair out of her face. Thank you, I just learned about it last year. Your blonde friend, what clan is he from? Is he a namikaze? Sakura blinked rapidly. Yeah, how did you know? I saw Minato fight in the Great Wars, Chio said as she looked at the sky wistfully. He was unlike any shinobi I've ever seen. The instant I saw Naruto I knew they had to be related. Sakura laughed. Naruto's his son. Chio raised an eyebrow. That certainly explains his talent. Sakura laughed again. Chio gave her a curious look. What's so funny? I've never heard anyone call him talented before, Sakura replied, her laughter slowing to a light giggle. Chio looked at her in shock. What passes for true talent in your village, if not a boy who can nearly bring down a cliff with one shot? They reached the village level and landed on the street. Naruto started out as the worst of our class, Sakura replied as they turned a corner. The worst? How is that possible? I'm not really sure. When we graduated he could barely make a proper bunshin. When we took our final test with Kakashi-sensei he surprised us all with Kage bunshin. During our first mission we encountered an unexpected enemy who was tough, even for Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei got trapped in some kind of water prison jutsu and we all thought we were dead. But Naruto went from quivering on the ground to suddenly proclaiming he was going to be Hokage and coming up with a plan that freed Kakashi-sensei. Interesting, Chio commented as she rubbed a sore spot on her right arm. And when we were in the forest for the Chunin exam, he acted dumb sometimes and others he just blew me away by coming up with amazingly well thought out plans. And you don't consider that talented? Chio asked as the hospital came into view. Sakura frowned in thought. It's not consistent. Kind of like he's got an idiot and a battle genius trapped in the same body and they take turns being in control. Chio made a small chuckle. Did he have good teachers as a child? Sakura considered this for a moment. Well, he had Iruka-sensei, but if you mean someone to help him at home, then, no. That makes me wonder what kind of ninja he might have been if someone had taken the time to train him properly outside of school. You know, I never thought of that before, Sakura answered with a bit of shame to her tone. If he's gone from worst in your class, to doing that jutsu I saw a little while ago in less than 3 years. Some of that is from the Niji chakra though, Sakura countered. Chio frowned. Talent is not measured in raw power, Sakura. How many ninjas do you know who would think of putting Sugiken inside a rasengan? As far as battles and techniques go, I would call that talent. I would even go so far as to call it genius. Sakura looked at Chio with an incredulous expression. Genius? Naruto? Are you serious? Quite. Chio pointed in front of them. Although it looks like we won't have time to discuss it further. Sakura looked ahead and saw Asuna Chunin running towards them. Sakura-san, Chio-sama, we require your assistance inside, the Chunin said quickly. Looks like my exam will have to wait, Chio said, and both of them ran into the hospital. A doctor met Chio and Sakura as soon as they entered the room, which was buzzing with activity. She's fibrillating. I can't get it to stop. Sakura instantly recognized the young Chunin on the table as the one she had helped in the field. Chio waved the nurses out of their way and Sakura put her hands on the girl's chest. Oh no. Sakura looked at the doctor in regret. I should have known I hadn't learned enough to heal something this bad. The seals I put in place have failed. There's nothing I can do, she said sadly. Chio put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. There's something I can do. She laid her hands on the dying girl. Sasori, maybe by doing this, heaven will forgive me for not guiding you in the way I should have. Her hands glowed and the light spread over the girl's body. After a moment it lessened, then disappeared altogether, and Chio fell to the floor. Sakura was instantly at the old woman's side. Chio-san. She noticed Chio wasn't breathing and checked her pulse. A look of total bewilderment came over her face. She's gone. I don't understand it. I do, said the doctor as she sat down in a chair. What she used wasn't medical jutsu, it was a resurrection jutsu. Look, she said as she pointed at the girl. Sakura's eyes widened. The Chunin girl was breathing slow and steady. Chio gave her life energy, she said softly. The doctor nodded solemnly. I've never seen it done before, but my mother told me about it. Sakura got to her feet and checked the Chunin's vitals. It looks like she's made a full recovery. Why don't you show me the others? The doctor nodded and led the way. Sakura finished healing Konkuro's leg and sighed heavily. There's nothing else I can do until we come up with an antidote for that poison. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, all my training and this is as much as I can do. She sighed again. I think I may need help. Please contact Tsunade-sama, she said to the doctor. The instant Sakura saw Naruto, she wished she had waited just a few more minutes before entering the room. Naruto was sitting on the bed in nothing but his boxers. She had seen him in this state several times since they had become teammates, but those times had all been before he had left with Jiraiya and come back with muscles that were very. She shook her head to rid her mind of the biological reaction to the boy in front of her. She knew it didn't mean she was any less loyal to Lee and that it was a natural reaction to an attractive member of the opposite sex, but she still couldn't help but feel guilty. She put her hand in front of her face. Naruto-kun, put something on please. Naruto blushed a bit in embarrassment. Sorry. The nurse should be back with my clothes in a minute. He pulled up the sheets around himself. You can look now. Sakura sighed in relief and turned around, noting how stark the Suna hospital rooms were compared to the ones back home. The bed was against the middle of the wall to the right. There was a nightstand but it was white stone with no flowers or patterns. The window was small, with no blinds or shutters. Pretty much everything was white or grayish. The whole thing made her feel bad for anyone who had to stay in one of these rooms for very long. How are you feeling? Fine. A little sore, but I'll live, Naruto replied as he rotated his neck to stretch it out. I'm waiting for Tsunade-sama. I can't heal the poison by myself yet, Sakura said with a frown as she sat on the chair beside the bed. Naruto smiled comfortingly. I'm sure you will someday. Thanks, Sakura replied. Naruto looked out the tiny window, or at least he tried to, it was too small to see much. I never knew Hinata could get so mad, he said with a half-hearted laugh. Well, people get mad when the person they loved is something like that, Sakura explained matter-of-factly. I'm sure you weren't too happy when Hinata told you she almost used that technique to save you when you got burned. She instantly knew she had said something she wasn't supposed to when she saw the look on Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes were squinted into an apprehensive glare. What do you mean? He asked slowly. Sakura couldn't think of anything to say. She hadn't thought that Hinata wouldn't have told Naruto about what happened in Gansho. Naruto felt a knot forming in his stomach. What technique, Sakura-chan? He demanded. This isn't something I should tell you. It should be Hinata that does it, Sakura said as she lowered her eyes. I will, came Hinata's voice from the doorway. Naruto's head snapped sideways. What's she talking about, Hina-chan? He demanded, his voice laced with concern. Sakura stood up. I think I should go. She turned to Naruto. I'll check on you later. She might as well have said it to thin air seeing as how he didn't even turn his head to acknowledge her. She gave Hinata's shoulder a comforting squeeze before exiting the room. When the door clicked shut, Hinata sat down on the bed while Naruto watched her expectantly. After a moment of silence, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. Well. Hinata let out a long sigh. Do you remember that technique I used to bring that fish back to life? Naruto's eyes snapped open. Hinata, I want you to promise me that you'll never do that again, Tsunade said sternly. The smile fell from Hinata's face. She said in confusion. Hadn't she done a good job? Why? The body has a lot less electrical current than chakra. Reviving a fish is one thing. If you use that technique on a human being, you'll die, Tsunade said gravely. Hinata made a small gasp. I am declaring that jutsu is forbidden. You can't use it and you will not teach it to anyone. Is that understood? Hinata's face showed her disappointment. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Naruto looked at his girlfriend in absolute horror. If you'd used that, you would've. Hinata swallowed. I didn't want you to die. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. When he opened them they held a mixture of anger and sadness. My life is never worth yours, you got that? He said in a shaking voice. Naruto-kun, never, Naruto yelled. Hinata's eyes filled with tears. I didn't want you to die. She cried shrilly. You think I want you to die either? Naruto yelled back. I can't believe you'd do something so stupid. Hinata stood so quickly that the chair she'd been occupying fell over. As she ran out the door she bumped into a nurse carrying Naruto's clothes, muttering an "excuse me" as she disappeared from sight. The nurse stared at the sullen boy in pity for a moment before speaking. I'll just leave these here," she said quietly as she placed the clothes on the nightstand. Once the nurse was gone from the room, Naruto's face fell into his hands and he exhaled a long, frustrated sigh. Damn it. 3 days later Tsunade was busy drawing the last of the poison from her final patient. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. I think that's all I can remove with this method. She turned to Sakura. Let's go make the antidote so we can get these people out of here, she said with a smile. Sakura responded in kind and nodded. NHM. They left the intensive care unit and walked down the long hallway. I'm sorry, Shisho. I failed you, Sakura said suddenly. How did you fail? Tsunade asked in curiosity. I couldn't draw out the poison like you showed me. Tsunade smiled. Sakura, you've studying under me for less than a year. You're being too hard on yourself. Sakura sighed. I guess. As they got near Naruto's room Tsunade stopped. I'm going to see how my son's doing. Why don't you get started and I'll meet you at the greenhouse? Sakura nodded and walked away. Tsunade saw that Naruto was staring at the bed sheets with a listless expression and frowned a bit as she walked into the room. Hey there, kiddo, she said as she sat down on the chair next to him. Silence. What's wrong? Tsunade asked as she bent her head down so she could attempt making eye contact. Naruto didn't look up. I yelled at Hinata, he said quietly. Tsunade blinked in surprise. Yelled at her? Why? Naruto sighed and raised his head. Do you remember that jutsu you told Hina-chan was forbidden? Tsunade nodded. Well, I found out that she almost used it to save me when I got burned. Tsunade's face set into a frown. I see, she said in a disapproving tone. I got mad when I found out. I told her she was stupid, Naruto said regretfully. While I agree with your assessment, you probably didn't phrase it in the best way. When did this happen? 3 days ago. 3 days. You can't leave something like this for so long, Tsunade chastised. Naruto sighed. I wanted to talk to her, but I wouldn't know what to say. I don't know how to face her after calling her that. Tsunade chewed her inner cheek a bit and thought. My mother always told me, never go to bed angry. Naruto looked confused. When you're in a relationship that is really important to you, you should always try to resolve things before you go to sleep. The longer you leave things alone, the harder it is to make up. Naruto was silent for a moment before nodding his head. Okay, as soon as they let me out of here. A sudden look of confusion came over Tsunade's face. Why are you still in here anyway? Naruto frowned. They won't tell me. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. Oh really? The door to the chief resident's office opened and Tsunade strolled in. The owner of said office looked up in surprise. May I help you? Tsunade folded her arms and glared at the balding man. Yes, you can tell me why my son is still in here when he should have been released on the first day. Who's your son? The chief asked tentatively. Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade answered impatiently. The chief instantly looked nervous. He hadn't expected the boy's mother to visit. I see. Please have a seat. When the chief didn't start talking immediately Tsunade got impatient. Well. The chief cleared his throat. I didn't want to share this information with anyone until I was sure. He stood up, opened a file cabinet drawer, pulled out a manila folder and retook his seat. It would seem that Naruto may be suicidal. What? Tsunade said with an incredulous tone. My family has a kekai genkei. Even if there are no scars, wounds change the cells from their original state by strengthening them in case of another wound in the same area. We can see even the oldest of wounds as green lines on the skin. I was looking over his injuries from the battle and there were over 40 cuts in the area between the elbow and the wrist on his left arm. It doesn't look like the kind of wounds made by battle. They are precise and consistently. Stop, Tsunade said suddenly. She closed her eyes, shook her head and sighed. Thank you for your concern, but they aren't suicide wounds. The chief looked skeptical and slightly insulted. Who is this woman to question his analysis? With all due respect, ma'am, I would think I know more about medicine than you. Tsunade laughed slightly. Do you even know who I am? No, the chief answered with trepidation. I am Tsunade, Hokage of Konoha. The chief went white as a sheet. Tease. Tsunade-sama. Forgive me. Of course you would know what you are talking about. Tsunade smirked. But would you mind telling me exactly what is going on then? Tsunade made an unhappy sigh. Practice. The look on the chief's face was one of utter confusion. Practice. My son has healing ability. About 7 months ago he showed it to me by making a large cut in the area you talked about. I understand. I'll get his release papers then, the chief said with a relieved smile. The two stood and shook hands. Thank you, for having such concern over my son, Tsunade said graciously. The chief nodded and smiled again. Of course. How do you know about that? Naruto asked his mother in disbelief. Tsunade folded her arms. I have my sources. The chief resident thought you were suicidal. That's why he was keeping you here. Sorry. I should have told you earlier, Naruto said as he pulled on his t-shirt. Tsunade pursed her lips. That would have been nice. Naruto grimaced apologetically. I didn't want you to worry. Plus, most of it was while I was away. Just promise me that from now on you'll tell me about any training that you purposely hurt yourself for, Tsunade asked as she gave him a hug. I will, Ka-san. They parted and stood up. Well, now that that's settled, I have to join Sakura in the greenhouse. Why don't you go find Hinata? Naruto nodded. Hi. Hinata was sitting at the ice cream shop. She slowly ate her treat, heeding Sakura's warning about headaches. She wasn't sure how to apologize to Naruto. He'd been so angry. She had told Sakura about the argument and she had said that it was best to let Naruto cool down. Hinata sighed when she noticed she had carved Naruto's name in the frozen confection. Naruto-kun. Hey, Hina-chan, came Naruto's voice from behind the young Hyuga. Hinata blinked and turned around. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed in surprise. Naruto made a small smile. Can you come with me for a minute? Hinata slowly nodded and the couple left the shop. Naruto-kun, Hinata began. Naruto put a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Wait, I don't want to talk about this out here. Hinata nodded and followed in silence. They made their way to the building the Konoha team had been staying at while in Suna. It was a fairly long, 4-story building with the usual, dull Suna architecture. Once inside they went up to the room that the guys all shared. Naruto sat on the couch and Hinata followed suit. I wanted to apologize, he said after a moment. What do you have to apologize for? Hinata asked in confusion. Naruto shook his head. I'm the only one who needs to apologize. Yeah, what you almost did wasn't the brightest idea in the world, but I probably would have done the same thing if it was you. I shouldn't have called you stupid. I was just scared. To think you might have sacrificed yourself for me, it makes my chest hurt. His eyes were filled with fear and sadness as he stroked her forehead. Please, don't ever die for me. If you think you can live and still save me, I'm all for it. But, his eyes misted over, I don't want to live, if you're not there too. Hinata wiped at the tears that were now making their way down her face and nodded before pulling the boy she loved into a tight embrace. I promise. Chapter 10. Hey, Gaara. Gaara looked up from his book to see Naruto just waltz right into his hospital room without knocking. He sighed inwardly but managed a courteous, "Ohio." Naruto sat down on the end of the bed, a wolfish expression on his face. So, Kurumi been to visit you yet? He teased. Gaara rolled his eyes slightly. 3 times. He looked at the clock on his nightstand. In fact, she should be. He was interrupted by a knock on the door. Gaara-sama, can I come in? Chirped Kurumi's cheerful voice. Gaara sighed. Hi. Kurumi walked in, holding a book. I found it. She set down a tiny vase with a single rose in it. Took me a couple hours but. It was then she noticed Naruto. Hey, Naruto-kun, she said happily. Sorry I didn't see you there, she said as a nurse walked in and set Gaara's clothes down on a chair next to the bed. Naruto blinked. I'm sitting on the end of Gaara's bed. How could you miss me? The nurse giggled and whispered in Naruto's ear. She kinda has tunnel vision when it comes to Gaara-sama. Naruto laughed as the nurse left. He looked at the title of the book as she handed it to Gaara. It read, The Duties of a Cage. He smiled. Glad you haven't given up on that. The side of Gaara's mouth curled upward into a small smile. I should know these things just in case Kage-sama actually manages to convince the council that I would be a good candidate. Naruto smiled. Good plan. Glad to see you're okay. Thanks to you, Gaara said with a grateful nod. I always take care of my friends, Naruto replied with a thumb up. Gaara gave his friend a genuine smile. Nay, Gaara-sama, Kurumi asked while gaining some pink in her cheeks. Gaara cocked his head to one side in curiosity as a gentle breeze wafted through the room from the window. Kurumi swallowed. After you're released later today, would you like to get ice cream with me? She asked in a small voice. Gaara looked startled for a split second then regained his composure. He was about to say, no, but something about the look in her eyes crumpled his resolve. All right. Kurumi's green eyes lit up instantly. Really? Gaara nodded. Kurumi jumped into the air. Yata. Almost as soon as she landed she realized she'd been a bit overzealous. She turned a bright crimson and hemmed as she clamped her hands behind her back in an effort to look more composed. Gaara looked tentative. Naruto was barely able to hold back his laughter. I mean, 7 o'clock okay? Kurumi asked, praying she hadn't scared the poor boy off. That is acceptable, Gaara replied politely. Kurumi's smile returned. Great, I'll see you then. Bye guys, she said exuberantly. She attempted to walk out the door but walked into it instead. Oof, she rubbed her nose. Ha ha ha, she laughed nervously. After managing to make it out the door, her right sandal caught on her left and she fell into the hallway. I'm okay, she called out through the slowly closing door. Naruto stared at the closed door for a moment. He snorted, then snickered, then burst into loud laughter. Gaara simply shook his head and waited for him to stop. When Naruto finally calmed down, Gaara decided it was safe to talk without too much fear of interruption. She's a little clumsy. Naruto let out one last chuckle. I gotta go, he said as he stood up. Gotta meet with the cage before we leave. Thank you for visiting, Gaara said truthfully. No prob, Naruto replied as he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. A word of advice though. Next time you're talking to a girl that likes you, try something more interesting than, that is acceptable, Naruto said in his best imitation of Gaara's voice. Gaara smirked and made an affirmative sound by blowing a puff of air through his nose. Naruto walked out the door and headed for the cage tower. Takaifujin, cage of Suna, was silent as he regarded the young man in front of him. He had gone through many different views of him in a rather short period of time, from instantly discounting his abilities because of his young age, to being fearful of the beast he had believed to be within him, to being in awe of his amazing chakra, and then finally to having a deep feeling of gratitude to him for destroying an enemy so dangerous to his beloved Suna. I thank you all, he said finally. You fought bravely for us and saved many of my comrades, both on, he looked at Kakashi, and off, his gaze shifted to Sakura, the battlefield. He looked at Naruto. But you not only saved the boy that I planned to have succeed me one day, but you won the battle for us. Once you become Hokage, and I know you will, I will be honored to be your ally, he finished this with a low bow. An odd silence fell over Naruto. It was not often someone regarded him with such respect, let alone a cage. So it was with a great leap forward in the growth of his personality that he too, bowed low. Arigato, Kage-sama, I look forward to being your ally as well. Not a mouth in the room, save for Naruto's and Takaifujin's, was left closed. They stared, slack-jawed, at the blonde boy they knew, or thought they had known, so well by this point. Is that really Naruto? Kakashi wondered. Hinata positively glowed with pride. Naruto-kun. As they left the cage tower, Kakashi clapped a hand down on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I'm impressed by the way you handled yourself in there. I'm proud of you, Kakashi said as his right eye crinkled into a smile. Naruto smiled as well, then suddenly his expression changed to that of sudden remembrance. Oh. Kakashi looked at him curiously. I forgot something, can you guys wait out here? Naruto pleaded. Kakashi was very curious as to what Naruto could possibly have forgotten, but he gave a nod of approval anyway. Naruto smiled as his thanks and dashed back inside the building. Kage-sama. Takaifujin lifted his head to meet the gaze of the male Junin that had poked his head in. Hi. Uzumaki, Naruto would like to speak with you again. Takaifujin smiled. By all means, send him in. Naruto appeared in the doorway and gave a short bow. I'm sorry to bother you again. I know you gotta be busy. It's no bother at all. Takaifujin waved his hand at the pillows in front of him. Please take a seat. Naruto sat down as instructed. I need to ask you about one of the techniques you used against Sasori. Takaifujin looked intrigued. Oh. Danshinguke's no jutsu, is it unique to Suna? Naruto asked seriously. Takaifujin smiled. Actually it is. In fact it's not only unique to Suna, but unique to me. It is my own jutsu. A shocked expression crossed Naruto's face. For some reason he was now very nervous about revealing the information he had. What is it? Takaifujin asked, his curiosity now piqued. Naruto swallowed. I've seen it before. Takaifujin looked confused for a moment, but then suddenly his eyes held something that Naruto just couldn't pinpoint. Takaifujin spoke in a strange tone of voice. Where did you see it? Gansho City. I fought a girl who used that technique, Naruto replied carefully. Takaifujin's eyes snapped wide. He grabbed Naruto by the shoulders, a desperately hopeful look in his eyes. Katsura. Was her name Katsura? Naruto's heart was sinking with each word of the conversation. Yes, he answered stiffly. The wild look left his eyes and Takaifujin heaved a great sigh of relief. He looked up, his face shining with gratitude. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I have been looking for Katsura for almost 2 years. At seeing Naruto's confused look he decided to explain. She is my daughter. The expression Naruto's face twisted into was one of absolute horror. The bottom had dropped out of his stomach and he suddenly desperately wished he had not gone back into the building. Takaifujin did not like the look on Naruto's face. What is it? Naruto's mouth opened and closed several times without making a sound. When his voice finally did find release it spoke the words that are the nightmare of every parent in existence. She's dead. Takaifujin's expression became fearful and disbelieving. WHWH what? It was an accident. She was part of a gang we were trying to stop. She was following us so we attacked. I was only trying to knock her out, so we could question her but, she fell onto something sharp and Naruto couldn't bear to finish so he simply let the rest hang in the air. Tears pricked at the corners of Takaifujin's eyes. His hands balled into shaking fists. UK killed my Katsura. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut. He wanted to run as fast as his legs could carry him to escape seeing such a look on the face of the man who had shown him such respect and admiration just a short while ago. Get out, Takaifujin said with barely contained rage. I'm sorry, Naruto said as tears slowly made their way down his face. Get out, Takaifujin screamed. Without another word Naruto bolted from the room, down the steps and out the door, not bothering to even look at his comrades as he streaked past. Kakashi looked stunned. What the hell happened? Alone in the room now, Takaifujin's face and upper torso sank to the floor as he wept loud, bitter tears for the daughter who would never come home. Kakashi didn't know what was going on, but his first priority was Naruto. Hinata, find Naruto and bring him to the front of the hospital. We'll go pick up Kiba and meet you there. Hinata dumbly nodded. As the others left her alone she ran in the direction Naruto had gone. Naruto-kun, what happened? She activated her Byakugan after she had traveled a few blocks. Her eyes scanned the buildings and streets. To her right she saw children playing with a ball. Directly in front of her she saw nothing but people shopping in the market. A little to her left there was a dog licking what seemed to be a fairly recent wound. But in every direction she looked, there was no Naruto. Finally, she looked upward and, to her right a bit, was the object of her search. There. Naruto heard the footsteps behind him, but ignored them. Naruto-kun. When she was met with silence, Hinata sat down behind him and put a gentle hand on his shoulder. A pained look crossed her face as her hand was pushed off. Please, Hina-chan, just go away, Naruto nearly whispered. I can't, not when you're hurting, Hinata replied softly. Naruto sighed but didn't reply. Hinata, not knowing what else to do, sat behind him and waited. She had learned from experience that Naruto would eventually say something if she stayed long enough. She hated seeing him like this and it happened much too often as far as she was concerned. Naruto felt as though Hinata's eyes were burning holes right through him. For someone so shy she sure can be stubborn, he thought glumly. Kiba looked at the carnation in his hand, sighed, and knocked on the door. Come in, said a female voice. Kiba opened the door. Lying in the bed was the genin who had helped him in the fight. Hi, he said with a small smile. The girl brightened instantly. Hi. She sat up, pulled her forest green hair into a ponytail, and secured it with a blue elastic. How are you feeling? Kiba asked as he set the flower in a vase on the nightstand. The girl stretched her arms above her head. I'll be a whole lot better when I'm outta here and back on active duty, she said with a wry smile. My name's Now. What's yours? Kiba. Now gave a short bow. Nice to meet ya. Thanks for the flower. Kiba smiled. I just wanted to thanks again for helping me. And I'm glad you're okay. Thanks. Hope we have a chance to fight together again someday, Now said with a grin. NHM. Kiba said with a short, sharp nod. Well, I gotta catch up with my team. See ya around, he said with a wave. Bye. Now replied happily. She was his daughter, Naruto said suddenly. Hinata blinked for a moment in confusion. What? Naruto sighed. The girl I killed, she was the Kasage's daughter. Hinata gasped and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh no, she whispered sharply. Yeah, so much for being allies when I become Hokage, Naruto said sadly. Hinata frowned with her teeth clenched together, then she bit her lip and released it. After repeating this a few times she spoke. Maybe he'll forgive you, she offered feebly. I don't think so, Hina-chan. There was a loud thud as someone landed on the roof behind them. We have to get going, you two. Hinata looked up. Kurenai-sensei. The poison's gone. Kurenai nodded. Yup. Tsunade-sama's antidote-making knowledge is amazing, she said with reverence. Naruto and Hinata stood up. Alright then, let's go. You can tell me what happened on the way, Kurenai said. Kakashi nodded in approval as he saw Kurenai returning over the rooftops with his wayward charges. About time you got back. Kurenai landed. Kakashi, a word. Kakashi squinted in curiosity. He moved next to Kurenai, who leaned in close to whisper something. After a moment his visible eye widened considerably. I understand. He turned around. We'll leave at once. I doubt our host would welcome anything we have to say at this point. The Konoha team nodded and headed for home. You all did very well on this mission, especially you, Naruto, Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto's expression did not change from the sullen look he had worn since Suna. Thanks, he replied with no real emotion. Tsunade frowned and looked to Kakashi and Kurenai. I'm sorry, but would you leave Naruto and I alone? I need to talk to him. Kurenai nodded. Of course. Once they were gone, Tsunade moved from behind her desk and sat down next to her son. Kakashi told me about Katsura. She was answered with silence. It's sad when this kind of thing happens, but it's unavoidable sometimes. The Cage will realize this eventually. Naruto picked at his nails absent-mindedly. I'm not so sure, he said sadly. Suddenly, Tsunade looked like she'd remembered something happy. Hey, I've got something that'll cheer you up, she said, eyes shining. Naruto only cocked his head to one side in confusion. Tsunade and Naruto stood outside Haruka's hospital room. Naruto was still confused because his mother had refused to let him in on what was going on. When Tsunade opened the door, his breath caught in his throat. She was sitting up. She was sitting up and eating breakfast off of a tray. Her long red hair flowing out behind her like a carpet made from the sunset. She glanced upward from her breakfast a moment after she heard the door open. Hokage-sama, how lovely of you to check up on me personally, she said pleasantly. Her gaze fell on Naruto. Who's this? She asked with a smile. Naruto could barely move or breathe. Only one thing escaped his otherwise paralyzed mouth. Haruka, nay, san. Chapter 11. Naruto's voice was barely audible. Haruka, nay, san. Do you know me, kiddo? Haruka asked. As she was looking, his face over her gaze came to rest on Naruto's whisker marks. A look of realization crossed her face and she turned white as a sheet. There was no mistaking those marks. Naruto-chan, she breathed. Tsunade smiled. I'll leave you two alone. She walked away and shut the door behind her. For a long while neither Naruto nor Haruka spoke, each frozen from the shock. An announcement over the intercom seemed to free Haruka from her trance. You are Naruto-chan, aren't you? Naruto nodded slowly before running towards her. She opened her arms, closing them around him once he had reached her. Nei-san. Naruto-chan, I'm so glad you're safe, Haruka said as her eyes misted over. Naruto reveled in the warmth he remembered from his childhood. This was definitely her, the woman who had kept him safe. He gently pulled out of the hug. I thought you'd never wake up, he said through his joyful tears. Haruka wiped her eyes and gave a half laugh. You should have seen my face when the Hokage told me how long I've been asleep. Naruto chuckled a bit. It's Naruto-kun now though. Haruka blinked rapidly. Oh, I guess you're right. You're not exactly 8 years old anymore, are you? She said with a giggle. Naruto shook his head rapidly. So, when are they gonna let you out of here? Shouldn't be too much longer. Haruka put her hand to her head. Naruto was concerned. Nei-san. I'm fine. I still get tired quite easily. I should probably take a nap, Haruka replied with an apologetic smile. Okay. Naruto gave Haruka another quick hug. I'll come back later. Haruka nodded. Okay, she said brightly. Naruto began to walk away. And Naruto-kun. You've grown up very handsome. I always knew you would, Haruka said wistfully. Naruto blushed a little. Thanks. See you tonight, he said with a wave. Haruka waved as well, making sure to be careful of her IV line. Bye, sweetie, she said with the tone of a mother saying goodbye to her son. Kikyo walked into the hospital and was immediately waved over by the girl at the front desk. Kikyo-san, something wonderful happened. As she walked over to the girl, Kikyo had a strange sense of foreboding. What is it? Haruka-san woke up. Kikyo's eyes widened for an instant before she slipped on her mask of happiness. That's wonderful. May I see her? Well, she's taking a nap right now. I can take you down there in about 3 hours or so if you'd like. Thank you. I'd like that, Kikyo said. For some reason Kikyo's smile gave the receptionist a horrible chill. No problem. Kikyo glared down at Haruka's sleeping form on the bed in front of her. You couldn't have just stayed in your coma like a good little demon lover. She looked at the IV line and a cruel smile played across her lips. Well, I'll soon take care of that. And with that, she left the room. Back in her apartment, Kikyo was looking at a small collection of vials and jars on the wall of her bedroom. If she tells the Hokage how she was put into that coma, I'll be jailed for sure, she whispered angrily to no one. This one will do. She reached up and picked out a vial that had a white liquid inside. I won't give her the chance to ruin my life a second time. Naruto ran toward the hospital at top speed, a box of chocolates in one hand. Stupid mission report. I'm way late. I know visitor hours are over, but I'm only a few minutes late. Please, Naruto begged. The receptionist just couldn't say no to those gorgeous blue eyes. Okay, but only for a few minutes, she said with a slight blush. Thanks, Naruto said while flashing his golden smile. As he ran off, the receptionist stared after him and sighed. God, why does he have to be taken? She said wistfully. Naruto opened the door to find a nurse adding something to Haruka's IV. Sorry, I didn't know she was getting medicine. That's all right, I'll be on my way shortly, said the nurse sweetly. There, all done. She turned around and both hers and Naruto's eyes widened, then flattened down into hatred-filled glares. You, they both spat in unison. What are you doing in Haruka-ne-san's room? Naruto demanded. I don't have to explain anything to you, demon. Kikyo countered. Suddenly the patient alarm sounded. Naruto looked over at Haruka and, to his horror, saw she was shaking with severe convulsions. What did you do to her? He roared. Kikyo instinctively took a step backward at the killing intent that suddenly poured off the boy in front of her. Tamagan A.N. Soul I. Naruto said sharply. The purple flame in his eyes seemed to pulsate with his anger. The heart monitor alarm sounded flatline and Naruto turned toward the sound. Kikyo took the opportunity to run past him and down the hall. Naruto took off in pursuit. Sasuke sighed. Will you please just let me in? My brother wanted me to meet this woman. It's important to him. The nurse frowned in thought. All right, just be quiet, okay? If my boss found out I let two of you in, I'll get fired for sure. Thank you. As Sasuke turned to head down the hallway, all hell broke loose. The patient alarm went off, sending the receptionist's hand flying to the phone to alert the doctors, and a moment later he heard what sounded like a woman screaming. The sound got closer and closer until he saw a woman in her mid-40s running down the hall, and right behind her, a very pissed off Naruto. I'll kill you, Naruto roared. Naruto, what the hell? Sasuke said as he attempted to grab his brother's arm. He was thrown back from the force of the chakra radiating from Naruto's body. He stared after them for a moment with wide eyes before standing up and running out the doors after them. Naruto. Wait, damn it. Sasuke was worried, not because he thought the woman might get hurt. He knew his brother wouldn't try to kill someone without good reason, but because he was afraid that if Naruto killed the woman in front of civilians, people might start calling him a monster again. I can't let that happen. A bolt of lightning arced across the sky, followed by thunder, and then sudden, heavy rain. Help! Help me! Kikyo screamed as they ran through the streets, but everyone had ducked inside to avoid the sudden cloud burst. Naruto's wet hair had become wilder and changed to a purplish red. His nails had extended into claws and his teeth into fangs. His tamagan had changed slightly. The white dots in their middles were now slits as they'd been when the Kyuubi had been within him, although the purple flame remained unchanged. Sasuke breathed an inward sigh of relief as they turned off the main road and headed towards the woods. He was amazed by the woman's speed. She's had some ninja training if she can move that fast. Naruto couldn't hear his brother calling to him. A red haze had clouded his vision and all he could see was his target. Once he was in range, he leapt onto the screaming Kikyo's back and they fell to the ground together in a heap. Get off me! Kikyo yelled, tears of terror rolling down her face. Naruto hauled off and slugged Kikyo in the face, then grabbed her by the front of her dress. You killed Haruka-ne-san. Your pathetic life ends here, he hissed. Sasuke's eyes widened. So that's what's going on. His breath caught in his throat as he watched Naruto raise his clawed hand, preparing to rip the woman's throat out. He'd never heard Naruto sound so cold, so calculating, so much like. He saw an image of himself as he stood at the Valley of End, holding Naruto up by the gaping hole in his chest. Naruto, no, he screamed. He ran forward and jumped onto his brother's back. Get away, Naruto yelled as he back-fisted Sasuke to the ground. Listen to yourself, Sasuke yelled as he stood up once more. You've completely lost it. Naruto punched the woman over and over again. He raised his clawed hand, preparing to slice open Kikyo's throat. Sasuke had no choice. He had to say it. Do you want to turn into me? He screamed in desperation. Naruto's claws had stopped in time to avoid killing Kikyo, but not in time to avoid making the angry, red, bleeding line that was now emblazoned across her pale, white throat. Seeing that this line of reasoning seemed to be working, Sasuke continued. Killing for revenge. That's my destiny, not yours, he pleaded. Naruto shook his head furiously. This is different. How? Sasuke challenged. Naruto's eyes darted back and forth as his mind furiously tried to come up with a difference, any difference that would allow him to kill the evil he saw in front of him, but he found none. In defeat he closed his hand into a fist and punched Kikyo in the temple, knocking her out. He put his hands over his face, his bitter tears mixing with the rain. It wasn't as if he'd had her with him all along, but to lose Haruka again so soon after their reunion was just too much. Sasuke, as usual, felt lost. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. It was the best hug he could manage. 1 week later, Naruto and Hinata sat on a bench swing on the edge of a playground. He had his head leaned against the right side chain and Hinata's head was on his shoulder. Her hand held his with her thumb rubbing over the back in an effort to soothe him. Why does everything seem to happen to me? Naruto asked glumly. Hinata frowned. I don't know, she said gently. Kakashi and Tomoyo, hand in hand, walked into the playground. Kakashi put up a hand in greeting. Yo, he said, his eye crinkled in a smile. Naruto and Hinata just sat there, eyes wide at Kakashi, his mask was gone. KK Kakashi-sensei. Naruto sputtered. Kakashi hemmed. Yeah, well, I decided I didn't need it anymore. He went silent for a moment, looking like he was trying to choose his next words. I realized a mask wasn't necessary, for someone who's engaged. With a grin, Tomoyo held up her left hand, a small diamond glinted in the sun from her ring finger. Hinata's eyes widened slightly but her expression quickly changed into one of joy. Naruto just sat there with his jaw on the ground, stunned into utter silence. Tomoyo suddenly looked nervous. Naruto-kun, are you upset? Naruto shook his head as he came out of his shock-induced trance. No, Gomen, he said at last, rubbing the back of his neck. A grin spread over his face. This is awesome. He ran up to Tomoyo and gave her a huge hug. Congratulations. Hinata chirped happily as she stood up. Naruto released Tomoyo and looked at Kakashi. He folded his arms. I guess this means I'm gonna be related to you, he said with his arms folded in a bemused smile. Kakashi chuckled. Yup. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. So, if you're marrying my cousin, then that means you're gonna ditch those perverted books, right? Kakashi looked positively horrified. Tomoyo put her hand over her stuttering fiancé's mouth. I'll handle this, she said with a smile. Kakashi's face spoke volumes of his gratitude. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I don't mind if he reads it. Tomoyo looked at Kakashi with a feral grin. As long as he finds me afterwards, she said with a wiggle of her eyebrows. Kakashi smiled wryly. God, I love you. Naruto's expression was one of abject horror. It was very obvious by the tinge of green gracing his skin that he had images that were very wrong running through his head. Kakashi ahemed. Anyway, we have to visit Tsunade-sama to get the necessary papers. We'll see you later. Hinata nodded. NHM, she said with a smile. As Kakashi and Tomoyo started to leave, Naruto kept staring. Tomoyo turned around. Oh yeah, she said to Naruto. I got something to show you. Meet me at the North Training Field at 4. What is it? Naruto asked. Tomoyo grinned. You'll see. She and Kakashi walked away, leaving behind a very confused Naruto. Chapter 12. Naruto sat in the middle of the field, wondering where the hell his cousin was. He'd been right on time, but she was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, engaged to him for 1 day and she's already picking up his bad habits. Kakashi's news had temporarily distracted him from thinking of Haruka, but now she seeped back into his thoughts. If only I'd had time, he quietly berated himself. Finally he saw Tomoyo emerge from the edge of the woods. Oi, about time. Tomoyo jogged over to her younger cousin. Sorry, I couldn't find my shoes, she explained between breaths. Naruto looked skeptical but let it drop. So what do ya got to show me? He asked without much enthusiasm. Tomoyo frowned. Are you okay? Naruto grimaced slightly. Not really. Tomoyo sat down next to him in the soft grass. You wanna talk about it? Naruto sighed. It's my fault she's dead, he replied bitterly. Tomoyo knew who he was talking about. How is it your fault? You didn't make Kikyo kill her, she offered. No, but I had the power to stop her before she did. Naruto clenched his teeth. She was the one who put Haruka-ne-san in a coma in the first place. What? Tomoyo said with a confused expression. When I was 9 I was walking to Haruka-ne-san's house and Kikyo tried to kill me, Naruto said with a regretful glare. Tomoyo made a short gasp. Kikyo tried to crush me with a rock but Haruka-ne-san shielded me, and the rock hit her instead. Naruto said, his voice choking up a bit. But then why wasn't Kikyo in jail? Tomoyo said with a twinge of anger in her voice. Naruto clenched his fists. Because my mind blocked out the whole thing. There was no one to tell Sandaime-sama what happened. I remembered about 7 months ago when Kyuubi made me watch my worst memories. Tomoyo was about to interrupt with a question, but Naruto held up his hand. It's a long story, he said quickly. He sighed and went on. I figured Kikyo was already in jail, so I never told Ka-san. Tomoyo's face showed her understanding. Oh. Naruto's breathing became slightly erratic as he attempted to control his emotions. I never dreamed she got away with that. He lost his battle and the tears made their way down his face. Tomoyo bit her lower lip. I don't know what to say. She got hurt because of me. Because people thought I was a monster. Naruto cried loudly. And she died because I was too stupid to tell someone what I knew. Tomoyo felt the tears well up in her eyes as she watched her younger cousin. She remembered the day after Haruka's death. Are you gonna be okay? Tomoyo asked Naruto tentatively. Naruto looked up at her with an odd expression. I'll be fine. It's not like she was around for very long. Tomoyo was shocked at the callousness of Naruto's statement. She frowned, resisting the urge to slap him. Well, at least Kikyo is getting what's coming to her. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. Yeah, he looked at the sky and then back at Tomoyo. I gotta go. Ka-san's waiting for me. Before Tomoyo could respond, Naruto had run off. Tomoyo sighed. I knew it. He was lying that day. He must have still been in shock. She did the only thing she could think of and wrapped her arms around the crying boy. Why couldn't she stay with me? I only had her back for 1 day. Naruto cried in anguish. As she let Naruto cry, Tomoyo looked at the sky and pleaded. Kami-sama, please let that bitch get the death penalty. Tenten frowned as she glanced at a bird that had begun chirping. It sat on a power line above the street bench she and Sasuke were sitting on. So when's the trial? 2 days from now, Sasuke said as he uncrossed his arms and stood up. I gotta go. Sakura wanted me to tell her as soon as I found out. He made half a chuckle. She'd be so mad if she knew I didn't tell her first. It's not your fault I'm nosy, Tenten said with a laugh. Sasuke smirked. I'll see you later, he said as he turned to leave. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke turned back around. You never told me how you stopped Naruto from killing Kikyo. Sasuke thought for a moment. I just told him what he needed to hear. Tenten frowned in confusion. But what did you? Nothing you need to know, Sasuke interrupted. His expression clearly told Tenten to drop it, so she did. Okay. Later then, she said with a small smile. Sasuke nodded and left. Tenten, with a mopey expression on her face, rested the bottom of her face in her hands. Damn, that boy is confusing, she muttered. Tomoyo gave Naruto a comforting smile. We can do the surprise tomorrow. Why don't you get some rest? A puffy-eyed Naruto shook his head. Nah, I think I'm gonna train for a while, see if I can clear my head. Tomoyo nodded. K. She stood up and kissed Naruto on the top of his head. Ya nah. Ya, Naruto answered, and his cousin walked away. The Akatsuki leader glared at Deidara. You assured me using the Ikibi as bait would bring success. Deidara frowned in regret. I didn't expect others would join in the fight. Any other Jinchuriki would have been abandoned by their village. The leader sighed. We will have another chance. Itachi, are you prepared? Hi, Itachi replied coolly. Hey, Itachi, are you sure you want to do this? Kisame asked with a sideways glance at his partner. Your little brother is mentally unstable as it is. This could break him. If it achieves our goal, then the sacrifice is necessary, Itachi said darkly. Hinata had gone to the training field with the intention of asking him to dinner, but she had only gotten as far as the edge of the field. She'd been frozen to the spot for last 5 minutes because of the sight in front of her from which she could not tear her gaze. When she had arrived at the field, she found her boyfriend, minus his shirt, doing taijutsu drills. His skin had a thin sheen of sweat over it which shimmered a bit in the light of the setting sun. The look of intensity in his eyes had captivated her and she was lost in them. Naruto knew someone was watching him. He wasn't sure who, but he did know it wasn't an enemy due to the chakra signature, so he largely ignored them. He held out his hand and the familiar multicolored ball of light appeared on it. He nodded in approval at the swirling ball, then held out the other hand and repeated the process. He took a deep breath and turned on a large boulder to his left. Nibai Rasengan. Dual Rasengan. He charged forward, slamming into the boulder with the force of a wrecking ball. It shattered into rubble. Hinata watched as he was thrown backward from the force of the explosion. He stared at the pile of smaller rocks that occupied the space the boulder had been in a moment ago, breathing hard. Shit, still too much power, he said in between gasps. He looked towards the woods. Are you gonna stare at me all night or are you gonna come out? He asked loudly. Hinata stepped out from behind a tree. Sorry, Naruto-kun, she said with a heavy blush that was barely visible in the twilight. Naruto smiled instantly. Hina-chan. He got into a more comfortable sitting position as she walked over to him. That was amazing, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with pride. Naruto, still slightly out of breath, grinned in embarrassment and scratched the back of his neck. Yeah well, it still needs some work. I put in too much power and I still can't make them both at the same time. I still think it's amazing, Hinata said with a smile. Naruto smiled back gratefully. I think I'm gonna go home for the night. I'm beat. Can I walk with you? Naruto grinned. Sure. They stood up and started moving. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked after a minute. Yeah. I was wondering, can I go with you to the tea trial? Hinata asked tentatively as she stared at the ground. Naruto's smile evaporated. I'd rather you didn't, he said with tension in his voice. Why not? Naruto sighed and kicked a rock. I don't know how I'll act when I see her again. If I freak out. He paused for a moment and stared up at the moon. I don't want you to see me like that. Hinata entwined her fingers with his. I want to be there for you. And no matter what, she stated firmly. Naruto sighed and put his arms around her. Thanks, he whispered. After a moment he let out a heavy sigh. Okay. Hinata held Naruto tighter. Thank you. They suddenly heard a loud hem from in front of them and quickly broke apart. Hinata's eyes were wide with nervousness. Otu-san. Hiyashi stood there with him arms folded. Did you forget you have diplomacy lessons today? Hinata looked embarrassed. Hi. Gomen, Otu-san. I'll see you tomorrow, Hina-chan, Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Hinata nodded and she and her father left. The slight look of displeasure Hiyashi had directed at him hadn't escaped Naruto. I wonder if he'll ever accept me, he thought sullenly. Tomoyo and Naruto were in the training field again. She paced in front of Naruto with a frown on her face. I don't know. This is kind of a family matter. Sasuke is my niece-san, Naruto said firmly. Tomoyo gave him a funny look. What the heck are you talking about? Do you know about the Uchiha bonding seal? Naruto asked hopefully. Tomoyo looked startled for a moment before smiling. If that's the case then of course he can come. Naruto smiled widely. I'll be right back. He jumped to his feet and ran for town. Sasuke. A loud voice rang throughout the village. Many citizens covered their ears and glared at the green and blue blur as it flew past them. Quiet down, yelled a woman who was buying some fruit. Sorry, Naruto called back. The woman shook her head and sighed. I wonder if he'll ever stop being so loud. This is taking too long. Naruto's hands formed his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 12 Narutos shot off in different directions. Sasuke sighed when the spiky-haired shadow blocked out the sun. He opened one eye. What? I need you to come with me, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke groaned. He'd been enjoying the quiet and really didn't feel like getting up. Why? Tomoyo-san has a surprise for us. Sasuke winced at the volume of his brother's voice. Fine. He got to his feet and dusted himself off. Naruto grinned. Great. Meet us at training field 10. Sasuke blinked in surprise as the clone poofed out of existence. I hate it when he does that. Naruto, Tomoyo, and Sasuke walked ever deeper into the woods. Sasuke was getting impatient. He really didn't feel like doing much of anything at that moment and walking toward a goal that he didn't know anything about held very little interest for him. He sighed and slapped the mosquito that had been attempting to procure lunch from his neck. Tomoyo stopped walking and crouched down. She seemed to be looking for something as she dusted dirt from the forest floor. Naruto and Sasuke watched in curiosity. Suddenly, she smiled. Found it. She stood up and pointed down at the spot that had been the focus of her little dig. Naruto's eyebrows went up when he saw that his cousin's dusting had revealed what looked like a flat stone from a walkway. What's this? Tomoyo's smile widened and she flashed through a series of seals. Futon. Kin Bufu no Jutsu A-N wind type, little windstorm technique. She sucked in a deep breath and blew it out with great force. A good-sized gust of wind blew through the area in front of them, revealing a long stone path. She held out a hand in order to wave them ahead. Follow it. Both boys looked at Tomoyo in curiosity for a moment but did as they were instructed. As they walked, Naruto began to notice other things that seemed out of place in the forest, a small dragon statue on each side of the path, lampposts covered in vines, and finally, as they cleared the top of a hill, a long wall, also covered in vines. In the middle of this wall was a massive double door. Each side of the door had one half of a dragon molded onto it in bronze. Naruto's heart pulsed with excitement. Tomoyo-san, this is. He breathed. Tomoyo smiled. The Namikaze complex. She looked at her cousin. Welcome home. Chapter 13. The Namikaze complex. Naruto whispered in wide-eyed wonder. He walked forward and slowly ran his hand over the dragon on the front gate. Tomoyo held up an ornate key, which glinted in the beams of sunlight that broke through the leaves above. Let's see if this thing still works. She walked up to the gate, inserted the key and turned it. She smiled when the lock clicked. After you, she said to Naruto with a wave. Naruto took a deep breath and, with some effort, pushed open the heavy wooden doors. It wasn't quite what he was expecting. It looked somewhat like the Uchiha complex in basic layout, but it was a little smaller and quite run down. The dragons were everywhere, in signs, in sculptures, there was even a fountain in the center of a snake-like dragon wound around a tall, thin stone. It looked like, at one time, the great mouth of this dragon had had water pouring from it. Sasuke looked around as though he were thinking of bad memories. He didn't like being in clan compounds, they reminded him of what he once had. It was the very reason he had opted to live in his own apartment rather than the ancestral grounds of his family. Tomoyo stepped up next to Naruto, who was still staring at the fountain. The dragon was our clan symbol. She walked over and touched the fountain's face. My grandmother told me that long ago, our clan was able to summon them. Naruto's eyes widened and he turned to Tomoyo. Dragons. Tomoyo nodded. NHM. But the contract was lost several generations ago, if it even really existed, that is. She looked around at the state of her family's home. Most of the buildings had some structural damage to them, but nothing severe. Honestly, it wasn't as bad as she thought it would be, although there was still the problem of the vines that were everywhere, and the trees that had so rudely burst through some parts of the once pristine streets. She sighed. So, still want to try and fix up this dump? She said with a bemused smile. A determined look set onto Naruto's face. More than ever. Naruto knelt on the somewhat uncomfortable bench-like pillow with a tightness in his chest. He squeezed Hinata's hand, who returned the gesture. Sakura, Sasuke, and the rest of his class all sat around him. Lee, Tenten and Neji were there also. The rest of the seats were filled with other Konoha citizens. Tsunade sat down on a large pillow which was on a slightly raised section of floor at the head of the room. She had actually bothered to wear her Hokage robes, which only showed how seriously she took the entire matter. She turned to Kurenai, who had been standing to her right. Bring her in. Kurenai nodded. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Discarding flashy ninja exits for the sake of the atmosphere, she walked out of the room. A few seconds later she reappeared, leading a nervous-looking Kikyo. Naruto felt his teeth clench of their own accord as he watched the object of his hatred walk past him. Hinata squeezed his hand again in a show of support. Kurenai made Kikyo kneel on a small pillow on the floor in front of Tsunade. Once Kurenai had resumed her previous position, Tsunade spoke. Yuchi Kikyo. You are here today on charges of assault with the intent to kill, and first-degree murder. Due to the fact that there isn't a chance in hell of you being acquitted, this trial is mainly a formality. I will, however, allow you one attempt at convincing me not to have you gutted, she said with a grim finality. A positively horrified Kikyo sat there with her mouth hanging open. She hadn't been expecting the Hokage to take such a strong stance on Naruto's side. She swallowed and spoke. I did what anyone loyal to Konoha would have done, she began slowly in a shaky voice, I rid us of someone who sympathized with an evil monster that killed hundreds of our citizens. Her face was now etched with an expression of indignant anger. She stood, and pointed sharply at Naruto. And anyone who attempts to kill this thing should be praised as a hero, not brought to trial, she said bravely in the hopes of garnering support from her peers. She sat back down, her head held high in defiance. Tsunade barely managed to control the rage that was welling up inside of her. She turned to the onlookers. Would anyone else like to say something relating to this case? She scanned the crowd and the knot in her stomach tightened when a man actually had the balls to stand up. But what came out of his mouth was not what she had expected. He looked around at the others in the room, took a deep breath, and spoke. I don't know about anyone else, but I hold nothing against Naruto. He turned toward the boy in question. Yes, I was afraid of him until I knew more about his seal, but I never hated him. What I do hate, he turned to Kikyo, or close-minded people like her, people who hate others without having all the facts. I say give her to Naruto and let him decide her punishment. All but one of the villagers nodded or made sounds of agreement. Naruto had a truly grateful smile on his face. Tears streamed down Kikyo's face as she stared in disbelief at her peers. Tsunade, smiling, turned to her son. Well, Naruto, you heard them. What do you think Kikyo's punishment should be? Naruto just sat there, flabbergasted. So many ideas ran through his head that he had trouble sorting them out.
Suddenly, his expression turned to ice, and when he spoke his voice seemed to bring down the temperature of the room by several degrees. Ikijigoku no Jutsu, an living hell technique. Everyone in the room looked confused. What is that? A woman in her early 30s whispered to her husband. The husband shrugged. All the color had drained from Tsunade's face. She knew exactly what Naruto was talking about. How do you know about that technique? I'll tell you later, Naruto replied. After a moment Tsunade cleared her throat. Are you sure this is what you want? She asked carefully. I want her to know what it's like, to be in her own personal hell, Naruto said bitterly. Tsunade swallowed before nodding. Alright then, Yuchi Kikyo. You are hereby sentenced to Ikijigoku no Jutsu. This will be carried out tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Kurenai, take her back to her cell. Kurenai nodded and grabbed Kikyo by the elbow. This action seemed to snap Kikyo out of her stunned trance. No. She struggled against Kurenai's grip to no avail. Let me go, she screamed just as the doors were shut behind her. Everyone got up to leave and Tsunade walked over to her son. Naruto, can you stay behind for a few minutes? She asked quietly. Naruto nodded. May I stay, Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked. Tsunade frowned in thought, and was about to refuse the request when she saw Hinata squeeze Naruto's hand. This caused her to remember that the last time she'd left Hinata out of the loop it hadn't turned out so well. Alright, she turned to her son. How did you find out about that jutsu? It's forbidden. Naruto looked as though he were trying to decide how to start. Do you know about the whole thing with Mizuki just before I graduated? Yes, he tricked you into stealing. Realization dawned on Tsunade's face. Of course. Her hand went to her forehead and she sighed. I should have known. You learned Kage Bunshin from the Forbidden Scroll, didn't you? Naruto nodded. All this time I assumed Kakashi taught it to you. And of course you would have looked at the other jutsu on the list. Her expression became grave. You know what this jutsu will do to her. Naruto set his jaw. I do. What will it do, Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked tentatively. Ikijigoku is a jutsu I hoped I'd never have to use again. I've only done it once. It paralyzes a person completely. They can't move, can't speak, they can't even turn their head. It basically turns them into a statue with a soul. Hinata gasped and her hand flew to her mouth. I created Ikijigoku in order to punish the man who killed Naoki. The man died a few years before I came back to the village, but I was told by the nurse that there wasn't a day gone by when his eyes hadn't begged for death. Her eyes showed a bit of shame. I'll do this, Naruto, but only because it's for you, Tsunade said firmly. I know. Naruto hugged his mother. Arigato, Ka-san, he said with a whisper that suggested he was holding back tears. The room was deep in the hidden caverns of the Hokage monument. It was at least 50 feet in diameter, dark, damp, and completely isolated. Torches, dancing with flame, were the only illumination. Naruto was leaning against a wall, watching his mother, his eyes occasionally darting to Kikyo, who sat in the middle of a huge ceiling circle. Two Junin guarded the only exit and Shizune stood next to Naruto, her left arm around his shoulders in a gesture of support. Sasuke sat on the floor near them, looking indifferent. Hinata had asked to go with Naruto, but he had declined her request. It wasn't something he wanted someone as sensitive as her to see. Tears poured from Kikyo's eyes as Tsunade finished the last of the seals on her body and began the hand seals that would complete the jutsu. You can't do this. It's inhuman, she cried. She struggled against her bonds, but she was held fast by the ropes that held her to the heavy iron chair she sat on. Tsunade looked up as she performed the seals. That's a funny statement, coming from you. Let me out, Kikyo screamed again and again. Tsunade's hands moved faster. She didn't know how much more she could take of the woman's caterwauling and not give in. Finally, the last seal was formed. Ikijigoku no Jutsu. She slammed her hands down on the edge of the ceiling circle and it began to glow. Ah! Kikyo screamed as the ceiling symbols snaked their way onto her body and disappeared into her head. Shizune felt Naruto recoil a bit at the scene in front of him and gave his shoulders a short squeeze. It'll be over soon, she whispered. But she had mistaken the reason for his shudder. I hope not, Naruto said in a bitterly cold voice. Shizune looked at him in disbelief. The expression he wore made her breath hitch in her throat. Naruto-kun. I want her to scream forever. The look on Naruto's face was one of barely controlled rage and hatred. For Haruka-ne-san. Sasuke was sitting outside his apartment on the small porch roof-like overhang that connected to the building under his living room window. An image of Naruto's face during Kikyo's sealing came into his mind and he sighed. It was a little saddening to see his brother like that. If it had been Itachi, Sasuke would have gleefully drawn the seals on his body himself.
But to see Naruto wishing for such extreme suffering of a person to continue forever was just unnatural, like saying the sun could suddenly produce rain. That wasn't Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked down into the street and saw Tenten waving up at him. What? You wanna spar? Sasuke appeared to think about it for a moment. Yeah, I'll be down in a minute. Tenten nodded with a smile as Sasuke disappeared into his apartment. Sasuke grabbed a few weapons and leapt out the window to street level. Let's go, he said nonchalantly. Sasuke adjusted and readjusted his grip on the unfamiliar weapon in his hands. Truthfully, he much preferred kunai straight hand to hand. Tell me again why I agreed to this. Tenten readied the bow staff in her hands. Because any other weapons I use could seriously maim you, she said with a feral smile. If you could even get close to me, Sasuke said with a smirk. Tenten raised her bow to an attack stance. Hey, you aren't lucky enough to have giant fan to blow away my weapons. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that. The only knowledge he had of her fighting ability was what Naruto had told him of her fight against Temari. Let's see what you've got, he said with a smile. Happy to oblige, Tenten replied. Both teenagers rushed forward. Sasuke was a little faster, so they met more on Tenten's side than in the middle. Their staffs hit each other, making an X and a loud crack that resonated through the trees. You're strong, I'll give you that, Sasuke said as he struggled to keep his staff from losing the pushing match. You don't know the half of it. Tenten put on a burst of strength, pushing Sasuke's staff hard to the right and then upwards. This freed her staff for a split second, letting her swing the end at his legs. He barely dodged it. Tenten swung her staff in an arc, forcing Sasuke to put his up in a horizontal guard. Already he was wishing he hadn't agreed to not use his Sharingan. His unfamiliarity with the weapon was a disadvantage. He'd been given a rundown on the basics before she gave him the staff, but that was it. He managed to shove her far enough away that he could get his weapon back into an offensive stance and then blocked several frontal attacks. They both jumped backwards and stood there for a moment, breathing hard. Not bad for a beginner, Tenten admitted. Thanks, but I won't be for long, Sasuke replied smugly between breaths. Hey, you're about to find out why I'm called a weapons expert. Tenten charged forward again. Tsunade sat across from Tomoyo in her office. Her face showed she was deciding on something. Do you think he's ready? Tomoyo nodded. If he works hard at it. Tsunade smirked. If there's anyone good at working hard, it's Naruto. Go ahead. Tomoyo smiled widely. Thank you Tsunade-sama. I don't know, Sakura-san, Lee said with an uncertain expression. They were sitting on the couch in Sakura's living room. He protectively rubbed a hand over the green suit that he'd worn so long. Guy-sensei would be very disappointed. Don't you think it was time you were your own person? Sakura asked as she placed her hand on his. Lee frowned. I guess, but I really do like my suit. It could still be green, Sakura mentioned in an attempt at compromise. Sakura-san, do you like me for who I am? Sakura blinked for a moment, as the question had caught her by surprise. She smiled and put her hand on his cheek. Of course I do. Lee looked down. Then why do you keep trying to change me? Sakura looked a little stunned. I grew my hair out for you. I even changed the style. I mean, I like my hair this way, but I want to have something that's still me. Sakura looked down, ashamed. You're right. I'm sorry, Lee-kun. I won't ask again. She looked up at him. Can you forgive me? She asked with a worried expression. Lee smiled softly. Of course I can. He pulled her into his arms. I love you, Lee-kun. Sakura pulled out of the hug and smiled. And I'd love you if you dyed your hair green to match your suit. She said as she tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Please don't do that though, she added quickly. Lee laughed. I won't. Naruto looked up from his ramen when he heard a knock on the door but went back to eating. Since his mother was the Hokage, he was fairly used to strangers coming to the house all day, and it had somewhat desensitized him to the excitement of visitors. His interest was reinstated, however, when Izumi came back in and told him the visitor was for him. Tomoyo's face brightened as Naruto entered the living room. Hi, Naruto. Hi, Naruto replied with a smile. What's up? Come to the complex with me. There's something I want to show you, Tomoyo said with a grin. I thought you showed me the whole place already. I did. Naruto was extremely confused. Huh. And bring Minato's kunai. Why? Tomoyo smirked. You'll see. Naruto looked around him. He and Tomoyo were in the middle of the Namikaze private training field that was adjacent to the backside of the complex. It was a fairly large field, about the size of 4 football fields, but it was horribly overgrown. The only things that really clued anyone into the fact that it was indeed a training field were the training dummies and a few cracked trees here and there. Okay, Tomoyo began, I brought you here to train on some new techniques. Naruto looked around the field with a skeptical eye. How can I learn anything here? There's no room. Tomoyo smiled. Well, for this stage of the training you won't need much room. I only chose this field for nostalgia's sake. She picked a clear spot on the ground and sat down, motioning for Naruto to do the same. Naruto sat and watched curiously as Tomoyo brought out a writing brush, a bottle of ink, and some sheets of paper. What's that for? I'm not gonna be learning some sissy brush jutsu, am I? Tomoyo shook her head fervently. No, I would never do that to you. You're gonna be practicing sealing jutsus, she said as she opened the ink bottle. This stuff is just for you to take notes, she said, handing him the brush. Naruto eyed the paper and brush skeptically. But I've never done seals. I know, but you've got to learn them if you're going to use this technique. What's it called? Tomoyo gave her younger cousin a broad smile. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Chapter 14. You're gonna teach me Chichiue's jutsu. Naruto said excitedly. Yup, but there are other things to do first. You need to work on sealing jutsus first. With any luck there'll soon be a new, yellow flash, of Konoha, Tomoyo said with a grin. Yada. But seal work comes first. If you don't know the mechanics behind this you won't have a chance in hell of mastering the actual jutsu. Tomoyo opened up a scroll of her own and pulled out an extra brush. Now, paint a circle in the center. Naruto did as he was instructed. The circle was a tad sloppy but it would suit its purpose well enough. Tomoyo took the plain sheet of paper from Naruto's other hand. Good. Now draw these symbols around the outer edge. She painted the needed symbols as Naruto watched. Okay, your turn. Tomoyo watched in disdain at the slow pace of Naruto's painting. You work on that for a while. I'm going to see if I can make this place a little more presentable. She reached into a bag she had brought along and pulled out a wad of explosive tags. Naruto watched in curiosity as she placed tags at the bases of 4 trees, making sure to place them on the side opposite their position. Tomoyo put her hands in the ram seal and the tags exploded. The trees fell with a loud groan, shaking the ground as they hit. She was about to continue on to the next set of trees when she noticed Naruto was not doing his seals. She pointed sharply down at his scroll. Paint, she commanded. Naruto quickly went back to work. Tomoyo brought down 4 more trees, then looked around the field and frowned. This is gonna take a while. Naruto was distracted again when he heard a familiar phrase. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He looked up to see 20 Tomoyos populating the field. Each clone took a stack of tags from the original and went to do more damage. He didn't know why, but seeing another member of his family use his favorite jutsu made him happy. He was snapped out of his reverie as another, paint, was directed his way. A few seconds later a deafening explosion rocked the field, and the resulting crash from the trees hitting the ground was almost as loud. He just sat there with a thunderstruck "and pretty much means WTF" look on his face for a moment. She's completely insane. Itachi walked at a fairly slow pace. He wasn't looking forward to what he had to do. When he'd spared Sasuke so many years ago it had been because other than his parents, Sasuke was the only member of his family he hadn't loathed. He remembered back to that day. Itachi sliced through one of his aunts with cold expression on his face. Staying emotionless was the only way he could pull off what he was doing without going insane. But soon Konoha would be rid of the clan and he, Sasuke, and his mother and father could live a normal life in peace. He thrust his sword through the belly of one of his cousins and sighed. This was the last one. He sheathed his sword and walked back to his house. The instant he was near his front door he felt a horribly dark chakra and yanked the door open. He burst into the living room and came across the grisly sight of his parents' corpses. You bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing? Orochimaru's expression was one of indifference. We can't leave witnesses. Itachi dropped to his knees beside his parents' bodies. Ka-san, Tu-san, he cried. Is there anyone else? Orochimaru asked. Unseen by the snake Sanin, Itachi's eyes widened for a moment in fear as an image of Sasuke flashed through his mind. No, he said, praying to God. His tone of voice didn't give anything away. There's no one. Orochimaru looked skeptical but let it slide. All right then, and don't forget our offer. Itachi numbly nodded. Hi. He thought about Sasuke as Orochimaru walked off. He also thought about his best friend who he had killed in order to bring about this day. Everything was his fault and he knew his little brother would hate him for it. It's better that way, he thought dismally. He knew that if Sasuke knew the truth he would chase down the Akatsuki and would be killed by them. At least if he was chasing Itachi then he was trying to kill someone who didn't want him dead. Itachi created a Bunshin. Inform him I am here. The clone nodded slightly and vanished. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Tomoyo walked over to Naruto and looked down at his scroll work. Her eyes widened as she looked back and forth between Naruto's scroll and her demonstration. They were barely recognizable as the same symbols. His handwriting's actually worse than Minato's, she thought as her eyebrow twitched. Naruto looked up from his work as he finished the last symbol. "Done. What did ya think?" he said as he held up his work proudly. Tomoyo made a strained smile. "It's not bad," she hemmed. "Okay, let's try sealing something." She scanned the ground for a moment and found a slightly less than fist-sized rock. She picked it up, tossed it into the air a short height and caught it. "This ought to do." She handed it to Naruto. "Now, place it in the middle of the scroll." Naruto did as he was instructed and made some seals. He slammed his hands down on either side of the seal. "FUNN no jutsu. Kami-sama, let those symbols be good enough for it to work," Tomoyo prayed. The puff of smoke dissipated and Tomoyo's eyebrow twitched once again. Only half the rock had been sealed, the other half still lay on the scroll. Well, that's a new one." Naruto frowned. "I don't get it." "I did everything you said," he said as he picked up the remainder of the rock and studied it. Tomoyo scratched the back of her neck nervously and sat down. "Yeah, you did, technically." "What do you mean, technically?" Naruto asked with a slight pout. "Well, let me put it this way, when Minato was alive I thought that no one could possibly have worse handwriting than him. Today, I have been proven wrong." Now Naruto's eye twitched. "Are you telling me the seal didn't work because my handwriting's lousy?" Tomoyo grimaced. "Pretty much." Naruto sighed heavily. "Fine, I guess I'll take this home and practice then." Tomoyo smiled. "Sounds like a good idea. I'll go home after I finish clearing this place out." Naruto stood up and looked around the field. Although you could now actually see its borders, there were still 40 or so trees lying all over the place. "How are you gonna get rid of them all?" Tomoyo glanced around at all the trees slowly and then put her finger to her lips in thought. "You know what? That's a good point." She grinned in embarrassment. "Guess I'll go home now." Naruto laughed and they headed for the path that led back to the main village. Sasuke, Tenten and Lee lay on their backs in the grassy training field. They'd been there for quite a while and Tenten was getting frustrated at staying still for so long. "You guys wanna go get ramen?" she asked hopefully. "Not when the night sky is so full of wonders," Lee replied with a tone of awe in his voice. Tenten pouted and traced a line of stars with her eyes. After a moment she tried again. "Sasuke-kun, you wanna train?" "No thanks," Sasuke replied. Tenten sighed and shifted her gaze to the trees. It wasn't long before she spotted something odd in one of them and squinted in an attempt to help her vision cut through the darkness. Finally she turned to her friends. "There's someone watching us in that tree over there." Both boys looked at her with confused expressions before checking to see what she was talking about. After a moment Lee shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "I don't think it's anyone I know." Tenten frowned. "How about you, Sasuke-kun?" When there was no response she looked toward him and her breath hitched in her throat. His eyes held a coldness she had never seen before, and it scared her. Of course, she was relatively new to Sasuke's world and as such hadn't seen much of his dangerous side. "Sasuke-kun." Sasuke didn't reply, but instead simply jumped up and disappeared in the direction of the tree. "Sasuke!" Tenten yelled as she and Lee stood up. Both teens gave chase, their feet pounding away at the moonlit earth. Naruto had long ago parted ways with Tomoyo and was now headed to Ichiraku for a late dinner. He was about to push aside the entrance fabric when a familiar blue and white blur shot past him. A moment later Tenten and Lee also ran by. "Looks like dinner'll have to wait," he said sadly. He took off after his friends, pumping more chakra into his legs to give himself an extra burst of speed. After a few seconds Naruto caught up with Lee and Tenten. "What's going on?" "He's chasing after someone, but we have no idea who," Lee answered. "What does the person look like?" Naruto asked. "It was hard to tell, but I think he had on a cloak and he might have had black hair," Tenten replied in an unsure tone. Naruto's eyes went wide as an image of Itachi popped into his head. "I hope it's not who I think it is." Every vein in Sasuke's body pulsed with adrenaline. Rational thought had left the forefront of his mind as he pushed on nearly completely on instinct. Suddenly, just as he got within range of his elder brother there was a puff of smoke and Itachi was gone. Sasuke skidded to a stop in a small clearing and gritted his teeth in anger. "Where are you?" he screamed in desperation. Little did he know that as soon as he had entered the clearing he had become trapped in a genjutsu. Naruto, Tenten, and Lee had heard Sasuke's yell and knew he had lost sight of his quarry. They stopped running once they caught sight of him and Naruto turned to the others. "I'd better go alone. I'm the only one he listens to when he's like this." Tenten and Lee frowned, but nodded in agreement. The instant Naruto was gone both of them were knocked unconscious by Itachi's unseen hands. Naruto walked into the clearing. Sasuke. Sasuke turned around and instantly, there was a glare of killing intent etched across his face. Confusion ran rampant through Naruto's mind. What was going on? Ni-san. Sasuke charged up Chidori. I'll kill you. With that, he dove forward. Naruto barely managed to dodge in time, diving to the right and executing a sideways aerial flip before landing 6 feet away. He jumped up and went into a defensive stance. Sasuke, what the hell? But Sasuke didn't hear a single one of his younger brother's words, for the one he saw in front of him was Itachi. When Naruto had yelled for an explanation, Sasuke only heard Itachi's usual taunts. He knew he had maybe one more shot with Chidori, 2 at most. I'll have to try and wear him down. Naruto's heart raced in panic. Not only did he have no idea why Sasuke was attacking him, but there was a good chance Itachi was nearby, which meant they didn't have time for this. Sasuke, stop, it's me, he insisted loudly as he hopped backwards to avoid a punch. Snake, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. AN flame type. Mythical fire flower technique. Sasuke held his hand to his mouth and shot out several small fireballs at Naruto. Naruto flipped, rolled and jumped to get out of their way. When he looked up from dodging the last one, he wasn't surprised to see the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes. Shit, he dodged a volley of punches and ran up a tree. What do? I can't go all out against him cause it's pretty obvious he doesn't know it's me. But who does he think I am? He suddenly noticed flames licking their way up the tree he was in. He jumped down and turned to face his brother again, and that's when he noticed it, his eyes. The look in Sasuke's eyes was a photograph of the anger and hatred that had been directed at Itachi when they'd met at the hotel almost 2 years ago. He thinks I'm Itachi. If Sasuke truly thought he was Itachi, then nothing he said would make a difference. He was going to have to bring him down somehow, but how to do it without one or both of them being seriously injured was going to be a problem. Sasuke was getting irritated. What's going on? He doesn't usually just dodge like this. His thought was suddenly countered as he dodged a kick to his side. Naruto threw a punch towards Sasuke's head. Sasuke blocked it with his right forearm and used the opportunity to sweep Naruto's legs. Naruto rolled out of the way as Sasuke's fist came crashing down into the dirt his head used to be. Naruto half-rolled, half-flipped as he swung his lower torso around in a circle, grabbed Sasuke by the legs and used the momentum to fling him aside, giving Naruto time to scramble to his feet. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 Narutos surrounded Sasuke, but instead of freaking out at the number of Itachis Sasuke now saw, his mind was spinning with confusion. There's no way in hell I should have been able to knock his legs out from under him so easily. Something's not adding up. His eyes suddenly lit up with realization. A realization he would have come to much earlier had he not been so blinded by rage. Could this be a genjutsu? Naruto watched curiously as Sasuke paused. Did he figure it out? If this is Itachi's genjutsu, there's no way I'll break it without outside help. Sasuke looked over at the fake Itachi. And who the heck am I fighting? I need to find a way to let him know I'm me, Naruto thought. Suddenly an idea dawned on him. I got it. Sasuke eyed his opponent warily as said opponent held out an open palm and the rasengan materialized on his hand. Rasengan. He stared for a moment as he looked more closely at the sphere. It was rainbow-colored. Naruto. Naruto smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Sasuke sighed in relief. Do you know how to dispel genjutsu? Naruto shook his head. From the other side of the trees, Itachi frowned in disappointment. As he dispelled the genjutsu, he sensed several powerful chakra signatures moving towards him and made a short sigh. It would be too difficult to obtain his target now, especially if the 2 remaining Sannin were in the group of fighters. Another time, he vanished into the night, leaving Lee and Tenten sleeping at the foot of a tree. Sasuke blinked as he saw Naruto return to his true form. He must have left, he said with an angry glare. Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto smiled. Hey, don't worry about it. It's not like you knew who I was. Sasuke smiled a little. Right. Naruto's eyes widened. Lee, Tenten. What about them? Sasuke asked with concern. I left them at the edge of the clearing. Just then, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Hinata, and 2 Anbu landed in the clearing. What happened? Hinata asked quickly. We'll tell you later, Sasuke answered. Right now you need to use your Byakugan to search for Tenten. He said with urgency. Naruto looked at Sasuke. And Lee, he added. Sasuke looked a little taken aback that he had forgotten about Lee and quickly corrected himself. Right. Byakugan. Hinata's eyes scanned the forest until her gaze came to rest on 2 figures on the ground not far from their position. Over there, she said before running off in the indicated direction. As soon as they got to Lee and Tenten, Sasuke ran over and checked Tenten's vitals, then Lee's. "They're all right. Just knocked out," he said as he breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade nodded in approval. "Okay. Now that we've found them, let's get them home." She looked at Naruto and Sasuke. "You two can give me your report on the way." Jiraiya picked up Lee. Tsunade was about to pick up Tenten, but Sasuke beat her to it. She looked at him curiously for a moment, then led the way as everyone headed back into the village. Chapter 15. Tsunade eyed the 4 genin in front of her with a stern expression. "So to sum it up, Itachi used a bunshin to lure you," she glared at Sasuke in disappointment, "out of the village, and you followed without informing a single other shinobi, which wound up endangering you, Naruto, Lee, and Tenten. Do I have it about right?" Sasuke sighed angrily at himself. "Yes," he answered through gritted teeth. Tsunade drummed her fingers on her desktop. "All right then. Naruto, Tenten, and Lee, you 3 may go home. Sasuke, please stay behind." Sasuke nodded sullenly while the others rose from their seats. The scraping of the chairs was a sharp reminder that he was about to be left alone with one of the scariest women in existence, not something he was looking forward to. "Good luck," Naruto said as he looked at Sasuke with a slight wince of sympathy. They filed out one by one. Tenten was the last to go, shooting Sasuke a glance just before disappearing through the doorway. As soon as the door clicked shut, Tsunade sighed heavily. "You are very lucky Genma happened to see you leave the village. I know that your hatred toward your brother is very strong, but that doesn't excuse what you did tonight. I'm removing you from active duty for 2 weeks. Hopefully this will give you time to reflect on your stupidity." Sasuke gritted his teeth for a second before answering. "Hi, Tsunade-sama. I gave you your life back after you betrayed our village and nearly killed Naruto. Please don't waste my generosity," Tsunade requested solemnly. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but I don't make promises that I can't keep," Sasuke said sadly. Tsunade sighed in disappointment. "You're dismissed." Sasuke simply got out of his seat and left the room. Naruto tossed and turned under his sheets, the beginnings of sweat forming on his forehead. In his dreams he was in a dark cavern and the sounds of screaming were echoing all around him. He stood in the cavern's center, desperately trying to find the source of the screams when a small portion of the area lit up. In this light was Kikyo, on her chair, in her bonds, and screaming in a way that pierced one's very soul with horror. Tsunade knelt on one side of the circle, performing the jutsu Naruto had asked her to. And on the far wall, he saw himself watching the entire scene with relish, drinking in every sound the terrified Kikyo made. As Naruto watched himself, he began to feel sick to his stomach. Was that really him? Was he really this person who wanted another living human's torture to go on forever? It was as if everything he was, everything he had worked so hard to achieve, was vanishing in that twisted expression. Tears formed as his voice found his throat. "No, no, stop it," he screamed. But it did no good, for this was not a fantasy and could not be changed. Naruto woke up with a start. He clutched his hand over his heart and his breath came in short gasps as the tears began to fall. "What kind of monster am I?" he asked himself in a voice barely above a whisper. He stood up and headed for his mother's room. Tsunade turned her head to glare at the door that the knocking was coming from. "This better be important or I'm going to kill someone," she muttered under her breath. She opened the door to find her son standing before her, pale as a sheet with cheeks moist from crying. She was instantly concerned. "Naruto, what's wrong? Ka-san, can that jutsu be reversed?" Naruto asked with wild desperation in his eyes. Instead of shaking her head and saying, "No," Tsunade sighed and smiled, looking greatly relieved. "I was waiting for you to ask that." Naruto just stared at her for a moment. "You were?" he asked quietly. Tsunade nodded. "When you asked for that sentence I was shocked, but I realized that you asked for it because you were hurting. I only agreed to it because I knew you wouldn't leave her like that." Surprise swept over Naruto's face. "You did?" Tsunade nodded. "I knew because," she bent down a little and placed a hand on his chest over his heart, "the Naruto in here could never become that boy I saw in the cave." The tiniest of smiles tugged at one corner of his mouth as another tear made its way down his face. I'm not a monster." Tsunade's smile widened slightly and she embraced her son. "No, never." Kikyo blinked her eyes in surprise when her hand actually moved. She stared down at it for a moment before looking at the blonde-haired boy in front of her with a suspicious glare. "Why?" Naruto simply gave Kikyo a superior glare. "Because I'm better than you." With that, he walked away, not even bothering to look behind him. A stunned Kikyo did nothing but stare after him as the nurse brought her clothes. Tsunade smiled in satisfaction before turning to Kikyo. "As soon as you're dressed, the Junin waiting outside will transfer you to prison, where you'll spend the rest of your life.
When Kikyo didn't respond, Tsunade left. Tsunade caught up with Naruto just as he had exited the hospital. "I'm proud of you," she said as she fell in step with him. Naruto smiled. "Thanks, Ka-san." "Tomoyo said you had a little trouble with your sealing lessons yesterday," Tsunade said with a slight chuckle. Naruto's smile quickly turned into a pout. "Yeah. She also told me why," Tsunade said with a cocked eyebrow as they turned onto the main street. Naruto turned a little red in response. "It's not a problem, brat. We just have to work on your handwriting," Tsunade said with a reassuring smile. "Yeah," Naruto said dejectedly as he kicked at the dirt. "You know what? Hinata has wonderful handwriting. I'm sure she'd be able to help," Tsunade offered. Naruto's eyes widened. "That's a great idea. I'll go find her now." He ran off down the road. "Thanks, Ba-chan," he called back over his shoulder. Tsunade winced a bit at her old nickname finding life again, but quickly smiled. "You can do it, brat," she whispered. Tenten was on her way to Sasuke's apartment. She'd planned to offer to train with him in an effort to lift his spirits. When she got to his building, she leapt up the wooden balconies until she reached the covered walkway which led to his door, knocked on the door, and waited. After a moment she tried again. When no one answered, she pouted a bit in disappointment. "I guess he's not home." Tenten spun around to find Sasuke standing behind her with a bag of groceries. "There you are," she said with a smile. "You want a rematch?" Sasuke seemed to think on the matter for a moment. "Not really in the mood. Besides, I need to put this stuff away," he said as he put his key in the lock. "Well then I'll help," Tenten replied cheerfully as the lock clicked. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. "I think I can put away one bag of groceries by myself," he said as he turned the doorknob. Tenten sighed dejectedly. "Okay. See ya around then," she said with a half-hearted smile. She turned around and jumped down to ground level. Sasuke's face was a wall of regret as he watched her go. "See you around," he said quietly. Naruto curled his hand into a loose fist, raised it, lowered it, and raised it again. He was standing at the gate to the Hyuga complex, fighting the urge to run. He knew Hinata's father hated him and would not take kindly to him just showing up on his doorstep out of the blue. Finally he drummed up his courage and knocked. For a moment nothing happened, but then the gates creaked open. A male Hyuga Junin was standing in the now open gateway. The disdain he had for Naruto was clearly written on his face. "Yes." Naruto cleared his throat. I'm here to see Hinata-chan," he said nervously. The Junin sighed and pushed his glasses further onto his nose. "Wait here." He turned around and shut the gate, appearing about 10 minutes later looking even more unhappy than he had earlier. "This way please." He headed toward the main house and Naruto followed. The glances Naruto received from the residents of the compound varied more than he would have thought. Some were indifferent, only glancing upwards to see who had come in. Some gave him the same disdainful glare he'd gotten at the gate. A few of them, though, actually smiled when he passed. "At least they don't all hate me," he thought with some hope. They turned down a hallway and stopped in front of a large door. "I will announce you. Stay there." After a moment the Junin returned. "He'll see you now." Naruto smiled. "Thanks." Suddenly something dawned on him. "Wait, he." The Junin smirked. "Yes. Hiyashi-sama wishes to speak with you." Naruto's stomach suddenly felt like a block of cement. What was going on? He was supposed to see Hinata, not face down the man who'd be happy to see his throat slit. He wanted nothing more than to run, but something told him that leaving would be the wrong thing to do, so he gulped and entered the room. The room was fairly impressive. It looked as though at least 15 people could occupy it comfortably. Small bamboo shoots sat in ornate pots in each of the 4 corners, a large Japanese lantern-style light hung in the center of the ceiling and provided most of the light. The slack was taken up by wall lamps on the left and right walls. Hiyashi was sitting on a large pillow on one side of a short table with a beautiful Japanese crane carved in the center. He had a short stack of what looked like paperwork in front of him. He glanced up with an indifferent look and waved a hand at the pillow opposite his position. "Please, sit," he said as he finished scanning the top paper and put it to one side. He sighed, folded his arms and looked over the obviously nervous boy. Naruto's heart hammered in his chest. What if he was told he couldn't see Hinata anymore? The very thought made him sick to his stomach, but then he remembered his mother would step in if it came to that, so he calmed down a little. Will he just say something already? After what seemed like an eternity, Hiyashi spoke. "I don't see it," he said finally. "See what?" Naruto asked quietly. "Whatever it is my daughter sees in you. I will allow the relationship to continue, however," Hiyashi said matter-of-factly. Naruto visibly relaxed a bit. "When I first discovered you two were a couple I was very angry.
I wanted you separated, but of course, your mother wouldn't allow it, Hiyashi said, a small amount of venom in his voice. I asked Hinata why you were so important to her. After hearing her explanation, I decided it would be interesting to see where the path she had chosen was headed. He cleared his throat and paused for a moment, seemingly collecting his thoughts. Although I still don't see what she does, I will say this. He unfolded his arms, interlaced his fingers and placed his hands on the tabletop. Ever since she has been with you, a change has come over her. She is bolder than she used to be, she's nearly stopped stuttering in my presence, and she has been improving drastically in her training. Before 10 months ago I never would have thought Kaden was possible for her, but now she is nearly as skilled in it as Neji. I had spent many years despising you, so this is difficult for me to say, but, you have my blessing to continue courting her. Naruto's mouth fell open in an "oh" of shock. You've instilled in her the confidence that I was not able to give her. Silence. And for that I thank you, Hiyashi finished with a barely noticeable smile. Naruto finally found his voice. I don't know what to say. Hiyashi sighed and his mouth curled into a bemused smile. Perhaps you could say that you will at least attempt to act a little more refined when you are with my daughter in public. Naruto winced. I'm not very good at that, but I can give it a shot. Hiyashi nodded. That is all I ask. You may see Hinata now. Naruto was about to simply thank Hiyashi and then leave, but then he remembered his promise to attempt refinement and bowed. Arigato, Hiyashi-sama, he said with as much respect as he could muster. Hiyashi's eyebrows rose in surprise, but then he smiled. You are welcome. Hanabi poked her head into her sister's room. Nei-san, Naruto is here to see you. Hinata looked up from her book and smiled. Thank you, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi smiled and left the room. Naruto walked in. Hey, Hina-chan, he said with a big grin. Hi, I can't believe father actually let you in, Hinata said with a pleased expression. She hugged Naruto and they sat down on some floor pillows. Well, I'm not exactly by myself. There's a guard outside to make sure I don't do anything perverted, Naruto said with a blush. Hinata blushed a bit as well. Well, there isn't much to do in my room besides read. Naruto looked around the room a bit. The walls were mostly white, with the exception of a bamboo forest painted on the wall containing the window. Her bed was tucked in one corner, was mostly decorated in purples and blues, and it had a bright blue nightstand next to it. On the wall opposite the bed was a green bookcase with a stuffed panda bear sitting on top. Most of the books inside were at least 2 inches thick. He winced a little. He hated long books. They were hard for him to get through. Well, what I came to ask you about isn't all that exciting anyway, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his neck. Hinata smiled. What is it? I need some help with my handwriting, Naruto answered with a blush. Hinata blinked. Your handwriting? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I was practicing sealing things into scrolls and my handwriting was so bad that it didn't work. Hinata's eyes widened. Oh. So, can you help me? Naruto asked. Hinata smiled. Hi. Great. Just let me get some paper, Hinata said as she stood and walked over to her nightstand. She opened the drawer and pulled out a short stack of paper, then grabbed a brush and a bottle of ink from their spot on top. Lastly, she pulled a lap desk from under her bed, put it on Naruto's lap and laid the writing supplies on top of that. Okay, Hinata said as she sat down next to Naruto, just write something so I can see what needs to be done, she asked sweetly. Right. Naruto took the brush and began writing. After about 2 minutes he showed her his work. Hinata took the paper from him. Okay, let's see. Her eyebrows rose a bit in shock and her expression turned apologetic. I can't read it. Naruto's face fell. What did it say? Hinata asked softly. Naruto sighed sadly. It says, Hinata is beautiful. Hinata smiled and blushed. Thank you. She looked at the paper again. Naruto let out a small snort. I guess I'm not very good at teaching myself. Now Hinata looked confused. Teaching yourself? Yeah, I had to teach myself how to read and write, Naruto explained. Hinata frowned. But what about the academy? They teach reading in the entry grade. Naruto closed his eyes. I didn't always have Iruka-sensei. My first teachers made me stand outside during lessons. Said they didn't think I even had the right to be there. Of course, back then I didn't know why they said those things, he said with a shrug. I just thought they hated me cause I'm an orphan and. He stopped when he saw the expression on Hinata's face, which was full of sadness. Gomen, I didn't mean to make you sad, he said softly. Hinata suddenly wrapped her arms around him. So much, she said in a whisper. Why did you have to go through so much? Naruto gave her a squeeze. I'm okay now. Don't worry. Hinata released him and sat straight again. But, how did you learn without any help? Naruto laughed a little. When I was in my 3rd year I skipped classes sometimes. I snuck outside and listened under the window of the 1st-year class. It was hard cause I had to sneak looks at the chalkboard without getting caught, he said with a smile of pride. Hinata stared at the writing for another moment. Well, that would explain why you still write in hiragana. At least, she turned the paper on its side, I think it's hiragana. Naruto winced. Hinata's eyes suddenly went wide. If you didn't even start teaching yourself until you were in 3rd year then that means. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he swallowed, I couldn't read till I was almost 9. Realization swept over Hinata's face like a wave. So that's why your grades were so bad. Naruto nodded again. Yeah, but like I said, I'm okay now. Hinata's expression became determined and she gave him a quick kiss. Let's get started. Chapter 16. 10 days later Naruto carefully pulled his brush downward to make the final stroke on the words he was writing. He held it out a bit, smiled in satisfaction, and handed it to Hinata. Hinata looked over the hiragana and smiled. It looks wonderful, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled widely. Hinata blushed. And thank you. The words on the paper read, Hina-chan is the prettiest sensei ever. Naruto smiled and looked at the small analog clock on Hinata's wall. I better go. I wanna see if Tomoyo-chan is up for some training before it gets too dark. He leaned over, gave Hinata a short kiss and stood up. Hinata nodded and smiled. Okay. Good luck. Thanks. Naruto gave her a foxy grin and left. Sasuke had a scowl on his face as he strolled along the Konoha streets. He absolutely hated being off the mission list. The only thing that kept his from going completely stir-crazy was sparring with his friends. He noticed Naruto coming out of sweet shop called the Sugar Rice Ball with at least 10 sticks of dango in his right hand. Damn, he eats a lot. He changed his direction toward his brother. Oi, Naruto. Naruto smiled. Hey, Sasuke. He held out a dango stick. Want one? Sasuke made a face. Hell no. That sugary crap is for girls. Naruto's face scrunched into a frown. You callin' me a girl? Sasuke smirked. Don't look at me. I didn't make you eat those. Naruto's frown deepened. He shoved his dango back into his shopping bag. Alright, now it's on. Huh, like you can catch me, Sasuke taunted before bolting off in the direction of the training fields. Come back here you asshole. Naruto shouted at Sasuke as he took off after him. Sakura looked casually around the weapons shop that Tenten had dragged her to. It wasn't that she didn't like weapons, but drooling over what she did not have the money nor the intention to purchase felt pointless to her. Tenten grabbed Sakura by the arm and pulled her over to a case of glimmering short swords. Aren't they beautiful? She swooned. Sakura looked over the swords, her gaze finally falling on the price tags which made her choke a little. Yeah, but there's no way I'd ever afford them. Besides, I'm more hand-to-hand than weapons. Tenten looked shocked. How can you not drool over these? Sakura was about to respond when a shrill squeal made her cover her ears. Tenten was staring at a pair of white swords. They have them. They actually have them. She squeaked again. Look at the craftsmanship, the ceramic blades, the silver-plated handles, the ruby dragon hand guards. The clerk walked over to Tenten. Aren't they gorgeous? We just got them in today, she said with a smile. I've wanted them ever since I saw them in the cutting-edge catalog. A dejected expression made its way onto Tenten's face. I wish they weren't so expensive. Suddenly Tenten noticed Sasuke and Naruto blow past the shop. What the? Sakura looked out the window but she had already missed them. What is it? Tenten frowned. Not again. With that, she bolted out the door. Sakura had no idea what was going on but she followed anyway. Tenten and Sakura skidded to a halt when they caught sight of their quarry. They had wound up on the edge of the training ground Kakashi had taken Team 7 to when they had first become genin. Naruto took a running leap into Sasuke's back. Sasuke fell forward, hit the ground and skidded for several feet. Naruto looked triumphant for a second before, Sasuke, turned into a log. Shit, he cursed right before a fist entered his peripheral vision and connected with his face. Sasuke smirked. Hey, even with your fancy new chakra you suck, he taunted smugly. Tenten sighed in relief. Sakura gave her a look. So are you going to tell me why we chased after those two idiots? I thought it was the same thing as the whole Itachi mess 10 days ago, Tenten explained as Naruto and Sasuke threw several volleys of punches and kicks at each other. Sakura chuckled. Oh. Her eyes widened as over 100 Narutos suddenly surrounded her former crush. No matter how many times I see that, it's still amazing, she said in awe. Not that I'd ever tell him that, she added quickly. Tenten watched as Sasuke destroyed several bunchins. She looked back at Sakura. Why not? Sakura looked a little stunned. Because his ego is already ridiculous, she said with a laugh. Tenten laughed as well. You wanna join him? Sakura shook her head. No, it's almost time for dinner. My mom will be mad if I'm late. Suit yourself, Tenten replied with a shrug. Bye, Sakura said. She walked away. Later, once Sakura was out of sight, Tenten ran towards the boys. Naruto flipped sideways over Sasuke's head and hit him in the chest with a spin kick. Sasuke threw a back-fisted punch at Naruto's head, but he dodged it and punched at Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke blocked the punch with his forearm and jumped backwards. He was getting extremely frustrated. Naruto's taijutsu was now nearly as good as his. He was even starting to wonder if he would win this round simply because he knew his brother was such a stamina freak. Okay, time to show him who the genius is, he thought smugly. Sharingan. Naruto smirked. So that's how you wanna play it, huh? He directed chakra to his eyes. Tamagan. Tenten stopped short in her run. Now that they were using Dujutsu, she didn't have a chance in hell of managing to hold her own. In defeat, she sat down and watched the fight. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke noticed Tenten sitting on the far edge of the field. For some reason he couldn't place, he really didn't want to lose in front of her. He jumped in the air and dove for Naruto with his fist outstretched. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's fist and prepared to toss him aside, but Sasuke used the leverage offered by Naruto's hand as a push-off point and kicked him in the stomach with both feet. Rolling quickly to one side, Naruto barely managed to avoid Sasuke's fist, which collided with the dirt, and pulled off a short heel kick to Sasuke's shin, bringing him down. Both boys leapt back to their feet and slid into their stances. Just then a voice called out from the road. Oi, Naruto. Tomoyo called with her arms folded and a look of irritation on her face. I thought you were just gonna get a snack. Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Don't look at me, this Tem started it. I didn't force you to come after me, Sasuke retorted with a smirk. Tomoyo sighed. Are you gonna train tonight or what? Naruto gave his cousin a sheepish grin. Hi, he turned to Sasuke. You're lucky she came along. I definitely would have won, he taunted. In your dreams, Dobi, Sasuke retorted. Naruto laughed. Yeah, Sasuke replied with a smirk. Naruto walked away and Tenten trotted over to Sasuke. Nice moves, she said cheerfully. She could have sworn she saw a tinge of pink on the Uchiha's cheeks, but it was gone so fast that she chalked it up to her imagination running away with her. Thanks, Sasuke replied. He walked over to the river and sat down on the bank. Tenten followed suit. After a moment of silence, Tenten spoke. Do you ever think about your future after you kill Itachi? Sasuke looked at her in surprise and then stared up into the sky. Not really. I mean, assuming I manage to kill him without killing myself, my only other goal is to revive my clan. Tenten looked at the sky also. Which is more important to you? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, although he didn't look at her. I never really thought about it. Tenten frowned. Well, how are you gonna revive your clan if you're dead? Sasuke snorted. I can't, obviously. Tenten put her arms behind her head, allowed her body to fall backwards onto the soft dirt. Well, I hope you don't die. Sasuke's eyes fluttered in surprise before his expression fell into a smile. Thanks. He laid on the ground and the two stared up at the sky together. Naruto and Tomoyo sat, once again, in the middle of the Namikaze training field, which was now bordered on three sides by walls made from the trees Tomoyo had taken down earlier. Tomoyo handed Naruto a brush and a scroll. Okay kiddo, she said with a grin, let's see what you got. Naruto took the writing implements and set about the task at hand. When he was done painting the symbols, which took much less time than before, he placed the rock in the center of the ceiling circle. FUNN no Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, the rock was gone. Naruto's eyes lit up like stars. Yata. Tomoyo grinned. Yes, she exclaimed, accentuating it by clenching her fist in front of her. Great job, Naruto. I knew you could do it. She took another blank scroll from her bag. Okay, now why don't we try sealing a weapon or two for you to use on the field? Naruto took the scroll and stared at it for a moment before his smile widened. Nah, I got a better idea. Takaifujin, Cage of Suna, looked over the letter he had just completed writing. It had been difficult to put those words on paper, but he knew it had been the right thing to do. He folded the letter, put it in a small leather pouch and tied it to the leg of the falcon waiting on his desk. Then he stood, walked over to the window and released the raptor. Quick speed, my friend. Fly to the boy. I have wronged. Tsunade looked up curiously when she heard a tapping on her window and was surprised to see a messenger bird from Suna. She opened the window, took the small pouch off its leg and gave the bird a bit of fish. As the bird flew away, she took the letter out, unfolding it as she sat in her chair. Her eyebrows raised as she read the contents and her expression fell into a satisfied smile. Shikamaru, she called out. The boy in question opened the door to the office. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Find Naruto for me please, Tsunade asked pleasantly. Shikamaru nodded. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Naruto was walking home when he noticed Shikamaru coming towards him. Yo, Shikamaru, he said cheerfully. There you are. Shikamaru jogged over to his target. Tsunade-sama wants to talk to you, he said plainly. About what? Shikamaru shrugged. She didn't say. Naruto frowned at the lack of forthcoming information. Okay, let's go. A knock sounded on Tsunade's door. Yes, Shikamaru's head appeared once again. Naruto's here. Tsunade nodded in appreciation. Send him on in. Shikamaru nodded and left. Naruto walked through the door and plopped himself down in the chair opposite his mother. What's up? Tsunade picked up the letter off her desk and handed it to her son. This, she replied with a knowing smile. Naruto's face crinkled into a questioning look as he took the letter. Who's it from? The cage. A nervous lump instantly solidified itself in Naruto's throat. What could he possibly want? He lifted the letter to his eyes and began to read. Dear Naruto. This is not easy to say, but I made a serious error while you were here. I let you believe you were responsible for my daughter's death. Naruto's expression became confused. Yes, you accidentally delivered the final blow, but the bulk of the blame is solely on my shoulders. I loved my daughter very much, but I was not a good father. After her mother died I spent very little time with her, and when I did our conversations consisted mainly of her duties as the daughter of a cage. One day a boy around her age came to Suna. He and Katsura began to spend a lot of time together and I did not approve. I forbade her to see him, and that was my final mistake as her father, for she was gone the next morning. I had failed to see that her spirit was withering here. That boy offered her an escape and she took it. So, you see, her death is my fault, not yours. I was so grief-stricken when I learned what happened in Gansho that my mind needed someone to blame other than myself. You, who were innocent of the crime I had committed, were unfortunately the easiest one to criminalize. I have made a grievous error and for this transgression I deeply apologize. I may, however, have a chance to make it up to you. I have, in my possession, something that belongs to your family. It is a scroll that was stolen from Konoha some time ago. I knew you were a namikaze from the moment I saw you, but decided against saying so lest it bring about uncomfortable questions. I am sending Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro to deliver the scroll to you. I hope that one day you can forgive me for my mistakes. Sincerely. Takaifujin, cage of Suna. Naruto's face was a mixture of relief, understanding and happiness. Tsunade broke the silence. Feel better? She asked kindly. Naruto nodded and very quickly began to feel excitement growing in his chest. He grinned widely. Yeah, and I can't wait for them to get here. Chapter 17. Hinata found Naruto staring at Konoha's front gate. Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and hugged her. Hey, Hina-chan. Would you like to take a walk? Hinata asked cheerfully. Naruto looked back at the gate uneasily. I'm sure Tsunade-sama will send for you when they get here, Hinata offered. Naruto glanced back at the gate once again before replying. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's go, he said, offering her his hand. Hinata took it gladly and the two set off. She looked at his hair as they walked. The day was bright and warm, as it often was in mid-July, and the sun shone on Naruto's golden locks, giving them a soft, almost ethereal glow. She just couldn't fathom how she'd managed to have even the slightest chance with such a beautiful boy, never mind become his girlfriend. She sighed happily and rested her head on his shoulder. Naruto felt the slight pressure on his shoulder and smiled. I love you, he said as he hugged her head with his own. I love you too, Hinata replied. They walked slowly, reveling in the beauty of the day. Cool breezes brought with them the scent of fresh-cut flowers from Ino's shop. When they reached the center of the village, Naruto suddenly got an idea. Hey, you wanna see the Namikaze complex? Hinata removed her head from Naruto's shoulder and smiled. I'd love to. Naruto grinned, but it quickly fell away as he saw Shikamaru heading toward them. Aw man. Yo, Naruto. Shikamaru began. Yeah. Ba-chan wants to see me, Naruto grumbled. Shikamaru simply cocked an eyebrow in response. Naruto sighed and turned to Hinata. Sorry, Hina-chan, looks like we'll have to go later. Hinata smiled. It's okay. She gave him a quick kiss. I can wait. Naruto hugged her. I'll see you soon. Hinata nodded. NHM. Naruto frowned as he watched her walk away, then turned to Shikamaru. Let's go, he groaned. Shikamaru folded his arms. I'm just the messenger, Naruto. If you want to complain to Tsunade-sama when we get there, he said in a bored and slightly irritated tone.
Naruto rolled his eyes and began walking as Shikamaru took the lead. Yeah. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Naruto walked into his mother's office to find Sasuke and Sakura already seated in 2 of the 3 extra chairs in the room. He looked at them curiously and sat down. Okay. Now that my son has seen fit to grace us with his presence, Tsunade said with a chuckle, I have some news for you 3. News? Sakura parroted. Well, you all know that the Chunin exams will be coming up in just over 2 months, Tsunade replied. The teenagers nodded. I've decided that it's finally time for your second try, Tsunade said with a huge smile. Naruto and Sakura exchanged looks of excitement while Sasuke sat there with a satisfied smirk, which was about as close to excitement as he got. The other teams from your graduating class will be taking the exams along with you, and so will Guy's team. Her smile seemed to change a little. There is one thing you need to be aware of though. These exams will be taking place in a megacure and hidden village of rain. Looks of shock were instantly on the faces of Team 7. Sakura found her voice first. But, Tsunade-sama, AIM isn't one of the 5 great shinobi nations. And they're really unstable, Naruto added. Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. What? You're not the only one who reads, Naruto countered indignantly. Tsunade cleared her throat to bring her young soldiers back into focus. It's a very central location, which makes it more convenient, and AIM has some very interesting terrain. We thought it would be a good change of pace, she explained. And besides, since we don't know much about AIM, this is a good chance for some information gathering, she finished with a sly smile. Sakura smiled in acceptance of the explanation, Sasuke looked contemplative, and Naruto looked completely unconvinced. Now, I expect nothing but the best from you 3. Don't disappoint me, Tsunade said with a smile. All 3 teens nodded and Naruto gave a loud, "Osu," with a salute. Tsunade chuckled. All right then, get out of here, she said with a short toss of her head in the direction of the door, I got work to do. Tomoyo sat on the playground swings thinking as she swung lazily back and forth. The soft wind should have been soothing, but it only seemed to accentuate the sadness she felt. She didn't know how long she'd been there, she hadn't kept track. Even when the shadows had become long and reaching, she didn't stir, until a gentle hand slid over her shoulder. I thought I'd find you here, Kakashi said softly. He crouched down next to her. Why did you run off so suddenly? Tomoyo's head sank a bit lower in response, and it was then that Kakashi noticed the piece of paper crumpled in between her hand and the swing chain. Oh. He sat down and his head sunk a little as well. I see. Tomoyo's soft, tear-choked voice broke the anguished silence. There's no one. Silence. There's no family to put on this list. She crunched the paper even more tightly so that her knuckles turned white. They're all gone, she said as fresh tears began to fall. My cousins, my sister, my parents, grandparents, all gone. Kakashi looked at her. Not all gone, he said gently. There's a blonde boy who lives not far from here who would disagree. I love Naruto very much, and I'm grateful to have him, but he's not one of the faces I always imagined would see my wedding day. My father won't be there to give me away. My mom won't be there fuss over me, and fix my hair. Minato won't be there to tease me about finally acting like an adult. Noriko won't be there too. She began crying loudly. Kakashi put his arms around her. The paper dropped away from her hand and she collapsed into him. Are you going to simply stare at us all day, or are you going to take us to the Hokage? Gaara asked of the Chunin in front of him. He was trying his best to be patient. He knew if he was going to be Kazekage one day it was a skill he would need, but this woman was testing his last nerve. Before he met Naruto he had delighted in the fact that people were afraid of him on sight, but now it irritated him to no end. The Chunin swallowed her fear of the young man in front of her and spoke. Of course. Follow me please. The orange light of the setting sun illuminated their path as Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro followed the Chunin to the Hokage Tower. Hinata stared in wonder at Naruto's family home. It's wonderful, Naruto-kun. She didn't know what it was, but something about the place spoke to her. She felt as if it was rich with life just waiting to be uncovered. Naruto stepped up beside her. Sorry, we won't be able to look at it for long. Hinata smiled at him. That's alright. I still got to see it today. She walked over to the fountain. I can't wait to see what it looks like when you're done fixing it. Yeah, well, that'll have to wait till I make Junin. I just don't make enough money right now, Naruto said with rueful smile. If it's about getting someone to do the work then I'll help, Hinata offered. Thanks, Hina-chan. Naruto looked around for a moment. I guess we could at least do the cleaning parts. We definitely need more people though. Naruto, Tomoyo's voice sounded behind them. What is it? Naruto asked with a smile. Tsunade-sama needs to see you, Tomoyo explained.
Naruto's jaw dropped. Again? He asked incredulously. Tomoyo giggled. Don't worry. You'll be happy about this visit, she said with a wink. Naruto grinned when he saw the Suna siblings. Hey, Gaara, he said loudly. The boy in question covered his ears and winced at the volume coming from his friend. Once he thought the danger of eardrum destruction was past, he uncovered his ears and spoke. Hello, Naruto, he said with an attempt at a smile. Naruto put his hands on the desk, pushed upwards and swiveled himself around so that his butt landed on the front edge of Tsunade's desk, scattering a few papers as he did so. Tsunade's face fell into a deep frown. Oi, she said in a low tone as she folded her arms. Naruto was too excited to notice. He leaned forward towards the Suna siblings. So, where is it? Tsunade's eyebrow began to twitch and her arms unfolded, leaving her right hand free to form a fist. Oi! What kind of scroll is it? Naruto continued. Get your butt off my desk. Tsunade yelled while simultaneously using her arm to sweep her son off sideways and onto the floor. He landed in a heap next to the wall to her left. Naruto sat up quickly. That hurt, Ba-chan. Tsunade folded her arms once again, this time in satisfaction, and raised her eyebrows. Stay off my desk next time. While Naruto fumed, Temari brought a large scroll out of the bag she had with her. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. That's much bigger than I was expecting. Do you know what's in it? Temari shook her head. No one can get it open. It has a blood seal. Naruto had long since stopped fuming and was now paying rapt attention. A blood seal? You mean only someone from my family can open it? Temari nodded and held out the scroll. Here, I'm curious as hell about what's in this thing, she said with a wry smile. Naruto stood and gingerly took the scroll from Temari's hands. He turned it until he saw a seal in the middle on one side. Thanks to his training with Tomoyo and his contract with the frogs, he knew exactly how to open it. He bit down on the pad of his thumb and pressed it to the center of the seal. There was a popping sound along with a small puff of smoke and the edge of the scroll fell loose. He sat down on the floor and proceeded to carefully unroll his bit of family heritage. When it was fully open for all to see, both he and Tsunade gasped. Ka-san, that's... I know, Tsunade answered quietly. Kankuro was getting irritated. Well, what is it already? Naruto spoke up. It's a summoning contract, for dragons, he said in disbelieving awe. Temari's expression went from shock to outright skepticism. What? Dragons aren't real. Naruto looked at Temari defensively. It's right there, he said as he jabbed his fingers at the contract. Tsunade also looked skeptical. I don't want to believe they came all this way for a work of fiction, Naruto, but Temari does make a point, she said carefully. Naruto frowned and quickly rolled up his scroll. My clan wouldn't put a blood seal on something that was fake. He stood up. And I'll prove it. He stalked out of the office. Naruto. Tsunade called out. When he didn't return, she sighed heavily. I'm sorry about that. He can be really headstrong sometimes. Kankuro cocked an eyebrow. We noticed. Tsunade cleared her throat. Yes, well, seeing as how it's so late, would you like to stay in Konoha for the night? Yes, thank you, Temari replied with a polite nod. Tsunade smiled. Shikamaru. Shikamaru appeared quickly. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Please make sure that our guests have comfortable rooms for the night. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. He was starting to wonder why he bothered becoming a chunin in the first place, seeing as how most of the time he was nothing more than a glorified messenger boy. Hi. As Shikamaru and the Suna team walked toward the inn, Temari couldn't stop herself from making occasional glances in the direction of her guide's rear end. It irritated her to no end that she was attracted to such a weakling, albeit an incredibly smart, kinda cute weakling. Damn my hormones, she grumbled in her mind. They stopped at a long, two-story building and Shikamaru handed Temari a set of keys. Here, just tell them you want the guest rooms, he said before turning around to leave. Shikamaru. Temari began. The boy in question turned around. Yeah. Night, Temari finished pathetically, silently cursing herself for not coming up with something more interesting. Shikamaru smirked, then smiled. Night. Shikamaru walked away and Temari sighed with disappointment. As the siblings walked into the building, she noticed Kankuro covering his mouth with his hand as he snickered. Shut the hell up or I'm gonna shove that puppet up your ass. Kankuro's eyes widened. He instantly stopped laughing and put a few more feet of distance between himself and his sister. Naruto knew he had acted childish, but he couldn't help it. He'd spent all day in anticipation of the scroll he now held, and there was a very good chance it was nothing but junk. He knew there was probably no point to it, but made his way through the streets to his house, ran up to his room and grabbed a flashlight. If he was going to try this, then there was only one safe place. Naruto sat in the middle of the Namikaze training field with the unrolled scroll on the ground in front of him. The blood pounded in his ears as he bit the pad of his left thumb and dabbed the resulting blood on each of his other fingers. He signed the contract, which had on it a couple other names he didn't recognize, and was about to press his fingers down at the bottom, the same as he had done with the frog scroll. Suddenly, an image of Gamma Bunta flashed through his mind and then a memory of a conversation he'd had with Jiraiya while they had been training together. "Hey, Sennin," Naruto asked as they made their way toward the town they would be staying at for a few days. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. "Yeah. Now that I have so much more chakra, can I get some more summons? It would be so cool so summon dogs like Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya shook his head. "Sorry. No can do." Naruto frowned. "Why?" "Because you can't have more than one summoning contract at a time. You are bound to the contract by blood and to take another contract would break that bond." Naruto hung his head in disappointment. Naruto stared at the contract for a moment, his hand hovering above the space for his fingerprints. He swallowed, realizing just how close he'd come to seriously screwing up. "I'd better talk to Sennin first." With that, he rolled up the scroll and headed home. Chapter 18. Tsunade was waiting for him in the living room when Naruto got home. She stood up immediately. "Naruto, you didn't sign that scroll, did you?" "No, I was going to, but I realized I should talk to Sennin first." He put the dragon scroll on the couch. "Can you find him for me?" he asked as he plopped down next to the scroll. "Sure, but, Naruto." Naruto looked up. Please don't throw temper tantrums in front of guests from other hidden villages," Tsunade asked, her expression stern, yet gentle. "I didn't throw a tantrum. I walked out, and I'm sorry. It's just that." Tsunade put up a hand. "I know. You were disappointed." Naruto nodded. "Just try to think a little more before you do things." Tsunade closed her eyes in exhaustion. "Well, I'm headed for bed." "Night," Tsunade said with a yawn as she stretched her arms over her head. "Night," Naruto said with a smile, thankful that he hadn't gotten much of a lecture. "Oh yeah," Tsunade said as she reached the entrance to the hallway. "Kakashi said he wanted to talk to you about something tomorrow morning, so try not to go too far till he gets here." "Okay," Naruto replied with a shrug. Tsunade chuckled to herself as she made her way up the stairs. Boy, is he in for a surprise. "You want me to do what?" Naruto asked in shock. Kakashi chuckled warmly. "I want you to be my best man," he repeated. Naruto was happy but also confused. "But why me? I thought you'd pick Guy-sensei." Kakashi and Tomoyo settled down onto the couch in Naruto's living room. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Because Guy would do something embarrassing. Naruto frowned as he joined the couple on the couch. But won't he be disappointed? Kakashi shook his head. "Nah, I just told him I wanted you to participate so that you would have the courage to ask Hinata someday." He ignored Naruto's choking sound and went on. "Then he did his whole, flames of youth, thing," he said with an offhanded flick of his wrist. Naruto snorted, then scratched the back of his head. "I guess I'll do it then," he said with a smile. Tomoyo smiled and hugged her cousin. "Great." She sat back up and frowned. "Now I just need to find a way to convince Anko-chan to be my maid of honor." "You know Anko?" Naruto asked in surprise. Tomoyo smiled. "Yeah, we were best friends when we were kids. Our parents introduced us, hoping I'd keep her in line." She snickered. "She corrupted me instead." Naruto laughed, but then his expression turned sympathetic. "Why'd she say no?" "Well, she said yes at first, but then I told her she had to wear a dress kimono," Tomoyo answered in a dejected tone. Naruto thought for a moment. "What about Hina-chan or Sakura-chan?" Tomoyo smiled. "If I can't convince Anko-chan, I'll keep them in mind." It was then that Tsunade came strolling into the room. "Hey, brat, if you wanna go say goodbye to Gaara, you better do it now." Naruto's head snapped in his mother's direction. "What?" The Suna team was walking toward the main gates of Konoha when they heard a familiar voice call out to them. "Wait," Naruto yelled as he ran to them. Gaara raised an eyebrow in interest. "Naruto. I didn't think you'd be leaving so soon," Naruto said as he stopped in front of his friends. "We were only coming to deliver the scroll, not to visit," Gaara answered plainly. Naruto's shoulders sagged as he breathed out a sigh of disappointment. "Oh, I forgot to say thank you yesterday. And, I'm also sorry, for acting the way I did." Gaara smiled slightly. "I think we can forgive you." Temari put a hand on her little brother's shoulder. "We should get going," she said with a warm smile. "Do you guys mind going ahead for a minute? I need to speak with Naruto," Gaara asked. Kankuro nodded. "Okay. Just don't take too long." "See ya, Naruto," he said with a wave. "Later," Naruto answered. Temari stopped and looked over her shoulder and smirked. Tell that lazy pain in the ass I said goodbye. Naruto laughed. You got it. He looked to Gaara. So, what's up? You won't make Hokage, Gaara said bluntly. Naruto was immediately on the defensive. Excuse me. With your current maturity level you just don't have what it takes to be a leader, Gaara explained. Naruto folded his arms angrily. Oh, and I suppose you do. Yes, I do. And the way you're reacting to what I've said only proves my point. If you can't even listen to constructive criticism without reacting like a child, then how do you expect to lead an entire community? The gears in Naruto's mind suddenly began moving and he fell silent. Friends help one another. Naruto looked up. Huh. That is why I felt I had to say something. If you want to achieve your dream, you just need to grow up a little. It shouldn't be too hard of a task, for the guy who saved my life, Gaara said with a smile. Naruto's face broke out in a smile. Thanks, Gaara, he said, offering his hand. Gaara nodded. You are welcome, he said as he took Naruto's hand and shook it. Goodbye. See ya, Naruto said with a cheerful wave. As he watched Gaara walk away he knew what he had to do, and he knew he wasn't going to like it. Naruto walked slowly as he headed home. All this time he had only thought about the physical aspect of becoming a Hokage, not the mental. If Gaara hadn't said something. He looked up at his father's face staring down at him from the Hokage monument and his eyes became determined. I'll make you proud of me. Tsunade looked up when she heard the knock on the door of her home office. Hi. The door opened and Naruto walked in. Hey, he said, his face serious. Tsunade looked at her son curiously and stood up. Something about him seemed different. Are you okay? Naruto took a calming breath and let it out slowly. He lowered himself to his knees and rested his hands on top of them, then bowed his head in respect. Instantly, a dangerous glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes and they flattened down into a glare. Before Naruto could blink he had a kunai at his throat. Who are you? Tsunade demanded. What have you done with my son? Ka-san. It's me. Naruto sputtered. Bullshit. My son does not bow to me. Tsunade replied angrily. Now I will ask you one more time. Where is my son? You told me never to go to bed angry. Naruto suddenly blurted out. Tsunade's grip loosened a bit. What? When I had that fight with Hina-chan. You told me never go to bed angry, Naruto said, praying he had just proven who he was. Tsunade released her son and dropped her kunai. You are Naruto. She hugged him tightly. I'm so sorry. Naruto heaved a great sigh of relief. It's okay. I guess kneeling was a bit much. Tsunade released him and checked over his throat for cuts. She was pleased when she found none. She sat down on the floor. So, she said with a nervous chuckle, what did you want to see me about? Can you teach me about being a Hokage? Naruto asked, the serious look back in his eyes. Tsunade blinked in surprise. Really? Naruto nodded. Gaara reminded me today that I need more than just strength, and I feel really stupid for not realizing it myself, he finished with a frown. Tsunade's expression became sympathetic. You're not stupid. You were just concentrating too hard on one aspect of becoming Hokage. It blinded you to everything else you need to do. Naruto smiled. You know a lot of it will be boring, right? Tsunade warned. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but it's something I have to do, he said with determination. Tsunade smiled. Okay then, come with me to the office tomorrow. I just hope it doesn't make you want to pick a new profession, she said with a laugh. Huh. Naruto walked along next to his mother with a spring in his step. He was excited to get a preview of what it would be like once he gained the title of Hokage. When they reached the door to the Hokage tower the Chunin guard bowed slightly. Hokage-sama, Naruto-sama, he said with a smile. Tsunade smiled. Ohio. She walked on into the building and Naruto followed. Once they were upstairs the receptionist greeted them as well. Ohio, Tsunade-sama. Ohio, Nabiki. Do you have anything for me this morning? Tsunade asked. Just the usual, Nabiki said, handing Tsunade a stack of papers. Arigato, Tsunade replied as she took the stack. Hey, Naruto-kun, Nabiki said with a slight wave and a big smile. Hey, Naruto walked over to the desk. Where've you been lately? Nabiki laughed. Had a couple long missions. I'll come by and see you later. Don't need to. I'll be here all day. Nabiki blinked in surprise. You will? Yeah, I'm learning about the job of Hokage today. I'm gonna watch Ka-san, Naruto said proudly. Nabiki snorted. Then you're gonna be watching a lot of sleeping. I heard that, came Tsunade's irritated voice from her office. Nabiki chuckled. I'll see you later. Hi, Naruto replied. He then walked into the office and shut the door behind him. Naruto was ready to shove a kunai through his skull just to escape the boredom. For 2 hours he had watched his mother follow a pattern of signing papers, sleeping, drinking the occasional cup of sake and arguing with Shizune over the evils of said sake. The pad of paper he'd brought with him to take notes was now covered in drawings of bowls of ramen and he was certain the clock was moving slower than normal just to torment him. Finally, Tsunade looked at the clock. Well, time to go hand out mission assignments, she said as she stood and cracked her neck from side to side. Thank God, Naruto blurted out. Tsunade looked at him and laughed. Let's go. Hinata's eyes widened a bit when she saw Naruto sitting next to Tsunade at the assignment table. Naruto-kun, what's going on? I'm learning about being a Hokage, Naruto answered with much less enthusiasm than he had when he'd spoken to Nabiki about it. He still had a small smile on his face though. Hinata's confusion turned to happiness. Oh, that's wonderful, Naruto-kun. Tsunade looked through her assignment list. I'm afraid I only have AD rank for you 3 today, she said to Team 8. But that's way below our skill level. Kiba complained. Tsunade eyed the young Inuzuka. Well, if you'd rather not make any money at all today. Kiba sighed in frustration. Okay. He took the paper and Team 8 walked away. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Hinata called over her shoulder. Naruto smiled and waved. Neji, Lee, and Tenten showed up next. Here you go, Tsunade said while handing them a mission sheet. Neji looked at the rank and an incredulous expression crossed his features. But don't wanna hear it, Tsunade said, cutting him off. Guy's team walked away with only slightly less grumbling than Team 8. An hour or so later Naruto and Tsunade were back in her office. Tsunade had gone back to signing papers and Naruto had gone back to doodling on his pad of paper. After yet another hour had passed Shizune came in. Tsunade-sama. Hi. Tsunade answered. The zoning director is here to see you, Shizune answered. Tsunade groaned. Send him in. Shizune nodded her head and left. A moment later a man in a black haori and red pants walked into the office and sat down. Sakai-san, what can I do for you today? Tsunade asked pleasantly. The man sighed. I'm sorry to bother you with this again, but the situation has gotten worse. Tsunade frowned. Did you tell them what I suggested? Yes, and they still say that it is unfair. Tsunade sighed and put her hand to her forehead. Oh, for crying out loud. What's going on? Naruto asked. Tsunade looked at her son with a thoughtful expression and then turned back to Sakai. Sakai-san, would please explain the situation to my son. Sakai looked at her in confusion but shrugged and began speaking. There is a company that would like to put in a new movie theater. It would be in an area zoned for business but it's also right on the border of a residential-only zone. The building they have planned is large and the people living in the houses near it say that it would look terrible and drive down their property values. What have you tried? Naruto asked. Compensating them for the value loss, but they won't hear of it. Naruto thought for a moment. What if you disguise it? Disguise the theater? Sakai asked. Yeah, Naruto continued with a smile, what if the theater looked like part of the landscape? Like with a genjutsu or something. Tsunade and Sakai looked at each other. What do you think, Sakai? Tsunade asked. Sakai put his hand up to his mouth and thought. A genjutsu just might do the trick. He looked at Naruto with a pleased expression. Thank you, Naruto-sama, he said with a slight bow of his head. Naruto reciprocated the nod. No problem, he said with a big grin. Sakai stood up. I'll be on my way then, he said to Tsunade. Good luck, Tsunade answered. I'm sure I won't need it, but thank you. Sakai then turned around and left. Tsunade turned to her son. Great job, kiddo, she said, beaming with motherly pride. Naruto's smile could not have been any wider. Chapter 19. After 3 days of going to work with his mother, Naruto decided the first thing he was going to do as Hokage would be to find some way to reduce the amount of paperwork. He yawned for what seemed like the millionth time as Tsunade finished signing yet another paper. Tsunade picked up a manila envelope from her desk and pulled out a new set of papers. Naruto looked up in minor interest. The papers Tsunade had been signing until that point had all just been stacked on her desk. Why were these different? What are those, Ka-san? Tsunade looked at Naruto thoughtfully. You know what? These are some things you might actually be able to help me with, she said with a smile. Naruto immediately hopped off his chair. Really? Tsunade nodded. Yup. Drag the chair over here. Naruto did as instructed and sat down. Okay, Tsunade said as she picked up the top paper, these are the newest mission requests. One of your jobs as Hokage would be to go through these, decide which ones we will take on and give them a rank. She pointed at the top right of the page. This tells you what kind of mission it is. Naruto looked at the mission type curiously. Grunt work. Tsunade laughed. Anything that doesn't involve fighting or potential fighting gets this title. Most of these get AD rank. As Naruto looked over the mission specifics, he was very glad he was no longer a first-year rookie. Tilling a farm field. Yuck. Okay then, Tsunade pointed to a space in the upper left. The mission rank goes here. Naruto wrote A, D, in the space and they moved on to the next request. Enko's arms were folded and she walked along stiffly, trying desperately to ignore her current living shadow. Please, Enko-chan, Tomoyo pleaded as she hopped backwards in front of her friend. Enko's eye twitched. No. Come on, you're the only adult friend I have left from the old days. No, I'm not. Ask Haruka. I'm sure he'd look great in a dress kimono, Enko answered as she continued walking. Tomoyo's smile dropped off her face like a stone and she stopped walking, causing Enko to halt in her tracks. You'd really say no to being part of the most important day of my life over a stupid dress kimono? Enko groaned. She could easily say no to Tomoyo when Tomoyo was being all perky and cute, but that pout, that goddamn depressed pout. It made her feel guilty like nothing else in existence. She sighed loudly in defeat. Fine. Tomoyo's face pulled a complete 180. Yata. She proceeded to squeeze the life out of the woman in front of her. Thank you, Enko-chan. Yeah, get off already would ya? Enko said as she tried to move Tomoyo's arms. Tomoyo let go. Sorry. I'm just so happy. But if that dress kimono is pink, I'll use your intestines for Christmas garland, Enko threatened with a finger pointed at Tomoyo. Tomoyo's sweat dropped and laughed nervously. Oh come on, who would want pink kimonos for their wedding? Enko eyed her suspiciously for a moment. Okay, I'll see you later. I need my dango fix. As soon as Enko was out of sight, Tomoyo pulled a pen and a small notepad out of her pocket. She looked down a list that said, wedding shopping, at the top. Next to, kimonos, she crossed out pink and quickly wrote purple. Naruto marked an A at the top of the last paper and Tsunade smiled in satisfaction. I think you did really well, kiddo. Naruto grinned but it faded a bit as he caught sight of another envelope on the desk. This one was black. What's in that one? Tsunade's face darkened. Those are the assassination requests. You don't need to worry about those until you actually become Hokage. She took the envelope and put it in her desk drawer. Naruto's expression became solemn. Oh. A knock sounded on the door. Hi. Tomoyo poked her head in. Can I borrow Naruto for a bit? Tsunade looked at Naruto. I think you've had enough for one day. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Ka-san. He got up and followed Tomoyo out the door. That's great, Naruto exclaimed as they walked down the main street. Tomoyo's smile widened. Now I just have to pick out dress kimonos in a different color. Originally the bridesmaids were going to wear pink, she said with a wince. Naruto made a face. So anyway, what did you need me for? Well, two things actually, Tomoyo answered. I wanted to try teaching you how to make the special kunai for Hiraishin today. Yosh, Naruto exclaimed. Tomoyo chuckled. And I thought since I'm shopping for wedding outfits anyway we should see if we can find you a formal kimono too. Naruto grimaced. Do we have to? Tomoyo gave him a withering look and he relented immediately. Okay. Let's get this over with so I can train. Tomoyo smiled and they continued walking. Naruto waited on a metal bench next to the fitting rooms. He glanced around the store. Being one of only 2 wedding shops in the city allowed it to be very large. There were separate sections for bride, groom, children and bridal party, and of course the latter of the two were also divided by gender. He had lost sight of his cousin long ago and was now tapping his fingers impatiently. It was about then that Tomoyo showed up with an armload of boys' formal kimonos, all in black. She unloaded them onto the counter. How many? The clerk asked. 6. The clerk handed Tomoyo a plastic card with a 6 on it, which Tomoyo promptly handed off to her cousin. Okay. You try these on and I'll see what else I can find. With that she disappeared once again into the sea of clothing, completely ignoring the thunderstruck look on Naruto's face. A half hour later Tomoyo and Naruto walked out of the doors of the wedding shop, loaded down with bags and packages. Naruto held 2 boxes in his kimono. Tomoyo had 6 boxes and 2 outfits in plastic bags on coat hangers. After watching Tomoyo's pile nearly topple twice Naruto got an idea. Hang on a sec. What? Tomoyo asked around her mountain of boxes. Naruto put his hands in his favorite seal. 4 Narutos appeared. Got a mission for you guys. He pointed at one bunshin. You take my stuff home. The bunshin gave a short salute. Osu. It picked up the stuff and walked away. And you guys take this stuff to Tomoyo-chan's place, Naruto instructed to the other clones. The clones mimicked the clone that had left before them. Naruto, who was quite pleased with himself, turned to his cousin. See, now we can go train. Tomoyo nodded and laughed, although she was annoyed that she hadn't come up with that solution herself. Okay then, let's go. Naruto turned his father's kunai over and over again, occasionally running his fingers over the sai like prongs at the hilt. All kunai should be made like this. It'd be way better for blocking. Okay, Tomoyo said as she removed some rolls of paper strips and some paintbrushes and ink from her bag. Today you're gonna practice writing the kanji for Horaishin. When you're done, wrap them on the kunai. These, she said, pointing to Minato's kunai, will be your shiki-an right. These markers will pull you to them when you activate the jutsu. It's kinda like a summoning in reverse. You can use anything, really, but kunai are very convenient. She unrolled a single strip that already had something on it. These are the symbols for the seal. You practice, I'm going to do some more work on the field. She slung her bag over her shoulder, took a few steps toward the middle of the field, then stopped and made a face as she eyed all the stumps still left from her little demolition spree. She pulled a foot-long scroll from her bag and unrolled it. Good thing I brought this. I'm definitely gonna need help for this one, she said with a smile. Naruto blinked in confusion. Huh. Tomoyo bit her thumb, made a few seals and slammed her hand to the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu. There was a popping sound and a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke dissipated, Naruto was surprised to see 10 rodent-like animals of various sizes. The largest one being around the size of a moose. He'd never seen anything like them. What are they? He asked with wide eyes. Tomoyo grinned. Meerkats. I got the scroll from a foreign traveler while I was in Gansho. A meerkat the size of a medium dog spoke up. Oi, don't talk about us like we're not even here. Tomoyo smiled apologetically. Gomen, Itadori. She pointed at her cousin. This is Naruto, my little cousin. Several greetings went to Naruto from the group. Hey guys, Naruto said with a grin. Okay everyone, I got a job for you, Tomoyo explained. She pointed to the stumps. I need these dug up please. Itadori cocked an eye ridge. And what do we get for so much work? We have burrows to maintain, you know. Tomoyo chuckled. Of course you'll get the usual treat. A loud cheer went up from the group and they went to work on the closest stump. Naruto looked at Tomoyo. What's the usual treat? Tomoyo grinned. Dango. Naruto laughed and went back to his seal practice. Are you sure? Pain, leader of the Akatsuki, asked his subordinate. Itachi nodded. Hi. So, Naruto will be attending the Chunin exam. So many attempts to capture him and all we had to do was wait for him to show up on our doorstep. Pain allowed himself a small smirk. The time has come. Tomoyo handed the last stick of dango to Itadori. Thanks a bunch, guys. You really saved me. Itadori nodded. You know us, anything for dango, he said with a wink. He turned to his friends. Mina, we're going. A shout of agreement sounded from the other meerkats. Itadori held up a paw. Yeah, and all of them disappeared. Tomoyo laughed and went to check up on Naruto. How are you doing over here? Naruto smiled and held up 10 kunai wrapped in the seal-covered strips. All set. When do we start? Tomoyo looked up at the orange colors of the sunset. Friday. This isn't a jutsu you should practice in the dark and I have more wedding stuff to do. She sighed happily. I can't wait till Saturday. Are you sure you won't make him get rid of those stupid books? Tomoyo just laughed and walked away. Naruto was a bit perturbed but he followed her anyway. Friday morning Tsunade looked over Sasuke's latest psych evaluation report and sighed. Shizune looked at her with concern. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade closed her eyes and rubbed them with her fingers. I'm starting to think the only way to settle Sasuke down is to have Itachi killed. Shizune blinked in surprise. An assassination? I would, if I wasn't positive Sasuke would go even more off the deep end because he was denied his revenge, Tsunade said with a frustrated scowl. Shizune sighed sympathetically and then perked up like she'd had an idea. Tsunade-sama, what if we send him on the mission to that hideout Jiraiya found? Tsunade looked skeptical. Send him to an abandoned Akatsuki lair. What good would that do? It might at least let him feel like he's doing something towards finding Itachi, Shizune offered. Tsunade frowned in thought. Alright, although I think I'll send all of Team 7. They haven't had a mission above D rank in weeks and Naruto's getting restless, she said with a wince. Shizune giggled. I'll send for them. Tsunade held up a hand. Not yet. I need to decide on other team members. Not to mention that Tomoyo's wedding is on Saturday and I know Naruto would be upset if he had to miss it. It'll be interesting seeing Naruto-kun in formal clothing, Shizune said with an amused smile. Tsunade chuckled. Indeed. Naruto, Sasuke, and 10 Naruto clones were cutting ivy off of various buildings and structures around the Namikaze complex. Sasuke was working on a particularly stubborn vine on a rooftop and it was pissing him off. Remind me why I agreed to this, he demanded of his brother who was several feet away, working on the dragon fountain. Naruto looked up and resisted the urge to laugh at the leaf that was residing in Sasuke's hair. Because we're family and this is partially yours now too, he stated. Besides, Naruto said as he climbed to the top of the fountain, it's nice to have company besides them, he said as he jabbed a thumb backwards at 3 of the clones who were nearby. Sasuke smirked and went back to his current vine. Tomoyo walked into the Namikaze complex with a spring in her step. Naruto-kun, she said as she passed through the gate. I hope you're ready to work hard because. Her words failed her and her mouth hung open. The complex wasn't finished by any stretch of the imagination, but 90% of the vines and other organic debris were completely gone. In the middle of it all sat Naruto and Sasuke. The boys were sitting on the cobblestone street in front of the fountain. Naruto had a huge smile on his face and Sasuke wore a self-satisfied smirk. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, it looks wonderful, Tomoyo exclaimed in awe. She walked over and gave each of them a hug. Sasuke grimaced at this. It's an awesome surprise. Thank you both so much. Don't look at me. It was the Dobi's idea, Sasuke explained. Tomoyo laughed a little. Yeah, but you still helped. Sasuke smirked again. Tomoyo held up her bag. Well, let's get to work. She looked at Sasuke. You gonna hang around? She asked with a smile. Sasuke shrugged. I don't have anything better to do. Tomoyo smiled and led the way. Naruto and Sasuke followed behind her. As they neared the entrance to the field, Naruto thoughts began to wander. Nay, Sasuke. You think it's possible to combine Rasengan and Chidori? Naruto asked offhandedly. Sasuke's eyebrows went up and then flattened into a thoughtful scowl. I don't think so. The way they use chakra is too different. Naruto frowned. Besides, we don't know if you're the right elemental type to use lightning. Elemental type. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an incredulous expression. Kakashi-sensei never told you about elements. Naruto shook his head. Sasuke smacked his hand to his forehead. Of all the stupid, just ask Kakashi-sensei about it. I don't feel like explaining. Sasuke sat down on a nearby rock as Tomoyo handed Naruto the kunai he had made 5 days before. Okay, first things first, she held out her hand. Shiki please. Naruto handed her the kunai. Let me show you how it's done, she said with a grin. She took a few steps away from the boys and threw a seal kunai into one of the wooden practice dummies, then put her hands into the rabbit seal. There had been no smoke, no sound, no warning of any kind, yet she had instantly vanished and reappeared at her destination. Naruto's jaw dropped and Sasuke's eyes were wide. Amazing, Naruto commented in awe. Tomoyo smiled, threw the shiki at the boy's feet and teleported back. Now it's your turn. Take one of your shiki and rub a small amount of blood on the seal. This will connect you to it. Naruto was about to bite his thumb when Tomoyo grabbed his hand. Hang on a sec. She reached into her weapons pouch and pulled out a pinky ring. It was silver and had a small bump on one side. She placed it in Naruto's hand. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched in confusion. What's this? This is something I've been working on in my spare time the last couple weeks. It's a special summoning ring. Tomoyo held up her right hand. On her pinky was a similar ring, only it was gold in color and thinner to be more ladylike. She pointed to the small bump which was situated on the underside of her finger. This casing contains a very small pin. When you push in it with your thumb, she said as she demonstrated, the casing is pushed back and the pin punctures your skin. She proudly showed the bead of blood ballooning out of the hole the pin had made and smiled. Makes things faster and less painful, she said with a laugh. Naruto looked at the ring for a moment, then shrugged and put it on. You remember what I did? Tomoyo asked. Naruto nodded. Let's see what you got then, Tomoyo said with her thumb up. Naruto used the ring and smiled. It was much more convenient than biting his thumb. He rubbed the resulting blood on the shiki and threw it at the furthest part of the log wall surrounding the field. He let out a calming breath and formed the rabbit seal. He didn't even have time to blink before he vanished, and reappeared about 2 inches from his previous position. Sasuke had not been so dangerously close to bursting out laughing since the incident with Tenten. He bit the inside of his cheek so hard that he began to notice the distinct taste of blood. He sighed with relief when the urge to laugh was gone. Tomoyo made an odd sucking sound through her teeth. I think this is going to take a while, she a slight chuckle. Naruto frowned at his failure and then set his face in determination. I will get this. Tomoyo smiled. I know you will. She looked at her watch. I have to get going. Gotta pick up my dress kimono. Don't forget about the rehearsal. 5 o'clock sharp. Naruto nodded. You got it. Jiraiya had just walked through the gate when he noticed Tomoyo heading his way. "Ah, Tomoyo-san, do you know where the brat is?" Tomoyo laughed. "I just left him at our complex. He's learning Hiraishin." Jiraiya's eyebrows raised. "That should prove interesting." Tomoyo smirked. "Indeed. Ya na," she said with a wave. "Hi, arigato." Jiraiya then headed toward the Namikaze complex. When Naruto saw that he had once again failed to move more than a few inches, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He sighed and sat down for a moment to think. Okay, concentration isn't the problem. I'm doing the seal right. He stood up and yelled to the sky. "What am I doing wrong?" "You're not putting in enough chakra," spoke Jiraiya's voice from behind Naruto, who turned around to see the older man with an eyebrow cocked in amusement. "I'm glad you think this is funny," Naruto complained. Jiraiya shrugged. "Not necessarily funny, but it is interesting. But seriously, just put more chakra into it." "But what if I put in too much and hit a tree on the other side of Konoha or something?" Jiraiya laughed. "You won't. In fact, you could put every ounce of your chakra into it and you still won't go to anywhere but your mark." Naruto gave him a questioning look. "You can use Hiraishin." Jiraiya shook his head. "No, but I saw your father use it often enough to know how it works." He walked over to Naruto. "I was told you needed to see me." An expression of recollection blazed across Naruto's features. "Oh, right." He turned to Sasuke. "Hey, Sasuke. I'm going back to my house." Sasuke stood up and the grass returned to its pre-squished condition. "Well, I'm going too then. Nothing to do here." Naruto nodded and looked at Jiraiya. "Wait till you see what I got to show you," he said with a grin. "Okay, got it," Naruto called out as he came thundering down the stairs. He cleared the last 5 with a jump and jogged into the living room. Jiraiya's curiosity peaked when he saw the large scroll in Naruto's hands. "Is that a summoning contract?" "Yeah," Naruto said with a grin, "it's for dragons." Jiraiya blinked 3 times and let out a huge belly laugh. Naruto's smile fell and he looked incredibly perturbed. When Jiraiya managed to catch his breath, he spoke. Oh my stomach." Another volley of laughter ensued. "You," he said with a wagging of his right index finger. "I gotta admit, that was a good one." His laughter stopped suddenly when he noticed the look of irritation on Naruto's face. "Wait, are you serious?" "Yeah," Naruto replied in a duh tone of voice. "You think I'd call you all the way out here for a stupid joke? Come on, even I'm not that irresponsible." Jiraiya cleared his throat. "Gomen." He held out his hand. "All right then, let me see what you got here." Naruto handed him the scroll and waited expectantly. Sasuke folded his arms. "I tried to tell him dragons don't exist. Maybe you can talk some sense into this dobi," he said, ignoring his brother's angry glare. Jiraiya unrolled the scroll and looked it over. In the end he simply sighed and handed it back to Naruto. "I honestly don't know what to tell you. Where did you get this?" "From the cage. He said it belonged to my family once," Naruto replied defensively. Jiraiya frowned. "Do you have proof of that?" "It had a blood seal on it and my blood opened it," Naruto said firmly. Surprise showed on Jiraiya's face, but his opinion of the whole thing didn't change. "I don't know why it would be sealed, but it can't be a real contract." "Dragons don't exist," he said with an apologetic expression. Naruto sighed through his nose. "Let's just say for a second that it is real. Are you sure there's no way for someone to have 2 summoning contracts?" "Positive. I would talk to Gamabunta before you do anything rash." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "You haven't signed it, have you?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I wrote my name but I didn't put down my fingerprints." Jiraiya sighed in relief. "Okay then, let's go talk to Gamabunta." Jiraiya, Naruto and Sasuke stood in the middle of Tsunade's training field. Jiraiya took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Let's hope he answers. He's had a summoning block on since Gamakichi died." Naruto's expression became solemn. He clutched the front of his shirt and stared downward. He knew it wasn't his fault, but he still couldn't help feeling guilty for his friend's death, and the fact that the young frog's chakra resided in his body didn't help either. Gamakichi. Jiraiya made the usual preparations. Kuchio's no jutsu. When the smoke cleared, Gamabunta sat in the field with a small smile. "Hello Jiraiya." The change in his longtime friend made Jiraiya's stomach sick. "How are you doing?" he asked gently. "I think I'm all right," my mate on the other hand. Gamabunta sighed. "She's coping. She tells me she's all right, but she still cries when she thinks I'm out of earshot." Jiraiya nodded. "It's hard to lose a child. I felt the same way when Minato died," he said quietly. Gamabunta nodded. "What is it that you need?" "Naruto actually has a question for you," Jiraiya explained. Gamabunta looked at Naruto in curiosity. "Oh." Naruto swallowed hard. Suddenly the idea of telling Gamabunta that he wanted to dissolve their contract seemed cruel. Is something wrong? Gamabunta asked in concern. Naruto showed the giant frog the dragon scroll. A few days ago I got this from the cage. It's a summoning contract that used to belong to my family. He unrolled it and laid it on the ground. It says it's a dragon contract. He missed the stunned look on Gamabunta's face. Could it be real? Gamabunta just stared at the contract as memories came flooding into his mind like a tsunami. It's real, and you should burn it. Chapter 20. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. Burn it? Why? Gamabunta set his jaw. He had a very good reason behind his command. Do as I say. Naruto glared at the giant frog. Not till you explain why. Gamabunta matched Naruto's glare. This is not a matter to be discussed with humans. Gamabunta, Jiraiya interrupted, are we not your subordinates? He knew he was being very bold and possibly rude, but he also knew how important this whole thing was to Naruto, and he could not allow the boy he loved like a grandson to be denied something from his family unless there was a damn good reason. Gamabunta frowned in thought. Does that not make us family? Jiraiya urged on. Gamabunta let out a sigh which caused the treetops to bend a bit. Alright, he relented. He looked at Sasuke. But he must leave. Naruto shook his head. He's my brother. He stays, he said firmly. Gamabunta knew the look that had entered Naruto's eyes, it meant he would not budge. Very well then. He looked at the sky, which was beginning to cloud over. It was nearly 150 years ago. I wasn't much older than Gamakichi. His face saddened a bit when his son's name escaped his mouth. Back then, dragons were the most highly respected of the summoning creatures, but that changed when a female dragon broke one of our most sacred laws. She mated with a human. Naruto's shock at this news quickly turned to confusion. How is that even possible? Dragons are one of only two summoned species who can take human form, the other being foxes. Gamabunta saw the look on Naruto's face and held up a webbed hand to halt the oncoming question. The fox summons have nothing to do with the Kyuubi. Naruto seemed to accept the answer and nodded. His expression showed that he was somewhat uncomfortable with the topic of the question he was about to ask. Why is it bad for summons to mate with humans? Because any resulting children are monsters, Gamabunta said with foreboding tone. Naruto suddenly became angry. Just because the kids would be different doesn't give you the right to call them monsters. He yelled. Gamabunta sighed sadly. You're not understanding me. I don't mean monsters as a derogatory term. I mean they were truly monsters. Both Naruto and Jiraiya felt a frightening chill from Gamabunta's proclamation. They were deformed, terrifying, and violent. Gamabunta wiped some of the water that had collected on his forehead from the misting rain which was now adding to the gloomy atmosphere. When I was barely 63 years old, my father told me something terrible had happened and that I was to block myself from being summoned until he said otherwise. I asked everyone I knew, but no one would tell me the details. Finally my curiosity got the better of me and I snuck into the human world. It didn't take me long to find the place of the disaster. There were ninjas guarding the perimeter along with authorities from several summoned clans. It was difficult, but I managed to sneak past them. Gamabunta looked to the ground. Even now, I wish I had listened to my father. Now, I know you think you have seen some horrible things, but the carnage I saw that day, there's just no comparison. When I walked into the village everyone had been guarding, there was not an inch of the ground free of blood and bodies. You must understand when I say that these people hadn't just been killed, they had been shredded. Men, women, children, all of them barely recognizable as anything but strips of flesh. And the thing that killed them all, was the 5-year-old child of a dragon and a human. Naruto and Jiraiya were stunned into silence, their mouths and eyes wide with expressions of abject horror. We had no warning. The child had been hidden from us in an effort to keep the other summoned clans from killing her. By the time her presence was made known it was too late, and an entire village paid the price. Gamabunta's face hardened into anger. It was not just the female who had committed the crime. The entire clan knew of the child and kept her secret from us. The dragons are a disgrace and should never be allowed to work with our human comrades, he said bitterly. The rain had become a light summer shower, which would have been refreshing if the situation had been different. The father of the child was a namikaze. Gamabunta ignored Naruto's reaction to this revelation and continued. The head of the clan put a blood seal on the contract. Suna had only been founded 3 years before, but they already had some good shinobi, so the contract was given to the first cage for safekeeping. I still don't know why your ancestor refused to destroy the contract outright. He looked at Naruto. So, now will you burn it? Naruto looked to the ground as rivulets of water made their way down his face. For a long time the only sound that could be heard was the rain hitting the soft earth. No, he said in a voice so quiet Gamabunta almost didn't hear him. Excuse me. Gamabunta asked, incredulously. I can't. Naruto looked up. I can't condemn an entire race because of one mistake, especially one, made out of love. Gamabunta's resolve crumbled a bit at seeing the pleading expression on Naruto's face. Even if it was done for love, they knowingly put innocent lives in danger. It was selfish and cruel, he explained. Naruto clenched both his jaw and his fists. I know. I understand that, but… Silence. I think if I was that kid's dad, I might have done the same thing. Love makes you do things that don't make logical sense. I know you hate them for what they did, but put yourself in their place. If it was your kid, what would you've done? Gamabunta felt his chest tighten. Not once in all the years since the disaster had he heard anyone disagree with his opinion on the matter, but what Naruto said made sense. I might have done the same, he said with shame in his voice. What happened to the child? Jiraiya asked. Gamabunta's face was filled with regret. She was killed. Naruto gritted his teeth and his fist clenched. He knew in his heart it was something that had to be done, but the idea of killing a 5-year-old child, no matter what the reason, made that same heart terribly heavy. You came here to ask me if you could break our contract, didn't you? Gamabunta asked sadly. Naruto looked up at the sudden question and winced. Yeah. Gamabunta squeezed his eyes shut. There's no way I can change your mind. No, Naruto answered as he looked down. All right, Gamabunta sighed. Jiraiya, take out the frog contract please. Jiraiya nodded. Sure, he answered solemnly. He unrolled the contract and laid it down on the ground. Gamabunta stabbed the tip of one of his fingers with his sword and smeared the blood over Naruto's signature and fingerprints. He felt sad. It was like he was breaking ties with one of his children, and the loss of Gamakichi 7 months beforehand made it even worse. Tears nearly made their way to his eyes when he spoke. It's done. You are no longer my subordinate. Naruto nodded. I have something else to ask you. Can Sasuke be your subordinate? Naruto asked hopefully. What? Sasuke asked in surprise. Naruto looked at him and gave him a small smile. I thought it'd be great if we could both use summons in battle. Sasuke smiled. Thanks, Dobi. He shrugged and looked up at Gamabunta. How about it? Gamabunta cocked an eyebrow. That would be interesting. He smiled. All right. The smile turned wry as he lowered his head a bit towards Sasuke. But you have to earn it the same way your brother did. Sasuke's body leaned back a bit of its own accord. He didn't like the look the giant frog was giving him. What do I have to do? He asked tentatively. Gamabunta straightened up. Well, first you have to sign the contract. Sasuke looked at Naruto and his nervous expression turned into one of resolve. If Naruto can do his little test, I sure as hell can. He signed the contract and placed his fingerprints. Okay, now what? Now Naruto will teach you how to summon, and when you can manage to summon me your real test begins. Gamabunta turned to Naruto. Be careful when you try to summon the dragons. Who knows how they'll react after not having been summoned for nearly 150 years. Naruto nodded. Hi. Yeah, Gamabunta said right before he disappeared. Sasuke turned to Jiraiya. When can we start training? Jiraiya cocked an eyebrow. Hey, Gamabunta said I'm supposed to train you. Naruto said indignantly. Jiraiya smiled evilly and nodded. He did say that. Sasuke suddenly looked like a rabbit caught in a bear trap. But he sputtered as he pointed at Naruto. Knows more than you do and I don't have the time, Jiraiya finished for him. Yeah, and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke looked at his brother with extreme apprehension. Naruto folded his arms. You don't gotta look like that. I know what I'm doing, he said with an insulted frown. Oh crap, what time is it? Sasuke blinked at the sudden change in topic and reached inside his equipment pouch. After a second or two of rummaging around the bottom, he produced a small pocket watch. It's 3:30. Crap, I gotta go get changed. Naruto proclaimed. I'll see you later, he said as he began to run. But, Sasuke began. Naruto jogged backward for a moment to answer. Sorry, Ni-san, we'll have to train tomorrow. Sasuke rolled his eyes, sighed and left the field. You better hurry, Naruto-kun, or you're going to be late. Nabiki warned as Naruto ran by her. I know. Naruto replied as he bolted up the stairs to his room. He opened his closet and looked at the formal kimono in front of him. He had no idea how to put it on, and the idea of asking his mother made him cringe. I'll just have to figure it out for myself. He took the kimono off the hanger and took off his shirt. Nabiki stared at Naruto as he came down the stairs and then giggled. Anyo, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at her quizzically. What? You're dead, Nabiki laughed. Huh. The way you have your kimono wrapped, it's only done that way on dead people for funerals. Naruto's eyes widened.
Ah crud, he said as he began to fiddle with the obi. Nabiki giggled again. Here, let me. Shiru wrapped the kimono for him and stood back to admire her work. Much better, she said with a grin. Thanks. Naruto looked down. Do I look dorky in this? Nope. In fact, if you were a few years older, Hinata would have some competition, Nabiki said with a slightly feral grin and a wink. Naruto blushed. Thanks. I'll see you later, he said as he began to walk away. Yana, Nabiki called after him. The room was fairly simple, yet elegant. There were lotus blossoms in vases next to each side of a traditional Japanese wedding altar along with a set of incense burners in the middle of the kneeling height table. Tomoyo, Kakashi, Anko, and Tsunade waited for Naruto to appear. Tomoyo tapped her fingers on the doorframe that lead to the outside. Where the heck is he? Kakashi smiled in amusement at his soon-to-be wife's impatience. Don't worry, he wouldn't miss this. Tomoyo suddenly noticed a speck on the horizon which was slowly increasing in size. Soon, Naruto was jogging up to the temple entrance. Gomen, I had trouble getting this thing on, he said, pointing to his outfit. Tomoyo smiled. That's okay, but this is only a rehearsal. You didn't need to wear that. Naruto's arms dropped slack to his sides and he bent over a bit. Gah, you coulda told me that. I'm sorry, kiddo, I thought you knew. Tomoyo led him to his starting point. Alright, let's get this started. Sasuke's heart felt like a lead weight in his chest as he walked through the gates of the Uchiha compound. It was on that day, so many years ago, that his family was slaughtered. It was also the only day of the year he came anywhere near his old home. Every grain of dirt on the road, every shingle on the houses, every whisper of the wind carried him back to the days when everyone was alive, when he was happy. He walked into his house and headed for the kitchen. As he looked to the stove he could almost see his mother standing there, making dinner for everyone. His own childhood laughter floated to his ears through the mists of time as Itachi's best friend, Shisui, tickled him. Itachi only smirked as he watched them from his place at the table. Sasuke sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again the memory was gone and the cold cruelty of the empty house came rushing back to him. He gritted his teeth and headed back outside, pausing in his step when he saw the spot where Itachi had damaged the wall. He felt the dam inside of him burst and ran to the spot. Damn you, he yelled as he punched clear through the wall. As soon as the hole was made, Sasuke felt his blood run cold. Something was very wrong. He swallowed, turned around, and screamed. Chapter 21. Sasuke stood with his mouth agape at the vision of horror that stood before him. There was a dark hollow where her right eye had been and a slash on the front of her kimono where a sword had obviously sliced through. Ka-san, he whispered sharply. Sasuke's mother, despite the condition she was in, simply smiled and held out the carefully wrapped box in her hand. Sasuke-chan, you forgot your obento, she said sweetly. Sasuke didn't move. He could barely think in his current situation, never mind give any kind of a response. Ni-san. Sasuke. Sasuke looked in the direction of the voices and saw Naruto and Hinata running toward him. You okay? Naruto asked as he skidded to a halt just in front of his brother. Where'd you come from? Sasuke asked in a slight daze. We heard you scream, Hinata explained, concern evident in her features. Sasuke frowned and looked back at where his mother was. His words escaped him when he saw there was nothing to greet him but the emptiness of the compound, nothing. He was extremely glad she was gone. The idea that he could see ghosts was not something he wanted to add to his psychiatric resume. Naruto looked extremely skeptical, but he knew that pushing him for an answer would gain nothing but arguments. Whatever you say. Come on, I'm done with the wedding rehearsal. We can train. Sasuke stared at the spot where his mother had been. Yeah, let's get out of here. The three teens turned to leave but as they neared the gate it slammed shut of its own accord. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed. Hinata frowned. Byakugan. She glanced all around them but there was nothing. I don't see any enemies, she said with confusion. Sasuke tried to pull the gate open but it was no use. It won't budge. Naruto looked determined. So what? Let's just jump over it. Sasuke shrugged and as the light of the setting sun began to fade he and Naruto attempted to leap out of the compound only to hit some kind of invisible barrier. They flew back and hit the ground hard. Sasuke glared at the sky. What's going on here? Is it some kind of genjutsu? Naruto saw the shadow of someone walking by the gates and stood up. Hey, can you get the Hokage? There was no response and the sound of the person's footsteps began receding. Are you listening to me? We're trapped in here. The footsteps were nearly gone. Oi. I don't think they can hear us. Sasuke swallowed as his eyes scanned the area. Circa. Could it be, ghosts? Hinata asked in a very small voice.
As darkness settled in around them, Sasuke stiffened and Naruto's eyes widened. Don't even say things like that," he hissed nervously. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow at his brother and smirked. "Scared of ghosts?" Naruto looked incredulous. "No way, I just don't want Hinata to be scared." Sasuke was completely unconvinced. "Right." He looked around. "It's probably a genjutsu trap, and if it is then there should be a marker somewhere. I say we start looking for it." Hinata gulped. "Sasuke, I don't see any markers," she said as she took another look around with her Byakugan. Sasuke frowned. "I refuse to believe in something so ridiculous as ghosts," he snapped. "Now come on, let's start looking." As Sasuke stalked off, Hinata looked at Naruto. She was hoping he'd give her some answer that made better sense than genjutsu or ghosts, but he merely shrugged. "Look, we both know he's wrong, but it'll keep him happy and it'll give us something to do while we think," Naruto said with a warm smile. Hinata smiled in appreciation, nodded and took Naruto's outstretched hand. The knot in Naruto's stomach tightened its grip the longer they walked. Suddenly he realized something and stopped. "Guys, there's no crickets." Sasuke stopped. "What?" "There aren't any crickets chirping. Listen," Naruto explained further. Sasuke rolled his eyes and stood quietly. After a moment his eyes flattened into a glare. "He's right, there's nothing," he thought as he tried to quell the panic rising in his chest. He noticed something else wrong and the feeling increased. "There's no fireflies either." Naruto and Hinata looked around, fear growing on their faces. "What the hell is this?" Naruto yelled. He was suddenly silent, however, when he noticed Sasuke and Hinata staring over his shoulders with wide, fearful eyes. "Hey, what's the matter with you guys?" He looked behind him to see what they were looking at and his expression quickly mirrored theirs. Uchiha walked the streets like they would have on any normal day, except that every single one of them sported some kind of fatal wound. Some of them had slashes or holes where they had been run through with a sword, others were missing limbs, and one was even lacking his head. A little girl Sasuke recognized as one of his younger cousins skipped up to him. "Sasuke, why do you look bigger?" she asked innocently. Sasuke tried not to stare at the child's missing ear and the gash across her jugular vein, but he just couldn't look away. "Versus vitamins," he answered in a daze. The girl frowned. "You're trying to trick me," she said with a pout. Hinata swallowed and walked over to the little girl, who couldn't have been more than 5. No, he's right. Vitamins make you grow big and strong," she said with a kind smile. Underneath her smile, however, she was fighting the urge to do a face plant in the dirt. The little girl broke out into an adorable smile. "Okay, I'm gonna take all my vitamins from now on," she proudly proclaimed. Hinata bravely patted the child on the head. "Good girl, now run along. I'm sure your mommy is wondering where you are." "Hi," the child said before running off. Suddenly all the people vanished and Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were all alone once again. Without missing a beat, and without looking away from where the child had been, Naruto said, "So, Sasuke, still gonna deny we're dealing with ghosts here?" Sasuke slowly turned his head to give his brother a death glare. The glare vanished when he noticed the dragon scroll strapped to Naruto's back. "Why do you have that with you?" Naruto blinked at the sudden change in mood and looked over his shoulder. "I wanted to train, remember?" "Oh right," Sasuke sighed. "Let's go to my house. We can stay there while we figure out a way to escape." The other two nodded and they began to walk. Hinata suddenly screamed as she was yanked to the ground by an unseen force and dragged along the ground by her ankles until she hit the outer wall of one of the houses. "Hina-chan. Hinata." Both boys ran as fast as their legs would carry them to their friend. Hinata was holding her head and squinting her eyes from the pain. "Hina-chan, are you okay?" Naruto asked as he gently lifted her to a sitting position. Hinata opened her eyes a little. Hi. Naruto frowned skeptically. "Really?" Hinata urged. "I bumped my head, and my back stings, but I'm okay." "I'm gonna check your back," Naruto said with a slight blush. "Oh, okay," Hinata replied as she also turned a bit pink. Naruto moved behind her and carefully lifted the back of her shirt while Hinata held onto the front to make sure that wasn't raised as well. Naruto winced a little at the scratches and scrapes that dotted her back. "You'll be okay. I just wish I knew how to use my healing powers on you." "It's okay," Hinata said with a smile. "This is getting dangerous. We need a way out of here," Sasuke said. "Why would anyone in your family want to hurt Hina-chan?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. Maybe we're not just dealing with my family." Naruto helped Hinata to her feet and the three made it to Sasuke's house without further incident. Naruto sighed as the three sat near the fireplace in Sasuke's living room trying to come up with ideas. His arm began to itch and he scratched at it subconsciously.
After a few minutes he felt an odd sensation where he'd been scratching and looked at his arm. A small red bump the size of a dime had begun to swell on the spot. What the hell? The bump continued to grow until it was the size of a quarter, and began moving. Hinata had taken a package crackers out of her equipment pouch and handed two to Sasuke. Naruto-kun, would you like some crackers? She stopped when she saw him staring at his arm. Naruto-kun. Naruto watched the bump with growing trepidation when suddenly the skin split open and out crawled hundreds of baby spiders. He instantly began screaming. Hinata jumped when Naruto screamed and started sweeping at his arm with his hands. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Get them off of me. Get them off. Get him off. Hinata and Sasuke were desperately trying to see what Naruto was talking about. Get what off of you? Sasuke asked. The spiders. What else would I be talking about? There was still nothing as far as Sasuke could see, so he did the only thing he could think of, he punched the top of Naruto's head. Naruto grabbed the top of his head. What the hell was that for? You're hallucinating, Dobi. What? Naruto looked back at his arm. There were no spiders, no bump, not even the itching sensation. It wasn't real, he said in between gasps. Hinata shook her head. I don't think we can take anything for granted anymore. I'm home. Wide-eyed, Sasuke turned to stare at his mother as she came through the doorway to the living room. Uchiha Makoto's smile widened when she noticed Naruto and Hinata. You have friends over. Oh, sweetie, this is wonderful. She turned to Naruto. I was starting to think he'd be a loner forever, she said with a light chuckle. Naruto managed a twitchy smile. Yeah, he's kind of a stick in the, ow. In irritation, he rubbed the spot when Sasuke had just kicked him. Sasuke glared at Naruto for a moment, then turned back to his mother, who was giggling at their antics. He was torn between wanting to hug her, wanting to run away, and the need to find out about their current situation. The third option won. Ka-san, can I ask you a question? Makoto looked at her son and frowned a little at the expression on his face. Of course, sweetheart. What's wrong? Sasuke took in a shaky breath. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary lately? Makoto thought for a moment. Not really. Although you look a little taller, she said, her smile returning. Have you seen anyone that isn't supposed to be here? Trepidation flickered across Makoto's face before she blinked it away. I could have sworn I saw Shisui today. She shook her head. I think I'm just tired. My mind is playing tricks on me. I wouldn't worry about it. She placed a comforting hand on her son's shoulder. She suddenly froze as her eyes flashed white and she sucked in a deep breath. The instant she had touched Sasuke, her memories of the massacre came flooding back to her. She stepped backwards, looking confused. Sasuke scanned his mother's face. She seemed different somehow, more awake. Ka-san. Makoto looked at her surroundings as if seeing them for the first time. Sasuke-chan. What's going on? Why is our house so empty? Why? She swallowed as she stared at her son. Why do you look so much older? Sasuke stood there with his mouth agape. Things were different when she was just a ghost who didn't know what was going on, but now that she did and was really, truly responding to him, she seemed more real. Makoto's eyes widened again as though she'd remembered something else, and she looked down. Her eyes filled with intangible tears as she placed her hand over the wound in her stomach. She slowly looked back up at Sasuke. I'm dead, aren't I? Sasuke managed to nod his answer. Makoto's lips pressed together in sadness. The feeling was nearly overwhelming. How long? Hinata decided to make things a little easier on Sasuke. Almost 7 years, Uchiha-san. Oh Sasuke-chan, I'm so sorry, Makoto cried out as she pulled her son into a hug. I didn't want to leave you. Sasuke shivered at the cold arms that surrounded him. He felt panic rising in his chest and pushed her away. Makoto was confused. Sasuke-chan. No, I can't. I can't do this, Sasuke yelled. I don't understand, Makoto said softly as tears made their way down her face. I can't pretend like you're alive. When whatever's going on is all over, you'll be gone again. Soft plops sounded on the tatami mat floor as Sasuke's tears fell free. Sasuke-chan, Makoto said as she stretched out a hand toward him. No, Sasuke shouted. He bolted out of the room and out of the house. Sasuke-chan, Makoto looked down and let the tears fall. Sasuke sat against the outer wall of his house with his knees up to his chest and his face in his hands. He wanted so very much to go back in the house with his mother. He wanted to talk to her, tell her all that had happened to him, let himself feel safe in her comforting arms, but he just couldn't. To have her ripped away from him again after seeing her for only such a short time would turn him into an emotional wreck, and he knew it. Do you want to sit down? Naruto offered to Makoto.
Makoto shook her head, then got a curious look on her face as she closer look at Naruto. She began, but remembering that his friend might not know of Naruto's condition, she cut herself off. Somehow Naruto knew what she was going to say and he nodded toward Hinata. It's okay. She knows. Makoto looked relieved. You're still alive. She smiled. I'm glad. There were days I'd heard rumors that made me think you wouldn't even live to graduate the academy. Naruto smiled. Thank you. That means a lot to me. He looked to the door. I gotta go see how he's doing. Makoto nodded in understanding. Go ahead. It's comforting to know he has such caring friends. Naruto smiled, took Hinata's hand and walked out of the building. Sasuke rolled his eyes when Naruto sat down next to him. He wished that just once, Naruto would see fit to let him be alone. Go away, please. Naruto frowned and shook his head. Can't do it. We gotta get out of here and that means we don't have time for this. Sasuke hated it when Naruto made more sense than he did. It was just odd. Alright, but I'm not going back in there, he said as he got to his feet. But maybe your mom knows who's keeping us here, Naruto offered. She doesn't, but I do. They turned around to see a young Uchiha boy who seemed to be in his early teens. Hinata and Naruto had no particular reaction other than confusion, but Sasuke's face screamed recognition. Shisui. That's right, Sasuke-chan, Shisui said with a superior smile. Sasuke took a step back. Something was not right. What do you know about this? Shisui chuckled. It was not a pleasant sound. I'm the one keeping you here. Naruto's eyes flattened into a glare as he remembered Hinata getting hurt. You son of a bitch. He charged Shisui but it was to no avail as he went right through him. Shisui laughed again. You can't hit someone who's dead, baka, he said with a condescending tone. Naruto swallowed. You're a ghost too. Sasuke-chan knew immediately. Didn't you, Sasuke-chan? Stop using chan with my name. Sasuke retorted. And why would you do this? Itachi was the traitor, not you. Itachi and I planned the clan's destruction, together, Shisui said with a cold smile. What? Sasuke hissed. Itachi and I knew the only way to be accepted into Akatsuki and destroy the clan was if one of us had the Mangekyo Sharingan. And I would guess you know by now how that is achieved. Sasuke swallowed, remembering his attempt to kill Naruto. Neither of us were in a hurry to die but the clan was so full of scum by that point that there was no choice. We simply flipped a coin. I won. As I was preparing to kill the only friend I'd ever had he betrayed me, and I was killed instead. Shisui's face became angry. As I lay dying he told me he believed it was better if he was the one who survived because he thought he was stronger and had a better chance than I did. I've walked these streets for 7 years with no purpose until you punched that wall today, he said, pointing at the aforementioned wall. I don't know why, but that act woke me from the dream world of the past I'd been living in. And now I have a purpose. His anger turned to a feeling of satisfaction. I will take my revenge, on you. Chapter 22. Several emotions flooded through Sasuke's body at the words Shisui had spoken. Anger and sadness that yet another one of the people he'd trusted most when he was younger had betrayed him. And his hatred of Itachi was now doubled. His elder brother had put people he cared about in extreme danger, again, and it tore at his insides that he had no idea of how to change the current situation. Hinata suddenly perked up and looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, the dragons. Naruto and Sasuke looked at her with blank stares of confusion. Huh, was Naruto's answer. I read something once that said dragons are a bridge between our world and the spirit world. If you summon one, it might know how to stop this. Hinata answered urgently. Shisui laughed at what he believed to be their complete lunacy. Dragons don't exist, you idiots. Naruto ignored him and pulled the contract scroll off his back. He stared at it for a moment in uncertainty before unrolling it and using his summoning ring to draw blood from his thumb. Shisui's smirk began to fade. Although he still believed there was no way dragons existed, he also didn't feel it was wise to let them continue with whatever they were doing. Don't ignore me. In a flash, Shisui had a hold of Hinata's throat. Naruto looked up from having just placed his fingerprints under his signature. Hina-chan. He rushed forward to help her but Sasuke held him back. You finish that, I'll help her, he said as he began trying to remove the hands that were cutting off Hinata's breathing. It wasn't doing much good though, seeing as how the hands he was trying to grab were non-corporeal. Naruto flashed through the summoning seals faster than he ever had in his life. Kuchio's no jutsu. The cloud of smoke that had emitted from Naruto's jutsu distracted Shisui enough that his grip on Hinata loosened. Sasuke took the opportunity and pulled her to safety. He placed the coughing girl on the ground and watched the clearing smoke. It was roughly 15 feet long and 10 feet tall. Its long, sleek, black body shimmered in the moonlight. Its horns, claws, the row of ridges on its back and the fan on the end of its tail were a golden yellow. Blue eyes looked out from its face and a blue, teardrop-shaped jewel rested in the center of its forehead. The dragon blinked and looked around for a moment before settling its gaze on Naruto. What just happened? It asked in a distinctly female voice. Naruto quickly got over the amazement he felt at seeing a real live dragon. I summoned you to help us. Summoned? How did you? The dragon asked. I'll explain later. Right now we need your help. Naruto pointed at Shisui. He's trying to kill us. The dragon blinked in confusion. Kill you? She blinked again, this time in realization. Wait, you're alive. Of course we're alive, Naruto retorted. Then what are you doing in the spirit realm? We're in the spirit realm. Hinata squeaked. Well, yes, it's an easy fix though. Hold on a moment. She held up her 3 clawed hands and the jewel in her forehead began glowing. She took in a deep breath and exhaled a shimmering cloud of mist, which she spread wide with her hands. As the mist circulated, the air around them wavered like the ripples that radiated off the roads on a hot afternoon. As the world around them began to phase back to normal, Sasuke noticed his mother standing in the doorway to his house. The look of sadness on her face was almost more than he could stand. Wait. This brought Shisui out of the trance he'd been in and eyes widened when his mind registered that he might be about to lose his captives. I won't let you. He lunged forward but his outstretched hands grasped nothing but air as Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and the dragon faded out of existence. He screamed at nothing. No. Sasuke turned to the dragon. We have to go back. My mother's still trapped with him, he said desperately. The dragon smiled serenely at Sasuke. She's fine. When I brought you home I also repaired the barrier between heaven and hell. That boy is back where he belongs and so is your family. Sasuke sighed in relief, but he still couldn't help but turn a longing stare toward the spot his mother had been standing. The dragon looked around for a moment. I wonder how the barrier was cracked in the first place. Shisui said he felt a change of some kind when I punched that wall over there, Sasuke explained, gesturing toward the wall. The dragon looked thoughtful for a moment. I assume this compound used to be your home, correct? Sasuke nodded. And what happened here? My older brother murdered my clan, Sasuke said with practiced emptiness. The dragon frowned. I see. There was silence as she thought for a moment. I think you managed to hit the heart of the spiritual energy of this place. And because you're related to people who died so tragically your blood acted as a catalyst, she said, indicating the small cuts on Sasuke's knuckles. Sasuke nodded and then grudgingly said, thank you, for fixing this. Not a problem. We dragons are the guardians of the barrier. It's kind of my job, she said with a bemused smile. Are you okay, Hina-chan? Naruto asked as he helped her to her feet. Hi. My throat is a little sore though. Hinata put her hand to her neck and activated her healing chakra. The bruising slowly began to fade. Naruto turned to the dragon. Thank you so much. If you hadn't helped us. He didn't even want to finish the sentence as he looked down at the girl he loved. The dragon smiled. Now that you're all safe, could you tell me how I was pulled out of my realm? The dragon shook her head in disbelief. I read about summoning in school, but I was always told our contract was gone. Naruto blinked rapidly. You have school. Well, I'm certain it's vastly different than what you're thinking of, but yes, we have school, the dragon said with a light chuckle. What's your name? Hinata asked with a polite smile. I am called Kazuhana. And your name is? She asked as she turned to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Uzumaki Naruto. Will you accept me as your subordinate? He asked eagerly. Kazuhana raised her eyebrows. I don't even know if I can. The contract has been out of use for so long. At Naruto's dejected expression she frowned. For some reason she couldn't put her finger on, she felt an immense need to not disappoint him. Well, let me talk to my father. I'll see what I can do, she said with a reassuring smile. Okay. How long do you think it'll take? Kazuhana scratched the back of her scaly neck and thought. I'm not really sure. Summon me again in a half hour I guess. She held up her hand. Yeah. And with that, she vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned to his brother. You okay? Sasuke set his jaw. He hated being pitied or comforted. I'll be fine, he grumbled. How about you? He asked Hinata. Hinata nodded fervently. I'm fine. Domo arigato, she said with a low bow. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. I'm gonna go train. He began to walk off. See you guys later. Naruto shook his head at Sasuke's issue avoiding no jutsu and turned to Hinata. Come on, Hina-chan, let's get you home. Hinata nodded and leaned on Naruto's shoulder as they headed for her house, feeling immensely relieved to be in the living world again. Naruto-kun. You look handsome in your kimono, Hinata said with a blush. Considering what they'd just been through, some corner of Naruto's brain found the comment so out of place that it was amusing. He chuckled lightly. Thanks. Sasuke had no idea how he'd wound up at Tenten's door, but even as he stood on the front stoop of her house he was angry that it had happened. In fact, his thoughts had been turning to her a lot of late and it bothered him. He barely heard her as she walked up behind him. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke shook his head to clear away his reverie. Yo, Tenten, I was just, He tried to think of what to tell her but words failed him. Come up with an excuse, damn it. He inwardly berated himself. Tenten cocked her head to one side in curiosity. Did you wanna train? Hi. Sasuke answered with relief at having been spared from trying to get his treacherous brain to do what he wanted. Tenten smiled. Great. Just let me put this inside, she said, indicating the bag of groceries in her arms. She ran in the house and reappeared a moment later with a few kunai. Night training will be good for your aim, she said enthusiastically before running off towards her backyard. Sasuke frowned. What do you mean by that? He ran after her. Oi. Kuchio's no jutsu. The smoke cleared and Kazuhana once again stood before Naruto. Hey, Naruto. He said everything should be fine, she said with a wide smile. I think it's going to take me a while to get used to it though. She laughed. Oh, Dad said to ask you, are you related to the Namikaze clan? Naruto grinned. Yup, that's my dad's side of the family. He'll be happy to hear that. Kazuhana noticed a woman with long, blonde pigtails standing next to her newly appointed subordinate. Naruto noticed where the dragon was looking. Oh yeah, this is my mom, he explained. Tsunade gave a short bow. It is a great honor to meet you. I must admit, when my son first told me he had a dragon contract I thought it was a fake. A fake? Kazuhana repeated with some disbelief. This may be odd for you to hear, but not many people believe dragons exist anymore, Tsunade said with a bit of embarrassment. Kazuhana's eyelids fluttered in shock. But, we're the guardians of the spirit world barrier. How can they not believe in us? Tsunade frowned. I think the truth was distorted to keep people from looking for the contract. Kazuhana hung her head. Of course, I should have suspected something like that, after what happened. So you know about the village? Naruto asked gently. Kazuhana snorted. How could I not know? The other summon clans never let us forget it, she said with some bitterness. Naruto frowned. Anyway, what's the name of your village? Konohagakure. My mom is the Hokage, Naruto said proudly. Kazuhana's eyes widened. Oh, please forgive my rudeness, Hokage-sama. You've had to crane your neck to talk to me. Tsunade let out a short laugh. No, it's fine. You're tall, it's kind of unavoidable. I don't have to be tall. That's the point. Huh, Naruto said. Without another word a white glow surrounded Kazuhana and she slowly began to shrink and change shape. When the glow faded a human woman stood before them. Her skin was a medium tan and her hair was black with a few golden yellow streaks and reached her shoulder blades. Her eyes were the same blue they had been in her dragon form. The only clue that something was off about her was that her forehead gem was still in place. Well, that, and the fact that she was stark naked. Naruto's hands flew to his face as he attempted to cover up the blood coming out of his nose but the red liquid just oozed its way between his fingers. He turned around hurriedly. Tsunade couldn't hold back her laughter as poor Kazuhana stood there in utter bewilderment. Naruto, meanwhile, was waving his right arm out behind him practically chanting, clothes. Kazuhana looked down at herself. Oh, I forgot about that. She looked at Tsunade. I am so sorry. Tsunade took pity on the humanoid dragon and handed her jacket. It's alright. We'll just make sure we have something for you to wear from now on, she giggled. I forgot dragons have a human form. I thought you didn't believe in us before now. That hardly stops dragons from being in storybooks, Tsunade answered plainly. Good point. Kazuhana looked at Naruto. You can turn around now. Cautiously, Naruto looked at Kazuhana, who was wearing his mother's jacket like a makeshift dress. Kazuhana shifted her weight nervously and coughed to clear her throat. Sorry I embarrassed you. It's okay, Naruto replied. There's something you have a right to know before you take my son as your subordinate, Tsunade said seriously. Huh? Naruto looked at Tsunade with wide eyes as he realized what she was about to say. Ka-san, no. Tsunade's expression became stern. Wouldn't you want to know in her place? Naruto sighed in defeat and looked down. Yeah. Tsunade sighed. Almost a year ago, Naruto was kidnapped by a traitor from our village. They performed experiments on him, trying to give him the Niji chakra. Silence. They succeeded. Kazuhana was shocked and angry. The very thought of what she knew had been done in order to create Niji chakra sickened her.
They killed members of the summon clans, for power. She growled. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut. Yeah. Kazuhana swallowed as her eyes filled with tears. Do you know the names of the summons they killed? Only one, Naruto replied sadly. And he was my friend. Gamakichi, from the Frog clan. Kazuhana gasped as her hand flew to her mouth. I knew Gamakichi had died, but they never said how. I understand if you don't want me as your subordinate now, Naruto said softly. Kazuhana wiped her eyes. You didn't kill them. She sniffed and smiled reassuringly. Of course I still want you as my subordinate. Naruto smiled gratefully. Thank you, he said with a respectful bow. Tsunade smiled at her son's response. He's grown so much. Anything else I should know? Kazuhana asked with a slight wince. Tsunade smiled. Nothing that he can't tell you himself if he wants to. Kazuhana smiled. I should be on my way. It's getting close to dinner time. Tsunade pulled a pocket watch from her waistband. So it is. It was a pleasure to meet you, Kazuhana. I trust you'll take good care of my son when he calls you. Kazuhana nodded. Of course. She turned to Naruto. Ya na, Naruto-kun. Ya. Kazuhana left and Naruto and Tsunade began heading to their home. As Naruto's foot crunched a stick on the ground he looked up at his mother. Nay, Ka-san, how do you know she'd know what the Niji chakra was? Gama Bunta told me about it when Orochimaru was still a part of our team, Tsunade replied. In fact I'm sure it's what gave that bastard the idea to try it in the first place. Naruto frowned, wondering if Gama Bunta had also made that connection. As Sasuke looked at the target in front of him his eyelids began to fall of their own accord. He looked at his pocket watch and frowned. It was nearly midnight. Tenten tilted her head to one side. I think I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to Kakashi's wedding tomorrow, Sasuke said with a yawn. Tenten stood, yawned and stretched. Yeah, it is kinda late isn't it? She reached up and pulled the pins from her hair buns, letting her hair fall in soft brown ripples to her mid-back. Sasuke's mouth dropped a little. He'd never seen Tenten look so grown up. The buns she always worn made her look childish. Tenten put her hands up to the places the buns had been and began scratching madly. Ah, itchy, she complained. Tenten's mini rant brought Sasuke out of his trance. He suddenly became aware that he had been staring and a light blush crept its way up to his cheeks. Tenten stared back, but her stare was one of confusion. Why is his face all red? Does he have a fever? She wondered. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sasuke made an odd choking sound. I've gotta go. He bolted out of the yard and down the street. Tenten watched him go. What the hell was that about? Chapter 23. Naruto looked in the mirror with a satisfied smile. He had put his formal kimono on without any help and was feeling rather proud of himself. He was trying to decide where to put his weapons holster when there was a knock on his door. Yeah, it's me, brat. Can I come in? Sure, Ba-chan, Naruto replied as the door opened. I see you managed to get everything on the right way this time, Tsunade said with a jovial smile. Yup. Naruto turned around and noticed his mother's outfit. She was in a flowing, purple silk kimono that nearly touched the ground. It had an orange koi on each side of the chest and was trimmed in a soft yellow. I like your kimono. Tsunade smiled. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto's smile became impish. Yeah, you pull it off pretty well, for an old lady. Why you little? Tsunade raged. But before she could catch him he vanished in a puff of smoke. Hinata smiled at her reflection. She was wearing a long, medium blue kimono with pale yellow petals dotting the entire garment and her obi was a solid medium blue. It had no sleeves connected to the shoulders, but instead had detached sleeves that ran from just after her elbow to her wrist. These sleeves also had long, trailing rectangles of fabric which were airbrushed with tall, white cranes. Her hair was pulled back into a bun, with white sticks and had a long herringbone braid trailing from it. She was also wearing a light coral-colored lipstick, at Sakura's insistence. She walked into the sitting room and waited patiently for her escort. She blushed lightly as she remembered the conversation she and Naruto had had the day before. Nay, Hina-chan, you wanna go with me to the wedding tomorrow? Naruto asked hopefully. I would love to, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied with a blush. I bet you'd look really pretty in a kimono, Naruto added shyly. Hinata's face turned crimson. Thank you. Hinata sighed and resigned herself to waiting as patiently as she could. 3 o'clock just couldn't come fast enough. The guard at the gate to the Hyuga complex smiled when she opened up and saw Naruto standing there. Hinata-sama is waiting for you in the sitting room. Follow me please, she said. Naruto followed her inside and they walked at a steady pace. The guard looked behind her with a sly smile.
So, any more like you at home? She asked with a short jump of her eyebrows. Naruto blushed and looked off to the side a bit. No, sorry. The guard giggled and they soon found themselves at the sitting room door. She turned to Naruto. Wait here, I'll announce you. Still feeling uncomfortable about the question that had been asked a moment ago, Naruto only managed to nod. Hinata smiled when Naruto entered the room and stood to greet him. Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto was too stunned by Hinata's appearance to answer. His mouth hung open, his eyes were wide and his breathing had slowed to a crawl. Never, in all the years he had been alive, had he thought he could catch the eye of any girl, never mind one so stunning. It was now that he noticed his girlfriend was starting to grow up. The baby fat was leaving her face, giving it a much more womanly shape, and she was now only 4 inches shorter than he was. After a moment of Hinata blushing at his continued gaze, he managed to find his voice. You look beautiful. He breathed. Hinata smiled and turned a bright shade of crimson. Thank you. Naruto swallowed. Forcing his body to do as he commanded, he managed to hold out his hand. We should go, he said with a smile, his eyes still holding a look of awe. Hinata nodded and took his hand. As they walked towards the gate to the complex, they noticed Hiyashi coming from the opposite direction. Hiyashi stopped suddenly and both his eyebrows rose in utter shock. So, you can look like a refined young gentleman after all, he said with an approving smile. Naruto gave a bemused smile. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. He shifted his clothes a bit, looking as though he was trying to make them more comfortable. I can't wait to get out of this thing. Hiyashi sighed and was about to give one of his famous mini lectures when Hinata spoke up. I think you look handsome, she said shyly with a blush on her cheeks. Naruto blushed in return. Maybe I can wear it once in a while. Since shinobi wedding ceremonies were designed to be short, just in case an enemy were to attack, the decorations were also less grandiose than that of a civilian wedding. They were pretty much the same as they'd been for the rehearsal, with the exceptions being the addition of a priest, large white pillows having been laid out for the guests to sit on, and photos of the most recently deceased ancestors of the bride and groom. The photos were to honor the sacrifices the ancestors had made for the village and to bless the marriage with their wisdom. Guests had slowly begun to trickle in. Sadly, there wasn't much in the way of family on either side. For Tomoyo, there was only Naruto, and for Kakashi, his grandmother. They had invited everyone who had been on the mission to Gansho plus Tsunade, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma. There were also few other shinobi from Kakashi's Anbu days. Naruto and Hinata had walked in, hand in hand. Naruto gave Hinata a quick kiss on the cheek before taking his position near Kakashi, and Hinata sat in the front row. Enko, with quite the annoyed look on her face, walked up in her purple dress kimono and stood at her position near Tomoyo. As Tomoyo looked at her, she mouthed, "You owe me." Tenten entered the room right behind Lee and Sakura. She was in a white kimono with red sleeves and a red obi. On the sides of her head were the usual buns, but they were much smaller than normal and were made of coiled braids with small red bead hanging down from them on golden cord. She had left the back of her hair down and wore a peach lipstick. Sasuke, who was wearing a dark blue hakama with the Uchiha symbol on each side of the chest, tried desperately not to stare as Tenten seated herself across the aisle from him. The way his heart fluttered in his chest at that moment frightened him. There was no way he could deny it to himself any longer. He was attracted to her, and his heart sank at this realization because he knew what he had to do. His expression became one of pained regret. I'm sorry. Tenten noticed Sasuke and, blushing a bit at how handsome he looked in his outfit, waved cheerfully. She frowned when his expression turned cold and he looked away. Did I do something wrong? Music consisting of a soft Japanese flute and a zither began playing. Tomoyo walked in wearing a white wedding kimono with shimmering silver cranes all over. Her hair was done in the traditional Shinto wedding style with red hair sticks that had many long strings of sparkling gems hanging from them. She had decided against wearing the hood, and in its place was a beautiful hair pin in the shape of a golden fan. As she walked down the aisle, Kakashi simply smiled. Oh, on the inside he was nervous as hell, but he made sure to put his best face forward. He was wearing the traditional black and gray wedding hakama and looked rather handsome in it, even if he didn't bother to tame his hair for the day. Tomoyo walked up to Kakashi. They joined hands and stood in front of the ceremony table. The priest then spoke. We are gathered here today to witness the marriage of Hitaki Kakashi to Namikaze Tomoyo. I would now like everyone to bow their heads. There was a moment of silence before he continued. We asked Kami-sama on this fine day to smile upon Kakashi and Tomoyo. May your light and love reach them in their most troubled times. He turned his head to one side of the room to look at the photos placed there. Ancestors of the Namikaze clan. He turned to the other side. Ancestors of the Hitaki clan. We ask you bless this couple with your wisdom and guidance as they enter into the journey of marriage. Another short pause and then, please sit at the table, he instructed to Kakashi and Tomoyo. As the couple drank sake to cleanse their spirits for marriage, Tenten kept making sideways glances at Sasuke. The longer she sat there, the more her stomach tightened at the thought that he suddenly had decided to hate her for some unknown reason. Naruto's feet were falling asleep and he was desperately trying to keep himself from fidgeting, but the pain in his toes was becoming difficult to ignore. As he watched the ceremony, something inside his heart began to stir. The swiftness at which the idea came to him startled him to say the least, and to have this idea at only a few weeks shy of 15 years old was not common among young men, but one look at Hinata and his mind was made up. Someday, Hina-chan, someday I'm gonna ask you to marry me. Tenten waited outside the temple doors patiently, the lump in her throat growing larger with each person passing her who was not Sasuke. She watched as Kakashi, Tomoyo, Naruto, Tsunade, Anko, and several other well-wishers gathered around the happy couple as they climbed into a carriage. She glared at the doors. No one was coming out and she still hadn't seen Sasuke. Finally she walked into the temple to find it empty. Her eyes flattened into a glare. He must have snuck out with a hench. She turned on her heel and left for home. He couldn't run from her forever, and when she found him nothing would stop her from getting the truth. So you just want us to do some reconnaissance? Naruto asked in a disappointed tone. Well, there is a chance of running into Akatsuki there, so I'm sending Jiraiya with you, Tsunade replied. Meet him at the gates tomorrow at noon. All three teenagers nodded and rose to leave. Just as Sasuke was about to go out the door, he felt the Godime's hand on his shoulder. If you run into Itachi, you'd better remember that your friends are more important, she warned. Sasuke simply looked away and left the room. Tsunade sighed and shut the door behind him. When they got to the main door for the Hokage tower, Sasuke held the other two back. Hang on a second, he said, putting his finger to his lips to silence them. He ignored the confused look on their faces and peeked out the door. Through the crack he saw Tenten wandering around not far away and winced. Naruto, can you switch places with me? Naruto blinked. Huh. You turn yourself into me and vice versa. I have someone I need to avoid, Sasuke explained with an almost guilty look on his face. Sakura gave him a look. You mean Tenten, right? She said as she folded her arms. Sasuke's eyes widened but quickly settled into a look of discomfort. Yeah. What the heck is going on? She came to me after the wedding yesterday and asked me if I knew why you were ignoring her, Sakura said with a serious look. It's private, Sasuke replied stiffly. Sakura frowned. She wanted desperately to pressure him into talking, but it rarely worked and she knew it. Well, you should at least tell her. You owe her that if you ever considered her a friend, she said sternly. I can't. If I talk to her all. Sasuke stopped short, realizing he had been about to let slip the nature of his troubles. Can you just tell her that it's nothing she did? It's something I need to work out, then I can be around her again. Please, Sakura. Sakura wanted so very badly to tell him he had to talk to Tenten himself, but something about the look in his eyes was desperate and so she reluctantly relented. Alright, but I want you to know that I think what you're doing is mean. And with that, she walked out of the building. After a moment Sasuke took a peek outside to see that both girls were gone and breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto gave him a look. You're a chicken shit, you know that, right? Sasuke glared at Naruto. Piss off. Naruto smiled when he saw that he was only about 3 feet from his target. He was almost to a point where he was confident enough that the Hiraishin would be useful in battle. He stepped back to a line he'd drawn in the dirt and made the rabbit seal again, and made a full body splat on the log his shiki was stuck to. He fell onto the dirt and moaned pitifully. Damn, that hurt. Oi, Dobi. Naruto looked up to see his brother standing over him with a smirk. What? He asked grumpily. Tsunade-sama's looking for you. Said something about you promising to clean your room before you left for the mission. Oh crap, Naruto shouted in realization. He sat up instantly and paid for it with a throbbing headache and a slight case of dizziness. He put his hand to his head. Ah hell, that hurts, he grumbled. Faye, don't slam into logs then, Sasuke said before walking away. Naruto shakily got to his feet. Come back here, you bastard. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura stood at the gates waiting for Jiraiya, who was now 20 minutes late. What the hell, he's getting as bad as Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained. Now that's just plain insulting, Jiraiya commented as he walked up. I apologize for being late. I had to pick up our other team, he said, gesturing to the 3 people beside him. As Sasuke stared at one person in particular from the other team, he decided he must be Fate's favorite whipping boy. Staring right back at him, was Tenten. Chapter 24. Tenten stared at Sasuke as though daring him to say something that would give away his reasons for avoiding her, while Jiraiya looked back and forth between the two, trying to figure out what the tense atmosphere was all about. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Alright everyone. Although this is only meant to be a reconnaissance mission, our target is an abandoned Akatsuki base, so there is chance of running into them. I want everyone on high alert at all times. Understood. Noises of agreement sounded throughout the group and he nodded his approval. Let's go then. They had been traveling through the treetops for nearly an hour when Jiraiya moved closer to Tenten. He knew if he wanted information she would be the more forthcoming person. Will the problem between you and Sasuke hinder this mission in any way? Tenten blinked in surprise. How did you? It wasn't a difficult thing to see. Tenten sighed. I don't think so, she replied with uncertainty. He's been avoiding me since the wedding yesterday. Sakura said. He told her it wasn't something I did, but it's not a good enough answer, is it? Jiraiya asked with a comforting smile. Tenten shook her head. Don't worry. Boys can be kind of fickle at his age. If you two were good friends, I'm sure he'll come around eventually. Tenten smiled appreciatively. Arigato. It's a shame your other teammate couldn't join us. What's his name again? Jiraiya asked in the hopes of getting her mind off of the situation with Sasuke. Neji. And he's on another mission. They needed the Byakugan and he was the only Hyuga available, Tenten replied with a shrug. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Figures. We really could have used that ability on this mission. Tenten nodded in agreement and they continued on their way. Sasuke moaned sleepily as he wandered off to find a place to relieve himself. He heard some strange sounds coming from his right and went to investigate. When he saw Naruto practicing, he frowned. If you're too tired to fight tomorrow, don't go expecting me to save your pathetic ass. Naruto looked up from where he had been taking a break on the ground. Gimme a break. We probably won't even see any enemies. He got to his feet and grinned. Check this out. He stood, taking a moment to finish catching his breath, and made the rabbit seal. He vanished and reappeared mere inches away from his target. His triumphant smile only lasted a moment, however, for he promptly passed out and crumpled to the ground from exhaustion. Sasuke smiled wryly and shook his head. Dobi. And with that he hauled his little brother up by one arm onto his shoulder and dragged him back to camp. He was rather impressed at Naruto managing a passable Hiraishin so soon, not that he'd tell him. I just hope he doesn't try to use it in battle yet. Through half-lidded eyes Tenten watched Sasuke as he lowered Naruto onto his sleeping bag. Trying to ignore the tumultuous feelings swirling around in her stomach, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Naruto woke up to a world that was much too bright. Shielding his eyes, he slowly sat up, wincing from the sore muscles he'd made for himself the night before. It wasn't much of a problem though. He simply focused healing chakra to the places that hurt and the only thing left was some minor stiffness. Jiraiya poked his head into the tent. Oi, Naruto. We're leaving in half an hour, so hurry up and get dressed. Naruto frowned. Yeah. He got dressed and walked outside with a yawn. Sasuke folded his arms. About time, Dobi. Piss off, Tem, Naruto grumbled. Sasuke saw Tenten headed his way and spoke up quickly. We should get moving right away. I'll be the scout. He ignored the dejected look on Tenten's face and quickly ran ahead. Jiraiya frowned but nodded in agreement and they followed after Sasuke. Once they caught up to him, Jiraiya matched his speed and ran next to him. Don't bypass the chain of command because you want to avoid talking to Tenten. Got it, he said in a voice only audible to Sasuke. Sasuke's face reddened a bit. On, he muttered. 2 hours later the team arrived at the abandoned Akatsuki base. Alright, we're going in groups of 2. Naruto and myself will be Team 1. Sakura and Lee, Team 2. Team 3 is Sasuke and Tenten. Nani? Sasuke protested. Jiraiya ignored him and continued. Alright, let's move out. Sasuke moved next to him. Jiraiya-sama, he said quietly. Please change me, he began. Jiraiya held up a hand. Before you even ask, I will not change teams. If you can't leave your personal problems out of the mission, then you have no place being a ninja. Sasuke frowned but nodded. Hi, Jiraiya-sama. As Tenten followed along silently behind Sasuke, she tried thinking of an excuse to get him to talk. She knew if it was mission related he'd have to answer. It wasn't really the same as having a conversation with him, but she'd choose almost anything over the uncomfortable silence that drenched the air around them. Do you think we'll run into any trouble? Sasuke bristled a bit at her question. He had been hoping she would continue to stay silent so he wouldn't have to talk to her. He could have kissed the headset he was wearing as it crackled to life. Sasuke-kun, what's your status? All quiet here, Sakura, Sasuke reported. Okay, out, Sakura said before signing off. Tenten sighed as they continued walking. She wanted to ask another question but she felt as though the moment was somehow lost now. Jiraiya had been pleasantly surprised by Naruto's concentration on the mission. Not once had he had to put up with anything annoying. You take that room, he said as he pointed at a door to their left. He went inside the opposite door. Sure, Naruto confirmed cheerfully, but once inside he frowned. The room he was in contained nothing of any real interest. He sighed and wondered for the 100th time why they were even bothering with the place. Tenten's eyes scanned the room she was in. Nothing looked interesting until she saw a set of 6 tarnished kunai hanging at face level on the far wall. She walked over to them and gingerly pulled one from the case. You poor baby, she said as she frowned at the shape it was in. An idea crossed her mind and she smiled. I'll take all of you home and polish you up, she said happily as she began taking down the others. You'll be as good as. She tried to pull on the last one but it seemed to be stuck. She'd put the others on the floor and use both hands to pull with all her might. Once she managed to pull the top away from the case, she heard a click and her eyes widened in shock as part of the wall began to slide away. Kisame cocked an eyebrow as he noticed the sealed scar on the back of his hand had reopened. Itachi-san, we have a problem, he said, holding up his hand to show Itachi the blood. Indeed, Itachi thought for a moment. Inform the leader. I'm more than enough to deal with whoever the fool is. Kisame gave Itachi a lopsided frown. You could let me take the time killer assignments once in a while, you know. I'm bored as hell. Itachi did not answer but simply stared at him with cold eyes. Kisame sighed in defeat and left for their active base. Itachi looked in the direction of the abandoned one. This should be interesting. Sasuke-kun, come here. Sasuke lifted his head from the box of papers he had been rifling through and silently prayed that whatever she wanted was mission-related. He entered the room where Tenten was and his eyes flattened into a curious glare. What the hell? I think I opened it when I pulled on this kunai, Tenten explained, indicating the object in question by pointing to it. Jiraiya-sama, Sasuke said into his headset. Jiraiya here. Tenten found some kind of secret passageway. Should we check it out? What's your location? East wing, somewhere in the middle. Go ahead, but be careful. Keep me informed and leave a marker on the door leading to the hallway. Naruto and I will be there shortly. Roger. There could be weight-sensitive traps on the stairs. We should be careful, Tenten warned. Sasuke nodded, pleased with himself for being able to put aside his personal problems for the mission. Tenten tied a rope around her waist and handed the loose end to Sasuke. Here, I'm gonna go down first to make sure it's safe. Sasuke suddenly felt very unsure about this plan. But Tenten gave him an odd look. What? When Sasuke didn't continue, Tenten shook her head and sighed. Just make sure you don't let go, okay? Sasuke nodded dumbly and held the rope tightly. Be careful, Tenten. Sakura and Lee ran quickly along the shabby-looking hallways. They would be on the side of the complex completely opposite us, Sakura complained. Lee laughed. At least they found something, so that makes this mission successful. He gave her a thumbs up in his usual grin. Sakura smacked her palm to her forehead. I love him, I love him, I love him. She chanted in her mind in order to quell the urge to hit him. Okay, I'm down, Tenten shouted up the staircase. Sasuke let go of the rope and it snaked its way down the stairs as Tenten rolled it up. Tenten flipped the switch on the wall next to her and light filled the room she had descended to. Sasuke came thundering down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. Tenten, what is? He didn't finish his sentence. He couldn't. What was before his eyes had made him lose all ability to speak. Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the stairwell entrance just in time to hear Tenten scream, with Sakura and Lee only seconds behind them. Jiraiya was down the stairs first, caught a glimpse of what was in the room and suddenly stopped Naruto's advance at the bottom of the stairwell. Hey, Naruto protested. Jiraiya's face was grave. You don't want to see what's in that room, trust me, he said as he continued to hold the boy's shoulder. He leaned sideways a bit to allow Lee and Sakura through. Naruto glared. So they can handle it but I can't, he said while pointing an accusing finger at the retreating backs of his comrades. Sakura came back around the corner, her eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto-kun, please listen to him. You don't want to see this. Naruto's glare intensified and with a sudden burst of strength and speed he shoved his way past his friends. As soon as his vision rested on what they had been talking about, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. Why in the name of all that's holy, hadn't he listened to them? Chapter 25. Naruto's breathing had slowed to minimal as he stared at what was in front of him. The blonde hair, the shape of the face, the tone of the skin, it was like staring back at his own reflection only, older. Jiraiya walked over to his student and placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto. No response. Naruto, let's get you out of here. He gave Sakura a pleading glance for help. Sakura bit her lower lip. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let us take care of this. Naruto's face suddenly became angry. What is this? He said in a dangerous tone. He pointed up at the body floating in the dimly lit tube before him. Some kind of sick joke. Naruto, calm down, Sasuke interjected. Calm down, Naruto asked his brother incredulously. Tell me Sasuke, exactly how calm would you be if it was your dad's dead body in that tube? His anger was overwhelming. Many times he had dreamed of seeing his father, but this mocked his dream and made it into a nightmare. Sasuke looked down in silence. There was just no way he could answer that without saying he would have reacted the same way. It's not your dad, Naruto, Tenten suddenly chimed in. What? Naruto snapped. Tenten was thumbing through some kind of notebook. According to this, it's a clone, she explained gently. Naruto visibly relaxed a bit, but he still looked deeply disturbed. Jiraiya frowned. Why the hell would they want to clone Minato? He mused out loud. That's an answer you won't find in those notes, said a cold voice. Everyone turned around quickly and Sasuke's face instantly turned into a hateful glare. Itachi. Jiraiya's eyes were instantly darting about, trying to get a better idea of how much room they had to fight. The lab easily rivaled the largest gymnasium Konoha had to offer, but the amount of items in the room would greatly decrease the attacks they had available to them. There were 4 rows of tubs like the one that held the Minato clone, but the occupants of those tubes were in various degrees of completeness. Some were missing body parts or were grossly deformed, while the rest looked like a photo album of Naruto's growth. He could feel his stomach churning at the sight, but chose to turn his anger on Itachi. What the hell is this, you arrogant bastard? You won't live long enough to find out, Itachi said flatly. Snake, tiger, monkey, rabbit, dragon, tiger. Kaden, Shiro Utori Kan no Jutsu. AN fire type, white phoenix flame technique. A white flame shot from Itachi's mouth, quickly taking the form of a giant phoenix. Through various flips and jumps the team managed to avoid the great bird as it streaked forward, but the flames engulfed every burnable object in the room, making it a death trap. Everyone, get out, Jiraiya commanded. He knew the fire would eventually burn itself out, but due to the fire being white hot they wouldn't last long enough to see it happen. Itachi had already left the room before Jiraiya had called out. By the time the Konoha group got to the door, the black flames of Amaterasu were already licking the edge of the doorframe. Jiraiya jumped back down to the floor. Everyone get close to me. The team immediately complied. Kuchio's no jutsu. In an explosion of smoke and rubble they were suddenly seeing the sky as they stood, shielded, underneath the stomach of Gamabunta. The great frog looked down at the people crowded under his massive girth. Jiraiya, I was in the middle of dinner, you know, his voice boomed in complaint. Jiraiya smirked. Later, old frog, would you mind working with Sasuke? I'm needed down here. Gamabunta cocked an eye ridge. Just this once, but I won't do it again until he has earned it. He lowered his face down a bit to Sasuke. Get on quickly before I change my mind, brat. A brief look of uncertainty crossed Sasuke's face before he leapt up onto Gamabunta's back. It was just then that Itachi reappeared. As everyone got into fighting stances, Gamabunta rolled one large eye upwards. You're an Uchiha, right, brat? Sasuke nodded. Yeah. Gamabunta smiled. Now I know why Jiraiya pushed so hard for me to accept you. My skills always work best with fire users. Sasuke raised his eyebrows but kept silent. That unsure of your skills, old man. Itachi taunted as he nodded his head towards his brother being on Gamabunta's back in place of Jiraiya. Jiraiya smirked. Nope, just training a new summoner. Kuchio's no jutsu. Jiraiya turned his head to see Kazuhana standing next to Naruto and looked nervously towards Gamabunta. There was a look of distaste in the great frog's eyes, but he made no move to protest the dragon's presence. Sakura, we'll need our healer in one piece. Get out of range, Jiraiya commanded. Sakura frowned, but she knew he was right. She did as commanded and also kept her eyes peeled for any serious injuries to her team that would need her attention. Nobody look at his eyes. Naruto yelled in reference to Itachi. Jiraiya looked at him with surprise and approval. So, he's starting to show leadership. Kazuhana frowned as she saw Itachi's eyes. Nay, Naruto-kun, what are the powers of his dujutsu? Naruto's eyes became grave. Tsukiyomi. Pretty much the highest level of genjutsu possible. He can put the illusions right into your mind and you feel everything he does to you, he said, attempting an explanation. Kazuhana smirked. Then you're lucky to have a dragon as a summon. She pushed off from the ground and flew around the combatants in a circle. A transparent green barrier of energy enveloped the group in the surrounding area for quite a distance. She landed next to Naruto. What is that? Tenten asked. Concave AN spirit wall. The level of genjutsu Naruto described could only be possible if the spirit realm were breached. This wall prevents spirit attacks. Although the Konoha team now looked volumes more relaxed, Itachi seemed to have no reaction to this news. The Mangekyo spun and nothing happened. He suddenly looked thoroughly vexed but quickly regained his composure. "I don't need Tsukiyomi to kill the likes of you," he said with confidence. Itachi created 4 cage buncheons, 1 for each opponent. "You 4 take care of the brats." The Itachi clones nodded and began fighting. Itachi, himself turned to Jiraiya. "Now that there will be fewer interruptions, let's begin, shall we?" Jiraiya smirked. "You sure are cocky for a kid," he said as he slid into a battle stance. Itachi cocked an eyebrow. "No more than Naruto. Snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu." Jiraiya easily jumped out of the way of the giant fireball that blazed towards him. Boar. He dropped straight down into the ground, vanishing completely. Itachi frowned as he scanned the area. He couldn't find Jiraiya, but knew he would most likely come up underneath him. Horse, dragon, ox. Doden, Kaiju no Jutsu. An earth type. Rock formation technique. Itachi slammed his hand onto the ground beneath his feet and the dirt turned into a 10-inch thick rock slab. He felt a short jolt underneath the rock a moment late, confirming his suspicions. Jiraiya emerged from the ground about 15 feet away, sporting a bleeding hand and defiant smile. "Nice one," he said through gritted teeth. Naruto and his 2 clones jumped backwards. The clones were cleanly hit with kunai and vanished. The real Naruto had the last kunai stuck into his right shoulder. He ripped it out, wincing as he did so. He might not have Tsukiyomi, but he's still damn fast. The Itachi clone began flashing through seals. Snake, tiger, monkey, rabbit, dragon, tiger. Kaden, Shiro Utori Kan no Jutsu. An fire type. White Phoenix flame technique. The phoenix screamed across the battlefield toward Naruto. Naruto wasn't sure he was ready, but he really didn't have a choice since there was nowhere to go. He pulled out one of his special kunai and threw it out of harm's way, then formed the rabbit seal. He vanished and appeared next to the spot on the ground where the kunai had landed. He stumbled, fell, and rolled to a stop, getting up just in time to dodge a kick to the head. Lee was running at top speed, dodging small fireballs. The clone looked at him with mild interest. "If I didn't have these eyes of mine, you might be an actual threat," he said as he calmly watched the green blur that dominated his field of vision. "Which is impressive considering that you don't seem to be able to use any kind of jutsu." He blocked Lee's latest kick. "But you're simply in the way." He grabbed Lee's fist as he tried to punch him in the throat and flung him into a tree. Lee tried to sit up. The clone walked over to him and punched him in the temple. An unconscious Lee slumped to the ground and the clone vanished. A few seconds later, Sakura had jumped down from her vantage point and picked up her fallen boyfriend. Lee-kun. She took him into the treetops and checked his vitals. When she saw he only had a concussion, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Tenten dodged the kunai jab that had been aimed at her midriff and flipped backwards through the air, pulling out a scroll as she did so. She landed in the lower branches of a tree. From the scroll she summoned 8 balls. Horse, rabbit, aim Senbon no Jutsu. An Senbon rain technique. She threw the balls outward into the sky above the clone. Once they were in the desired position, she yanked backwards on the chakra string connected to them. The balls cracked open and thousands of Senbon An basically long needles shot downward over a radius of 20 feet. The surprised clone had no time to react and was destroyed when the needles hit it. Tenten let out the breath she'd been holding. Thank God it was only his clone. I wouldn't have done more than stall the real one. Unfortunately, the same clone that had taken Lee out earlier had come up behind her. Tenten had let her guard down and didn't notice the clone until she was sailing through the air from the powerful kick that had hit her back. Sasuke, who was fighting a clone which had somehow managed to get onto Gamabunta's back, noticed Tenten's plight. Tenten, he screamed as he dodged the clone's fist. Gamabunta acted fast and in less than a second Tenten was nestled safely in the great frog's tongue. He gently set her down and went back to the task at hand, namely trying to remove the annoying insect that was on his back. Finally he got fed up with the whole thing and grabbed both Sasuke and the clone with his tongue. He put them on the ground, backed away a bit and sighed. I'm not much good in a fight when there are so many allies in my strike zone. He turned to Sasuke. Kid, follow me. With that, he made a few giant hops away from the main battle. Sasuke broke into a run with a frown on his face. The distance Gamabunta covered in one hop was enormous. Follow me, he says. Like I can do that so easily. Sakura watched the battle with growing unease. So far she had 2 unconscious friends up in the tree with her and was worried she would soon have more. She looked over at Naruto. He and Kazuhana were on opposite sides of their clone. She grew curious though, when she saw Naruto pull a scroll from his pouch. Huh. Naruto opened the long scroll to reveal 15 small seals. He moved his hand over them.
As each seal was released, a small ball of Sugikan dropped into his other hand. Kazuhana. He threw the balls at the clone. Kazuhana immediately knew what he wanted her to do. She hit the balls with a stream of fire. The explosion knocked both her and Naruto away from the epicenter. As soon as he stopped skidding along the ground, Naruto looked up to see that the clone was gone. He also saw Jiraiya's fight was still going on and decided to help. He looked at Kazuhana. Let's go. Gamabunta was getting annoyed. It was difficult to hit such a small foe. Frogs weren't exactly known for their speed and Itachi was very fast. He had attempted to help Sasuke by attacking the clone with his tongue but stopped when a blast of fire nearly removed the aforementioned tongue. Sasuke and the clone's fire blasts continually cancelled each other out. He wanted to use Chidori, but he knew it wouldn't do much unless it covered a wide area. Suddenly, he had an idea that both revolted and excited him at the same time. Gamabunta. Spit on him. For a moment Gamabunta looked at Sasuke like he'd grown a second head, but complied with the request. Once the clone and the 20-foot area around it were soaked in a puddle of spit, Sasuke charged up Chidori and hit the edge of the liquid. The electricity shot through the spit and the clone was destroyed. Sasuke looked at the result with a superior smirk. Gamabunta raised an eyebrow. Working with you is going to be very interesting. Naruto smiled when his brother joined the fight with the real Itachi. Took y'all long enough. Hey, Sasuke replied with a smile, but his expression very quickly became severe. Naruto, Jiraiya-sama, I want you to stay out of this fight. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto's simply became solemn. He knew Sasuke would ask for this. Don't be stupid. I'm not going to let a kid like you go up against Itachi by himself, Jiraiya said in a commanding voice. Sasuke glared angrily. I've trained for this day for years. You have no right to interfere. He yelled. As interesting as this little drama is, I don't have all day, and with those words Itachi shot forward. Naruto, Jiraiya, Sasuke and Kazuhana sank into battle stances and readied themselves. They knew at least one person was definitely not getting out of this fight alive. Chapter 26. Jiraiya dodged the punch aimed at his head. Naruto came into the fray with a roundhouse kick which Itachi easily blocked by catching his foot and sending him sailing through the air. Naruto managed to turn his body right side up and landed about a dozen feet away, leaving skid marks along the ground as he dug his feet in to stop himself. As Sasuke shot bullet after bullet of fire at his elder brother, his frustration grew. This was supposed to be his fight. He could put up with Naruto, he was family, but Jiraiya had no business interfering. He desperately wished he could find a way to ditch the old hermit. Itachi's hands sped through seals. Ox, tiger, Sweden, Suigotten, an water release, water fang bullet. All at once, a large amount of the grass in the immediate vicinity of the fight died as the water was sucked out of it and turned into giant watery spikes which shot toward Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side but wasn't quite fast enough and one of the water spikes sliced open his outer right thigh. Ahhhhhhgh. He screamed as he fell to the ground. After a moment he tried to stand up, but as soon as he put the slightest pressure on the injured leg, pain shot through it like an unchecked wildfire. He quickly began repairing the damage with the Niji chakra. Naruto! Jiraiya yelled. He whipped his gaze back to the front and glared at Itachi. Fine, you like spikes. I'll show you spikes. His hands flashed through a series of seals. Ranji Shigumi no Jutsu, an wild lion's mane technique. Jiraiya's hair lengthened into long, hard spikes and then attacked Itachi. Itachi used an impressive array of flips, jumps and twists, managing to avoid all the spikes as they drove into the ground after missing him. He stopped once all the spikes stopped moving but had to suddenly begin his dance anew as the spikes started shooting up from under the ground. 7 spikes burst upwards at once, came screaming down to the ground and pinned Itachi to the newly disturbed earth. Jiraiya smiled but the expression was quickly wiped from his face when Itachi vanished, revealing only his cloak in his place. The eyes of Jiraiya and the rest of his team darted around the area in attempt to ascertain Itachi's whereabouts. Damn it, where the hell did he go? He thought. The question was quickly answered when the ground shook and walls of earth grew upwards and over their heads to form a dome-like prison. It didn't last long though. Rasengan. The dome exploded outwards from the force of Naruto and Jiraiya's attack. Naruto's leg was still bleeding but the size of the wound was reduced by nearly half. Sakura fought an inner battle with herself as she watched Naruto. I want to heal him, but I don't think he'd let me take him out of the fight, she thought with a frown. Suddenly, an idea came to her that was so simple she felt incredibly stupid for not having thought of it sooner. Tamashi Gujin no Jutsu, an spirit puppet technique. Inner Sakura appeared beside her. She turned to it. You know what to do. Inner Sakura nodded sharply and ran towards the fight. Naruto gritted his teeth as he moved, even though it wasn't much movement.
He activated his tamagan and began gathering Sugikan. His healing wasn't coming along as fast as he had hoped, and Sugikan spheres were the only long-range attack he had. He was about to start throwing them when he noticed Inner Sakura standing next to him. "I'm here to help," Inner Sakura explained. "Now, don't freak out," she warned. Naruto looked perplexed. Freak out? Why would? He didn't have time to finish because Inner Sakura had put herself into a liquid-like state and slithered into his open wound. His expression twisted into one of abject disgust. "Ew. Oh, shut up and let me work," Inner Sakura complained. "You concentrate on the fight." With great effort, Naruto pushed his disgust aside and began throwing the spheres he had collected. "Naruto, we need to get this battle out into the open," Sasuke instructed. "Gamabunta has a plan, but we can't do it here without putting everyone in danger." Naruto looked at Kazuhana and she nodded. "My barrier will go where I go. We can do it. Arrow Sennin. This way," Naruto yelled as he gestured with a wave of his hand. Thanks to the distraction, Jiraiya almost found himself impaled by a huge spike of rock that Itachi had thrust toward him from the forest floor. He glared at Naruto for an instant and then followed him. It wasn't long before the group found themselves on a large, open field of grass. All at once Gamabunta scooped everyone up in his giant tongue and put them on his back. Jiraiya smiled. He knew what was going to happen, for he and the Great Toad had done it many times in the past. Inner Sakura slid out of Naruto's leg through the tiny opening that remained. "I fixed the worst of it. You should be all right now." "Thanks," Naruto said with a half smile, half grimace. He was still creeped out by the whole thing. Suddenly he noticed Sasuke and Jiraiya staring at Inner Sakura with their eyes twitching and laughed. "At least I'm not the only one disgusted by this." Itachi watched the Konoha team warily. He knew for a fact they weren't cowards, so when they all were put onto Gamabunta's back he knew some kind of plan was in the works. "You ready, kid?" Gamabunta asked. Sasuke came back to his senses and nodded. Gamabunta took a deep breath and then spit out a gigantic ball of oil, and Sasuke flashed through a set of seals. Kaden, Gamayu Enden A.N. Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The flame hit the oil and created a giant fireball that incinerated the entire field. When the flame and smoke cleared, Itachi wasn't far away from the epicenter. There were crumbled bits of a rock dome all around him. He had obviously tried to protect himself with it. It hadn't entirely failed, for he was still alive, but he was badly burned and a trickle of blood had leaked from the corner of his mouth. As he stood up, trying to ready himself for the next attack, he silently cursed himself for becoming so dependent on the Mangekyo over the years. "Man, he's hard to take down," Naruto complained. "I wish I could hit him with rasengan, but I'm not fast enough." Sasuke blew out an angry puff of air. "Same with Chidori. And I doubt the spit trick would work with the real Itachi," Gamabunta added. Naruto looked at Sasuke. "Spit trick?" Sasuke smirked. "I'll tell you later." The team jumped down from Gamabunta. Itachi made a cage bunshin of himself and then the clone made a familiar set of seals. Doden Kane Genkin no Jutsu A.N. Earth-style Steel Wardog technique. That's the same technique Nariko used. Naruto yelled as he pointed at the three steel canines that now flanked Itachi, although these were nearly the size of a pony. Itachi's face remained stolid. "Who do you think I copied it from? Only the difference is that I can use a bunshin to hold the jutsu so the real me can still fight." And with that, the dogs and Itachi charged forward. Jiraiya was dodging a pair of steel jaws when he heard Sakura's panicked voice cut through the din created by the battle. "Jiraiya-sama, help," she cried as she burst into the field with tears streaming down her face. In her arms was a very pale Rock Lee. Jiraiya used his hair spikes to ensnare the metal beast and throw it a good 20 yards, then ran to Sakura. "What is it?" he asked as he looked at Lee with worry. "I can't get the internal bleeding to stop. You've got to take him to Tsunade-sama," Sakura said, nearly in complete panic. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. If he left with Lee, Itachi could win the fight, but if he didn't, Lee would surely die, and he knew he was the only one fast enough to make it in time. He looked at the boys and then back at Lee. "I'll help them fight, please," Sakura begged. Jiraiya let out a puff of air and finally nodded. "All right, give him to me. I'll be back as soon as I can." Sakura nodded gratefully and gently handed over the boy she loved. "Tenten should be all right by herself. I put her in a safe place." Jiraiya nodded and left without another word, praying he had made the right decision. Sakura ran to Inner Sakura. "Back you go. I'll need all the chakra I can get." Inner Sakura nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto had seen some of the exchange between Jiraiya and Sakura. "I hope Fuzzy Brows will be okay," he thought as he dodged a metal paw. Sasuke leapt over the dog that had come for him and made a beeline for Itachi. His fist hit nothing as Itachi appeared right behind him. You're still too slow, Odoto, Itachi said as he executed a roundhouse kick to Sasuke's middle back. Sasuke barely managed to avoid flying face first into the dirt by putting out his hands for support. He pushed upwards off his hands, flipped horizontally, raised his legs and threw them forward, using the momentum to bring himself back to a standing position just in time to avoid being punched in the face. Unfortunately, Itachi didn't miss a beat and promptly shoved his fist into Sasuke's kidneys. Sakura punched a 30-foot-tall rock, grabbed a long spear of stone that was among the rubble and swung it like a baseball bat. It connected with the dog she'd been fighting and sent it into the sky. It smashed back down to earth with a giant dent in one side. It attempted to get up but its efforts were futile. Its shape was now too distorted. Rasengan. Sakura turned her head in time to see Naruto blast the dog he was fighting into a hunk of twisted metal. She smiled. He may use Rasengan a lot, but it certainly gets the job done. Naruto and Sakura ran to Sasuke, who was still getting hit in the gut. Sakura charged chakra to her fist and punched the ground. Plates of rock and dirt shot upwards, forcing Itachi to jump out of the way and in the process, let go of Sasuke. Sasuke fell backwards and Naruto dove through the air to catch him. The two boys rolled to a stop. Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. Sasuke stood up, and coughed. I'll be fine, he said as he shakily got to his feet. Sakura immediately began pushing healing chakra into Sasuke's midsection. It's actually not too bad. Just give me a minute. Naruto nodded. I'll make sure you have time. He charged up his chakra until the rainbow colors were clearly visible. It looked very similar to the first time he had covered himself in the Kyuubi's chakra during his fight with Neji. Itachi watched Naruto for a moment. I'm curious, why didn't you do that from the start? Naruto looked confused for a moment. He hadn't expected Itachi to strike up a conversation with him. Because I didn't need to. I had others fighting with me till now. Why waste the chakra? Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. I think that's the most logical I've ever heard him say, he said quietly to Sakura. Plus it looks really cool to suddenly be more powerful in the middle of a fight, Naruto added with a grin. Sasuke's face fell and he smacked his hand to his forehead. Never mind. Naruto's expression fell into his game face. He charged up a Rasengan and shot forward with incredible speed. It was only thanks to his Sharingan that Itachi was able to dodge. Unfortunately for him, he didn't see Naruto had created a second Rasengan at the last second in his opposite hand and was struck a glancing blow to his side as he attempted to flip out of the way. Sakura stopped the flow of chakra and stood. You're ready. Just try to avoid getting hit in the same spot. Thanks, Sasuke replied. He ran to help his little brother and Sakura followed. Sakura mostly stayed back from the main area of the fight, punching the ground and throwing large rock chunks from the boulder she'd smashed earlier. She didn't have the speed that the others did, so this was the best way she could help with someone as fast as Itachi. Naruto reached into his pouch, pulled out his Shikikanai and threw it at Itachi's feet. Itachi cocked an eyebrow. Where are you aiming? His eyes widened when he saw Naruto's hands form the rabbit seal. He barely managed to get out of the way in time to avoid Naruto's kick when the boy rematerialized near the kunai. So my suspicions were correct. You are the son of the fourth. Naruto smirked. The one and only. Naruto, come here, Sasuke requested. Naruto walked over to him. I think it's time to try it out. But we can't do more than graze him. Even with my speed, Naruto replied. What are you guys talking about? Sakura asked. Naruto shook his head. No time to explain. Okay, but if you need speed I can throw you. Sasuke and Naruto looked at Sakura and smiled. Okay then, here's what we need to do. Naruto began. Itachi watched Team 7 in curiosity. After not more than a few seconds they turned around. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 400 Narutos appeared around Itachi and began to attack. The real Naruto formed a Rasengan and looked to his brother. Now remember, don't do it till we get close enough. Sasuke gave him a look. No shit. He and Naruto jumped and Sakura caught their ankles. She spun in a circle a few times to build momentum and released them toward their target. Suddenly all of Naruto's clones jumped Itachi at once, managing, just barely, to hold him in place. When Naruto and Sasuke were a mere 10 feet from him when Naruto called out. Now. Sasuke put his hand close to the backside of the Rasengan, careful not to actually touch it. Chidori, the Rasengan became a ball of Niji chakra and lightning. Uzu Rakugai A.N. Vortex Lighting Assault. Naruto and Sasuke shouted together. Sakura's eyes were wide as she watched the new jutsu. It pretty much looked like a basketball-sized mass of rainbow-colored lightning. She knew it would be deadly, but at the same time she was in awe of its beauty. The boys went down hard and fast, plunging the new jutsu deep into Itachi's chest. The ground around them shook and dirt blew outwards in a giant concussion ring. Blood sprayed upward from the gaping wound and Itachi coughed up even more of the red liquid. Sasuke stood and watched him with feelings of triumph and disbelief. Was it over? Was it really over? He set his jaw, glared at Itachi and suddenly, violently, it all came tumbling out at once. He held up his blood-covered fist. You see that? You see that, you goddamn bastard. That means it's over. That means I won, he screamed. And then Itachi did something Sasuke would never have expected. Sasuke had come up with countless scenarios over the years, Itachi begging for his life, Itachi pitifully trying to kick Sasuke in an effort to get in one last shot, Itachi cursing Sasuke to hell with his dying breath. Never, never in all his fantasies did Itachi smile. Good job, Otuto, Itachi said in a strained voice. What? Sasuke demanded. I just hope I have enough time left to tell you everything, Itachi croaked out. Sasuke was confused, to say the least. What the hell does he mean? He wondered. He wanted so desperately to shut Itachi up before he could further taint his victory, but he was morbidly curious. What could the man who had sent his life into a downward spiral have to say in his last moments? I'm glad, you won. It was difficult, holding back enough to give you a chance without making you suspicious. But, I have to admit, you got me completely by surprise with that last maneuver. Well done, Itachi said, a smile of pride. Sasuke let out a growl of rage and frustration. He grabbed Itachi by the front of his outfit. What the hell is this? Are you trying to mess up my mind even more before you die? Sakura stared at Itachi's chest. The wound took up his entire right side, so at least one lung was completely gone and the other one probably wasn't in great shape either. How are you talking? How are you even alive? I studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. Itachi explained quickly. He turned his gaze back to Sasuke. Ototo, you must know the truth. He closed his eyes for a moment and let out a shaky breath before continuing. Our clan was not loyal to Konoha as the public was led to believe. Sasuke's expression was torn as he slowly put his brother back on the ground. What do you mean? The Uchiha had fought with the Senju clan for supremacy for many years. Finally the two clans decided to make peace, and created Konoha. Over the years our clan became corrupt. The Uchiha considered their current status as Konoha police to be beneath them. He looked at Sasuke. By the time you entered the academy there was a coup planned to overthrow the third and take control of the village. I love Konoha. It's one of the few things I hold dear. The elders knew of this and gave me a mission, to assassinate our family. Sasuke's eyes widened to their full capacity. That's a lie. You did it to test your power. He insisted. Itachi shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. He sighed. I knew I couldn't do it on my own and asked Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, for help. I also knew I needed more power. I learned about the Mangekyo and told Shisui of my plans. Neither of us wanted to die, but to protect Konoha one of us had to. We flipped a coin. I lost. But as he was preparing to kill me I asked him to spare you and our parents. He said it would be foolish to leave witnesses, so I killed him instead. Sasuke's eyes widened, remembering what Shisui's ghost had said. Neither of us were in a hurry to die, but the clan was so full of scum by that point that there was no choice. We simply flipped a coin. I won. As I was preparing to kill the only friend I'd ever had he betrayed me, and I was killed instead. Shisui's face became angry. As I lay dying he told me he believed it was better if he was the one who survived because he thought he was stronger and had a better chance than I did. Sasuke shook his head to bring his thoughts back to the present. But you killed mom and dad anyway. He cried. No, that was Orochimaru. I found him standing over their bodies. He asked me if there was anyone else. I lied and said no, so the Akatsuki left. I'd done what I had to, but the pain in my heart was too much. I wanted to die, but even after what I'd done I didn't have the courage to kill myself. I decided the best way to end my life was to make you think I had done everything alone, to make you want to kill me. Sasuke's eyes filled with tears as memories came back to him of that horrible night. Suddenly everything he had thought he remembered over the years was wrong. Images he'd repressed. Images of himself chasing Itachi, and of Itachi, crying. It all came back to him with such swiftness that he felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. I'm sorry, Ototo. I'm sorry for all I've put you through. I hope that someday you can forgive me. Please, protect Konoha, and protect those you love, or it was all, for naught. He didn't get to finish his sentence. His eyes slowly closed and Uchiha Itachi was no more. Sasuke stared in disbelief. He had wanted this. He'd hunted Itachi, prepared himself through training, but he hadn't counted on all these revelations. Suddenly he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Ni-sa-a-a-a-a-a-a-n. Sakura's hand went to her mouth as tears rolled down her face. To see Sasuke like this was awful. She wanted to hug him, comfort him, but she knew he would just shove her away. Naruto tried to stop his tears but was miserably unsuccessful. Sasuke. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sasuke screeched as he punched the ground with each word. It wasn't supposed to be like this. You were supposed to be evil. You weren't supposed to be the brother I remembered. I was supposed to be happy today. He took a few shaky breaths. Who said you could make decisions for me? I would have forgiven you. He fell forward, sobbing, onto Itachi's chest. I would have forgiven you, he finished in a soft voice. Naruto and Sakura did the only thing they could do. They sat down on either side of him, and let him cry. Chapter 27. Jiraiya's lungs were burning by the time he returned to Team 7, and as he ran onto the field where the battle had been he got a shock. Not only was his team alive, but it looked like Itachi was the one to ground. When he reached the group his eyes widened at the severity of Itachi's wound. How did you? He asked softly. Sakura looked up at the old hermit. Naruto and Sasuke did it. They used a combination jutsu I've never seen before. She looked down at Sasuke. We won, she said quietly. Jiraiya was confused. He would have thought everyone would be happy, but as his gaze followed Sakura's he knew something was very wrong. Why do all of you look so depressed? We'll explain on the way. Right now we need to leave, Naruto answered. I hope you don't mind, Naruto-kun, but I need to go home and rest, Kazuhana said with slowly drooping eyelids. Naruto gave her a small smile. No prob. You did great. Kazuhana responded with a grateful, yet sleepy smile before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya frowned and, with a long sigh, knelt down next to Sasuke. I'm sorry, but I need to take him, he said gently. Without a word Sasuke slowly stood and began to walk towards home. The depth of Jiraiya's frown increased as he scooped up Itachi's body. He stood and looked at the other two. Let's go. Naruto and Sakura nodded and the three took off after Sasuke. Tsunade sighed and dragged her hands along the top of her head. There were days she hated being the Hokage. After hearing Jiraiya's report she very much wanted to kick the elders into the stratosphere but her position prevented her from doing that. She looked at Jiraiya. I want Uchiha Sasuke under suicide watch. I'll do it, Naruto offered quietly. He's my brother. I should be the one to take care of him. Tsunade nodded in understanding. All right. The team stood to leave when she spoke once more. And Naruto, Sakura, good work, she said with a small smile. The two teens nodded their solemn thanks and left. Tsunade turned to her dark-haired sidekick. Shizune, sake, and lots of it. Shizune hung her head and sighed, then left the room. Well, I better be going. It's a long walk back to my place, Jiraiya commented as they stepped out into the moonlight. Naruto looked up at him with raised eyebrows. You have a place? Jiraiya smirked. Sort of. I don't even really live there. It's just where I store my stuff. Naruto laughed. We'll see you later then. Send word if you need me. Jiraiya held up a hand. Yeah. Naruto watched him go for a moment before turning back to Sakura. We better go check on Sasuke. Sakura answered as they started walking. Nay, Naruto-kun. Naruto replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts obviously somewhere else. Do you think he'll be alright? A small smile curled its way across Naruto's face. I think so. I mean, he's a survivor. Always has been. I'd expect him to take revenge on the elders before I'd think he'd kill himself. Sakura nodded. Yeah. Silence. Do you think he likes Tenten? Naruto's turned his head sideways. I've just been thinking, what if he was avoiding her because he was worried about falling for her? Naruto almost laughed. Oh come on. The guy who's pushed away every girl who's come at him is suddenly gonna have a crush. Not a chance. It's not sudden. It's been building since last October. And she isn't every girl who's come at him. She's one of the few girls in Konoha who hasn't made stalking him her life's work. Naruto snickered. Like you. Sakura's fist wasted no time in making full contact with the top of Naruto's head. Shut up, baka. Naruto rubbed his head. Okay. Sheesh. Lighten up will ya. Sakura calmed down. Anyway, I've never seen him just start avoiding a friend for no apparent reason. I wonder what's going to happen now that Itachi's dead. Naruto looked completely lost. What's that got to do with Tenten? Sakura palmed her forehead. You're such an idiot. Obviously the only reason he would be worried about falling for her is that he didn't want her to be hurt if he died fighting Itachi. Naruto just blinked for a moment. This has gotta be one of those girl things that guys just aren't meant to understand. Sakura sighed and shook her head. Boys are so completely clueless. Naruto-kun. Naruto and Sakura stopped mid-step and turned around to see Hinata running toward them. Hina-chan, Naruto called out happily. He opened his arms wide and pulled Hinata into a tight embrace. Sakura smiled but it quickly faded. Nay, do you mind if I go see Lee-kun instead? She knew now that Hinata was there she didn't have to keep Naruto company. Although she was worried about Sasuke, Lee had much more than a mental wound. Naruto nodded. Go ahead, I'll be fine. Thanks, I'll see you later. And with that, Sakura headed for the hospital. How was your mission? Hinata asked after a moment. Naruto's smile fell away. Complicated. Oh, so it's something you can't tell me? Hinata asked tentatively. Naruto shook his head. No, it's nothing like that. It's just that, I'm not sure exactly how to feel about it. Hinata clasped his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Naruto's smile returned. Come on, I'll tell you while we walk. If that's what's going on then maybe I shouldn't go with you. I don't know if he even really considers me a friend. He might be offended, Hinata said. Naruto frowned in thought. I think it'll be okay, as long as you don't say much, he said with a small smile. They walked up to the door of Sasuke's apartment and Naruto knocked. There was no answer so he tried again. He's not there. Naruto and Hinata turned around to see Kakashi standing behind them. I've been looking for him for about 20 minutes. You're both free to join me, Kakashi explained. The two teens nodded and the search was resumed. I hope we find him soon, Naruto thought. Sakura put a hand over her heart and let out a long, relieved sigh. Thank God. The doctor put her hand on Sakura's shoulder. You did a better job than you thought at stopping the bleeding. If you hadn't helped him on the field we would have lost him. Sakura gave the doctor a grateful smile. Arigato. She's right you know, Tsunade said as she walked down the hallway towards Sakura. In fact, you're doing well enough in your studies that I think we can move you to B rank techniques. Sakura grinned. Arigato, Shisho, she said with a bow. He really shouldn't have visitors until morning, but I'll let you in for a few minutes if you promise to be quiet, Tsunade said with a smile. Of course, Sakura replied happily. As the two walked into the room Sakura felt her chest gain a bit in weight. The sight of Lee lying there, hooked up to several machines, was difficult for her. She sat down on the edge of the bed. You really scared me, you idiot, she said as she leaned down and lovingly kissed his forehead. SSSA, Ku, Ra. Sakura's eyes flashed white as she lifted her head to see that Lee's eyes were partially open. A single tear of relief rolled down her cheek. I'm here, she repeated as she clasped his hand in hers. A tiny smile crossed Lee's lips. Did we win? Sakura let out a small laugh. Yes. All right, you need to go now, Tsunade said gently as she put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura nodded. Okay. She leaned down and gave Lee a small kiss. I'll be back in the morning. I promise. You get better, okay. Lee gave her a weak smile and nod. As he watched Sakura walk out the door his eyelids became heavy and he fell back to sleep. Naruto, Hinata and Kakashi found Sasuke sitting in a tree at their old training field. He was nestled in the V part of the trunk of a large tree, staring up at the sky. He didn't even turn around before he spoke. I need to be alone right now, Naruto. I know, but Ka-san told me to put you on suicide watch, Naruto explained with a wince. Sasuke turned around. Are you serious? He asked with an incredulous expression. Kakashi stepped out of the shadows. It's a valid concern, Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head and turned his gaze back to the sky. Kakashi-sensei, if I was prone to suicide over traumatic events in my life don't you think I would have done it a long time ago? He said with a slightly bitter tone to his voice. I suppose. But even if you are okay, orders are orders, Kakashi explained. I have to report the situation to Tsunade-sama. Naruto, I'm sure you can handle things here. He left after Naruto had nodded his answer. I know you've got to do your job, but I really don't feel like talking, Sasuke said to Naruto. Naruto nodded, having understood the not-so-subtle hint. And although it went against his very nature, he decided on giving Sasuke his space. No prob. Come on, Hina-chan, he said with a smile as he held out his hand to her. She accepted it and they walked to the other side of the field. Around 10 o'clock Sasuke jumped down from his perch. I'm going home. Naruto nodded as he and Hinata stood up from where they had been lying down. They had used the time to watch the stars together. Okay, but I gotta come with you. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sighed. Do what you need to do, he said as he began walking. Naruto pulled Hinata into his arms, gave her a short kiss, and then rested his forehead against hers. I'll see you in the morning. Hinata smiled. Hi. Oyasumi, Naruto-kun. Oyasumi, Naruto answered. He then turned around and followed after his brother.
Naruto parked himself in front of the door to Sasuke's bedroom to keep watch over his brother and had set the alarm on the clock he'd brought with him just in case he nodded off. He even made sure to set it early so he would be sure to wake up before Sasuke. Oyasumi, Sasuke. Sasuke sighed. Yeah, just don't wake me up. Naruto shrugged at his brother's complete lack of interest in conversation and made sure he was in a comfortable position for the night's vigil. He did everything he could to stay awake, but eventually sleep's siren song got the better of him and his eyes slid closed. Naruto woke up and looked around the room. Unfortunately, Sasuke had apparently had the same idea as far as alarm clocks were concerned, and when Naruto saw Sasuke's bed was empty and the window was open, his expression flattened into a glare. Damn it! The door to Sasuke's old house opened with a protesting creak. He wandered slowly through the rooms, lost in his thoughts. Occasionally he would come across an object that had been left there from when he was younger, pick it up and put it in the large sack he had brought with him. It wasn't long before the bag was nearly half full. The last room he visited was Itachi's. It looked exactly as he remembered it, and that made his heart sink. He tried to ignore the feelings from the memories flooding his mind as he walked around, collecting whatever else he could fit in the sack, and finally came to a picture of him and his brother that rested on the nightstand. He picked up the photo and stared at Itachi's face for a moment before sighing and adding the image to his collection. Naruto's face was frozen in an irritated frown as he jumped over the rooftops in search of Sasuke. Damn him, he knows Ka-san will kill me if she finds out I lost sight of him. I'm gonna kick his ass when I catch up. Sasuke walked into his room, pushed the bed away from its spot on the floor and knelt down. His fingers traced the floorboards for a minute or so before he found what he was looking for. He wriggled his fingers under the edge of one of the boards and lifted it up to reveal a small hole. He reached inside and pulled out a 3-inch square box. He opened the box to reveal a ring with the Uchiha symbol on it, and the memory of the day he'd received it came back to him. Sasuke. Here, Itachi said with a smile as he held out a small box. Sasuke opened it and looked at its contents with a quizzical expression. What's this for? It's a present to celebrate your first day of school. Sasuke's expression brightened. He took out the ring and tried to put it on, but the crest on the top kept slipping down the side, finally coming to rest underneath his finger. It's too big, he complained with a pout. Itachi laughed. "To-san gave it to me when I became a chunin. You'll grow into it." He bent over and flicked Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke closed his eyes with a sigh, then opened them and put on the ring. "Thanks, Ni-san," he said as he put the box back in its place. As Sasuke walked out of the front door of his parents' house, Naruto landed in front of him. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Naruto asked loudly, his expression impatient. Sasuke didn't respond beyond a quick shrug. He slung his bag over his shoulder, making him resemble an emo version of Santa Claus, and started to walk away. "Oi!" Naruto protested as he stepped in front of Sasuke again. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sighed. "It's your job to keep an eye on me. It's not my fault if you suck at it." And with that he sidestepped Naruto and continued walking. It took all of Naruto's self-control not to start yelling a string of choice insults. "I shouldn't insult him while he's depressed. I shouldn't insult him while he's depressed," he chanted in his mind. Instead he bit the inside of his bottom lip till it bled and then followed Sasuke. After a few minutes he calmed down and let out a relieved sigh. At least he's okay. 4 days later, Sasuke opened his eyes after the first nightmare-free sleep he'd had in ages. He blinked a few times and looked around the room. Something's weird. He got up, tossed the covers to one side and opened the window shade. As he stared out at the view from his window, something was missing, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he decided to get dressed. As he sat down to put on his shoes he looked to his bedside table. The portrait of himself and Itachi stared back at him, and suddenly he realized what was different. Revenge, the weight of it was gone from his heart. He picked up the picture and his eyes misted over. "I'm free. We're both free," he whispered. The knowledge of this made his heart feel lighter as he finally understood that his life was now an unwritten book. For the first time since that awful night he felt like he had a future. After a moment he put the photo back in its place of honor and smiled. Now that he knew he had a chance to live his life as he wanted to, that he wasn't sure he would die young, he had someone to talk to. Chapter 28. Naruto sighed happily as the white rope hammock he and Hinata currently occupied swung lazily back and forth. There was a Hyuga chaperone watching them from roughly 20 feet away. Hiyashi had insisted on it, saying he would not allow the couple to lie down in a hammock unsupervised, even if it was outside. Every once in a while a cool breeze would drift through the Hyuga compound, caressing their faces and adding to the romantic atmosphere. Naruto was in absolute bliss. If someone had come to him only 4 years ago and told him that his life would turn out to be so good, he would have laughed in their face and then told them angrily to stop screwing with his head.
He reverently kissed her right temple. I love you, he whispered in her ear. Hinata smiled, made a tiny, happy squeak, and snuggled closer to her boyfriend. I love you too. The chaperone glanced at the face of the large sundial that decorated the center of the large rock garden to one side of the enormous yard. Excuse me, Hinata-sama, but it's time for lunch, he said pleasantly. Hinata frowned. Okay. And the couple got up from their resting position. Sasuke had been walking around the perimeter of Tenten's home for nearly an hour. Several times he had nearly gone up to the door, but the cement in the pit of his stomach seemed to prevent such an event. This is stupid, he thought on his 10th trip around the seemingly endless circle. It's not like I'm going to ask her out or something. Why can't I just do this? It was then that Sakura happened to wander by. It's about time you apologized to her, she commented with her hands on her hips. Sasuke glared at her. Back off, Sakura, he said in a low, steady voice. She'll forgive you, you know, Sakura said with a bit of sympathy entering her voice. Sasuke stopped his glaring and stared at her for a moment. What? That's why you haven't gone in yet, isn't it? You're afraid she'll tell you to get lost. Sakura replied gently. Sasuke's gaze flew downward. I don't know. Silence. Maybe. Sakura sighed and laid a hand on her friend's shoulder. Sasuke-kun, it's okay. Just explain to her why you were avoiding her. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I can't. He snapped. He sighed in frustration and looked down again. Not the whole reason, anyway, he finished quietly. You like her, don't you? Sakura said carefully. Sasuke made an odd sound that almost resembled choking. I don't know about liking her, but I did realize at Kakashi's wedding that I was attracted to her. After I knew that I had to stay away. Because you were afraid that if you two fell in love you'd wind up hurting her because you were most likely going to be killed by Itachi, Sakura finished for him. Sasuke raised his head and gave her a quizzical look. How the hell do girls do that? Sakura just shrugged her shoulders and smiled. I gotta go. Good luck. Thanks, Sasuke said with a slight tone of bitterness. He didn't like being found out when it came to his emotions. As Sakura walked away he took a deep breath and finally told his feet to walk down the path to Tenten's door. Shortly after he knocked, a strong-looking woman with short, black hair and athletic build greeted him. She frowned instantly when she saw who the visitor was. Oh, it's you, she said with obvious disdain. Sasuke cleared his throat nervously. Konnichiwa. May I see Tenten please? He said with a short bow. Tenten's mother cocked an eyebrow and folded her arms. That depends. Are you going to upset her again? No ma'am. At least, I hope not. I came to apologize to her, Sasuke replied respectfully. Tenten's mother eyed him warily for a moment. Alright, but if you don't behave you'll find out she's not the only girl in this house with a collection of deadly weapons, she said as she stepped aside to allow him entrance. Sasuke cast the woman a nervous smile and walked inside. Tenten-chan. Tenten looked up from the weapons catalog she was reading. Yeah, Mom. Uchiha Sasuke is here to see you, Tenten's mother announced through the closed bedroom door. He is? Tenten asked in surprise. Silence. You can let him in, came Tenten's reply. Tenten's mother gave Sasuke one last warning glance before heading back downstairs. Sasuke sighed and opened the door. Yo, Tenten. Tenten's expression was guarded. Yo, yo, roughly means, hey, in Japanese. She waved a hand towards a chair near her bed. Have a seat. The two were silent for a while before either of them spoke. Tenten accepted the silence as Sasuke working up the nerve to speak, although waiting was driving her nuts. It wasn't you, Sasuke said finally. Huh. I wasn't avoiding you because of anything you did. I had something I needed to work out, Sasuke continued. Tenten folded her arms, making her bear a striking resemblance to her mother, and making Sasuke all the more nervous. What was it then? I can't tell you. It's complicated, Sasuke said as he studied the back of his hand. Tenten frowned and sighed. Well then I guess you really didn't want to apologize then, she said angrily. Damn it. Why do women have to be so complicated? Sasuke thought in frustration. Please, he pleaded. Telling you would make things more complicated than they need to be. Tenten's frown deepened and her body slumped a bit as she thought. She was still upset at him, but if she didn't forgive him then she would be losing one of her best friends. Her need for his friendship won the emotional battle. Will this ever happen again? No, I promise, Sasuke replied quickly. His eyes were filled with regret for the trouble he had caused. Will you tell me someday? Sasuke looked away for a moment before meeting her gaze again. Maybe. It depends on what happens in the future. Okay, I forgive you then, Tenten said as her expression relaxed a bit. Relief flooded Sasuke's features and he bowed to her. Arigato. But you gotta go now. It's almost lunchtime. Sasuke smiled a little. Okay. He got up to leave and paused at the door. I'll see you later then, he asked hopefully. Tenten nodded and a smile began to tug at the corners of her lips. You got it. I'll see you later, Hina-chan, Naruto said before giving her a goodbye kiss. Neji walked up to the couple before Hinata could respond. Naruto. Hiyashi-sama would like you to join him for lunch. Naruto immediately looked like a rabbit caught in a trap. Are you sure? 'Cause last I checked I wasn't the type to be invited to fancy dinners. It's not dinner, Naruto, it's lunch. All you have to do is practice a little decorum and you'll be fine. And just then the rabbit died of fright. Have you seen me eat? Naruto said in an effort to make Neji see reason. Hinata quickly intervened. You should be happy. Inviting you to lunch means father has accepted you, she said happily. Naruto's expression didn't improve much. Yeah, that, or he wants an opportunity to see me screw up. Hinata gave his arm a comforting squeeze. It'll be alright, she said with a bright smile. Naruto sighed. Okay, but just remember, you're the one that talked me into this. Hinata smiled, but underneath it her stomach was a bundle of nerves. Tsunade looked over the team data for those that would be attending the Chunin exam. She was looking for a replacement to complete Shikamaru's old team since he could not enter the exam with them. Why did their graduating class have to be so even in number? Just then Nabiki came in with a sheet of paper in her hand. Good news, Hokage-sama. The case cage has agreed to let her on the team, she announced cheerfully. Tsunade slumped in relief. Oh, thank Kami-sama. At least that's one less headache I have to deal with, she said as she closed the roster, then looked at the clock and frowned. Do you know where my son is? Nabiki gave the Godime a knowing smile. Last I heard he was at Hinata's house. Hinata released Naruto's hand just before they entered the room. Guests were meant to enter single file. You'll be fine. Just do what I told you, she whispered. Naruto nodded and walked in, praying to God he wouldn't screw up. Hiyashi was seated at the head of the low table and places had been set for 4 others. Greetings, Naruto. Naruto gulped and bowed low. Konnichiwa, Hiyashi-sama. It is a great honor to be invited to your table. Hiyashi raised an eyebrow but smiled. You are welcome. Please, be seated, he said as he waved a hand at the cushion closest to him on the right. Naruto inclined his head in a polite nod and took his seat. Hinata, Neji and Hanabi all walked into the room one at a time and sat down. Hinata sat across from Naruto, Neji sat next to him and Hanabi sat next to her sister. The group sat in polite silence for a short while until a woman arrived with their food. As she put down the plate in front of Naruto he almost told the woman he wasn't fond of squid but Hinata's voice in his mind stopped him. No matter what they put in front of you, accept it graciously. He nearly jumped for joy when onigiri and rice balls were also given to him. Hinata tells me your class will be attending the Chunin exam this year, Hiyashi said as he picked up a piece of squid with his chopsticks. Naruto looked up, his heart racing with panic. He hadn't thought to wait and see if anyone was going to speak to him and already had his mouth full of onigiri. Hinata winced and glanced nervously back and forth between her father and her boyfriend. Hiyashi tapped his fingers as he waited for Naruto to finish chewing. Naruto finally swallowed. Gomen. Hiyashi cleared his throat. Naruto-san, in the future you would do well to remember that the head of the table takes the first bite. Gomen. I didn't mean to be rude, Naruto said nervously. Hiyashi sighed. At any rate, I would like you to answer my question now. Naruto tried his best to look confident. Yeah, I plan to make Chunin this time. I've been training hard. I should hope so, seeing as how I hear your mother has been training you in the duties of a Hokage. Yes, sir. Hiyashi looked at Naruto's food with raised eyebrows. Is something wrong with your meal? He asked in regards to the fact that Naruto hadn't touched his food since his first bite. No, sir. I just wasn't sure when I could eat, Naruto answered with an apologetic wince. You can eat any time now, Naruto-kun, Hinata answered with a gentle smile. I invited you to lunch for 2 reasons. 1, I need to speak to you about a few things, and 2, your mother wants me to teach you proper manners. He noticed Naruto's eyes go wide but continued. Now, since I only have time for the first item, I have decided Hinata will assist you on the second. Although the fact that Hinata would be his manners teacher made him feel volumes better than he had a moment ago, he was still worried. So, what do you need to know? That will be left for when we can speak in private. For now, let us enjoy our meal, Hiyashi said with a polite smile. Naruto went back to eating and was done with his onigiri in relatively short order. The last thing on his plate was the squid. He desperately looked over the table, trying to find something to add to the squid to make it more edible. He spotted a plate of butter in front of Hinata, and reached across the table to get it. Hanabi's hand immediately made contact with her forehead and Hiyashi's eye twitched. Neji elbowed Naruto. You don't reach across the table. You ask someone to pass the butter to you, he whispered harshly. Naruto's hand stopped just before reaching the butter and he settled back down into a sitting position, his cheeks pink with embarrassment. Gomen. Hina-chan, can you pass me the butter please? Hi, Naruto-kun, Hinata answered. She picked up the butter and handed it to him. Hiyashi sighed heavily. I see why your manners are such a priority to your mother, he said with a slight glare. Naruto's stomach was doing backflips as he waited for the others to finish leaving the room. Hinata gave him an encouraging smile as she left, but it did little to calm his nerves. I have noticed your relationship with Hinata intensifying in the last few months, Hiyashi said with an even tone. Naruto swallowed and nodded. He managed to retain his composure, but truthfully he was terrified that he might have done something wrong and he would no longer be able to date Hinata. You know she will be of legal age in just a little over a year. Naruto's heart pounded louder. Yes, sir, he replied nervously. I would like to know what your plans are for your relationship should it continue after that point, Hiyashi asked bluntly. Naruto's eyes widened to full capacity. That is I. Well, it would seem that I need to be more direct. Do you intend to marry my daughter? Naruto couldn't believe Hiyashi was asking that kind of a question to a boy who was just under 15 years old. Both his surprise and fear of rejection kept him silent. He felt like his lungs were being crushed to death by his own ribcage. Hiyashi frowned when he did not receive an answer. Young man, I will not have Hinata devote her time to a relationship that will not end with marriage. Now, I ask you again, do you plan to marry her? Naruto finally managed to will his mouth to work. Yes, sir, I do, he said firmly, although the fear in his eyes was evident. Hiyashi nodded in approval. Very well. He took up a kanji brush, dipped it in the ink bottle on the table in front of him and hovered it over a piece of parchment. Please choose a date after her 16th birthday and I will have the betrothal papers drawn up. Naruto's eyes bulged. But. Hiyashi looked annoyed that he was being made to wait. Well. Naruto's mind was racing. What if I say no? Will he make me break up with her? Even though he knew the whole thing was insane, he answered the only way Hiyashi wanted him to. May 18th. Hiyashi looked at Naruto for a moment, seemingly stunned. You're serious, aren't you? Naruto gave him a shaky nod. Hiyashi smiled and put down the brush. You can relax. I was only testing you. Naruto's jaw dropped. Was he serious? What? You had better be a good husband to her. Now Naruto's voice changed to hope. What? When you are old enough to ask her, you have my blessing, Hiyashi replied. Naruto's face broke out into a large smile and he bowed low. Arigato gozaimasu. You are a fine young man, Naruto. I'm sorry I ever doubted the fact of it. Hiyashi's face changed to a smirk. Now we just have to shape your manners a bit so that you can fit into polite society. I'll try, but I can't make any promises, Naruto replied with a wince. Hiyashi chuckled. At least you are willing to try. You may rejoin Hinata now. Arigato, sir. Naruto stood, bowed once more, and left. Once Naruto was gone, Hiyashi shook his head and sighed. That boy is lucky the documents office is closed on Sundays or I might have made him go through with it, he said with a light chuckle. And with that, he also left the room, secure in the knowledge that his daughter would be happy. Chapter 29. Naruto was belly flopped on his bed, while blue curtains floated lazily on the breeze that wafted into his room through the open window. It had been 3 days since he'd had lunch with the Hyugas, but he was starting to wonder if the butterflies in his stomach were planning on settling down and starting a family. They just would not go away. He couldn't stop thinking about what could have happened. He was terrified that Hiyashi still might force the issue and make them get married right after they were of legal age. He did plan to marry Hinata, but there was no way in hell he felt he would be ready till he was 18 at least. There was also the fact that he wanted to propose to Hinata properly, not have everything planned by her father. A knock at the door chased away his thoughts and he rolled his head towards it. Yeah. Can I come in? Asked Sakura's voice. Sure. Naruto sat up as Sakura entered the room. It's time for practice, she said with a smile. Okay, Naruto said as he got up and grabbed his equipment pouch. He paused in the middle of adding some extra shuriken and sighed. Sakura-chan, do you think you're gonna marry Fuzzy Brows? Sakura's cheeks turned 9 levels of pink. I don't know, she stuttered in embarrassment. I mean, we're a little young to be seriously thinking about that. I'm gonna marry Hinata, Naruto said seriously as he sat on the floor next to his bag. Sakura's eyes flashed wide. You proposed? She asked, the pitch of her voice rising several octaves. Naruto's expression became mortified. No, oh, he said hurriedly. He paused for a moment and then sighed. I just meant that I plan to ask her someday. Sakura raised her eyebrows and sat down next to her friend. When did you decide this? Naruto smiled slightly. At Kakashi and Tomoyo-san's wedding. Now it was Sakura's turn to smile. Well, I hope it happens, cause you two are great together. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Sakura-chan, he said, his nerves calming a little. We better get going. Kakashi might actually show up on time for a change. Both of them laughed and they stood up. Sakura opened the door but paused mid-step. By the way, what brought that up? Naruto's eyes widened and he suddenly felt the need to be out of the room. We're gonna be late. Race ya, he said just before bolting down the hall so fast all Sakura saw was a blue and green blur. Sakura stood there for a moment in confusion. What was that all about? Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke sat in the middle of the training field. Every once in a while they would glare at the empty road, sigh, and return to doing nothing. Finally Sakura looked towards the boys. I've been meaning to ask you too, when did you come up with that new jutsu? Naruto lazily lolled his head to one side. Not long after Tomoyo-san showed me the Namikaze complex. Sasuke cut in. I thought he was nuts, but we pulled it off. And it only took 2 weeks. Sakura's eyes widened. You created and perfected something like that in 2 weeks. But it's such a dangerous jutsu. Naruto chuckled. And we nearly killed ourselves a couple times practicing too. Sakura's expression became incredulous as Sasuke snickered at Naruto's remark. I don't find the two of you nearly dying from creating a new jutsu without supervision funny. She said, raising her voice slightly as she got to her feet. Naruto stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Sakura-chan, we're fine. Coming up with new jutsu is risky, but it kinda comes with being a ninja. Sakura shoved his hand away. And stupidity comes with being you, apparently. She snapped. Sasuke frowned and jumped to his feet as well. Will you calm down? Kakashi came strolling toward them and Sakura rounded on him. Did they tell you what they did? She demanded. Kakashi just blinked for a moment. Huh? Sakura pointed an accusing finger at her teammates. They pushed themselves to finish that new jutsu in only 2 weeks. Kakashi lowered his book to his hip. You did that in only 2 weeks. I'm impressed. Now Sakura was furious. You're supposed to be their mentor. Don't be impressed. Tell them what they did was wrong. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom simply shrugged. Well, I admit they should have had a Junin supervisor, but I'm not going to scold them for being successful at something like this. Especially when most genin couldn't even pull off the jutsu they combined to create the new one. Ugh, GGH. Sakura screamed. She then smacked both Naruto and Sasuke upside their heads before storming off down the road. The boys looked at each other for a moment. This is one of those times I really feel bad for Lee, Sasuke remarked. Naruto and Kakashi nodded in agreement and the three began their practice. HMPF. Deidara already had his shot, Kisame remarked in an irritated voice. True, but Toby is the only one who can believably portray a genin. The rest of you are too mature, Pain replied. And naturally Deidara has to go along seeing as how he's the only one who can get this idiot, he said pointing at Toby, to focus on something for more than 30 seconds. The pout was detectable in Toba's voice. I'm not an idiot. Toby is a good boy. A collective sigh arose from the other Akatsuki and Pain cleared his throat. Toby, I need to know that you will take this mission seriously. Toby promptly saluted. Osu. Pain sighed. Deidara, he's in your hands. NHM, Deidara confirmed. Really? Tenten squealed excitedly. Tsunade squinted in pain and rubbed at her left ear. Must you do that? Tenten smiled sheepishly. Gomen, Tsunade-sama. And yes, really, Tsunade said with a smile. Now that Naruto is handling some of my less important paperwork I have enough time. But since I'm still training Sakura I can only work with you once a week. Tenten bowed. I'm grateful for any amount of time. Arigato. Tsunade grinned. You're welcome. Now I need to get back to work. Hi. See you Friday, Tenten said. She then turned around and walked out of the office. Naruto's pen snaked backwards as he finished off the last part of the kanji for his mother's name. He put the pen back in its holder and let out a long sigh. Done. He paused. Tell me again why we can't use cage buncheons to speed up the work. He asked as put both arms above his head and cracked his knuckles. Because Konoha doesn't need its cage unable to fight during a time of crisis because of chakra exhaustion, Tsunade said in an exasperated tone. Oh come on. I have more than enough chakra to create 1 or 2 and still be fine if something happens, Naruto countered as he sat straighter. Tsunade frowned. Be that as it may, you need to learn that being Hokage doesn't mean making shortcuts regarding important papers. Naruto folded his arms, leaned back, and smirked. I think you're just jealous that you don't have enough chakra to make that kind of shortcut. Tsunade's eye twitched. Damn it. She stabbed a finger toward the door. Out. Before I make you do the Chunin stack too. Naruto laughed and poofed out of the room. Tsunade rolled her eyes. One of these days I'm going to forget that I don't want to kill him. She sighed heavily and sat back down to her stack of papers. Naruto had a spring in his step as he walked toward the Hyuga complex. Granted, he was on his way to start his training in manners, but since his teacher was Hinata he really didn't mind so much. He noticed Tenten and Sasuke sitting on a bench by the side of the road, talking about something. He knew it was sort of rude, but Sakura had told him Sasuke was going to apologize to Tenten and he was curious to see how things had gone. He masked his chakra and found a place to hide behind the trunk of an extremely large tree, then he made a cage bunchen and turned it into a chipmunk. You know what to do, he said with a grin. The chipmunk winked at him and scurried off towards Sasuke and Tenten. Neji was walking home when he noticed Naruto crouched in a tree. The blonde ninja was obviously watching something so Neji followed his gaze and saw the two on the bench. He frowned. What is he up to now? Naruto didn't budge from his perch when Neji landed behind him on the branch. He simply turned a little bit and shushed him. Neji glared. What do you think you are doing? Naruto sighed a little and rolled his eyes. Spying on them, obviously. Neji was growing impatient. Why? Sakura told me Sasuke apologized. I want to know if she forgave him. Now, shush, Naruto whispered sharply. Neji's frown increased but he remained silent. Truthfully, he was curious about the situation in its entirety. The chipmunk clone sat down next to one of the legs of the bench and listened. It's only 1 day a week, Tenten said excitedly, but I still get to learn katana techniques from my idol. Sasuke cocked his head to one side. I'm happy for you, but don't you already know how to use a sword? A little, but I've mostly focused my training on throwing weapons, boss and nunchucks, Tenten replied, gesturing to demonstrate the movement of each weapon. Oh. I wish I could have seen your new combo jutsu with Naruto. Sakura said it was amazing. The blush on Sasuke's face was barely noticeable. Well, it still needs a little refining, he said, looking down a bit and scratching the side of his cheek. Neji frowned as he watched the exchange. He didn't like the situation one bit. Sasuke stopped in the middle of a sentence and looked down. That chipmunk had been there an awfully long time and hadn't been spooked by any of Tenten's excited outbursts. He frowned in thought. Tenten, curious as to what her friend was staring at, looked down. Ah, it's so cute, she crooned. Suddenly Sasuke stomped down on the chipmunk. Tenten's eyes widened in horror. Sasuke. But her outrage was interrupted by a familiar sound and a small puff of smoke. Sasuke smirked in satisfaction. I thought so. He began looking around. Naruto, come out. I know that chipmunk was yours. Crap, Naruto hissed. He jumped off the tree and darted away into the forest. Neji was still curious about what had gone on and followed. Naruto came to a stop after running for about 10 minutes. Phew, that was too close. Neji frowned. So what were they talking about? He asked in the most casual voice he could muster. Not much. Just that Tenten's gonna train with my mom and some boring stuff. He should just tell her he likes her and get it over with. He's such a wuss, Naruto replied with a smirk. Neji looked at him with wide eyes. Sasuke likes Tenten. Does she have feelings for him as well? Naruto looked confused for a second at the oddness of the question but it didn't last long. Dunno. Probably, he said with a shrug. Neji's frown returned. I have to go. I'll see you later. And with that, he walked away. Now Naruto frowned. What the? Naruto arrived at the Hyuga complex and was met by Hinata at the front gate. He kissed her and stood straight again. Sorry I'm late, Hina-chan. I got distracted, he said with a sheepish smile. That's okay, Naruto-kun. I wasn't waiting long, Hinata said with a smile. Naruto followed her into the complex, wondering what exactly he'd be learning. He wasn't the best at manners, but since he had to learn it to be Hokage he was going to do his best. Hinata walked into the dining room. We'll practice in here. Father assured me we won't be interrupted. She sat down on one of the soft pillows on the floor and Naruto followed suit. So what's first? Naruto asked cheerfully. Neji felt sick to his stomach as he watched Sasuke smile and wave to Tenten before walking away from her house. As soon as he was sure Sasuke was out of sight he walked over to Tenten, who was in the process of retrieving the mail. Tenten looked up and smiled when she saw Neji. Yo, Neji-kun, she said cheerfully. Neji managed to smile slightly through the emotions boiling just under the surface of his skin.
Tenten-san, I need to speak to you in private. Tenten's smile dropped a bit. Is something wrong? She asked as she came down from the short set of stairs connected to the front of her house. I'm not sure, Neji admitted. Tenten frowned. We can talk in the backyard. She began walking. Come on. Neji nodded and followed her. As Sasuke got further away from Tenten's house, he began to get a nagging feeling he was forgetting something. Crap, my mission report. And with that thought he turned and headed back the way he'd come from. Tenten and Neji stood on one side of her backyard, under a large tree. So, what's up? Tenten asked. Neji took a long breath. I need to talk to you about Sasuke. Tenten's expression became confused. About Sasuke-kun. What are your intentions toward him? Neji asked seriously. Tenten blinked rapidly. My intentions. Neji sighed. Do you look at him in a romantic fashion? Tenten's eyes widened and settled back down. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Well, I don't know. Maybe, a little. But, she turned away from Neji. But, Neji urged her on. Tenten folded her arms and sighed heavily. I don't think he likes me that way. He's not someone who really wants that kind of relationship with anyone, she said sadly. Neji, feeling hope well up inside of him, put his hands on her shoulders and gently turned her around. Then, would you consider me? Tenten's face shot upwards and she looked at him with disbelief. You. I've cared for you for a long time and was waiting for the right time to say something. But, when I saw you with Sasuke this afternoon I thought I might have lost my chance. Neji looked into Tenten's eyes, trying to gauge her reaction to what he was saying. I didn't want that to happen, so I came here to tell you. I love you. Without another word he pressed his lips to hers. Due to the combination of suddenly being told she was loved by Neji and, just as suddenly, being kissed by him, all she could do was just stand there with her eyes wide and her body frozen in shock. That was when Sasuke entered the yard. As the sight of Tenten being kissed by Neji, an unknown fury built up inside Uchiha Sasuke. Having never experienced such an emotion put him at a loss as to what he was supposed to do with it, so he acted on the first thought that popped up through the angry haze clouding his mind. He ran to Neji, pulled him away from Tenten and punched him in the face, sending him falling to the ground. He stood in the final pose left after he'd punched Neji, breathing heavily through his teeth and shaking with anger. Tenten's stunned state had increased for a moment, but she quickly regained control of her faculties. What the hell is going on here? Neji wiped the blood from his nose and slowly stood up. I would like to know also, he said in a dangerous tone. Tenten rounded on him, eyes blazing. You shut up. You're not innocent here either. Neji looked confused. I don't understand. What did I do wrong? You kissed me without even asking me if I liked you first. Tenten retorted angrily. She turned to Sasuke. And you, what the hell did you punch him for? At that moment Sasuke seemed to wake from the rage that had spurred his actions. He looked at his closed fist in confusion and mild panic. In a flash of realization he knew exactly why he had done it, and it terrified him. He did the only thing he could think of, he ran. Sasuke. Tenten called after him. She sighed in frustration and turned back to Neji, who looked like a kicked puppy. She felt terrible. The idea of breaking the heart of one of her oldest friends made her want to cry, but there was no way to change this. Neji, I'm sorry. I just don't feel that way about you. I used to have a crush on you, but that was a couple of years ago. Neji squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head to one side. I understand. I'm sorry for kissing you. I know why you did, so I forgive you, Tenten replied, her eyes misting over a bit. Neji wanted to tear his heart out of his chest, but he knew it would be a futile gesture because every part of his body ached with the pain of being rejected by the girl he loved. I hope you won't find this rude, but I need to leave now, he said quietly. Tenten nodded. I understand. As Neji reached the edge of the yard she called to him. Neji-kun, please don't stop being my friend, she pleaded as a single tear rolled down her cheek. Neji didn't turn around, but he did stop for a moment to give her a reassuring nod before disappearing around the edge of the fence. Tenten didn't know what to do. She wanted to go after Sasuke and talk to him about what had happened, but she also desperately wanted to curl into a ball and wish this all away. She chose the second option and half sat, half fell to the soft grass, buried her face in her arms and prayed things would be easier in the morning. Chapter 30. Tenten's stomach felt sick as she walked through the dimly lit streets. She wanted to go home, crawl under the covers and forget that night ever happened, but something pushed her to continue her search. She just couldn't rest until she made sure things would be okay. Hey, Tenten, you looking for my idiot brother? Naruto said as he stepped out from under the fabric entryway of Ichiraku. Tenten was surprised by the question. How did he know? Yeah, she answered wearily.
I saw him run by here about 15 minutes ago. I figured since you look upset you were probably looking for him. Tenten managed a barely perceptible smile. Thanks, Naruto. She gave a quick, mild bow and ran off in the direction Naruto had indicated. Naruto watched her go for a moment. Good luck, Tenten. Sasuke paced in front of the pond, the grass underneath his feet becoming increasingly flat. What have I done? Our friendship just got back on its feet and now this. He kicked a rock into the water and slumped down on the ground as he watched the ripples stretch out from the point of impact. He laced his fingers into his hair and used it as a brace for gripping his head in frustration. I'm not ready for this, he said through gritted teeth. Sasuke-kun. The tightness in Sasuke's chest increased when he recognized Tenten's voice. Please go away, he asked softly without looking at her. I was gonna just sit on my lawn all night, but these feelings I have wouldn't let me. I have to know. Tenten took a tentative step forward. What happened back there? I can't deal with this right now, Tenten, Sasuke said tersely. Tenten felt a little anger crop up. You can't just punch Neji for no reason and then not explain yourself. Sasuke stood up quickly and turned to face her. Look, I don't know the answer either, so just go home, he said, jabbing a finger in the general direction of Tenten's house. Tenten couldn't explain why, but she knew he was lying. Not only that, but he was desperate for her to not find out the truth. Not until you tell me why you punched Neji, she repeated, her voice rising in pitch. The panic growing in his mind over the idea that he might have to explain himself evoked a fight-or-flight response in Sasuke. Unfortunately, his subconscious chose fight. Damn it, Tenten, stop being such a pain in the ass. He raged, but the instant the words came out of his mouth he knew he'd made a huge mistake. The look on her face was a mixture of shock and pain. Tears welled up in her eyes and his heart sank. Tenten, he said, reaching out a hand toward her shoulder. Tenten's lower lip quivered a bit as she pressed her mouth closed. Even though tears had begun to make their way down her cheeks, her expression was angry. She sniffed loudly. Fine, you won't have to worry about it anymore because you'll never see me again. She turned on her heel and began to march stiffly away. Sasuke's hands balled into frustrated fists. He didn't want to say it, but he also didn't want to lose her friendship again. I was jealous. Tenten stopped dead in her tracks. Had she really heard that? Her feet seemed cemented in place, not allowing her to keep marching or to go back to Sasuke. He was waiting for a response, any kind of response. Sasuke's stomach was churning so badly that he almost didn't care if she just continued walking. At least then the wait would be over and he would be out of agony. Finally, Tenten slowly turned around. What? She asked softly and in disbelief. Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut, as if replying to her question was painful. I was jealous, but I didn't know it, till you asked me why I hit him. It was complete impulse. I had no control. Tenten walked closer to him slowly, carefully, and looked him in the eyes. Do you mean that? Sasuke stared at her. Yeah, he swallowed the lump in his throat. I started to see you that way, during the wedding. That's why. He sighed. That's why I avoided you for so long. Because as long as Itachi was alive, being involved with anyone was a bad idea. I didn't want you to get hurt. Explaining everything was getting easier, as if it had lifted a weight from his chest. Tenten stood perfectly still for a moment. Truthfully, this was what she was hoping was the reason for Neji getting punched, and to hear it be a reality stunned her. And, now? She asked hopefully. A soft wind blew Sasuke's hair around a bit. I don't know. I'm confused. I wasn't looking for this, he nearly whispered. Tenten swallowed. I wasn't either. I mean, I always thought you were handsome, but I didn't plan to start liking you. Sasuke's eyes widened for a second as the implication of what she had said sank in. He sighed heavily. Me either. Tenten's expression became apologetic. I gotta get back. I was supposed to have dinner half an hour ago. Sasuke nodded. See you tomorrow then. Tenten nodded as well and shot upwards into the trees. Sasuke stood in silence for a bit and then started walking home. He could have taken the high route like Tenten but decided that walking would allow him to think about the night's events more easily. The wind rustled through the trees, eventually tousling the golden locks of a hidden witness to the scene below. Naruto smiled warmly from his perch high in the trees and silently leapt away. The next day Tsunade walked toward the Hokage tower with a rather large man at her side. He wore an ornate kimono, had a full beard and his hair was in a topknot. The gold pin that held his hair in place glinted in the early evening sun. So, Daimyo-sama, you still haven't told me why you've decided to grace us with your presence, Tsunade said pleasantly with a warm smile. The daimyo smiled. I came to see how your resident Jinchuriki is doing. Tsunade's smile faltered a bit. Is something wrong? No. But I've heard from various sources of his marvelous new chakra and wanted to see it for myself, the daimyo replied cheerfully. Tsunade relaxed a little. Oh, but you do know he's no longer a Jinchuriki, correct? The daimyo winced slightly. My apologies. It was a slip of the tongue. Tsunade's smile returned. No problem. She looked up at the clock on the tower. It's almost 5, so he's most likely still working. He's on a mission, the daimyo asked as he let himself into the building. No, he's doing paperwork in my office. They began to climb the stairs. Paperwork? You mean your paperwork? Tsunade chirped in a sing-song manner. She noticed his look of concern. Don't worry, he's not doing any of the important papers, only deciding the rank D missions. As they reached the reception area, the daimyo frowned. Tsunade-sama, I do not think it appropriate to allow your son to do any part of your Hokage duties. Nabiki looked up from her writing and smiled. Konbanwa, Hokage-sama. Tsunade held up a finger. My apologies, daimyo-sama, I'll be just a moment. She turned to the chunin at the desk. Konbanwa, Nabiki. Any messages for me? Nabiki shook her head. Nope, it's been pretty quiet. Daimyo-sama, this is Sakino Nabiki. She's one of our chunins, Tsunade explained. The daimyo inclined his head. A pleasure to meet you, Sakino-san. AP pleasure to meet you as well, daimyo-sama, Nabiki said with a low bow. Tsunade smiled. This way please, daimyo-sama. A moment, Tsunade-sama. You have not responded to what I said, the daimyo said. I want to know why your son is doing your work. Tsunade sighed. Apparently her diversionary introduction had not worked. I am training him in the duties of a Hokage. The daimyo instantly looked concerned. I was not informed you had chosen a successor. Do the elders know of this? It's not really that I've officially chosen him yet. But I do think he has the potential, and although he's very strong, he needs to learn that it's a hard job off the battlefield as well. Yes, that's true. However, if you wish to continue this training, then you will inform the elders immediately. I am also concerned that you may wish to mold him into Hokage material simply because he is your son. Tsunade shook her head. Of course not, daimyo-sama. I would never be that irresponsible with the future of the village. She paused for a moment in case he wanted to say something. Let's go meet him. I'm certain once you know him you will see why I think he's right for the job, she insisted with a hopeful smile. The daimyo sighed. All right. Tsunade opened the door and was relieved to see Naruto still hard at work. Naruto looked up from the small stack of papers he had left to go through. Yo, Ka-san, he said with a smile. The daimyo cocked an eyebrow at Naruto's casual demeanor. Naruto, this is the daimyo of the Fire Country. He's come to meet you, Tsunade said while giving her son a look that she hoped said, for the love of God mind your manners. Naruto's eyes widened and he immediately got to his feet and bowed as low as humanly possible. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, daimyo-sama. Tsunade's eyes widened considerably. Wow, those lessons with Hinata are really paying off. The daimyo's expression became extremely pleasant and he bowed in kind. A pleasure to meet you as well, Uzumaki-san. Arigato, daimyo-sama. And if it pleases you, you may call me Naruto, Naruto said as he rose from his bow. I thank you for the gesture, Naruto-kun, the daimyo replied. Tsunade moved a soft office chair nearer to her desk. Please, have a seat, daimyo-sama, she offered, waving her hand at the chair. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, the daimyo replied cordially as he took his seat. Tsunade moved to her chair behind her desk and Naruto sat in a small wooden chair next to her. I've been meaning to ask you, daimyo-sama, why is Gansho under mayoral leadership? I thought you ruled the capital city directly. Tsunade said. The daimyo chuckled. She's certainly as bold as ever. You're not the only one guilty of giving some of your work to a subordinate. It gives me more time to deal with the larger concerns that come my way. It is also an experiment of sorts. An experiment? Naruto asked. Indeed, I've heard of several practices from Western countries and was curious to see them up close. So far it seems to be working well and I haven't given up any of my power. He is, after all, under my command, the daimyo said with a smirk. Naruto decided he liked this person. He could tell the daimyo had a mischievous streak. So, Naruto-kun, tell me about this marvelous new chakra of yours, the daimyo requested cheerfully. Naruto looked at his mother. She nodded so he answered the request. It's the combination of chakra from all the major chakra groups. It was forcefully given to me by Orochimaru. I have been working on learning to use it well, but sometimes it's difficult to control. The daimyo nodded in understanding. May I see it? Naruto gave a quick bow. Of course, daimyo-sama. He molded chakra to a relatively safe level for indoors. The daimyo stared in awe. Amazing, he commented. You may stop now. He turned to Tsunade. What is his raw power level? Tsunade sighed. Truthfully, she looked at her son. He has the most powerful chakra I've ever seen. Of course, learning to use it to the full extent of that power has proven to be quite a challenge. The daimyo curled his hand to his chin in thought. How exactly did Orochimaru give him this new chakra? Tsunade could practically see the wheels spinning in the daimyo's head. Daimyo-sama, the Niji chakra should not be created again, ever. The daimyo looked surprised. He hadn't expected her to know what he was thinking. Tsunade-sama, think about what this could mean for the Fire Country. If all of our shinobi had that kind of power, we would never again need fear attack from other villages, he said with some excitement to his voice. It would also mean the deaths of hundreds of summon animals, Tsunade said gravely. The daimyo was taken aback. Come again. Tsunade closed her eyes and looked down, as if to give respect for the fallen. The only way to give someone Niji chakra is to completely drain the chakra from one of each of the summon animal groups. It kills them and, according to Naruto, they suffer terrible pain during the process. The daimyo's expression became ashamed. I had no idea, he said quietly. Please forgive me, Tsunade-sama, he requested with a bow. It's alright. I actually anticipated someone would want to duplicate the Niji chakra, so I wasn't really surprised, Tsunade said with a light chuckle. Yes, I suppose it was inevitable. Besides, Tsunade said, there's always a chance it could pass down to his children as a kekai genkai. The daimyo seemed to find this idea satisfying. He then got an amused look on his face. So, are there any good candidates for his future spouse? Tsunade giggled, instantly understanding the daimyo's game. Actually, he already has a girlfriend. Naruto just sat there, his mouth hanging open with an incredulous look on his face. Well then, I trust you to make sure they are married as soon as they are legal, the daimyo said, trying his best not to burst out laughing. Quite the feat, considering the look on Naruto's face was most comical. Nani? Naruto said, his eyes wide and his voice full of panic. Tsunade and the daimyo chuckled. Calm down, brat. We were kidding, Tsunade explained. Naruto shot his mother a withering glare. The daimyo smiled. My apologies, Naruto-kun, but may I speak to your mother alone for a moment? Naruto frowned but managed to call on Hinata's teachings. He stood and bowed. Of course, daimyo-sama. He then left the room without a word. He's certainly not what I expected considering the stories I've heard, the daimyo commented once the door had shut. Tsunade smiled. Well, he's been receiving training in more than just paperwork, she said with a laugh. Quite an interesting young man. The daimyo cleared his throat. I have decided I will base my decision on his performance in the Chunin exams. If he receives the rank of Chunin, I will allow you to continue his training. If not, then I would like you to begin looking at other candidates, Hitaki Kakashi, for instance. Tsunade frowned a bit but nodded anyway. Will you be at the exams then? Hi, I've missed it too many years in a row. Not to mention that I'm curious to see the only holder of Niji chakra in action, the daimyo replied with a smile. Would you like a tour of Konoha? The daimyo shook his head. Unfortunately not today, I have too much work. Tsunade laughed. I know the feeling. The daimyo rose from his seat. Well then, I will see you October 1st, he said with a short bow. Tsunade bowed in kind. I look forward to it. Naruto sat alone on the dragon fountain in the Namikaze complex. Ever since the conversation with the daimyo an hour ago, he'd been having trouble getting the screams of the summoned animals who died for his new chakra out of his head. During the process of cleaning out the complex, he and Sasuke had gotten the fountain working. It bubbled along merrily, unaware of the anguish of the boy who sat on its edge. The loudest scream in his head was, of course, that of Gamakichi. He wished so badly that he could have saved the young frog. They hadn't always gotten along, but he had considered him a friend. Naruto sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Hey, Tomoyo-san. Hey, Naruto-kun, Tomoyo said as she sat down. She cocked her head to one side. Something wrong. Naruto sighed. Just, old regrets. Tomoyo seemed to understand and didn't carry the matter further. She held up a leather-bound book. I brought the pictures from me and Kakashi-kun's honeymoon. Wanna see? Naruto smiled a little. Okay, but only the parts that won't scar me for life. Tomoyo giggled and opened the book to the first page. Choji and Ino sat in Tsunade's office, waiting for her to finish pulling a file from her cabinet. She retook her seat and opened the manila folder. Seeing as how your team is a man short for the Chunin exams, I've decided to supplement said team with a genin from Suna. Her teammates have also been promoted, so the timing is perfect. Who is she? Ino asked. Her name is Yoshida now. She fought alongside us when Suna was attacked. I think she'll make a good addition to your team, Tsunade answered. Tsunade handed Ino the folder. Ino opened it to see a smiling girl with forest green hair and brown eyes. She looks familiar, but I can't place her. Well, you'll have plenty of time to remember, she'll be arriving tomorrow evening, Tsunade said with a smile. Why is she coming here? Choji asked. Ino rolled her eyes. Obviously so we can have time to practice with her. Baka, she said as she smacked Choji's shoulder. She should be at the gates around 6 p.m. Don't be late, Tsunade instructed. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Ino replied. She and Choji then left the room. Naruto stood up from looking at Tomoyo's photo album and yawned. It's getting kinda late. I need to get something to eat, he said as stretched his arms above his head. No problem, Tomoyo answered. Kakashi-kun rented us a movie to watch tonight, she said with a dreamy smile. Naruto looked a little green. I don't wanna know, he said. Hey, I was wondering if you were busy Saturday. Tomoyo thought for a moment. Not unless I get a mission between now and then. Why? I wanna finish this place up. For some reason it just really bugs me seeing it still so broken, Naruto explained as his gaze moved around the complex. Tomoyo smiled. No problem. And I'll make sure Kakashi-kun goes too. Thanks, Tomoyo-san, Naruto said happily. Anything for my little cousin, Tomoyo replied with a hug. Naruto waved to Tomoyo as she walked away. Yeah, he then headed for home. Yoshida now lay on her back in her sleeping bag with her arms folded under her head. Her sensei snored loudly a few feet away as she stared at the occasionally blinking stars overhead. I can't wait to see Kiba again. She smiled widely, then rolled over and tried to get some sleep. Chapter 31. Sasuke lazily swirled the coffee in his cup around in a circle. He'd been dragging his feet all morning in fact. He was happy everything with Tenten was out in the open, but now he didn't really know how to continue. This was new territory for him and it made him uneasy. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Yeah. Naruto's voice came from the other side of the door. Come on, Tem. Kakashi was at the training field before you. Sasuke glanced up at the microwave clock. Crap. He guzzled what was left of his coffee, grabbed his equipment pouch and threw open the door. Why the hell didn't you come get me sooner? He scolded Naruto as he ran past. Naruto frowned. When the hell did I become your keeper? He ran after his brother. Oi, wait up, Tem. Kakashi and Sakura met Naruto and Sasuke halfway. Kakashi had on an odd smile that had taken Team 7 a while to get used to now that the mask was gone. Hey guys, the Hokage wants to see us. Team 7 walked into the office to find Ino and Choji already standing in front of Tsunade's desk. Tsunade took notice of the new arrivals. Ah, you're here. Good. She interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. We have a problem. A replacement is supposed to be coming for the open slot on Team 10, but I just received a report stating that they never reached the village they were supposed to be buying supplies at this morning. I need you 5 to go look for them. What about Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. Tsunade cleared her throat. Asuma is busy. She held up her hand to stop any further questions. I really can't say any more than that at this point. The matter is private. Ino and Choji exchanged looks but kept silent. You'll be leaving immediately, Tsunade said, handing Kakashi a sheet of paper. This has any instructions you'll need. Dismissed. An affirmative shout sounded from the group and they vanished from sight. As they ran out from the gates, Naruto's mind, oddly enough, wasn't on the mission. He kept thinking about what Tsunade had said the day before. There's always a chance it could pass down to his children as a Kekkei Genkai. He sighed. Could it be possible? Ino noticed Naruto was spacing out. Hey, Naruto. You okay? Naruto decided to ignore the fact that Ino asking about his welfare was very odd. Yeah, just thinking about stuff. Ino shrugged and continued leaping through the trees. Suddenly they heard an out-of-breath voice calling out to them. Wait. Naruto turned around to find Hinata leaping at full speed towards them. Hina-chan. The group stopped and let the Hyuga heiress catch up. Tsunade-sama told me to go with you so you had a team member with Byakugan, Hinata explained between breaths. Kakashi looked suspicious. Why weren't you at the meeting then? I was waiting for her for something else. When she came out of the office after you left she said it would be a good idea if I went with you. Kakashi sighed. Why can't Tsunade think of these things all at once? He cleared his throat. Alright, let's get going then. Hinata nodded and they set off in the direction of their intended location. Anything yet, Hina-chan? Naruto asked. Hinata frowned. No, she replied dismally. Suddenly her eyes widened and she pointed northwest. There. The team sped off in the direction indicated and when they were finally within the range of normal vision they looked to see a stretch of road underneath a high cliff. A section of the cliff had fallen away and lay in a pile of rubble. Ino's eyes went wide.
Are they under that mess, Hinata? Hinata nodded somberly and the team's collective spirits sank when they realized they were probably already too late. They landed next to the pile of huge rocks. It covered at least 80% of the passage width-wise and continued down the length of it for nearly 200 feet. They didn't have any time to escape, Kakashi thought sadly. Hinata, where exactly are they? Hinata pointed at a spot to her right. Here, about 8 feet in, near the bottom, she said with a wince. It looks like they're alive but one of them won't be for very long. His chakra system is starting to fail. Kakashi looked around the scene for a starting point to dig from. He needed to make sure that their actions would not cause the rocks to crush anyone who might have survived. Once he had picked a suitable spot he turned to Choji. Choji, we need your Baika no Jutsu to move the rocks. Naruto, can you summon Kazuhana? Naruto nodded and poked his thumb with his summoning ring. Kuchio's no Jutsu. A large puff of smoke later Kazuhana stood before the group, yawning and looking around in confusion. There didn't seem to be a battle going on. What's going on? Naruto spoke up as Choji activated his jutsu. We need you to help us move these rocks. There's some people trapped under there. Kazuhana's eyebrows went up. Of course, she quickly answered. Start here, you two, Kakashi said, referring to Kazuhana and Choji. As they moved the largest rocks the rest of the team busied themselves with the smaller ones and Hinata kept an enhanced eye on the life signs of the people they were trying to free. Now was starting to lose her battle with the rocks above her head. She had managed hold off getting crushed temporarily by making a dome of rock with an earth jutsu, but she wasn't very good at it yet and the weight of the ceiling was quickly exhausting her chakra reserves. She heard what sounded like voices outside her prison and looked down with hope at her sensei, whose head was bleeding quite profusely. Oh God, please don't let me be hallucinating. After a few minutes of digging Kazuhana pulled a rock away to reveal something that made her stop. Naruto-kun, the rock is different here. It's locked together. I think it's a jutsu. Alright everyone, Kakashi commanded. Concentrate your efforts here. He pointed to the area Kazuhana had indicated and the team went straight to work. It wasn't long before the area was clear enough that the pair they were trying to save would be safe without the dome. That should do it, Kakashi commented. If the ones in the rock can hear me, you can release the jutsu. It's safe now, he shouted to the dome. After a few seconds the dome receded back into the ground, revealing a man on the ground who was badly hurt and a girl who had dropped to her knees from exhaustion, arms hanging limply by her sides. Sakura went to work on the man immediately. He'll be okay. He has a concussion and a decent-sized gash but it's nothing I can't fix, she reported with a smile. Kakashi nodded toward Nao. And what about her? Nao shook her head when Sakura tried to check her over. I'm fine. Just tired, is all, she said in between breaths. Kakashi smiled. It's good to see that you're alright. The Hokage was rather concerned when you never arrived at the supply point. I don't know what happened. That cliff should have been safe, Nao said as she got into a more comfortable sitting position. Sakura looked up from her work to examine the place where the rocks had fallen from. After a moment she nodded in affirmation. See that red-colored rock along the new edge? She said, pointing to what she was talking about. It's sandstone, which is very fragile. We've had heavy rains the last of couple nights. It must have weakened it just enough to break away. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Well, we should get them back to the village. Now, can you walk? Sasuke asked. Nao slowly got up, carefully testing her footing as she did so. Yeah, but I'll be slow as hell. Naruto chuckled and turned away from Nao. Come on, he said, nodding towards his back, I'll carry you. Hinata knew Naruto was true to her, but she couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Nao. She chewed the inside of her cheek a bit, willing herself to stay quiet. Ino, however, made no attempt to hide the expression she had on her face which clearly said that she thought Hinata should be pissed. Nao cocked an uncertain eyebrow but walked over to him. Thanks, she said with an embarrassed blush as she climbed onto Naruto's back. Naruto smiled. No problem. Kakashi looked over at Kazuhana as they began to walk. It might be a good idea for you to change into human form if you're coming back to the village with us. You'd cause a bit of a ruckus. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized he'd forgotten to bring along some clothes for the female dragon. Kazuhana glanced at Naruto, saw the look of trepidation on his face and decided to save him the embarrassment. That's okay. I was kind of summoned in the middle of a nap anyway, she replied with a sheepish smile. Kakashi chuckled and Naruto visibly relaxed. She held up a clawed hand. Yeah. Naruto and Hinata sat in the hospital waiting room with Sakura, Nao, Ino and Choji. They were waiting to hear the status of Nao's sensei. Hinata turned to Naruto, her heart beating just a little quicker than normal. Nay, Naruto-kun, she asked softly. Naruto replied with a smile. Hinata couldn't help it, her fingers tapped together in that familiar tent formation from her old habit. Anyo, carrying now, that didn't mean anything, right? She knew the answer. She really did, but she was still learning to not be so insecure. Naruto frowned. Of course not. How could you think that? Hinata suddenly looked ashamed of herself. How could she have thought such a thing? I don't know. I guess sometimes I worry that you'll find someone prettier than me and. The tears that had wet her eyes now began to leak out from the corners and she looked down at her feet. A gentle hand lifted up her chin and she found herself staring into Naruto's eyes. She was surprised by the intensity she saw in his gaze. He spoke slowly, making sure every word carried weight. There is no girl prettier than the one I love. He moved his hands to cup her face. You got that? Hinata's lip quivered and she nodded, a meek smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Please don't doubt me again, Naruto asked with pain in his eyes. It wasn't just that Hinata had said what she did that made his heart heavy, it was also that he was worried he hadn't been doing enough to assure her of his loyalty. Hinata quickly shook her head. I won't. She hugged him. I promise. Suddenly a nurse burst through the double doors of the emergency room. Sakura-san, we need your help with the Suna shinobi. Sakura jumped up from her seat. Hi. As the others watched Sakura and the nurse disappeared back through the double doors. All eyes drifted to Nao, who now looked very worried. Are you guys close? Naruto asked, hoping to distract her from her thoughts. Nao let out a worried sigh. Well, we're not extremely close, but he's a great sensei, and he's my friend, she said with a trembling voice. He'll be okay, Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Sakura said it wasn't that bad. Then why'd they just call her in to help? Nao asked. Naruto frowned. I don't know. After several minutes Sakura came back through the door with a smile on her face. He's okay. She paused as everyone exhaled in relief. There was some swelling around his brain. It took both of us but the doctor and I managed to use chakra to repair the damage. When can I see him? Nao asked with a grateful expression. He should wake up in a couple of days, Sakura replied. She noticed Nao's dejected look and placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, you did everything you could. If it weren't for your jutsu you'd both be dead right now, she said with an approving smile. Nao nodded. Why don't we take you to Tsunade-sama, then we'll get you settled. Kakashi offered. Nao smiled. Okay. Tsunade smiled. I'm glad to see you made it. I was a little worried. Nao bowed. Arigato, Tsunade-sama. Sakura stepped forward a bit. Her sensei will make a full recovery. Tsunade's smile widened with pride in her student. Good work, Sakura. Sakura smiled in return. Arigato, Shisho. Well, I think formal introductions are moot at this point, so Ino and Choji should just show now around Konoha, Tsunade said. Ino bowed. Hi. Please excuse us then, Hokage-sama. Tsunade smiled and nodded. Ino turned to Nao. So, she said, what do you want to see first? Nao blushed a bit. Do you know where Inuzuka Kiba lives? Ino looked both confused and surprised. Kiba. How do you know Kiba? Ino asked as they stepped out of the Hokage tower. I helped him when Akatsuki attacked my village. And then later he brought me a flower when he visited me in the hospital, Nao answered with a little embarrassment. Ino instantly had feral smile on her face. Oh really? Nao suddenly looked nervous, realizing she may have divulged this information to the wrong person. She waved her hands in front of her face. I'm sure it didn't mean anything. Ino giggled. Boys don't bring flowers to a girl they just met unless it means something. The gears in Nao's head began turning, but she still protested. He was just saying thank you. Ino sighed and shook her head as she placed a hand on Nao's shoulder. You poor naive girl. Ino, Choji and Nao stood on the road near Kiba's home. Ino-san, I really don't think this is a good idea, Nao insisted. You like him, don't you? Ino asked. Hi, but I'm not in love with him or anything, Nao quickly replied. Choji just stood off to one side and said nothing. He knew trying to stop Ino when she was on a matchmaking mission was hopeless. Trust me, you'll thank me for this later, Ino said. Nao looked suspicious. Thank you for what? Ino's hands flashed through the seals for her signature jutsu and Choji's eyes widened. Ino, wait. He was too late, however, as Ino's body had already fallen to the ground. He caught her and propped her up against the tree. Ino in Nao's body smiled and Choji glared at her. This isn't right, Ino. Ino rolled Nao's eyes. It's fine. I'll just get them started and then Nao can take it from there, she said with a smile. Choji set his jaw. Fine. I'm getting Asuma-sensei.
Ino's expression turned menacing. You do that and I'll take you over someday when you're not expecting it and make you eat broccoli, she threatened, putting emphasis on the last word. Choji looked horrified for a moment, then his expression turned into one of angry submission. Fine, he growled. Ino looked over Nao's outfit, which was a simple pair of blue khakis, a white t-shirt with a daisy on the front and a green short-sleeved jacket that had hung open. Not bad, but it could be cuter. She pulled on the sleeves so that the jacket came a little off Nao's shoulders and then pulled the bottom of the shirt a bit to show off Nao's navel. Choji just shook his head in disgust and opened a bag of chips. Ino walked up to Kiba's door and rang the bell. Kiba opened the door and surprise showed on his face. Nao-san, what are you doing here? Ino poured on the charm. I couldn't stop thinking about you after you gave me that flower, she said in a shy schoolgirl way with a hint of seductiveness. Kiba frowned a little, came outside and shut the door. That was just a thank you. If I gave you the wrong idea, I'm sorry. Ino smiled coyly. Are you sure about that? She said as she traced along Kiba's jawline with Nao's index finger. Kiba's frown deepened and he pushed her hand away. Yeah, and what's with you? Back in Suna you acted like ninja, now you're acting like some bubbly airhead like Yamanaka Ino. Nao's eyes flashed with anger and she grabbed the front of his shirt in her fists. What did you say? Ino said, completely forgetting who she was supposed to be. Kiba angrily pushed Ino away. You know what, now I remember why I can't stand most girls. And with that he turned around, stomped into his house and shut the door in Ino's face. Ino stood there like a stunned rabbit. She could hear Nao freaking out in the back of her mind and she felt very guilty about it. She immediately released the jutsu. Once she was back in her body she looked nervously at Nao, who looked as though she might start crying. Nao-san, I was only trying to help, Ino offered, although she knew she'd already done serious damage. I'm sorry. Save it, Nao snapped. I'm going to ask Tsunade-sama if I can go home tomorrow. I can't be on a team with someone like you. Ino looked at Choji for help. Choji just shook his head. This is your mess. You figure it out, he said. He then walked away. Nao-san, wait, I can fix this, Ino pleaded. How? Nao asked. Just wait here. Ino walked up to Kiba's house and rang the bell for a second time. The door opened slower this time. Yo, Ino, Kiba said when he saw who it was. Kiba, that wasn't Nao a minute ago. I took her over to try and get you two together, Ino said with a wince. Kiba sighed and shook his head. You've really gotta learn to stay out of other people's business, he said tersely. Sorry, Ino said quietly. Nao's over there. She looked in Nao's direction. Can she come talk to you? Yeah, but I'd make myself scarce if I were you, Kiba said. Ino nodded solemnly and walked away. Kiba walked up to Nao. Yo, Nao-san, sorry about Ino. Sometimes she just doesn't know when to back off. Nao smiled a little. It's okay. I mean, I'm still mad at her, but I guess she was trying to help. She shrugged. And she did fix it. So anyway, what are you doing in Konoha? Nao's smile widened. I'm taking the Chunin exam. Aren't you kinda early? Nao giggled. I was the only one from my Suna team who didn't make Chunin when I took the exams last time. I can't take them by myself and Team 10 had a slot open so Hokage-sama is letting me fill in for Shikamaru. I'm here to train with them before the exams start. Oh, well, don't let Ino get to you. She's a pain in the ass sometimes, but I think you can handle it, Kiba said with a smile. Nao suddenly remembered the changes Ino had made to her wardrobe and hurriedly fixed it. Hey, you don't really think that flower meant anything, do you? Kiba asked gently. No, Nao replied firmly. I mean, you're kinda cute, she said with a little blush, but not too many of the guys in my class treated me like anything but a girl. You're different, so I thought it'd be nice if we were friends. Kiba grinned. No problem. Want me to show you the village? Hi, Nao replied and both teams walked off toward the center of town. As Choji walked down the road he noticed Asuma kissing Kurenai goodbye as he left her house. Once Kurenai had gone back into the house Choji jogged to catch up to his sensei. Asuma noticed his student and felt a bit nervous. He hoped he hadn't been seen a moment ago. Why yo, Choji, he said, trying to act casual and doing a terrible job of it. Choji decided to see if he could ease into the topic and that way make Asuma less skittish. Is everything okay? Asuma cleared his throat. Of course. Why do you ask? Choji scratched the back of his neck. We were just a little worried since you couldn't come on the mission. Tsunade-sama wouldn't tell us why. She said it was personal. Asuma let out a long sigh. Well, I don't want you kids to worry about me, but it's not exactly something I can talk about without a certain someone's permission. Choji frowned. But you're okay, right? There was something in Asuma's smile that seemed almost wistful. Yeah, I'm fine. He chuckled at the odd look on Choji's face. I'll tell you all soon. I promise. Choji nodded. Okay, but if you need us. Of course. You're sure you two want to do it this way? I'm sure your relatives would be none too pleased, Tsunade warned. Asuma nodded. It would be worse if we told them beforehand. Tsunade sighed. And besides, both of us have no living parents and they're really the only ones we would want to be there. Alright, Asuma, come see me about 11 tomorrow morning. We'll do it then, Tsunade said with a slight smile. Asuma arrived at the training field the next day at noon on the dot, his face beaming. Ino noticed and cocked an eyebrow. So are you gonna tell us what's going on or should we guess? She asked. Asuma chuckled. Alright, Ino. Well, he cleared his throat. Kurenai-sensei and I got married an hour ago. Ino and Choji had been stunned into silence. Now, however, didn't know that this would be a shock, so she smiled widely. Congratulations. Thanks, now San. Asuma turned to Ino and Choji. You can close your mouths now, he said with a laugh. Ino and Choji seemed to come out of their shock at the same time. Gomen, Asuma-sensei, Ino said. A smile grew on her mouth. That's wonderful, but we never heard about any wedding plans. Asuma looked a little uncomfortable. Well, that's where my other piece of news comes in. I couldn't really tell anyone until everything was official. What is it, Asuma-sensei? Choji asked. Asuma's smile became one of pure joy. I'm going to be a father. Chapter 32. Ino's squeal of delight deafened everyone. When's the baby coming? She asked excitedly. Once Asuma was finished rubbing his ear, he answered her. In about 8 months. He grinned as he looked his team over. Which means you three need to give one hell of a performance at the Chunin exam so I can go out with a bang. Huh, Choji said. I'll be retiring as your sensei after the Chunin exams, Asuma said with a slightly smaller smile. What? Choji and Ino said in unison. Now stayed out of it since she didn't feel she'd been in the group long enough to warrant her a voice in the discussion. Why? Ino asked. I don't want my child to grow up without a father. I'm going to be teaching at the academy, Asuma explained. What about Kurenai-sensei? Choji asked. Asuma chuckled. I couldn't get her to give up missions entirely, but she and Tsunade-sama have agreed that she'll be restricted her to B-ranked missions until our child becomes a genin. He let out a big, happy sigh and cracked his knuckles over his head. Well, let's get started on your training. We don't have long before the exams. I'm so excited for you, Kurenai-san. Tomoyo said as she gave the unsuspecting woman a rib-crushing hug. Kurenai winced for a moment at Tomoyo's brashness, but she knew she was only happy for her, so she put up with it. Arigato, she said. So, has Kakashi been treating you right? He's not still reading that disgusting book, is he? Tomoyo got an impish grin on her face. They're not so bad. I kinda like him myself. Kurenai grimaced and her eye twitched. You two are perfect for each other. If you send Naruto on a mission like that, you'll never hear the end of it. You know that, don't you? Shizune warned. Tsunade chuckled. Hi. I know AC ranked mission is a bit beneath Team 7 by this point, but I think this will be good for Naruto. He needs to get some diplomacy missions under his belt. Shizune looked skeptical, but she bowed her head in respect anyway. Hi, Tsunade-sama. I'll send for him. You'll be going to Insei City in the Wave Country to speak with their daimyo. It's AC ranked mission, so. Tsunade began. Nani? Naruto yelled. Tsunade clamped her hands over her ears with a scowl. If you want to be Hokage someday, then you will do this mission. The Hokage has to deal with foreign dignitaries on a regular basis. Naruto was about to make a retort when he remembered what Gaara had said to him nearly a month before. If you want to achieve your dream, you just need to grow up a little. It shouldn't be too hard of a task, for the guy who saved my life, Gaara said with a smile. Naruto let out a long sigh through his nose. Hi, Ka-san. Tsunade arched her eyebrows in surprise while everyone else in the room stared bug-eyed at Naruto. Her expression changed into an approving smile. Good, she said. Now, since Hinata is your diplomacy trainer, she will be going with you, and there have been reports of some of the city's children going missing, so Gai-sensei's team will be researching that while you speak with the daimyo. Naruto, it will be your job to negotiate a price for their export of salt to the Fire Country. They've finally perfected their seawater separation process, and since there isn't much in the way of salt mines in the Fire Country or the Lightning Country, we have to make sure we give them the best offer. She handed Naruto a large manila envelope. This contains more specific details along with a list of offers you are authorized to make on our behalf. Naruto nodded as he took the envelope. Okay. Kakashi. Tsunade made a, come here, motion to Kakashi with her hand. She leaned over and whispered something to him.
His visible eyebrow went up. Are you sure he can handle it? Guy will be there if any problems come up. Besides, he's got to try it at some point and this is the perfect mission for a trial run. I'm fine with it. Tomoyo's been nagging me to spend more time with her anyway, Kakashi answered with a chuckle. Naruto began to tap his fingers on his thigh. He knew they were talking about him because his mother kept glancing in his direction and the suspense was driving him nuts. Alright then, Naruto, how would you like to be the leader of Team 7 for this mission? Tsunade asked with a wide smile. If Sakura's eyes had opened any wider they would have rolled out of their sockets. Naruto's jaw dropped and Sasuke's expression was utterly incredulous. Are you serious? I'm way more qualified to lead a mission than that doby. Tsunade's face became serious. This isn't open for debate, Sasuke. If you can't fight under Naruto's command then tell me now and I will find you a temporary replacement for this mission. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Hi, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded in approval, then turned to her son. You don't have to accept this offer if you don't feel you're ready, but if you do accept then I will expect nothing but your best. You will take it seriously every step of the way. Sakura, I want you to keep tabs on everything Naruto does in the capacity of leader. I expect a detailed report. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Sakura replied. So, Naruto, do you want to give this a try? Tsunade asked. Naruto's heart was beating hard. He was excited and nervous at the same time. Leadership. He'd dreamed of it for so long, but did he have the skills for it? He took a deep breath and nodded. Hi, Ka-san. Well then, I suggest you all get packed. Guy's team will meet you by the gates in 1 hour. Dismissed. There was a shout of affirmation and then suddenly the room was empty. Well, almost empty. She noticed her son had yet to depart. Naruto. Is it really okay for a genin to lead a team? Naruto asked carefully. Tsunade just smiled. In this case yes. It's a low-risk mission and I think you can manage it. At hearing that Naruto dropped all formalities. He jumped into the air and let out a loud whoop before hugging Tsunade. Arigato, Ka-san. You're welcome. Just make sure you do your job. I want a good report from Sakura, alright. Yosh. Naruto replied excitedly. Yeah, and he vanished in a puff of smoke. Good luck, brat, Tsunade said warmly. Naruto had ordered his team to make camp for the night while he worked out what he would say to the daimyo. Once the tent was up Sakura walked over to him. We're all set, she reported, feeling a little silly reporting to Naruto of all people. He looked up from his papers. Domo, Sakura-chan, he said with a smile before going back to his work. Sakura cocked her head to one side. Aren't you coming? You're going to need your sleep for tomorrow. Naruto didn't look up this time. Yeah, in a bit. I just wanna figure this out. Sakura smiled. Okay. Oyasumi Naruto-kun, she said with a yawn as she walked off toward the tent. Oyasumi. The ground clutter crunched under her feet as Hinata walked up to Naruto. Oyasumi, Naruto-kun, she said. Oyasumi, Naruto replied distractedly. Hinata frowned a little. Naruto-kun. Naruto said as he scribbled down some notes. Do you have time for a goodnight hug? Hinata asked meekly. Naruto put down his brush, looked up at her and smiled. Sorry, Hina-chan, he said as he got to his feet and gave her the hug she had wanted. I'm just kinda nervous about tomorrow. Hinata sighed in understanding and smiled. You'll be fine, I know you can do it. Naruto tightened the hug. Domo. He gave her a kiss. I guess I can work on this in the morning, he said, giving the papers on the ground a sideways glance. Hinata nodded. Oyasumi. I love you. Naruto's smile widened and he gave her another quick kiss. I love you too. Oyasumi, Hina-chan. The two teens went to their respective tents and quickly fell asleep. Tenten couldn't help feeling guilty. She'd caught Neji looking at her with an expression of longing and although he had quickly turned away she'd still seen it. Finally she couldn't take the odd silence anymore. Neji. Neji reluctantly turned around. Hi. Is everything okay? Tenten asked, her lips pressed together in concern. Neji sighed heavily. Tenten, I know what you're trying to do, but it's not necessary. I will be fine. It will just take some time, he said. He noticed the sad look on her face. But our friendship will never be over. All right. Tenten smiled in relief and nodded. Hi, she said. Oyasumi, Neji. Oyasumi, Tenten. He smiled warmly at the object of his love, knowing that even if he fell for someone else some part of his heart would always belong to her. Naruto checked to see that his teammates were asleep and then proceeded to pull a mirror out of Sakura's backpack. He sat down on his sleeping bag and used the light of the moon to check out his reflection. He winced as he studied his teeth, pulling his upper lip back so he could see better. Damn it. Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw that Sakura's eyes were open and she was staring at him curiously. He quickly thrust the mirror into his sleeping bag. Yeah. Sakura frowned. What are you doing with my mirror? Naruto cleared his throat and pulled the mirror from its hiding place. I was just making sure I look good for tomorrow. Sakura looked skeptical but let it drop. That's fine, she said as she held out her hand to receive the mirror. Just ask next time, okay? Naruto nodded fervently. No problem. Night. Sakura yawned. Night, she said before putting her mirror away, rolling over and dropping back off to sleep. Once Naruto was sure she was asleep, he used his tongue to feel one of his canines and winced when the sharp point on it drew blood from his tongue. He sighed, pulled his knees up to his chest, put his head in his hands, and whispered to no one. What am I gonna do? Sakura sat up and stretched her arms above her head. Ohio, Sasuke-kun. UHN, came the answer from Sasuke's direction. Without looking, Sakura also said, Ohio, Naruto-kun. When she didn't get an answer, she looked to her left. Naruto had apparently already gotten up and left the tent. Sasuke-kun, where's Naruto? How the hell should I know? I just opened my eyes, Sasuke grumbled. Sakura looked annoyed. Geez, you're such a grouch in the morning. HMPH. Sasuke got up, took his clothes and went off to find a quieter place to get dressed. Sakura strolled out of the tent with a bright smile on her face. She noticed Hinata standing nearby and smiled. Ohio, Hinata. There was no answer. Hinata, are you okay? Sakura asked as she walked to her. Hi. It's just Naruto-kun, Hinata said, glancing towards her boyfriend. Sakura looked over at Naruto, who was sitting on a rock on the edge of the clearing a good 30 feet from the camp. He seemed to be alright, but his back was turned to them and he seemed off somehow. He won't talk to me and he hasn't moved from that spot since he came out of your tent. Something's upsetting him, but I don't know what, Hinata explained quietly. Sasuke spoke up from behind them. He's probably just nervous. I'll talk to him. Without another word, he walked over to Naruto. Sakura shared raised eyebrows with Hinata. Sasuke wasn't usually the type to offer to talk to someone who was upset. Sasuke tapped his younger brother on the shoulder. Oi, what's the matter with you? No response. Hey, I'm talking to you, Sasuke said a bit more loudly, irritation entering his voice. No response. Sasuke had it. No one ignored him, especially not his little brother. So he did the only thing he knew would get a response. He slugged him in the back of the head. Naruto immediately stood up and rounded on Sasuke. What the hell is your problem? He yelled. Sasuke noticed Naruto had his teeth bared. And were they ever bared? His canines seemed to be about twice the length and sharpness of a normal human's. Naruto, he said in shock. Naruto realized what had been seen and his hand flew to cover his mouth. Geez, I didn't think you'd get that pissed. You can put the fangs away now, Sasuke said with a frown. As Hinata and Sakura approached him, Naruto gritted his teeth, turned around and sat back down on the rock hard. That's just it, Sasuke. I can't put them away. They've been getting bigger over the last couple of weeks, but then yesterday. Silence. Yesterday I checked them in Sakura's mirror and they were almost 50% bigger than the day before. He studied his hands, subconsciously checking for claws. What am I becoming? He nearly whispered. Sakura knelt down next to Naruto. No matter what new physical traits you get, you're still Naruto. It doesn't bother us if. If what, Sakura? Naruto suddenly shouted. If I start to look like the Kyuubi. Tears filled his eyes at the thought. Sakura looked ashamed with herself. Hinata and Sasuke were silent but wore pained expressions on their faces. Naruto-kun, Hinata said sadly. What if the next time my eyes turn red they stay that way forever? What if I keep those claws? What if I grow tails? Naruto said. Tears began to run slowly down his face as the fears he'd kept hidden for almost 2 weeks came tumbling out into the open. He looked at Hinata with fear. Could you still love me if I started to look like the thing that killed so many people? Hinata frowned sadly at the question but got down in a crouch next to him. Naruto is Naruto, she said gently. I love you and that's it. You don't get rid of me that easily. She put her arms around him and he stiffened for a moment but then relaxed into her embrace. By now the other team had gathered around to see what all the fuss was about. Is everything alright here? Guy asked. I think so, Sakura said. But we should let them be alone for a while. Guy nodded. Alright, everyone back to what you were doing, he ordered. Once everyone left he looked at Naruto and Hinata. He said with a sniff, nowhere does the power of youth shine more brightly than in young love. Sakura's eye twitched at his ridiculously dramatic statement. She grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Honestly,
Don't you have any shame? Hinata broke the silence. Are you okay? Naruto let out a shaky breath and wiped his eyes. I think so, he replied quietly. I'm sorry for doubting you, Hina-chan. I'm just scared. It seemed like I was okay for so long and then this starts. I'm sure you won't turn into Kyuubi, Hinata said. I know I won't, Naruto replied. But I worked so hard to earn the villagers' respect. If I start to look like a fox. Hinata pulled out of the hug and looked into Naruto's eyes. When Kyuubi was alive, the only things that appeared physically were the claws, teeth and red eyes, right? A bit of hope entered Naruto's expression. Yeah, you're right. And, if my eyes change, I could cover it with a henge in public. He smiled gratefully at Hinata and kissed her. You're amazing, Hina-chan. Arigato. Naruto pulled his backpack strap onto his shoulder, his hair seeming to glow in the light of the morning sun. Everyone ready? He asked with a big grin. A chorus of affirmatives sounded through the group and they continued on their way to Insei. Chapter 33. By the time the team reached the outer limits of Insei, Naruto's stomach was doing backflips. He had used a henge to hide his fangs, but he still couldn't help feeling like someone would find him out. A guard called out to them as they neared the city gate. Oheyo, what business do you have in Insei? Naruto looked to Guy and the older man nodded. Oheyo, we're shinobi from Konoha. We have an appointment with the daimyo, Naruto said. The guard gave Naruto a funny look. Perhaps from surprise that he was not being addressed by the adult of the group. Give me a moment to get confirmation. Naruto nodded and the guard sent one of his teammates to deliver the message. Guy noticed Naruto let out a nervous breath and placed a comforting hand on the teen's shoulder. Don't worry, you're doing fine, he said with a grin. A few moments later the messenger returned and said something to the guard. The guard smiled and nodded. Please follow me. As the group made their way down the city streets, Sakura noted how beautiful the place was. All the buildings had a flow in their design as if they could become liquid at any moment. Most of the colors in the city were ocean-themed, tans, blues, grays and greens. Beautiful flowers and other types of landscaping were everywhere. Yes, this was truly the city of a daimyo. I do not mean to be rude, but may I ask why you addressed me and not your sensei? The guard asked Naruto. Guy spoke up. Our group is actually made up of two teams. Naruto here is in charge of the diplomatic mission, he said with a smile in Naruto's direction. The guard's eyebrows rose in surprise, but he smiled. You must be an accomplished young man for the Hokage to entrust you with such an important mission. Sasuke snorted and Sakura kicked him in the shin, earning her a venomous glare in return. Guy came to the rescue once again. Naruto-kun has done a lot for Konoha. He'll do a fantastic job, he said with a thumbs up and a sparkling smile. Naruto's expression was a mixture of a wince and a smile. Arigato. All the Konoha shinobi were seated on large pillows in front of a tan-skinned man whose weight rivaled that of Choji's father. He wore a formal, blue kimono and his long brown hair was pulled back into a braid that reached what little he had of a waist. He wore a polite smile as he spoke to them. Greetings my friends, I trust this day finds you well. I am Daimyo Kyoha, pleased to meet you, he said with a slight bow of his head. Naruto's mind had gone completely blank. He looked to Hinata with subtle panic in his eyes that only she would recognize. She leaned over and whispered in his ear. Naruto bowed low and spoke. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will be negotiating with you for the rights to your salt exports. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Daimyo-sama. Once Naruto sat back up, Guy introduced himself. I am Maida Guy. I will be leading the team investigating the missing children. It is a pleasure to meet you, Daimyo-sama. Very good, Kyoha said with approval. Now to the unpleasant business ahead of us. Guy-sensei, I assume you've had at least a brief explanation of what has been happening. Guy nodded. Hi, Daimyo-sama, but I have yet to hear the full details. Over the past 3 weeks 14 children have been kidnapped. 2 of them were visitors to Insei and the most current one was taken only an hour ago, Kyoha explained. He picked up a file folder and opened it to the last page. The latest victim is Sakai Inari. He was taken from outside one of our hot springs. Naruto and Sakura gasped and Sasuke's eyes widened as images of Inari flashed in their memories. Kyoha looked puzzled. Am I missing something? We know him, Daimyo-sama, Sakura managed as Naruto's expression became angry. He gritted his teeth and was barely able to stay sitting. The idea that Inari had been taken away from his home after Team 7 had fought so hard to save his family from Zabuza's employer made Naruto furious. Hinata noticed Naruto's emotional state and placed her hand on his. He looked at her and got the message. Noticeably calmer, he looked back at Kyoha. I apologize for my reaction. This is a shock and I'm very worried, he said tensely. Kyoha nodded. Of course. Do you have any idea why the children were taken? Guy asked. Kyoha sighed and shook his head. Not really. The best idea we've come up with so far is a potential slave trade. No one person could have done this. It would take a large group and skilled planning. I can't believe it's something as simple as the average kidnapping. I agree. We'll get started immediately, Guy said. Very good. Kyoha nodded toward the guard who had led them to the palace. Hikuba-san will take you to the place where Inari was last seen. Guy and his team stood. We will do our best, Daimyo-sama, he said with a low bow. Follow me, please, Hikuba said as he walked toward the door. Before Guy's team left, Neji looked at Team 7. Don't worry, we will find your friend, he said with a determined expression. Naruto-san, are you alright to continue today or do you need time to collect your thoughts? Kyoha offered. Naruto desperately wanted to take Kyoha up on his offer, but he knew that if he was going to be Hokage he couldn't afford to let his emotions take him over so completely anymore. Thank you for your offer, Daimyo-sama, but we should get on with our mission. Very well then, what can you offer our country that the others have not? Kyoha asked. Naruto nodded, checked his notes quickly and spoke. We can offer you 450,000 yen per month, and should you require the help of our shinobi they will be available to you at no cost. Sakura just watched Naruto in amazement. To see him so formal and polite nearly made him seem like a different person altogether. Sasuke however wore an approving smirk. Maybe his brother was growing up after all. Kyoha was quiet for a moment as he considered the offer. Very interesting. He was cut off as woman with black hair cut to the bottom of her chin walked into the room. I am in the middle of an important meeting, Narumi, Kyoha said. Can this wait? I'm afraid not, Daimyo-sama. It's very important, Narumi said with an urgent tone. Kyoha frowned and looked back to Naruto. Please excuse me for a moment. I shouldn't be long, he said with a slight bow of his head. Of course, Daimyo-sama, Naruto replied with a low bow. Kyoha and Narumi walked into an adjoining room and shut the sliding door. Is it about Kitamizu? Kyoha asked tensely. Hi, Narumi said in a whisper. There have been reports of suspicious people near his home. Kyoha frowned. All right, disguise yourself and move him and his foster family to a safe location. Make it look like they are going on a family outing or it might attract attention. Narumi bowed quickly. As you command, Daimyo-sama. What do you think they're talking about in there? Naruto asked Sakura. Sakura frowned. And just when she thought he was maturing. It's none of our business, Naruto-kun. Just be patient. Naruto pouted and leaned his head on Hinata's but quickly sat up again when he heard the door opening. Kyoha came in with a smile. I apologize for the interruption. Just a matter of internal affairs, he said as he resumed his place on the rather ornate throne he had occupied earlier. It's not a problem, Daimyo-sama, Naruto replied graciously. Kyoha smiled widely. Splendid. Now, as for your offer. I believe I will accept. Naruto's face broke into a grin. Arigato, Daimyo-sama. You won't regret it, he said as he bent down into a floor-kissing bow. And since your business here is completed you may join Guy-sensei's team in their search. I will send the paperwork for our transaction home with you when you leave Insei, Kyoha said. Naruto bowed again. Arigato. I'm so glad that's over, Naruto said as they emerged from the palace. Being that formal is exhausting. Sakura rolled her eyes and shook her head. Baka. I see. Thank you for your help, Guy said to the elderly man he had been questioning. Tazuna-san. Tazuna turned toward the voice he'd just heard and squinted as though he was trying to place her face. Do I know you? His gaze moved to Naruto and then came to rest on his cheek marks. Hey now, is that Naruto? He asked happily. Sakura pouted in disappointment that Tazuna hadn't recognized her also. After all, how many pink-haired ninja could there be? Naruto smiled. Hey, Tazuna. You're here to help look for Inari too? Tazuna asked hopefully. Naruto's smile faltered a bit. Hi, and we'll find him. You can count on it. He said firmly. Arigato, Naruto-kun, Tazuna replied with a respectful bow. Unfortunately Tazuna-san didn't see anything so our only option is to split up and search, Guy said. We'll take the east side near the river. One of the residents said their child disappeared from that area. You might want to start near the salt mines. I've been told there are many other tunnels not in use. It would be a tempting hiding place. Naruto nodded. Okay. He looked to his team. Let's go. Neji frowned as Guy's team headed for the river. Something was bothering him. Guy-sensei. Guy said. If the river is the most likely starting place why didn't we all start there and then spread out if needed? Why send Team 7 on such a weak lead? Guy smiled. Naruto is a strong young man, but since it's his first command Tsunade-sama wants him in the lowest risk situation possible. Neji nodded. I see. Ah, we're here, Guy said as the river came into sight. Spread out and look for clues. Report back here in 20 minutes. The cave entrance in front of them was rather wet and a cold wind blew from it, making it very uninviting. Okay, we're here. Naruto looked around at his team, trying to choose a formation and praying to God he knew what the hell he was doing. Hina-chan, you take the lead, I'll go after you. Sakura, you're after me. Sasuke, you bring up the rear and keep an eye out for an attack from behind. Sakura smiled. That sounds good, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a grateful smile. Let's get moving then. Sakura shivered and rubbed her arms. She hadn't anticipated needing warmer clothing. It must be a deep cave for it to be this cold, she thought. See anything yet, Hina-chan? Naruto asked. Nothing yet. There are so many tunnels it's hard to keep track of which ones I've already looked at, Hinata said with a tone of apology. It's okay, Hina-chan. Just keep looking, Naruto replied encouragingly. Tenten had been checking the trees for clues when she noticed Guy standing in a small clearing, staring at nothing. She leapt down beside him. Guy-sensei, are you okay? Hi, Guy answered. But something is bothering me. It didn't occur to me straight away, but after looking over the list of missing children and talking to the adults in the city I realized that all the children taken were boys around 11 years old. Tenten's eyes widened a bit. That can't be a coincidence, she said with a frown. Hi, I think we need to speak with the daimyo again. There's something he's not telling us. Guy turned to Tenten. Find the others and meet me at the palace. I'm going to retrieve Team 7. As Tenten left, Guy stared at the afternoon sky and thought for a moment. Just who are the kidnappers looking for? Chapter 34. Naruto was about to suggest they head down a new tunnel when he sensed a strong chakra behind them. He turned around and they team saw Guy closing in on them. Yo, Guy-sensei. What's up? I realized something disturbing about this case. We need to speak with the daimyo before we continue, Guy said seriously. Naruto looked at the rest of his team and when they all did variations of a shrug he turned back to Guy. What's going on? There's something the daimyo isn't telling us and I intend to find out what, Guy said with a frown. Welcome, Guy-san. I wasn't expecting a report from you so soon, Kyoha said with a smile. Everyone took their places and Guy and Naruto bowed before the daimyo. This isn't exactly a report, daimyo-sama. We are here because I need some questions answered if this mission is to be a success, Guy said with a firm tone to his voice. Kyoha's expression darkened a bit. Oh, and what might these questions be? As I was searching the river area I realized an odd correlation between the age and gender of the kidnapped children, Guy explained. Kyoha visibly stiffened a little. Go on. They were all boys around the age of 11. You were right when you said this wasn't an average kidnapping, daimyo-sama. They're searching for someone specific. Kyoha was quiet although he was starting to take on the body language of a trapped animal. I think you know more than you've let on. Who are they looking for? Guy asked sternly. Kyoha looked as though he was trying to think of some excuse he could give instead of the truth, but he eventually lost the battle and sighed heavily. His name is Kidamizu, he said in defeat. He is my son. Every face on the Konoha team showed surprise with the exception of Guy. He sighed in disapproval. I thought so. You knew? Kyoha asked in surprise. I'd already guessed what was going on. I only needed confirmation from you, Guy responded calmly. Naruto told me you accepted his first offer almost immediately. Now I know why. You wanted to add his team to the search party as fast as possible. That's partially correct. I would have accepted regardless. Aside from the fact that the offer was excellent, I don't think I could have said no to a member of the team that saved my country from poverty, Kyoha said with a small smile. His smile faded, however, when he turned his attention back to Guy. I suppose you would like to know why my son is in hiding in the first place. It would certainly help, Guy answered. Kyoha ran his hand through what was left of his hair and sighed. Am I right in remembering that Konoha has the Kyuubi sealed into one of the village's children? Naruto tensed. Yeah, that was me, he said softly. Kyoha's attention snapped back to Naruto. You, he said in surprise. Naruto nodded. Well, that explains why you were able to defeat Zabuza so soon after graduating from the academy. But what do you mean by, was? That's a long story, Naruto said dismally. All we have time for me to say is that he died while he was in the seal. Kyoha looked confused but let it go. Then you know how dangerous it is to have people know you are a Jinchuriki, he said carefully. Guy's eyes flashed wide with realization as the seriousness of the situation hit him like a lightning strike. Which of the Biju does your son carry? He asked urgently. Naruto whipped his head sideways and looked at Guy for a moment in disbelief before turning to stare at Kyoha in anxious anticipation.
The Sanbi and the Three Tails, Kyoha said with what sounded like regret. Naruto's expression turned to shock. He swallowed and composed himself before speaking. So you hid him so no one would know, he said softly. Kyoha nodded. Most of my country thinks my son died at birth. Only 5 people, including myself and Narumi-san, know the truth. You don't have any ninja. How did you capture the Sanbi? Sakura asked. At this Kyoha smirked a little. My wife was originally a shinobi from Iwagakure and hidden village of rock. She summoned the Sanbi directly to the seal she created on Kitamizu. He was quiet for a moment. I should have listened to her. If I had I wouldn't have had to watch my son grow up from a distance, he said sadly. Why did you do it? Naruto asked suddenly. Nani? Kyoha asked. Why did you seal something like that into your own son? Naruto asked, his eyes desperate for the answer. Everyone who knew him well understood why Naruto had asked that question. Hinata took his hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Kyoha sighed. I knew he would be daimyo one day, and since we have no shinobi village I wanted him to be able to protect this country well. I also wanted to protect him. I was already 45 when he was born and I knew I wouldn't be able to guide him for long. Arigato, Naruto said. I heard similar words from my adoptive mother about why he was about to say, my father, but thought better of it, why the person who sealed Kyuubi into me would do something like that. Unfortunately, Naruto's omission of his lineage was too late. Kyoha had already caught on. Kyoha's eyes widened. I knew something else about you seemed familiar. You're the Yondaime Hokage's son. Naruto's eyes became filled with panic as he looked at Guy. Guy cleared his throat. That fact must never leave this room, Daimyo-sama. Kyoha looked confused but let it drop. I would ask why, but this is hardly the time. Guy nodded. Now that I know the reason behind the kidnappings I also believe I know who is behind them. Kyoha was instantly more alert. Who? He asked. We may be dealing with the Akatsuki, Guy said amid several sounds of worry made by his comrades. And if this is indeed the case, then this mission just got a lot more dangerous. We need to send for reinforcements before anything else is done. We don't have the time to waste. Kyoha protested loudly. Daimyo-sama, with all due respect, you obviously do not understand what we're up against. These are quite possibly the most dangerous renegade ninja organization in existence. The look on Kyoha's face was now pleading. Onagai, at least try to find them while you wait. I could not bear it if they took my son. Guy sighed in partial defeat. We will do what we can. In the meantime, please send a message to Konoha detailing what has happened. Of course, Kyoha replied. Now that he knew why the daimyo's son was in danger, Naruto was even more determined to stop the Akatsuki, if that's who was truly behind the kidnappings, of course. He and his team were headed back to the mining area. As they walked, he absent-mindedly ran his tongue over his elongated canines. Hinata noticed her boyfriend's preoccupation with his teeth and frowned a little in worry. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked down at her. Are you okay? Hinata asked. Why wouldn't I be okay? I thought you were worried about your teeth again, Hinata explained gently. Naruto gave her grateful smile. Not really. Just messin' with him, he replied. Okay, Hinata said with a smile and a squeeze of his left arm. As they came within sight of the mines, Naruto noticed something odd. Hey, where's the entrance? Sasuke looked at the place where they had entered the cave system earlier. Naruto was right. The entrance had simply vanished. What the hell? Naruto looked to his girlfriend. Hina-chan. Hinata immediately understood what Naruto wanted. Byakugan. Her enhanced eyesight revealed the cave entrance was still there, just hidden from sight. It's a genjutsu, she said after a moment. Naruto nodded. Well, we're definitely dealing with shinobi, he said with confidence. Let's go. Hina-chan, you're in the lead. Hinata smiled and nodded. Hi. You left the entrance open, Hidan, said the irate man who had most of his head and face covered by a hat and wrappings. Hidan rolled his eyes. Fuck off, Kakuzu. Like the people around here could lift a finger against us, he said as he slammed the prison cell door he'd been holding open shut. Kakuzu ignored the crying of the child they had just locked away. They can't, but the group from Konoha I saw today can. Hidan's expression changed to a frown. Ya know, Konoha really pisses me off, he complained as he ran a hand over his slicked back, silver hair. We need to kill these kids. They're getting on my nerves, Kakuzu said irritably. I told you we can as soon as we have the Sanbi. I want to sacrifice the largest group possible in one shot to honor Jashin, Hidan countered. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. You and your stupid religion. It gives me a freaking headache. One of these days I'm going to kill you, he growled. Hidan smirked. Oh please. Like you could anyway. He looked in the cell nearest to him and glared at its raven-haired occupant.
I might let you kill this one though, if he tries to escape again. Inari tried his best to look brave like Naruto had taught him, but in the face of such a powerful enemy, and having no ninja training to fall back on, the fear in his eyes betrayed him. Guy looked up as the rest of his team jumped into their meeting place. Report, he commanded. Nothing, Neji answered. Lee shook his head. Gomen, Guy-sensei. I found signs of a struggle, but nothing that would lead us to their hideout, Tenten said with disappointment. Guy frowned. Alright, let's go see how Team 7 is doing, then we can decide on our next course of action. Naruto and his team walked through the entrance to the cave system, unaware that they had just walked over a seal that was hidden in the dirt, which now glowed briefly in response to their presence. Hidan looked up suddenly. Seems someone has tripped the chakra alarm, he said with mild interest. Let's go deal with them then, Kakuzu said. Hidan looked thoughtful for a moment before answering. Let's take a hostage with us. Why the hell would we need a hostage? Kakuzu asked indignantly. Hidan smiled in a frightening way. Amusement, he answered. He walked down the short row of cells. The cells each had an average of 4 kids in them, except one. He stopped in front of Inari's cell. And I have the perfect choice. Inari shrank back from the cell door as it opened. It wasn't long into their trek that Hinata finally saw what they were looking for. I don't know why I couldn't see them before, but the boys are through that wall, she said, pointing a finger at the rock face in front of them. Naruto frowned in thought. I don't think we could dig through quietly enough, so we'll have to find a way around. Sakura's hand was suddenly on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto-kun, wait. The reason Hinata can see them now might be that this is a trap, she advised. I know, but we don't have time to come up with a different plan, Naruto replied. We're depending on you, Hina-chan, he said with a warm smile. Hinata nodded sharply and led the way down the cold tunnels. There are the cages, Sasuke whispered as they stepped into the cell area. But where are the guards? I don't like this, he said as he looked around for signs of the enemy. I don't see anything suspicious, Hinata said. Inari, Naruto called out in a loud whisper. He saw a boy with black hair. Inari. The boy shook his head. No, but there was another guy in that cell over there who had black hair too. They took him a few minutes ago. They said he was a hostage, the boy said with a worried expression. Naruto's face hardened. Okay, you guys let these kids out. Get them somewhere safe, he said to Sakura and Sasuke. Hina-chan and me will go after Inari. Naruto, you and Hinata aren't going to be enough to face down Akatsuki, Sasuke warned. I know, Naruto answered. He lanced his finger with his ring and slammed his hand to the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu. A cloud of smoke and a loud pop later Kazuhana appeared before them. Konnichiwa, Naruto-kun. What do you need? We're going into a fight. You ready? Naruto asked. Kazuhana smiled. Always. Once the others had left, Sasuke and Sakura quickly set about to the task of freeing the boys. Sakura cursed a little under her breath once when a sharp edge on one of the doors dug into the flesh of her left palm. That's the last group. Let's go, Sasuke announced. Now you guys gotta be super quiet, okay? Sakura said sweetly. The boy who had earlier been mistaken for Inari made a face. We're not a bunch of babies, you know. Sorry. I guess now that I'm 14 I forget that boys your age don't need so much guidance, Sakura said with an embarrassed smile. You're only 3 years older than us. Don't get so cocky, the boy answered irritably. Cocky, Sakura said angrily. Come over here and say that again, she said with her balled fist held out in front of her. Sasuke's hand was immediately on her fist. We don't have time for this. Sakura glared at him but simply snorted in distaste. Fine, she snapped. Let's go, she said as she marched off toward the exit. Sasuke shook his head. She's getting as bad as Naruto. Naruto's team raced down the tunnels. Their footfalls echoed off the walls, making it sound like there were a lot more than 3 runners. The light from the high noon sun sparkled at them from the mouth of the tunnel and they squinted their eyes against the brightness of it as they leapt out into the open meadow. What they saw when they opened their eyes entirely made them freeze in their tracks, making little gouges in the dirt as they dug their heels in to stop themselves. 2 men stood in front of them, both wearing Akatsuki cloaks. They didn't recognize either of them, but the silver-haired one held Inari tightly to him. A nasty-looking triple-bladed scythe was against the boy's throat. Inari! Naruto yelled in concern. Inari's eyes became white as dinner plates. Naruto-ni-san, he said in disbelief. So this is the team from Konoha. Awfully small group, aren't you? Hidan drawled lazily. There's more coming, Naruto proclaimed. So hand over Inari and maybe we'll let you live. Hidan laughed loudly. Oh brother, you guys are a riot. Kakuzu elbowed Hidan in the side to get his attention. That's Uzumaki Naruto. Hidan suddenly looked very pleased. You know, I think you're right. This could be our lucky day, he said with a grin. Kikuzu rolled his eyes at his partner's cheerfulness. Let's just kill them so we can get out of here. Hey, usually I'm the one saying that, Hidan commented. Yo, science experiment, he called to Naruto with a smirk. Naruto's angry expression deepened. What the hell are you talking about? Hidan sniggered. He doesn't know. All the things he's seen in the last year and he doesn't know. Control yourself, would you? Kikuzu growled. He's probably talking about the Niji chakra, Kazuhana offered. That's part of it, Hidan admitted. Would you like to know before we kill you? He took Naruto's silence as a cue to go on. He cleared his throat. We were looking for a new weapon, something that would give us enough power to reach our goals. Orochimaru was still a member back then and he suggested we harness the power of the Kyuubi. We all thought he was insane because the Kyuubi couldn't just be summoned like the other Biju. He was the only one never captured by humans because his insane power made bringing him to this dimension pure suicide. Hidan cracked his neck to one side and continued on. He explained that he thought the Kyuubi could be summoned and trapped in a baby at the cost of the summoner's life. Of course none of us felt like dying, he said with a slight chuckle, so the idea was put on the back burner. When Orochimaru found out you were gonna be born, he found a way to get the Kyuubi and get his revenge on the Yondaime while he was at it. He knew that Yondaime would figure out how to seal the Kyuubi. He also knew that your idiot father wouldn't dare use someone else's child. Hidan smiled oddly. Orochimaru was a prick, but I gotta admire his cruelty. He got your dad killed and cursed you to a life of pain in one shot. Son of a. Naruto began. Hidan silenced him by cutting Inari's throat a little. A thin line of blood ran down Inari's neck and stained his collar. Now, Hidan said, I'm not done the story. You gotta hear the end, Hidan said with a calm smile. Naruto gritted his teeth to keep quiet. That's better, Hidan said. We were told you died after the sealing, so we went back to business as usual. Years later, at the Chunin exams, Orochimaru found out you were alive and we got things rolling again. His smile became malevolent. Do you remember the clones you found? Naruto's eyes became wide as the images of the soulless creatures in the lab came flooding back to him like a torrent. Hidan smirked at Naruto's expression. Those aren't clones of your dad, they're clones of you. Chapter 35. What? Naruto said in horror. How the hell did you get samples of Naruto's DNA? Sakura's voice said from Naruto's right. Sakura, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be getting the kids to safety. Naruto said loudly. What? Hidan yelled irately. Kikuzu snorted. I told you we should have killed them sooner. Shut the fuck up. Hidan spat. He turned to Naruto's group. I am gonna torture you 10 times as much to make up for the loss of my sacrifices. He yelled. Inner Sakura is taking care of it, Sakura said, ignoring Hidan's rant. You need a healer. Hinata's eyes widened and then she cast her gaze to the ground. I know how they got the samples, she said. When Orochimaru took him last year, she said in voice that said she could barely stomach the memory. Hey, one of you has brains after all, Hidan said mockingly. Kikuzu glared at his partner suspiciously. Since when the hell do you make such long, cliché speeches? Hidan rolled his eyes. Because it's fun messing with people's heads. Get with the program, you fucktard. You keep saying shit like that and I'm gonna rip out your intestines. Kikuzu growled angrily. PFT, you wouldn't do it. You know you'd have cleaned up the mess so we could get back to work, Hidan answered with a dismissive wave of his hand. Kikuzu gave a derisive snort. Just hurry the hell up, he said through gritted teeth. Hidan smirked in satisfaction and went on. Because of the unique method of sealing Yondaime came up with, simply removing Kyuubi would have been impossible. We gave up on our plans for a while till Orochimaru said he knew how to kill the beast but leave the power. He looked upwards in a wistful manner and sighed. I wish I could have been there. Such a beautiful torture. I get chills just from imagining your screams. He ignored the horrified look on Naruto's face and went on. We found out about his plans when he went to Itachi, asking for help to catch you. In exchange he was supposed to stay out of our way. He had no idea we planned to have him killed once you had the Niji chakra, he said with an evil grin. Hidan cracked his neck again. We needed a clone of you cause only your system that can handle that much chakra. And now that we finally have a clone who isn't a drooling blank dumbass, we'll transfer the Niji chakra to him and make him a member. He'll be the perfect weapon and you'll be a corpse, he finished with a cruel glint in his eyes. Naruto started to rush forward but was stopped when more of Inari's blood ran down the boy's neck. Hidan said. Now, are you going to turn yourself in or do I give this brat a look at his entrails? Naruto sighed and closed his eyes with a frown. I guess I don't have a choice. He looked at Hidan. Hey, Asshole, can I at least have a minute to say goodbye? Hey, whatever, Hidan replied. Naruto went over to Sakura and gave her a hug. Sakura-chan, is inner Sakura done with the kids yet? He whispered. Sakura turned her face into Naruto's chest so Hidan and Kakuzu couldn't see her mouth move. Almost. Use her to get Inari out of there. I'll try, Sakura whispered back. Naruto and Sakura pulled apart and Naruto gave Hinata a kiss. I love you. Tears had formed in Hinata's eyes. I love you too. Alright. Break it up, Hidan said. We're on a tight schedule here. We still gotta find that damn Sandy brat. Naruto swallowed and began walking. It was then that Inari found his voice. No, Naruto-ni-san. You can't. Oh dear, you can't seem to shut up, can you? What a shame. And without another word Hidan took a small, single-bladed scythe from under his robe and neatly sliced off Inari's right pinky finger. Ah! Inari screamed. Inari! Naruto and Sakura yelled in horror. Ah! Yeah! Inari cried as he held his profusely bleeding hand. Kakuzu covered his ears and gritted his teeth. Now he's just making more noise. Hidan smiled serenely. Yeah, but this is a sound I like. Naruto could barely contain himself. You son of a bitch, he growled. Yeah. Hurry up before he loses more than a finger, Hidan said. Naruto reached the end of his walk and Hidan began to bind Naruto's hands. Hidan's shadow suddenly came to life and shot upwards, knocking Inari away from the Akatsuki. It was then that Guy and the rest of the Konoha group came charging into the clearing. Guy picked up Inari and got him out of the way in the space of less than a second. Naruto used the confusion to jump up into a nearby tree and barely missed being sliced in half by Hidan's deadly weapon. Guy looked at Inari's hand and then at Sakura. He was angry. I told you not to engage the enemy. We didn't have a choice. Those kids were gonna die if we didn't get them out. Sakura paused for a second. Naruto made the right decision, she said firmly. Guy's eyes widened a bit in surprise but quickly became serious again. Well, it's too late to argue about it now. Let's just deal with this. He looked with sympathy at Inari's hand. See what you can do to stop the bleeding. Sakura nodded. Hi. Hinata, Kazuhana, you're with us, Guy said. Suddenly Hidan's eyes were wide and he was staring down at what looked like black triangular spear sticking out of his chest. He looked behind him to see a perfect shadow image of the girl with the pink hair. Its arm had extended and sharpened. Got him, Sakura said in triumph, but her smile faded away when she noticed Hidan staring at her with what could almost be described as an annoyed pout. Why isn't he dead? Why you sneaky little bitch, Hidan stated in a half-impressed, half-annoyed tone. He pointed at inner Sakura's arm. Do you have any fucking idea how much that hurts? Inner Sakura pulled its arm out and jumped back to its mistress. Guy's face was one of shock. Is this guy immortal? He muttered to himself. Suddenly he noticed he was only looking at one opponent. Where's the other one? Kakuzu appeared behind Sakura, his fist moving toward her with frightening speed. She barely managed to dodge and wound up with a glancing blow to her left hip despite her efforts. Hidan had taken the opportunity to draw a circular symbol on the ground with the blood dripping from his wound. The circle had a triangle inside it, each of the triangle's points touching the circle's inner edge. Hey, don't kill any of them yet. I need them for my ritual, he said to Kakuzu. Kakuzu cocked an eyebrow as he leapt into a tree. Fine, let's see how well you do without my help. Like I need it, bastard. Hidan turned to the Konoha group just as Naruto rejoined them. Divine judgment awaits, heathens. You who are ignorant to the pain of others. How are we going to beat someone we can't kill, Guy-sensei? Hinata asked. Guy stared at Hidan, his teeth clenched. I don't know. He can't be killed but he can be injured. If we can remove his head at least he won't be able to fight, Neji suggested much more calmly than he should have been able to at that moment. You don't have time to chat. Hidan yelled. He whirled his triple scythe around by a long chain coming from its handle and whipped it toward the Konoha group. The group dodged and the mighty weapon dug a 10-foot-long track in the dirt where they had been a moment ago. Naruto made 12 cage bunshin. Hinata charged up chakra to her fingertips, Tenten pulled out a kunai, Lee removed his weights and the rest fell into battle stances. Guy began making seals but the scythe flew again and managed to make a nasty cut on his right forearm before he got out of the way. Gah! Naruto's eyes flattened into a suspicious glare when he noticed Hidan lick the blood off his blade. Kazuhana let loose with a huge ball of flame from her mouth. Hidan dodged it for the most part but his arm got badly burned. After I kill you I'm gonna make a leather belt out of your ass. Hidan yelled. Kakuzu snorted. Told you, you should have trained more in dodging. Shut the hell up, Hidan retorted. Suddenly Guy's face contorted in pain and his hand flew to cradle his arm which now felt like it had been burned. What the hell? Lee saw Hidan's skin begin to change color. Neji-san, look at Hidan. Neji's expression became confused. What on earth? When it was done changing, Hidan's skin had become pitch black and it looked like he had skeletal tattoos all over his body, giving him a very eerie appearance. Hurts doesn't it, asshole? Hidan said with a smirk. Divine judgment has been dealt. Is this a jutsu or something? Guy wondered. How's it feel? Perhaps you've come to understand the pain of others. Hidan smirked and shifted his weight a bit. And now the ritual begins. You've already fallen victim to my curse. He smoothed his hand over his hair. It's time for the two of us to savor sublime suffering. He pulled out a long, thin dagger and aimed it at his leg. Get ready. This is gonna hurt like hell. He cackled madly as he drove the blade through his thigh. Guy's hands flew to his leg as he cried out in pain and fell to the ground. What? He croaked out through gritted teeth. Hidan laughed again. Isn't the pain fantastic? And living through it feels even better. As the other dies, their agony resonates through my body. This pain is the best. Sakura hurriedly finished with Inari's finger. Guy needed her more. She picked up Inari and put him in a safe place about 20 yards away before rejoining her team. Attacking the vitals is such a waste. This is much more fun. Hidan said gleefully. I'm gonna gut you. Naruto yelled. His upper body weight shifted forward, indicating that he was about to run at Hidan. Sakura's eyes widened and she quickly held Naruto back. Naruto, look, she said as she pointed to Guy's leg. That's the same spot where Hidan stabbed himself. If we just rush Hidan, Guy-sensei's life would be in danger. Naruto nodded and his expression settled into a frown. What the hell do we do then? He wondered out loud. Hidan pulled the dagger out of his leg and held it up high. Woo, where do y'all want it next? He said as he hovered the dagger over various spots on his body. His smile became sadistic and he held the weapon's tip at his heart. Or should I just end it now? Tenten looked to Sakura. What about inner Sakura? Sakura shook her head. She takes up too much chakra. If I take her out again I won't be able to heal anyone. Kikuzu had been entertaining himself by breaking small branches off the tree he was perched in, but he'd gotten impatient. If it's gonna take this long I'll kill them all myself. Hidan angrily turned his head toward his partner. Back the fuck off, Kikuzu. They're mine. How did he link his body to Guy-sensei's like that? Lee asked. Naruto's eyes went wide. The blood. I saw him lick Guy-sensei's blood off his main weapon. Could that be it? He asked Sakura. Sakura was surprised. Partially, but look at the symbol on the ground. I think he's got to stay inside it to keep his curse going. He drew it just before his skin changed. Naruto thought for a minute and suddenly his expression became determined. I have an idea, but I'll need a distraction to make sure he doesn't have time to react to me. Kazuhana reluctantly raised a clawed hand. I can do it. Okay, Naruto said. He turned to Tenten and whispered something to her. Tenten nodded slightly, moved behind Lee and Neji and discreetly took a scroll from the pouch on her hip. Ready. Okay, Kazuhana replied, and in the space of a few seconds she was a naked human woman, instantly drawing Hidan's attention. Hidan cocked an eyebrow. Is that supposed to impress me? Hate to break it to ya girly, but I've seen naked chicks that were much hotter than you, he remarked smugly. Kazuhana's face squished up into an offended frown. Naruto barely managed to avoid passing out from blood loss at the sight of Kazuhana long enough to throw his special kunai. It landed right at Hidan's feet and in the blink of an eye Naruto vanished and reappeared right behind Hidan. He took advantage of the moment of surprise to knock Hidan out of the circle. A huge, black windmill shuriken sliced through the air in Hidan's neck. His head flew from his body and landed on the ground. His body quickly followed suit. As Tenten landed from throwing her weapon, Naruto used his foot to erase the blood symbol and turned to Kikuzu. Okay, and now for Kikuzu, you bastard. Naruto's eyes widened to full capacity as he stared in disbelief at Hidan's talking head. You knew what they were doing. You let them hurt me on purpose. Hidan yelled angrily. Kikuzu cocked an eyebrow. You're the one who told me not to interfere. Besides, is it really that wise of you to be yelling like that in your current situation? It's not like you have to point out my mistakes and make me look like a fool, you insensitive bastard. Is this all of them? Sasuke asked hurriedly as he ushered the last of the children into Kyoha's audience chamber. Kyoha looked over the group. Almost. One is missing, he replied. Sasuke nodded. Inari, he answered. The Akatsuki have him. The rest of our shinobi are trying to get him back. You'd best be going then, Kyoha advised. Any word on our reinforcements? Sasuke asked. Unfortunately no, Kyoha answered. Alright then, Sasuke took out a piece of paper and quickly drew a map. He handed it to Kyoha. This is our location. Please give it to the team when they arrive. Of course. You better hurry. I'm sure they need you, Kyoha said. Sasuke nodded. Hi. And with that he ran out the door as fast as his legs would carry him. Tenten was helping Guy to his feet. Are you alright, Guy-sensei? Hi. Arigato, Tenten, Guy said as he shook his head to clear his mind. For someone who can't die, you're an awfully big baby about getting hurt, Kakuzu said. Just shut the hell up and help me. Hidan yelled. Although how he yelled with no lungs to force air through his windpipe was anyone's guess. TCH. Fine, Kakuzu grumbled as he began to walk toward his partner. Oh no you don't, Lee yelled as he put on a burst of speed. He grabbed Hidan's head just as Kakuzu was reaching for it and kept running. Alright, fuzzy brows. Naruto cheered. Keep going, we'll handle things here. Lee saluted with his free hand. Osu. Kakuzu was about to run after Hidan's head when he found himself met with a wall of opposition. You'll have to get through us first, Naruto said as he folded his arms. Kakuzu sighed. Like that will be a problem. He crossed his arms in front of him which had some kind of stitches around the middle of each forearm. The stitches suddenly popped loose and he thrust his arms forward. His hands, connected by impossibly long tendons, shot out from their moorings and grabbed Sakura and Kazuhana by the throats. Kazuhana tried to suck in a breath to use her fire but her airway was cut off. In desperation she reverted to her dragon form and the new size of her neck proved to be too much for Kakuzu's grip and his hand released her. She fell to the ground and coughed for a second before leaping up and shooting fire at Kakuzu, forcing him to let Sakura go as well. Guy shot forward, attempting to hit Kakuzu with a series of kicks but Kakuzu was too fast and dodged all but the last one which he caught and used Guy's momentum to toss him nearly 20 feet away. Guy's head landed on a rock and he was out for the count. Guy-sensei, Tenten yelled. Her face flattened into a determined glare as she pulled out a large scroll, made a few hand signs, and unrolled it with a flick of her wrist. There was a puff of smoke and out of it appeared a pair of twin katana. But before she could charge forward Kakuzu suddenly had a sparkling hole through his chest. Behind him was Sasuke with a triumphant smirk on his face. Got you, you son of a bitch, Sasuke said just before pulling out his arm. Kakuzu fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. Sasuke-kun, Tenten yelled. For a moment it seemed like she was going to act the fangirl like Sakura had done so long ago and yet. What the hell, I was about to get him. Sasuke's smirk became one of amusement. Be faster next time. Tenten growled and slugged him in the arm. You're so damn smug. As Sasuke rubbed his arm he couldn't help but think that she was cute when she was mad. He kept it to himself, of course, but it was difficult to do so. His thoughts were interrupted, however, when he was suddenly kicked into the air. He managed to right himself and land, although shakily, on his feet. Kakuzu lowered his foot to the ground. Damn you, he said to Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes showed his confusion and worry. What the hell, I know I hit his heart. Kakuzu removed his cloak, revealing multiple places where he seemed to have stitched himself together and 4 very creepy-looking mask-like faces on his back. One of those faces was broken and bleeding. Bulges appeared under the masks, making them appear to have a life of their own. They ripped themselves from his back and 4 strange black monsters formed around them. These monsters looked like a very evil version of a haystack. The broken mask let out a horrible groan of death and fell to the ground, its body dissolving into the dirt. The threads that held him together re-stitched the holes the mask monsters had come from. Sakura was horrified but managed to study the situation fairly well. Since one of the masks that came out of his body is dead, that means Sasuke did make a killing blow. There's got to be some trick to it. One of the monsters opened its mouth and let out a powerful wind attack. Everyone jumped out of the way and a different monster used an earth attack that thrust pillars up from the ground. The group managed to dodge except for Neji, who rode a pillar to the top and used the height to try out a new attack. He got up some speed by jumping from pillar to pillar and then dove at one of Kakuzu's monsters. Kaden Bomu. A.N. Heavenly Spin Bomb, a glowing shell of chakra surrounded Neji's body as he rocketed toward his target. He hit with the force of a wrecking ball but still only managed a glancing blow, leaving the mask cracked and bleeding, but still intact. Sakura had used the distraction to retrieve Guy from the battlefield and begin healing his wound. Raiden Gion, A.N. Lightning Element, False Darkness, yelled Kakuzu. A torrent of lightning raced towards Naruto, Hinata and Kazuhana. There was no time to run and so Naruto stood in front of the other two and began channeling chakra, hoping to use it to deflect the coming attack. Suddenly there was a flash of silver and green and an explosion of lightning to rival that of Kakuzu's attack. Reikiri. When the bright light was gone Kakashi stood there, holding up his now burnt hands and breathing hard.
Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura said in surprise. How did you get here so fast? Neji groaned as he walked slowly to his comrades, nursing a heavy bruise on his left arm. Kakashi's eyes widened. Tomoyo. He ran to a spot not more than 20 feet away where Tomoyo's crumpled form lay on the ground. He gently turned her over. Tomoyo, are you alright? Tomoyo managed to force her eyes open. I'm fine, Kakashi-kun, just tired. Go and help them, she said with an exhausted smile. Sakura put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I'll take care of her. Kakashi nodded and headed back into the fray where the others were already in the process of avoiding a large fireball. His eyes widened in surprise. He can use fire too. Tomoyo brought you here, didn't she? Naruto asked. Kakashi saw the mild look of anger on the face of his student. Trust me, I tried to talk her out of it. She's tired but Sakura doesn't look worried, so I think she'll be alright. Naruto seemed reluctantly satisfied with his cousin-in-law's explanation and turned back to the enemy. I don't know what the hell is up with this guy. For some weird reason he can use 3 elements. From what Sasuke told me a few days ago, he shouldn't be able to. Sakura spoke up from where she was healing Tomoyo. I think it has something to do with those monsters. Sasuke punched him through the chest earlier but it only killed one of those. She made a face. They came out of his body. So it died in his place, Kakashi said with his brow furrowed in thought. Kakuzu smirked. Nice deduction. This is my heart collection. He gestured at the monsters. I took them from various shinobi I've killed. I used to have 5, but since you took out one of them I'll have to replace it with one of yours. I see. So he takes people's hearts and acupunctures them into his body. He's even managed to keep their chakras element, which explains why he can use so many different elemental recompositions. Kakashi thought. Looking at your forehead protectors reminds me of the very first Konoha shinobi I fought, Kakuzu said as the stitches on his right arm loosened. The first Hokage, that is. How old can he be? Neji asked with wide eyes. You're really immortal? Kakashi asked. Nah, Kakuzu answered. No one is immortal. By adding someone's heart to my collection right before mine stops from old age I've managed to lengthen my lifespan. Of course, the hearts need to be removed from the shinobi while they're still alive. He relished a moment in the horrified looks on the faces of the teenagers. Enough talking. The stitches on both arms came undone and the strange black, tendon-like things that also made up the mask monsters went toward the Konoha group with the speed of a cobra, wrapping around each of them and holding them tight. As Naruto struggled against his bonds he was lifted into the air and brought closer to Kakuzu. One of the tendons had been wrapped around his neck, slowly cutting off his air supply. Catching you had better be worth it. This whole thing has been a pain in the ass, Kakuzu grumbled. The mouths of his 3 monsters opened wide, prepared to wipe out the Konoha group with a triple elemental attack. Naruto's hands came closer and closer as he fought to stay conscious, and in one last great effort he brought them together in his favorite seal. Around 30 clones rushed Kakuzu, cutting at his tendons with kunai. The sheer number of them granted them the power to sever the tendons and the team fell free. In less than a second the tendons were screaming toward them again. Everyone managed to dodge them except Naruto, who was still tired from the combination of the bunchins and the fact that he was still recovering from being choked. A tendon stabbed through his left shoulder and he screamed and lost his battle with the darkness. Naruto. Naruto heard an unfamiliar voice and felt a hand gently shaking him. He groaned. Naruto, wake up. Naruto's eyes opened a bit. Through the small gap in his eyelashes he could make out the shape of a man. Who? Come on, kiddo, you don't have time to be snoozing, the man said, this time sounding more urgent. Naruto's eyes opened all the way and the sight that greeted him made his breath catch in his throat. His voice came out in a disbelieving whisper. Dad. Namikaze Minato smiled with the same grin that had greeted Naruto in the mirror for the last 15 years. He reached out a hand and his son took it. As his father pulled him to his feet Naruto decided he must be dreaming. He was in a fight. Obviously he'd been knocked out. It felt so real yet there was just no other rational explanation except. His eyes flashed wide and he let go of Minato's hand, leaping backwards in the process. This isn't a dream, is it? He asked, his heart racing in panic. Minato smiled and shook his head. No, I'm really here. Tears found their way to Naruto's eyes. Then I'm dead. Minato's smile became comforting. No, you're not dead. And, sadly, I'm not alive. He cocked his head to one side. Don't you have any idea where you are? Naruto wiped his eyes and looked around. He was standing in an open field he didn't recognize, but for some strange reason the feel of the place's energy felt familiar. Almost like the seal. Minato grinned. That's my boy. You were here the whole time? Naruto asked. No,
Only since Orochimaru killed Kyuubi. But even then it's taken me all this time to fully regain my self-awareness. When you were stabbed a moment ago, the surge in your chakra gave me the final jolt I needed. He walked over to Naruto and stroked his son's forehead. I wish I had time to talk to you right now, but you're still in danger. I promise I'll explain everything later, but for now, he pushed Naruto gently backwards. You need to wake up. A white light washed in front of Naruto's vision and his father was gone. Chapter 36. Naruto's eyes opened to see Sakura working on healing his wound while everyone else held Kakuzu off. He began to sit up but she pushed him back down. Oh no, you don't. I know you heal fast but you still need to give me a minute, Sakura said in a very motherly fashion. Damn it, Sakura-chan. I know when I'm okay to fight, Naruto protested as he tried to get up again. Sakura cocked an eyebrow. Don't make me tie you down. She pushed him to the ground again and her expression became serious. You know, this wound reminds me of when Sasuke. She didn't finish her sentence and instead doubled her efforts. Naruto frowned. Sakura-chan. It's okay, Sakura said. I'm long over it. It's just that it reminds me of how you almost died that day, and all I did was sit in the village, expecting you to bring Sasuke back to me. She completed the healing jutsu and began bandaging the closing wound. I was so useless back then, she said quietly. Naruto smiled. Well, you sure do a damn good job now, he said, rubbing the spot where the hole in his chest had been. With healing and fighting, he said as Sakura helped him to his feet. That hurts, you son of a bitch. Hidan yelled as Lee switched his grip so that he was holding him by the hair. Lee sighed and rolled his eyes. He was about to accommodate the talking head just to get him to shut up when he saw the backup team of Anbu from Konoha headed his way. Oi, everyone, he said. The team changed their direction just a bit to meet up with Lee. Where are the others? Said a woman's voice from behind an Anbu mask. They're still fighting. Here. Lee tossed something in the direction of the Anbu who had spoken. Take this. The Anbu caught the object and then let out a shriek of surprise. Why the hell did you throw a head at me? Now that's just fucking rude, Hidan said in protest of being referred to as an object. Whoa, the Anbu said, dropping Hidan 50 feet to the forest floor. You stupid beach, Hidan yelled the entire way down. Lee sighed and shot down after Hidan, catching him a few feet from the ground. This guy, he said, handing the head back to the Anbu, is a prisoner. Please take him to the Hokage. I'll give my full report when I get back. The Anbu stuffed Hidan in a bag. Damn it, bitch. First you drop me and now you're cutting off my view. The Anbu quickly pulled on the ties to close the back. That's gonna get annoying as hell real fast. She handed the bag off to another Anbu. You take it. I'm the captain. I don't have time to be running errands. As her subordinate left with the bag, she turned back to Lee. Lead us to them. Tenten brandished her katana and dumped chakra into the blades. They glowed brightly as she threw them at Kakuzu, who raised an eyebrow when they both whizzed by his head, causing no damage. Where exactly are you aiming? He asked. Tenten yanked her hands backward and only then did Kakuzu realize she was pulling on chakra strings. The blades turned around in midair and screamed toward the fire-using monster. Before Kakuzu could blink, the monster was pierced through the middle of the mask. As it died, Kakuzu glared at Tenten. You guys are starting to piss me off, he said in a low voice. Tenten jumped straight up to avoid the new barrage of stone pillars only to be hit by a jutsu from the water monster. She coughed some blood as it nailed her in the stomach. She landed on the ground, rolling a few times before slamming into a tree. Tenten, Sasuke screamed. Naruto ran up to his brother. Go ahead and take care of her. He turned to Kakuzu and his eyes changed to the purple and white of the tamagon. The pupil was once again the slit it had become the last time he'd used the technique. It seemed to the others that the change to his dujutsu must be permanent. I'll take care of him. He dropped the genjutsu that had been hiding his fangs. Kazuhana, I need your fire. Hi, Kazuhana said as she stood next to her fighting partner. Sakura, check on Tenten, Naruto commanded. NHM, Sakura said before running to Tenten and Sasuke. You were barely holding me back with all of you and now you think that reducing your numbers is going to help. Kakuzu said with amusement. Hinata's hand was suddenly over Naruto's. He's right. You need us, she said as Neji and Kakashi also stepped forward. Naruto shook his head. Trust me, this is gonna be dangerous. Hinata's expression became worried. You're not going to use the Sugiken Rasengan again, are you? No, I wouldn't be able to get close enough for a hit. But I have an idea and I don't know what kind of damage it'll cause, so I need you guys out of the way. Back me up, okay? Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Kakashi gave Naruto a hard stare. I'll let you try, but if it looks like you're in trouble I'll step in whether you want me to or not. Hinata and Neji joined him as he backed away enough that they would be out, he hoped, of the immediate blast zone but still close enough to help if needed. "Alright, you bastard. Let's do this," Naruto said as he widened his stance. "Alright then, freak, let's see what you can do with your little pet dragon," Kakuzu taunted. "Pet," Kazuhana said indignantly as her eye twitched. "I'll show you pet." She took in a deep breath and fire blasted from her open mouth. Kakuzu's earth monster put up a wall of dirt to protect him from the flames. "Is that all you can do?" Kakuzu said. Kazuhana gritted her teeth. Naruto's hands glowed with chakra as he made several Sugiken balls. "Use your fire on these." He threw them at the dirt wall. Kazuhana's fire hit them and nearly doubled the normal explosion. Kakuzu jumped to avoid the debris when the dirt wall came down, but his earth monster wasn't so lucky. Its mask shattered as easily as the wall. Naruto smirked. "You only got one left now. I don't need more than one to deal with a brat like you," Kakuzu said. The remaining monster opened its mouth and fired a giant ball of lightning at Naruto and Kazuhana. At the same time many more of his joints became unsewn, and he was quickly surrounded by a writhing mass of nasty-looking black tentacles extending from his body. Kazuhana wasted no time on apologies as she grabbed Naruto's sides in her golden claws and flew him out of danger. She dodged left and right to avoid the tentacles as they attempted to pluck her and Naruto out of the sky. She performed a loop and Naruto had to shake off the slight wave of nausea that resulted. "Kazuhana, fly me in closer," Naruto commanded. As they got within 30 feet of his target, Naruto's hands glowed with chakra. The glow got larger and took on the form of claws. He flung his arms upward and back, then snapped them forward as if slicing the air with the deadly blades. When the chakra claws shot forward, Sasuke, who was holding Tenten's hand while he waited for her to wake up, recognized the attack his brother was using. "That's," he muttered as the image of those same chakra-clawed hands attacking him flashed into his mind. The difference was this time they weren't red and Naruto had complete control over them. Naruto made sure the clawed hands, which kept increasing in size in order to create the widest net possible, caught as much Sugiken as they could on the way towards his target. The Sugiken rapidly formed a white crust on the palms of the chakra hands. Kakuzu readied his monster and his tentacles for the coming attack, having no idea what was actually about to happen. To his surprise, the hands didn't come directly at him but moved to his sides. They spread wide, and before Kakuzu had a chance to realize what was going on, the hands clamped shut around him. When Naruto pulled them back, Kakuzu was encased in a giant Sugiken shell. "Burn it," Naruto commanded of his reptilian friend. Kazuhana had actually started her fire as soon as Naruto began speaking. She'd had a pretty good idea of what Naruto needed her to do since she'd acted as the ignition for similar attacks on several occasions. She blew out the largest fireball she had ever made in the human world. As soon as it hit, an explosion rocked the area. On top of the dirt, rocks and other shrapnel that were being flung in all directions, the blast also sent out a shockwave that hit Kazuhana and Naruto with the force of a freight train. They blacked out and both of them started the 100-foot fall to the unforgiving ground below. "Naruto!" Hinata screamed. "Naruto ni-san!" Inari yelled. "Shit!" Kakashi cursed. He bolted toward the falling pair, but he knew the only one he could catch was Naruto. Kazuhana was simply too large. "Hinata! Neji! Get Kazuhana!" Hinata and Neji raced to Kazuhana's falling form, but they knew it was useless. There was no way they could safely catch a nearly 500-pound dragon. Neji's eyes widened as an idea came to him. "Hinata, soft Kaden," he yelled suddenly. Hinata nodded and both cousins got into the proper stance. "Kaden," they said in unison. Kazuhana hit the whirling chakra, which sunk a little to absorb some of the shock, and bounced off it onto the ground. At the same time, Kakashi leapt into the air and Naruto fell hard into his arms. The cousins stopped their jutsu. Neji went to check onto the ebony dragon, while Hinata ran to Naruto. "Naruto-kun." Kakashi looked Naruto over and smiled beneath his mask. "He'll be fine," he said to Hinata. "Just a small concussion." He looked down at the blonde in his arms and shook his head. "Twice in one day," he said with a sigh. "Kazuhana's right arm is broken, but she looks alright otherwise," Neji reported as he looked over the arm in question, which was bent at an unnatural angle. Kakashi looked back to see what had become of Kakuzu. When he didn't see him right away, he looked down at the ground where Kakuzu had been standing. Kakuzu was there, in pieces. What a jutsu, Kakashi thought. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. "Ah!" Hinata flung her arms around her boyfriend's neck. "Naruto-kun," she cried happily. "Did it work?" Naruto asked weakly. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. "That would be an understatement. If your stomach feels even the slightest bit nauseous from being hit, I would suggest you don't look at the ground much. It's a bit messy." Naruto's eyes widened a bit at that. He suddenly sat upright, regretting it slightly due to the way the movement made the world spin. Kazuhana-san. Hinata jumped up and ran to the fallen dragon, wincing at the condition of the broken arm. She used her medical jutsu to examine Kazuhana. She has a concussion and her arm is broken in 2 places. I can't fix it. I don't have the skill, she said, her voice filled with regret. Kakashi looked up. Sakura, is Tenten well enough for you to take a look at this? Hi, Sakura replied, leaving Sasuke to watch over the weapon's mistress. She gritted her teeth when she noticed that not only was the arm bent the wrong way, but part of the bone was glaring at her through an open wound near the break. I can't do it either. I've never set a broken bone that was so severe. Neji's expression was solemn. And there's no way we can carry her back. Sakura, can you wake her so she can shapeshift to her more manageable form? Kakashi asked. I can try, Sakura replied. She laid her hands on the dragon's forehead and concentrated. After a moment Kazuhana's eyes slowly opened. The first thing Kazuhana did was attempt to move, but her broken arm protested and she held in pain. She chanced to look to her arm and her expression became horrified. Oh, Kami-sama, she cried as tears rolled down her cheeks. Never in her life had she received an injury anywhere close to this, and she was quite close to panic as seeing her bone sticking through her skin. Kazuhana-san, calm down. If you get hysterical, helping you will be a lot harder, Sakura said in a soothing tone. As Kazuhana forced herself to take deep breaths, Naruto frowned and realized something for the first time. Kazuhana had not been raised as a fighter. She hadn't been trained in pain tolerance or meditation techniques. She knew some jutsu, but she'd obviously been taught without the expectation of her actually ever using it. Naruto suddenly felt bad for dragging her into the fight. Kazuhana-san, Naruto's words were cut off as he heard Lee's voice coming from his right. We're here, Lee shouted as he and the Anbu came into view. He stopped short, however, when he saw the scene before him. Did you defeat him? He asked in shock. Kakashi nodded. Yes, but now we need to take care of the wounded. Lee and the Anbu nodded and walked forward. Be careful where you step, Kakashi warned as he nodded toward the ground. Lee made a face but managed to keep his lunch in his stomach. Are any of you medics? Sakura asked. A man stepped forward. I am. Do you have any experience at fixing something like this? Sakura asked while pointing to Kazuhana's arm. The medic raised an eyebrow. Not on a dragon, I haven't. Kazuhana-san, can you shift to your human form? Sakura asked hopefully. Kazuhana was obviously struggling to hold back tears, but she managed to answer in spite of the searing pain. I don't know, but I will attempt it. Sakura nodded and pulled a small square of fabric from her hip pack. She unfolded it to reveal a thin medical blanket and used it to cover Kazuhana. Hinata, can you help me dull the pain? Hi, Hinata answered. As Hinata and Sakura worked to numb her arm, Kazuhana began to change shape. She did it slowly, one part at a time, saving the broken arm for last. As it began to change, she screamed but continued on. At last the transformation was complete and her now human skin was covered in perspiration from the effort. Hinata stroked the dragon's forehead. Good job, she said with a warm smile. The medic nin took a kunai out of the pouch on his hip and held out the handle to Kazuhana. Bite down on this and try to bear the pain, he instructed. Kazuhana nodded, fear evident on her face. The medic examined the arm for a bit to determine the best motion to take. Okay, on 3. 1, 2. He suddenly bent her arm back the right way with a sickening crack. Ah! Kazuhana screamed around the kunai handle. Tears of pain streamed down her face. Sakura held her hand. Okay, the worst is over. Shish, just rest. Alright, we should take care of the others now, Hinata said. Sakura nodded. Go ahead, I'll finish up here. She looked toward Tenten. She has a concussion, head wound, and some internal bleeding. I managed to stop the bleeding, but you should still take care when lifting her. Inari-kun lost a finger. I've reattached it as best I could, but Tsunade-sama should check over my work. Gai-sensei and Naruto only have concussions, and Neji may have some pulled muscles. Neji rolled his eyes. I'm fine. Sakura frowned but went back to her work. Hinata helped the Anbu move Gai onto a stretcher and then helped to lift Tenten. Once Tenten was on the stretcher, Hinata used a clean white cloth to wipe some of the dried blood from the girl's mouth. Can I help? Sasuke asked suddenly. Hinata looked surprised for a moment but nodded. Of course. She pointed toward the stretcher. You take that end. As Sasuke grabbed onto the wooden poles at the rear of the stretcher, Hinata picked up the front. Kakashi-sensei, we're going ahead, she announced. Be careful, Kakashi said. Hinata nodded. Hi. And with that she and Sasuke headed out. Kazuhana, can you stand? Sakura asked as 2 more Anbu left carrying Gai. Kazuhana bit her lower lip. Her expression said she really didn't want to walk, but she knew it would make it easier on everyone. I think so. She gingerly got to her feet while pulling the medical blanket up with her, swaying a bit when she stood to her full height. Naruto and Neji steadied her. I'm okay. The world just spun for a moment. The Anbu leader, who was the only Anbu left at the scene, took off her vest and put it on Kazuhana. There, she said as she snapped it shut, this should hold that blanket on you so you stay covered. Thank you, Kazuhana said gratefully. She looked behind her. Someone should wake Tomoyo-san, she said as Sakura put her arm in a sling. Lee gently shook Tomoyo's shoulder. Tomoyo-san, it's time to leave. Tomoyo opened her eyes and looked around. You won already. Kakashi laughed. Yes, love. Is everyone alive? Tomoyo asked. So far, Neji answered. Tomoyo stretched and stood up. Well, I've pretty much fully recovered from our trip. I'll flash back to Konoha and tell them you're coming. How many injured should I report? 5, Guy-sensei, Tenten, Inari, Kazuhana, and Naruto. Tenten is the worst off. She had internal bleeding, Sakura said. Tomoyo nodded. Okay, I'll see you back at the village. She put her hand into the rabbit seal and was gone. I'll carry Kazuhana, said the Anbu leader as Inari walked over to the group. It would be indecent for any of the men to carry her considering her outfit and Sakura needs her hands free in case someone needs medical attention. Agreed, Naruto said. I'll carry Inari. Kakashi shook his head. You have a concussion, not to mention you have to make your report to the daimyo. Oh, right, sorry, I'm still getting used to this whole diplomat thing, Naruto said. Let's go. Climb on my back, Lee said to Inari. Okay, Inari said as he did as instructed. Thank you, everyone. You saved my life, he said with a grateful smile. Naruto smiled also. That's what friends do. Kakashi collected Hidan's body, Lee put Inari on his back and the group left the field of battle. Naruto headed for town to speak with the daimyo and the rest, to Konoha. As Naruto began his run he laughed a little in spite of what had occurred. Compared to this, the Chunin exam will be a piece of cake. Chapter 37. Naruto was definitely preoccupied as he leapt from tree to tree on his way to meet with the daimyo. As he moved his thoughts dwelled on his father and the conversation they'd had. He had been so sure that it was real but now he wondered if it were possible that it was just a very vivid dream. Tu-san, was it really you? He reactivated the genjutsu to hide his teeth and entered the city limits. Tezuna's throat tightened in worry when he saw only Naruto returning with his grandson nowhere in sight. Naruto-kun, he called out as he waved at the blonde. Tezuna, Naruto said with a smile. Tezuna's face lit up with hope. You seem happy, does that mean? Naruto nodded. Inari's alive. His face fell a little. He's hurt though. One of the enemy ninja cut off his right pinky finger. Ignoring Tezuna's shocked expression he continued. Sakura reattached it but the finger could still die. Tezuna pressed his lips together and closed his eyes as he let out a long breath to compose himself. Where is he? Sakura and the others took him back to Konoha to let my mom have a look at his finger. You come to Konoha with me when I'm done here, Naruto said. Tezuna nodded. Arigato, Naruto-kun, he smiled. You're making a habit of saving my family. Naruto chuckled. You're welcome, I'll be right back. Gotta make my report and then we can get out of here. Arigato, Naruto-kun, you have done my country a great service. I'm pleased you were also able to save your friend. But most of all, you prevented my son from being kidnapped, and now I have the chance to do things right, Kyoha said, his voice filled with gratitude. Is he here? Naruto asked as he glanced around the room. He is with his adoptive family for the moment. Once we've concluded our business I will explain everything to him and ask his family to move into the palace. Kyoha picked up a small scroll and handed it to Naruto. What's this? Naruto asked with a curious expression. It's a letter to your mother expressing how pleased I am at your diplomacy skills. You did well, and I think you will make a fine Hokage one day, Kyoha said with a warm smile. Naruto pumped his fist into the air and whooped loudly. Yes. He calmed down quickly when he realized how his behavior might look to his host. Gomen. Kyoha chuckled. It's fine. Training or no training, you're still 14. Naruto bowed. Arigato. Narumi-san, Kyoha called out. Narumi poked her head in. Hi. Please pay Naruto for his services. Narumi nodded and disappeared for a moment before returning with an envelope. She handed it to Naruto, bowed to him slightly, and left the room. I hope to see you again one day, Naruto. You are an extraordinary young man, Kyoha said with a warm smile. Naruto smiled in kind. And you as well, Daimyo-sama. Tezuna looked sideways at Naruto for the 5th time.
His traveling companion had been uncharacteristically quiet and it was starting to unnerve him. "Nay, Naruto-kun, you okay?" Naruto seemed to come out of a trance. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about some things. Anything I could help with?" Naruto shook his head. "Nah, thanks, though." Tazuna nodded. "Of course." Tsunade looked up from her examination of Inari's finger and smiled. "You did an excellent job, Sakura. His finger will be fine." Inari breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura beamed with pride. "Arigato, Shisho. Guy and Neji are fine. The only one I'm still concerned about is Tenten," Tsunade said with a frown. Sakura lost her smile. She still hasn't woken up. I'm gonna wait for my grandpa in the hall," Inari announced just before leaving the room. Tsunade was grateful for Inari's gesture and waited until the door closed to continue. She noticed the dejected look on her student's face. "It's nothing you did, Sakura. As far as I can see, she should be waking up. Is Sasuke still in there?" Tsunade smiled sadly. "He hasn't left her side." 10 hours later Tazuna stepped through the doors of Konoha Hospital to see his grandson sitting in the waiting room. "Inari," he called out. Inari looked up from the bench he was sitting on. "Grandpa." He ran to Tazuna and hugged him tightly. "My precious grandson," Tazuna said as tears made their way to his eyes. He then released the hug and looked at Inari's finger, frowning at the red scar line that surrounded the injury site. "I'll be okay, Grandpa. Tsunade-sama said I won't lose my finger," Inari said with a reassuring smile. He turned to Naruto. "Arigato, Naruto-ni-san," he said as he hugged the older boy. Tazuna smiled happily. "We should get home. Your mother is very worried," he said to Inari. Inari broke the hug and nodded. "Hi, ya na." "Ya," Naruto replied. Once they were out of sight Naruto asked the front desk where his brother was. Sasuke looked to the door to see if anyone was coming. Once he was satisfied there was no one around he reached forward and stroked Tenten's cheek. "Please wake up," he whispered softly. He wanted so badly to see her open her eyes. The only girl he had ever been even remotely interested in was potentially close to death and it made his stomach tighten to the point where he felt him sick. I still haven't told you everything. I haven't told you all my feelings, please," Sasuke said as his eyes misted over. Suddenly an alarm sounded and Sasuke whipped his head to the side to see the heart monitor had none of the small pulses on it that had been there a moment ago. No, he bolted for the door and opened it in one swift motion. "Help, I need help in here now." Naruto was on his way to Tenten's room when his mother and 4 other medical staff suddenly blew by him. He ran after her and quickly caught up. "What's going on?" "Tenten's flat-lining," Tsunade replied shortly. Naruto's eyes widened. "What?" He joined Tsunade in making short work of the lengthy hallway and they burst through the door of Tenten's room to find Sakura already working feverishly on healing her friend. "What happened?" Tsunade demanded as the medical cart was quickly rolled up to Tenten's bed. "I don't know. I can't find what's wrong," Sakura replied in a panic as she moved out of the way to allow Tsunade access. Tsunade's expression twisted in confusion as she moved her glowing hands over Tenten's body. "This doesn't make any sense. What the hell is going on?" Sakura grabbed the defibrillator paddles and put them on Tenten's chest. "Clear," she said. The paddles charged to life and Tenten's body jumped from the shock. A faint heartbeat bounced on the green line of the heart monitor. Tsunade turned to one of the nurses. "Get me Hyuga Hinata, now." A minute later Hinata came running into the room, her Byakugan already activated, and looked Tenten over. Suddenly she pointed to her stomach. "There, her chakra veins in her stomach have been pinched closed." "How in the hell?" Tsunade questioned in shock. "Can you fix that?" Sasuke asked desperately, his eyes wide pleading with the teenaged Hyuga. "I can try," Hinata said quickly. Her hands glowed green and she got to work. "How did they do this? When did they do this?" Sasuke paced impatiently. He was furious with himself for not being able to help and the weight was making it worse. He couldn't look at Tenten. He was afraid if he did he might lose it. Sweat rolled down Hinata's forehead as she pushed herself as hard as she could to pull off something that she had not been trained to do. She pushed her Byakugan further and suddenly noticed that the reason she could not open the chakra veins was that they were sewn closed, with microscopic black tendrils. Naruto kept an eye on Sasuke, watching for any signs that he might crack. He put a hand on his shoulder. "Just hang on Ni-san. Hina-chan can do this. I know she can." Sasuke barely heard his younger brother. "Kami-sama, please." Hinata had set to work on snapping the tendrils. It was slow going but she was making progress. Once the tendrils were gone she re-inflated the veins with a bit of her own chakra. Finally she stood up and faced the group of onlookers. She should be fine, now.
she said in between heavy breaths before collapsing to the floor unconscious. Hina-chan, Naruto cried as he ran to her. He cradled her in his arms as Tsunade checked her pulse. Tsunade stood up with a smile. She's alright, just exhausted. Once Sasuke saw Hinata was alright, he walked over to Tenten, scooped up her hand and held it tight. He looked with grateful tears in his eyes at Hinata's sleeping form. I wish I could thank her, he said softly to Naruto. Naruto smiled. You can when she wakes up, he said as he stroked Hinata's forehead. He was so proud of her. I'm gonna take her to an empty bed till she wakes up. He lifted her and smiled at Sasuke before leaving the room. Everyone turned their head in Tenten's direction when they heard a faint moan. Sasuke sat down on the chair next to her bed. Tenten. Tenten managed to force her eyes open. Sasuke. She looked at the group of people around her. What happened? Tsunade fielded the question. Apparently at some point one of your attackers closed off the chakra veins in your stomach. Somehow Hinata managed to repair the damage. She's resting in another room. How did they do something like that? Tenten asked. Tsunade shook her head. I have no idea. We'll have to wait until Hinata wakes up and ask her. She clamped a hand on Tenten's arm. Glad to see you awake, she said with a smile. Tenten returned the smile. Arigato. Tsunade stood straighter. Alright everyone, let's leave so she can get some rest. May I stay a little longer, Tsunade-sama? Sasuke asked, his eyes pleading. Tsunade smiled. For a few minutes. Once they were gone, Sasuke turned back to face Tenten. How do you feel? Like hell, but I'll live, she said with a bemused smile. Sorry for scaring you like that. Sasuke was surprised. How do you know what happened? I don't, but I do know there wouldn't have been so many doctors and nurses in here if I hadn't almost died, Tenten replied with a grimace. Sasuke swallowed hard. I'm sorry. For what? I couldn't help you. All I could do was stand there and wait, Sasuke answered with a frown. Tenten smiled. You're not a medic. I wouldn't expect you to be able to heal me. It's okay. Sasuke looked out the window for a moment and then turned back. Tenten, there's something. He sighed. Something I need to tell you. Tenten cocked her head a little. You remember what we talked about after I punched Neji? Tenten's cheeks took on a slight tinge of pink. Yeah. I didn't tell you everything. And when I thought you could die, the idea that I hadn't bothered me. I'm not really good at this kind of stuff, but I love you. He ignored Tenten's wide eyes. If you want me to leave, I understand. I'm not exactly the most sensitive guy in the world and I have problems keeping my anger under control and… His words were cut off when Tenten pulled his head down to hers and captured his lips in a crushing kiss. Tenten's mind was spinning with delight as she kissed Sasuke the way she'd been wanting to for weeks. Her body was alive with electricity. She felt happy and warm. Finally she pushed his head back and smirked. You talk too damn much. Sasuke smiled and kissed her again. For the first time in his life he looked forward to the future and saw how bright it could be. Chapter 38. Tsunade walked into the room Hinata was in, saw her sitting up, and smiled. You look like you're feeling better, she remarked cheerfully. Hinata smiled sleepily. Hi. Just a little tired. Hey, Ka-san, Naruto greeted from his place in the chair next to Hinata's bedside. Naruto, I need you to come with me to Kazuhana's room, Tsunade said, her tone suddenly serious. So what's up? Naruto asked his mother as she led him down the hall. Kazuhana's father is here, Tsunade replied. Naruto looked at Tsunade with concern. Why? I'm not sure, but I would guess it has something to do with today's events. Naruto was very nervous. He had no idea what was going to happen, but he was fairly sure that it wouldn't be good. They took a left and continued until they got to the end of the hall. When they opened the door, Naruto saw a man who looked to be in his mid-50s, with a long, white beard, green eyes and the same blue gem in his forehead as his daughter. He wore a long black kimono with curls of smoke painted in white along the front panels. He carried himself with an air of authority as he walked toward Naruto. So this is the young man responsible for my daughter's current condition, he said with an even stare. Dad, Kazuhana snapped. It was obvious she disapproved of her father's words. Young lady, you will be silent, the older dragon said with a firm tone. Kazuhana glared at her father but said nothing else. Tsunade spoke up. Naruto, this is Soyoke's Kazuhana's father. Naruto swallowed and bowed deeply. It's an honor to meet you, Soyoke-san, he said with a bit of nervousness in his voice. Soyoke seemed to relax a bit but his face remained stern. Tsunade-sama has told me what happened in the country of the wave. When I agreed to allow you to be my daughter's subordinate, I told her she was not to attempt battle until she had completed her fight training. Were you aware of this, Naruto? Naruto's eyes went wide. No, sir. I had no idea. He bowed again. I'm very sorry. Soyoke seemed to consider this for a moment. You seem like a good young man, but even so I must tell you that I am here to take her home and she will not be returning to you for several months. Naruto looked dismayed. But Soyoke's put his hand up to stop Naruto from speaking. That is my decision. She is not ready for this. That she was hurt this badly is proof enough. I will be assigning you another of my clan until Kazuhana has completed her training. Naruto sighed. I won't interfere in what you wanna do, but can I say something? The old dragon cocked an eyebrow. He wasn't used to his decisions being debated. I suppose. Kazuhana hasn't finished her training, but from day one she's been a great battle partner. She's good at knowing what I need her to do, thinking on her feet, and she even saved my life once. Yeah, she got hurt bad, but that's always a danger even if you're a good fighter. Naruto paused a moment. I guess what I'm saying is please try not to be too hard on her, he finished with a downcast look in his eyes. Soyoke sighed but offered Naruto a small smile. I will take your words into consideration. He turned to his daughter. It's time to go. Yes, Dad. Can I say goodbye? Kazuhana asked quietly. Of course, Soyoke said graciously. Kazuhana rose from the bed and stood before Naruto. I'm really sorry about all this. I should have told you about my training. Naruto smiled. That's okay. Hurry up and finish so you can come back. He gave her a quick hug and Kazuhana moved to stand next to her father. Yeah, Kazuhana said quietly. Soyoke gave a final nod of farewell and the two vanished in a puff of smoke. Tsunade gave Naruto's shoulder a squeeze. Don't worry, she'll be back, she said with a smile. Naruto nodded. I know. Hey, Hina-chan, Naruto said as he gave Hinata a kiss on the forehead. Hello, Hinata replied with a sleepy smile. Tsunade pulled a second chair next to the bedside, swiveled it around and sat down, resting her arms on the chair back. You feel up to giving a report? Hinata nodded. Hi. She sat up a little straighter. When we were fighting Kakuzu he had some strange black tendrils he used to fight us into, sew some of his body parts on, she said with wince. Somehow during the fight he managed to use the tendrils to sew the veins in Tenten-san's stomach shut. What? Tsunade exclaimed. When did he have time? I never saw him even touch her stomach, Naruto said. Hinata's eyes flashed wide. When he hit her with that water jutsu. Huh? Naruto questioned. He must have embedded tiny pieces of those tendrils into the water, and when it hit her. Hinata said. The tendrils attacked, Tsunade finished with a frown. She stood and stretched a bit. I'm assuming they're keeping you overnight for observation. She asked Hinata. Hi. Father will be picking me up in the morning, Hinata replied. Rest well. You deserve it, Tsunade said with a small smile. In the meantime, I have an annoying talking head in my jail that needs my personal attention, she said dryly. Naruto snickered. I'm gonna stay with Hina-chan. Naruto-kun, you don't have to. I'm fine, Hinata said with a bit of pink on her cheeks. Naruto smiled and lovingly touched her cheek. I know, but I just feel better if I'm here to make sure. Hinata smiled. Well, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Night, brat, Tsunade said to Naruto as she tousled his hair. Night, Ka-san, Naruto replied. Tsunade left the room, and Naruto and Hinata attempted to get some sleep. A lot of thoughts swam in Naruto's mind as he tried to sleep on the cot he'd been given by one of the nurses. The battle, Tenten's brush with death, but the thought that was now at the forefront of his mind was his father. Had he really seen him? As he closed his eyes and thought about their very short conversation, a strong yearning pulled on his heart. After roughly 20 minutes of watching the clouds drift over the full moon out the window, he got an idea. He stood up and checked on Hinata. Smiling in satisfaction at the steady rise and fall of her chest, he tenderly stroked her cheek and left the room. In the moonlit hospital courtyard, Naruto sat under a large tree and sat down, folding his legs underneath himself. He slowed his breathing and closed his eyes. Within seconds he was in the prison dreamscape of the seal. For a moment he didn't dare open his eyes. He was afraid that if he did he would be proven wrong. He slowly cracked one eye open to see his father leaning against the wall of Kyuubi's cage, smirking at him in amusement. So, are you just gonna sit there all day? Minato teased. Naruto's eyes opened completely. Grinning wider than he ever had in his life, he jumped up, ran to his father and threw his arms around him. He felt as though his heart might explode from the sheer level of joy he felt. "San." Minato put his arms around his son, closed his eyes and sighed in contentment. "Naruto," he said softly. "My boy. I wasn't dreaming. You're really here," Naruto said as the tears began to flow. He wanted to stay in the moment for as long as he could. So this was what it was like to be hugged by a father. Now that he knew what he had been missing out on, he thought of his younger years with renewed disdain. Minato smiled. Yeah, he released the hug and pushed Naruto back a bit. Let me get a good look at you. You're so tall. How old are you now? Naruto sniffed and wiped his eyes. Almost 15. Minato's eyes misted over. So much I've missed so much. I'm so sorry for not being there for you. Naruto was silent for a moment before speaking. I was angry at you at first, angry you stuck me with the Kyuubi and then left me all alone. I even didn't know my real last name till I turned 14. He let out a relaxing sigh. But when Ka-san told me. Minato got a strange look on his face and cut him off. Your mother, Naruto, that's impossible. She died in my arms, he said with a tightness in his throat. Naruto winced. Not my real mom. I got adopted last year, he explained with a small smile. Minato's eyebrows rose. Really? By who? Naruto's smile brightened. Tsunade. Minato's face split into a wide smile. I'm glad it's her. She's like an older sister to me. His expression changed to one of confusion. But I wonder why she took so long to do it. She didn't know I was your son until a couple days before I did. Jiraiya had told her I died, Naruto said with an irritated frown. Minato's face mirrored his son's. I remember now. It was the old man's idea. I had a lot of enemies, so he convinced me it was best. Anyway, what did Tsunade tell you? Oh, she told me you did it to protect me and to save everyone. So, now I'm not angry anymore. I'm just happy to see you, he said as a few more tears made their way down his face. He thought it best to leave out the fact that he had already taken his feelings out on Jiraiya. Minato smiled. Let's go somewhere a little less depressing. The scenery around them rippled and changed to the field they'd been in the first time he had appeared to Naruto. Much better. So how did you get here anyway? I remember you said it was cause of what Orochimaru did, but... Naruto began as they sat down on the grass. To be more precise, it was because Kyuubi died. My deal with the death god was that he would hold on to my soul in exchange for sealing Kyuubi. When Kyuubi died, the deal was no longer valid, so the death god released me. Minato looked around. I'm not completely sure why I'm here instead of in the afterlife, but it could be something to do with the connection created by the seal. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment. He was about to comment when his father said something else. You know, it's odd, Minato said with a confused expression as he looked around the area. Kyuubi's not here, but I still sense an abnormal chakra. Naruto looked at Minato. That would be my chakra. Minato's confusion had now increased by several levels, but his expression was slowly taken over by a look of concern. What's happened to you? Naruto put up a hand. I'm okay, Tsu-san. He sighed. This is gonna take some time to explain. Minato cocked an eyebrow. Don't let me stop you. The next morning Ino, Choji and Nao were sparring in preparation for the Chunin exam when Kurenai stalked up to them in a huff. They could feel killing intent pouring off the woman. Have any of you seen my idiot husband? All three teenagers quickly shook their heads. Kurenai sighed angrily and walked off in a new direction. Once she was out of sight, Ino noticed Asuma's head slowly emerge from behind a tree. Asuma-sensei. Asuma's finger immediately went to his lips. Shish, she's trying to get me to have a family photo taken. It was well known in the village that Asuma hated getting his picture taken with a burning passion, and so Ino snickered in understanding. Why not? Nao asked with a shrug. It's pretty painless. Have you seen pictures of me? Asuma whispered loudly. It's amazing I haven't broken every camera in Konoha. He folded his arms defiantly. And it doesn't count as a family photo if our child isn't born yet. Suddenly the killing intent that had been felt earlier was back and right behind Asuma. Oh really? Kurenai growled. Asuma's face wore a sheepish, fear-laden smile as he turned around to face his wife. Why yo, love. Don't you, love, me. You'll have that picture taken or I'll make you hold my hand while I give birth. She moved her face in menacingly. And you know how strong my grip is. Images of crushed fingers running through his head made Asuma quickly change his tune. Okay. Kurenai grabbed Asuma's hand and pulled him away. Choji shook his head slowly. Poor Asuma-sensei. Ino cocked an eyebrow and folded her arms. Serves him right for trying to get out of doing something important. Now chose to stay out of it. In her opinion it was better not to take sides. Why don't we get back to training? I wanna be our best for the exam, she said cheerfully. Ino's expression flickered with mild annoyance, but she nodded anyway. Sure, but they were interrupted yet again when they were approached by a rather annoyed-looking Shikamaru. Have you guys seen Naruto? Godime-sama is looking for him, he asked dully. Ino smirked. Have you tried Hinata's hospital room? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. That was the first place I checked. The late morning sun had finally managed to creep over the edge of the buildings making up the hospital courtyard and lit up Naruto's face. He stirred slightly but did not come out of his trance. Minato leaned against a large tree, his arms folded in thought. Finally he sighed heavily and shook his head. Wow. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah. So the chakra change is definitely permanent. Naruto nodded again. How are you handling it? Minato asked with a frown. He knew his son would have had trouble just dealing with his family's extreme chakra levels without him, but to add even more to that, he couldn't even imagine what Naruto had been through. Well, it was pretty hard for about 6 months. In fact, it almost killed me, Naruto replied with a grimace. Minato's eyebrows knitted together in concern. How? Are you still in danger? I'm okay now, but in the beginning it was destroying my chakra system cause of the overflow. Ka-san helped me fix it though. She taught me Suzu Seisei so I could heal myself and get rid of the extra at the same time. Minato visibly relaxed. As long as you're alright. A thought occurred to him and he looked off to the skyline. Hey, I just thought of this. I know I don't really have the right to ask it considering what you've been through lately, but… What? Naruto prodded. I'd like to talk to Tsunade, but to do that I'd need to take over your body for a little bit. If you don't want to let me, I understand. It would probably even make me uncomfortable. It's okay too-san. I don't mind, Naruto replied with a smile. Minato grinned. She's going to have a heart attack. Shikamaru pursed his lips in annoyance and shook Naruto for the 3rd time. Oi, get up. I don't have time for this. Naruto groaned and his eyes fluttered open. Shikamaru, what's up? He asked as he stretched his joints. Tsunade-sama's been looking for you for over an hour, Shikamaru answered with a frown. Naruto yawned. Oh, that's good actually. I need to see her anyway. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork when she heard the knock on the door. Come in. Naruto walked in and stood in front of the desk. Hey, Ka-san. Tsunade stood up. Well, it's about damn time. What did you need me for? Naruto asked. You have paperwork to do, Tsunade replied, waving her hand over the stack of papers on her desk. Naruto smiled. I think you're gonna wanna wait on that. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. And why is that? Naruto's hands came together. Henge. There was a puff of smoke and Naruto became a perfect replica of Minato. Tsunade frowned. What are you doing? Hey, Tsunade, said Minato. It's been a long time. Now Tsunade looked angry. Naruto, this isn't funny. Minato's face became serious. It's really me, Tsunade. This isn't a joke. When Kyuubi died, the death god let go of my soul, and for some reason I haven't figured out yet, it was transferred into the seal. Naruto is letting me use his body so I can talk to you. Tsunade's eyes widened but she still looked skeptical. Okay then, if you're really Minato then you know how long Jiraiya and I dated. Minato cocked an amused eyebrow. Oh please, Tsunade. You wouldn't date Jiraiya. You decked him every time he tried to ask you out. Tsunade's eyes watered. Minato-kun. She laughed in joy and pulled him into a crushing hug. I never dreamed I would see you again in this life. Tsunade, stop hugging so tight, you're going to kill Naruto, Minato gasped. Tsunade released her grip. Sorry, she said as she wiped her eyes. So you're Hokage now. I never figured you for the leader type, Minato commented with a wry smile. Tsunade smiled in kind. Well, you have your son to thank for that one. Oh. He has the same power you did, the power to make people believe in him, Tsunade said wistfully. Minato grinned. That's good to hear. How's Jiraiya? Perverted as usual, Tsunade said with a laugh. She sighed and her expression turned serious. Now I know you wouldn't have asked your son to hand over control of his body unless it were something important. So what's going on? Minato sighed. This may sound trivial to you at first, but hear me out. He sat down in the chair in front of Tsunade's desk. Naruto told me that most of the villagers don't know who he is. Tsunade nodded. Sandaime-sama felt it was best. He thought it would keep Naruto safe from your enemies. Naruto is almost 15 and very capable of defending himself. I want you to tell the village who he really is. Tsunade's expression became uneasy. Are you sure that's a good idea? He already has Akatsuki after him. Minato nodded. It's time, Tsunade. Tsunade sighed. Alright, I guess it's your decision. Minato put a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder. He'll be fine. He's my son after all. Tsunade nodded. Alright, but after the Chunin exams. I don't want his lineage tainting the results. That's reasonable. Well, I think I'll let my son have his body back, Minato said with a chuckle. It was good seeing you again, Tsunade said as she gave him another hug. You too, Minato broke the hug and cancelled the henge, leaving Naruto in his place. You heard what we said? Tsunade asked her son. Naruto nodded. What do you think? Naruto thought for a moment. I think it'll be nice not to have to hide who my parents are anymore. Tsunade smiled. I suppose it would be. Why don't we go get some lunch? Work can wait for now. Naruto smiled and the two left the office. The days seemed to fly by and suddenly the Chunin exam was only a week away. Naruto was getting edgier and edgier as time went on. He was determined to pass this time. And the pressure was starting to take its toll. Damn it. Naruto swore at the bottle of ibuprofen in his hand. Hinata looked up from where she was reading on Tsunade's couch. What's the matter? This stupid child-proof cap. Naruto growled as he cranked it sideways and it stubbornly continued to click in defiance. Hinata sighed. She'd gotten used to his outburst over the last few weeks. She simply stood up, walked over to Naruto, casually took the bottle and opened it. If you'd just calm down you wouldn't get so frustrated. Naruto sighed, half in frustration from Hinata so easily opening the bottle in half because she was right. Sorry, Hina-chan, I'm just really nervous about the exams. I can't let Gaara stay ahead of me. Hinata smiled. I know. And you'll make it this time. I have faith in you, she said as she gave him a hug. Naruto smiled. What would I do without you? Hinata giggled. I don't know. I'd be miserable, that's what, Naruto said just before kissing her. The morning of the Chunin exam was a mess of wind and rain. Naruto yawned as he looked out the window. Perfect, he thought with a groan. The exam is being held in the village of Rain, so today it rains. He threw off the covers. Damn it, I hate ironic crap. The knock on his bedroom door made Naruto's muscles tense in annoyance. You gotta be freaking kidding me. I haven't even taken a leak yet, he grumbled as he headed to the door. He opened it to find Sakura waiting for him. Fought, he whined. Sakura held back a giggle when she saw his bed hair. Kakashi wants us to run a few drills before we leave for the exam. Naruto groaned. I've been training my ass off for the last 2 weeks. You can tell Kakashi to piss off, he said groggily as rain pelted the side of the house. Sakura shook her head. Okay, but he's not gonna like it. She smiled. You ready to be a Chunin? Shish, you're gonna jinx all of us. Naruto hissed. Izumi suddenly came into view. Excuse me, Naruto-sama, breakfast will be ready in 10 minutes. Naruto sighed. Thanks, Izumi-san, I'll be down soon. Izumi nodded with a smile and left. Well, Sasuke-kun and I are gonna be training till noon, so feel free to join us if you change your mind, Sakura said. Probably not, but thanks anyways, Naruto replied with a yawn. Yeah, Sakura said with a wave. Yeah, Naruto replied. As soon as Sakura was out of sight, Naruto headed for the bathroom. There was a knock on Naruto's bedroom door and he looked up from packing some clothes into his backpack. Yeah. Kakashi's here, Tsunade said as she opened the door. You about set, Gaki? Naruto sighed. I guess so. Tsunade smiled. Don't worry, I have a very good feeling about the exams. Thanks, Ka-san, Naruto said with an appreciative smile. Why don't you head on downstairs? Izumi packed you a lunch for the trip. Aren't you coming? Of course I am, you dipstick, but I need to wait for my escort, Tsunade replied with an expression of displeasure. Naruto laughed. Like you need one. Try telling that to the village elders, Tsunade said with a roll of her eyes. Now get going, I'll see you there. Naruto nodded and left to join his team. It's about time, Dobi, Sasuke said as Naruto came out the front door. Shut up, Naruto replied shortly as he hoisted his bag higher up on his shoulder. Enough bickering, Kakashi said. If you're going to pass the exams this time you'll need to work as a team. He waited a moment for his words to sink in. Alright, let's move out. And with that, Team Kakashi began their journey to Omegakure. Chapter 39. A large group of genin stood in a clearing near a large group of mountains a few miles outside of Omegakure. A female aimed Junin stood facing the group, a clipboard in her hand. The Amekage sends his regrets for not being here. He had business to attend to, she said. She paused to clear her throat. This is where you show us what you're really made of. You've all passed the information gathering part of the exam and shown your fighting prowess in the arena. Now it's time to demonstrate your leadership skills. Naruto's stomach was twisting into knots, but at the same time he was excited. Somehow he had a feeling he was going to pass this time. This will be different than previous Chunin exam finals. They have finally been changed to make sure leadership skills are focused on. You will be divided into 2 groups. Each group will be given a base to defend and will be accompanied by a Junin examiner. Your goal is to capture the scroll hidden in the other team's base. If your team loses the exercise you still have a chance to become a Chunin. We are looking at your performance during the exercise. Winning is not a requirement, but we do ask that you try your best. The box next to me contains blue and green cubes. The color cube you pull indicates the team you will be on. Please form a line and take 1 cube from the box. The Junin stepped to one side and the genin stepped up. One by one they all took a cube, and when the selection process was over, Sakura looked longingly at Lee, who was not on her team. Her team did consist, however, of Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, Kankuro, Nao and Choji. On the other side were Naruto, Lee, Hinata, Ino, Tenten, Temari and Neji. Both teams also had an assortment of genin from other countries. The AIM Junin unfolded a map and laid it out on a stone table in the center of the clearing. Blue team, you will be in the base on the east side of the mountains, she said as she handed a copy of the map to Kankuro. Green team, your base is in the foothills on the west side of the mountains, she said as she handed the other copy of the map to Naruto. This exam will require not only leadership skills, but teamwork as well. The exam will continue until one team is the victor. You have 2 hours to reach your base, secure it and come up with a plan of attack. Have one person stand guard outside to watch for the flare that will signal the start of the exam. Good luck and you may now head for your base. The genin all nodded and began to move out. So when do we make our move? Kisame asked his leader. Pain looked at his subordinate. When Toby lets us know Naruto is in a situation where we can capture him without too much trouble. Kisame cocked an eyebrow. It's not like we can't take out a bunch of genin. You're forgetting all the Junin here right now. Not to mention the cages. And many of the shinobi taking the exam may be genin in rank but are nearly Junin in power, Pain replied. Kisame sighed. I just prefer a straight fight to all this sneaking around. It's not my style. He glanced backward at his sword. Besides, Samahata hasn't had anything to snack on in days. What a dump. Kiba complained as he looked over the blue team's base. It was a cave nearly 200 feet up the side of a cliff that had been outfitted with a large wooden door. Kankuro stepped forward. It doesn't matter what it looks like as long as we defend it well. Kiba rolled his eyes. Whatever, he said as he stalked off through the entrance. The examiner shook his head and scribbled something on the paper on his clipboard as the rest of the team went to check out the inside of their base. It's certainly not much, said a female Miss Genin with dark green hair as she stared at the heavy wooden door situated in the side of the large hill. Naruto grinned. Doesn't matter, cuz we're gonna kick ass. The team walked into the base and a male genin with an orange swirled mask and an AIM village headband walked up next to Junin examiner. He's an interesting person, he remarked. Agreed, said the examiner with a smile. You'd better get inside, she said as she looked through her list of team members. Toby. Toby nodded. Okay. Kiba would have killed to see what the examiner was scribbling on his notepad. He couldn't help but wonder if his earlier outburst had cost him some points. He glanced at him one more time and turned back to the conversation at hand. Sasuke should be the lookout. Sasuke glared at him. He felt being a lookout was a waste of his skills. And why's that? Because you have the Sharingan, Kiba said as though it should have been obvious. Shino decided to put a stop to the debate before it became a pissing contest. My bugs will be the lookouts. There are many of them, which will give us an advantage. Sasuke nodded in agreement. You should send them out now then. Shino nodded and raised his arms level. Bugs flooded out of his sleeves and left for the outside of the base. Naruto glanced around the cement room they were in. They had had to take several tunnels to get to it, so he knew the maze effect of it all would offer at least some protection from invaders. We should set up some traps outside and then decide on how we want to set up the guard rotation, he said to the entire group. Toby nodded. Sounds good to me, he said in a voice that seemed a little gruff for his age. A female Miss Genin cocked an eyebrow. I think we should decide who our leader is before anyone makes suggestions, she said with a warning tone. Naruto frowned. We're supposed to be working together. The Miss Genin folded her arms. How are leadership skills supposed to be shown if no one is chosen to be leader? I think the point is to see who emerges as the leader type, not to vote on leaders right out of the gate, Temari said. A rock genin nodded in agreement. I think Blondie here. Ellipsis quote. Naruto interrupted. Naruto, he said with a slightly insulted expression at being called Blondie. Sorry. I think Naruto has a good starting plan at least, the rock genin finished up. Nods of agreement were seen from all members of the team, and so even the Miss Genin sighed in capitulation. Now frowned at the darkening sky. Shouldn't they have started it by now? She asked Sasuke as they stood outside, watching the horizon. They're probably going to wait till first light, Sasuke answered. We better get some sleep then, Nao said. If we're gonna sleep we'll need to do it in shifts just in case, Choji said as he appeared from the shack on the mouth of the cave. I think Shino's bugs will be a good enough alarm system, Sasuke countered. Choji's mouth twisted in thought. I guess. As the first rays of light began to peek over the mountains, a lone bug raced along the tunnels back to her master. She landed in Shino's right ear and made a frantic clicking sound. Shino's eyes fluttered open and his eyes looked toward the right. After a moment of listening to his insect companion, he nodded. I see. Arigato. He stood up and the bug flew away as he began to wake the rest of his team. Ino's eyes drooped as she watched the sky. She was the last one voted to be on watch and consciousness was beginning to escape her when she saw a trail of smoke as a huge flare screamed across the heavens and exploded at its zenith. She shook off her exhaustion and bolted into the base. She ran into the main chamber yelling, "It's time! It's time! Everyone, get up!" The rest of the green team began to stand up as quickly as their sleep-clouded minds would allow. "Aw man, Ino," Naruto grumbled as he got to his feet. "You woke me up out of the best dream." "What was it about?" Hinata asked. Naruto looked at his girlfriend and blushed. He cleared his throat. "We don't have time for that," he said quickly. Neji cocked an eyebrow but let it drop. "Naruto's right. We need to get moving." "We'll need a field team and a guard team," a male waterfall genin said. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. "Well, either Hinata or Neji should be in the field team. We'll definitely need the Byakugan out there," Naruto said. "I will volunteer for guard duty," Neji said, figuring there would be a better chance for action nearer the enemy's prize. "Okay then, Hina-chan it is," Naruto said with a smile. "I want to be in the field team. Lee, how about you? We'll need your speed." "Of course, Naruto-kun," Lee replied with his trademark, nice guy pose. "I will volunteer for the field team," Toby said, stepping forward. Naruto smiled. "Okay." A waterfall genin spoke up. "I have a keke genkai that could be useful." "What is it?" Tamari asked. "I can hear over large distances," he answered. "Works for me. What's your name?" Naruto asked. "Tsuyoshi," the waterfall genin answered with a small smile. "I suggest Ino for the field team as well. Her body-switching jutsu may help remove a few guards," Neji offered. Naruto nodded. "That makes 6 for the field team and 7 for the guard team. I think it's a good balance," Neji said. "Let's go everyone," Hinata said cheerfully. The blue team's field unit held their collective breath as they waited for inner Sakura to return. They had decided that since the early morning afforded them a lot of shadows that Sakura's keke genkai would be the best way to scout the enemy's base. A barely discernible whisper in the wind was all that announced it had returned. Inner Sakura landed in front of the group and gave its report. "I saw 2 outside and I suspect there are more within." Sakura frowned. "Who's on the outside?" "Neji and Tamari," Inner Sakura answered. "Thank you," Sakura said and then released the jutsu. She turned to the others. "This is bad." "Why?" Now asked. "If Neji's on the outside there's a good chance we've already been seen," Kiba replied with a slight growl to his voice. "How could he see us?" A female sound genin asked. "We can't even see him from here." "It's his keke genkai," Sakura answered. "He can see through solid objects." The sound genin's eyes widened but then looked confused. "But then why hasn't he alerted the others on guard?" "He's probably waiting to see what we do," a male rock genin answered. "Sakura," Sasuke said, "do you think Inner Sakura could manage to sneak up on him?" Sakura shook her head. "He would see the chakra signature easily. I think our best strategy would be to create a distraction of some sort." "I could try a genjutsu," the sound genin offered. "They're my area of expertise." "But what kind of illusion would work on someone like Neji?" Sakura asked to no one in particular. Sasuke's eyes widened. "Lava. Ellipsis quote. Kankuro's eyes narrowed. "Lava. Tenten told me about it a few months back. Neji has an extreme fire phobia. He's managed to deal with it for the most part through immersion therapy, but Tenten said that when they had to cross the volcano he froze solid. They had to help him back from the edge," Sasuke replied. "Works for me," Sakura said. "What's your name?" she asked the sound genin. The sound genin smiled. "Kagura." "Okay, Kagura. How close do you need to be to your subject?" Sakura asked. "Maybe about another 50 yards, Kagura answered. "That's all." The rock genin commented in surprise. "You've got one hell of a range." Kagura smiled wider. "Like I said, genjutsu is my specialty." Neji managed to keep his mask of calm as he watched the group of enemies nearly 400 yards away, but he was starting to get impatient. What were they doing? They hadn't so much as twitched a muscle in the last 15 minutes and that bothered him. As he was thinking he began to notice the ground around him waver and very quickly he was standing on a tiny rock island in the middle of a sea of lava. His eyes went as white as dinner plates as his muscles stiffened. He felt like he couldn't breathe. It didn't matter that his conscious mind knew it had to be a genjutsu, it was his subconscious that was in control. Tamari looked on with confusion at her comrade's sudden change in demeanor. Neji, are you alright?" She reached out and touched his shoulder. Oi. When she didn't get a response, she turned her attention to the forest in front of them, scanning it for the other team. This had to be an enemy jutsu. Mostly likely a genjutsu, she thought. She turned around briefly and swung her fan toward the open cave door, sending a gust of wind inside to alert her teammates. Within seconds the rest of the guard team appeared. Under his mask, Toby cocked an eyebrow. They only left one guard outside, he remarked in a dubious tone. Naruto frowned. Trust me, having Shino out there is the same as having a couple hundred guards. He has these bugs that go scouting for him. Bugs? Toby asked. They live inside his body, Ino replied, making a disgusted face. Tsuyoshi winced at the idea of insects living in someone's body. I can try listening for the bugs, he offered. Unfortunately they're so small I don't think it would be all that helpful even with your Kekkei Genkai, Hinata said with apologetic expression. Tsuyoshi frowned in disappointment. He had really hoped that his presence would have been more of an asset. He'd even kept his Kekkei Genkai active the entire mission, but his chakra reserves were running low and now he was afraid he would become a burden instead. Suddenly he picked up on a sound to his right, then one from the front and still another from his left. His eyes widened. His bugs already gave him our location. We're surrounded. What? Lee said with wide eyes. Naruto looked around them but saw no one. He set his jaw. Where are they? He asked. One on each side and one in front, Tsuyoshi replied. They're about 100 meters away. Nice work, Tsuyoshi, Naruto said with a smile. In a tree not far away an aim Junin nodded in approval and added points to Naruto's score. Should we go to them or wait for them to come to us? Lee asked to no one in particular. After a moment Naruto smiled. We're gonna let them come to us, he said. Hina-chan, you remember our mud fight a few months back? Hinata blushed a little. Why yes. Naruto's grin grew wider. You remember how you won. Chapter 40. A female Cloud Genin slowly made her way toward the green team's field unit. She knew her comrades coming in from other directions would meet her in the middle. But as she reached her destination, she saw nothing but her teammates in a clearing with a large, muddy puddle in the middle. What the hell? I know, Choji said with a confused expression. They should have been here. A female rock genin glanced around and then frowned in irritation. I knew we couldn't trust the directions of a bunch of stupid bugs. She complained. A male Cloud Genin spoke up. No, he seemed to know what he was talking about. Something's not right here, a genjutsu, maybe. Choji nodded in agreement, just as the scenery changed. Suddenly, they were surrounded and had no time to react. Kaden. Rasengan. Between Hinata and Naruto the blue team was covered in mud in less than 10 seconds and quite a bit of it had gotten in their eyes. Damn it, I can't see, the male Cloud Genin complained. Naruto stopped his jutsu. Lee, go. Lee saluted and ran off toward the base while the others stayed to fight. The rock genin wiped the mud from her eyes but they were red and watering from irritation. You think that one guy is gonna get past our guards? She spat at the green team. Naruto grinned. He's too fast to be caught by just a couple guards. That scroll is as good as ours. The rock genin glared and the green team attacked. Temari stood tensely as she scanned the forest. Where the hell are they? She thought. Neji watched in horror as the lava surrounding his little island began to rise. When it covered his body, it was more than his mind could take. A female sound genin was about to break Neji out of the genjutsu but he suddenly screamed and fell over unconscious. What the hell happened? She asked in alarm. Something in the genjutsu must have put him into shock. We'll have to take care of him later, said a female Miss Genin. Damn it, Temari cursed. Suddenly, her shadow came alive as a leg came out of it and kicked her legs out from under her. Inner Sakura stood and the rest of the blue team's field unit ran out to meet her. Tenten stood in a battle stance, kunai at the ready. If you were trying to surprise us, you failed miserably, she said with a smirk. Sakura returned the smirk and folded her arms. Oh no, we succeeded all right. You're out a Byakugan user. Tenten nodded. Yeah, she raised the kunai, but you're still going down. Nao's hands went into a seal. Kiba recognized it and smiled. Kuikusando no jutsu. The ground under the green team turned to quicksand, and while the others managed to jump away in time, the sound genin was sucked into the ground up to her neck. Nao released the jutsu and the ground solidified. You're not going anywhere for a while, she said with a smile. But her smile was quickly wiped away as she dodged a barrage of Tenten's shuriken. A rain genin's hands flew through a series of seals. Korihari ice needle no jutsu. Thousands of ice shards formed from the moisture in the air and rocketed toward Sasuke, who used a fire jutsu to melt them. The rain genin glared in frustration. Damn it, she cursed. Kankuro stepped on rock that immediately sunk into the ground.
His eyes widened as he heard a hissing sound a second before several explosive tags blew up in a circle around him. "Ah!" he yelled as he was thrown backwards from the blast. After a minute he staggered to his feet. The small explosion seemed to have been designed to incapacitate, rather than kill. He was dizzy and his ears were ringing, but he was otherwise alright. The dizziness quickly got to him though, and he promptly vomited. Suddenly a loud whistle came from the trees and the Junin examiner leapt down in between the teams. "Everyone stand down. The green team is the winner." Cheers broke out from the green team at their base, with the exception of Kankuro, who only managed to smile through his nausea. "What?" Sakura complained. "So quickly?" The Junin smiled. "You're welcome to read the reports if you wish. But for now, everyone is to return to Omegakuru." With heavy hearts the blue team gathered their incapacitated members and headed to the village. Naruto was grinning like a Cheshire cat when the Junin made the announcement. The field group for the green team had gotten through the ordeal with only relatively minor injuries. Hinata had a small cut on her arm and everyone else was only bruised. Lee returned, proudly holding the blue team's scroll. "All right, Lee," Naruto cheered. Toby stepped closer to Naruto. "May I have a word with you in private?" he asked quietly so he wouldn't be overheard. Naruto blinked in surprise. Sure. Just let me tell Hina-chan to go ahead without me." "Arigato," Toby answered. Hinata had an uneasy feeling as she walked away from Naruto. They had only met this Toby person a few days ago at the start of the exams, and yet he was asking Naruto to speak in private. What could someone who they barely knew need to talk to Naruto in private about? She suddenly reached out and grabbed Sasuke's sleeve. "Sasuke-kun," she said softly. Sasuke turned to her, a questioning look in his eyes. Something's wrong. I can sense it. We have to go back and check on Naruto-kun," she said with urgency in her voice. Sasuke frowned. Truthfully, he'd been a little suspicious of Toby from minute one, but he'd convinced himself he was being paranoid. But now that Hinata was also concerned, he decided it was time to act. "Wait here," he said to her. He jogged a little ahead to catch up to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, Hinata and I think Naruto might be in danger." Kakashi cocked his head to one side. "How so?" "That Toby guy. Something about him doesn't seem right and he asked Naruto to talk to him alone," Sasuke answered. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. "That's not really enough to make me think Naruto's in danger." "Please, I know I'm right," Sasuke urged. Kakashi sighed and folded his arms. "All right, you round up a few genin and I'll get to Moyo-chan and Guy-sensei. But we're not bothering any of the higher-ups until we know for sure that there's actually a problem." Sasuke sighed in reluctant agreement and ran off to help Hinata form a group. "So, what's up?" Naruto asked Toby. Toby removed his mask, revealing a man who was much older than the teenager he had pretended to be. This man had to be in his mid-30s at least. Naruto backed up a step. "Who are you?" "Toby." He took a step closer to Naruto. "And you are coming with me." "What the hell is going on here?" Naruto said as his eyes flattened into a confused glare. "I'm member of Akatsuki and I've come for that super cool new chakra of yours." Naruto instantly fell into a fighting stance and activated his tamagon. As the slitted, purple eyes revealed themselves, Toby cocked an eyebrow in interest. "So the rumors were right. I wonder if your clone will have the same dujutsu." "Like I'm gonna give you a chance to find out, asshole." Taju. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly there were 500 more Narutos in the area, which came as quite a shock to Kakashi and the others when the clones appeared in front of them. "Naruto," Kakashi said. "What's going on?" "That Toby guys is a member of Akatsuki." One of the clones answered. "Tell the real Naruto we're coming to help," Kakashi commanded. The clone saluted. "Roger," he said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Kakashi turned to Hinata and Sasuke. "Looks like we don't have time to go for help after all." Naruto smiled when the clone's information reached him. Toby, however, had an incredulous look on his face as he surveyed the clones and folded his arms. "Isn't that cheating?" "You're kidding, right?" Naruto asked in disbelief. "It's like 600 to 1. That's not fair." "Geez, what are you? 5 years old? Don't be such a baby," Naruto countered. "I am not a baby. I'm a ninja. And you're rude." Kaden. Bakufu Ranbu no Jutsu. AN Fire Release. Blast Wave Wild Dance. A huge spiral of fire burst forth from Toba's mouth, creating a deadly vortex which destroyed about 20 clones in one shot. Naruto managed to jump out of the way, but the instant he landed, Toby burst forth from the ground, sending Naruto high into the air. Naruto yelled in surprise but quickly recovered and managed to flip his body around to the point where he was able to land on his feet. Naruto's clones all dove for Toby at the same time. Kaden. Tatsumaki AN Fire Release. Tornado.
A tornado of flames spread from Toba's mouth as he spun in a quick circle, destroying more than a third of the clones as he went. Naruto immediately charged back toward Tobi, making a Sugiken bomb as he went. He formed a rasengan around the bomb and threw it at Toba's midriff. Tobi dodged to one side easily. "Ha ha, too slow. You really are an idiot," he said with a superior tone. Less than a second after his bravado, Tobi was kissing dirt thanks to the real Naruto landing on him with the rasengan Sugiken bomb. The explosion threw Naruto backwards, but the damage was less than the last time he'd used it because he had built up chakra in front of him as a shield to absorb some of the blast. He rolled to a stop just as his friends emerged from the trees. "Naruto-kun," Hinata yelled as she ran to his side. As soon as she reached him, she began looking over his wounds and healing them as quickly as she could. "Hey, Hina-chan," Naruto said with a tired smile. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said with worry. "I'll be fine. Just finish healing me so I can get back in the fight," Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Hinata took a quick, calming breath. "Okay. There really isn't a fight to go back to," Kakashi said to Naruto's right. He pointed at Tobi, who had many broken bones and was unconscious. It would be a miracle if he lived. Sasuke frowned in thought as he looked down at Tobi. Why would Akatsuki accept such a weak member? Kakashi thought for a second. By my count there were only 3 Akatsuki left after all the members we've defeated. 2 now that this guy's down. Pain must be desperate. Either way, we need to get back to Konoha. Dad, I need to get back to Naruto-kun. We're a team, and I've been training every day for months, Kazuhana pleaded with her father. Soyokaze picked up his teacup, took a sip and set it down. It was several seconds before he replied. "I know you're ready, Kazuhana, I just don't know that I am." He looked up at her with worry in his eyes. "When I saw you in that hospital bed, all my mind could do was replace it with a grave." Kazuhana's expression softened. "Dad, I'm 98 years old. You've raised me well, but I'm an adult. You can't protect me from everything forever." Soyokaze sighed. "Are you sure about that?" he answered weakly. Kazuhana smiled and hugged her father with her long, serpentine neck. "Yes, but I'll always need you." Pain stood next to Kisame in the tree several hundred yards from the Konoha group. Kisame was fuming. "That idiot." He turned to Pain. "I told you he wasn't reliable." Pain was the picture of calm. "We'll simply have to take care of this ourselves." He looked over at a young man standing next to him who looked identical to Naruto except that he had Kushina's red hair. "And when we capture Naruto you will finally be complete, Odorin." Odorin looked up at Pain. "Yes, father." To be continued. I know. It's insanely short after a year of nothing, but I was very anxious to get something out to you guys. This chapter is finally here for several reasons. I'm finally healing from all the trauma I've been through and I've finally finished writing my original novel. But the biggest reason I can write again is all of you. I've gotten so many well wishes, letters of encouragement and so much love from my readers. You guys have no idea how much strength you've given me. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Each and every one of you who wrote in to support me are amazing. Hugs. Now I need to explain the thing with Tobi. I always loved Toba's character. I was actually pissed when they revealed him to be Obito. So I decided Tobi will be Tobi and Obito is staying dead. Madara will not be making an appearance. Neither will Nagato, Konan. I find her paper jutsu to be stupid, or Zetsu. They don't exist in COLAD. Pain is his own character as well. I haven't really decided what to do with his abilities yet, but I'll come up with something. And there will be no Rinnegan. I hate it. One of the things that kept me from writing for so long was catching up on the manga. I thought reading it would give me some ideas on what to do next, but, and I don't care if this sounds arrogant, the only thing I learned was how not to write Naruto. The final battle was the most awful, over-bloated, over-god-modded piece of shit I've read in a long time. I haven't WT-fed so much while reading a manga I liked in, well, ever. And then, after over 100 chapters of that bullshit, we only get one fucking chapter of epilogue. I wanna slap Kishimoto for that one. I didn't get my Naruhina confession or smoochies. We didn't even see Naruto get sworn in as Hokage, for crying out loud. Heavy breathing. Okay. I'm done with my rant. Sorry I was so virulent, but I've been needing to vent about that for weeks. Anywho, I will try to get the next chapter out soon, but I make no promises. I'm not predicting more than another 5 at most. And for those of you who may be wondering, yes, Odorin is Naruto spelled backwards. I have a request to make of you guys. I need beta readers for my novel, desperately. I would like 1 guy and 1 girl so I can have a rounded gender opinion. I would prefer it if you're very good with grammar, but it's not a necessity. If you're interested, please email me at songbird21@charter.net. Here's the title of my novel and the summary. Bloodline of Atlantis. Samantha is a 19-year-old taijutsu instructor with psychic powers. On her 20th birthday her mother tells her the family secret: she is descended from the people of Atlantis and it's the reason she has powers. Sam is happy but soon discovers the secrets of her bloodline could cost her the lives of the people she loves. You guys can read the first 6 chapters on fictionpress.net. I use the same pen name on there. If you wanna read beyond that you'll have to buy the book when it comes out. Chapter 43, Uncertainty. Tsunade looked at the man on the hospital bed in front of her and sighed. She knew she could save him but her son had left her one hell of a mess to heal. Her hands glowed green as she began the process. Patient name is Toby. Family name is unknown. He has 25 broken bones, a severe concussion and one of the broken ribs has pierced the right lung, she said to a nurse who wrote everything down. Shizune, please inform Kakashi of Toba's status. The nurse handed Shizune the report. Shizune tucked it under her arm and nodded her head in confirmation. Hi, Tsunade-sama. She left the room and Tsunade continued her work. Odoran sat on top of the Hokage monument and watched the people of Konoha with curiosity. His short life had been filled with nothing but training and speeches about revenge. Even before the day he had awakened for the first time his mind had been bombarded with programming but he still felt incomplete. He couldn't explain it but he felt that somehow whatever could fill the void was among the crowds on the streets of the busy village. Kisame walked up to Odoran and sat next to him. Just think, kid, they have no idea what's about to happen. You'll finally see your first real battle. Yeah, Odoran replied dully. The feeling of ripping your enemy apart, there's nothing like it, Kisame said with a sadistic smile. Would that fill this emptiness I feel? Kisame blinked in confusion. Huh. Odoran sighed and stood. Never mind. And with that, he walked away. Father, tell me again why you're going to destroy Konoha, Odoran said to Pain. Pain cocked a slightly annoyed eyebrow. You know why. Yes but, I just need to hear it again. You're feeling unsure about the plan. Odoran nodded. It was so clear to me before, but after watching the people below, seeing them laughing, smiling, hugging their kids, the whole plan feels wrong now. Pain sighed. He had been battling Odoran's inborn Naruto-like nature from day one. It was tiring. He put a hand on Odoran's shoulder. Even murderers have families, my son. It doesn't change the fact that they committed a terrible sin and must be punished for that. But their kids didn't do anything. Couldn't you let them live? Pain shook his head. Their minds have been corrupted by their parents' twisted values. It's sad, but they must be killed to rid the world of their evil. Odoran sighed. And once I have the Niji chakra, what then? What's my purpose? You will be at my side, helping me change the shinobi world so that no more children will have to grow up without their parents, like I did. And don't worry, you won't even be fighting today. Just stay on the Hokage monument until I come for you. Odoran reluctantly nodded his head. Okay. Toba's eyes fluttered open and his gaze came to rest on Tsunade's face. I'm not dead. Tsunade shook her head. No, I healed you. Why? Toby asked in confusion. We need information. Toba's expression became defiant. Well, you won't get any out of me. Toby is a good boy. Like hell you are. Toby turned his head to see Naruto standing to his right. Good people don't the shit you've done, Naruto retorted. Good boys do what their sensei tells them. Pain is my sensei, so Toby is a good boy. Naruto rolled his eyes. PFT. Believe whatever you want. Naruto, you're not helping, Tsunade scolded. Naruto sighed. Sorry, Ka-san. Should I get Ibiki, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked. Tsunade shook her head. No, please get Haruno Sakura. Sakura sat down next to Toba's bed and used the mind transfer jutsu. Toby went slack for a moment and then Sakura spoke with his mouth. Okay, I'm in. Tsunade nodded in approval. Good luck. Sakura imagined a long hallway with doors on both sides and a moment later they appeared. As she walked down the hall she tried each door. The 6th one was locked so she opened it with a lockpick jutsu. The scene that greeted her eyes was one of utter chaos. A village roared with flames that engulfed every building. Screams could be heard from every direction as Sakura saw a young boy with black hair running in her direction. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old. Somehow Sakura knew this boy was Toby. A young woman was lying on her back in the middle of the dirt road. The boy ran to her and shook her shoulder. Ka-san. The woman opened her eyes. Toby-chan. Get up, Ka-san. Please, Toby pleaded. A single tear made its way down the woman's face. Gomen ne, Toby-chan. I can't move anymore. Sakura moved closer to get a better look and winced when she saw that the woman's leg was gone from the thigh down. With the way the situation was there was no chance she would survive. Toba's mother gently touched her son's face. It's okay. Toby is a good boy. Those words hit Sakura like a thunderclap. So that's why he says that all the time. Promise me you'll always be a good boy. With tears streaming down his face, Toby nodded. I promise. Suddenly his mother's hand fell from his face to the ground. Ka-san, Ka-san, he cried. Sakura couldn't bear to watch anymore. She left the room and closed the door. Several locked doors and traumatizing scenes later, she found what she was looking for. She saw Pain speaking to Naruto. No, not Naruto. This boy had red hair, but the resemblance was uncanny. Soon you will have the chakra that's rightfully yours, Pain said to the boy. How is it rightfully mine if he had it first? The boy asked. Because it was always meant to go to you once it was created in him. He was merely a container for your chakra until you were ready. But I'm just a clone. I've only been alive for a year. What makes my life more valuable than his? The boy argued strongly. A clone. Memories were awakening in Sakura. Those memories made her realize the truth. That's why he looks so much like Naruto. The clones from that lab. That guy is one of them. Because he's part of the current shinobi world. You aren't. That makes your life more worthy. The boy's mouth twisted sideways in thought. I guess. Odorin, you're this world's hope. Never forget that. Sakura would have watched more, but at that moment the sound of an explosion was heard from outside the hospital and the building shook from the shockwave. Chapter 44, Confusion. Nothing could have prepared the Godime for what she saw when she got to the roof of the hospital. Near the Hokage monument, an area of the village at least 800 feet across was completely destroyed because a 1,000-foot-high tree had burst through the street. Its roots, which were all as thick around as an average tree trunk, snaked outward from its base. What the hell? This is Mokuten wood jutsu. Tsunade said in disbelief. Tsunade-sama, called a female voice to Tsunade's right. Who did this? Tsunade asked Anko as she landed next to her. Akatsuki. There's a. Anko's words were interrupted when a section of one of the mammoth roots exploded outward and several ninja came through the hole after the debris. One of the combatants was a man who looked to be in his mid-30s. His red-orange hair was spiked and his forehead protector was engraved with the symbol of a megakuru. His Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind as he turned back toward his attacker and unleashed another round of giant tree roots that knocked all 6 Konoha ninjas into the air. 2 of them hit the ground hard, but the other 4 were spared when a giant rainbow-colored chakra hand caught them mid-fall. Tsunade's eyes widened when she saw that hand. Not wanting her son to face Akatsuki alone, she leapt off the roof, but when she landed on street level she was blocked by a man with pale blue skin. Her eyes flattened into a glare. Kisame. Kisame wasted no words. He shot forward and swung his sword at Tsunade. Tsunade leapt backwards, charged her fists with chakra and threw punch after punch at her enemy. Naruto lowered his fellow ninja to the ground and turned to the Mokuten user, his dujutsu activated. Naruto-kun. There you are, the man said calmly. Who the hell are you? Naruto demanded. My name is Pain. I'm the leader of the Akatsuki. I have an offer for you. What? Naruto said in confusion. I came here to get you. If you come with me quietly, your village will be spared. Yeah, right. I know how that goes. I go with you, then you destroy the village anyway. Believe what you wish, but you are coming with me, one way or another. Sakura was inserting an IV line into the arm of an injured ninja when Toby spoke to her. You can't win, you know. Sakura didn't bother to look at him. Don't talk to me. I need to concentrate. Sensei is strong. So are the people of this village, Sakura said as she hung the IV bag on a metal pole. Not strong enough. Sensei's going to destroy this evil village and then he's going to make it so no more kids have to lose their parents, Toby said proudly. Sakura looked up. You really believe that, don't you? Yeah, I do. I've been helping to make the world a better place. Toby is a good boy. Sakura's expression became one of pity. Toby, I've been inside your mind. I know what happened to your mom. Toby stiffened. I understand you're trying to do what she wanted. I know you're trying to be a good boy, but you're not. You're killing innocent people. Good boys don't kill innocent people. It's only for a little while. After that no one else will have to die, ever, Toby insisted, although the growing knot in his stomach told his subconscious he was uncertain. Toby, what if the person who killed your mom walked up to you that day and said that she died for a good cause? Would you've cared? You would have hated that person. You would have wanted them to die. Sakura glanced out the window. And now, you've become that person. Toba's eyes widened. No. Toby is a good boy. A good boy, he said, digging his nails into the sides of his scalp. Toby is a good boy, he finished softly. Sakura's heart went out to the broken man in front of her. She gently pulled his hands away from his head. Not yet, but you can be. I promise. Toby looked up at Sakura, tears making their way down his cheeks. How? Sakura smiled. Stay with us. We'll help you. Odorin watched the fight below with little emotion. Most of his brain power at that moment was devoted to trying to rationalize killing thousands of people just to remake the ninja world the way Pain wanted. So if 5,000 people die but it means that millions more can live, then that makes it an acceptable sacrifice, right? He asked himself quietly as Naruto threw about 20 Sugiken bombs at Pain. Movement a little bit away from the fight caught his eye. There was a black-haired woman running down the street toward the safety of the tunnels. Odorin's eyes focused more when he saw she was holding a baby in her arms. The gears in his head spun wildly. After a moment he leapt off the Hokage monument and headed for the woman. The woman protectively held her baby closer to her body when Odorin landed in front of her. She pulled some shuriken from her jacket and threw it at him. Her eyes widened when a Kage Bunshin vanished in a puff of smoke. In that same instant the baby was pulled from her arms and she saw Odorin standing 15 feet away. Give him back, she cried. Odorin didn't flinch. You should be grateful. I'm saving him from your evil and from death at the same time. What are you talking about? I'm not evil. Please. I love my baby. I would never raise him to be anything but good. The woman pleaded. Odorin's resolve faltered a bit. This woman seemed to be telling the truth, but what about everything he'd been taught? Was it all a lie? How do I know you're telling the truth? A tear rolled down the woman's face. I don't know how to convince you, but you look like you think you're doing the right thing. You're not. Taking a baby away from a parent who loves him is wrong. He hadn't expected tears. Did evil people cry? No. There was no way she was evil. It was at that moment he knew he'd either been lied to or his father just didn't understand what the situation really was. He sighed heavily and held out the baby. Take him. Fresh tears wetted the woman's cheeks as she gratefully took her son back. Thank you. Just make sure I don't regret it, Odorin said stiffly. He leapt away and headed toward the battle. He needed to talk to his father. Chapter 45, Dragon Lighting. Naruto dodged the sharp-pointed root that sped through the air in his direction. The instant he landed, another root wound its way up from the ground, ensnaring his right leg. He created a rasengan and began boring his way through the root. It's useless, Naruto, Pain said as he walked toward his target. Just come with me. Tsunade stood atop her slug companion and glared down at Kisame, who had changed some of his chakra into nearly 3 feet of water covering the pit left by the tree. Hey, using your pet slug to escape. How weak, Kisame taunted. I am not a pet. Katsuyu protested angrily. Don't let him get to you. He's just trying to make you lose control, Tsunade scolded. Right, sorry, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu replied. She took a deep breath and sprayed the area below her with highly corrosive acid. Kisame barely managed to avoid the acid in time. Once he was out of danger he leapt up and landed on top of Katsuyu, swinging his sword at Tsunade as he landed. Kazuhana was confused. She knew she had the location right, but for some reason she had teleported to the top of a giant tree. Her confusion was quickly overridden, however, when she heard the sounds of battle, and the voice of her subordinate. She dashed over to the end of a thick branch to see Naruto throwing one Sugiken bomb after another, dodging his opponent's attacks at the same time. Naruto threw a fistful of bombs at Pain and then heard a loud thud behind him, followed by a torrent of fire igniting the bombs. The resulting explosions threw Pain backwards. He managed to flip in mid-air and land on his feet. Naruto turned around and when he saw Kazuhana he grinned. Kazuhana. Kazuhana grinned. Looks like I came back just in time. Who's this guy? The leader of Akatsuki, Naruto answered seriously. A dragon, Pain said in interest. You never cease to surprise me, Naruto. Kazuhana stood on her hind legs and spread her claws wide. Lighting crackled and popped in front of her as she built up a charge. I didn't know you could do that, Naruto exclaimed. I learned a lot while I was gone, Kazuhana said with a smirk. She thrust her arms forward, shooting lighting at Pain. Pain threw up a wall of wood which the lighting scorched black. Naruto used a giant chakra hand to shove Sugiken against the wall and Kazuhana's lighting ignited it. The wall shattered into thousands of splinters but Pain had vanished from sight. Naruto looked around nervously. Where'd he go? Suddenly he and Kazuhana were surrounded by a dome of wood. Damn it. He knew he couldn't use his Sugiken Rasengan in there. He'd wind up killing them both. He made a normal Rasengan and began tunneling. It wasn't long before he broke through but another dome immediately formed. He gritted his teeth. Kazuhana. Get behind me. Kazuhana did as instructed. Naruto pushed out a huge burst of chakra in front of him, praying that it wouldn't backlash and hurt his friend. The wall was blown away in one shot. Kazuhana and Naruto separated so Pain couldn't trap them both at the same time again. Tsunade threw punch after chakra-charged punch and Kisame dodged them all. Damn, this bastard is fast, she thought in frustration. Kisame brought his sword down and managed to graze Tsunade's leg. Tsunade clenched her teeth in pain as the blood dampened her pants. She healed the wound as she dodged to give herself time to complete her work. Once she had pieced her skin back together, she brought her leg down toward the top of Kisame's head. Kisame leapt backwards to avoid Tsunade's foot, but suddenly there was a hand crackling with lightning sticking out through the front of his chest. He coughed up blood and the hand withdrew. As Kisame dropped to the ground, Kakashi turned off his raikiri. Tsunade walked over to him with an approving smile. About time you showed up. Kisame lifted his head with much effort. I'm not done yet, he croaked out. Tsunade rolled her eyes and slammed her chakra-charged fist into the back of his head. The ground underneath him cracked inward on itself. Yes, you are, she said flatly. Odorin watched Pain fight, waiting for an opening so he could safely talk to him. Kazuhana shot downward, lighting coming from her hands and flame shooting from her mouth. All of it was aimed at Pain. At the same time, Naruto used his chakra hands to encase Pain in a Sugikan shell. The resulting explosion was even larger than the last time they had used that attack because of the addition of the lightning. When the dust cloud cleared, Pain, bloodied but still standing, was at the epicenter. It was obvious from the multiple wood shards littering the ground that he had managed to create a shield just in time to avoid death. Odorin saw this as his moment and ran to Pain. Father. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of this newcomer. It was like looking into a warped mirror. Who the hell are you? He asked in shock. Pain stood straighter. This is your replacement, he said as Tsunade and Kakashi came rushing over. What? Naruto said. Odorin is the clone of you who will receive your Niji chakra once I've captured you. Naruto's eyes flattened into a glare. Like hell. Odorin, go back to your hiding place. This battle is not yours, Pain commanded. Father, wait. Odorin shifted uncomfortably under Pain's gaze. I don't think these people are evil after all. We've been over this, Pain began. I know, but I met woman with a baby in the street. I thought I could save the baby from the evil of the village, but when she begged me to give back her child, I didn't see evil in her eyes. What I saw was love. Evil can't love, father. I've always believed that, and if she's from this village and she can love, then what about the rest of them? Pain sighed. There are many kinds of evil in this world. I thought I made that clear. A person can believe they're doing the right thing but actually be doing evil. So then we could talk to them about what is right. We don't have to hurt anyone. Odorin insisted. We'll talk more about this later. Right now just get out of harm's way, Pain said. He's right, damn it. Naruto said. We're not evil. I don't know where the hell you got that idea, but it's crazy. I know tons of good people in this village. Sometimes they make wrong choices, sure, but that's not evil. That's just human. Pain clenched his jaw. Enough of this. He made a hand and arm of wood which grabbed Odorin and moved him back to the Hokage monument. The hand smashed into the ground on top of the monument, pinning Odorin. A second hand sped toward Naruto which shattered when Tsunade punched it. Get away from my son. Tsunade growled. Pain created more wooden hands that headed for all four of his opponents. Tsunade destroyed the one headed for her with her fist and the others shattered the hands with various jutsu. Sharp-ended roots shot up from the ground and one of them managed to pierce Kakashi's shoulder. He cried out in pain. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled. He gritted his teeth and turned an angry gaze at Pain. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The streets were instantly filled with clones. Do you really think increasing your numbers will allow you to defeat me? Pain's hands flashed through a set of seals. Moku Goromu no Jutsu. A.N. Wood Golem Technique. A loud creaking sound was heard throughout the village as giant creatures made of wood stepped out from all four sides of the giant tree. Kazuhana began blowing fire at the constructs, but while it was scorching them the fire didn't seem to be catching, so she switched to lightning. One bolt ripped off a giant's hand. Sakura arrived on the scene and began healing Kakashi. Naruto used his father's kunai and teleported behind Pain, but his rasengan hit a Bunshin. Damn it. Tsunade punched through the lower leg of one of the giants and it came crashing down. She smirked. The bigger they are. She turned to her comrades. Go for the legs, she yelled. All of the Narutos used chakra hands to grab the giants by the ankles and yanked backwards, toppling all of them at once. The victory was short-lived, however, as the giants began to right themselves. The damaged sections of their bodies were regenerating with incredible speed. Naruto had an idea. The more he thought about it, the more he thought he was batshit crazy, but he didn't see another option at that point. He got rid of his shadow clones. Everyone back up, he yelled. Once they were out of the way, visible chakra covered his body. As it increased in size, he was lifted off the ground and soon he was at the center of a giant body made of chakra.
In one sweeping motion he grabbed all the Sugiken in the area. The resulting ball he crushed around Pain was 30 feet in diameter. Naruto made sure to press the Sugiken in tight enough this time so that Pain couldn't make a shield. He turned to Kazuhana. Light it. Kazuhana didn't like this plan. Even if the village survived the blast, the chance of Naruto coming out of it was extremely slim. Heck, the chances of her coming out unscathed weren't all that great either. You can't. We don't have a choice here. Light it, Naruto commanded. Kazuhana clenched her jaw, took a deep breath and let loose with everything she had. Chapter 46, Realized Dreams. When the fire and lightning hit the Sugiken, the explosion rocked the entire village. Kazuhana was thrown backwards and into a fabric shop. Everyone else was far enough away that hiding behind a building was enough cover. When everything settled, Pain was everywhere. The pieces of his body and blood were anywhere anyone looked. Naruto peeked out from behind the building and saw Kazuhana's tail sticking out of the glass front of the fabric store. Kazuhana. He stood and ran to his friend. Kazuhana was covered in cuts and bruises but was in the process of getting up. I'll be okay, Naruto. I am gonna need a lot of bandages though, she said with a bemused smile. Naruto smiled in return. No you're not. He turned toward the window. Ka-san. Tsunade hurried over to her son. Can you heal Kazuhana? Naruto requested. Of course. Tsunade turned to Kazuhana. This might hurt a little. Kazuhana nodded and Tsunade began her work. Naruto surveyed the damage to the village and let out a low whistle. This is gonna take forever to fix. His gaze fell on the Hokage monument, and when he saw the broken off hand made of wood he remembered Odorin. Kazuhana, I'll be back. And with that he sped off. Odorin looked up when a shadow fell over his face. He gritted his teeth and shut his eyes tightly. Kill me quickly. Naruto cocked his head to one side and used his rasengan to destroy the wood holding the other boy down. Why would I kill you? Odorin opened his eyes and stared at Naruto in confusion. Because I'm your enemy. Naruto smiled a little. Didn't seem like it during the fight. Odorin tentatively stood up. But my father. He sighed. No, I don't have a father. I'm just a clone. You're not just a clone. It doesn't matter how you were born. You're still a person, Naruto said with determination. Odorin looked stunned. He shook his head in amazement. Pain was wrong, so wrong. It's funny. I called him father but I never really felt like his son. I don't know what I should do now. I thought Pain was my family but it turns out I don't really have one. Naruto put a hand on Odorin's shoulder. Pain made you from my DNA, right? Yeah, so that makes me your family, Naruto said with a grin. Actually, Tsunade said as she landed next to Naruto, if you think about it, technically you're his father, kiddo. Naruto went bug-eyed for a moment but his expression quickly settled down to one of quiet contemplation. I guess so. He looked at Odorin. But if you don't want me to be your dad, I get it. It's a little weird since we look the same age. Odorin's face creased in thought. Finally he smiled. We may look the same age but you're much older than me. I'd like to try having you as a father if that's okay. We might get some weird looks if you call me dad in public. Hey, what about being brothers? Odorin smiled widely. I like that even better. 3 months later, all of Naruto's graduating class, Odorin, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya and Tomoyo stood in a group as they watched Naruto hammer the final nail in the sign he was putting up. He flipped backwards off the post he'd been glued to by his chakra and stood next to Hinata. It looks wonderful, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she kissed his boyfriend's cheek. She heard sniffling and moved so she could see his face. Naruto had tears in his eyes. What's wrong? Naruto smiled and wiped his eyes. Nothing. It's done. It's finally done. The sign that read, Namikaze, was situated above a large wooden arch that served as the entryway for the main road of the Namikaze complex. To Naruto and Odorin it was more than a piece of oak-stained wood. It symbolized the completion of the restoration of their family's home. Naruto turned to the group. Come on in, guys. Everyone walked into the complex. It looked amazing. All unwanted vegetation was gone, the roads had been restored and even the dragon fountain in the center was working. It's so good to see this place restored, Tomoyo commented dreamily. Kakashi smiled at his wife. So can I assume you'd like the idea of us moving in here? Tomoyo gasped. Really? Kakashi nodded. I can't think of a better place to raise a family. Tomoyo smiled wide and gave Kakashi a huge hug. Naruto, Tsunade and Odorin walked up to one of the houses. This one's mine, Odorin said excitedly. Tsunade smiled. Are you sure you don't want to live with us? I did adopt you after all. I'm sure, Ka-san, Odorin confirmed. Ka-san, I'll be living here too, Naruto said with trepidation. Tsunade's face fell a bit. I had a feeling this was coming. I don't like that you won't be living with me anymore, but it's good that you're not leaving Odorin alone. She gave Naruto and Odorin hugs. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. 2.5 years later, Naruto gently held Hinata's hands as he led her blindfolded through the woods. Oh, careful. There's a rock right in front of you. They walked through the woods for about 8 minutes before Naruto stopped and let go of Hinata's hands. Okay. Stay right there. And no peeking. Hinata giggled. Okay. Naruto let out a calming breath and put his hands in his favorite seal. A large group of clones appeared. Okay, guys. Come here. He whispered to them for a minute. Got it. All the clones saluted. Osu. They sped off to the huge clearing in front of Naruto and Hinata. Naruto rubbed his hands together. Okay. Next part. Kuchio's no jutsu. Kazuhana appeared, saw Hinata, and smiled. Ready? Yup. Here, Hina-chan. Climb on Kazuhana's back. Okay. Naruto climbed on facing her and held her hands. You okay, Kazuhana? No problem. I told you, dragons are strong, Kazuhana said with a scaly smile. She took off, and when the three were roughly 40 feet up, Naruto tapped her on the shoulder. That's high enough. Naruto waited until all movement below them stopped and then began removing the blindfold from Hinata's eyes. Once the piece of fabric was gone from her vision, Hinata looked around. It's beautiful up here, Naruto-kun. Thank you, she said as she took in the sky around them. I'm glad you like it, but that's not the surprise, Naruto said. He took a deep breath. Look down there, he said as he pointed at the clearing. Hinata let out a gasp when she saw that, will you marry me? Was spelled out on the ground by the bodies of Naruto's clones. She turned back to Naruto with tears in her eyes to find him holding up an open black velvet box with a diamond ring in it. Hyuga Hinata. From the beginning you believed in me, cheered me on when nobody else would. You love me even though I'm an idiot sometimes, and there is no one with a more beautiful soul than you. I couldn't imagine my life without you, so please, will you be my wife? Tears streamed down Hinata's face. Yes. Naruto whooped loudly and pulled his fiancée into a deep, loving kiss. Naruto. You'll be fine, Tsunade said as her son paced back and forth in his new robe. You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Nisan, Odorin said. He's right, Odoto, Sasuke added with a smile. You've been prepping for this since we were in school. You can do this. Tsunade looked at the clock on the wall. Time to get going. I'll go announce you. Wait here till I send Nabiki to get you. Tsunade walked out onto the roof of the Hokage Tower to cheers and applause from the huge crowd of citizens assembled at its base. Her Hokage hat was held in her right hand. Today is a day I've been waiting for since my son convinced me to take this job 5 years ago. Today I will pass on the title of Hokage to him. She nodded to Nabiki as the crowd cheered again. Nabiki left and reappeared a moment later with Naruto, who was wearing the white Hokage robe and a nervous smile. He's grown up a lot since the day I met him. Back then he was a bullheaded little brat, but even when he was so immature he still managed to convince me to do what was right. He had the power to make people believe in him and to heal their hearts in the process. He's changed me and changed countless others for the better. And now that he's old enough, I know he will use that power to lead this village with strength, compassion, maturity and intelligence. She turned to Naruto. I give you your new Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto. With that, Tsunade placed the Hokage hat on his head and the crowd exploded into cheers. She backed up to give the stage to her son. They're all yours, Gaki, she said with a smirk. Naruto returned the smirk. Thanks, Ba-chan. He strode up to the edge of the roof and held up a hand to silence the crowd. Thank you all. When I was 12 years old and told everyone I was going to be Hokage someday, I believed it, but a little voice inside me also wondered if it was really possible. I mean, let's face it, I wasn't exactly the most popular guy back then. But after I graduated I got some friends. For the first time I had people who loved me, and that little voice got quieter and quieter until it vanished completely. Then my mom adopted me and I started dating my beautiful fiancé, he said, gesturing to Hinata. She blushed and gave a small wave while the crowd cheered. I promise I'll always do my best for all of you. We've got a lot to do in the days ahead to make the shinobi world a better place, so let's get started. Naruto said, thrusting a fist into the air. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Naruto had never felt so fulfilled. He looked up at the sky. To-san, Ka-san. Can you see me? I made it. I'm finally Hokage. 6 months later, Naruto was sitting in his office in the Hokage mansion. He wished he hadn't had to move out of the Namikaze complex, but Tsunade had insisted. He heard a knock on his door. Come in. The door opened and Hinata stood there. Naruto-kun, I need to tell you something. Can you come in the living room? She said with a smile. Naruto looked up at his wife. Sure, Hina-chan.
The couple stood in the center of the room. Naruto was perplexed since Hinata had made no move to sit. What's up? Hinata smiled widely. You're going to be a father, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Really? Hinata nodded. Yata. Naruto cheered. He picked Hinata up by the waist and swung her around in circles. After a bit he put her down. Names. We need to come up with names. And I've gotta put a nursery together and. He was suddenly silenced by Hinata's finger on his lips. We have plenty of time for all that. Don't worry, Hinata said in a soothing tone. Naruto smiled. You're right, I'm just excited. He suddenly laughed. What's so funny? Now my mom really will be a boss-san. Naruto and Hinata laughed, and when they were done they sat down on the couch together. Naruto looked at Hinata, then lifted the bottom of her shirt and planted a tender kiss on her belly. I don't care if you're a boy or a girl. I just can't wait to meet you, he said softly. He put the shirt back in place and pulled his wife into his arms. This was where he belonged and where he always wanted to be, holding Hinata in his house, in his village, in the place where he found truth, in dreams.